Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. Saiyan System activating. Ding. Distributing newbie gift pack now. In his mind a mechanical voice echoed, leaving the drowsy Luya completely bewildered. Dragon Ball world. Saiyan System. Damn. I've transmigrated. And into the Dragon Ball world no less. And I even awakened a system. Heavens, could this be any more abrupt? He had wanted to transmigrate, yes, but he was nowhere near prepared for it. He opened his eyes fully, and what entered his gaze was a vast pitch-black expanse of the cosmic starry sky. Am I drifting through the universe? Suddenly noticing something, Luya exclaimed in shock. No way. This spaceship looks so familiar. Isn't this the space pod used exclusively by Saiyans? He pinched his own cheek hard, and as the sting of real pain spread, Luya finally accepted the truth. This was no dream. He had truly transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. But why would I be inside this space pod? Perplexed, Luya examined his surroundings and even his own body. In the end, his expression turned somewhat strange. Because at this moment he was wearing the distinctive Saiyan battle armor, and on his backside there swayed a long tail. He was a Saiyan. Not only had he transmigrated, he had actually become a Saiyan. Ding. Reminder, newbie gift pack distribution complete. Open now. Suddenly the mechanical voice sounded again. Hearing this, Luya immediately nodded. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an initial combat power of 100 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one great ape transformation. The moment the system finished speaking, a terrifying power erupted from within Luya's body. In the next instant, the entire space pod trembled violently, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Seeing this, Luya hurriedly withdrew his chi. An initial combat power of 100 million right at the start. This was downright extravagant. It almost made him feel a bit embarrassed. System, am I now in the era when the Saiyans still existed on planet Vegeta? Luya asked curiously. No, host. The environment you are currently in corresponds to the Dragon Ball Super phase, the system replied coolly. Hearing this, Luya's face froze, then his eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me, right? The system replied. I am not joking. Although the host combat power has reached 100 million, you are still far from the strongest. Many others outstrip you. For example, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Luya fell silent. Host, the destination of the space pod you are currently riding in is Earth, the system continued. Upon hearing this, Luya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was more like it. If he were sent to some nameless planet instead, wouldn't that be torture for no reason? Suddenly thinking of something, Luya asked, since this is already the Dragon Ball Super storyline, has the martial arts tournament begun yet? No, things have only just started. At present, Son Wukong and Vegeta are not on Earth. They have already gone to train under the god of destruction, Beerus, the system replied. Hearing this, Luya frowned, his eyelid twitching. Doesn't that mean we're at the part where Frieza is resurrected? Correct, the system answered. Frieza's resurrection will occur in 3 hours, and his invasion of Earth will take place 4 months from now. Then by that timeline, Frieza's army must already be on their way to steal the Dragon Balls. There's no way I can reach Earth in time to stop them. Thinking of this, Luya asked, is there any way for me to quickly increase my combat power? To be honest, while a combat power of 100 million was formidable, it was only on par with the first stage of Super Saiyan in the original Dragon Ball storyline. Right now, even an untransformed Son Wukong could reach several billion in combat power, not to mention the current him, who could already transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Frieza too could transform into Golden Frieza, his power surpassing even Super Saiyan Blue. There is a way, the system said. As long as the host completes the missions assigned by this system, you will receive rewards. Additionally, the host possesses the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Would you like to activate it now? Luya shook his head. I have no intention of dying out here. If he were to awaken the Super Saiyan bloodline now, this space pod would definitely be unable to withstand his power. He was not like Frieza, capable of surviving in the vacuum of outer space. First, head to Earth. 3 hours later, high above the planet, a space vessel suddenly became wreathed in flames as it pierced through Earth's atmosphere and plummeted downward. West City. Boom. With a deafening thunderous crash, a certain mountain valley near West City was blasted open, a massive crater appearing with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. At the center of the crater, a space pod was embedded deep in the soil, scalding hot steam rising all around it. Click, click, click. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Luya's face. Luya stepped out of the pod and swept his gaze over the surroundings. So this is Earth in the Dragon Ball world. As expected, it's completely different from the Earth I came from. In his previous life on Earth, Luya had been an average student. His grades were nothing special, and his greatest hobby was watching certain Island Nation adult films under his blanket. When he happened to stumble upon a story involving Android 18 and Cell, he inexplicably transmigrated into this world. He was utterly baffled. He had heard of all kinds of transmigrations, but to transmigrate because of watching adult films from the Island Nation, he might well be the founding ancestor of that route. Just as Luya was about to find someplace to settle down, 2 immense key signatures suddenly rushed toward him. Luya looked up in puzzlement, wondering who it could be. In the next second, 2 figures flashed into existence in the air above him. One a youth, the other a middle-aged man. The youth wore scholarly clothes and glasses, looking every bit the model student. The middle-aged man had a white cloak draped over him, black trousers, pointed black shoes, a white turban, and green skin. Son Gohan and Piccolo. The newcomers were indeed Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo looked at Luya. When he saw Luya's attire and the tail behind him, his expression abruptly hardened. A Saiyan? What? A Saiyan. Gohan stared at Luya in shock. Luya looked at the two of them and raised a hand in greeting. Hi, nice to meet you both. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged a strange look. Gohan leaned closer to Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, could we be mistaken? It looks like he just landed on Earth. A muscle twitched on Piccolo's face. Then he said in a low voice, but just now I clearly sensed someone summoning Shenlong in this area. Strange, what exactly is going on? He suddenly fixed his gaze on Luya. Who are you? Luya flicked his tail lightly, then grinned. I'm a Saiyan, Luya. Nice to meet you, Gohan. Piccolo. Gohan was dumbfounded. Piccolo was dumbfounded. The two of them were completely stunned. This stranger actually knew who they were. What in the world was going on? How do you know us? Gohan asked in puzzlement. Luya smiled faintly. Of course I know you. It's precisely because I knew there were Saiyans on Earth that I investigated your world, and then I came. Piccolo scrutinized Luya, his keen gaze sweeping over him, then said in a grave tone, Your ki is extremely powerful, far beyond what an ordinary Saiyan could possess. And weren't the Saiyans wiped out by Frieza? Logically speaking, Earth should be the only place in the universe where Saiyans still exist. How did you survive? Luya thought for a moment, then smiled. I'm not a Saiyan from your universe. Not from our universe. You mean you're a Saiyan from another universe? Piccolo stared at Luya in shock. Luya nodded with a smile. That's right. Cold sweat trickled down the cheeks of both Piccolo and Gohan. Another universe. Beyond their own universe, there were actually others. They had to admit they were utterly stunned. Up until now, the highest existence they had ever come into contact with was merely a god of destruction, and a god of destruction was already the absolute ceiling of this universe. A mechanical chime suddenly rang out in Luya's mind, announcing a system mission to spar with Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Luya froze for a moment, then a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. It was perfect. He had been wanting to see exactly what realm his strength had reached. With that thought, Luya looked toward Sun Wukong and said, You are also a Saiyan. Would you be willing to spar with me? Hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. He pointed at himself in puzzlement. You want to spar with me? Piccolo gazed at Luya, his expression unreadable. Luya nodded. Yes. Is that all right? Wukong glanced at Luya, then turned to Piccolo silently, seeking his opinion. Piccolo was silent for a long moment before finally nodding. Since that's the case, Wukong have a match with him. Wukong nodded. All right, Uncle Piccolo. A short while later, Luya and Wukong stood facing each other on the ground, no more than 20 meters apart. Luya smiled faintly. Let's begin. Wukong's expression turned grave. He took off his glasses and shifted into a fighting stance. The two locked eyes, yet neither made the first move. Huh. In the next instant, Wukong's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Luya's expression changed, and he rushed out as well. With a thunderous boom, the moment they clashed, they fell into a fierce deadlock, their speed and strength perfectly matched. High above, Piccolo watched the battle below with a calm face. After dozens of exchanges, Wukong suddenly seized Luya's arm and swept out with a powerful kick. Luya could only hastily raise his arm to block. With a resounding impact, he was sent flying backward. His body crashed into a small mountain, which exploded apart as smoke and dust billowed, burying his figure beneath the rubble. Wukong descended from the air to the ground, rubbing his head in slight embarrassment. Did I use too much force? Piccolo said coolly, in truth, his chi is no weaker than yours. It's just that something seems to be wrong. He can't control that power. So you'd better be careful. Hearing this, Wukong put away his relaxed expression and looked intently toward Luya's direction. When the smoke finally dispersed, Luya suddenly stood up. He patted the dust from his clothes, his face unchanged. Wukong's eyes narrowed, his expression growing more solemn. Luya felt a surge of emotion. Though his current battle power had reached 100 million, he still had not fully adapted to such intense chi. Through the system, Luya knew that Sun Wukong's combat strength had reached 130 million, far surpassing his own. In truth, given Wukong's potential, his power should have been far greater than that. It was only because he had neglected training over the years and was urged by Chi-Chi to focus on his studies and become a scholar. In terms of raw battle power before transforming into a Super Saiyan, even Piccolo's chi surpassed Wukong's. Luya looked at Wukong and then smiled. Again, as his voice fell, he suddenly vanished from where he stood. Wukong said nothing, his figure likewise disappeared from sight. They clashed once more, this time in midair. Only the shockwaves of their impacts could be seen in the sky, their bodies were moving too fast for the eye to follow. Through this battle with Wukong, Luya's mastery over his chi gradually improved. Even so, he was still being suppressed by Wukong. Huh. Suddenly Wukong leapt into the air and began raining ki blasts down toward Luya. Unwilling to be outdone, Luya also unleashed a barrage of ki blasts. The two streams of energy collided heat in. The space between them erupted in a series of violent explosions. In a streak of motion, Wukong's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing an instant later behind Luya. He drove his elbow down hard, smashing Luya into the ground and erupting another plume of dust and smoke. Hovering in midair, Wukong brought his hands together at his waist and began gathering energy. Hey ma. With a shout, Wufan unleashed the Kamehameha. The massive energy wave roared downward toward the spot where Luya had fallen. In an instant, the entire valley was flattened into a wasteland. In the sky, Piccolo looked somewhat helpless. This child. When told to hold back, he restrained himself too much, but once he got serious, he went overboard. With that Kamehameha, even if Luya did not die, he would surely be gravely injured. Wufan stood atop the billowing smoke, staring down with a solemn, serious gaze. He did not feel he had won. On the contrary, a faint unease had already risen in his heart. Soon the smoke dispersed, and a blurry figure stood within it. Luya's form finally emerged from the fading haze. How is this possible? Wufan was struck dumb the moment he saw Luya's appearance. Even Piccolo could no longer remain composed. He stared at Luya, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Super Saiyan. Golden chi now surged around Luya's body, his hair standing on end and shining the same brilliant gold. The aura he exuded was countless times stronger than before. The system announced that the host had activated the Super Saiyan bloodline, transforming into a Super Saiyan and raising his battle power to 5 billion. By invoking this bloodline, Luya had successfully transformed his combat strength, exploding from 100 million to 5 billion. A 50-fold increase. With a roar, Luya erupted with power, his aura bursting outward. The mighty force swept in all directions, sending sand and stones flying in a spectacular storm. I never thought that apart from the Saiyans on Earth, there would be other Saiyans capable of becoming Super Saiyan. Son Wufan said with a sudden smile. A fierce battle intent flared in his eyes. The stronger the opponent, the more the proud blood of the Saiyan race was stirred. With a shout, Wufan's aura exploded, and his hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan. Golden energy streamed and roared around him. Wufan's lips curved slightly as he said, "Let me witness the power of a Super Saiyan from another universe." Luya regarded Wufan. Though the latter's potential had yet to be fully awakened after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power had reached a staggering 6.5 billion. So strong, stronger even than himself. Luya's expression grew heavy. He knew that with his current power, he could not defeat Son Wufan. Though the difference was only 1.5 billion, the gulf between them was still enormous. With this in mind, Luya abruptly let his aura subside and returned to his normal state. Seeing this, both Piccolo and Wufan were stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. Luya smiled. "I can't beat you." Wufan hesitated for a moment, then also ceased his transformation and reverted to his original form. "As expected, the warriors of Earth have not disappointed me." Luya laughed heartily. Wufan also laughed. "You're very strong as well. To have fought me to this point is already impressive." Luya nodded with a smile. A mechanical chime sounded in his mind, congratulating him on completing the mission. The system awarded him an additional 100 million points of battle power, along with the Kamehameha and instant transmission battle techniques. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Luya's heart filled with delight. As for sheer combat strength, that could be discussed later. But Kamehameha and instant transmission were truly prized treasures in the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, Luya felt he could entirely take Goku's place as the protagonist. Of course, that was only a passing thought. Although his power was now formidable, the gap between him and Sun Wukong and the others was still vast. Gathering his thoughts, Luya suddenly turned to Piccolo and Wufan. "You came here to investigate who used the Dragon Balls, didn't you?" Piccolo's face stiffened. "How do you know that?" Luya smiled faintly. "Because I know who it was." "Who?" Luya smiled mysteriously before recounting the general course of events. Gohan and Piccolo wore grave expressions, a hint of trepidation on their faces. Undoubtedly, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza had left a very deep impression on them. Gohan gritted his teeth and said, "Dad defeated him time and again, yet I never expected him to be so resilient, resurrecting so quickly." Piccolo's expression was also serious. After all, he had been defeated by Frieza in the past, although they hadn't fought again since he still harbored a lot of caution. Piccolo looked at Luya and asked, "How do you know? Didn't you just arrive on Earth? Could it be that this kid like Trunks is also from the future?" Luya answered cryptically, "I certainly have my sources. In any case, Frieza has indeed been resurrected, and he has become incredibly powerful. He is currently training, and he will launch an attack on Earth within 4 months at the latest. At that time, Earth will be in crisis." Gohan's expression was grave. "Frieza, has he really become that strong?" Luya nodded. "Extremely powerful." He didn't explicitly say that Frieza in his normal state could easily defeat Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. If that were the case, things would become quite dire. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances, and the former said, "Regardless of whether it's true or not, we should go back and discuss our strategy." Gohan nodded, then turned to Luya, smilingly inviting, "Luya, right. If you don't mind, could you stay with us?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Luya was taken aback, realizing he indeed had nowhere to go, so he nodded. "All right, I will stay with you for a few days." After a moment, the group left the place, but first went to Bulma's house to deliver the spaceship for her to study. Seeing Luya, the Saiyan Bulma and the others were quite surprised, but since her husband Vegeta was also a Saiyan, she was relatively warm towards Luya. After bidding farewell to Bulma, the three left. In the following days, Luya stayed at Gohan's house, and he asked Gohan to teach him some techniques, including the Kamehameha. The other warriors like Krillin also heard about Luya's existence and were astonished. However, when they learned of Frieza's resurrection, they were all incredulous, and thus began training diligently. A few days later, Bulma transmitted a shocking message. According to the Cosmic Patrol, no, its Gak Frieza has truly been resurrected. Moreover, he would soon arrive on Earth. Upon hearing this news, everyone was even more certain and began intensive training. Even Krillin paused his duties as a patrol officer to start training. 2 months later, Leia had become quite familiar with the immense power of his body, and his battle power had reached an astonishing 210 million. His training talent had already manifested the bloodline of a Saiyan. Gohan, I want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. On this day, Leia made this request. Gohan quickly discussed it with Piccolo, and in the end, Piccolo agreed. Now that Goku and Vegeta were both absent, they needed powerful allies to face the terrifying Frieza. Leia wanted to go to the hyperbolic time chamber because the system had temporarily issued a task. However, even if the system hadn't issued a task, he would still go there to train, as anyone who had seen Dragon Ball knew that it was currently the fastest place to enhance one's strength. Soon Gohan brought Leia to the Kaishin's realm. Long time no see, Gohan. Din joyfully ran over and hugged Gohan. Since Piccolo fused with the previous generation Kaishin, Din had taken on the role of Earth's new Kaishin, and now he was already a young boy. After Gohan caught up with Din, he began to introduce Leia to him. Din expressed that he had been following the situation on Earth and knew that Leia did not harbor any malicious intent, so he politely greeted. Hello Leia, my name is Din. Leia smiled slightly. Hello Din, truly worthy of being the most gifted Namekian, since Piccolo the Kaishin of Earth is very fitting for you. Din responded. He was somewhat surprised that the other party knew so much about him. Thinking of this, he looked towards Gohan. The latter shrugged, feeling a bit puzzled as he didn't seem to have mentioned Din to Leia before. Leia didn't think much of it, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he put forth the request to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Din nodded. Bubbles will take you there. At this moment, Bubbles walked forward and said to Leia, please follow me. Leia nodded to Gohan, and then followed Bubbles. On the spot, Gohan looked at Leia's back and revealed a slight smile. Gohan, don't you think his background is somewhat mysterious? Din suddenly asked. Gohan was taken aback and replied, I don't think it's anything. He said he's a Saiyan from another universe. Din was somewhat speechless. You believe what he said? Gohan laughed. It's fine, mainly he doesn't have any malicious intent towards Earth, and even if he did, I would personally deal with him. Din sighed, and then said, all right, then it's up to you to handle it. But Frieza has indeed been resurrected. Haven't Goku and the others contacted you yet? Gohan shook his head. Dad and Uncle Vegeta are training with Lord Beerus. We can't reach them. Din's expression was serious. Frieza's strength is extremely formidable, and it is likely that you will not be able to match him. Gohan also said solemnly, there are no other options now, we can only strive to train harder. Din suddenly said, Gohan, can't you also enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a day? You can train inside, and with your potential you will definitely become stronger. Gohan shook his head and laughed. No need, I'm not in the mood to train right now. Din. Meanwhile, Leia followed Bubbles to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bubbles explained, in the hyperbolic time chamber, each person can only stay inside for 2 days. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. The gravity inside has increased from 10 times to 50 times, so its effectiveness has also greatly improved. Pay attention to the time. If it exceeds the limit, the entrance to the chamber will disappear. Leia nodded, pretending to understand. Got it. Bubbles nodded, then opened the door to the time chamber and said to Leia, you can go in now. Leia nodded and then walked inside. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training task. Reward 100 million battle power. Reward the strongest Saiyan talent. Reward King Kai Fist Unlimited. After closing the door, Leia revealed a smile. I must say this system is truly amazing. The tasks are simple and the rewards are plentiful. With it surpassing Goku and the others will not be a problem, right? No, my vision was a bit narrow. I should set a small goal first and then surpass the gods. Stepping into the chamber, Leia gazed outward. Before him stretched an endless expanse of blinding white light, horizonless and suffocating. The gravity here was crushing, a staggering 50 times that of the outside world. Then it's time to begin cultivation. Leia rubbed his hands together and activated his Saiyan cultivation aptitude. Beep. With the Super Saiyan aptitude, the host possesses the pinnacle of Saiyan talent. Leia grinned. System, how does this aptitude compare to Gohan's? The system replied, undoubtedly superior. The host's aptitude rivals that of Broly, the strongest Saiyan. Broly. At the name, Leia's expression tightened. Broly truly stood as the apex Saiyan, his innate talent terrifying in its magnitude. Were he to undergo rigorous systematic training, none in the entire cosmos could hope to stand against him. Of course, Broly's arrival was not yet destined. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 1 year passed within, while only a single day elapsed outside. Time slipped swiftly by. Across the star-flecked void, a colossal warship surged forward at breakneck speed. Within the vessel, a squad of soldiers clad in battle armor knelt, trembling, their bodies bowed toward a single direction, where sat an alien wearing a helmet-like apparatus. Frieza, none other than the resurrected Frieza himself. At that moment, the hatch slid open and several aliens entered, Sorbet leading the way. Lord Frieza, we are nearing Earth. Sorbet announced with deep reverence. Excellent. I did not expect you to be the ones who revived me. Truly commendable. A sly, sinister smile curled Frieza's lips. Sorbet bowed lower. It is our utmost honor to serve Lord Frieza. Ho ho ho. Enough flattery. You are all incompetent fools. While I was gone, you nearly squandered my entire army. Frieza sneered. Sorbet and the others broke into cold sweat. They had no wish for such failure. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of countless formidable warriors across the cosmos, costing them 60% of their forces, they would still reign as the universe's supreme military power. Enough talk. This time I shall settle scores with those Saiyans on Earth. Frieza's countenance hardened into icy resolve. He vividly recalled being defeated twice by Super Saiyans, each loss a searing humiliation. To be bested by those wretched monkeys remained an unforgivable stain upon his pride. Sorbet dared not utter a word. He remembered well how during Frieza's prior resurrection another advisor had cautioned against provoking the Saiyans, and was instantly hurled from the airlock into the void, vanishing without trace. Now, having trained anew, Frieza's power had become utterly monstrous. Issue orders, full speed ahead. Reach Earth without delay. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to confront those Saiyans. As commanded, it has arrived. A colossal aura descended upon Earth, sudden, overwhelming, and unmistakable. How could it be here so soon? Piccolo, deep in cultivation, stared incredulously toward the north. Whoosh! Gohan materialized beside him. Uncle Piccolo, the northern region is radiating an immense aura. A cold sheen glistened on Piccolo's brow as he declared grimly, it's Frieza's aura. Let's go. Sensing the sudden surge, Earth's Z-fighters launched themselves skyward, racing toward the source of that oppressive energy. Meanwhile, on a small island off North City. Boom. A massive starship descended slowly, settling at the edge of a sheer cliff. Its upper hatch swung open, and from within poured a legion of soldiers dense as falling rain. Simultaneously, a floating throne rose smoothly into view, upon which sat Frieza himself. Ho ho ho, Earth, I Frieza have returned. His signature laugh echoed across the cliffs. Hey, you there, step aside. Frieza suddenly addressed the soldiers hovering before him. Instantly, they parted like a tide, clearing a path. Allow me to present my greeting gift to these Earthlings. Frieza extended a single finger toward the distant metropolis, a crimson light coalescing at its tip. Whoosh. In the next instant, a searing red beam lanced forth from his fingertip, swelling rapidly until it erupted into a devastating wave of light, plunging straight into the city. A breathless silence. Then kaboom! The cataclysmic detonation obliterated all of North City in an instant. Ho ho ho! This exhilarating thrill of destruction, I've missed it dearly. Frieza's mood soared, until his gaze snapped sharply toward another direction. Tap! Tap! Two figures streaked through the sky, halting atop the same cliff. Gohan and Piccolo. Staring at the smoldering ruins of North City, they stood frozen in disbelief. They were too late. You monster. Gohan ground his teeth, fists clenched tight, veins bulging with fury. Ho ho ho, so it's you too. You're the Namekian who fought me on planet Namek, aren't you? And you bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku. If I'm not mistaken, you must be his son. Son Gohan. How astonishing. The little brat I once dismissed has grown into such a man. Frieza studied them with genuine surprise. Frieza, you haven't changed a bit, Piccolo retorted coldly. Dare you speak so insolently to Lord Frieza? Sorbet barked fiercely. Gohan shot him a glacial glance, just as another figure descended swiftly from the heavens. Tien Shinhan. Uncle Tien. Gohan's expression softened as he greeted him warmly. Tien nodded, then cast a sober look toward Frieza. I didn't bring Kaiatsu. He'd be useless in a battle like this. Gohan nodded in understanding. Soon after, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others arrived in rapid succession. Even Bulma, piloting Jaco's cruiser, landed on the scene. Bulma, what are you doing here? Krillin and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma replied coolly, Vegeta's away, so I came instead. And Trunks is still too young. I kept this from him. Krillin nodded thoughtfully, then asked, still no word from Goku. Bulma shook her head. I contacted Whis, but he hasn't responded yet. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Truth be told, they felt profoundly vulnerable without Goku's presence. Oh, by the way, who's that? Krillin gestured toward Jaco, who lingered inside the cruiser. Bulma smiled faintly. Ah, let me introduce you. This is my friend Jaco, a galactic patrolman. The others offered polite nods. They had long since grown accustomed to Bulma's habit of befriending eccentric individuals from across the cosmos. Excuse me, have you quite finished ignoring me? Frieza spoke at last, his voice flat, devoid of inflection, yet heavy with lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Bulma looked at Frieza with curiosity and remarked, Is this guy Frieza? He looks so ugly. Frieza? Hey, watch your mouth. That is the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, Jack exclaimed in anger. Damn, why is this woman always so toxic with her words? As a friend, he expressed his panic at this moment. Bulma glanced at Jack and said dismissively, what's the big deal? Frieza may be powerful, but our Gohan has become even stronger now. He can definitely handle him, right, Gohan? Gohan looked seriously at Frieza and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, but the current Frieza is terrifyingly strong. Even I might not be able to defeat him. What? How can that be? The ease on Bulma's face vanished as she looked at Frieza in disbelief. Frieza was starting to become impatient. He looked at Gohan and asked, "Where's your father's son, Goku?" Gohan replied in a low voice, "Dad is still training hard. If you want to find him, you can just wait a bit." Bulma quickly added, Yes. Goku and the others will be back soon, so please wait." Frieza chuckled, "Oh, is that so? Then fine, since I've waited this long, what's another moment? They'll just wait for you. 10 seconds. 10. 10 seconds. The crowd choked on their saliva, feeling it was a bit strange. "Hey, aren't you being too stingy?" Bulma complained. "Well, time's up. Let the game begin." Frieza's expression turned sinister. Sorbet waved his hand, "Kill them." In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Gohan and the others gritted their teeth as they watched this scene, and in the next moment, they unleashed their energy. With over 1,000 soldiers, that averages out to each person needing to take down more than 170. "Go everyone," Master Roshi stated solemnly. The next moment, Gohan and the others rushed out. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Lua was still training, and his energy had reached a terrifying level. He had been training inside for 1 year and 3 months, which equated to about 1 day and 6 hours in the outside world. His combat power now soared to 6.5 billion. That's right, purely in his Saiyan state his power was 6.5 billion. One must admit the training environment here, coupled with Lua's extraordinary Saiyan talent, had elevated his strength several times over. He was even stronger than when he first transformed into Super Saiyan. Lua panted as he landed on the ground, feeling satisfied with his high-intensity training results. 6.5 billion. That should still not be enough to deal with Frieza. Lua pondered. He knew that Frieza's combat power in his normal state should be between 7 billion and 8 billion. "It's been over a year, it's time to go out," Lua said slowly. Although he might not be a match for Frieza, yet enduring such high-intensity training was exhausting, and if others knew he had reached such a terrifying level, in just 1 or 2 years of training they would probably see him as a monster. Thinking of this, Lua walked towards the exit of the time chamber. At that moment, Tien and Poir were feeling the battle below. Their expressions grave, for Frieza was too powerful enough that they couldn't gauge his depth. After 3 months of training, his power has increased so much, Tien said with a bitter smile. Gohan and the others probably can't defeat Frieza. It's not just that they can't defeat him, the gap is like heaven and earth. When will Goku and the others return? What happened? Why do you both look so troubled? Just as they were deep in thought, a puzzled voice came from behind them. Tien and Poir were taken aback, then turned around in surprise. They saw Lua walking over with a relaxed smile. "You? Mr. Lua, have you completed your training?" Tien asked in astonishment. Lua smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I felt that prolonged training was too taxing on my body, so I came out early." Upon hearing this, Tien and Poir exchanged glances, their expressions a bit strange, as if they felt they had heard this line somewhere before. "By the way, what were you discussing just now? You both look like something's bothering you," Lua asked. Upon hearing this, Tien suddenly came to his senses and said gravely, "Frieza has already arrived on Earth." "What, so soon?" Lua was surprised. It seemed like it hadn't even been 4 months yet. How did he arrive? However, after sensing Lua indeed detected Frieza's energy, "This guy really did arrive early," Tien said. "I don't know either. Theoretically, he should have come after 4 months, but now he's here and Gohan and the others are fighting him." Upon hearing this, Lua's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming serious. Undoubtedly, Frieza's arrival was unexpected, but thinking about it, since he had only trained for less than 3 months, could his combat power also be at 8 billion? Thinking of this, Lua suddenly thought, "System, can you detect Frieza's combat power?" The system replied, "Sorry, unable to detect. The opponent is too far from the host, so detection is impossible." Lua nodded, and then said, "Alright, then I'll go meet him." Ding. Task activated: defeat Frieza and save Earth. The mechanical voice of the system rang out, and Lua's expression stiffened. Damn, defeat Frieza. How is that possible? He couldn't even estimate whether he was a match for Frieza yet, and now he had to defeat him. It was tough. And isn't that Son Goku's task? Just as Lua was lost in thought, Tin suddenly bowed to Lua and asked, "Mr. Lua, can I ask you to join the battle? Help Gohan and the others defeat Frieza. Of course, while this is a bit unrealistic, I still ask for your help." Upon hearing this, Lua looked at Tien and smiled slightly, saying, "Alright, you are the guardian of Earth, so there's no need to be so polite with me. Besides, I used your hyperbolic time chamber, so I will personally defeat Frieza." As he spoke, Lua pointed between his eyebrows, sensing Frieza's energy. This is... Tien and Poir looked at Lua's gesture with horror, as if they had thought of something unbelievable. Lua suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Found it." He waved his hand to Tien and Poir, saying, "See you next time." With that, he vanished from the spot. Tien and Poir were still recovering from their shock, thinking that just now was instant transmission. Turtle-style energy wave. Chi-Yuan slash. Demonic piercing light cannon. Energy cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, countless soldiers were reduced to ashes, although their numbers were 100 times that of Gohan and his companions. However, their quality was lacking. Every person present was a master capable of facing 100 foes. Yet despite this, these soldiers seemed almost indestructible, gradually wearing down the stamina of the Z warriors. Seeing his companion struggling to hold on, Gohan could no longer contain himself. He exploded with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Gohan's expression was cold as he extended his palm towards the soldiers, unleashing a laser cannon that instantly caused mass casualties. At that moment, Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with the Bull Demon soldier. Without hesitation, Gohan teleported right in front of his opponent. Without making a move, he simply stared intently at him. "Damn little brat. Die." The Bull Demon soldier roared in fury, then lunged forward, throwing a punch at Gohan. Swish! But the Bull Demon missed. Gohan appeared directly behind him, delivering a precise chop that struck the Bull Demon hard, leaving him stunned. The Bull Demon lost consciousness and crashed heavily to the ground. After dealing with him, Gohan nodded at Piccolo as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. It is worth mentioning that Gohan did not kill. His kind nature led him only to knock the soldiers unconscious. Meanwhile, watching this scene, Frieza's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth, glaring at the valiant Gohan. Who is this person? Salby's face was drenched in cold sweat as he watched his soldiers fall one by one, his heart bleeding. This is the Super Saiyan. I didn't expect Goku's son to also possess this ability, but I must say, like his father, he is kind. Too kind for his own good. Although Frieza's power surpassed Gohan's, the trauma of being slain by a Saiyan twice had left him with psychological scars. Seeing Gohan transform, his expression turned extremely grim. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly flashed in front of Gohan. Gohan sensed danger and shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Frieza. Frieza's expression was cold as he effortlessly caught Gohan's fist, closing in and delivering a solid punch to Gohan's stomach. Ugh! Gohan could hardly withstand the impact and was sent flying, even vomiting bile. However, with his fist caught, he did not fly backward, but rather slumped down, his golden hair reverting to black as his energy rapidly diminished. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were horrified to see Gohan so easily knocked out. Frieza looked at Gohan, then revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, he grabbed Gohan's hand and delivered a powerful kick to him. Ugh! Gohan let out a scream as he was sent flying, crashing into a cliff, causing it to collapse. Hurry and save him. Krillin's expression changed as he exclaimed. Piccolo gritted his teeth and, bursting with energy, rushed towards Gohan's location. Swish! Suddenly, Frieza blocked his path, looking at Piccolo with an evil grin. He raised his palm, unleashing a red energy blast that sent Piccolo crashing into the sea. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others instantly fell into despair. If even Piccolo couldn't handle him, how could they fight back? Frieza glanced at Krillin and the others, revealing a meaningful smile. Krillin and the others were paralyzed by Frieza's gaze, too terrified to move. They had no chance of victory. Ho ho ho. It seems I've become too powerful. I might be a bit of a bully. Frieza refrained from attacking further. He had lost the desire to fight, initially thinking these people would provide some exercise, but they were not worth his time. Frieza withdrew his gaze, preparing to return to his throne, when suddenly his eyes widened, and he turned sharply to look in a certain direction. There a boy had appeared out of nowhere, and he had a tail. You? Who are you? Frieza looked at the boy in surprise. The boy smiled slightly, saying, Frieza, it's nice to finally meet you. You know me? Frieza asked in confusion. The boy nodded. Of course I know you. Rua, how did you come here? No, you finally made it. At this moment, Bulma suddenly exclaimed in delight. Rua nodded slightly at her, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. What? He's that Saiyan Rua? He looks quite formidable. Krillin and Master Roshi stared at Rua in astonishment, feeling curious. However, their expressions quickly grew serious as they realized they could not gauge the strength of his energy. How is that possible? Rua smiled slightly, then turned to Krillin, saying, Mr. Krillin, you should have some senzu beans, right? Hurry and save Piccolo and Gohan. Hearing this, Krillin was momentarily stunned. Excuse me, do you know me? Rua was taken aback, then laughed, saying, I do know you, but this isn't the time for that. Save the people first. Upon hearing this, Krillin nodded in understanding. He glanced back at Frieza with trepidation before flying towards the sea. However, Frieza clearly wouldn't allow him to succeed. The next moment, he appeared in front of Krillin, blocking his line of sight. Krillin's expression changed instantly as he glared at Frieza, preparing for a desperate fight. Swish! At that moment, Rua suddenly appeared in front of him, facing Frieza, saying, Your opponent is me. Just right, I want to see the might of the universe, Emperor Frieza. Frieza raised an eyebrow at Rua's declaration, his lips curling into a smirk. Ho ho ho. Is that so? Very well then, I shall oblige. Rua smiled slightly. Seeing this, Krillin immediately flew over to save the others. Rua and Frieza locked eyes in midair, neither making the first move. Earlier, he had already assessed Frieza's battle power. Since the latter had not attacked in the past 4 months, his battle power stood at 7 billion. When Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power rose to 8 billion. It was this 200 million difference in power, along with Frieza's perfect ambush, that led to Gohan being taken down in an instant. Tisk Rua felt a bit regretful. If Gohan had continued his training without giving up, he likely wouldn't be weaker than Frieza now. However, with this in mind, he was no longer afraid. After all, his battle power stood at 5 billion. Although there was a slight gap, it was not enough to be defeated. Rua suddenly extended his palm towards Frieza. Frieza froze for a moment before smiling slightly, making no additional moves. Puff. In the next moment, Rua suddenly fired an energy blast, directly aimed at Frieza. Frieza maintained his smile, casually shaking his head, and the energy blast flew past him without hitting its target. Frieza looked at Rua and said, "Are you here to make a joke?" Rua smiled mysteriously. "Is that so?" Frieza was taken aback, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. He abruptly recalled something and turned sharply. No one expected that Luya's target would actually be Sorbai. However, they were puzzled as Sorbai was just a minor character. Why would he choose to attack him first? Frieza's expression twisted slightly as he turned his head, glaring fiercely at Luya. "You seem to be a bit arrogant." Luya smiled slightly and said, "I just think that a fair fight between the two of us should exclude other interfering factors. Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened. Did the opponent know something? In fact, he had prepared a trump card for this trip to Earth to ensure success, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by this mysterious kid. This made him quite angry. However, suddenly Frieza revealed a cruel smile. "Haha, since you said that, I will help you eliminate the interference." As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza suddenly pointed towards Tianjin Fan's direction, and with a whoosh, a red beam shot out. Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Tianjin Fan, directly deflecting Frieza's attack. Frieza's expression remained calm, yet there was a hint of coldness. Luya said lightly, "Leave Frieza to me, you all retreat to a safe place." Tianjin Fan nodded immediately, "Please take care of it." After saying this, he exchanged glances with Master Roshi, and then flew towards Bulma's direction. Luya looked at Frieza and smiled. "Now we can start fighting." Frieza slowly descended and looked at Luya, saying, "Who exactly are you? Why is your energy so powerful?" Luya grinned and lifted the tail wrapped around his waist. Seeing that tail, Frieza's expression suddenly changed. "A tail? Are you a Saiyan?" Luya replied with a smile, "That's right." Surprised, Frieza was slightly incredulous. "Impossible. Apart from the Saiyans on Earth, all the other Saiyans, along with planet Vegeta, have been destroyed by me." Luya shook his head. "Don't focus on those things, let's have a fight." Frieza put away his surprise and smiled. "You are so confident that you can defeat me." Luya suddenly smiled, and then shouted angrily. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Ugh! Ugh! Frieza looked at the suddenly explosive Luya, stunned. "Impossible. Why is your power so strong?" Surrounded by pure white energy, Luya wore a confident smile. "I originally thought you would come after 4 months, but to my surprise you showed up early, which caught me off guard. Quickly show me your true strength." Frieza looked at Luya, his expression slightly unpleasant. The development of the situation exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that besides Goku and Vegeta, there would be such a powerful Saiyan. Damn it. Boom. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly began to unleash his energy, as well a purple aura enveloping his body, the intensity of which was not much weaker than Luya's. Luya looked at Frieza and smiled slightly. Every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. Meanwhile, Krillin helped Piccolo and Gohan up and fed them senzu beans. As expected of the miraculous senzu beans, as soon as the two swallowed them, they awoke the next second. "Krillin, are you okay? Where's Frieza?" Gohan asked, sitting up looking a bit confused. Krillin smiled slightly and said, "Gohan, I'm fine. The Saiyan friend you brought back is amazing." "Saiyan?" Gohan was puzzled, but suddenly Piccolo exclaimed in surprise, That's Saiyan Luya." Upon hearing this, Gohan quickly looked towards the battlefield. Instantly, even Gohan was stunned. Is this Luya? How did his energy become like this? So powerful. Gohan's mouth dropped open in shock, hardly able to believe it. Previously, he had been suppressing Luya, but now he felt insignificant compared to him. Piccolo's expression also grew serious. "I didn't expect his talent to be so strong. In just over a day in the hyperbolic time chamber, he has already elevated his power to this level. I'm afraid that even Goku and the others cannot compare." Hearing this, everyone became serious. To their teammates, no one's power could surpass Goku. Even if someone could, Vegeta would undoubtedly be the most hopeful one. Yet now a Luya has appeared. How could this not shock them? It seems that Vegeta, the perennial second place, might need to change his position. On the battlefield, Luya and Frieza locked eyes, and suddenly his energy surged once more. Frieza gritted his teeth, equally unwilling to show weakness. "Huh!" Luya suddenly shouted angrily, his figure charging forward. "TCH." Frieza snorted coldly, unleashing his own energy with a burst. Boom. The two fists collided directly, and in an instant a wave of energy erupted. With their fists pressed tightly together, neither retreated an inch, continuously raising their energy, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly Frieza revealed a smirk, then instantly grabbed Luya's hand, yanking it forcefully, while simultaneously delivering a kick. Luya had already anticipated this move, using his other hand to press against Frieza's knee, reversing the situation and throwing him away. Frieza fell to the ground like a lead ball. Luya did not pause and directly shot a blast of energy down. Boom. The energy blast exploded, sending dust and smoke billowing. Luya looked through the smoke, narrowing his eyes slightly. According to the Dragon Ball principle, the greater the dust, the more it proved that the opponent was unharmed. Sure enough, when the dust settled, Frieza's figure emerged, standing on the ground with a smile, looking at Luya. Hehehe. You certainly haven't disappointed me. Besides Goku, you are the only opponent I take seriously. Luya smiled slightly and said, Alright, let's cut the chatter and transform. You are still in your first form, right? Frieza was slightly surprised, but soon smiled. Interesting. Although I don't know why you are so clear about me, since that's the case before the final battle with Goku, I'll have some fun with you first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza suddenly began to howl, and in an instant the ground around him cracked, and debris floated up, as if defying gravity. Then a powerful purple energy erupted from Frieza's body. Ah! Frieza's body suddenly began to swell, soon becoming more than 3 times larger than before. But it did not stop there. His body began to change, taking on a duck-like appearance, and finally his form began to shrink, returning to a shape similar to his original form. Only the original helmet was gone, replaced by a bald head. The purple violent energy wreaked havoc, and Frieza relaxed his body as he looked at Luya. This is my final form. What a powerful aura. It turns out that Frieza has not been using his full strength all along. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with terror. How did he cultivate? How can he reach such a level? The turtle hermit also spoke in disbelief. Gohan and Piccolo remained silent, their faces serious as they watched the two. At this moment, they could no longer intervene in the battle. The power Frieza displayed had far surpassed them. Final form. Quite impressive. Lua looked at Frieza, also slightly stunned. This guy really is not holding back, directly using his final form against him, catching him off guard. After 2 transformations, Frieza's combat power had reached an astonishing 15 trillion. It seems I can't hold back either, I have to exert my full strength in return. Lua smiled slightly, and suddenly the aura around him began to surge. With a loud shout, Lua's aura skyrocketed exponentially. His hair transformed into a golden hue in an instant. Simultaneously, his aura also turned golden. Super Saiyan. Lua had transformed into a Super Saiyan. His combat power surged from 6.5 billion to 32.5 billion. Frieza's expression changed. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect you could transform too. Are you really a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Sorry, I am a Super Saiyan from another universe. Lua smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Frieza's face stiffened, and he frowned. Another universe. On the other side, the other friends were also very surprised. Krillin exclaimed, Are the Saiyans from other universes this strong? Gohan said gravely, I think Mr. Lua's strength has already surpassed Dad. How is that possible? He surpassed Goku. That's impossible. Tianjinhan was somewhat surprised and the first to disagree. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his face and said, Lua might indeed be stronger than Goku, and his talent is slightly above Goku and Vegeta. Previously, Lua was not Gohan's opponent, but now after a year of training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he had reached this level, showing that he had already surpassed them. The young men stared in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling complex emotions, as they had never thought that besides the god of destruction Beerus, there were others who surpassed Goku and Vegeta. What was even more surprising was that the other party was also a Saiyan. At this moment, Lua looked at Frieza and chuckled softly. I still can't defeat you. Since that's the case. Lua's aura erupted again, the golden energy surging into the sky. Everything around him was flattened in that moment. Suddenly, strands of lightning appeared around Lua. Frieza looked at Lua's rapidly rising aura, his face changed, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible. This can't be. That is the Super Saiyan's second transformation. Gohan transformed into it back in the day. He can transform too. Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Gohan's eyes widened. The Super Saiyan 2 was the form he took when defeating Cell. Could Mr. Lua transform into it too? As Lua's shout fell, his aura suddenly exploded. In an instant, the ground beneath him couldn't bear the pressure and created a massive pit. Whoosh, 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 zzz. Zzz. The golden aura enveloped with electricity, and Lua's hair grew even longer, looking more handsome than during his Super Saiyan form, like a hedgehog. Ding. Host has activated the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Combat power reaching 165 trillion. Frieza was left speechless. The opponent's evolution had surpassed his own strength. Lua looked at him mockingly and said, Let's continue the fight. Whooshed. After saying that, Lua's figure flashed and disappeared. Frieza gritted his teeth, and with a burst of energy followed suit and vanished. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle commenced, the two clashed at high speed, creating countless ripples in the air, representing the intensity of the fight. Below, the Z fighters watched this scene closely. Too fast. I can't catch their movements at all. Tianjinhan gritted his teeth, his 3 eyes moving constantly, but unable to keep up with Lua and Frieza's actions. Gohan furrowed his brows, also struggling to keep up with the rhythm. Only Piccolo's eyes were fixed on the sky. His unique physical structure allowed him to see their movements. Bang. Suddenly, a figure plummeted at high speed. It was Frieza. Whoosh. Lua appeared behind him in the next instant, shouting loudly as he threw a punch. Frieza's expression changed, and he immediately used his tail to wrap around Lua's hand. Lua let out a cold laugh, then grabbed Frieza's tail with both hands and began to swing him around wildly. Frieza's face changed drastically as he shouted in panic. Huh. Lua exerted force and directly threw Frieza into the ground. His body smashed down hard, creating a large pit on the ground. Take this. Lua gathered a sphere of energy in his hand and then fiercely threw the energy ball out. Frieza's expression turned fierce as he steadied himself and also fired an energy ball. Boom. The two energy balls collided and exploded. Huh. Lua charged through the smoke with his golden aura towards Frieza. The latter suddenly burst out with energy, continuously firing energy balls at Lua. Lua was caught off guard and crossed his arms to block the attacks. Seeing this, Frieza went mad and frantically unleashed energy balls. Lua found it somewhat strenuous to resist. His aura was constantly weakening. Not good. We need to help him. Krillin's face changed dramatically as he prepared to intervene. No way. Even if we go to help now, it would be useless. We can't intervene in such a battle. Gohan stopped Krillin, speaking gravely. Krillin asked, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Lua lose? If that happens, our Earth is finished. Gohan fell silent. Piccolo suddenly looked at Bulma. Bulma, haven't you heard from Goku and the others? Bulma shook her head helplessly. No, I have no way to contact them. I can only communicate with them when Whis actively contacts me. TCH. Piccolo snorted impatiently and stopped asking. In the arena, Frieza revealed a smug smile, believing that by suppressing the opponent like this, he would win for sure. However, just as Frieza was feeling smug, a figure appeared behind him, and then he was hit hard with a punch. Ugh. Ugh. Frieza was dumbfounded. He incredulously turned around and saw Lua looking at him with a cold smile. How is that possible? That was instant transmission. Isn't that Dad's technique? Gohan couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. P.S. Based on the reactions from various readers, the combat power has been adjusted now. Oh, please don't say the author can't calculate anymore. I was wrong. The ordinary form transforms into Super Saiyan with a 50-fold increase. Transforming from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 has a 5-fold increase. Transforming from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 has a 5-fold increase. This is my limit. Since I've written this much, there are indeed some changes, so those readers who can't accept it can drop the book. I don't mind. As Luya unleashed his instant transmission, everyone was left in shock. Why was Luya able to teleport? Isn't that a technique of Wukong? Could it be that the opponent has also been to that planet? Gohan was somewhat puzzled. If Luya could use the Kamehameha, he could accept it since he taught Luya, but instant transmission. He couldn't do that. In the arena, after delivering a critical blow to Frieza, Luya kicked him away, and in the next instant, he vanished again, reappearing in front of Frieza for another strike, chasing him like a punching bag. Bang. Luya clenched his fists and smashed Frieza into the ground, causing the earth to crack wide open. In midair, Luya looked down, then clasped his hands at his waist. Recognizing the familiar technique, everyone immediately recognized it as the Kamehameha. Krillin, sweating, said, Gohan, is this the Kamehameha you taught him? Yes, Gohan nodded. In truth, he hadn't taught it. Luya had a system that allowed him to learn it directly, something he was unaware of. Boom. In an instant, a powerful energy gathered in Luya's hands, radiating brilliant light. With a thrust of his hand, a massive wave of energy erupted like a fountain, crashing into the ground. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire island. Get away from here. Gohan's expression changed dramatically as he quickly flashed to Bulma's side, taking her with him as they flew far away. The others, seeing this, changed their expressions and flew off in all directions. Boom. Luya's Kamehameha had completely flattened the island, causing it to collapse, waves surging everywhere. Luya, enveloped in golden energy, looked down expressionless. He did not believe Frieza had been killed. That guy hadn't even used his true strength yet. Realizing this, Luya suddenly became alert. Meanwhile, the others had also moved to another island, watching the scene with grave expressions. Do you think Luya can really defeat Frieza? Krillin asked, somewhat puzzled. Gohan shook his head. I don't know. Frieza must have come to Earth fully prepared. Even though he has transformed into his final form, I still have a bad feeling. I feel the same way. Tianjin Fan spoke solemnly. However, for Luya to be able to fight Frieza to this extent is already quite remarkable. Well, at least he can buy us some time. Waiting for Wukong and the others to return, Piccolo said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat helpless. Wukong and the others had yet to send any news, and Whis wasn't contacting Bulma either, so they had no way of finding Wukong. So now they could only wait. Boom. Suddenly, a faint tremor was felt, causing everyone's nerves to tense up. Luya, suspended in midair, looked solemnly at the water below, as if something were about to burst forth. Boom. In the next second, a massive water column shot up into the sky. Within the water column, a vague figure rose, but Luya didn't need to guess to know it was Frieza. That guy really wasn't hurt. However, this also excited him. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Frieza slowly ascended into the air. Although he wasn't severely injured, the scratches on his body made him look somewhat disheveled. Frieza looked at Luya without expression, his thoughts unknown. Luya gazed at him, and then smiled slightly, saying, Interesting, you really aren't hurt. His battle power was 100 billion higher than Frieza's, yet up to this point, he had only gained a slight upper hand, indicating that Frieza's combat experience was superior. Frieza looked at Luya with a serious expression and then said, "Your current strength truly baffles me. Why are you so powerful? Are you really a Saiyan from another universe? What else could it be?" Luya raised an eyebrow and replied. Frieza's expression suddenly turned cold. "I didn't expect Saiyans from other universes to be so powerful. Does that mean there are Frieza-like beings there as well?" Luya was somewhat surprised. How did he know? Although he wasn't a Saiyan from another universe, he did know that there was one universe that had powers similar to their current Universe 7, which was Universe 6, where there were Saiyans, and also a sinister little man similar to Frieza. Seeing Luya's expression, Frieza understood. "It seems I guessed correctly. Enough with the nonsense, let's get back to fighting. I intend to defeat you, not to boast." "Boasting? What do you mean?" Frieza asked, confused. Luya was taken aback for a moment, then realized it was somewhat strange. He recalled that the language style of his world was different from this one, and said lightly, "It means literally to brag, got it." "Are you a foreigner?" Frieza frowned. Luya glared. "You know what a foreigner is?" Frieza frowned again, and said coldly, "With your abilities, do you really think you can defeat me? That's impossible." He had always been defeated by Saiyans. He couldn't tolerate such humiliation happening again. Luya smirked, and said, "I know you haven't shown your true power yet, so now transform." "What?" Frieza's expression stiffened, and he said incredulously, "How do you know that I can still transform?" The fact that he could transform into Golden Frieza was his secret, his most powerful move. How did the opponent know? Luya smiled faintly, "Because I am already very familiar with this plot." "Frieza? Come on, let me see how powerful Golden Frieza is. Otherwise, you're definitely not my opponent right now," Luya said with a teasing smile. Frieza's expression darkened. He felt a sense of wariness. The opponent not only knew that he hadn't transformed yet, but also knew about his Golden Frieza form. What was his background? This made him feel quite apprehensive. However, since it had come to this, he had no way out. If he didn't transform again, he wouldn't be a match for this Saiyan. In that case, his plan would be utterly foiled. This was originally prepared for Son Goku, but since you have provoked me so much, then I will have to obey." Frieza suddenly sneered, and his aura began to surge violently. With Frieza's explosive aura, the sky darkened as thick clouds rolled and lightning flashing ominously, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At this moment, within several miles, the entire Earth was enveloped by Frieza's aura. That aura was astonishingly powerful. Krillin and the others stared in shock at the scene before them, never expecting that Frieza's aura could surge to such heights. What has this guy been through in his years of training? Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Initially, they thought that after all these years their powers had surpassed Frieza's, but they never anticipated that Frieza had also become this much stronger. The opponent truly was a genius. Gohan looked at Frieza's figure, his expression unusually grave. He feared that even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he wouldn't be a match for him. Boom, boom, boom. Not only were they shocked, but Lua was equally astounded. Unlike others, he could clearly sense just how much Frieza's aura had increased. 150 trillion, 160 trillion, 170 trillion. The opponent's aura was increasing at an abnormal rate, nearing an exponential rise. Lua felt a bit awkward. Damn it, at this rate, he was definitely not a match for him. What to do? Should he run? But he couldn't. If he ran, who would stop Frieza? Wouldn't the Earth be doomed? But if he didn't run, he might be the one to die. "System, can you issue a mission reward early?" Lua hurriedly asked the system. The system replied, "No, the host has not yet completed the task of defeating Frieza. Early rewards are not supported." "Damn it. What if I die?" Lua's face was filled with frustration. The system responded, "If the host is eliminated, this system will detach from the host and seek another one." Lua, damn. So heartless. Is there any way out? Lua's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, this system seemed a bit unreliable. The system said, "The host has two choices. 1. Use the Kaioken for a 50% chance of winning. 2. Use the Great Ape Transformation, which has a 50% chance of triggering the hidden skill Transform into Super Saiyan 4. With an 80% chance of success." Upon hearing this, Lua was about to choose the second option, but the system's voice echoed again. "Alert, if the host uses the Great Ape Transformation, he may not withstand the fierce Saiyan temperament, resulting in the host losing rationality and becoming a killing machine." Lua, damn, how terrifying. Suddenly Frieza's sinister laughter echoed. Lua looked over. At that moment, Frieza had transformed into gold. Aside from the color, not much had changed, but Lua knew that the transformation was not just a simple change in hue. Golden Frieza. Under the system's detection, Golden Frieza's combat power had reached 150 trillion. Damn it. 150 trillion. What does that even mean? This was undoubtedly more than 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Tense. At this moment, Lua felt the opponent was incredibly formidable. Damn. With 150 trillion combat power, he could probably wipe him out in an instant. Lua's expression was extremely serious, not to mention Gohan and the others who were already dumbfounded. Was this truly Frieza's real strength? So terrifying. Beneath that immense aura, they all felt an overwhelming oppression. Merely standing at a distance, they couldn't even muster the thought of battling him. Fear had nearly paralyzed their cells. "This form I shall call Golden Frieza." Frieza's face revealed a sinister charm as he continued. Although I don't know how you discovered my trump card, since you must have a card to play as well, right? Lua forced a smile, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his face. You indeed are incredibly powerful. It seems you've surpassed Son Goku and the others. Oh, what do you mean? Are you saying that only I can surpass them by transforming into Golden Frieza? Frieza's smile faded as he spoke lightly. Lua nodded. Indeed. Frieza grinned. Is that so? Very well. Then I'll deal with you first before going after Son Goku. Frieza's face twisted into a fierce expression. Then he did not attack Lua, but said, my current strength far exceeds yours, however I can give you a chance. As long as you agree to be my loyal subordinate and vow allegiance to me, I will spare your life. Lua smiled slightly. No need for that, because I might not necessarily lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Lua erupted with energy, golden aura enveloping him, with lightning crackling inside. Huh, Kaioken. Suddenly Lua roared in anger, and at that moment a surge of red aura appeared around his body. In an instant Lua's power was rapidly increasing. Kaioken. He can too. Krillin and the others stared at Lua in disbelief, questioning their very existence. Why could Lua even use the Kaioken? Instant transmission. Kamehameha. Kaioken. This Saiyan named Lua had actually mastered Goku's ultimate techniques. It seems we've all underestimated him. Piccolo's expression was serious. At this moment the aura erupting from Lua seemed to surpass that of Goku. Of course, that's assuming Goku hadn't gone to God of Destruction Beerus yet. Goku would definitely not be a match for Lua. One could only say that the opponent's innate talent was terrifying. Merely entering the hyperbolic time chamber had led to such an enhancement. They had also entered the time chamber back in the day to deal with Cell, but they hadn't improved like Lua. Even Gohan hadn't accomplished that. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the arena the air was raging and Lua's energy was still increasing. The red aura surrounding his golden energy was rapidly intensifying. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 160 trillion, 170 trillion, 180 trillion. Lua's energy was swiftly rising and his power had a trend of inflating like water being pumped into a balloon. I remember this technique. This was used by Son Goku on Namek. I never expected you could use it too. Frieza looked at Lua, his expression gradually becoming serious. The opponent's technique had already posed a threat to him. Huh, 7-fold Kaioken. Lua shouted in fury. The surroundings shattered, tsunamis surged and water erupted into the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Please rate and support. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment Lua's figure was completely enveloped by golden and red energy flows, his cold expression resembling that of a battle god. His muscular lines were notably more defined, filled with explosive power. In truth, Lua was quite worried, for transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to execute the King Kai fist was unprecedented. Even Sun Wukong could only use it in his super blue form. While in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already been practicing the King Kai fist, and he had persistently maintained its state while in Super Saiyan form. However, even with his strongest Super Saiyan talent, achieving the current 7-fold King Kai fist had taken him half a year. Otherwise, with his talent, his strength could be far beyond this. Boom boom boom. Ding. Host has successfully used the King Kai fist. Side effects calculation begins now. Current side effects 1. At this moment the system's voice echoed in his mind, momentarily baffling Lua. System, what do you mean by that? The system replied, the King Kai fist obtained by the host does not initially have side effects like Sun Wukong's. It starts with no side effects, and only accumulates them when the host uses it. Upon hearing this, Lua was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. Does that mean I can maintain this form indefinitely? The system responded, in theory, yes. However, while the King Kai fist has no side effects, it requires a massive amount of energy, and in your current state you can maintain it for at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lua's eyes narrowed. That might be sufficient. His battle power while using the 7-fold King Kai fist had already reached 113 trillion. Indeed, it had increased from over 10 trillion to over 113 trillion. Whoosh. At that moment a golden figure appeared before Lua. Before he could react, he felt a sting on his face, and in the next instant, he let out a scream, his body flying directly into the sea. The attacker was none other than Frieza, who stood in the void looking at the sea with a chuckle. So you think him weak? How dare you let your guard down during a fight? Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a water column shot into the sky, and Lua was sent flying. Maintaining his aura, he looked at Frieza and smiled. Come on. Frieza's expression turned grim, and he vanished like a bullet. Lua disappeared in an instant, and the void erupted in a fierce clash. It was an intense battle. These two are evenly matched, Krillin remarked as he observed the fight. No, on the surface Frieza has the absolute upper hand. Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the battle. Lua and Frieza engaged in a high-speed battle, exchanging blows, but their hit rates were low as they were mostly blocked by each other. Of course, during this time Lua also took a punch and a kick from Frieza. Overall, Frieza had the upper hand. With a shout, Lua suddenly appeared behind Frieza, pushing both hands forward. A blast of energy shot out, knocking Frieza back. Lua gritted his teeth and charged forward, but the next moment Frieza, who was flying back, suddenly vanished, and in the next instant he appeared before Lua with such speed that Lua only saw a blur. Bang! Off! Frieza delivered a punch that landed squarely in Luya's stomach, causing him to spit out foam and fly back like a shrimp. Frieza didn't give Luya a chance. He moved even faster, approaching Luya at supersonic speed, fists raised for another strike. Oh! Luya let out a scream as he fell. Frieza's face twisted in malice as he looked at the falling Luya. Then he extended his index finger and aimed it at Luya to reflect a laser cannon. Bang! 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 A dozen red laser beams bombarded, sending smoke billowing. At that moment, amidst the smoke, a figure fell out, Luya. He had sustained some injuries, but they were not fatal. Finally, he landed on a rock. Frieza looked at Luya and laughed. Ho ho ho. Is this all your power? It seems you are still no match for me. Luya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smirked. You are indeed strong, but how could I possibly lose to you? Oh, do you have any other techniques? Feel free to use them. Frieza spread his arms, flicked his tail, and said mockingly. Luya clenched his teeth, then instantly exploded with energy, raising his aura to its peak. He was still in the state of the King Kai fist. However, it was becoming somewhat strenuous. Normally, he could maintain it for 10 minutes, but now using energy against Frieza also consumed energy, leaving him with little time. He had to end this quickly. With that thought, Luya directly raised his energy to its maximum. At the same time, he brought his hands together at his waist. Kamehameha. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Gohan and the others were jolted awake. Krillin wanted to shout, but Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Don't interfere, Gohan said sternly. Krillin nodded quickly, and once Gohan released him, he excitedly said, Is this guy planning to use the technique Goku used against Cell on Frieza? Hope it works. Gohan silently prayed as he watched Luya in the arena. Meanwhile, Luya was frantically gathering energy, raising his aura to the maximum. Then the energy in his hands surged violently, only to be compressed. Frieza sensed something was off, looking at Luya with confusion. Hey, are you crazy? With such accumulation, if you launch an attack, you could destroy the entire Earth. Luya smiled slightly. What? Are you scared? Frieza's expression froze for a moment, then he laughed. Kid, even if your attack could harm me, just based on your speed, you won't be able to hit me. So you should conserve your energy, you might still have a chance. Luya smiled slightly and said nothing, but the next moment his aura suddenly surged. Frieza watched this scene with a sense of foreboding, but he did not believe that Luya could hit him. Or was Luya also just stalling for time? Thinking of this, Frieza's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent, and then he opened his palm towards Luya, gathering red energy. Die! The next moment, Frieza unleashed a burst of energy, shooting directly towards Luya. Luya's eyes widened, and in the next instant he roared. Kamehameha! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Luya's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only the energy blast passing through his afterimage. At this moment, Luya had arrived behind Frieza. What? What? Frieza was startled, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. Huh? Luya thrust forward, and in an instant a massive energy wave engulfed Frieza. Oh! Frieza let out a mournful scream, soon engulfed in the torrent of the energy wave. With a single Kamehameha blast, Luya obliterated everything in its path. Seawater itself split apart beneath the sheer force of his energy. Countless tons of seawater vaporized instantly. As far as the eye could see, the horizon vanished into an endless void. This was Luya's ultimate Kamehameha, channeled from his entire reservoir of ki, wielding over 11 trillion units of combat power. Who could fathom the staggering magnitude of such raw, transcendent energy? Indeed, had Luya unleashed this technique midair, it might well have shattered the entire Earth. Ha 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 ha. Luya remained frozen in his stance, gasping deeply. Every muscle ached with searing exhaustion after releasing that cataclysmic assault. The violent roaring ki gradually subsided. The crimson aura faded entirely, leaving only shimmering golden energy. Luya's stamina could no longer sustain the sevenfold Kaioken. He immediately withdrew the technique, and with it his Super Saiyan Grade 2 form collapsed, reverting him to a standard Super Saiyan. The breath he'd held for the Kamehameha had now dissipated, rendering him temporarily incapable of ascending to Super Saiyan Grade 2 again. That foe surely perished. Z-fighters watched the spectacle with palpable unease. They remembered Goku's own Kamehameha against Cell, so swift, so overwhelming that even Cell failed to react in time. And yet Luya's attack had surpassed that by an incalculable margin. Surely Frieza stood no chance against such power. A surge of exhilaration swept through them. The battle could be won without waiting for Goku and the others to return. Something is wrong. Gohan and Piccolo alone bore no relief, though instead their expressions hardened with grim foreboding. For Luya himself remained utterly vigilant. Could it be that he too possesses the same ability as Uncle Piccolo? Gohan clenched his teeth, voice tight. A cold sweat glistened on Piccolo's brow. Elsewhere, Luya's expression grew grave. He knew his devastating blow, though immense, had failed to kill Frieza. Frieza still lived. Beep. Frieza's life signature remains detectable. Mission incomplete. Please press onward. And Luya. And so he truly survived. Suddenly, everyone sensed it. A shift in the air, and turned as one toward a single point upon the sea's surface. Luya stared, beads of cold sweat forming along his temples. At that moment, a figure began to rise slowly from the churning waters. First the head, then the torso, and finally the full form emerged onto the surface, silence falling like a shroud across the world. Frieza. It was Frieza himself. And he had not died. And Luya gazed at him, and smiled faintly. You truly do possess 9 lives. Frieza's face twisted in fury. His appearance was horrific, stripped of his golden Frieza form, one arm severed entirely, half his waist gone, and over 70% of his tail reduced to ruin. Horrific. And though golden Frieza had sensed Luya's arrival, he had been a fraction too slow. Luya's instantaneous teleportation rendered his ki nearly undetectable. Even as golden Frieza, he struggled to respond. Curse you, damn Saiyan. Frieza snarled, his voice thick with venom, then erupted with a terrifying surge of ki. Instantly his mangled wounds began to writhe, flesh pulsing, something stirring beneath the torn tissue. Piccolo's eyes widened in alarm. Strike now, while he regenerates. He's regrowing his body. Luya blinked, stunned. What in the world? Does Frieza possess Piccolo's regeneration technique? Is this some cruel jest? Snapping back to reality, Luya hurled several rapid ki blasts, each detonating violently against Frieza's battered form. Yet in the next instant a wave of violet energy exploded outward, shattering the smoke and revealing Frieza whole once more. How? Luya's face paled. Frieza stood restored, limbs intact, posture rigid. Without expression he fixed Luya with a chilling gaze. You are the first who has ever forced me to regenerate. Regeneration? Luya demanded, voice low and sharp. And Frieza chuckled, a dry hollow sound. Indeed. Regeneration. This is my most guarded art, reserved only for absolute extremity. I am a cosmic being forged anew through fusion with universal matter. So long as physical substance remains, and I am not utterly annihilated in a single blow, I shall return. Then why did you not use it when defeated by Goku and Trunks? Frieza's expression darkened, as if struck by a wound long unhealed. Against Goku, I had no opening. Even regenerated, I could not match a Super Saiyan, nor survive his wrath. As for that teenage Super Saiyan, I never drew breath, not once. He gave me no respite before ending me. All because of you Saiyans. Wretched monkeys. You were meant to serve me. Yet time and again you reduce me to disgrace. Frieza's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he looked upon Luya. Enough lamentations. You've recovered some strength. Shall we continue? Luya's jaw tightened. Yes. He had used those moments to recover, but he was far from peak condition. Reaching Super Saiyan Grade 2 again remained impossible. Frieza, though weakened by regeneration, still possessed overwhelming power, enough to crush every warrior present. This would be a trial of steel and spirit. Frieza chuckled softly. Surrender. If you do, I might grant you mercy. And Luya grinned, sharp defiant. Surrender. Surrender is unthinkable. Luya would rather die, crushed beneath your fist, than bow to you. In Frieza's face darkened. Then die you shall. With that he ascended into the air and raised a single finger. Crimson energy coalesced, swelling rapidly into a blazing radiant sphere. Ho ho ho. Saiyan, my amusement ends here. Let you and this earth vanish together. Frieza roared, grinning with savage delight. In the next heartbeat he hurled the sphere downward. It swelled to 20 meters in diameter. Luya narrowed his eyes. Failure to intercept, it would erase the planet. What now? Just as Luya prepared to trigger his great Saiyan transformation, 2 figures flashed into existence before him. At the sight of them he froze, then exhaled, tension melting from his shoulders. At last, they had returned. In Goku, in Vegeta, and the Z-fighters erupted in cries of joy at their sudden arrival. Wukong and Vegeta had just returned from training with the God of Destruction when they unexpectedly encountered this situation upon instantaneously teleporting back to Earth. In an instant both of them sensed the imminent danger and turned to look at the red energy sphere pressing toward them. The next moment their expressions darkened as they simultaneously thrust out a hand, instantly blocking Frieza's energy blast. Huh. In the next second both of them erupted with energy and a terrifying force swept through the air. At the same time they exerted their strength, pushing the massive energy sphere back. How is this possible? Frieza's face changed dramatically and he quickly vanished from sight. Boom. The enormous energy sphere exploded in the distant clouds, instantly dyeing the entire sky crimson. Wukong and Vegeta restrained their energy. Wukong, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What's happening? Why is Frieza here on Earth?" At that moment, the Z-fighters gathered around Wukong and the others. Wukong looked at Gohan and the others, feeling somewhat happy. Gohan, Krillin. You're all here. What's going on? Gohan immediately recounted the events. Frieza has been revived. Upon hearing this, both Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. That guy Frieza truly never learns. How dare he destroy Earth? Wukong said angrily. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Ruya with a smile. Ruya, right. I heard you're also a Saiyan. Please specifically stop Frieza from causing chaos. We couldn't contact Earth, so it took us quite some time to locate its energy. Ruya nodded slightly. It's good that you're back. Frieza is tougher than I imagined. Since you're back, I will leave it to you. Wukong nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will defeat Frieza. Hey, Kakarot, let me handle Frieza. Ever since I broke through to Super Saiyan, I haven't fought him. So I'll go first. Vegeta suddenly said, unpleased. Wukong glanced at Vegeta and smiled. Alright, then you can go first. But don't you find this situation familiar? It's quite similar to back then. Hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily stunned, then smirked coldly. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit familiar. Back then, I wasn't a Super Saiyan yet, and it was Future Trunks who dealt with Frieza's invasion of Earth. He then suddenly looked at Ruya. You said you came from another universe. Ruya nodded slightly yes. Vegeta frowned and said in a low voice, it's strange that there are other universes besides ours. Moreover, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. What kind of universe do you come from? Ruya raised an eyebrow and replied, a very impressive universe. Impressive? What does that mean? Vegeta asked in confusion. The others were silent. Ruya held back a laugh and explained, it means very powerful. How powerful is it? Vegeta asked with a hint of understanding. Ruya replied seriously, extremely powerful. Damn. Vegeta's expression stiffened and his fists clenched. His temper flared, and he almost wanted to punch Ruya. Stop chatting, let's take care of Frieza first. This guy is much stronger than before. At that moment, Wukong suddenly spoke up, having not been paying much attention to their conversation, but rather focusing on Frieza, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. Just to be clear, Frieza will be dealt with by me, Vegeta. Everyone else stay back. Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly. Hearing this, Wukong hesitated, but ultimately agreed. Alright, then you go. Ruya suddenly said, but Frieza can transform into Golden Frieza, so be careful. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Has he really gotten stronger? I have also improved, and it's easy to deal with him. Ruya shook his head in exasperation. As a failed king of bragging, he genuinely worried for Vegeta. However, he said nothing and followed Wukong and the others to a distance. Currently, Ruya's energy was greatly depleted, so it was best to avoid direct confrontation, especially since he hadn't transformed into Super Blue, yet making it impossible to defeat Frieza. Krillin, can you give me a Senzu Bean? Ruya suddenly looked at Krillin. Krillin quickly nodded, of course. If it weren't for you, we might have all been killed by Frieza. Saying this, he took out a Senzu Bean and handed it to Ruya. Ruya took it and swallowed it immediately. In less than 2 seconds, his condition reached its peak. Moi. At this moment, Wukong suddenly looked at Ruya, his expression somewhat grave. It seemed that this guy's energy was not weaker than his own. Wukong thought to himself, making a decision in his heart. Meanwhile, Vegeta slowly moved and approached Frieza. After Frieza dodged the attack, he was also recovering his strength, and fortunately these guys were too absorbed in their own excitement, giving him a chance to breathe. At this moment, seeing Vegeta approaching, he suddenly smiled and said, ho ho ho. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's my loyal subordinate Vegeta. Vegeta's expression turned cold. Don't get it wrong, I, Vegeta, have never considered you my boss. Frieza paid no mind to this, thinking it was merely Vegeta's pride, and laughed. Vegeta, you came at the right time. Join me, help me kill Son Goku, and that Saiyan, and I can make you my right-hand man. Become my top general, what do you say? Vegeta was silent for a second, then revealed a wicked smile. It seems the conditions aren't bad. Frieza thought he had won Vegeta over and said, right, so come to my side. Vegeta actually started walking toward Frieza. What is he doing? Seeing her husband about to betray them, Bulma was instantly furious. Wukong looked at Vegeta, his smile unchanged. Don't worry, Vegeta is no longer the old Vegeta. Ruya remained silent, slowly closing his eyes to assess his own condition. Fortunately, his power had not only not caused any side effects, but had also significantly increased. In the battle against Frieza, Ruya had been unleashing all his power, and his Super Saiyan talent had been activated continuously, allowing him to grow stronger while fighting Frieza. Now his battle power was 6.7 billion, an increase of 200 million from before. He also saw Wukong and Vegeta's battle powers through the system. They hadn't even transformed into Super Saiyans yet, and their battle powers had already reached an astounding level. Wukong's battle power was 6.9 billion, while Vegeta was also close to 6.8 billion. The two had nearly equal battle powers, but with their strength this small difference was completely negligible. As Vegeta approached Frieza, he came to a stop. Frieza looked at him with a smile, showing a hint of pride. Bang! In the next instant, Frieza was struck hard, his entire body curling up like a shrimp. Ugh! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in agony. Vegeta had already appeared before him, and his fist had landed squarely on Frieza's abdomen. Vegeta leaned close to Frieza's ear and mockingly said, I'm sorry, but I'm not the least bit interested in your offer. Frieza's eyes turned red with disbelief. Vegeta's expression turned cold as he bellowed, sending Frieza flying. The latter crashed through several small hills and finally smashed into a cliff. Vegeta snorted coldly, is this all you've got? Frieza was embedded in the cliff, gritting his teeth as he glared at Vegeta. He had not expected this, if Vegeta had dared to lay a hand on him. Crackle. Floating out, Frieza looked at Vegeta with a grim expression, then coldly remarked, I never imagined that my former subordinate would become so strong today. Vegeta coldly replied, you haven't seen or imagined many things yet. For example, As he finished speaking, Vegeta let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This? Frieza's pupils contracted in disbelief. Vegeta sneered, it's not over yet. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta's energy exploded again as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. You didn't expect this, did you, Frieza? Vegeta can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta pointed at himself with a smirk. Frieza gritted his teeth, suddenly closing his eyes, calming himself before opening them to look at Vegeta, and said with a smile, I admit I'm a bit surprised, but so what? Frieza and the universe's #1 genius. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you won't be my match. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza clenched his fist, the veins on his forehead bulging as he began to unleash his power. Boom. With Frieza's roar, the purple aura surrounding him transformed into golden divine radiance. His body gradually underwent a metamorphosis, becoming golden Frieza. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power radiated from his body, shaking the heavens. Vegeta's expression stiffened and cold sweat trickled down his face. Damn it. On the other side, Goku, seeing this form for the first time, wore an expression of disbelief. How did he train to reach this level? This is golden Frieza. His power is terrifying. Even Leia wouldn't be able to defeat him. If it weren't for Leia using instant transmission along with the strongest Kamehameha, he would have been finished. Krillin said gravely. Goku looked somewhat complex. Instant transmission Kamehameha. Leia, you're quite strong. Will Uncle Vegeta be alright? Gohan asked with concern. Goku smiled and said, Don't worry, Frieza has indeed become stronger, but we haven't fallen behind in our training. Don't worry, Vegeta won't lose. The others were puzzled. Even with more training, did these two have some kind of adventure? Leia smiled knowingly. He understood why Goku was so confident, because both Goku and Vegeta could further enhance their powers and had reached the realm of Super Saiyan Blue. Swish, swish, swish. The golden aura enveloped Frieza, and now transformed back into golden Frieza, his aura peaked. His power was indeed greater than Leia's, but the latter's instant transmission coupled with the strongest Kamehameha made it difficult to defend against, which is why he had been injured. I never thought your power would reach such a level. It's truly terrifying. Even the proud Vegeta was somewhat shaken. After all, it had been many years since Frieza was killed, and now the speed at which he had improved in Hell was more terrifying than they had anticipated. They had been personally trained by Whis. They had originally thought that Frieza being at their level would no longer keep up with them, but the power he exhibited posed a significant threat. Ha ha ha. Do you think you're the only ones who can progress? This is the new form I have developed after so many years in Hell. I call it Golden Frieza. Frieza laughed heartily, somewhat smug. Vegeta's expression darkened as he snorted, So what? I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Frieza paused, surprised, and said, Oh, is that so? Then you don't need to hold back, come on. Unleash your power. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then his aura began to surge violently. He looked up at the sky and roared in rage, and in that instant a terrifying golden aura burst from him, and the yellow energy underwent a transformation. Vegeta's aura is rising. Quickly, Piccolo's eyes widened, and he was dripping with cold sweat. So powerful. Krillin and the others were dumbfounded. They were stunned. What had Vegeta gone through? Goku smiled mysteriously without saying a word. Leia narrowed his eyes slightly, estimating Vegeta's strength with the system. Vegeta's aura continued to rise, and his battle power had exceeded 10 trillion. And it was still rising. Vegeta was still howling, as if only by doing so could he fully unleash his power. Frieza's expression was beginning to strain. He gritted his teeth and stared at Vegeta in disbelief. How is this possible? I don't believe it. With a high-pitched roar, the aura around Vegeta turned blue, and it could no longer be called energy. It moved like liquid. Divine aura. With a head resembling a blue hedgehog, Vegeta's aura underwent a tremendous change as he coldly looked at Frieza and said, What do you think? This is my power. Frieza's expression darkened. Vegeta's aura had already exceeded his current energy consumption. He regretted not training for half a year longer before coming to trouble these Saiyans, and he had also consumed quite a bit of energy in his recent battle with Leia. Vegeta had no intention of wasting time talking with him. The battle cells within him activated, and instantly Vegeta charged towards Frieza. Damn it! Frieza roared in anger and charged in to meet him. Bang! The two fists collided, and in an instant a shockwave erupted. Boom! The two clashed heat-in, and both were immediately sent flying back, but in the next moment, they retaliated simultaneously. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and at that moment Frieza had already flashed behind Vegeta. A direct elbow strike came crashing down. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head and dodged Frieza's attack. At the same time, he suddenly thrust his elbow back, but Frieza blocked it. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flickered and appeared above Frieza, his hands launching a ki blast. Whoosh! Frieza's speed was incredibly fast. He vanished in the blink of an eye, dodging the attack, and reappeared at Vegeta's side, delivering a kick that sent him flying. In a matter of seconds, the two's movements were impossible to capture. Krillin and the others watched the scene with heavy hearts, surprised by the strength of both sides, while secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Boom! Whoosh! Vegeta erupted with energy, ascending into the sky, while glancing at Frieza with a cold snort. Frieza's expression twisted into a grimace as he crossed his arms, each fingertip glowing with red light. Taste my attack. Frieza snorted coldly, then suddenly pointed in Vegeta's direction. In an instant, 10 beams of red light shot out. The appearance of the beams was perfectly timed, completely blocking Vegeta's path of movement. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face as he gritted his teeth and unleashed several strikes. Several key blasts exploded around him, and in the next moment they detonated. At the same time, Vegeta unleashed his energy, a blue pillar bursting forth from the smoke as he leaped into the air, then charged towards Frieza. But at that moment, Frieza revealed a strange smile. "I've been waiting for you." He suddenly spread his palms towards Vegeta. Boom. A terrifying condensed energy blast shot out instantly. Vegeta's expression changed. He had no time to dodge and could only block with his arms crossed. Boom. The next moment, Vegeta's figure plummeted down. Frieza, seeing this, had no intention of letting him off and charged fiercely towards Vegeta's form. In an instant, Frieza delivered a flying kick to Vegeta's back, accelerating his descent. He crashed into the ocean, creating a splash. However, with a furious shout, Vegeta surged out of the water again. He looked at Frieza and gritted his teeth, gathering energy. Final flash. Boom. The terrifying energy erupted again as a powerful force gathered in Vegeta's palm. Frieza's expression changed, and he revealed a serious look. The next moment, he grimaced and said, "Then bring it on." Frieza also began to gather a terrifying energy, a golden aura combining with his palms, exuding a terrifying presence. "Frieza, die for me," Vegeta shouted angrily, unleashing his ultimate move as a massive energy wave surged downwards. Frieza sneered, "Ho ho ho, bloom beautiful fireworks." Boom. In an instant, he exerted force from his palm, unleashing a terrifying golden energy wave. Boom 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 boom. The two energies collided directly, holding each other in a stalemate. However, the surrounding environment couldn't withstand their power and began to be destroyed. Goku and the others watched the scene with serious expressions. Goku sighed, "Frieza has indeed become this strong." Beside him, Lua observed the battle and was already considering a decisive strike against Frieza. If he could eliminate Frieza, his mission would be complete. "These two are so strong," Gohan exclaimed. As a Saiyan, he felt a surge of excitement, thinking that if he had persisted in training over the years, he might have reached that level too. With that thought, Gohan's expression suddenly turned resolute. It seemed he couldn't slack off. "I can't let these two run amok, otherwise the Earth will be destroyed," Goku suddenly said with a serious tone. In the next moment, he erupted with energy, shouting angrily as a terrifying power surged from him, and he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku, Dad. Krillin and the others looked at Goku in surprise. It turned out that Goku could transform too. Goku nodded, then suddenly vanished, reappearing between the two energy waves. He instantly maximized his energy, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful move. Came. Haim. Huh. Huh. Boom. Goku used the Kamehameha to push the attacks of both fighters off the Earth. The scene returned to normal, and both Frieza and Vegeta were somewhat exhausted. However, it was evident that Frieza's condition was worse. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Seeing his battle being interrupted, Vegeta immediately became displeased and glared at Goku. Goku helplessly replied, "If you keep fighting like this, there will be no Earth left." Vegeta snorted coldly, tossing his head arrogantly, and said, "Who cares if it dies or lives?" Goku retorted, "You have a family now, shouldn't you have some sense of belonging?" Hearing this, Vegeta's face turned green. "Shut up. Kakarot, I give you 3 seconds. Get out of the way. My battle with Frieza isn't over." Goku hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "It's time for me to step in." "What did you say?" Vegeta's expression immediately turned unfriendly. Goku laughed heartily and said, "You're using too much energy and you can't win against this guy, but let me take over. I've already found his weakness." "What a..." Vegeta's anger flared. "You say I can't beat him? Are you joking?" "Oh, weakness. You say I have a weakness? Ha ha ha. Son Goku, you're quite amusing. Frieza could never have a weakness." Frieza suddenly interjected, his expression somewhat insulted. "It's your stamina." At that moment, Lua suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone froze. Lua smiled slightly, secretly pleased, thinking to himself that it was time for him to show off. "So you noticed too? You're quite impressive." Goku looked at Lua with admiration. Lua humbly replied, "Stay low-key. TCH. Stop babbling here. The weakness you mentioned doesn't even exist." Frieza snarled. Goku looked at him and smiled. "If that's the case, then let's have a match." Frieza clenched his fist tightly, staring intensely at Goku. "Kakarot, are you thinking of backing out? You promised it would be my turn." Vegeta suddenly said solemnly. Goku scratched his head, saying, "When did I say that? You've fought for so long, why not take a break while I defeat this guy? Isn't that good?" "No way. Absolutely not." Vegeta roared. Goku shrugged, then looked at Frieza and asked with a smile, "Hey Frieza, do you want to have a match with me?" "Frieza?" "Vegeta." Fu Lixa's face went ashen as he glared at Sun Wukong. "You? What are you saying?" In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, as if he were a mere clown. Played for fools by these two, he thought. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile, then suddenly surged with power as a blue divine aura wrapped him. "Come. Your target is me, isn't it?" Fu Lixa ground his teeth, erupted with energy, and shot towards Sun Wukong. Wukong's eyes sharpened, and he struck at once. They collided at blistering speed, each impact rippling through the air. Beiji Ta's expression soured. He soon calmed, dispelled his super blue, and descended to the ground. Though Fu Lixia had expended tremendous energy, he had not yet been overwhelmed by Wukong. Still, the situation shifted quickly. His complexion worsened, his breaths came ragged, and he looked drained. Wukong regarded Fu Lixia with mild puzzlement. Fu Lixia, you only just achieved this form, didn't you? Fu Lixia froze, then bared his teeth at Wukong. What do you mean by that? Wukong smiled. You should have grown accustomed to this form before coming to Earth, otherwise even Beijita and I might not be your match. Fu Lixia snorted coldly. Even now you are no match for me. Wukong replied, you must be exhausted by now. This form has devoured too much of your strength, your flaws are widening. At this rate you will scarcely be my opponent. Enough talk, Fu Lixia snarled, and with a surge of energy, charged at Wukong. His fist shot forward, but Wukong seized it. What? Fu Lixia's face darkened. Wukong grinned, holding his fist. Too slow, he said. With a sharp motion, Wukong spun, grabbed Fu Lixia, and flung him. The impact sent him flying. Fu Lixia, not to be underestimated, forced himself to arrest his momentum. Fu Lixia! Wukong roared, launching himself and driving both fists down in a crushing blow. Fu Lixia was struck hard and began to fall. A cliffside shattered under the impact, and Fu Lixia rebounded from the force. In the next instant, Wukong appeared before him, palm outstretched, and an energy blast sent him hurtling away again. The rear cliff exploded. Fu Lixia finally smashed into distant rubble as dust billowed. Wukong watched his direction with a cold, hard gaze. Victory! Wu Fan and the others smiled with joy. Bei Jita scoffed proudly. Humph. If this prince had not worn him down, Kakaluote would have had nothing to do with it. Luya said, nothing, deliberately lowering his presence so he could strike by surprise when the moment came. It was best that he alone finish off Fu Lixia. Wukong's expression shifted. He immediately grew serious. The next moment, a howl split the air. Aya, son Wukong. Fu Lixia, wrapped in a golden aura, shot into the sky. Wukong's gaze steeled. His body trembled as a deep blue divine aura twisted around him. He followed upward and met Fu Lixia eye to eye. Fu Lixia stared at Wukong, but he was visibly weakening, his breathing growing ragged. Fu Lixia, you cannot hold that form any longer. Give up. Wukong spoke evenly. Fu Lixia snorted, surrender. How could I, Fu Lixia, ever lose? Are you mocking me? He roared with a bestial snarl, erupted with power, and charged straight at Wukong. Die. Bloodshot and full of hatred, Fu Lixia hurled a fist. Wukong snorted, ducked beneath the blow, and flowing with the motion, delivered a punch of his own. It struck his abdomen dead center. Fu Lixia's face warped in pain. He convulsed and retched. Wukong's punch nearly pierced him. Suddenly a light flashed across Fu Lixia's body. The golden form dissipated, and he reverted to his final form. Damn! Fu Lixia tried to turn and strike, but Wukong vanished and reappeared behind him, kicking him toward the ground. Fu Lixia slammed into the earth with a howl. The land trembled and solid rock fractured beneath him. Wukong descended slowly, expressionless, as he watched Fu Lixia. Fu Lixia struggled to his feet, disbelief etched on his face as he murmured, This is impossible. How could I possibly lose? He cried, smashing his fists into the ground and carving a small crater. Wukong said coldly, Fu Lixia, you have no hope left. I will send you back to hell now. Fu Lixia's visage twisted into a mad grin, and he laughed, Heh. Huh. If so, then we will die together. Wukong's face registered sudden horror and a rising unease. Fu Lixia raised his fist, preparing to strike the ground. Wukong moved to stop him, but it was too late. Fu Lixia snarled, Begone, and drove his fist down. At the instant his fist was about to slam, a figure materialized at his side and grabbed his wrist. What? Fu Lixia's face drained of color as he stared in disbelief at the one who had stopped him. Luya smiled faintly. I've been waiting for you. With that he seized and hurled him. Fu Lixia was flung far away. With a thunderous burst, Luya exploded with energy, reaching Super 2 while invoking Jia Wang Quan Kaioken and began to gather his ki. Goei Pai Chi Gong. Luya did not hesitate. He unleashed his greatest power and struck at Fu Lixia with relentless force. Fu Lixia screamed, I will return. He let out a final wail as he dissolved into a spray of blood and ash within the Goei Pai Chi Gong. The sudden scene left everyone stunned, and none had expected Fu Lixia to attempt mutual annihilation, nor that Luya, as if foreseeing it, would intercept and kill him. Even Wukong and Bei Jita broke into cold sweat. Seeing Luya's present form, both men fell silent and grave. Wukong, above all, had not imagined his opponent could employ Jia Wang Quan. Such a move had not occurred to him. This man is truly formidable. The death of Frieza left everyone in the arena in a complex state of disbelief, and Era's evil emperor had been defeated, which was truly hard to believe. After defeating Frieza, Luya dispersed his form and returned to his original appearance. Rewards have been issued: 500 million points of battle power. The host has obtained Frieza's cells, enabling survival in outer space. Additionally, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill has been awarded. 100 Senzu beans have been granted. The power of the Kaioken has been upgraded, currently at 10 times its original strength. Hearing the series of notifications in his mind, Luya felt a surge of joy. This reward is indeed quite generous, boosting his battle power by 500 million points. Moreover, he now possesses the Super Saiyan 3 skill. This means he can transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Son Goku. It is known that in the entire Dragon Ball series, only Goku and Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, can transform. Now there is another person who can. That. Leah. At this moment, Goku's call brought Leah's thoughts back to reality. Leah looked at Goku and asked with confusion, "What is it?" Goku said with a serious expression, "How do you know my techniques?" The other friends rushed over, looking at Leah with curiosity. Vegeta crossed his arms, staring at Leah with narrowed eyes. Leah glanced at everyone and said, "I learned it from Gohan." Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Goku looked at Gohan and asked, "Gohan, can you also use my instant transmission and Kaioken?" Gohan shook his head saying, "That I can't. I only taught Leah the techniques I know. I can't teach him your ultimate moves." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in understanding and then looked at Leah. Leah smiled slightly and said, "Instant transmission is my original creation. And the Kaioken is something I comprehended." What a... Everyone's expressions changed drastically, looking at Leah in disbelief. Meanwhile, far away in heaven, King Kai also broke out in a cold sweat. Goku looked at Leah with a strange expression and said, "You created it. Do you know where instant transmission comes from?" "From the Yardrat planet. I went there once and found the inhabitants very kind, so I taught them." "Is there a problem with that?" Leah explained as if it were a matter of course. Inside, he was secretly laughing, thinking, who doesn't know a bit of Dragon Ball history? As a time traveler, he had this down pat. Goku's expression turned serious upon hearing this, as he had learned instant transmission from Yardrat himself. Leah's words seemed to have some truth to them. How is that possible? You look so young. How could you possibly know such a technique? Back then you were just a child." Vegeta gritted his teeth as he spoke. Leah looked at him and smiled. "Actually, I am already 520 years old." "What a..." Everyone was stunned. Leah chuckled. "Actually, I cultivated for 500 years in our place, compressing myself under a mountain to train. For 500 years I neither ate nor drank, enduring the elements, which is why I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. And my hometown is called Wuzishin." Everyone was left speechless. Leah continued, "Later, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, I began to seek opponents in the universe, defeating unbeatable foes until I arrived in this universe. Eventually, I traveled through the universe, discovering that there were Saiyans in this universe, and then I came to Earth." Listening to Leah's seemingly boastful claims, everyone was somewhat skeptical. Is there really someone in this world who can live for hundreds of years? To be honest, apart from the gods, I have never seen anyone live this long. Goku scratched his head. "I haven't heard that Saiyans can live this long either," Vegeta said indifferently. "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?" Leah smiled slightly. He suddenly realized that spinning tails also requires skill. Without some knowledge, one really can't boast recklessly. But is it illegal to boast? It shouldn't be illegal. Just as everyone was puzzled, Goku suddenly said, "Forget it. It doesn't matter, although it's hard to believe, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." "Huh?" Then Goku looked at Leah, suddenly smiling confidently. "Mr. Leah, could you spar with me?" Leah was taken aback for a moment and then asked with some confusion, "Are you sure?" Goku clenched his fist and smiled. "Of course. You're so powerful. Oh, I want to have a match with you." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit helpless, but they were used to Goku's personality, so they weren't surprised. Vegeta, however, gritted his teeth, somewhat irritated, but he snorted and said nothing more. Ding. System task activated. Task content: fight against Son Goku for 1,000 rounds without defeat. Leah exclaimed, "How did a task suddenly come up? And it's such a high difficulty task." Without using Kaioken during Super Saiyan 3, he simply couldn't match Son Goku's strength. "So Mr. Leah," Goku suddenly asked, eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Leah hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "All right. Great." Goku immediately became excited, showing his happiness without reserve. "Let's move further away to fight, or we might cause damage here," Leah suggested. In a desert, Leah and Wukong gazed at each other from a distance, both quietly suspended in midair, unmoving as the fierce winds howled around them. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, causing both to blink. In the next moment, they suddenly vanished from their spots. Crash! In midair, they appeared simultaneously, throwing punches at each other. A wave of energy surged forth. They locked eyes, revealing a hint of a smile, and in the next instant, he bellowed in anger, unleashing his energy. Thus began a rapid and chaotic brawl. Bang! 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 Huh! 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 The more they fought, the braver they became, their energies surging wildly. Whoosh! 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 With a loud crash, both retreated swiftly. At the same time, they unleashed their energies, transforming into Super Saiyans. Wukong looked at Leah with a slight smile and said, "I didn't expect your power to be so formidable. No wonder you can withstand Frieza." Leah smiled slightly. "You are impressive too." If it weren't for the sudden increase of 500 million in battle power, he would probably not be Wukong's match. Even now, he had to remain extremely vigilant. The opponent's battle experience was simply too rich. Compared to him, a novice, he was overwhelmingly strong. Wukong suddenly said, "I heard you can transform into Super Saiyan second stage." Leah nodded yes. Wukong grinned confidently, "Then let's do it." Huh. With a loud roar, Wukong transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. His power surged dramatically. Luya also felt a thrill, and he too let out a furious roar, his aura reaching its peak in an instant. Crackle, crackle. His body radiated lightning like little snakes. With Luya sporting golden hair, he clenched his fist and smiled. How about this? This is my Super Saiyan second stage. Wukong looked at Luya in astonishment, exclaiming, it really looks similar. He then flashed a smile. Your power isn't weaker than mine. With this we can really enjoy the fight. Wait, Luya suddenly interrupted. You should still be able to transform right into Super Saiyan third stage. Wukong was taken aback and then nodded. Indeed I can. Luya smirked. Then go ahead and use it. Wukong hesitated. Are you sure? If I transform again the power will be immense. Luya waved his hand dismissively. No worries, just transform quickly. Wukong's expression turned serious. Alright, watch closely. Huh. In the next moment, Wukong began to unleash his energy, a massive aura shooting skyward, causing the sky to change color as countless white clouds sped by, the whole world seemingly enveloped in Wukong's energy. Luya looked at Wukong and then said, System, activate Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. Ding. Activating Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. The host can transform into Super Saiyan third stage. Luya's expression suddenly twisted in anger, and the next moment, he let out a furious roar. Ah! Boom. A golden pillar of energy shot into the sky. The entire cloud layer was stirred up. In the arena, two terrifying auras erupted, and both of their energies surged rapidly. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a young man with long black hair suddenly sensed something. He turned to look into the distance, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes, followed by a long silence. Son Wukong. These two energy signatures, have they already clashed? Meanwhile, at Bulma's house, the god of destruction, Beerus, who was eating dessert, suddenly looked into the distance. Lord Beerus, this Luya seems to be quite mysterious. Whiz said, savoring a spoonful of ice cream, looking enchanted. So what? If he dares to harbor ill intentions toward this universe, just destroy him. Beerus said nonchalantly. At that moment, Bulma brought over a plate of desserts and suddenly said, there's no need for that. Luya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you two wouldn't be able to enjoy these treats. Moi. Beerus was taken aback, then shrugged. All right then, since that's the case, let's give him a chance. Bulma smiled. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Beerus said proudly, this is for the sake of these pastries. Whis chuckled, then suddenly thought of something and looked into the distance with a meaningful gaze. Meanwhile, in the desert, Wukong and Luya both shouted in unison, their energies reaching a peak. As they did, their hair grew down to their waists, their faces cold, and their original eyebrows vanished, enveloped in a terrifying golden aura. Wukong looked at Luya and smiled slightly. Indeed, you still have hidden power. Luya replied with a grin. I do have some trump cards. He couldn't reveal that he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 after defeating Frieza, otherwise he would surely shock Wukong again. Then let's get started. Huh. Wukong grinned. The power Luya displayed excited him greatly, as the opponent's energy was strong enough, not much weaker than his own. This made him somewhat anticipatory. Luya slightly nodded, then struck a battle pose, and Wukong did the same. Whoosh. In the next instant, both vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The two directly engaged in combat high in the air, their bodies continuously moving with their punch speeds, leaving only afterimages, making it impossible to see their actions. As they collided, rolling thunder and lightning swept through the arena, the sound of their clashes resounding like thunder. Huh. Wukong suddenly landed a punch on Luya's face, and Luya let out a scream, directly flying backward. Wukong's body suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Luya, ready to strike again. Luya reacted, quickly countering with a push, launching a ki blast straight at Wukong. Wukong screamed in pain, being pushed back far. Seizing the opportunity, Luya unleashed the prince's fighting technique, sending countless ki blasts toward Wukong. Ah! Wukong fell into a passive position. Ding. The host has battled Son Wukong for 552 rounds. Please keep up the effort. Ding. The host. Luya pushed himself harder, wildly releasing ki blasts. But just then a terrifying energy emanated from Wukong. Huh. Wukong unleashed his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the overwhelming aura directly pushing Luya back. No honor in battle. Luya said, somewhat speechless. Damn, it was supposed to be a fair fight, and you transformed into Super Blue. Are you bullying me for not being Super Blue? Wukong looked at Luya and smiled slightly. You are really impressive to force me into Super Saiyan Blue. Luya hesitated for a moment and then asked, how did you transform into Super Blue? Can you teach me some techniques? Wukong. Facing the bizarre question from Luya, Wukong did not take it to heart, but said, I have put in a lot of effort to cultivate to this point. Becoming a Super Saiyan Blue isn't something that can be done easily. Luya nodded in understanding. Got it. Wukong smiled and asked, shall we continue? My current strength surpasses yours. Luya could not refuse after all. The system had given him a task, and he had only completed half of it after a few hundred rounds. Of course we continue. Although you've transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, I haven't used my full strength yet. Luya said confidently. Is that so? You also have the king's fist. Wukong seemed to remember something, and then he laughed. Luya nodded, that's right. Boom. Immediately Luya unleashed a powerful aura transforming into Super Saiyan 3 once more. King's Fist. Suddenly with a roar, a terrifying power erupted from Luya's body. Swish, swish, swish. The red aura enveloped him again, incredibly frightening. Wukong narrowed his eyes, revealing a serious and heavy expression, yet more excitement. Impressive. You actually managed to unleash the King's Fist to 7 times. He too could use the King's Fist, but in this state he dared not attempt it. Having not trained in it, he wouldn't recklessly combine it with Super Blue. Luya smiled slightly. 7 times. No, I can do even more. Just as he finished speaking, Luya suddenly erupted again, his aura surging violently with a roar. 10 times King's Fist. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. With the tenfold King's Fist, his power surged once more. Wukong's expression became serious. The opponent's strength was no less than his own. What an incredible power. It seems I need to train in the King's Fist too. Wukong smiled slightly, but then said, although your power has surged, the physical burden brought by the King's Fist is immense. You're almost on the same level as Frieza. Luya smiled mysteriously. Is that so? Then let's see. As he spoke, Luya suddenly charged at Wukong, his speed so fast that it startled Wukong. Bang. Just as he reacted, Wukong was struck hard, screaming as he flew away. Cough. So fast. Wukong stopped his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and revealed an excited smile. Luya looked at Wukong, his aura exploding once again, his expression serious and cold. Come again. Wukong laughed heartily and charged out directly. Luya snorted coldly, refusing to back down, and charged out as well. Bang, 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 bang. The two began by colliding at high speeds. As they exchanged punches, Luya suddenly unleashed his aura to execute the King's Fist, his speed increasing to another level, and with a powerful blow, he sent Wukong crashing into the desert. Boom. A massive pit appeared, and as Wukong fell into it, he gritted his teeth and shot up into the sky, his speed suddenly increasing. Luya's heart stirred, and he suddenly launched an energy blast. Swish. Suddenly, Wukong vanished from his spot, and in the next moment he appeared beside Luya, delivering a kick to his stomach. Ugh. Luya was kicked so hard that he spat out stomach acid. Without giving Luya a chance, Wukong directly punched him into the desert. Ha. In an instant, Wukong gathered energy and unleashed a super strong Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding desert was blown apart for several kilometers. A massive pit appeared in the center. As the dust settled, Wukong looked down into the pit, smiling slightly, saying, I know you won't be easily defeated. The next second, a rumble echoed, and the entire desert seemed to tremble at that moment. With a furious roar, a powerful column of energy shot up into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds in the entire sky. At the source of the light column, Luya's body slowly rose, his clothes somewhat tattered, and with several wounds, yet his aura had hardly diminished. Seeing this scene, Wukong's expression immediately became serious. He had underestimated Luya's strength. This guy was ridiculously powerful. Clearly the opponent did not possess the domain of the gods, yet he could fight to this extent. Even Wukong had to admire him. Luya had yet to shake off the power of the King's Fist, but he was starting to breathe heavily, just as Frieza had before. It must be said that using the King's Fist often increased the intensity, and prolonged use affected him. Luya looked at Wukong, and then said, I can still fight. Wukong nodded, then he'll go. As soon as he spoke, Wukong suddenly erupted with energy, and draped in blue divine aura, he charged directly at Luya. Luya gritted his teeth and charged out as well. In fact, completing the task was simple. As long as he swallowed a Senza bean, he could easily last for 1,000 rounds. But saying that, not only would Wukong be unable to accept it, even Luya himself couldn't accept doing that. He was a Saiyan. Inheriting the pride of the Saiyans, his proud self-esteem would not allow him to do so. Bang, bang, bang. The two began to collide at high speeds again, but as the battle progressed, Luya gradually found himself at a disadvantage. However, Luya also felt that although it was a contest between them, Wukong was correcting his shortcomings during the fight, and he didn't control the power of Super Saiyan 3 as well as Wukong. The latter was helping him grow stronger. Unlocking the strongest Saiyan talent, Luya quickly mastered his own power while also honing his combat experience. Bang! In a moment of opportunity, Luya landed a solid punch on Wukong's right cheek, sending him flying dozens of meters. Ding! You have battled with Wukong for 999 rounds, only one more round to go, keep it up, host. Luya's heart stirred, and the next moment he suddenly looked at Wukong and said, let's settle this with one move. Wukong was taken aback, then smiled confidently, sure. Luya erupted with energy, executing the King's Fist to its peak. Wukong, not to be outdone, also erupted his blue divine aura, multiplying several times. The two techniques coincidentally matched. Two distinctly different Kamehamehas converged, channeling all their power into this one move. A few seconds later, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their Kamehamehas. In an instant, the two energy waves collided, shaking the entire space. P.S. Here it comes. After the great explosion, the scene was in disarray, dust swirling, and visibility was severely impaired. The clash between Wukong and Luya nearly turned the entire desert into a wasteland. A colossal pit with no visible end appeared in the center, and strands of lightning surged within it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the air, Wukong and Liu Ya maintained their stances of unleashing the Kamehameha, enveloped in energy, both panting heavily. Wukong retracted his hand, dissipating the ultra-blue state, slowly calming himself. Seeing this, Liu Ya also released his power, maintaining the form of tenfold Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan 3, feeling utterly drained. You truly are strong. Thankfully, I stubbornly followed Whis to train there, otherwise I might not have been your match. Wukong smiled at Liu Ya. Liu Ya chuckled back, if you kept fighting, I would definitely lose. Wukong did not deny it, saying your Kaioken still needs more diligent training, so your body can withstand the burdens it brings. Liu Ya nodded, understood. Wukong pondered for a moment, and then asked, what are your plans next? Liu Ya raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to speak, when suddenly the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of engaging in 1,000 rounds with Sun Wukong. Reward Kaioken upgraded to twice its original power, current level 12 times. Reward combat power of 500 million points. Reward Sun Wukong's exclusive combat technique, Dragon Fist Burst. Reward 100 Senza Beans. Liu Ya frowned slightly, as he had expected to obtain the Ultra Blue skill, but was disappointed to find he had not. System, why didn't you grant me the Ultra Blue skill? System, host, rewards are distributed randomly. I cannot provide special treatment. Liu Ya? Liu Ya? Wukong noticed Liu Ya in a daze and curiously asked. Liu Ya came to his senses and smiled him. My next goal is to train hard and strive to reach Super Saiyan Blue as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Wukong smiled. Is that so? Then you must work hard. Reaching Super Saiyan Blue is no easy feat. When you have time, I'll take you to meet Whis. Oh, by the way, Whis is an angel and Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. He is the god of destruction. Liu Ya nodded, got it, thank you. Wukong laughed heartily. After fighting you, I have also grown much stronger, and I've learned that the Kaioken can be used this way. Next, I must train hard and refine my Kaioken. Liu Ya nodded, wishing you success. He felt a bit strange inside, because even without him, according to the plot later on, Wukong would still use the Kaioken in his battle against Hit from Universe 6. So it means that Wukong would eventually train on his own, but did he just remind him ahead of time? Thinking of this, Liu Ya felt complicated. Then I shall take my leave. If you wish to train, you can go to Gohan's house, and you can find me. I am looking forward to you being able to spar with me again, Wukong said with a smile. Liu Ya nodded slightly, absolutely. Wukong pointed his fingers at his forehead and waved his hand, see you. Whoosh. After saying that, he vanished from the spot. Liu Ya stood there for a moment, then smiled and said, interesting. Landing on the ground, Liu Ya glanced at his palm, his expression somewhat complex. He had only arrived in the Dragon Ball world for a few days, and he didn't expect to become this powerful. The boost felt so surreal. My combat power is already approaching 8 billion, surpassing that of Sun Wukong and the others, but the enemies ahead are even more terrifying existences. So even if I reach this level, I fear I won't be able to defeat them. Liu Ya pondered, speaking to himself. He knew that after Frieza, the next adversaries would be from Universe 6, and then there was Zamasu from the future world, the imposter Vegeta, and the parasites brought by Gak. None of these powerful beings are easy to deal with. It seems I need to train even more. Liu Ya sighed. Although his current combat power looked impressive, later on it wouldn't be as effective, so he still had to speed up his training. Although he could now control his own power, he was still not proficient, and his power was increasing too rapidly. Even with his strongest talent, he couldn't fully digest it. Thus, Liu Ya vanished from the spot, seeking a place to train alone. Time quietly passed on the other side. On the other side, at Bulma's spaceship. Whoosh. Wukong suddenly appeared, looking at Beerus, who was eating dessert not far away, and was immediately delighted. Lord Beerus. I didn't expect you to really come. I felt your presence, so I came. Beerus was taken aback and asked, but am a god, how did you sense my presence? Wukong smiled slightly and said, in my ultra-blue state, I possess the godly domain. So it's quite normal to notice you. Beerus didn't dwell on it much and asked, so why have you come this time? Wukong smiled and said, I came to ask Lord Whis to teach me how to train. Whis happily swallowed a cherry, chewing while looking at Wukong, saying, aren't you already able to transform into ultra-blue? You've already broken through a stage, isn't that enough? Wukong shook his head, not enough. This time I encountered two incredibly powerful opponents. Oh, is it Frieza? Whis asked, surprised. Wukong nodded, yes, he counts as one. What about the other? At that moment, Vegeta walked over wearing a tank top, sweat dripping from his face, as if he had just finished training. Wukong looked at him and smiled. Liu Ya. Him? Kakarot, are you sure you're not joking with me? Vegeta's expression stiffened, then he said somewhat irritably. Wukong shook his head, I'm not joking. Liu Ya, he is indeed very strong. To be honest, even facing him with Super Saiyan Blue, I find it somewhat strenuous. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to believe it. Oh, Liu Ya. Is he the Saiyan that Bulma mentioned? That's interesting. I heard he even stopped Frieza from destroying Earth. It seems quite intriguing. Beerus said lightly. He claims he hails from another universe. Wukong nodded. He said he is from another universe. Another universe. At that moment, both Beerus and Whis were startled, then exchanged glances, looking somewhat peculiar. Wukong nodded, then thought of something, looking somewhat puzzled as he asked, Lord Beerus, do you know about the existence of other universes? P.S. The current power levels have been adjusted. Readers who saw this earlier can go back and reread it, or it might get a little confusing. Please consider donating. Please rate and encourage updates. Thank you, thank you. Beerus glanced at Son Goku, then said, well. Suddenly Whis' angelic staff shimmered with light. Whis glanced at the crystal orb atop it and remarked with mild surprise, Lord Beerus, we have a guest arriving. A guest? What kind of guest? Beerus blinked, then replied coolly. Whis smiled faintly. Who else would dare visit you so frequently, Lord Beerus? Hearing this, Beerus fell silent for a moment before scoffing coldly. That fellow. Surely he hasn't come to cause trouble. Ho ho ho, I couldn't say. Do you plan to return, Lord Beerus? Otherwise I can't guarantee they won't act recklessly. Whis chuckled, his expression remaining effortlessly serene. Beerus rubbed his temples with a sigh. Oomph. Then let's go see for ourselves. If that man has nothing more than trivial matters to raise, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, he turned sharply towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey. You two wish to learn about other universes. Then come with me. At these words, Goku's face lit up. Is that true, Lord Beerus? Beerus nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To safeguard my residence, I'll need your instant transmission after all. Goku grinned. With pleasure. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his aura and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the four of them vanished from Earth via instant transmission. In the next moment, they materialized inside Beerus's abode. Boom. The moment they appeared, a destructive blast shot straight toward them. Goku and Vegeta paled, instantly ducking behind Beerus. With a disdainful snort, Beerus extended a single finger and tapped the blast, whereupon it dissolved into nothingness. Oh, Beerus, you're here after all. A gruff voice boomed. In the next second, a short, stout, elephantine figure, strikingly similar to Beerus, appeared before them. Behind him stood an angel who bore a distinct resemblance to Whis. Beerus gazed at him impassively and said coolly, if you fail to give me a satisfactory reason, I'll make you regret this visit. The elephantine figure chuckled. Don't be so cold. After all, we are brothers. Brothers. Goku and Vegeta, still crouched behind Beerus, exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, I see. No wonder he bears such a strong resemblance to Lord Beerus. They truly are brothers, Goku murmured, curiously studying the newcomer with fascination. Vegeta's expression grew complex. Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. So if this one wears the same attire, could he also be a god of destruction? Impossible. Isn't there only one god of destruction per universe? The elephantine figure's gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta, his expression hardening. Beerus, who are these humans? Your disciples. Beerus almost denied it, but then his eyes flickered, and with quiet pride he affirmed, indeed. They are my disciples, and Saiyans no less. Saiyans. That inferior race, you actually took them as disciples. Your standards are truly appalling. What do you mean by that? Vegeta, fiery-tempered as ever, bristled at the insult. To disparage the Saiyans was to insult the Saiyan prince himself. Oh, so you wish to fight me, eh? The elephantine figure regarded Vegeta calmly. See, cursed wretch. Vegeta clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely. At that moment, Whis interjected gently. Do not act rashly, Vegeta. Before you stands Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. His power is formidable, you stand no chance against him. Vegeta recoiled in shock. The god of destruction of Universe 6? Haha, precisely. I am the great god of destruction of Universe 6. Behold my might. Kampa surveyed Goku and Vegeta with smug satisfaction. Vegeta trembled slightly, fear flickering across his features. After all, he had been thoroughly subdued by Beerus himself. Whoa, you're a god of destruction too. Goku's eyes sparkled with awe as he gazed at Kampa. Kampa basked in the attention, mistaking it for reverence, and replied loftily, naturally. Goku suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then you must be incredibly powerful, right? Kampa nodded dismissively. Of course. Goku pressed on, so, how do you compare with Lord Beerus? Who is stronger? Kampa froze. Beerus too paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Kampa, did you hear that? He's asking which of us is stronger. You'd best offer some proof, wouldn't you? Kampa's expression darkened. He turned his gaze toward Goku. Saiyan is it? Goku grinned and said cheerfully, my name is Son Goku. Kampa choked mid-breath, then snapped. I don't care who you are. If you claim to be Beerus's disciple, you must possess some skill. Goku laughed heartily and scratched his head. Oh, not really. Just average, really. He was as always disarmingly humble. Kampa replied coolly, coincidentally, I command a group of loyal subordinates. We shall arrange a proper contest between them and you. Goku beamed with delight. Really? Haha. Lord Kampa, how strong are the warriors of Universe 6? Kampa blinked, utterly unprepared for such unguarded enthusiasm. Ho ho. Whis smiled faintly. He knew Goku well. His mind held only pure devotion to martial cultivation. Conversing with Kampa would surely provoke the latter beyond endurance. Vegeta and Beerus watched silently, unsurprised, both well acquainted with Goku's guileless nature. Yet Beerus then commanded firmly, Goku, stand down. This matter concerns only Kampa and me. Step aside. Goku scratched his head again and replied, all right, Lord Beerus. He moved obediently to stand beside Vegeta. Beerus fixed Kampa with a calm, unreadable gaze. Speak plainly. Why have you come? Kampa stood tall, arms folded behind his back, affecting an air of lofty wisdom, then flashed a cocky grin and pointed directly at Beerus. This time what I bring is something you've never seen and never tasted. Beerus blinked. Food, eh? Kampa nodded coolly. Indeed. Though frankly, Lord Beerus, I traveled a great distance. Is this how you welcome a guest? A faint twitch tugged at Beerus's lips. Behind him, the angel Vados smiled softly. Ha. Lord Kampa, even a god of destruction, ought to maintain decorum. Kampa huffed with princely indignation and remained silent. Beerus paused, then exhaled sharply through his nose. If you fail to deliver something extraordinary, I'll ensure you deeply regret this visit. A moment later, Beerus and Kampa sat at a long dining table, gazing at each other from a distance, while Whis and Vados stood behind them, and Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus. Hey, Kampa, didn't you say you had something for me to see? Where is it? Beerus lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, speaking in a casual tone. Kampa smiled mysteriously. Vados. Here. Vados replied with a smile, and then with a thought her staff suddenly lit up, and a large covered dish appeared before Beerus. Oh, what is this? Beerus asked curiously. Kampa laughed heartily. This is the delicacy of my universe. This time I specially let you taste it, so you can know that my 6th universe is truly a land of gourmet food. It's food that your 7th universe will never get to taste. My 6th universe has it. Waha. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, then Beerus lifted the lid of the dish, revealing a mass of yellow sticky substance in his view. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Is it poop? Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately choked, slamming his hand on the table, glaring at Beerus angrily. Hey, open your eyes and take a look. Smell it with your nose. This is food. Delicious food. Beerus curled his lips, hesitated for a moment, then extended his claw to dip a bit into his mouth, while Whis curiously followed suit. In the next moment, both of them immediately displayed expressions as if they had eaten poop and simultaneously spat out what was in their mouths. Kampa's face was covered with dark lines. Pa. Whis, take it away to feed the dogs. No, even dogs wouldn't eat this. Throw it away. Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. Before Whis could act, Kampa, as if insulted, slammed his fists on the dining table. Hey, what do you mean by that? Beerus said indifferently. If you came all this way just to show off this to me, then you can go back. Kampa coldly retorted. What? Is my delicacy not tasty? Delicacy? More like spoiled food. How dare you bring something like this out? Beerus sneered. Kampa was left in a daze. This was not what he had imagined. Shouldn't the other party show an expression of praise, and then he would laugh proudly? It seemed that things had turned around. Hey, Whis, Beerus said indifferently. Here. Whis understood, and then with a stomp of his staff, several cylindrical items appeared in front of Kampa. Kampa and Vados were both taken aback, then curiously asked, what is this? Goku and Vegeta were stunned upon seeing the several buckets of items, thinking, what the hell? Isn't this braised beef noodles? It's even pre-soaked. Ever since visiting Earth, Beerus and Whis had developed refined tastes. Perhaps in the past Beerus would have been interested in the things Kampa brought, but now what the hell was this? Is it something only humans? Oh no, gods can eat. Try to, don't say I'm discouraging you. I want you to be convinced. Beerus said indifferently. Kampa crossed his arms and said coolly, just looking at your food, it seems unappetizing. It probably has poison in it. At this moment, Vados suddenly curiously stirred a bunch of noodles with a fork, put it in her mouth, and after chewing a few times she trembled, as if she had been electrocuted. Wow. Such delicious food. Hey, Vados, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Vados leaning towards the outsider, Kampa shouted angrily. Vados laughed. Lord Kampa, this is really delicious. And it's even better than what you brought. Really? Kampa hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but taste a bit. Damn. After a few strands of noodles went down, Kampa's eyes widened, and he directly scooped up a bucket of instant noodles and poured it into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. In just a few seconds, Kampa finished a bucket of instant noodles. What a delicious thing, and what else is there? Kampa asked, still wanting more. Seeing his appearance, Beerus knew his prediction had been fulfilled, and then arrogantly said, humph. This is called instant noodles, just an ordinary delicacy. What just an ordinary delicacy? Kampa was astonished. It's hard to imagine that such a delicious thing is just an ordinary delicacy. Whis, you didn't tell me, that's a bit unfair. Vados also looked at Whis with some surprise. Hehehe. It's not that I don't want to say, but Lord Beerus won't let me reveal. Sister. Whis smiled slightly. Sister? Huh. Whis, is she your sister? Goku, who hadn't been able to interject, suddenly said in surprise. Whis nodded yes. My sister Vados is the angel of the 6th universe. The 6th universe seems quite impressive. There must be many experts there. Goku said with some longing. Hehehe. Of course, and to tell you a secret, actually the 6th universe and our 7th universe are parallel universes. They are the two most special universes among all. Whis said with a slight smile. All universes. How many universes are there in total? Vegeta caught the key point and asked. Whis smiled. There are 12 universes. 12 universes. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Whis said lightly. Each universe has a god of destruction and an angel overseeing it, and they control the life and death of all beings in the universe. Just like Lord Beerus, if any planet violates his order, it will be eliminated. 12 gods of destruction. Vegeta and Goku both had complex expressions. Beerus was already very strong, yet it turned out there were 11 others as strong as him. Goku was somewhat excited. Then can I go to other universes and compete with those experts? Whis shook his head no. You are not a god, so you cannot freely traverse other universes, or you might be erased. Goku felt a bit nervous. Is it that serious? Ignorant little brat. Just a reckless fool. Kampa said indifferently. Whis explained to them about the 6th universe. Beerus suddenly said. Whis nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. Then Whis looked at Goku and the others. As I mentioned earlier, the 6th universe and the 7th universe are parallel universes, so simply put, whatever we have in the 7th universe, they also have in the 6th universe. Including Earth and Scions, they have all of them. What? The 6th universe also has Scions. Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Then Loya, could it be that he comes from the 6th universe? Goku said nervously. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This fact caught him off guard. There are actually other Scions. Luya? Who is Luya? Xiang Pa asked, puzzled, clearly unprepared to learn that a Scion from his own universe had slipped into the 7th universe. That's impossible. If this Luya you speak of truly is a Scion, he bears no meaningful connection to our 6th universe. Bardock smiled faintly. Why, oi? Goku asked, perplexed. Because any being who breaches the cosmic barrier immediately draws the attention of that universe's deity. Thus this Luya cannot be from the 6th universe. Beerus spoke coolly. Not the 6th universe. Could he be from another? Vegeta replied, his expression complex. We don't know, but it's unlikely. The 6th and 7th universes are parallel realms sharing many similarities. Beyond them, no other universe is known to harbor Scions. Whis interjected suddenly. This Scion named Luya remains utterly inscrutable, even to us gods. His origins are wholly unknown. Even the records of other deities hold no mention of him. Beerus intoned gravely. TCH. So what if he's a Scion? Why all this fuss? Beerus, just tell me where you got this delicious fare. Xiang Pa rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. Beerus glanced at Xiang Pa and replied calmly, these delicacies hail from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? You're not joking. Surely a minor planet couldn't produce such exquisite food. Xiang Pa sounded incredulous. Beerus affirmed, indeed. Xiang Pa stroked his chin, then turned to Bardock. Hey Bardock, doesn't the 6th universe also have an Earth? Yes, Bardock nodded. There is one, but it lies barren and nearly uninhabited. Some cataclysm long ago decimated its life forms. Ahem. Xiang Pa clenched his teeth. So much for gourmet dreams. Defeat stung anew, just as before he'd lost spectacularly to Beerus. Yet this time, even he found himself reluctantly awestruck and strangely envious of that fabled Earth. Ha ha. Xiang Pa, surely you'll concede now. Beerus smirked. Xiang Pa scoffed him. What's so impressive? Actually, I came here today to propose a wager, with you. Beerus blinked in surprise. What do you wish to wager? Xiang Pa replied, evenly. I've already gathered 6 of the Super Dragon Balls. You remember them. The orbs capable of granting any wish. Beerus' pupils contracted sharply. How do you intend to wager them? Xiang Pa said simply, we each select 5 warriors, 1 from the 6th universe, 1 from the 7th, and pit them against each other in combat. Should you win, I surrender all 6 Dragon Balls. Should you lose, you cede Earth to me. At those words, Beerus' expression darkened. Goku and Vegeta exchanged startled glances, stunned into silence. Well, not a bad deal. Or are you afraid? Xiang Pa chuckled. He'd set his sights firmly on Earth's cuisine. Victory meant limitless indulgence. Beerus studied Xiang Pa with keen intelligence, then replied coldly, then let's fight, Lord Beerus. Beerus choked on his saliva and whirled toward Goku, furious. What did you say? Goku grinned confidently. Let's accept the challenge. We will win, without question. You fool. Huh, brat. Do you even grasp what you're claiming? To defeat the 6th universe. Xiang Pa burst into mocking laughter. Goku met his gaze and said, I'm deeply curious about your 6th universe's elite warriors. Please send your strongest. Hey, you realize what's at stake? If we lose, Earth becomes his. Can you truly abide that? Beerus fixed Goku with a calm, probing look. Goku laughed assuredly. I won't lose. I'll train harder and crush them. Don't you also desire those Super Dragon Balls, Lord Beerus? Hey, don't presume to read a god's mind. Beerus sighed, exasperated. Haha. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. TCH, what a simple-minded fool. Vegeta declared haughtily. Hey Vegeta, wouldn't you like to test your strength against the 6th universe's finest? Goku grinned. Vegeta stiffened, then hesitated. Their caliber holds no interest for me. Fine, then you may sit this out. I'll go with Gohan and Piccolo instead. Goku laughed heartily. Kakarot, you're doing this on purpose. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Damn it. Does he not recognize my prideful bluff? Beerus watched them both, then smiled. Turning to Xiang Pa, he said, very well, I accept your challenge. Xiang Pa snapped his fingers. Excellent. Beerus, you'll regret this. My 6th universe warriors will effortlessly overwhelm your disciples. Beerus sneered, it's far too early to boast. Wait and see. Xiang Pa, brimming with quiet confidence, added, "The arena shall be my choice. I'll inform you once preparations are complete. Bardock, we depart." "As you command, Lord Xiang Pa." Bardock bowed gracefully and escorted him away. In the chamber, Beerus turned to Goku and Vegeta. "Did you hear? The sixth universe has challenged us to combat." Goku declared confidently, "Don't worry, I won't lose to them. And we have formidable warriors of our own." No, you underestimate the sixth universe. They possess a figure of extraordinary power." Whis smiled faintly. "Truly? How strong is he?" Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whis nodded. "Indeed. Facing him alone you'd likely fall short. Only by joining forces might you prevail." "What so powerful?" Vegeta recoiled, then abruptly locked eyes with Goku. "Kakarot, leave him to me." Goku instantly objected. No way. I want my turn first." The two erupted into spirited bickering. When will these two ever truly fight side by side? Whis sighed softly. After Xiang Pa left, Wukong and Vegeta applied to train here, personally guided by Whis, which was undoubtedly a tremendous gain for the two. They are currently waiting for Xiang Pa to prepare for the match, and then they will compete with the strong warriors from the sixth universe. 3 days later. On Earth, in a certain valley, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. The entire horizon was affected by it. In another part of Earth, Piccolo and the others sensed this aura and were instantly shocked, looking towards that direction. That is Loya's aura. This guy has become even more dangerous. In the valley, Loya stood in a massive pit enveloped in a milky white aura exuding an imposing presence. The giant pit was created due to the overwhelming strength of his aura. Huff! Loya let out a sigh, and at that moment the aura around him retracted. "At last I can perfectly control the chi within my body. My combat power has now reached 8 billion, Loya said with some excitement. Through these days of training, his strength had once again increased, and Loya had mastered his chi so effortlessly as if he had cultivated it himself. Not only that, but with the activation of his strongest Saiyan talent, he had improved in more ways than one. His Kaioken had also been refined. Now he could unleash a 15 times Kaioken. 15 times. Such power was undoubtedly terrifying. Loya now had the confidence to stand up to even the Super Saiyan Blue. However, he still could not control it perfectly. I wonder if those guys from the sixth universe have made their appearance after all this time. Loya smiled slightly, then used instant transmission to disappear from his spot. In the divine realm. Swish. Loya's figure suddenly appeared in the area. "Mr. Loya." Tian was slightly surprised to see him. "Why are you here?" He still held a bit of respect and wariness towards Loya, for he had witnessed this Saiyan confront Frieza. In the end, he even killed Frieza. Undoubtedly, this person's strength was no less than that of Wukong and the others. Loya smiled slightly and said, "I have no place to stay, so I came here. You don't mind, do you?" Tian was taken aback for a moment, then said somewhat oddly, "Mr. Loya has no place to stay." Loya nodded somewhat awkwardly. He indeed had no place to stay. Previously he could stay with Gohan, but now he felt a bit uncomfortable. Staying any longer would only disrupt Gohan and Vidal's romantic moments. After hesitating for a moment, Tian nodded. "All right then, if Mr. Loya doesn't mind, you can stay here. I can help create a room for you." Loya nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you, Tian." Tian also smiled shyly. "It's a small matter." Loya nodded, then thought of something and asked, "By the way, is Wukong still on Earth?" Tian shook his head. "They left a few days ago. I can't sense their presence now. They must have gone to train with Lord Beerus." Indeed. Loya understood and secretly speculated that if he guessed correctly, it was probably regarding the sixth universe. Thinking of this, Loya's eyes narrowed slightly. He also wanted to participate in the martial arts tournament and have a showdown with that time-manipulating assassin. Now Loya had reached a very powerful level, and only Wukong's Super Blue or stronger opponents could make him unleash his full strength. To feel powerful, one must battle against strong opponents. Ding. System task triggered. Task content: participate in the sixth universe tournament and defeat Hit. Upon hearing this, Loya was directly dumbfounded. What the heck? Defeat Hit. System, what are you planning to do to me? System host, remain calm. The tournament is still a few days away, and you can use this time to train. Moreover, let me reveal in advance that if you defeat Hit, you will receive unexpected rewards. Hearing this, Loya was somewhat tempted. He could roughly guess that the rewards mentioned by the host were nothing but Hit's time skip ability. With time skip, he could easily dominate Super Blue. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. System, host, accept your fate. This system has been professionally trained. Unless the system is destroyed, it will not back down once a task is issued. Otherwise, once the task is released, there will be no turning back. Loya. Then he could only go complete the task. Thinking of this, Loya felt a bit of a headache and then looked at Tian. I should still be able to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, right? Tian nodded. Yes, you only used 6 hours last time, and each person can enter the time chamber for 2 days, so you still have 18 hours left. After a pause, Tian suddenly said, recently, I repaired the time chamber a bit. Everyone can re-enter, but this time you can only stay for 3 days. Repaired. Upon hearing this, Loya was stunned, then nodded. I plan to enter the time chamber for training again. Tian was taken aback, a bit confused. Mr. Loya, you're already very strong. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but why continue training? Loya closed his eyes and smiled, as an outsider. Oh no, as a Saiyan what we pursue is of course the ultimate power. Moreover, I have a feeling that what happens next will be very severe. At that time I might have to step up. Tian somewhat understood, but still said, well then, since that's the case, Mr. Loya can enter the time chamber. But this time, Mr. Loya must pay attention to the time. If the entrance disappears, it will be very difficult to come out. Loya nodded, don't worry. In fact, even if he exceeded the time, it wouldn't matter, because he could just pull a Majin Buu trick to get out. He now had that strength. As if thinking of something, Loya suddenly said, by the way, if Wukong returns to Earth, let him come here. Or if he is looking for me, just tell him I'm here. Tian was taken aback, confused. What is this situation? Wukong is looking for him. What does this mean? At this moment, Tian felt like his mind was a bit overloaded. But he still agreed. Okay, when Uncle Wukong and the others come back, I will inform him. Thank you. Loya smiled slightly, and then turned to enter the room. Tian looked at him, and said with some complexity, what a special Saiyan. In the following time, Loya trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he informed Tian that if it wasn't Wukong, then no one should inform him. Tian and Bobo both felt some ominous premonitions. 3 hours later, Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis returned to Earth. The purpose of their return was singular: to find powerful warriors and compete with the masters of the 6th universe. Hey, tell me, have you decided whom to send to the tournament? Bai Lucy asked with bored nonchalance, a cup of lemon tea still clutched in his hand. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both frowned in mild exasperation. Why not send Kulin? He's become the strongest Earthling. Sun Wukong suddenly proposed. Vegeta crossed his arms and answered with cool disdain, he won't do. His strength is confined to Earth. Against masters from other universes, there's simply no comparison. Vegeta, that's a bit harsh. Sun Wukong said helplessly. Humph. If you want Earth to lose, then send him, Vegeta snorted. I won't accept any responsibility for the consequences. Vegeta added with a cold snort. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I have one slot reserved. His name is Emonaka. The other 2 you must find yourselves. At that, Bai Lucy spoke up. Emonaka? Who is that? Is he powerful? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. Vegeta also regarded Bai Lucy with some puzzlement. Bai Lucy smiled with pride. Powerful? Of course. He is the strongest opponent I have ever met. He then looked at Sun Wukong and said, didn't I tell you that among the adversaries I've encountered, you rank 2nd? Emonaka is 1st. Oh, really? Lord Bai Lucy, is this Emonaka you speak of truly that formidable? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta's lip twitched and his expression soured. Bai Lucy nodded, of course. Would I lie to you? Wei Si chuckled softly but said nothing. Remarkable. Such an opponent exists. Why did we never see him when we trained with Lord Bai Lucy before? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Bai Lucy's face betrayed a bead of cold sweat, yet he feigned composure. Nonsense. He's a very eminent expert and quite busy. Don't trouble yourselves. Oh, just find the other 2 contestants. Very well, then we shall go looking for them. Sun Wukong laughed and rose to depart. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then suggested Bai Ku and Wu Fan are currently the strongest available. Also there's Mo Ren Buo. Choosing them should suffice. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin and countered, Wu Fan won't do. He hasn't trained in years, and Chi would never allow him to participate. Besides, my granddaughter was just born, his mind is elsewhere. Vegeta's lip twitched as he opened his mouth to retort, but Sun Wukong suddenly interrupted. Fine. Let's go fetch Buo. If that fails, we'll ask Bai Ku. I'll find Buo, he declared with hearty laughter and prepared to instant transmission. Sun Wukong, are you back? It's me, Tian. A voice suddenly fell upon them. Sun Wukong and the others paused, puzzled. Tian, why has she come here? Oh, Tian, I'm back on Earth. What's up? Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Tian's voice sounded again. Luya is staying with me, and he asked me to tell you that you should come find him. He seems to know you need him. Do you know why? Luya? Sun Wukong blinked in surprise. Bai Lucy and the others looked startled as well. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted. Kaka Luote, weren't you just fretting about not finding strong fighters? Didn't you boast endlessly about Luya? Why not have him take part? Sun Wukong and Bai Lucy exchanged a look, then both brightened at once, exclaiming excitedly, of course. Why didn't I think of that? And Luya? If he's not a Saiyan from the 6th universe, he can still represent our 7th universe in the tournament, right? Sun Wukong grinned broadly. Bai Lucy's earlier excitement tempered into composure. So it's decided. Go fetch him yourself. Sun Wukong nodded, attuned his ki to Tian's, and vanished in an instant. At the Celestial Hall, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before Tian and greeted Tian. How have you been? Sun Wukong. Tian cried with delight and hurried to meet him. Sun Wukong laughed and asked, are you comfortable here? Have you grown accustomed to this role? Tian nodded, yes, I've become familiar with being a Celestial. Sun Wukong then inquired, by the way, where's Luya? Tian replied, he's still training inside the room of spirit and time. Sorry, I should have explained earlier and made you come sooner. Sun Wukong glanced toward the time room and smiled, no matter, I'll come back later. Then without further delay he vanished. After leaving the time room, Sun Wukong traveled to Wu Fan's home, where he found Bai Ku. After explaining the situation, Baika stated plainly that he had no interest in the martial arts tournament and declined. In truth, he feared matching himself against Saiyan fighters. It would be discouraging. Although he had once considered teaming up with Sun Wukong, that fellow was now allied with Vegeta, so Baika found it awkward to spar with him. Besides, Wu Fan's strength had waned compared to his former self, and fighting him lacked appeal. With Baiku refusing, they had only assembled 3 fighters: Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Imo Naka, still too short. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, and then went to Satan's house where Imo Rinbuo was lodging. After a bit of persuasion and Satan's encouragement, Imo Rinbuo agreed to participate. With 4 warriors gathered, Sun Wukong's task was complete, and he returned to the space pod. Very well. Since the numbers are adequate, the 2 of you should train earnestly from now on, by Lucy said coolly, looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Kakaluote, I will not train alongside you this time. I shall cultivate here. Do whatever you like. By the way, you could also stay with Wei Si. Regardless, I will surpass you, Vegeta declared with proud coldness. Sun Wukong paused, but quickly retorted without surrendering, Don't worry, Vegeta. I won't train with Wei Si, so rest assured you will not be overtaken by me. Humph. Good, Vegeta snorted and turned to leave. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and waved to Bai Lucy and Wei Si. Lord Bai Lucy, Wei Si, I'll be going now. Go then. Do your best to grow stronger. Bai Lucy waved them off. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. You can count on it. In the next moment, Sun Wukong vanished. Left behind, Bai Lucy grew pensive. Is Lord Bai Lucy worried about this tournament? Wei Si asked suddenly with a smile. Humph. Not exactly worried. It's just their dispositions that trouble me. Wei Si, why did you train them? And why begin with Vegeta, then train Sun Wukong only after Vegeta rose? Do you have plans I'm unaware of? Bai Lucy asked unexpectedly. Wei Si chuckled lightly and replied, Not at all, though I harbor no such intentions. Bai Lucy fell silent, responding only with an ellipsis. After Wukong left, he returned to the Heavenly God Temple, and as soon as he appeared, he said to Tiantian, Tiantian, I want to enter the time chamber to cultivate. Tiantian was taken aback by this, but Luya is still inside. Wukong smiled and replied, It's fine, the time chamber can accommodate 2 people at once. Didn't you upgrade it? Besides, I want to cultivate together with Luya. Tiantian thought for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll have Bobo take you there. Wukong smiled and said thank you. Soon after, Wukong entered the time chamber, and as he stepped inside, he felt an incredibly powerful aura. Sensing this power, Wukong was a bit excited. Wow. No wonder he's a Saiyan. The speed of his improvement is astonishing. If this guy joins us for the martial arts tournament, he would undoubtedly be a great asset. With that thought, Wukong walked towards the outside. At this moment, Luya was training his figure, leaping into the air, throwing punches and kicks with such speed that it was hard to catch. Whoosh. A punch struck the emptiness before him, and Luya paused for a moment before looking towards Wukong. Hi, Luya. Wukong greeted him with a smile. Luya smiled slightly as if he had already guessed that Wukong had come looking for him, so he wasn't surprised. He landed and approached Wukong. Mr. Wukong, what brings you to find me? Wukong laughed heartily, and then said, I heard from Tiantan that you seemed to know I was coming to find you. How did you figure that out? Luya thought to himself, damn. I've already thoroughly researched the Dragon Ball series. How could I not understand the current situation? He could say that aside from Wukong and Vegeta, he was the true #1 expert on Earth. So when Earth is in trouble, they would surely think of him. However, what Luya underestimated was that with Wukong's simple-mindedness, he almost forgot about his existence. If Tiantian hadn't found him in time, he would have thought of letting Krillin step in. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. I see. By the way, the reason I came to find you is that I want to invite you to participate in the martial arts tournament. Wukong smiled slightly. Luya was momentarily stunned. Of course, he was pretending. He had to act, otherwise appearing to know everything might raise suspicions. What do you mean? Wukong laughed heartily and began explaining the existence of the 6th and 7th universes, mentioning how many universes there were in total, and finally talking about the agreement between the 6th and 7th universes. By the way, Luya, are you a Saiyan from the 6th universe? Suddenly, Wukong thought of something and asked. Luya was slightly taken aback, then looked at Wukong. Wukong was also looking at him. No. After a moment of silence, Luya shook his head. I am not from the 6th universe. Wukong smiled slightly and said, understood. Then I invite you to join us in the martial arts tournament. Do you agree? Luya did not hesitate and nodded. I agree. Damn it. Only a fool would hesitate. He had a mission to fulfill, and pretending to be humble would be unnecessary. Great. Welcome to be our companion. Wukong extended his hand towards Luya. Luya smiled slightly and reached out to shake his hand. Next, let's train together. Cultivating alone can be rather lonely. Wukong suddenly suggested. Luya nodded. That suits me perfectly. Thus, Wukong and Luya began to train frantically inside the time chamber, engaging in sparring every day, and their strength was increasing rapidly. 3 days outside equated to 3 years inside, and the two trained for 3 whole years. Vegeta too was not willing to lose training in the gravity chamber of the spaceship. After Bulma's modifications, the chamber was performing better and better. Moreover, with Beerus and Whis staying in the spaceship, it undoubtedly catered to their appetites. As long as Bulma was around, they could enjoy various delicacies. There was no choice, it was gods, they had no concept of money. and Bulma was just like a rich woman. Upon learning that Wukong had entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train Vegeta, became furious, shouting that Wukong was being unfair, thinking of going into the time chamber to cultivate. He decided not to hold back and directly sought out Whis to teach him. Training continued, and 5 days later was the day agreed upon with the 6th universe. 3 days later, boom, the doors of the Heavenly God Temple's time chamber opened and 2 figures stumbled out, Wukong and Luya. Wukong, Luya. Tian hurriedly ran over looking worried. Wukong laughed heartily. Sorry, I got a bit carried away with my training and almost exceeded the time limit. Luya brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, the time chamber is indeed a wonderful thing. If it could be modified to have no time limit, that would be fantastic. In that case, they could train inside indefinitely, which would be akin to cheating. 1 day of training would equate to a year's worth of experience. That way, surpassing the gods of destruction would be a breeze. However, Tian shook his head. That won't work. If time is recklessly altered, it would disturb the order of the space-time. Eventually, Earth might suffer the consequences and could be destroyed by Lord Beerus. Luya, that's all right. In comparison, I prefer to compete with experts growing stronger through them. That is true strength. Wukong laughed heartily. Tian suddenly smiled. Wukong, mister. Luya, let me get you some clothes. After 3 years of training, both of them had matured quite a bit, especially Luya, who had gone from looking like a boy to a young man. However, Wukong declined. He was still accustomed to wearing his martial arts uniform. But Luya didn't mind. He was just wearing ordinary casual clothes, while Tian had made him a green-fitted battle suit. After getting dressed, Wukong looked at Luya. Let's go meet Lord Beerus, and I'll introduce you. Luya nodded. He wanted to see Beerus, wondering if that feline being would take a shot at him. Whoosh. Wukong took Luya, and after bidding farewell to Tian left the Heavenly God Temple. In the spaceship, Wukong and Luya appeared in the arena. Oh, Vegeta, didn't you say you wouldn't seek out Whis for training? You're cheating. As soon as Wukong appeared, he saw Vegeta battling Whis, and he expressed his dissatisfaction. Noticing Wukong's arrival, Vegeta and Whis paused. Vegeta's face was somewhat cold. Do you think you didn't cheat? I know all about your use of the hyperbolic time chamber. Wukong's face stiffened. My apologies. That wasn't my intention. I was simply consumed by the desire to test my strength against Luya, so I trained relentlessly in the time chamber. Wukong chuckled awkwardly, then shrugged. So we're even now, right? Vegeta chose not to press the matter, and instead turned his gaze toward Luya. Luya glanced at him briefly and gave a slight nod. Greetings, Vegeta. Vegeta's lips twitched. Closing his eyes, he spoke coolly. So, you're Luya? See that you don't disgrace the Saiyans. Crush the 6th universe utterly. Luya flashed a bold grin. Of course. You're the Saiyan Goku mentioned? At that moment, Beerus approached and asked. Luya nodded firmly. Yes, it is I. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Tell me, what universe do you hail from? Why can I sense no cosmic energy within you? Cosmic energy. What is that? Luya replied, puzzled. The system interjected. Master, allow me to explain. Cosmic energy, also known as universal energy, is an innate force present in all beings born within this universe. It functions as your cosmic identity, proof of your origin within this very realm. Luya began to grasp it, and inwardly asked, then what purpose does cosmic energy serve? The system continued. Cosmic energy shares its origin with destruction energy. The overseer of this universe is the god of destruction who wields destruction energy, the natural antithesis of cosmic energy. Both forces are wildly volatile. Any native being of this universe carries cosmic energy within them and thus falls under the god of destruction's jurisdiction. Should one transgress, they are erased, not merely slain but unmade. Such erasure occurs by triggering the target's own cosmic energy, causing it to detonate before annihilation. Luya frowned. Does everyone possess it? Indeed, all things across existence, microbes, beasts, humans, flora, planets, star systems, galaxies. Even the cosmos itself bears cosmic energy. Luya nodded faintly. So that was why the god of destruction seemed so incomprehensibly formidable. If both mortals and deities cultivated ki, why such an unfathomable chasm in power? Naturally, if one's strength ascends to a level capable of challenging the god of destruction, they may resist erasure or even slay a god. But you bear none of this universe's cosmic energy, which is precisely why Beerus singles you out. The system observed, tone unruffled. Luya nodded silently. You need not understand cosmic energy. Just tell me plainly, who are you? Beerus, realizing his slip, swiftly corrected himself, voice cold and detached. Luya smiled faintly. I am no one in particular, merely a Saiyan. Identity matters little. What matters is that I pose no threat to this universe. Is that not so? Beerus held Luya's gaze unblinking. Luya met it with equal unwavering resolve. Goku and Vegeta watched stunned. This Luya was truly extraordinary. To dare confront Lord Beerus himself. Incredible. Beerus let out a low, disdainful snort. I care not where you come from. But should I detect even a hint of misconduct, I shall erase you on the spot. As he spoke, he raised his palm toward Luya, violet destruction energy swirling violently before it. Lord Beerus. Goku's expression shifted instantly, yet he hesitated, words unspoken. Whis observed the scene with a faint knowing smile, but made no move to intervene. Luya remained utterly unflinching. He did not believe Beerus would strike. And more importantly, he knew the god of destruction mistakenly assumed his lack of cosmic energy rendered him immune to erasure. With quiet composure, Luya said, "Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, you profess reverence for all things, demanding it from mortals and gods alike. Yet tell me, have I done anything to warrant such hostility from you?" Beerus paused, then replied coolly, "Yet your demeanor reeks of arrogance. You show me no reverence whatsoever." "I beg to differ," Luya retorted evenly. "When a destruction ball hovers inches from my face, should I bow and whisper deference?" Beerus studied him, irritation flickering in his gaze. This Saiyan mirrored Goku's irreverence toward divinity, but whereas Goku acted from simple-mindedness, this one stood fearless despite full awareness of who stood before him. Why? Did he somehow know his lack of cosmic energy nullified the destruction ball's effect? No, that couldn't be. He'd never even heard of cosmic energy. "Hey, Lord Beerus. Luya is the fighter I invited. Don't scare him off." Goku interjected suddenly. "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Vegeta added, wary of another catastrophic outburst. "Luya may seem brash, but he was unaware of your divine stature. Surely you won't hold that against him." After all, if Beerus erupted again as he had upon first arrival, this world could not withstand it, and Earth itself would hang in peril. "Umph," Beerus scoffed, turning away. "Do as you will, but victory over the sixth universe is non-negotiable. Fail, and I shall erase you all." "Haha, rest easy, Lord Beerus. We won't lose." Goku laughed heartily, easing the tension. "The grand tournament begins tomorrow. Are you prepared?" Whis asked calmly. Goku nodded confidently. "We've trained rigorously, we're ready." Luya and Vegeta offered quiet assenting nods. Luya cast a glance at Whis and Beerus, then activated the system to gauge their power levels. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. Would the system even register a god of destruction's might? He focused his intent. Beep. Detected god of destruction Beerus. Power level equivalent to a Tier 1 Archangel at peak cultivation. Beep. Detected Whis. Power level equivalent to a Tier 2 Archangel. Luya froze, then asked bewildered, "An Archangel? What tier of power does that represent?" The system replied, "Master, you remain vastly distant from even Tier 1 Archangel strength. Keep striving." You won't elaborate further? Still, he knew one truth. Without doubt, Beerus was terrifyingly powerful. He'd assumed Goku and Vegeta, having attained Ultra Blue, were nearing the god of destruction's echelon. Yet now it was clear even at their absolute zenith their power likely fell short of 20 trillion, still immeasurably below the threshold required to match a god of destruction. A fresh question arose in his world's lore. Beerus ranked among the strongest gods of destruction, but how did the others compare? All were surely Tier 1 Archangels, but their precise power levels remained unknown. And Beerus stood at the pinnacle of Tier 1. Luoya has seen it all. Damn, the power of a destroyer god, and the requirement is actually in the hundreds of trillions. Currently, Luoya's combat power using the 15 times King of Worlds fist is at most several hundred trillion, still not reaching the level of a destroyer god. Shouldn't he be a little more low-key? Weiss suddenly said, "Xiang Pa and the others have already prepared the battle arena. Shouldn't we go over?" Beerus was taken aback and immediately asked, "Oh, is it ready? Where? It wouldn't be in their sixth universe, would it?" Weiss chuckled. "Of course not. The arena, they said, is on a desolate planet right on its surface." "I see. In that case, let's go." Beerus nodded, then looked at Goku. "Hey, go bring them over." Goku nodded and was about to use instant transmission. "Hey, are you guys going beyond Earth? Can I go too?" At this moment, Bulma suddenly walked over. Beerus looked at her with a somewhat disdainful gaze. "What do you want to go for?" "Hey, Bulma, don't make things complicated," Vegeta said, wiping a cold sweat off his face. Bulma replied nonchalantly, "Oh, come on. Don't be so stingy. It's not like anyone said you can't bring spectators, and fighting without an audience is terribly boring, isn't it?" "Everyone." Weiss suddenly stroked his chin and said, That does seem to make a bit of sense. And it would be boring not to have an audience." Right. Bulma blinked playfully. "Do whatever you want, just don't lose." Beerus crossed his arms and said proudly. Bulma grinned and looked at Goku. "Goku, you should also call Shishi and the others over." Goku was taken aback and then smiled. "I got it." Saying this, he pointed at his forehead. "Oh, by the way, Lord Beerus, what about Manaka? Can I meet him?" Goku suddenly asked. Beerus' expression stiffened. "Luoya. Manaka, he remembers, is that delivery guy? He has no strength at all, yet Beerus has touted him as a great master. Damn, the key is that Goku actually believes it. Idiot. Go bring them over first. Manaka is still on the way." Beerus' face turned red as he said angrily. Goku replied with an "oh," and immediately left without delay using instant transmission. Back at the spot, Beerus secretly sighed in relief. Ho, Lord Beerus, are you really going to let Manaka participate? As far as I know, Manaka is just an ordinary delivery guy. His fighting power is completely negligible. Weiss suddenly chuckled. Just a delivery guy. Then Lord Beerus, why did you say he is a great master? Vegeta's face suddenly turned gloomy upon hearing this. Beerus glanced at him indifferently and then said, "Of course it was to deceive Goku." Deceive Kakarot. This time everyone except Luoya was astonished. "Why do that?" Bulma asked in confusion. Beerus replied proudly, of course to give that guy a goal. That Goku. He is just too reckless. Now in this universe, he has almost no opponents. If this kid one day decides to target experts from other universes, wouldn't that bring endless trouble to my 7th universe? Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Luoya, however, did not think, so as Goku has already considered him an opponent, so for the time being Goku should not feel lonely. Although he has not yet reached Super Saiyan Blue, he can achieve 20 times the King of Worlds Fist. Enough to rival Super Blue. This matter must be kept secret from you all. If he finds out, it will be disastrous. Beerus instructed. Everyone nodded quickly. What disaster? Lord Beerus. Suddenly a puzzled voice rang out. Swish. Immediately a group of people appeared in the arena, led by Goku. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shinin, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Satan. All the friends have arrived. Goku looked at Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, what were you just saying? Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly shifted his attention. I said that Monaka should try not to make a move as he is a trump card, so Monaka will only act as a last resort. Upon hearing this, Goku was a bit surprised. Is that so? Impressive. By the way, where is Monaka? Beerus looked at Weiss. The latter nodded in understanding, then lifted his staff and stomped it lightly. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and then an alien with long ears appeared. His form was quite similar to a human, but Monaka's head was much larger than his body, and he looked dazed completely, not giving off a master vibe. Oh, you must be Monaka. Hello. Bam. Goku was about to go shake his hand, but Beerus timely punched him on the head, causing Goku to wince in pain. Beerus said indifferently, don't be so enthusiastic. Monaka has a flaw, which is that he is extremely shy. If you scare him, Earth might be destroyed. Do you understand? Everyone. Monaka. Damn. What happened? How did he end up here? Wasn't he still delivering food? At this moment Monaka was a bit confused and the surroundings were unfamiliar, but wait, there were familiar faces. Lord Beerus. Monaka saw Beerus and his expression changed immediately, preparing to bow. Slap. Beerus was quick to react, stepped forward to grab Monaka by the neck, and then whispered a lot of secrets into his ear. Goku and the others looked on in confusion, not knowing what was happening, while only Piccolo had a strange expression with cold sweat dripping down his face and his gaze occasionally darting towards Goku. Monaka was also sweating profusely, occasionally nodding and then shaking his head. About half a minute later, Beerus finally released Monaka. Monaka's face showed hesitation, but he said nothing. Hey, Lord Beerus, what did you talk to Monaka about? Goku asked curiously. Beerus replied blandly. Nothing much, just told Monaka about your situation so he would relax his guard against you. Is that so? Thank you very much. Goku laughed heartily. Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others twitched their mouths slightly, but said nothing. Alright, no more nonsense, let's go. Let's meet up with the guys from the 6th universe. Beerus said blandly, deliberately, standing in front of Monaka to block the eager Goku. Then let's set off. Weiss smiled gently, then wrapped everyone in a circle of light. With a flash, everyone left Earth. P.S. Just to say again, this is a fanfiction. Any discrepancies are normal, so please bear with me. I go back to read repeatedly every day, starting from the beginning, and then see what comments there are. The author is also a reader. I think enjoying it is what matters. There may be typos, reminding those who notice. By the way, a reward would be appreciated. On a lifeless brown planet, enormous craters resembling pits are scattered all over the surface. At this moment, a semicircular energy shield is situated within one of the craters, and within the shield a massive arena has been established. Its area is a full 500 square meters. At both sides of the arena there are two enormous signs which are actually mirrors displaying photos of Beerus and Kampa. At this moment Kampa and Beerus along with others have gathered at the scene, and their contestants have also assembled, totaling 6 individuals. Among them is a referee. Haven't they arrived yet? Kampa asked impatiently. Beerus smiled slightly and replied, they are here. Oh. Upon hearing this, Kampa suddenly looked to the side. Whoosh. Suddenly Beerus and the others appeared on the scene. As soon as they appeared, everyone was shocked, not by the arena itself, but by the enormous golden sphere surrounding the planet, which radiated golden light and contained 6 stars within it arranged in a specific order. This is simply a giant version of the Dragon Balls. Could this be the Super Dragon Balls? It's so huge. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that there could be Dragon Balls this large. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they were all dumbfounded, having never seen such Dragon Balls before. These are the true Dragon Balls, and they are universe-level Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls on your Earth are actually made from fragments of these Super Dragon Balls, but their power is nowhere near that of the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus said indifferently. Wow, is this the place for the tournament? Goku suddenly said excitedly. I'm a bit confused, why can we breathe here? Aren't we supposed to be unable to live once we leave Earth? Krillin asked in puzzlement. This place has been enveloped by Beerus' divine power, so you don't need to worry. Whis smiled slightly and said. Beerus looked at Kampa and said, Kampa, I didn't expect you to find this place as a tournament venue. Interesting. As he spoke, Beerus glanced at the Super Dragon Balls around him, then closed his eyes and smiled. I didn't expect you to find so many Super Dragon Balls, which is quite surprising. Kampa said lightly, Humph. I have been searching for the Super Dragon Balls for a long time, so you know how much I value this battle. But I'm a bit curious, did you take the Super Dragon Balls from our 7th universe? Beerus looked at Kampa and said teasingly. Well, Kampa said awkwardly. Beerus said coolly, enough with the nonsense, they ultimately belong to us. Have your people arrived? Kampa snorted and nodded proudly, of course. He then suddenly moved aside, revealing their contestants for this match. A frail-looking boy, a pitch-black robot, a plump golden bear, a purple alien in a cloak, and one who looks very much like Frieza. That guy. Is Frieza right? Krillin and the others turned serious upon seeing the opponents. Goku and Vegeta's expressions also became grave, realizing that they still did not know enough about this parallel universe. Luoya glanced indifferently at the contestants from the 6th universe, then turned his gaze to Hit, with a glimmer of sharp light passing through his eyes. This guy is undoubtedly the strongest among them. What Frieza? He is the representative of justice in my 6th universe, and has won the prestigious Justice and Peace Award. Kampa said lightly, a bit smug. What a peace award? This statement left everyone dumbfounded. No way. Is this a joke? How could Frieza possibly be a person of justice? He's more like the embodiment of evil. In their 7th universe, Frieza is known as the Evil Emperor. Hello, I am Frost, the captain of the Universe Protection Team of the 6th universe. At this moment, the Frieza lookalike walked over and greeted them warmly. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, hesitating as Frieza had left a strong impression on them. Thus, they were uncertain how to respond to Frost's friendly demeanor. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Son Goku. In our universe, there's someone who looks just like you, but he's very bad, unlike you, who possesses a kind title. Goku chuckled. Frost smiled slightly and said, I understand. All right, let's get ready to start. Quick battles. Beerus said somewhat impatiently. Kampa suddenly stepped forward and said, good. Since that's the case, let's begin. This tournament will have 2 phases. First, a written examination, testing culture. Then we will compete in martial arts, testing strength. Beerus frowned. There's a written exam. Kampa replied indifferently, of course. This is about the competition between our 2 universes. Of course we need to test culture. Beerus said irritably, what a hassle. Then let's compete. Kampa said lightly, this time the martial arts competition will be judged by him. As he spoke, a beansprout-like alien walked up. Beerus glanced at him indifferently and nodded. Then let's begin. Soon both teams sat at a table, each in front of a blank sheet of paper. This written examination consists of multiple choice questions. There are 10 questions on the paper, and answering 5 correctly is considered a victory. Beerus smiled slightly. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they looked at the blank sheets before them, picking them up to examine, and suddenly were left puzzled. What the heck? All the questions are about food. Who is the idiot who came up with this childish test? Yawn. Suddenly Beerus and Kampa both sneezed at the same time. They then looked at each other simultaneously and said in unison, did you insult me? Both. Whis. Beerus. Such elementary questions can't possibly stump me. Vegeta, clearly impatient, immediately picked up his pen and started writing. He is the husband of the wealthy Bulma. In such a rich family, what hasn't he experienced? Beep. This contestant has been eliminated. Suddenly, as Vegeta was writing, Beerus pulled out a whistle from seemingly nowhere and blew it near Vegeta, startling him. The puzzled crowd also turned to look. Hey, what does this mean? Why was I eliminated? Vegeta said angrily. Kampa smiled slightly and said, well, I hadn't called to start, and you answered. That is considered cheating in the rules. Vegeta. P.S. I made some slight modifications to this plot. There are some discrepancies, but they are not significant. Vegeta was eliminated, something no one had anticipated, yet there was also a hint of sympathy. Ending before it even began was indeed a bit awkward. Hey, Vegeta, aren't you a bit too impatient? This won't do. Goku complained somewhat. Vegeta's expression darkened, and he snorted, humph. So what? It's just a written test, I'm not interested. After saying this, he soared into the air, heading straight for the crowd in the stands. Of course, Bulma's scolding was not to be missed. Faced with a woman who could slap even a god of destruction, Vegeta felt utterly cowed. So high and mighty, he didn't dare let out a single sound. Now the written test begins. At that moment, Beerus suddenly issued the command. Instantly, everyone began to answer the questions. Leah glanced at the seriousness on everyone's faces, unable to help but chuckle. Seriously, is this what they call culture? It cracked him up. If only they had 9 years of compulsory education, they could all get full marks. Shaking his head, Leah said nothing. Although his arrival had altered the plot from the original version, it didn't matter much. Leah quickly finished writing on a piece of paper, adding some of his insights as well. Soon time was up. After collecting the contestants' answers, Beerus seriously cross-checked them. Suddenly her gaze froze, and then she abruptly held up a piece of paper, declaring, I announce that Universe 7 wins this written test. Fair and square. Who? WH. What? How is that possible? On the other side, the smug Kampa's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed up to Beerus, complaining, Hey Beerus. Are you kidding me? How could my Universe 6 lose? The cultural level of Universe 7 is so low, how could they possibly win against my Universe 6? Are you joking? Are you a spy sent from the other side? Lord Kampa. Beerus immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After all, she was only announcing the results of a competition, yet she had angered this god of destruction. My heart is troubled. Hey, you don't want to admit it, do you? How is it that my Universe 7 is weaker than your Universe 6? Suddenly Beerus appeared before Beerus took a look at the paper and his eyes widened. Oh, so this can be done. Oh, Kampa was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Beerus' reaction made him forget his anger for a moment, and he leaned in to take a closer look instantly, finding the expression on his face quite delightful. Whose answer is this? Kampa suddenly asked. Leah raised his hand. Mine. Kampa looked at Leah, then scrutinized him with a puzzled expression. When he saw Leah's tail, he was taken aback. You are a Saiyan. Leah nodded yes. Kampa's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. What was going on? How could the Saiyans nowadays have such high culture? Aren't Saiyans just a bunch of brutes who only know how to fight? Good. Very good. No wonder they are Saiyans from my Universe 7. Ha ha. Beerus immediately showered Leah with compliments, completely forgetting the threat he had posed to him earlier. To him, as long as he could save face, it didn't matter what else. Kampa gritted his teeth, then could only relent. Humph. Then let your Universe 7 win. Saying this, he discreetly collected the answer sheet. Beerus was filled with pride. Goku and the others also cheered excitedly, showering Leah with compliments. The second round will be a showdown between the contestants. This time we will use a wheel battle format. As long as you defeat your opponent, you can proceed to the next step and continue fighting against the next opponent until the competition is won. The referee explained. And one more thing, the first contestant for this round will be decided by drawing lots. After saying this, the referee pulled out 2 bamboo tubes, each containing 5 bamboo sticks. Leah raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat complex. In his memory, this scene was not how it originally played out, but he could understand that his arrival had altered the original timeline. Contestants come over to draw lots. Whoever draws the number 1 will be the first contestant, the referee called out. Goku and the others began to draw lots. Oh, awesome. I'm first. Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement. TCH. Vegeta glanced at Goku, then at the blank bamboo stick in his hand, gritting his teeth. He also wanted to be the first to step up. He never expected Kakarot to have such good luck. On the 6th universe's side, the first contestant was the Golden Bear. The two sides formed 2 factions staring at each other from afar. On the arena, Goku and the Golden Bear were barely 10 meters apart, both of them intensely focused on each other. Since Goku is the first to step up, then who is second? Beerus asked casually. Vegeta was about to speak when Leah swiftly interrupted. I'll go. Everyone turned to look at Leah, who smiled slightly. Let me participate in the second round, shall we? No way. I will take the second round, Vegeta said with a dark expression. Leah looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face was sour. Since Kakarot is first, then I must be second. Leah's face looked somewhat strange as he suddenly thought of a phrase, the eternal second. What? Do you have an opinion? Vegeta crossed his arms, looking at Leah. Although Leah wanted to teach the other a lesson, given the current situation, he couldn't make a move just yet. Anyway, Vegeta would lose to hit, so he might as well let him. So Leah nodded. Since you want to go, then go ahead. Hearing this, Vegeta finally appeared satisfied. Beerus glanced at Leah, not saying much, then stated. Then Vegeta will be in the second round, Leah in the third round, Bu in the fourth round, and Monaka will come out last. Lord Beerus, I'm afraid Bu won't be able to participate. He fell asleep during the written test. Goku suddenly raised his hand. What a... Beerus was taken aback, quickly looking over. Goodness, Bu was really asleep, just like a pig. Damn. Beerus gritted his teeth because the contestant list couldn't be changed, so Bu was effectively eliminated. Wake him up, Goku awkwardly said. Once Bu falls asleep, no one can wake him up. Everyone. At this moment, Monaka sat upright, like a primary school student, nervously watching the scene unfold. By the way, are those Saiyans from Universe 6? Why do they look so weak? Krillin asked curiously. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the Saiyans from Universe 6. It must be said it was indeed so. The Saiyans from Universe 7 were all muscular, while those from Universe 6 looked thin and weak, lacking any sense of power. Vegeta squinted slightly and said indifferently, the opponent's ki isn't weak, in fact it might even be stronger than yours, so don't underestimate the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others closed their mouths reluctantly. Being with Vegeta felt like being on a volcano. Suddenly thinking of something, Vegeta looked at Leah. Hey, you've been training with Kakarot for so long, haven't you managed to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Leah shook his head. Not yet. P.S. Don't ask me why the Kaioshin hasn't appeared, it's not emphasized, the focus is on the fighting. You should understand that the current main stage is Super Saiyan Blue. If you haven't reached this level and comprehended the realm of the gods, then surpassing us is unrealistic, Vegeta said with a faint smile. Leah nodded. I understand that. In fact, he also wished to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but the conditions did not allow it. While in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had consulted Sun Wukong, but no matter what, he couldn't successfully transform, which was quite frustrating. It seemed that transforming into Super Saiyan Blue required some specific conditions. However, Leah wasn't in a hurry. He decided to wait for the system's message. He wondered if completing this task would grant him a reward for Super Saiyan Blue lineage. Suddenly Beerus spoke up. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and looked toward the arena. At this moment, Wukong was staring at the Golden Bear, both remaining silent, barely revealing their auras. Clearly both were observing each other. At this moment, Wukong suddenly smiled and asked, Hey, what's your name? The golden bear replied calmly, just call me Golden Bear. Golden Bear. It does suit your temperament, but what I care about more is your strength. Wukong smiled slightly. Then let me show you. The golden bear grinned, mischievously thumping his chest a few times, and then his hefty body began to bounce, rhythmically gaining speed. Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled and confused. What was this big, clumsy bear doing? Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, but soon he noticed something unusual about the opponent. That was the fact that the opponent's speed was increasing, so fast that it began to make him sweat. The golden bear suddenly let out a shout, and then his body bounced up over 10 meters high, shooting towards Wukong like a rocket. Wukong's expression changed, and he swiftly moved, dodging the opponent's charge. The opponent's speed was no joke, and Wukong could only hurriedly evade. Suddenly, the opponent charged straight at him from behind. Wukong's expression darkened as he extended his palm. Bang! In the next moment, he directly blocked the golden bear, momentarily halting its momentum. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong kicked out, sending the golden bear soaring into the air. Whoosh! Wukong vanished, reappearing in the air and delivering a powerful punch down on the golden bear. Oh! The golden bear let out a cry of agony, its plump and elastic body crashing down. Boom! The entire arena shook, but strangely it did not shatter, it merely kicked up a cloud of dust. As the golden bear slammed into the ground, its body bounced back up like a spring. Oh! Impressive! Not even hurt. Wukong, hovering in the air, was taken aback by this scene. After taking a beating, the golden bear's face turned furious. In the next moment, it opened its mouth towards Wukong, unleashing a barrage of blue energy blasts that rained down like raindrops. Wukong's expression stiffened as he quickly used the instant transmission technique to dodge. The golden bear relentlessly pursued Wukong, firing off energy blasts as if they were free. At this moment, Wukong raised his hand and fired off a ki blast, colliding with the golden bear's blasts, resulting in a massive explosion. Simultaneously, Wukong launched a series of ki blasts in a powerful offensive. In the ensuing stalemate, the golden bear found itself at a disadvantage, bouncing away at high speeds like a spring. Wukong's eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind the golden bear, delivering a ki cannon blast. Surprisingly, the golden bear did not dodge or evade, taking the hit directly. Boom! A loud explosion echoed and thick smoke filled the arena. Great! Hit it! Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others cheered in delight. Not good! Vegeta and Lua both exclaimed. Lua looked at the arena and wasn't surprised. In Dragon Ball, the more smoke there was, the more likely nothing had happened. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, the golden bear emerged unscathed. Wukong was a bit astonished. What? After taking a ki cannon blast, you're still perfectly fine. The golden bear looked at Wukong and then grinned. Is that all? Wukong squinted his eyes and then smiled, as expected of a master from the 6th universe. Your strength is truly formidable. The golden bear's eyes shone with two blue lights, and in the next moment, it suddenly launched countless energy blasts at Wukong. Wukong snorted coldly and could only evade. At the same time, he stepped closer to his opponent. This Super Saiyan from the 7th universe isn't that great. On the other side, Kampa looked at the fight with some disdain. Frost smiled slightly, observing the battle with a glint in his eye. Lord Kampa, don't underestimate them. While Saiyans are a low-culture race, they are also a renowned warrior race in the universe. They should not be underestimated. Bardos said slowly. Nothing special. Kampa dismissed it. In the arena, Wukong was dodging the golden bear's attacks, while simultaneously closing the distance, launching a fierce punch. Boom! His punch landed solidly on the opponent's stomach, causing it to cave in. However, Wukong's expression changed. How's that? Your attack is nothing. Did you skip breakfast? The golden bear looked at Wukong with arrogance and provocation. Wukong smiled slightly, then shouted, gathering his strength to unleash a flurry of punches on the opponent's body. But the golden bear appeared unfazed, looking at Wukong as if nothing had happened. In the next moment, the golden bear suddenly struck, landing a punch on Wukong's face, sending him sliding away with a cry. Wukong quickly got back up, looking at the golden bear with confusion. What kind of body is this? The golden bear said proudly, my body is full of elasticity, capable of ignoring any attack. You can't win against me. Wukong's expression became serious. In the audience, everyone was sweating. How could they fight against that? Lua watched without pointing it out, knowing the opponent would find a weakness, so he remained silent. Vegeta was a bit irritated. What's going on? A weak guy like this, why do we need to exert any effort to defeat him? Saying this, he suddenly shouted, Kakarot. Aren't you going to think for once? Hearing this, Wukong was stunned, then his eyes lit up as he looked at the golden bear and going in. Saying that, he charged straight at the golden bear. The golden bear just watched. Slap. In the next moment, Wukong headbutt the golden bear's stomach. Think for once. Idiot. Thinking doesn't mean to headbutt him. Vegeta stood up, angrily shouting. Everyone. Huang Jin-xiong laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. Fool, your actions are utterly stupid. Seeing Wukong ram his head against him and feel nothing, a sneer of derision crept across his face. Wukong smiled mysteriously. You are the fool. You actually gave your opponent the chance to close in. What a... Huang Jin-xiong felt a sudden, unpleasant premonition. Suddenly, he felt his foot seized. Immediately his body lost balance. Huh. Wukong seized the other's ankle with both hands, heaved, and lifted him up. Thud. Huang Jinxiong toppled backward toward the sky. What the? Wah. What? He was left dumbfounded. Could it be like this? Wukong grinned with satisfaction. Haha. Now how will you defend yourself? You can ignore my energy blasts, but physical attacks should have no effect on you, right? As he spoke, Wukong dragged Huang Jinxiong toward the edge of the ring. Let go of me, you brute. Let me go. Huang Jinxiong writhed and twisted, but his sheer mass made it impossible for him to right himself. Wukong taunted as he hauled him along. Hehe, you must have thought yourself immune to every attack, and so never trained properly. That's how you grew so large, what a fool. Huang Jinxiong snapped angrily, you bastard. Put me down and fight me to the death. Wukong showed no concern. Stop struggling. I already understand you well enough, so you'd better step down. As he spoke, Wukong had hauled Huang Jinxiong to the very edge of the ring. He seized one foot with both hands, and with a sudden surge of strength. Aya! Huang Jinxiong's whole body was hoisted aloft. Now go. Wukong swung sharply and hurled him off the ring. Boom. Huang Jinxiong crashed heavily to the ground, his fall marking his defeat. The referee, snapping out of shock, hurriedly announced, first match, 7th Universe wins. A roar of elation rose from the 7th Universe. Yes. Xiangpa snarled in displeasure, damn it, we lost. He turned to Fuyuasite. You go. Teach that one a lesson. Fuyuasite inclined slightly and replied, as you command. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared atop the arena. Fuyuasite regarded Wukong with a smile. Next, I will be your opponent. Please show me your skill, he added. Wukong glanced at Fuyuasite and offered a faint smile. Ah, Fuyuasite. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Fuyuasite spoke slowly. To be honest, as one who stands for justice, I do not relish fighting, but Xiangpa promised that if I took part, he would invest heavily in our equipment. Wukong nodded in understanding. You are indeed kind. Far kinder than our 7th Universe's Fulisha. Then please show your skill. Fuyuasite smiled softly. Wukong suddenly said, you're not in your final form now, right? Use your final form. Otherwise you won't be able to beat me. Fuyuasite blinked in surprise. How do you know? Wukong laughed. Because our 7th Universe's Fulisha also shifts into different forms. At that, Fuyuasite hardened his expression and roared, beginning to unleash his aura. Thunderous energy rumbled as it surged outward. A powerful presence filled the arena, deep blue energy swelled and expanded, its force overwhelming. When the light subsided, Fuyuasite's figure was revealed in a different state. Not his ultimate form, but akin to Fulisha's second transformation, an almost duck-like appearance. He had not shown his full power. Fuyuasite declared, this is my final form. Wukong frowned. You haven't shown your true might yet. Fuyuasite smiled faintly. This is enough. Wukong adopted a fighting stance. Then come on. Fuyuasite brought his fists to his waist. In the next heartbeat, his pupils dilated, he shouted, and his form blurred into afterimages as he struck. Wukong's expression hardened, and he vanished as well. Clash after clash, they moved at blinding speed. One pursuing one, retreating blows flying in a dizzying blur to the watching crowd. From the stands, Vegeta muttered in dissatisfaction. What is he doing, Kakarot? Shouldn't this sort of opponent be dispatched easily? Liao watched the combatants and had heard Vegeta's words. He had expected as much. Wukong fights differently from Vegeta. Wukong seldom uses his full strength at the outset, always leaving a margin, an expression of his kindness. Vegeta is not so. When he strikes, it is with overwhelming thunderous force. The two styles were opposite, yet oddly complementary, perhaps born of a pure friendship between them. Then clash. A sudden blow. Wukong took a fist to the face from Fuyuasite and was sent tumbling, but he landed surely. He quickly clasped his hands and unleashed a concentrated ki blast. Like a cascading torrent, the ki wave surged directly toward Fuyuasite. Fuyuasite merely curled his lips in an evil smile and charged straight into the ki wave, tearing through it along Wukong's trajectory, utterly ignoring the attack. What a... Wukong's face flickered, but it was already too late. Fuyuasite rammed his head into Wukong's abdomen, and in the next moment Wukong was hurled backward. He skidded across the ground, sliding tens of meters away. Fuyuasite stood on the stage with a self-satisfied smile. Fuyuasite's form is a strike form. Its bullet-like charges can tear through an opponent's attacks, Badusi explained from the 6th universe. Impressive, the Saiyan Jabe exclaimed. Yet the 7th universe's Saiyans have not shown their true strength, Badusi added with a smile. What? They're still holding back. Jabe and the others cried in surprise. Zite glanced at the scene, then turned away unmoved. Such a level of combat failed to pique his interest. Hey Badusi, how can you speak up for the 7th universe? Xiangpa snapped, clearly displeased. Badusi feigned grievance. Wawa Xiangpa, I'm only stating the facts. Xiangpa fell silent, the heavy paws hanging in the air. A confident Frost looked at Wukong and said, you shouldn't be hiding your full strength, right? If you continue to conceal it, you won't stand a chance against me. Wukong stood up and chuckled. Aren't you doing the same? You haven't unleashed your full power against me either. Frost looked at him and replied with a smile. Then let's go all out. Wukong nodded slightly. I'll go first. With a mighty roar, Wukong erupted with energy and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A massive aura surrounded him as Wukong smiled at Frost. It's your turn now. Frost revealed a hint of cold sweat on his face. What an immense power. What form is this? The members of Universe 6, including Kampa, were bewildered by this transformation, unable to comprehend how a Saiyan could transform. Hit merely glanced at Wukong's form, and then turned his gaze away, continuing to meditate. Wukong explained, this is Super Saiyan. Just like you transforming back from the initial form. Hey, Kaba, you're also a Saiyan, can you transform? Kampa turned to Kaba and asked. Kaba was sweating profusely, shaking his head. I have never heard of Saiyans being able to transform. Kampa gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat complicated. Alright, now it's your turn. Wukong laughed heartily. Frost looked at Wukong with a serious expression. The energy from his opponent had indeed reached a very terrifying level. He seemed to be stronger. However, let me see your power. With that, Frost vanished in a flash and appeared right in front of Wukong, throwing a punch. The momentum was overwhelming. However, Wukong simply stretched out his hand to block it, firmly grasping Frost's fist, leaving the latter unable to move. You? Frost's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wukong in shock. Wukong smiled faintly, then his expression turned cold as he charged forward. He struck Frost and sent him flying. Boom. Frost's entire body crashed against the protective barrier, shaking in pain. Clearly, Wukong's punch had inflicted serious damage. But Frost gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Crash. However, before he could get close, Wukong moved swiftly and struck him again, sending him flying once more. Useless. Your strength is too far behind mine. You'd better transform quickly. Wukong grinned. Frost hovered in the air, looking at Wukong, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I didn't expect your power to be so vastly different. It seems I can only respond with my full strength. However, my final form has power so great that even I can't control it. With that, veins bulged on his forehead, and he suddenly roared, causing a massive wave of energy to surge forth. The momentum was overwhelming. Wukong watched the enormous aura with a slight frown, but there was no emotional fluctuation. Moments later, the massive energy flow gradually dissipated, revealing Frost's form. At this moment, Frost's form resembled Frieza's indeed in his final form. Wukong smiled slightly. That's more like it. Frost smiled faintly and said, my power is tremendous, so you must be careful. With that, he shouted loudly, and a deep blue aura enveloped him, and the next moment Frost charged towards Wukong. He moved at incredible speed. Wukong stepped back with his right foot, and in an instant he struck out. Crash. To everyone's surprise, Frost was sent flying by Wukong's punch. Oh. Frost flew out and crashed heavily to the ground, looking disheveled. How is that possible? Kampa's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Wasn't he already in his final form? Why was he still ruthlessly defeated by his opponent? So strong. The people from Universe 7 sighed in relief. Earlier, Frost's energy eruption was spectacular, and they were all worried. They didn't expect Wukong to be so much stronger. This kind of trash is far inferior to Frieza, Vegeta said with pride and disdain. Luoya watched the scene with arms crossed, not surprised at all. Indeed, as Vegeta said, even in his final form, Frost was no match for the current final form of Frieza. According to his system analysis, Frost's power was only in the billions, and one must remember it had been a while. Of Frieza must have become even stronger training in hell. However, Luoya's eyes narrowed slightly. Frost's true power did not lie in his final form, but in the ugly and evil heart hidden beneath his disguise. In the arena, Frost, who had been knocked down, was somewhat bewildered. He never expected that despite his significant power increase, he would still be defeated. What does this mean? Impossible. How could this be? Frost in disbelief charged forward once more. Take this. Frost did not hold back and kicked directly. Wukong smirked, and before Frost's kick could reach him, appeared right in front of him, throwing a punch without hesitation. Crash. Frost did not react in time and was sent flying by the blow. Everyone fell silent, their eyes filled with astonishment. WWHY. Why is your power above mine? Frost said somewhat incredulously. Wukong did not explain, as the question was inherently nonsensical. He replied calmly, considering your kindness, I really don't want to go all out. Just admit defeat. Frost's expression twisted in response. Impossible. I will never admit defeat. If I lose, then the funds Lord Kampa promised me will be lost. With that, he charged forward again. Wukong frowned and also engaged. Bang bang bang. The two fought rapidly, but Frost was no match for Wukong, who was dominating the battle. Crash. Wukong exerted force and sent Frost crashing into the arena. Instantly, the surface of the arena cracked. Ugh. Frost spat out blood and began to cough violently. Wukong looked down at him and said, You have already lost. No, I haven't lost. Frost roared, then charged at Wukong again. You overestimate yourself. Wukong frowned in displeasure. Oh. Frost seemed to lose his mind, unleashing a flurry of punches at Wukong. Wukong calmly defended himself, but for some reason, he suddenly saw double, and a wave of dizziness hit him, causing his body to go limp. Opportunity. A glint of strange light flashed in Frost's eyes, and the next moment, he punched Wukong in the face, sending him flying. He flew straight off the stage. What a... At that moment, everyone from Universe 7 was shocked. Son Wukong has been thrown out of the ring. Victory goes to Universe 6. As the referee's voice echoed, Xiang Pa and the others gasped in disbelief. Impossible. How could Kakarot possibly lose? With his strength, such a defeat is inconceivable. Vegeta stared incredulous, his jaw clenched in fury. Luya watched Frost's silhouette, eyes narrowing slightly, but said nothing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Son Goku lose? No one was more stunned than Beerus. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had personally tested Son Goku's might. Even at his weakest, Goku would never fall to someone like that. Huh. Nothing is impossible, Beerus. Universe 7 has lost, and you'd better not renege on your wager. Xiang Pa laughed triumphantly. Beerus gritted his teeth, then let out a sharp, disdainful snort. I'd never stoop so low. Xiang Pa nodded approvingly. Good, good. Goku. When Chi-Chi saw him lying motionless on the ground, she could no longer hold back. She leapt down instantly and knelt beside him. Krillin descended as well and slipped the Senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After swallowing it, Goku stirred awake. What happened to me? You were thrown from the ring. Chi-Chi murmured, her voice heavy with quiet sorrow. Huh. Goku blinked dazed, then disbelief flickered across his face. How could that be? At that moment, Frost approached with a courteous smile. Master Son Goku seemed momentarily distracted just now. I seized victory too eagerly and struck a touch too hard. My sincerest apologies. Goku burst into hearty laughter. No, not at all. A loss is a loss. I accept it fully. No need to apologize. Frost bowed slightly. I am honored by your grace. Seeing Frost's composure, the warriors of Universe 7 found it difficult to harbor true resentment. Goku escorted Chi-Chi back to the stand, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. I messed it up. Hey Kakarot, what was that? Why did you lose to him? With your power, defeat should be unthinkable. Vegeta spoke, clearly displeased. Goku paused, then shook his head. I don't know. I truly thought I'd won. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, dismissive. Alright, your turn now, Vegeta. With your strength you can avenge me. Goku grinned, ever optimistic. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Then Liya, who had remained silent until now, spoke calmly. In truth, Son Goku did not lose. What a... The words sent ripples through the crowd. Everyone turned sharply toward him. Hey, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Beerus demanded urgently. Liya pointed calmly toward Frost atop the ring. He cheated. What a... A fresh wave of shock rippled outward. Boy, watch your tongue. What proof do you have? Or are you simply refusing to accept defeat? Xiang Pa's expression darkened. Frost glanced at Luya, his gaze chilling, edged with quiet menace. Luya merely smiled faintly. Hidden beneath his wrist lies a concealed weapon. That weapon secured his victory over Son Goku. Search him, you'll see for yourselves. A concealed weapon. Gasps erupted. The crowd's suspicion now fixed squarely upon Frost. Just then the referee stepped forward, lifted Frost's wrist, and began inspecting it closely. Frost clenched his jaw, but did not resist. There is a weapon. The referee cried out in astonishment. Instantly the entire arena rose to its feet. Realizing his deception exposed, Frost flung the referee aside, then revealed a venomous needle embedded in his own forearm, grinning. This is part of my body. Surely it doesn't count as a hidden weapon. You, Frost. How dare you resort to such despicable, dishonorable treachery? Xiang Pa's face flushed with shame. For him, this was profoundly humiliating. Universe 6 had won only through deceit. The irony was crushing. Frost's expression twisted into sly calculation. Lord Xiang Pa, I didn't intend to use it. I simply burned with desire to secure victory for Universe 6. You want victory too, don't you? Silence, you wretch. You've disgraced me utterly. Xiang Pa shot upright, seething, especially under Beerus's withering, contemptuous stare. Ho ho ho, such a face you wear. Yet I've served you with unwavering devotion. Frost replied coolly. A low hum resonated through the air. Suddenly destructive energy coalesced in Xiang Pa's palm. I will erase you. But... Frost's face paled. Not feigned but raw primal terror. Before a destroyer escape was impossible, death would be absolute. Wait. Vegeta interjected. All eyes turned to him. He spoke evenly. If Son Goku wasn't legitimately eliminated, then he remains eligible to re-enter the match. Nods followed swiftly. The referee declared, should Son Goku bear a visible wound sustained during combat, his eligibility shall be reinstated. Chi-Chi and Krillin immediately searched Goku's body, and soon discovered a small puncture wound in his palm. The evidence was irrefutable. The referee announced firmly, I hereby reinstate Son Goku's match eligibility. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed, unsurprised. Vegeta suddenly grinned. Then allow me to step in next. With that he leapt down onto the ring. He locked eyes with Frost and sneered. No need for destruction. I'll handle him myself. Xiang Pa scoffed, but held back. He was genuinely furious. Frost had tarnished Universe 6 honor. Bardock, how exactly did he earn 3 Cosmic Justice Awards? Xiang Pa asked abruptly. Bardock glanced at her staff and replied calmly. He quelled countless wars, because he instigated them. Stir chaos, then pacify it. Thus he assumed the mantle of cosmic righteousness unchallenged. Damn it. Xiang Pa ground his teeth. Ho ho ho. Ha. Fine, I confess. So what? I pursued those funds solely to upgrade the Universal Defense Force's equipment. Is that truly wrong? Frost snarled, his mask of civility gone. Vegeta cut in coldly. You're cut from the same cloth as Frieza. It falls to this prince to purge vermin like you. Ho ho ho. You. Then come. Try your best. Frost sneered, convinced Goku was the pinnacle. Once defeated, none could rival him. But with a thunderous surge of power, Vegeta transformed instantly into a Super Saiyan. Frost's eyes bulged wide in sheer, uncomprehending horror. You trash. Vegeta roared, fury blazing in his gaze, and launched himself forward like a comet. Seeing Vegeta charging over with an intimidating aura, Frost's expression twisted. He suddenly erupted with energy and rushed to meet him. Frost threw a punch directly, but Vegeta easily caught his fist, using his other hand to strike him in the face, sending Frost flying the next moment. Vegeta was not soft-hearted like Goku. Goku wouldn't fight seriously at first, but Vegeta was different. Vegeta didn't give Frost a chance. Appearing behind him the moment he flew away, delivering an elbow strike that sent him back. Damn it. Frost couldn't bear being continuously suppressed. He unleashed all his strength, of violent aura sweeping over, and in the next moment, he charged at Vegeta. Vegeta sneered, and in the next moment he erupted with energy wrapped in brilliant golden streams, and then shouted angrily as he charged at Frost. Bang! In an instant the two were closely pressed together. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone watched this scene anxiously. Ugh! Pooh! At that moment Frost's face suddenly twisted, and then he spurted out a mouthful of blood, the deep blue aura around him dissipating. Vegeta's fist had firmly punched into Frost's stomach, and the depth was substantial. Vegeta's expression was cold. You are not even worth my effort, but considering your actions now, you trash, get out of my sight. With a low shout, Vegeta exerted force, and a shockwave directly sent Frost flying away. Arg! Frost flew out directly, crashing into the protective barrier. The next moment the barrier couldn't withstand his impact, sending Frost flying off the stage, losing consciousness. He was knocked unconscious by Vegeta's punch. It was evident how ruthless Vegeta was. Vegeta coldly glanced at Frost, then snorted and turned to leave. The match is over. Contestant Vegeta wins. The referee suddenly announced loudly. Damn, lost again. Compa, are these people really the elite of the 6th universe? Why are they so weak? What does it matter? Aren't they just Saiyans? Goku, you go, Compa said in a deep voice. Huh, but in the 4th one to go out. Goku hesitated. Just as Goku was about to speak, suddenly the robot beside him stood up, pounded its chest madly, let out a roar, and jumped down. Boom. In an instant the entire stage trembled. Vegeta looked at the opponent and sneered. Is this my next opponent? Buzz. Suddenly a light shield enveloped the arena, and at the same time Compa appeared in the air, casually stating, now an additional rule is added to the match. If anyone touches this shield, they lose. Hey, Compa, what are you doing? Beerus suddenly appeared next to Compa, glaring angrily at him. Compa grinned and said, this is the new rule I set. If you don't like it, then don't compete. Beerus was immediately displeased. Damn, not compete. The 7th universe has already won 2 matches while the other side has only won 1. Clearly they have the winning edge, how could we not compete? However, the other side's arbitrary rule changes made him very unhappy. Fine. If we can't touch it, then we can't touch it. A mere rule can't defeat me. Vegeta said proudly. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot a cold glance at Compa, then said nothing and returned to the audience. Compa smiled smugly, then glanced meaningfully at the arena and turned back to the audience. Oh. Suddenly the steam robot let out a howl. Strangely, its belly was filled with magma, and when it howled, 2 jets of hot air sprayed from its back. Vegeta. Suddenly Liu spoke. Vegeta looked at Liu. What is it? Its weakness is that it can't stand being insulted. If you can insult it a couple of times, then you win. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. How did Liu know the robot's weakness? Impossible. That's nonsense. How could you know its weakness? No, wait. It has no weakness. Compa suddenly roared. How do you know it has no weakness? Or are you deliberately hiding something? Beerus sneered. Compa gritted his teeth, but he was not someone who could hide things. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. Beerus suddenly looked at Vegeta and said, hey, Vegeta, do as Liu suggested. However, Vegeta was not one to rely on such underhanded tricks to win. He snorted and said, I'll defeat it my own way. You don't have to command me. What Vegeta, you won't listen to me. Beerus said somewhat angrily. Seeing this, Goku quickly mediated. Lord Beerus let him win on his own. Moreover, with Vegeta's strength, he wouldn't lose. Upon hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth and crossed his arms, coldly snorting. I won't care about him anymore. Let him handle it. Goku chuckled and then looked at Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, don't lose. Otherwise I'll take your place. Don't curse me, said Vegeta as he looked at the robot and beckoned it with his finger. Come on, let me see what you can do. Oh, the robot, provoked, became furious. It suddenly opened its huge mouth towards Vegeta, and a terrifying stream of hot magma shot out. Vegeta's expression changed, and then he quickly dodged. Boom. The place where he had stood was instantly reduced to ruins. Not only that, but it also emitted scorching heat. Oh, this guy is quite something, Goku said with some curiosity. Krillin and the others were somewhat sweating. When did a robot become so powerful? Vegeta kept dodging while the robot continuously sprayed thick magma at him. Bardock was violently knocked back by the robot's fist, his expression darkening. He had severely underestimated its speed. Whoosh. In an instant, the robot closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of iron-fisted strikes. Bardock could only parry desperately. Whoa. After unleashing countless blows, the robot raised both fists high, then slammed them down with earth-shattering force. Seizing the opening, Bardock leapt backward in a single fluid motion, landing several meters away. A seething energy sphere coalesced in Bardock's palm before he hurled it forward. With a guttural roar, the robot erupted. Molten lava burst from its maw, colliding head-on with Bardock's blast. Boom. Bardock's energy sphere shattered instantly, while a torrent of superheated magma surged toward him. Bardock gritted his teeth, then exploded with raw power. His aura flared as he ascended into Super Saiyan. With a low, fierce growl, he amplified the output of his galactic gun. Whoa. Undeterred, the robot vented twin plumes of steam from its back, then unleashed a volcanic torrent of magma, erupting like a cataclysmic eruption. Strangely, the robot's magma burned through Bardock's ki itself. The onlookers noticed at once. Their expressions hardened with grave concern. That lava-spewing machine is incredibly strong. Krillin murmured in awe. But Bardock won't lose, he's Bardock. Goku smiled faintly, untroubled. Have you noticed? Whis interjected quietly. Bardock's condition is deteriorating. At those words, the others gasped, eyes snapping to the arena. Though Bardock hadn't yet fallen behind, his aura flickered erratically. His breathing grew labored. What's happening? Goku's face tightened. Oxygen. The flames are consuming the oxygen inside the barrier. That's why he's struggling to breathe. Yet the robot needs no air, Lyra observed coolly. At her words, their faces fell with dawning dread. That brat Elec. He planned this. Beerus snarled. Hey Bardock, watch yourself. Bardock's chest constricted. The robot's magma had incinerated the very air around them. He couldn't let it succeed. With a thunderous roar, Bardock unleashed a colossal surge of ki, and in that instant his blinding white galactic gun reversed the tide, forcing the molten torrent backward. Ho-ho! Sensing peril, the robot drove its legs deep into the ground, eyes blazing crimson as it redoubled its infernal assault. A crushing wave of energy enveloped it. Boom! Boom! Bardock's attack buckled under the onslaught. The magma surged forward like an unstoppable avalanche. Bardock clenched his jaw, then abruptly withdrew the galactic gun and detonated his ki anew, cleaving downward with a razor-edged ki slash. Schlorp! The magma split apart, but in that split second the robot closed the gap and delivered a devastating overhead punch. Bardock was struck like a meteor, hurled violently through the air. The robot gave no quarter. It lunged after him, seized his ankle, and smashed him down again. Ugh! Slamming hard into the ground, Bardock rebounded and instantly unleashed the royal battle technique. A storm of ki blasts rained toward the robot. The robot evaded each one with uncanny agility, then closed in, pressing the assault. Off balance, and overwhelmed, Bardock scrambled to block each blow. Thud! A misstep, and Bardock was struck again, sent flying. Whoa! In a flash, the robot soared above him and vomited forth another torrent of magma. Bardock's eyes widened. He threw up both arms just in time. Crockum! His body cratered into the ring, and the entire platform detonated, scattering molten debris in all directions. Bardock! Goku's voice cracked with alarm. Beerus and the others paled. They assumed Bardock had been eliminated. Impossible! Beerus muttered, stunned. What in the world is going on? Neither Goku nor Bardock has even begun to unleash their true power. What kind of fight is this? Lyra glanced calmly at the arena, then shook her head. Events weren't unfolding exactly as she'd anticipated, but they were close enough. The smoke slowly parted, revealing Bardock's silhouette. His face was contorted with fury and exhaustion, sweat streaming down his brow. Gritting his teeth, he stared downward, standing precariously on one foot. The referee rushed over, saw Bardock balanced atop a jagged fragment of the shattered ring, and announced astonished, no boundary violation. Contestant Bardock remains within the ring. Per the rules, the match continues. Whoa! A collective gasp rose from the crowd, then erupted into jubilant cheers. The Seventh Universe's spectators roared with elation. Bardock was still in the fight. Bardock felt no triumph, only mounting humiliation, especially when the referee cited the rule. He, Bardock, Prince of the Saiyans, was clinging to victory not by strength but by technicality. Golden ki swirled around him as he rose slowly, face unreadable. Goku and Lyra, who knew Bardock well, exchanged grim glances. Goku's lips twitched with concern. Bardock! Lyra looked from him to the robot and pitted the machine. It was doomed. Of all beings to provoke, why him? This man was legendary for his madness. At his most unhinged, he'd even strike at gods. Why, you damn thing? Bardock's face darkened as he hovered beneath the barrier, eyes locking onto the robot, where murderous intent coalesced like a gathering storm. Whoa! The robot pounded its chest in mockery, venting scalding steam. Bardock watched. Then his aura erupted, wild and volatile, surging beyond all prior limits. Danger! Eliminate it, now! Elec bellowed. Whoa! The robot roared and unleashed a colossal geyser of magma, hurtling toward Bardock. However, just as the seething magma was about to approach Vegeta, he erupted with an immense burst of energy powerful enough to disintegrate the magma merely with his aura. What a... The contestants from Universe 6 gasped in surprise. Incredible, the Saiyan actually possesses such power. Gabe's expression was complex. He too was a Saiyan, but had never known of the Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, something seems off. Krillin and the others said, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. Huh. Vegeta, this guy has really lost his temper, Goku said awkwardly. Luoya watched Vegeta while using the system to scan his combat power, only to be shocked to find that the guy's power had skyrocketed to an astonishing level. It's important to note that this was beyond the power of Super Saiyan 1, and Vegeta was still maintaining the first stage of Super Saiyan. It seemed he was truly angry. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Golden light surrounded Vegeta, and as his energy exploded, the protective shield shattered into glass, shards shooting out in all directions. He spread his arms wide, then brought them together. Final. What could it be? Piccolo's face turned pale as he recognized the familiar move. Vegeta, you're being too impulsive, Goku said while dodging the shards of glass, slightly complaining. However, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch something and suddenly froze, looking towards Monaka. At this moment, Monaka sat expressionless with wide eyes, and several sharp glass shards were embedded in the chair around him. Wow. No wonder he's the best in the universe. He's so calm, Goku exclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, Monaka had fainted earlier when he witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, quickly stop him. Kappa suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly. The robot suddenly pounded its chest, and a large amount of heat erupted from its body. It opened its mouth towards Vegeta, and magma began to gather. Boom. A powerful aura erupted, and the robot's strength surged directly. Vegeta's expression twisted as he suddenly shouted angrily. Shining flash. Boom. An incredibly astonishing energy shot towards the robot below. Whoa. The latter also refused to back down, spitting out a terrifying wave of magma from its mouth. Boom. 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 The two powerful energies collided, and the overwhelming aura swept through, forcing everyone to shield themselves with their hands. Aunt. Vegeta's veins bulged as he suddenly intensified his force. The robot also refused to yield and erupted again. But the power of Vegeta's final flash was too overwhelming. Even if the opponent's energy could burn his aura, how could Vegeta's energy be so easily extinguished? In the next moment, the robot was directly suppressed. Vegeta's energy cannon was already right in front of it. Whoa! The robot was shocked and desperately tried to defend. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly erupted with energy and charged into the blast like a fish in water, swiftly arriving in front of the robot. Get down, you piece of scrap metal! Vegeta roared angrily, throwing a punch directly at the robot. Walk. Hearing Vegeta's malicious insult, the robot's expression changed, and it instantly lost its defense. Bang! Vegeta ignored the scorching magma and let his fist shine brilliantly. He smashed through the magma and struck the robot's face, sending it crashing off the stage. The crowd gasped in awe at this scene, some surprised, others sighing. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. The contestant from Universe 6 is out of bounds. The referee quickly approached the robot, and seeing that it had indeed touched the ground, announced, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, wins. Great! Beerus exclaimed with delight. We won. Krillin, Bulma, and the others were all excited. Huh. Goku chuckled awkwardly. Vegeta really didn't hold back. Vegeta, looking unbothered, flew back to the audience, taking large gulps of water that Bulma handed him. Vegeta, you really hurt the opponent badly. Suddenly, Whis remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Universe 6 side, where the robot was sitting on the ground, hugging its knees and crying softly, as if emotionally wounded. TCH, isn't it a robot? Shouldn't it be unable to feel pain? Vegeta said dismissively. No, what I mean is that its spirit has been severely impacted. It can't handle being insulted. Your earlier comment about it being scrap metal undoubtedly dealt a significant blow. Whis chuckled. Oomph. Vegeta's eyelids twitched, but he said nothing further. All right, let's prepare for the next match. Goku laughed, although he felt a bit sorry for the opponent. There was nothing to be done, and the gap in strength was just too great. Before long, Bados and Whis appeared above the arena, both activating their divine powers to restore the arena to its original state. Not only that, but the protective shield was also restored. Whooshed! At this moment, a frail young man suddenly landed on the stage. He was Gabe the Saiyan from Universe 6. Vegeta glanced at him, then leaped onto the arena. All right, now the match continues. The referee raised the microphone and declared loudly. Gabe and Vegeta locked eyes, but they did not strike yet. Suddenly, Gabe bowed slightly to Vegeta. Please teach me. Vegeta smiled faintly. Come on. Let me see the power of the Saiyans from Universe 6. Gabe's expression turned serious as he assumed a fighting stance. Strangely, his fighting power stance was not much different from Vegeta's. Vegeta was taken aback, then smirked arrogantly and, this is interesting, after saying that he also took up a stance. Gabe launched the first attack, charging forward and throwing a punch. That frail body unleashed an incredibly powerful force. Vegeta's pupils widened, then his expression changed as he crossed his hands to defend. Bang! With one strike, Vegeta was forced back repeatedly while Gabe did not give him a chance, pressing the attack and unleashing rapid punches directly overpowering Vegeta. Whoa, this Saiyan is really strong. He can actually fight Vegeta to this extent, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone watched this scene with grave expressions, although they knew Vegeta was not using all his strength. The opponent was undeniably formidable. P.S. Adding one more chapter. By the way, I need to insert an advertisement. Since the previous chapter's power levels were indeed off, I have made significant revisions. You heard me right. Revised again. Speaking of which, I am also quite pained. I was actually told by readers that I don't know how to calculate, which is indeed a bit demoralizing. This time I used high-tech computers. I won't let anyone say that math is taught by the gym teacher. So for those who have followed me to this point, I apologize. I have caused you trouble. If you want to read start over, it will take some time. I apologize. Whoa, I am so embarrassed. Boo-hoo. As Vegeta faced relentless pressure, he suddenly erupted with energy, momentarily halting Jabe's movements, allowing Vegeta to seize the opportunity and retaliate with a flurry of swift punches. Jabe, unwilling to back down, exchanged blows with Vegeta. Each punch reverberated through the air, creating an intense spectacle. Jabe suddenly capitalized on a gap in Vegeta's defense, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. Vegeta was sent flying, twisting in the air before crashing to the ground, and the next moment, he placed both hands on his hips. Jabe mirrored his stance. Super energy wave. Both warriors unleashed their energies simultaneously, and two waves of energy collided, resulting in a massive explosion. It was a standoff. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta and Jabe's figures emerged. Vegeta looked at Jabe with some admiration. Not bad, you truly are a Saiyan. Jabe smiled back. You're impressive too. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then let's do this again. With that, he erupted with energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Vegeta's power surged exponentially. Jabe was taken aback, quickly assuming his battle stance. Vegeta frowned and asked, why aren't you transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me? Jabe shook his head. I can't. Vegeta was surprised. Can't? Jabe nodded and explained, in my world the concept of Super Saiyan doesn't exist. Vegeta fell silent. Suddenly Jabe looked at him earnestly and said, Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Nanny, teach you, Vegeta said in a deep voice. Jabe bowed to Vegeta. Yes, I want to transform into a Super Saiyan too. Please teach me. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and then suddenly a sinister smile crept onto his face. Where do you place the pride of a Saiyan, you fool? Jabe was stunned, and before he could speak, Vegeta's figure flashed before him. Jabe was startled, but the gap in power between him and the transformed Vegeta was too vast. He was sent flying by a punch to the gut. Jabe cried out in agony, barely adjusting himself, when Vegeta appeared before him once more. With a series of brutal strikes, Vegeta hammered Jabe like a punching bag. Seizing a moment, Jabe launched an energy blast, but Vegeta merely tilted his head slightly to evade it, grabbing Jabe by the neck and tightening his grip. Ugh! Jabe struggled, feeling as if he was suffocating. Vegeta sneered at him. With your kind of strength, what right do you have to ask me to teach you? Jabe found it hard to believe Vegeta's sudden shift in demeanor. He hadn't expected such aggression. As a Saiyan, you actually seek help. Where is the pride of a Saiyan? You're embarrassing us. I'm very disappointed in you. Vegeta looked at Jabe with disappointment. Jabe trembled, unable to resist, as Vegeta's power suppressed him. In the stands, the onlookers were somewhat perplexed. That guy Vegeta? Isn't he being a bit too harsh? Bulma said angrily, feeling somewhat exasperated by her husband. Vegeta wouldn't act without reason. He must have his own intentions. Goku defended Vegeta. As Vegeta's partner, he understood him well. He knew what kind of person Vegeta was. This guy had transformed from a tough guy to someone with a softer side. Vegeta's way of teaching reminds me of when he abandoned his dignity to seek my help for training. It's quite adorable. Whis suddenly chuckled. Everyone. Lua observed the scene in silence, having been watching the battle style of the 6th universe to prepare for the upcoming Universe Power Tournament. Although he had seen it before, witnessing it in person felt a bit unfamiliar. If all goes well, Jabe would transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to taunt and berate Jabe with various insults. Kid, I'm going to kill you now. You've brought shame to the Saiyan race. Once I kill you, it'll wipe out your family, your relatives, and your friends too. It'll destroy the planet too. Vegeta cackled ominously. Jabe's pupils contracted, and the next moment anger surged through him, his aura rapidly rising. Vegeta sneered, what's wrong? You're so useless that you can't even protect your family. What right do you have to live? You shut up. Suddenly Jabe roared like a madman, unleashing a powerful force that pushed Vegeta back. Tisk. Vegeta watched him, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I won't allow you to harm my family. Jabe suddenly looked up and then roared. Boom. In an instant, Jabe's figure was enveloped in a golden light, and then his hair suddenly turned golden. He had become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, everyone was stunned by the sight. He actually transformed. Goku raised an eyebrow and chuckled. That guy Vegeta really has a way with this. Jabe suddenly roared, angrily charging at Vegeta and unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist attacks. Strangely, Vegeta did not seem to fight back with full force, but looked as if he was being toyed with, clearly holding back. Bang, 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 tat tat tat. Jabe attacked Vegeta frantically, as if he had lost his mind. Finally, he kicked Vegeta high into the air, then erupted with energy, shooting upward and smashing down with both fists. Boom. Vegeta plummeted and crashed onto the stage, causing it to crack. Jabe landed on the ground, still furious. The next moment, he shouted and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta stood up, watching Jabe throw a punch directly at him without any intention of blocking. Boom. With the collision, dust flew everywhere. As the dust settled, Vegeta and Jabe's figures reappeared in sight. At this moment, Jabe's fist struck Vegeta's forehead, while Vegeta calmly looked at Jabe, then revealed a gratified smile. The boy can be taught. Jabe was taken aback, and as he realized what he had done, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The usually kind-hearted him had actually thought about killing Vegeta. Is this me? Gabe gazed at his reflection, shocked. Vegeta replied nonchalantly, the most fundamental requirement to transform into a Super Saiyan is anger. As long as your rage reaches its peak, it will unlock the potential within you. So, being able to transform into a Super Saiyan is also due to your anger, given that you meet all other criteria. Upon hearing this, Gabe suddenly understood, saying, "So, Master, the reason you provoked me earlier was to make me angry." Vegeta smugly replied, "What else could it be?" Gabe felt a sense of relief, and then suddenly retracted his Super Saiyan form. He was taken aback, as this was not something he had done consciously. "Come at me as I instructed," Vegeta said calmly. Gabe nodded and slowly began to close his eyes, then in the next moment, he suddenly opened them wide. Boom. With a surge of explosive energy, a terrifying aura erupted from Gabe's body, and in that instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden light enveloped Gabe as he exclaimed with immense excitement, "I did it." Vegeta smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Gabe quickly bowed to Vegeta. Vegeta replied coolly, "Becoming my disciple is not an easy task. I understand. I will work hard. I believe that in the future I will impress you," Gabe said confidently with a smile. "That's something for the future. For now, it's time to wrap this up." Vegeta smiled slightly. Gabe suddenly laughed, saying, "Master, you might find it a bit difficult to defeat me." Vegeta crossed his arms and teased, "You underestimate me too much." Gabe was taken aback. "Huh?" Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and in the next moment he exploded with energy enveloped in pure blue light, his power multiplying exponentially. "Oh." Gabe widened his eyes in disbelief. The sixth universe was in an uproar. "What is this form? Why does it have a divine aura?" Kampa asked in surprise. It seems that the Saiyans of the seventh universe are not simple at all. They seem to have mastered powers that ordinary Saiyans cannot. Beerus said, also somewhat surprised. "TCH, no need to say it. It must be that guy Beerus. He must have taught these Saiyans special skills." Kampa said, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Lord Kampa, you can't blame Lord Beerus. Mainly, you rarely concern yourself with the affairs of the sixth universe. Your mind is filled with food and competing with Lord Beerus, while the affairs of the sixth universe seem to be my responsibility." Beerus chuckled. Kampa said nothing, feeling somewhat awkward, as he indeed was as Beerus described. As for the sixth universe, he wouldn't bother much. If things escalated, he would simply destroy whatever was necessary, simple and direct. Just watch, these Saiyans seem quite remarkable. Transforming into this blue form, their combat power has increased tremendously. Beerus smiled, enjoying the spectacle. TCH. Kampa felt somewhat gloomy but had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Hit, who had been silently watching, was also stirred. He opened his eyes, glanced at Vegeta, and then shifted his gaze to Goku in the audience. At that moment, Goku was also looking at him, and the two locked eyes across the distance, charged with tension. After glancing at Goku, Hit tried to look away, but suddenly his gaze locked onto Ryuya. Ryuya was also looking at Hit, his expression calm, with little emotional fluctuation. However, Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he could tell that Ryuya's strength might not be inferior to Goku's, it gave him an unusual feeling. The seventh universe is quite interesting. "Hey, Ryuya." Goku suddenly spoke, yet his gaze did not leave Hit. Ryuya looked at him. Goku smiled and said, "Can I go first in the next match?" Ryuya was taken aback, as were Beerus and the others surprised. "Goku, what do you intend to do?" Krillin asked, puzzled. Goku looked at Hit and then smiled, saying, "I want to have a match with Hit." Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Not to mention whether he would have the opportunity. Vegeta's strength was so great that he should win easily. Everyone thought. Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing smiles. "Goku, are you saying that Vegeta can't defeat Hit?" Piccolo looked at Goku seriously. Goku nodded, saying, "That guy is extremely dangerous. Dangerous enough that even I feel a bit tremulous." Hearing this, everyone gasped. Piccolo's face turned pale with fright. Are these really Goku's words? His companions had always thought Goku was invincible, defeating nearly every opponent with miraculous wins, except for the God of Destruction level. However, they had never heard Goku say he trembled because of someone else's aura. Even the mighty Cell back then did not have that qualification. Ryuya was not surprised, but hesitated for a moment before saying, "You may not be his match." Goku was taken aback, then laughed heartily, saying, "I think so too, but such a master, if I don't have a chance to spar, it would be a great pity." Everyone understood Goku's tendencies naturally, knowing his quirks had kicked in. After a pause, Goku suddenly asked Ryuya in a low voice, if I use that move, do I have a chance? Ryuya nodded saying yes, but Hit has a great winning edge. You haven't fully mastered that power yet. If you can't hold up, the damage to your body will be significant. Goku nodded saying I understand. In the next match I will take the lead. Ryuya said, nothing further, understanding that he couldn't yet break through to Super Blue, so he couldn't challenge Hit from the onset. Even though he knew the opponent's tactics, his strength just couldn't keep up. Goku was different. He had Super Blue and his base strength was already impressive. If he added the King Kai Fist, he would have a chance. At that moment in the arena, Vegeta successfully showed off transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He looked at Gabe and said, this is the higher level of Super Saiyan Blue. Wow, so amazing. Gabe exclaimed, sweat dripping down his face as he felt the oppressive aura emanating from Vegeta. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying form. So they have already been able to transform to this extent. As Gabe faced off against Vegeta, everyone's attention was captivated, unaware of a battered figure slowly making its way in a certain direction. However, the observant Budos and Hit noticed this. Budos squinted slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing across his eyes. Hit looked at Frost, who seemed to be plotting something sinister, and in an instant he mysteriously vanished. Damn Saiyan. Frost's face was pale, yet it was twisted with hatred and ferocity. He had painstakingly secured the investment from the god of destruction Kampa with the premise of winning the match, but now he had lost, meaning that investment was gone. Unwilling to accept defeat, he planned to steal that funding while these fools were fighting. Soon Frost arrived at a hidden location. Before him lay a pile of jewels and money as large as small hills. Of course, there was also a cube. A greedy expression crossed Frost's face. Ha ha ha. All of this is mine. That cube is mine, you'd better not touch it. Suddenly a calm and indifferent voice came from behind Frost. Frost was taken aback, and the next moment he turned around in a panic. It's you. You are Hit. He saw Hit standing with his hands in his pockets looking at him. Damn it. No one can stop me. Frost suddenly exploded with rage and charged toward Hit. Hit looked at him indifferently, as if assessing a dead man. At the same time, a white time prison suddenly spread from beneath his feet. Swish. What a... Frost was horrified. He found himself unable to move. Bang. In the next moment, with a series of muffled sounds, everything suddenly returned to silence. Frost trembled, his face filled with disbelief, for at that moment his body was riddled with wounds. In an instant, Frost lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. As he fell, he had yet to comprehend what technique his opponent had used. Hit looked at Frost, his gaze calm. You should be grateful. I don't want to kill anyone right now. Assassin Hit. This was his identity in the 6th universe. The most powerful assassin, the mightiest warrior. Glancing at the unconscious Frost, Hit picked him up and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a corner, Budos witnessed the entire scene, a faint smile on her lips. Looks like I don't need to intervene. She then turned and departed. Watching Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe's expression turned serious. He had sensed the gap between himself and his opponent. However, Gabe assumed a battle stance and said, let me see the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta smirked enigmatically, and the next moment, he suddenly charged at Gabe. Gabe erupted with energy, raising his own to the peak, and in the next moment, he launched an attack at Vegeta. But unfortunately, Vegeta's speed far surpassed his own. Gabe's punch reached out, but failed to hit Vegeta, instead receiving a punch in return. Bang. Ugh. Gabe was struck violently, spitting out a mouthful of water, instantly reverting to his original state. With one punch, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form. Gabe fell to the ground, that single punch robbing him of all his combat ability. Vegeta's expression remained calm as he picked up Gabe and tossed him towards the audience of the 6th universe. The Golden Bear caught him, and everyone was left in shock. Damn, he lost just like that. The people of the 6th universe had hoped that Gabe's successful transformation would at least allow him to fight Vegeta, but unexpectedly one punch had put Gabe down. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The companions from the 7th universe cheered because their opponent was now down to only one fighter. If they defeated him, the 7th universe would win. However, Goku and Ruaya showed no signs of joy, and neither did Beerus and Whis. Their gazes were fixed on Hit, the last fighter of the 6th universe, with deep meaning. In the arena, Vegeta looked at Hit, realizing that this trump card of the 6th universe was now ready to strike. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. A sinister grin appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Before the referee could speak, Hit had already jumped down. For some reason, as Hit descended, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became serious. Even the proud Vegeta showed a hint of solemnity as he could not sense Hit's energy. This was undoubtedly a terrifying situation. Vegeta looked at Hit and then assumed a battle stance. Boom. The blue light enveloped his body as he faced Hit in his strongest Super Blue state. Hit watched Vegeta transform into Super Blue, his eyes flickering slightly, and then he said, come on. He too took a stance, but it was the most basic stance without a single opening. So strong. Goku's expression was grave. Even with Ruaya's system, he had to admit that Hit was indeed flawless now. Acting all mysterious. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next second, he charged directly at Hit. Take this. Vegeta maximized his speed, throwing a punch at Hit. Swish. But in the next moment his expression changed as Hit had somehow appeared at his side, and his punch had completely missed. What a... The members of the 7th universe were all shocked as they had not seen what had just happened. Hit gave Vegeta no chance, landing a punch that sent him flying. What a... Vegeta felt pain, but more than that he was in disbelief. He never expected his attack to be resolved so easily. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and then exploded with energy again, charging out once more. Just as he was about to reach Hit, he suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a swift chop. But strangely, Hit had already appeared next to Vegeta in the next moment, once again punching him back. The crowd gasped. Vegeta, Bulma shouted anxiously. Too fast. I can't even see his movements. Piccolo stated that he had been focusing intently on Hit, yet he still couldn't catch the latter's attacks. Goku and Ruaya's expressions were tense and complicated. Vegeta had taken 2 hits without any resistance. He, the proud Prince Vegeta, upheld the dignity of the Saiyans. How could he have no power to resist at all? With this in mind, he erupted with energy, his combat power soaring to a new level. But Hit did not give him a chance. His figure flickered, and soon he was right in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's face twisted in fury as he was about to swing his fist at Hit. But, bang, ugh. Vegeta was hit again, spitting out blood. Before he could react, Hit unleashed a series of attacks, his fists raining down on him like a storm. Under the powerful assault of Hit, Vegeta found himself utterly defenseless. Cold sweat dripped from everyone, especially from the companions of Universe 7, as Super Saiyan Blue was the most formidable form they had ever witnessed. Aside from the God of Destruction, no one had ever managed to defeat him. Now even Super Saiyan Blue could not withstand Hit's power. Just how strong could he be? Goku asked Liu, "Can you see Hit's movements clearly?" Liu shook his head. "Not for now, but his attacks have surpassed time." Surpassed time? Goku exclaimed, clearly baffled, as it was his first time hearing such a thing. Liu is right, Hit's power indeed transcends time. However, this was not his innate strength, but rather a skill he had cultivated. In simpler terms, he could predict his opponent's movements 0.1 seconds in advance, allowing him to traverse into another parallel space, rendering Vegeta's attacks ineffective. Whis suddenly explained. Beerus glanced at Liu indifferently. "You seem to know quite a bit." Liu smiled slightly, and replied, "I can only say that I'm well versed." Beerus. Liu, since you know about the opponent's skill, can you find a way to counter it? Goku inquired. Liu pondered for a moment, and then looked at Goku, saying, "Hit's attack is called time skip. In other words, he can evade into another space just before your attack lands. However, in reality, his body remains in place, making it impossible to hit him, while he can deliver a lethal blow in the next moment. To counter it, one must predict his prediction." Goku fell silent upon hearing this. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, both with a grave expression, as they realized that this guy named Liu seemed to be getting more mysterious. He even knows about time skip. Whis, is it possible for someone like him to exist in our universe's level of civilization? Beerus asked with some confusion. Whis shook his head. "I don't know, but it's highly unlikely. However, I also don't know his origins." Beerus fell silent, and then looked at Liu with narrowed eyes. Liu clearly sensed Beerus' gaze and felt a tightening in his chest. "Damn, it seems I must keep a low profile and not reveal too much." "Oh, I get it," Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "What do you understand?" Liu looked at him. Goku smiled confidently. "Just wait and see my performance." Liu. In the arena, Vegeta was still struggling, having put some distance between himself and Hit. The latter's attacks were far too elusive, and even he couldn't discern their movements. It was as if the opponent was right in front of him and the figure in the distance was merely an afterimage. Strange. Even more bizarre was that Vegeta couldn't touch Hit's body at all. Just when he thought he could land a hit, he found himself hitting nothing but air, only to be countered mercilessly. "Curious. What are you daydreaming about?" Hit's voice came, and he was already in front of Vegeta, throwing a punch. Vegeta tried to defend himself, but was predictably struck in the stomach by Hit's fist. In pain, Vegeta forced himself to endure, his eyes revealing a glint of cold light. "Now's the time." Slap. Vegeta seized Hit's arm, and with his other hand he launched a powerful punch. Boom. Ugh. Strangely, it was Vegeta who was struck. He widened his eyes, completely unable to comprehend Hit's speed. After taking 2 punches, the force of the blows passed through Vegeta's body, erupting behind him, and in the next moment, he lost his Super Saiyan Blue state. He had been severely injured and could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, and the arena fell silent. Everyone watched in disbelief, utterly stunned by the outcome. Vegeta lost. The Universe 7 team found it hard to believe, their mouths dry as dust. Goku's expression turned serious. He hadn't anticipated this move from the opponent. Liu also closed his eyes slightly. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, but it was somewhat regrettable. In terms of combat power, Hit didn't surpass Vegeta by much. It was just that Hit's time skip caught Vegeta off guard. As a result, Vegeta stood no chance against him. The Universe 7 contestant Vegeta is down. The Universe 6 contestant Hit is victorious. With the referee's declaration, this duel came to an end. Hit glanced at Vegeta and then said, "Being able to take so many punches from me and not die, you're the first." After saying that, he turned and left. Vegeta's expression was grim, but he couldn't stand up. Whoosh. Goku appeared beside Vegeta and took him back to the stands. Bulma hurriedly asked Krillin for a Sinza bean and fed it to Vegeta. After consuming the bean, Vegeta was fully revived, though his expression was somewhat dejected and disheartened. Seeing this, Goku immediately said, "It's alright, Vegeta. Hit is indeed powerful, even I couldn't see his movements clearly." "Humph, that guy. I will never lose to him," Vegeta said coldly. Goku laughed heartily, and then said, "Alright, I'll be up next." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, and then looked at Goku. "Isn't Liu supposed to go next?" Liu shrugged his shoulders. Goku laughed heartily. "I switched places with him. I want to fight Hit myself." Vegeta scoffed. "Do as you wish." Goku waved to everyone. "Alright, I'm off." "Goku, good luck." Krillin and the others cheered him on. Goku smiled slightly, and then jumped down to the arena. Meanwhile, Hit also landed on the stage. The two exchanged serious glances from a few meters apart. "Can Goku really do it?" Beerus asked with a complicated expression. Whis, however, chuckled lightly. "If Goku loses, we still have Liu and the universe's top expert Monaka." "Why is Lord Beerus so flustered?" Upon hearing this, Beerus' face stiffened, and he awkwardly said, "Actually, Monaka is not a martial artist. He's just a delivery man in the universe. I only said that to motivate Goku, you know that, Whis." "Ho ho ho. It seems, Lord Beerus, you might be underestimating things. If Goku loses, our Universe 7 will have no one to stop Hit," Whis said gleefully. "Damn," Beerus said, somewhat annoyed. Piccolo, with his keen hearing, overheard their conversation and turned pale with fright. So Goku had become their Universe 7's only hope. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Liu. Can this guy really do it? P.S. brothers, cherish these days of updates. I am almost at my limit. Do you have anything to say to me? In the arena, Goku did not strike immediately, nor did he transform into Super Blue at first, but instead stared intently at Hit. The atmosphere between the two was tense, with everyone anxiously watching, eager to witness the spectacular duel between Goku and Hit. Playing tricks, the Saiyans cannot possibly defeat Hit. We from the 6th universe are the ultimate winners. Kampa couldn't help but taunt. "Shut your mouth. We can't judge the outcome, yet keep your eyes wide open," Beerus said in a low voice. Kampa may be displeased, but he didn't make too much of a scene. In the arena, Goku's expression suddenly relaxed, and he looked at Hit, smiling. "Sorry, I was just looking for your weakness. That's why I didn't strike." Hit was momentarily taken aback, and then replied, "You're quite honest." Goku took a fighting stance and said, "Alright, let's begin our duel." "I can hardly wait." Hit replied indifferently, "Can't wait to lose. You've decided you cannot win against me." Goku smiled slightly. "Who knows? Perhaps I might find your weakness." Hit looked at him and said, "Let's talk, let's go." Saying this, Hit assumed a stance, still the simplest and most ordinary one. But Goku squinted slightly, then sighed. Indeed, there seems to be no weakness at all. The referee noticed the tense atmosphere between the two and quickly said, "Both contestants are ready, let the match begin." As soon as the words fell, Goku's expression hardened, and the next second, he dashed forward, appearing before Hit in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch straight at him. Hit remained expressionless, dodging like a phantom, and in the next moment appeared next to Goku, throwing a punch of his own. Goku noticed this, but couldn't react in time. He was struck back by Hit's punch. Goku, staggering back, clutched the area he had been hit, exclaiming, "Wow, that's strong. This pain, your strength, I've never seen anything like it." Hit looked at him indifferently and said, "Go all out, you can't win against me." Goku grinned and then charged forward again. He threw punches and kicks at Hit, but predictably they were all easily dodged. Hit's power was simply terrifying. Moreover, utilizing instant transmission, Goku couldn't even touch the edge of Hit's clothing before being struck hard. This power is truly unbelievable. Bang! Ugh! After taking several heavy hits, Goku was sent flying, looking as if he would fall off the stage, but suddenly he flipped in midair several times and landed safely. Goku looked at Hit and smiled, "Though I paid a bit of a price, I've now seen your moves clearly." "What?" Hit was taken aback, then incredulously said, "Son Goku, you talk big, but I have no weaknesses." "No, Hit. I've grasped your weakness. From now on I will be serious," Goku said confidently. TCH. Hit found it hard to believe his calm demeanor from before was gone. Is Goku joking? How could Hit's attacks possibly have an opening? Damn it, this Kakarot. Krillin also found it hard to believe. Vegeta, however, believed it to some extent. After all, Kakarot was his partner, and he knew him well. Goku wasn't one to lie. Maybe he truly discovered something. At that moment, Goku suddenly burst with energy. A powerful force erupted from within him, transforming him into Super Blue. With a whoosh wrapped in blue light, Goku looked at Hit and said, "Hit, you are indeed very strong, but I won't lose to anyone." Hit watched as Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his eyes now filled with caution. Undoubtedly, this form was extremely powerful. Even he, without using instant transmission, might feel some trepidation. With this thought, Hit assumed his stance and said, "Humph. You say you found my weakness. Son Goku, to be honest, I admire your courage. However, my instant transmission has no weaknesses." "Really?" Goku grinned, then suddenly focused, unleashing the full potential of his Super Blue form. Bang! In the next moment, Goku charged at Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed, and in the next instant he still used instant transmission, freezing time for a moment as Goku approached. Hit smirked, and then threw a punch. Bang! But there was no expected scream. Goku had blocked Hit's attack. "What a..." Hit couldn't believe it. He couldn't comprehend how Son Goku had genuinely blocked his instant transmission attack. How was this possible? Oh, he blocked it. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that Goku had actually withstood Hit's attack. How is that possible? How did Kakarot perceive that kind of attack? Vegeta found it hard to accept. Instant transmission means the opponent can stop time for 0.1 seconds, which is enough to do many things. It's not just that simple. The opponent can manipulate time entering a parallel space using instant transmission. That's why Vegeta couldn't hit him, yet he inexplicably appeared in another position. Lua explained slowly. After a pause, he suddenly looked at Whis, just like Mr. Whis can manipulate time using time reversal, while Hit's ability is to stop time for about 0.1 seconds. But that 0.1 seconds allows a master to do many things. Whis nodded in agreement. That's exactly it. But I'm surprised that besides me someone else can manipulate time. It's truly hard to comprehend. Everyone suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But even knowing the principle of the opponent's skill overcoming it is still very difficult. First you need sufficient strength, and then you must be able to control your body to achieve a perfect mind-body coordination. You have to react in an instant, predict the opponent's position in the next second, and Goku is precisely predicting Hit's moves. Whis explained. This is too amazing. Krillin and the others looked at the arena with complex expressions, not expecting that it could be operated this way. In the arena, Hit looked at Wukong with astonishment in his eyes. How can you? Wukong chuckled. I did it. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wukong launched a sweeping punch towards Hit. Hit, refusing to believe it, activated his time skip again, and the space froze while he struck Wukong's abdomen without any hesitation. Bang. But an unexpected scene unfolded as Wukong firmly grasped Hit's fist with one hand. In the next instant, Wukong delivered a whip kick. Bang. Hit was instantly sent flying back. Hit looked at Wukong with a serious expression. His time skip was indeed broken. So far, Wukong was the first person to crack his time skip. Wukong struck a pose looking at Hit with a slight smile, saying, Hit, without your time skip your strength isn't particularly formidable, so I won't hold back now. Hit looked at Son Wukong and narrowed his eyes slightly, then suddenly said, I must say you truly surprised me. Being able to break my time skip indicates your judgment is indeed very strong. However, you are still far from defeating me. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Clenching his fist, Hit revealed an excited smile. I haven't experienced such exhilarating combat in a long time. Boom. In the next moment, he suddenly erupted with energy, and a powerful purple force exploded forth, shocking everyone. Wukong said nothing, but his expression gradually became serious. Over the years, no one has been able to escape my assassination, nor has anyone been able to crack my time skip, so I haven't chosen to advance further until now. And now you have made me realize that I can still become stronger. After Hit's words, he suddenly vanished. Wukong's expression changed. In the next moment, he shouted in anger and burst forth, charging forward. Bang. Ugh. Caught off guard, Wukong suddenly took a punch. How is this possible? I got hit. Krillin and the others' expressions changed dramatically, filled with shock. Even Wukong couldn't crack it. Hit's time skip has increased from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. And he keeps getting stronger. Loya said slowly. Is this guy a monster? How could he become stronger so easily? It's not that he is a monster, but he was always capable of advancing further. He just didn't feel it was necessary, because he had never encountered an opponent worth his attention before. Loya said calmly. Everyone looked serious. Wukong won't lose, right? Bulma said worriedly. Vegeta calmly watched the battle, then slowly closed his eyes. Kakarot must still have some tricks up his sleeve, so let's just watch. At this moment, Wukong kept retreating, holding his stomach. That punch had greatly increased in power. You've gotten stronger. Wukong looked at Hit and said slowly. Hit looked at him and said, You made me stronger, so I must thank you for you made me realize my own shortcomings. Hit suddenly said, Just now my time skip was already at 0.2 seconds, and now it is 0.5 seconds. After saying this, he suddenly vanished. Wukong was alarmed because he could not see Hit's movements at all. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes focused over there. After saying this, he shot a ki blast to his left side. Boom. The ki blast exploded, but Hit's figure did not appear, and he was now in front of Wukong, throwing a punch. Huh. Wukong reacted, suddenly bursting with energy, and the immense ki sent Hit flying back. Taking this opportunity, Wukong charged forward. However, at that moment, his movements suddenly froze. Hit's fist was about to strike out. Boom. Without a doubt, it hit directly. Ugh. The purple fist energy directly pierced through Wukong's body, just like when Vegeta was defeated before. This punch was the true power of Hit. The force was so great that even Wukong could not withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of white. Bang. Wukong knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, his body trembling slightly. Hit stood before him and said, Although you can predict my movements with my time skip and the enhanced version of it, I can predict your predictions. How many punches can you endure from me? Wukong gritted his teeth, his expression defiant, as he suddenly burst forth again, charging directly at Hit with a punch. Bang. But undoubtedly, Hit easily dodged Wukong's attack with his time skip, and at the same time delivered another full-force punch, causing Wukong to spit blood. Wukong could no longer withstand Hit's two heavy punches and fell forward. Wukong. Krillin and the others' expressions changed drastically as they shouted. Is it over? On the sixth universe's side, Kampa looked at the fallen Wukong and laughed triumphantly. Beerus smiled and said, Hit is the #1 assassin of the sixth universe, and he can manipulate time just like an angel. Very few can defeat him. Although Super Saiyan Blue Wukong is stronger than Hit, if he can't hit him, then that strength is useless. My sixth universe has won for sure. Kampa suddenly looked at Beerus with a smug expression, his eyes filled with provocation. Beerus couldn't stand this. Veins were bulging on his forehead. Wukong can't win against Hit. He can predict Hit's attacks, but Hit can control time for 0.5 seconds. This duration is already quite long, so even if he predicts Hit's attack, he can still make changes within that time frame. Y said slowly, Are we really going to lose to the sixth universe? Beerus couldn't accept this. Losing to the sixth universe meant not only handing Earth over, but also losing face. What if Kampa brags about this later? That would be so infuriating. Let's see how it goes. If Wukong has other trump cards, he should be able to turn the tide. Y said lightly. Kakarot has reached his limit. He cannot withstand Hit's attacks. Vegeta said in a deep voice. That's not necessarily the case. Loya suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. What do you mean? Vegeta looked at Loya, his expression serious. Loya smiled slightly and said, Wukong's strength is far from as simple as you imagine. He still has a hidden card. What? Everyone was taken aback, then turned their eyes to the arena with some anticipation. TCH, how do you know? Vegeta said, somewhat unconvinced. He had trained alongside Kakarot for so long, but had never seen him use any trump cards. Wait, could it be? Vegeta was startled, then looked at the fallen Wukong, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at the fallen Wukong, Hit did not strike again, but instead called for the referee. Hey, referee, how do we proceed now? The rule is that killing is not allowed, right? But he can't even admit defeat, how can we decide? Hit said indifferently. The referee was at a loss, glancing at the collapsed Sun Wukong, and then at Hit. Are we going to call it a win or loss? Hit stared at Sun Wukong, and then said it's over. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed. What? Hit was startled and hurriedly turned back. Not just him, everyone else had a serious expression. Wukong slowly stood up, his body still trembling, yet he was on his feet. Wukong chuckled, Don't rush. I haven't lost yet. You guy? Hit looked at Sun Wukong with disbelief. This is impossible. Even the similarly super blue Vegeta fell from his full force punch. How could this guy, having taken 2 of his punches, still be standing? What kind of monster is this? Wukong gasped for breath, unable to deny that he truly felt the threat of death just now. The power of his opponent was terrifying. Moreover, not only that, but his movements also predicted Wukong's predictions. What kind of extraordinary talent is required to achieve all of this? I can still fight. Wukong said stubbornly. Why? Is victory really that important to you? Hit looked at Wukong and said indifferently. Of course not. Wukong shook his head and then looked at Hit. I just don't want to disappoint you. Oh. Hit puzzled asked. You must also hope that someone can become your opponent, right? So I won't lose to you. Hit slowly closed his eyes upon hearing this, then opened them, staring at Wukong coldly, stating, You are struggling just to stand. How can you fight me? Wukong chuckled. I originally wanted to hide my true abilities, but now there's no choice. It's not that I'm stingy, but this move was just recently perfected, and I'm not confident. Hit's expression slightly tightened. Everyone was shocked, pondering Wukong's words. It seemed Wukong still had a trump card. How could this be? Vegeta's expression turned grim. Leah smiled slightly at this scene. Wukong steadied himself, took a deep breath, and then said, Now it's time to get serious. Striking a stance, Wukong began to unleash his energy, activating his super blue form to full power. Wukong roared, followed by a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Not only that, but a faint red glow also appeared on the surface of his blue energy. How could that state? Could it be? Vegeta in the audience paled, finally recalling something. Kaioken. Kakarot's trump card is actually the Kaioken. Wukong kept shouting, his aura skyrocketing in that instant. Moreover, it seemed to be increasing endlessly. Crack, crack, crack. Under the immense aura, the protective barrier in the air shattered. Impossible. This power has surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Could there be an even stronger form than Super Saiyan Blue? How could this be? But what is this? The members of the sixth universe looked on in horror, Kampa and the angel Beerus showing expressions of concern simultaneously. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Kampa's face as he vaguely sensed something was wrong. He suddenly shouted, Hit. While he hasn't transformed yet, take him down. Hit's eyes glinted with coldness as he looked at Sun Wukong preparing to strike. Quick, defeat him, Kampa urged again. Hit looked at Wukong but did not rush to attack, instead pondering something. Soon Hit lowered his hand, prepared for an attack. Kampa, seeing this, immediately became furious, shouting, Hey, what are you doing? Are you defying my orders? Hit ignored Kampa and looked at Sun Wukong, revealing a confident smile. Sun Wukong, you are indeed strong, but I will become even stronger than you. Sun Wukong's aura continued to rise, and the entire arena could not withstand his power and began to crumble apart. Suddenly Wukong stopped releasing energy, and the glow around him vanished without a trace. Everyone was puzzled because they could no longer feel Wukong's aura. It also looked at Wukong, but the next second his pupils constricted. Huh! Wukong suddenly shouted loudly. The next moment, an incredibly terrifying power erupted. The blue light was enveloped by a red glow. Kaioken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The immense power caused everyone's expressions to change, including those of the god of destruction and the angel, their faces becoming serious at that moment. This power. So strong. Hit looked at Wukong, speaking with some gravity. This is my trump card. The Kaioken. It was taught to me by the Kai in the past, but considering the tremendous burden it places on me, I haven't used it all these years. However, after seeing Leah use it before, it came back to my mind, and after 2 years of training, I finally mastered the Kaioken. But it's not easy to control. It requires synchronizing the energy with the mind and spirit. Only with perfect mastery can it be used. Initially, I planned to use it against Lord Beerus, but now I have no choice but to unleash it. Wukong explained. What a... Beerus exclaimed, instantly getting agitated. Damn, is this meant to deal with him? This guy's been hiding it so deeply. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, are you feeling scared? Whis teased. Upon hearing this, Beerus pretended to be unconcerned, saying, how could that be? Although he is indeed strong, it is too naive to think he can deal with me. Leah, watching this scene, couldn't help but say that using the Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue form significantly amplifies the power. Wukong's current Super Saiyan Blue power level reached 164 trillion, and after activating the Kaioken, his power doubled to 328 trillion. Meanwhile, Hit's power is only 165 trillion. Wukong's strength is still slightly greater than his. However, Hit's potential has yet to be unleashed. By the way, since Wukong has such a powerful technique, why is he only using it now? Beerus suddenly wondered. As Beerus spoke, the companions familiar with Goku wore peculiar expressions. Back when I battled him, I have not forgotten that scene to this day. At that time, he seemed to me to be an incredibly weak existence, and it was only because he unleashed the Kaioken that I was defeated. However, he must pay the price, for while the Kaioken can easily double his power if sustained for too long, it can cause unimaginable harm to his body. Moreover, as Kakarot grows stronger, the difficulty of using the Kaioken also gradually increases. So unless absolutely necessary, he will not use it. Beerus and the others fell silent. You're right, and even now, although he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still cannot maintain it for long. Lua spoke up. I haven't asked you yet Kakarot's ability, is it because of you, eh? Vegeta suddenly looked at Lua and asked. Lua did not deny it, it is me. TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly. Undoubtedly Kakarot had once again gotten ahead of him, which made him quite displeased. At this moment, Goku looked at Hit. He did not attack, but was calming his emotions, then revealed a joyful smile. I did it. Hit, however, looked at him with a serious expression. Although he did not want to admit it, Goku's current power surpassed his. Wow, I never expected that I could perfectly control this power. Goku looked at Hit, and then laughed. Hit. Now I challenge you. Hit's gaze sharpened, and he immediately assumed a combat stance. I am ready whenever you are. Goku laughed heartily, and then exploded with energy, charging straight at Hit. Hit's eyes flashed with light, and in an instant his entire being, even the very fabric of time and space, froze at that moment, leaving everything around blank. In an instant, Hit looked at Goku, and the next moment he threw a punch at him. Crack. But in the following second, a shocking scene unfolded. The restraints that held Goku suddenly showed cracks, and the cracks were continuing to expand. Hit sensed something was off, and his face turned pale. How is this possible? Huh. A powerful force shattered Hit's time freeze, and in the next second Hit's punch was directly blocked by Goku. This is impossible. Hit still found it hard to believe that his time freeze was directly broken by Goku. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment and disbelief. It appeared that Hit's invincible time freeze had been shattered just like that. Goku grinned. Your time freeze is now ineffective against me, because the place where I stand far exceeds your time. Huh. Goku exerted force, landing a punch directly into Hit's abdomen. Ugh. For the first time, Hit felt a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of white, and his body trembled in pain. Goku did not hesitate and countered with an elbow strike, sending Hit flying. Hit staggered back repeatedly, and when he stopped, he couldn't help but cover the area that had been struck. Power speed, everything has increased so much. How is this possible? Hit said incredulously. This isn't over yet. This is the power of the Kaioken. Goku smiled slightly, and the next moment he suddenly clenched his fists and erupted with energy. Ah! Boom. The blue and red light expanded more than twice, and Goku's aura was erupting with an extremely terrifying force. Goku's power has increased again. Krillin and the others were all excited. Such terrifying power, I never expected that this old guy's son could elevate his energy to such levels. Piccolo was also taken aback, his face turning green with shock. Damn it, why does Kakarot always get ahead of me? Vegeta said somewhat unwillingly. Lua looked at the explosive Goku, narrowing his eyes. Undoubtedly the effect of a regular Super Saiyan using Kaioken is vastly different from that of a Super Saiyan Blue. It was obvious that the Kaioken under the Super Saiyan Blue state infused with divine energy was much stronger, although it was only 10 times. Thinking of this, Lua couldn't help but scan Goku's current power. Wow, it directly broke through the realm of 20 trillion. And it was still continuously increasing. 450 trillion. 470 trillion. 500 trillion. Damn. Goku, using the tenfold Kaioken, had his combat power infinitely reach a first-tier angel. Shockingly, it was still hit as he was closest to Goku, and could easily sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was an incredibly terrifying power. Even he at this moment felt a bit fearful. His power is rapidly increasing. 3 times. 4 times. No. It's 10 times. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku suddenly roared, and the terrifying power erupted. Boom. After Goku finished exploding with energy in the next second, he suddenly charged towards Hit. But in the next instant he suddenly disappeared. Hit's expression changed so fast. I can't even see his movements. I'm right here. Hit. Suddenly Goku's voice came from behind, and Hit turned around to look at him. Who knew that in the next moment Goku vanished again, teleporting around Hit several times without leaving a trace. Whoosh. Suddenly Goku appeared behind Hit, and sent him flying with a punch. Not finished yet, Goku pressed the attack, instantly moving in front of Hit, and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Hit with no power to resist. Boom. A punch landed on Hit's face, and the next second Goku delivered a knife hand strike, sending Hit soaring into the air. Hit took advantage of the moment. After alleviating the pain in the air, he suddenly shot several energy blasts toward Goku. Goku casually extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting Hit's attacks. Useless. I have now surpassed you. Hit. Goku said calmly. Hit looked at Goku, and then said, Son Goku, I must say you are truly impressive hiding such a terrifying move. However, I regret to inform you that my power will continue to grow stronger as you become stronger. Goku's eyes sharpened, and in the next second, he flashed behind Hit, striking him down into the arena. Boom. An explosion erupted, and the ground of the arena cracked open. GUH. 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 At this moment, Goku's muscles suddenly twitched a few times, and his expression changed. I'm so happy. The fan rankings are out. Ha, rare. Thanks to everyone's enthusiastic cooperation. We will strive to get the reward list out too. You get what I'm saying. I was about to be done for, but hey, now I'm fine. It's just that miraculous. Feeling the ache in his muscles, Wukong's expression gradually became serious. It seems that even the Super Saiyan Blue cannot maintain the tenfold Kaioken for long. As his strength increased, the power of Kaioken also surged, putting a tremendous strain on his body. Thinking of this, Wukong glanced down at the arena, his gaze sharpening. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted, followed by a wave of purple energy that dispersed the dust on the stage, revealing Hit's form. At this moment, a purple glow gathered around Hit as he continuously unleashed his aura, causing his combat power to soar. What? That guy Hit actually has such immense power hidden. Vegeta's expression changed, unable to hide his shock upon witnessing this scene. He realized that Hit's energy had far surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the companions from Universe 7 grew anxious for Wukong. On the other side, the 6th universe experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, they thought they would lose, but with Hit's appearance, hope rekindled. However, Wukong's move caught them completely off guard. And now Hit was striving to surpass. Hit possesses immense potential within him, and he must have been holding back all this time as he had few opponents before. But now, encountering a unique fighter like Wukong, his battle instincts are activated, revealing all his strength. Bardos slowly spoke. Xianpa scoffed him. Victory is definitely ours in the 6th universe. Wukong's form cannot be maintained for long. Lord Xianpa is right. Such a level of explosion is beyond what his body can endure, naturally causing a tremendous burden. Bardos laughed. Xianpa crossed his arms, displaying a smug smile, as if victory was already within their grasp. In the air, Wukong stared intently at Hit, who was radiating power. He could sense that Hit's energy was gradually catching up to him. Unable to hide his inner shock, Wukong murmured, I didn't expect there to be such powerful beings in other universes. If I had known, I should have let Lord Beerus take us to see them earlier. This opponent who instills a sense of tremor within me, I must respond. Clenching his fists, Wukong roared once again, unleashing his aura, elevating his energy to its peak. The red glow dazzling. Has Wukong gone mad? Why is he raising his energy? His power is clearly greater than Hit's. Krillin said worriedly. Kakarot's state will worsen as his power increases, so he must resolve this battle as quickly as possible. Under this premise, Kakarot's strength must far exceed Hit's. Vegeta said solemnly. Liao watched Hit in the arena, his lips twitching slightly. At this moment, Hit's energy had completed its build-up, and his power was astonishingly over 100 trillion. An increase of nearly several times. Is this a monster? How can such immense power exist within him? However, although Hit's combat power had not yet reached Wukong's level, it should be noted that even with his combat power exceeding 100 trillion, Wukong could not unleash his full strength. At this moment, Hit was enveloped in a purple glow, his aura stronger than ever before. He slowly looked up at Wukong and said, I must thank you, Son Goku, for thanks to your help, my inner potential has finally been fully unleashed. Wukong looked at Hit and smiled slightly. Very well then, let us begin again. Hit's expression turned serious as he immediately assumed a fighting stance, his body still flawless, but his posture revealed that he was taking this seriously. Then Hit suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the space where Wukong stood turned white. Everything froze. Flash. Wukong gritted his teeth and suddenly released his aura, breaking through Hit's flash time. In the next second, he raised his arm to block. Bang! A heavy punch struck his arm, but fortunately Wukong managed to block it. Wukong roared in anger and threw a punch. However, unexpectedly Hit caught his fist. Hit looked at Wukong and said slowly, "As my power fully erupts, my flash time has also surpassed the 1-second limit, so don't think you can surpass me." Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Oh really? Huh." Bang. Ugh. Hit was struck hard, bent over like a shrimp, and with another heavy punch from Wukong, he was sent crashing to the ground. Hit fell awkwardly, but in the next moment, he suddenly erupted with energy and activated flash time again, appearing right in front of Wukong. However, Wukong directly broke through Hit's flash time. Although he couldn't completely overpower Hit, he could still suppress him. Bang! Suddenly a gap appeared and Hit punched at Wukong, who could only cross his arms to block, immediately falling onto the stage. Whoosh! Hit's form reappeared right in front of Wukong. Little did he know Wukong suddenly roared in anger, his powerful aura directly repelling Hit, his energy rising once more. Swish, swish, swish. After pushing Hit back, Wukong wasted no time and directly employed the prince's fighting style, continually unleashing energy blasts at Hit. Under the overwhelming and dense firepower, Hit retreated repeatedly, unable to dodge in the air. Suddenly, while continuously releasing energy blasts, Wukong's expression turned grim and his muscles began to contract. Even transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he could not sustain the tenfold Kaioken for long. Quick battle, quick resolution. Wukong's expression hardened, and in the next moment, he suddenly withdrew his hands, placing them at his waist. Came. Hey. Huh. Hit sensed the impending danger and his expression turned grave, immediately unleashing all his power to its peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Extending his palm towards Wukong, Hit began to gather a powerful purple energy in his palm. Whis. In the audience, Beerus suddenly exclaimed. Yes. Whis understood and instantly appeared above the arena. At the same time, Bardos also appeared beside him. The two angels exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously activated their staffs, instantly creating a protective shield that enveloped the arena, shielding both Wukong and Hit. At that moment, Wukong suddenly roared, Kamehameha. Boom! An incredibly terrifying energy wave surged towards Hit. A terrifying ki wave blazed with blinding intensity, tearing through space directly toward Hit. Hit instantly sensed the overwhelming power of Goku's technique. His expression hardened, and with a furious roar, a violet energy wave erupted from his palm. The two radiant waves collided with cataclysmic force. Aid. Both Goku and Hit poured every ounce of their strength into the clash, fully aware that only absolute power could withstand the other's onslaught. Yet Goku held the decisive edge. The colossal ki wave gradually eroded Hit's own, surging relentlessly forward. Realizing imminent peril, Hit instantly activated his time skip, vanishing in an instant. I've been waiting for that. There you are. Goku bellowed and teleported without hesitation, reappearing before Hit in the blink of an eye. Huh! With a thunderous shout, the Kamehameha struck true. Hit strained desperately to resist, but caught off guard, he had gravely underestimated his opponent's might. Boom! As Hit unleashed his final defiance, a titanic explosion erupted midair. Blinding light engulfed the arena, searing brightness, forcing every spectator to shield their eyes. What immense power! I never imagined Son Goku could ascend to such heights. Piccolo's eyes widened in unmasked astonishment. After all, he had walked the same path as Goku from the very beginning. Yet time and again Goku had surged far ahead. Indeed, while Vegeta brooded as the eternal runner-up, Piccolo too harbored quiet frustration, for before the Saiyans arrived on Earth, he had stood as Goku's greatest adversary. But once exposed to the Saiyans' extraordinary potential, he realized he would never again seize the spotlight. And after the android crisis, he ceased chasing them altogether, knowing full well he could never rival those prodigious Saiyan warriors. Vegeta, however, remained fiercely driven, relentlessly yearning to surpass Goku. Yet this sudden staggering leap left him reeling with bitter dissonance. Truly a martial arts prodigy, Goku's strength remains truly impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus? Whis chuckled softly, glancing toward Beerus. Beerus's lips twitched faintly. Impressive, yes, but for him to presume this technique could challenge me, that's rather disrespectful. Hey, yeah. Whis merely smiled, saying nothing. By then the smoke had cleared, yet neither Goku nor Hit remained upon the ring. Where have fighters Goku and Hit vanished? The referee cried out in alarm. There, someone shouted, and all eyes turned as one. Atop the mirrored statues of Kampa and Beerus stood two silhouettes, Goku and Hit themselves. A stunned murmur swept the crowd, neither had fallen. Hit had somehow evaded Goku's decisive Kamehameha. Goku studied Hit with grave intensity. How did you evade my Kamehameha? Hit replied with a mysterious smile, thanks to you. I ascended at the critical moment, just enough to slip past your attack. He clenched his fist, his gaze veiled with quiet resolve. Goku gritted his teeth. His body now teetered beyond its limits. That single blast had drained him of vast ki and stamina. Agonizing muscle fatigue gripped him entirely. Faint tremors rippled visibly across his limbs. Kampa Sharpie noticed at once, and burst forth exultantly, "Hey, this is it. Son Goku won't last much longer. Hit, finish him now." The 7th Universe's fighters fell silent, faces grim. Hit gazed at Goku, exhausted yet unwavering, sustaining the Kaioken while wearing a defiant, indomitable smile. Suddenly Hit smiled too. "Son Goku, I must say you've earned my deepest respect." Likewise, Goku replied with a gentle smile. "You're the first warrior I've ever encountered, besides Lord Beerus, who rivals such extraordinary power." They locked eyes across the void, smiles lingering, a profound mutual admiration shimmering between them. In the next heartbeat, both erupted with explosive aura, one crimson, one violet, radiating overwhelming might. As they assumed battle stances preparing to resume their duel, suddenly, crack, Goku's muscles convulsed violently. Sweat beaded like rain upon his brow as he bore the searing pain, jaw clenched tight. Danger! Goku was nearing his absolute limit. Elder Kai's expression darkened. "Hang in there, Goku," Krillin urged aloud. His comrades rallied in chorus, lending their voices to his strength. Beerus watched silently, eyes narrowed, saying nothing. "Perfect chance. Strike now, Hit. Don't let him catch his breath. He'll collapse under his own strain," Kampa exclaimed, elated. His words ignited immediate outrage. Even 6th Universe fighters frowned in disapproval. Kaba rose instantly and confronted Kampa. "Lord Kampa, please refrain from interfering. Respect the warrior's honor and fairness." Silence. Enraged at being challenged by a subordinate, Kampa glared furiously at Kaba. "Boy, mind your place. You're merely pawns in my game. Your lives mean nothing to me." He thrust his hand forward, hovering inches from Kaba's face. "One more word, and I'll erase you where you stand." Kaba paled and staggered backward. At that moment, 2 piercing glances lanced toward Kampa, cold, unyielding, and utterly devoid of fear. Kampa recoiled instinctively, then flushed with fury. Had he truly flinched before 2 mortals? Yet Goku and Hit paid him no heed. Instead, they exchanged a quiet, knowing look. "Shall we continue?" Goku inhaled deeply, suppressing the Kaioken's torment with a resolute grin. Hit nodded, then blurred forward with time skip. Goku made no move to counter. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, both smiled, lightly tapping fists together. This was true martial fellowship. Hit stepped back, then assumed a fresh combat stance. Instantly, he seized the initiative, time skipping again to appear before Goku. Too fast. Goku failed to react, caught squarely in a barrage of devastating blows, cries of agony bursting from his lips. "Impossible." Krillin and the others stared in disbelief. Videl murmured grimly, "Goku's stamina can no longer sustain tenfold Kaioken. He simply cannot keep pace with Hit's time skip." A heavy silence settled over the spectators. Bang! Ugh! Wukong was hit by Hit several times, each punch landing with force, causing him to lose consciousness and plummet from the air. Hit's expression changed dramatically. "It's over." "Oh dear." Whis also shook his head in disappointment. "Wukong! Wukong!" Krillin and the others stood up in concern. "Are we really going to lose? Has Wukong truly been defeated?" On the other side, Kampa was overjoyed, almost clapping. Hit remained silent, gazing at the slowly descending Wukong, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. It was over. Just as everyone thought the match had ended, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in that moment his powerful mental support allowed him to explode with energy. Oh! With Wukong's roar, his energy surged to its peak in an instant. The next moment, he shot towards Hit. Impossible. Hit's expression instantly changed. Caught completely off guard, he was struck by Wukong several times and flew out, embedding himself into the wall. What? Kampa and the others stood up in disbelief. Who would have thought that Wukong could counterattack at this moment, and with such overwhelming power? After the barrage, Wukong suddenly released his energy, dropping onto the stage, gasping for breath. Hit struggled to pull himself from the wall, also panting as he looked at son Wukong. Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up, taking a deep breath as he looked at Hit. "Hit, you must still have some trump cards you haven't used, right?" "Moi." Hit was taken aback, then replied, "Why do you think so?" Wukong chuckled and said, "I felt you were somewhat restrained during our fight. You must be holding back for some reason." Hit looked at Wukong, and after a moment of silence he said, "I am an assassin and my duty is to kill. Therefore, to avoid killing you, I try my best not to use lethal moves." Wukong nodded, "I understand." Suddenly, he looked at Kampa and said, "Hey, Lord Kampa, I request to revoke the match rules." What? Wukong's request left everyone confused. Hit was stunned, gazing deeply at Wukong without saying a word. Kampa was somewhat surprised. "Oh, what rules do you want to revoke?" Wukong smiled slightly. "I want to revoke the rule about killing. If not, that guy Hit won't be able to fully exert himself." Kampa was momentarily at a loss of what kind of operation was this. The opponent actually dared to say such a thing. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Wukong to be so reckless. Has Wukong gone mad? Krillin said nervously. Others were equally confused. "Why, oi?" Hit looked at Wukong. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Wukong smiled and explained, "Of course I'm afraid of such things, but I can't let you have any regrets." You should also give your all in this battle, right? Hit looked at Wukong silent for a long time, then laughed. Son Wukong, you are truly an interesting person. Wukong chuckled. Haha, alright, since you want to seek death I will comply. Let's revoke the match rules. Kampa said excitedly. Hey, I do not agree. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Kampa, gritting his teeth. Why don't you agree? That was requested by your 7th universe fighter. Kampa glared angrily at Beerus. Disagreeing is disagreeing. Beerus snorted coldly. What? The two destroyers were ready to fight over the match rules. Watching the two deities in the air Hit sighed. Such powerful gods we are indeed, but ants in their eyes. Wukong, however, smiled. I do not think so. Although I cannot defeat them now, I will surely reach that level in the future. Hit was taken aback, then smiled slightly indeed. Wukong grinned, and then walked towards the edge of the stage. Everyone looked at Wukong's actions in confusion, not knowing what he was about to do. At that moment, Wukong jumped off the stage. At that moment, everyone was petrified. Hey, Wukong, what are you doing? Beerus, who reacted, shouted angrily. Wukong smiled. I concede. I cannot defeat Hit. He is just too strong. At the same time, Wukong whispered, I am not a pawn. What? Beerus' face turned purple with anger. Beerus, now you know the power of my 6th universe, right? Kampa laughed proudly, not forgetting to add insult to injury. Beerus snorted coldly, and then returned to his seat. Suddenly Wukong reverted from Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue form, and in that instant his muscles twitched painfully, causing him to fall back, groaning in agony. Wukong, Shishi and the others rushed down, and Krillin fed Wukong a senzu bean. Wukong finally felt much better and sighed in relief. I'm alive. Hit walked to the edge of the stage looking at Son Wukong. Why? Wukong chuckled. My body has long reached its limit. If I don't quickly revert from Ultra Instinct, it could be dire. Hit frowned. Is that really the case? Wukong chuckled. Of course. I also want to show them through my actions that we are not pawns. Hit was taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Wukong stood up looking at Hit, his fist slightly clenched. Hit, you are very strong. Even stronger than I am, so, if there's a chance, please do battle with me again. Hit looked at Wukong, then smiled. Son Wukong, to be honest, among the people I've met, you are the strongest, so I look forward to our next battle. Wukong finally smiled with satisfaction. Good. He turned to Krillin and the others. Let's go. After that, they returned to the audience seats. Lord Beerus, I'm sorry for losing the match. Wukong said insightfully. Although Beerus was somewhat angry, he waved his hand. Forget it. It's not your fault. Wukong sighed. Hit is truly formidable. Next time we fight, I must surpass him. Kakarot, before that I will surpass you first. Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Then let's work hard together. Wukong laughed heartily. Vegeta haughtily turned his head, ignoring him. The atmosphere became less tense, and everyone's expressions softened. By the way, with Hit being so strong, only Monaka could defeat him, right? Wukong suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and Beerus broke into a cold sweat, feeling somewhat anxious. Wukong looked at Lure, smiling. The next match is yours against Hit. Be careful, that guy is not simple. Lure smiled. Don't worry. Beerus suddenly said urgently. Hey, Lure, you must take care of Hit. Otherwise the consequences will be severe. Did you hear me? Lure glanced at Beerus, then gave Monaka a strange look, somewhat helplessly saying, I'll do my best. Beerus, do your best. If you lose while trying your best, it's over. It was Luya's turn to step onto the stage. Son Wukong glanced at Luya, then furrowed his brow in mild consternation. Luya stands little chance against Hit. Hit expended tremendous energy battling you, Beerus remarked coolly. There may yet be a sliver of opportunity. Son Wukong blinked in surprise, then arched an eyebrow and turned toward Krillin. Krillin, do you still have any senzu beans? At those words, Krillin and the others paled instantly. Hey, what are you planning? Piccolo cried, his face turning green with alarm. Could Son Wukong actually intend to feed a senzu bean to Hit? The others shared the same horrified suspicion, recalling their desperate battle against Cell years ago. Gohan had nearly choked on his own breath back then. Had he not ascended to Super Saiyan 2 in time, every Z fighter present would have perished on the battlefield. Could Son Wukong truly be contemplating such a reckless gambit again? Beerus sensed something amiss and fixed Son Wukong with a sudden icy stare. Hey, you're not seriously thinking of giving Hit a senzu bean, are you? He knew full well Son Wukong's impulsive nature made such a notion entirely plausible. Son Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Well, he did expend enormous energy fighting me. And besides, we still have Monaka as our hidden ace, right? At that remark, Beerus panicked outright and slammed a fist into Son Wukong's head. Baka, how could you even entertain such a thought? Others twitched faintly at the corners of their mouths. Most were already privy to Monaka's true nature. Only Son Wukong remained blissfully unaware, still convinced Monaka was a peerless martial god. Wincing, Son Wukong clutched his head and protested. Lord Beerus, why strike me? Beerus clenched his fist, seething. Answer me. Do you intend for Luya to lose this match so Monaka can enter the fray? Son Wukong burst into hearty laughter. Exactly. That's precisely what I had in mind. Beerus fell silent, speechless. Son Wukong ceased this nonsense. Whis interjected calmly, exasperated by his master's antics. Why provoke chaos when there was no need? and he'd never before witnessed Beerus so flustered, truly unprecedented. Sun Wukong turned toward Whis. After a moment's pause, Whis replied, Monaka is currently unable to intervene, and this match is no trivial affair. Should we lose, the consequences will be grave indeed. Huh, why can't he act? Sun Wukong asked, then turned toward Monaka and took a step forward. Beerus immediately blocked his path. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Absolutely not, Beerus replied flatly. Monaka must not be approached, not now. Why not? Wait, why hasn't he moved a muscle since the start? Sun Wukong sidestepped Beerus and fixed his gaze upon Monaka. Haha, it's because Monaka has remained unconscious ever since witnessing the Kamehameha, Whis murmured quietly. Beerus panicked anew and blurted, I said no, and that means no. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. Something felt deeply off, but he couldn't quite place it. Just as the truth threatened to unravel, a flash of inspiration struck Beerus. He spoke with deliberate gravity. Monaka is undergoing spiritual unification, a sacred fragile process. Disturbance would invite catastrophic consequences. A whole planet once perished due to Monaka's disruption. Sun Wukong recoiled in shock. Really? Wow. One careless word, and entire worlds crumbled. Truly a supreme warrior. Seizing the moment, Beerus added, thus Monaka cannot act, not now. Interference would jeopardize him gravely. Do you understand? He requires time. Sun Wukong reluctantly abandoned his plan and returned obediently to Vegeta's side. Beerus exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Haha, Lord Beerus, you seem rather flustered, Whis teased, barely concealing his amusement. Beerus bristled. You must not speak so lightly, Whis. We nearly exposed ourselves. Whis smiled faintly. How unexpected, for the god of destruction himself to tell a lie. Beerus flushed slightly but retorted defiantly, humph. If it strengthens Sun Wukong, my sacrifice is inconsequential. Hey, the match is about to begin. At Piccolo's prompt, all eyes turned back to the arena. Luya now faced Hit, his expression solemn. Though Hit's power had waned significantly, he remained formidable. Hit regarded Luya impassively, his thoughts inscrutable. Then without warning, Luya withdrew a Senzu bean and tossed it to Hit. The others stared in stunned silence. Beerus and his entourage turned ashen. How dare he act so recklessly? Beerus snarled, his face contorting with fury. What on earth is Luya trying to do? Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Idiot. Piccolo and Vegeta both snapped, irritated. Ha ha, Luya's got my old spirit. Sun Wukong laughed, surprised yet strangely exhilarated. Perhaps after all he might yet witness Monaka's legendary power. What is this? Hit asked, gazing at the bean in his palm. Luya smiled. A Senzu bean. It restores your body to peak condition in an instant. Hit frowned. Why offer this to me? If I regain full strength, Universe 7's chances of victory vanish. Luya smiled faintly. Not necessarily. I trust my own strength, and I am no petty schemer. You fight at less than half your prime. I wish only to test myself against the true Hit, the one at his zenith. Ha ha, a fool. An utter fool. Is he deliberately handing Universe 6 a victory? Compa roared with triumphant laughter, then turned to Beerus. Hey, I'll claim your Earth without hesitation. Damn it. Beerus burned with fury, his face purpling with rage. His gaze locked onto Luya, cold and unyielding. Listen well. If you fail, I shall erase you. Luya met Beerus's glare, then grinned. I'll do my best. Hit studied him a moment, then offered a subtle, knowing smile. You remind me of Son Goku. Fascinating. But make no mistake, I shall show you no mercy. Luya returned the smile, confident and sharp. Then come at me, full force. Hit glanced once toward Goku in the audience, then swallowed the Senzu bean without hesitation. Within 2 seconds, Hit's vitality surged back to its absolute apex. He faced Luya and declared, you are a Saiyan. Demonstrate your power. Otherwise you stand no chance against me. Luya's grin turned enigmatic. Then, forgive my presumption. Boom. Huh. Without any hesitation, Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan. Immediately after, he unleashed his power again and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his combat power had reached an astonishing 50 trillion. With the enhancement of his normal state, Luya's combat power soared rapidly after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Luya looked at Hit and said, I can still transform into the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, but that form consumes a lot of stamina, so I will fight you in this form. Hit shook his head, saying not enough. His combat power with his potential awakened, and in a fully unleashed state approached 100 trillion. So even without using flash time, he could easily deal with his opponent. Luya smiled slightly. I know it's not enough, so. With that, Luya unleashed his power, and at the same time his strength surged continuously. His combat power kept rising. This stance. Could it be that you? Hit's expression changed upon witnessing Luya's demeanor. Luya is using the Kaioken. Everyone from Universe 7 was taken aback. How is that possible? His Kaioken is even stronger than Kakarot's. Vegeta's expression changed instantly. Is he really going to become the 3rd strongest after 1,000 years? Oh, this is interesting. Beerus, who was initially a bit angry, was surprised by this scene, and his anger subsided significantly. Haha, Luya's Kaioken is indeed more powerful than mine, and he can endure more multipliers than I can. It compensates for his inability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku smiled slightly. He had trained with Liu in the hyperbolic time chamber, so he understood Liu's confidence. How can it be? He can do it too. At this moment, Kampa and Beerus were both unsettled. Apart from Son Goku, there was actually someone else capable of this transformation. As Liu continued to unleash his power, Hit gradually grew serious, but he did not interrupt Liu's power buildup as a way to repay the favor of the Senzu Beans. At the same time, Hit suddenly unleashed his own power. A purple light danced like an enraged dragon, and his aura surged. The golden light surrounding Liu was now cloaked in red, identical to Goku's. His power was also rising towards tens of billions. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The combined auras of the two directly caused the recently restored barrier to crack and shatter. Left with no choice, Whis and Beerus had to use divine power again to reinforce the barrier. Liu's power is not at all inferior to Goku's, Karin said with a bit of sweat. Goku also looked serious at this moment. I can manage 10 times the Kaioken well, but Liu can be stronger than me even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, indicating that he has mastered the Kaioken to perfection. However, what puzzles me is that the Kaioken is very stamina consuming. Why does it not seem to affect him significantly? In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had also practiced Kaioken against Liu, but the stamina Liu consumed was far less than his. Moreover, he was maintaining Super Saiyan Blue at that time. He did not understand this either. Looking at this situation, it seems there is hope. Whis smiled slightly and said, "Humph." Beerus snorted arrogantly. Suddenly Liu shouted 18 times Kaioken. Boom. Instantly his power surged tremendously. 100 trillion. Liu's strength had reached 100 trillion. He was catching up to Goku using 10 times the Kaioken in Super Blue form. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had barely mastered 18 times the Kaioken. Of course, his perfect endurance range was 15 times, and 18 times was a bit strenuous, but only by doing this could he fight Hit. Boom. At this moment, Hit had also completed his power-up, and his combat power reached over 90 trillion. However, he was still somewhat weaker than Liu. Hit looked at Liu and asked with some confusion why. According to what Son Goku demonstrated earlier with the Kaioken, this technique should consume a lot of stamina. How can you exert strength even greater than Son Goku without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue? Liu smiled slightly and said, "You must have heard that practice makes perfect." Hit fell silent. Due to the system's enhancement, Liu's Kaioken had a relatively low burden on his body. Of course, there was still some burden, as he used it more frequently, and at higher multipliers it would still take a toll on his body, but he fared slightly better than Goku since it was an enhancement. By using 18 times the Kaioken in Super Saiyan 2 form, he should be able to last a few minutes. However, the burden it brought was still considerable, though not to the extent of Goku's after effects. Thinking of this, he looked at Hit. "Let me experience the power of flash time." Hit struck a pose, and then said, "Your combat power may be stronger than mine, but under my flash time you cannot be my opponent." Liu smiled. Who knows? Hit smiled slightly. Interesting. I didn't expect there would be someone like you in Universe 7 besides Son Goku. Saiyans are truly remarkable individuals. Liu laughed. Alright, let's fight. Hit put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. The next moment, a white domain spread out from his body. Time prison. Liu shouted angrily, unleashing his power fiercely. In the next moment, he struck out his fists, moving like afterimages, continuously punching at his opponent while standing still. To everyone's shock, with each punch he threw there would be a collision. That was Hit attacking him, but all were blocked by Liu. System. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Liu thought to himself. Ding. Activating the strongest Saiyan talent. This was a great learning opportunity for Liu. Through the strongest Saiyan talent, he could capture his opponent's trajectory and continuously break through himself through battle. Suddenly, Liu's pupils constricted, and the next moment his stomach was hit by a punch. In that instant, flash time disappeared, and Hit had already appeared in front of Liu. How is this possible? Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief. Not good. Goku and the others' expressions changed, worried. Excellent. That's how you fight. Kampa said excitedly. Hit approached Liu and said flatly, "My flash time is not that simple. Having fought with Son Goku, I have already surpassed 1 second. So you cannot win against me." Is that so? Suddenly Liu slightly raised his head and looked at Hit. What? Hit was startled, and in the next second before he could react, Liu punched him squarely in the face, sending him staggering back. Counterattack moment. Some say they look forward to the debut of Super Saiyan 4, but it's not necessary yet, it's just not that time. I have elevated the setting of Super Saiyan 4 significantly, so it will appear later on. Stay tuned. Hit was thrown back. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Liu actually managed to withstand Hit's punch. Truly remarkable. Wukong's eyes lit up with surprise. Vegeta was also somewhat astonished. He and Kakarot had personally felt the force behind Hit's punches, and undoubtedly they both struggled against Hit's attacks. Especially Vegeta, who had been knocked down by Hit's full-strength punch. Yet Liu was able to endure the tremendous pain and retaliate, which left them utterly shocked. In the arena, Hit wiped the bruises off his face and looked at Liu. "You actually thought of this strategy." Liu smirked. "It's my first time fighting you. I couldn't avoid it, so I had to lure you in. Otherwise I wouldn't have had a chance. But the price was a bit steep." Holding his stomach, Liu felt the sharp pain, finally understanding why Wukong and Vegeta were knocked down by Hit's punches. If it were someone weaker, being killed by a single punch wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, because he fought against Hit, he gradually grasped Hit's attack pattern. If you can predict Wukong's predictions, then when you predict my prediction, I will predict your prediction again. This way I can break through your time skip, Lua said confidently. Hit smiled faintly. It sounds easy, I just fear you won't be able to do it. I can do it. As long as I have the strongest talent. I can keep getting stronger. I will definitely win against you. Lua shouted angrily, and in the next moment he erupted with energy, executing the Kaioken to its fullest extent. Whoosh. In an instant Lua appeared behind Hit and threw a punch. Hit reacted quickly and immediately activated his time skip. In that moment, a white time cage enveloped the entire arena. Lua's attack froze in that instant. But just as Hit was about to strike, Lua suddenly moved. How is that possible? Hit's expression changed as Lua caught his fist. Bang! Lua showed no mercy, delivering a full-powered punch directly into Hit's stomach. At that moment, an invisible shockwave penetrated Hit's body. Ugh! Hit immediately spat out, and the time cage could no longer hold, causing the time skip to fail. Hit! Kampa was shocked and stood up abruptly, his face dripping with cold sweat. It worked. Wukong and Beerus rejoiced. That guy broke Hit's time skip. So impressive. Krillin said, drenched in cold sweat. Although Wukong had also broken Hit's time skip when he transformed into Kaioken, the hit back then was nothing compared to the current one. Bang! Hit knelt down, gasping for air, trying to alleviate the pain. Previously he was the one striking others, yet now he had received such a punch. Was his time skip truly broken? Impossible. He had controlled time down to the second. How could the opponent break through it? Lua looked at Hit and said, I predicted your prediction of my prediction. The time skip has gradually become useless to me. Hit gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Why is it that I only took one of your punches yet I can't withstand it? Lua replied calmly. Your power in direct confrontation isn't that impressive. The reason you seem so powerful is primarily because of your time skip. However, having unleashed an 18-fold Kaioken, my strength surpasses yours. But, damn it. Hit gritted his teeth, then roared in anger, activating his time skip again, and in the next moment, he unleashed countless punches at Lua. Lua hurriedly dodged. Although his opponent's speed surpassed time, he had figured out a hint of Hit's attack trajectory. With his own advantages, dodging was still possible. Huh. Lua shouted angrily, then counterattacked with a fierce punch that directly negated Hit's punch, transcending time to nullify its force. I told you I can predict your predictions. Lua shouted fiercely, then swiftly executed a side kick. Hit hurriedly raised his arm to block. Bang! In the next second, he was sent flying back repeatedly. Lua had gained the upper hand. Hit looked at Lua and said, Son, Wukong couldn't maintain this form for long, even when he transformed. Why are you still fine now? He realized that the opponent was managing this state effortlessly, completely, without backlash. Lua smiled slightly, because I am strong. If Wukong could also ignore the burdens brought by Kaioken, then Hit might have been defeated by him. Conversely, Lua could still endure the strain from Kaioken, so his chances of victory were quite high. Hit looked at Lua, and then assumed a combat stance. I underestimated you, but from here on I will give it my all. Lua also took up a stance, bring it on. He had adapted to Hit's time skip. One must admit that the strongest Saiyan talent was indeed incredible, and it was no wonder that Broly, who possessed such talent, could easily overpower Wukong and the others. Now he was about to unleash his full potential. Boom. With an explosive burst of energy, Lua took the initiative to attack, arriving right in front of Hit in an instant. The boost from the Kaioken was not to be underestimated. That speed had already transcended time. Hit's face twisted with a grimace, and in the next moment, he vanished, dodging Lua's attack. He used time skip on himself, but in that brief moment, he couldn't attack Lua as the latter had no apparent weaknesses. So he could only evade. You can't escape. Lua shouted angrily, launching himself forward, landing a punch squarely on Hit's face. Hit yelped in pain and was sent reeling back, while Wukong had now appeared in front of him, delivering a series of heavy blows, his fists raining down like raindrops on Hit. The force splattered. The power was terrifying. As Hit was completely suppressed, Kampa panicked and shouted, counterattack. Counterattack, come on. Hit, you cannot lose. Others watching the scene sighed. I never expected that the Saiyans could grow to this level. The Saiyans of Universe 7 are truly terrifying. That's amazing. The situation is leaning heavily in Lua's favor. Beerus, who had previously been worried, felt excitement now. This kid's performance was quite good. Looking at Kampa's face turning pale, Beerus felt a sense of comfort. Impossible. Besides Kakarot, there's actually someone who has surpassed me so much. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's expression was somewhat grim. Of course, this was his inner thought. Kakarot surpassing him would annoy him greatly. He never expected that now there would be another one. And they were both Saiyans. His title as the third strongest had been solidified. Tap, 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 tap. Lua struck Hit in a rhythmic flurry, quickly suppressing him. Although Hit possessed time skip abilities, he felt hurried under Lua's seamless pressure, only able to block the incoming attacks with his arms. Suddenly, Lua's expression tightened, and he kicked out, sending Hit reeling back. Tap, 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 tap. As Hit staggered, Lua unleashed the prince's battle technique, bombarding Hit with countless energy blasts. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the relentless assault. Hit's energy is decreasing. Wukong suddenly exclaimed. Great. At this rate, Lua is sure to win. Krillin said excitedly. Now's the time to defeat him. Beerus said, his spirits rising excited. Boom, boom, boom. After unleashing countless energy blasts, Lua suddenly gathered his hands at his waist. Haim. Swish. In an instant, a powerful energy coalesced in his palms. Hit finally found a moment to breathe, and then he let out a roar, unleashing his energy. A purple light enveloped his body, and his palms began to gather energy, compressing and intensifying the purple energy sphere. Both their powers surged at this moment. Seeing this, Whis and Beerus understood that they were about to unleash their ultimate techniques, and they quickly used their divine power to maintain the barrier. At this time, Lua held nothing back. He intended to end the battle with this full-powered Kamehameha. Hit was not weak either. His energy had also reached its peak. At this moment, he too held nothing back. Suddenly, Lua roared, and the next moment, he unleashed his Kamehameha at full power. Hit did not show weakness, directly firing the purple energy blast from his hand. He knew that Lua's Kamehameha was incredibly powerful and had a vast coverage area. Even with his time skip ability, he couldn't escape it, so he could only take it heat-in. Boom. The purple energy blast blocked Lua's Kamehameha, but it was gradually being pushed back, showing signs of disadvantage. Lua roared with all his strength, continuously pouring powerful energy into the Kamehameha while also enhancing its power. Hit was also at a disadvantage, but he did not give up. Instead, he fought back with all his might, the purple energy surrounding him flickering as if it were about to be blown away at any moment. The powerful energy spread out, and even with the barrier in place, it couldn't fully contain the clash of their powers. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the entire barrier. The two angels realized that merely maintaining the barrier was not enough, so they simultaneously abandoned it and appeared in their respective camps, activating their protective shields. Without the angels' power infusion, the barrier instantly shattered under the two immense forces. Everyone was affected by this powerful energy. Fortunately, there were the angels' shields, otherwise they would have been in serious trouble. What immense power. It's beyond anything I've experienced. Wukong looked at this scene with a serious expression. Although he could match Lua's combat power with his tenfold King Kai fist, due to his physical condition, he could not unleash its full potential. In contrast, Lua's superior performance was evident. Such a battle was truly a rare sight. Beerus was also slightly surprised because he had not expected that a Saiyan could reach such heights. No, it should be said that a mere King Kai had created such a technique. It left him utterly astonished. However, seeing Wukong like this, Beerus cast another glance at Monaka, as if he had overthought it. Perhaps Wukong did not need Monaka's involvement. Beerus. A massive explosion was inevitable in the arena, and even the referee was blown away to who knows where. Once the smoke from the explosion cleared, the arena was in complete disarray. At this moment, the stage was in ruins, and everything except the spectator stands of both sides had been destroyed. However, what was strange was that despite enduring the terrifying impact of both powers, this small planet had not been destroyed, which was quite unexpected. Of course, this was perhaps because the two only clashed their energies and did not directly strike the planet, otherwise it would not have emerged unscathed. Bang! Suddenly a figure knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, his aura extremely weak and drained. It was Hit. Facing Lua's full-powered output, resisting it had proven incredibly difficult for him. He had almost failed to hold on. Moreover, he felt somewhat complicated inside, as he had originally hoped to take the opportunity to improve himself like he did against Sun Wukong, but this time he had failed. Why? He did not know. Clearly this battle was no weaker than the one with Sun Wukong, and logically, he should have been able to unleash the potential within him. But this time he had failed. Could it be that his potential had been fully tapped out? Hit was utterly perplexed. On the opposite side, Lua was also feeling the strain. He too was somewhat exhausted, his chest rising and falling irregularly. The full-powered output had taken a huge toll on him. Moreover, under the circumstances of his energy and stamina depletion, the side effects of the King Kai fist were showing at this moment, as he felt muscle spasms. Ding. Host has used King Kai fist transition. Side effects 10. The system chimed in. It was confirmed. Lua smiled bitterly. It seemed he had truly pushed himself this time. If he did not find a way to improve in the next moments, he would likely struggle to use the 18-fold King Kai fist again. Looking at Hit, Lua took a deep breath and said, Hit, it's time to determine the victor. Hit stood up, taking several seconds to steady his breath, then looked at Lua. You are indeed very strong. I am no match for you, but I will not concede easily. Having been a killer for so many years, he had never known the taste of defeat. Even Sun Wukong had never truly defeated him. Now this powerful opponent left him feeling powerless. The number one assassin of Universe 6, as well as one of its top experts, he had his own pride. Hit suddenly unleashed his final remnants of energy, and the next moment, he threw a punch at Lua from a distance. He simultaneously activated the time skip. An invisible yet powerful punch surged forth. It was a desperate gamble. The speed was at its peak. Lua gritted his teeth and could only cross his arms to block. Boom. A massive collision echoed, and even Lua found himself sliding backward across the ground. As he came to a stop, smoke billowed from the spot where he had been struck, revealing the strength of Hit's punch. At that moment, Hit, having used his time skip, had already appeared before Lua. As Luya defended against Hit's punch, the latter had already reached him. A fist came crashing down. Luya raised his hand and grabbed Hit's fist while his other hand struck out directly. Bang! Hit staggered back 2 steps, and at the same time an energy ball quickly formed in his hand. He fiercely shot it towards Luya. Quick as lightning, Luya leaped into the air, dodging the energy ball. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, light gathered in both of Luya's hands. He then joined his hands together, bellowing in fury, and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Hit extended both hands to defend, but his body kept sliding backward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luya seized the opportunity, bursting with energy, using the last of his strength to maintain the amplification of the Kaioken while increasing his output. Oh! At this moment, Hit had very little energy left. Faced with Luya's overwhelming output, his body began to tremble, unable to withstand the powerful energy as he continued to slide back. Huh! Me! Huh! Me! Huh! Luya suddenly spoke, and at that moment all of his energy was channeled out as he charged up for a strike. Once again, he unleashed the Kamehameha. He wanted his opponent to understand that in the martial world there was not only the saying that one should not clash with the Sun family, but also him, Luya. No, it can't be. Kampa could no longer remain calm, immediately standing up, cold sweat pouring down his face. If Hit lost, they would have no next contestant. Now's the time. Defeat Hit. Beerus abandoned the demeanor of a god of destruction, shouting with excitement. Go! Luya roared, and in the next moment the power of the energy wave surged, dramatically expanding by more than double. Ugh! Under such a powerful attack, Hit could no longer withstand it, and the arena behind him could not bear it either, shattering into dust and dissipating. Hit himself was pushed hundreds of meters away by this energy wave. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising. We won! The people of Universe 7 erupted into ecstatic cheers upon witnessing this scene. Beerus' lips curled into a smile, unable to hide his inner joy. There was nothing more joyous than defeating Kampa. So strong. Even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Luya was able to defeat Hit. His martial talent surpasses ours. Goku remarked, gazing at Luya. But Vegeta's expression darkened. Compared to when he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and was defeated by Hit in just a few moves, Luya managed to win against Hit, and that too in his peak form. The disparity made him very uncomfortable. No, it can't be. How could Hit lose? I don't believe it. How could the Saiyans be this powerful? Kampa frantically rubbed his head, exclaiming in frustration. He had originally thought that Son Goku was Universe 7's trump card, and defeating the opponent would ensure victory, but he never expected such a monster to exist. What exactly are the Saiyans of Universe 7? At this moment, Luya was suspended in the air, panting heavily. That last move had nearly exhausted all his energy. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The next moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared before Luya, throwing a punch at lightning speed. Oh no! Luya was shocked, but he was already too weak to defend. Bang! Ugh! Luya was directly hit and spat out. His body curled up like a shrimp. How is this possible? Beerus and others were astounded at this scene, as the one who attacked was actually Hit. Why? Why was he unharmed? Great! Hit! Kampa went crazy with joy, thinking he had suddenly risen to heaven. Hit looked at Luya and said, "You are remarkable, but I will also grow stronger." In the moment before he was knocked out of the ring, Hit expended a tremendous amount of energy to use time skip, narrowly evading that energy wave. Luya gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated his opponent's ability to dodge, which was simply too much to handle. Enduring the pain, Luya suddenly roared, and in the next moment, he explosively grabbed Hit's fist. What a... Hit was surprised, not expecting his opponent to fight back. Luya forcefully swung him away. At the same time, he condensed an energy ball in his hand, fiercely throwing it, instantly blasting Hit into the air. Hit forcibly halted himself, knowing that his opponent was overexerting, and it was effective. Without hesitation, Hit suddenly thrust both hands towards Luya, firing a terrifying energy wave. Luya suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, relying solely on his last bit of strength. He soared into the sky. Dragon. Fist. Whoosh. In the next second, golden light radiated from Luya's body as he charged through Hit's energy wave like a fish, ignoring the wave and heading straight for Hit. No, it can't be. At this moment, even Hit found it hard to believe. Of course, it was already too late. Explode. Luya shouted angrily as he charged towards Hit, and in the next moment, he crashed directly into Hit's abdomen. Ugh. Feeling the explosive power within, Hit's face completely changed. Boom. With a loud bang, Hit let out a shriek. A terrifying golden light burst out from his back, transforming into a phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon that slowly dissipated, revealing Luya's figure. Hit's body, however, had a gaping wound. Hit trembled, unable to believe that such a powerful body could be pierced through by his opponent. He was going to die. Whis. Goku, who had come back to his senses in the audience, suddenly said. Whis understood and instantly appeared before Hit, using angelic powers to envelop Hit's body, slowing down the speed of his life force drain. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Liu had nearly killed Hit. At this time Goku appeared before Hit, giving him a Senzu bean. Soon Hit's condition began to improve. Meanwhile Liu also fell as if he were exhausted, but Goku quickly appeared before him and gave him a Senzu bean as well. As Liu recovered he took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." Goku laughed heartily and replied, "You really pushed yourself, nearly killing Hit. And what technique was that you used?" Liu smiled slightly, "I'll tell you later." Ding. Host has exceeded the limit using 18 times Kaioken. Side effects 5. Please be cautious, host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeating Hit. Rewards are being distributed. Reward battle power 1 billion points. Reward Hit's skill time skip. Current time control 0. 1 seconds. Reward hosts 18 times Kaioken. Side effect 5. Current side effect 10. Note, once the side effect reaches 100 the Kaioken will automatically seal and the host will be unable to use it. If it reaches 50, the host's battle power will only be 80 when using multiple times Kaioken, and so on, until the side effect reaches 100. Additionally, the host can offset side effect points through tasks. More details to come. Ding. Due to the host's assistance in Universe 7's victory, an extra reward has been issued. Reward host's battle power 300 million points. Reward host Saiyan energy from Son Goku and Vegeta. Trigger system task. Task content: collect the powers of 5 Saiyans. Transform into Super Saiyan God. Current progress 25. Whoosh. Liu took a deep breath and landed on the ground. However, upon hearing the system's words, Liu was taken aback. Super Saiyan God. The one with the red hair. Liu recalled that the Super Saiyan God was formed by the fusion of the powers of 5 Saiyans into 1 Saiyan. Can he also achieve it? Now that he already had the energy of Son Goku and Vegeta, he just needed Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. After thinking it over, Liu decided not to worry about it, and instead felt a surge of excitement. Damn, he had really obtained Hit's time skip. Although it was only for 0.1 seconds, it was still impressive. Time skip could overpower Super Blue. However, he understood that after this lesson Goku and Vegeta would train specifically against it, so ordinary time skip would probably have no effect on them. Therefore, he needed to become even stronger. Even though he didn't get the reward for transforming into Super Blue, this was still very good. As for Super Blue, he would first aim to transform into Super Saiyan God. Step by step, coming back to his senses, he noticed the cheers of the crowd and then looked into the distance. At this moment, Hit had already recovered, but his condition was not good. Seeing Liu, Hit also met his gaze. A few seconds later, Hit slightly closed his eyes and in the next second appeared on the shattered arena. "I lost." "You are strong." Liu smiled slightly. Hit glanced at Liu and then said, "You are also strong. Next time I will become even stronger. So when that time comes, I hope to battle with you again." "Of course," Liu replied with a smile. Hit looked at him, then suddenly thought of something and turned to Goku. "This time I gained a lot. Meeting you all is my honor, and because of this I have broken through my limits. I know how great my potential is, but I couldn't unleash it alone because I couldn't find an opponent. This battle with Son Goku and Liu put immense pressure on me, prompting me to break through." Liu felt a bit emotional. Hit, such a proud person, actually said such words. Hit nodded at him, said nothing more, and with a flash he appeared in the audience of Universe 6. The referee, who had no idea where he had popped up from, ran over with a dirt-covered face saying, "I announce that in this match between Universe 6 and Universe 7 is victorious." Oh, Krillin and others all cheered. At this moment Kampa's face looked like a storm was brewing. Black as the bottom of a pot. "P.S. If I disappear one day, would you all miss me?" Whoosh. A trace of divine aura rose from beneath his feet, and Xiangpa's expression was exceptionally cold at that moment. The performance of Hit and the others made him feel utterly embarrassed. In other words, Xiangpa could not accept losing. "You useless fools, how could you lose to the 7th universe? I am utterly disappointed," Xiangpa said darkly. He felt a bit frustrated. If they hadn't cancelled the rule about killing, they would have won. Hit fell to the ground and immediately looked at Xiangpa. "I don't want the cube anymore, let me go back now." "Heh, hee. It's not that simple. You all have brought me great shame. Since that's the case, then you are no longer necessary." Xiangpa suddenly concentrated a destructive bomb in his hand, raising it toward Hit. The faces of the golden bears changed drastically as they hurriedly stood up, preparing to face Xiangpa's wrath, knowing they might be obliterated as well. Hit looked at Xiangpa, his expression emotionless, but his eyes had turned cold. Is it really like that? Damn it, how? On the other side, Goku couldn't hold back any longer, his fists clenched tightly, ready to help. At that moment, Beerus appeared in front of Goku, his back turned to him, and said indifferently, "There's no denying that you have performed well, but in this matter you have no right to interfere. When a god of destruction acts, mortals should keep their distance. The consequences are yours to bear." "But..." Goku's brows furrowed tightly. Hit was a martial arts master he had worked hard to befriend, and the other's character was very much to his liking. If they got along well, becoming close friends was possible, so he didn't want to see him killed just like that. Moreover, he was very displeased with the god of destruction's actions. After all, Hit and the others had fought to the end as warriors of the 6th universe. Now that they had lost, to be discarded and destroyed like mere chess pieces was not something a true god should do. Beerus turned to look at Goku. "I will say this again, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Goku. Upon sensing Beerus' growing anger, Goku fell silent, although his fists remained tightly clenched. Below them, Rhea watched the situation on both sides, then seemingly sensed something and glanced in a certain direction. Suddenly his movement paused, as if he saw some extraordinary beings. He quickly retracted his gaze, pretending not to see. On the other side, the destructive bomb in Xiang Pa's hand had solidified, and at the same time, he disdainfully said, "You are nothing but a group of pawns. Especially you, Hit. You have repeatedly defied my orders. Now that you hold no value, it is time for you to be obliterated." Hit gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiang Pa, slightly retracting his heels, preparing for a fierce battle. "Lord Xiang Pa." At this moment, Bardoss suddenly spoke up. Xiang Pa, in a fit of rage, naturally ignored him, continuing to rant. "Each of you has embarrassed me. Since that's the case, then all shall be destroyed. Come on. Use whatever techniques you want, whether Super Saiyan or instant transmission. Let's see if I can destroy you." "Lord Xiang Pa." Bardoss' voice rang out again. "What a... Don't bother me." Xiang Pa glared at Bardoss with displeasure. Bardoss pointed in a certain direction to signal Xiang Pa. Xiang Pa looked over with annoyance, unsure of what he saw. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his whole body trembling, as if electrocuted, and even the destructive bomb in his hand was extinguished at that moment. Beerus was still thinking about stopping Goku, worried that he would cause trouble, when suddenly Whis whispered, "Lord Beerus, look over there quickly." "Over there? What's over there?" Beerus was taken aback, then curiously looked over, and at that moment his reaction was the same as Xiang Pa, filled with horror. The Grand Supreme Kai, watching from the audience, also saw it, and immediately the old Grand Supreme Kai was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He saw three figures standing not far away, two of whom looked very similar, and they appeared like shrunk Teletubbies, their expressions indifferent. The other was a very short child dressed in a purplish red robe with two inverted full characters on the front of his belly, and his head was shaped like an egg with three vertical lines dividing it into two colors, purple on the sides and blue in the middle. "Who is that child? He looks so punchable." At that moment, the Grand Supreme Kai in the audience spoke softly to the old Grand Supreme Kai. The old Grand Supreme Kai's body stiffened, and then he slapped the Grand Supreme Kai's head hard. "Baka, shut your mouth. He is the Omni King. The Omni King is a being above even the god of destruction." The old Grand Supreme Kai lectured. "Wah. What?" The Grand Supreme Kai's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he even considered cutting out his own tongue in fear. "No, it can't be. That is..." Beerus stammered, his body instinctively trembling. "No, it's impossible. That person is..." Xiang Pa also looked shocked, completely flustered. The next moment, both gods of destruction exclaimed, "It's the Omni King. Looks like a child." Vegeta crossed his arms, confused. "Who is that?" Piccolo beside him also asked. Beerus said with a heavy expression, "Lord Omni King, he is the ruler of the 12 universes. No, he is a god. The supreme god. The man standing at the pinnacle of all gods." "What?" Vegeta and Piccolo's faces changed drastically. Everyone else also looked astonished. "The Omni King. By the way, Lord Beerus, shouldn't we be concerned about the fact that we are looking down on Lord Omni King from such a high place?" Whis said slowly. What are you saying?" Beerus was sweating profusely. In the next instant, Beerus and Xiang Pa were the first to appear before the child, bowing at a 90-degree angle, their posture textbook perfect, like obedient elementary school students. "Welcome, Lord Omni King." The Omni King's expression remained unchanged, appearing innocent and carefree, his voice sounding like a child's. Whis and Bardoss also appeared behind the two gods of destruction. "It's been a while, Lord Omni King." Whis greeted. "It's good to see you, Lord Omni King." Bardoss followed up. The Omni King replied without any other words. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Kai of the 6th universe and the Grand Supreme Kai of the 7th universe also flew over without a word, directly kneeling down. Lord Omni King." The old Grand Supreme Kai stammered. The Omni King nodded slightly. Beerus asked, May I ask, Lord Omni King, why have you come this time?" "I came this time because you are holding a tournament here, thus I am here to remind you." "Yes?" Beerus and Xiang Pa hurriedly responded. The Omni King smiled and said, "You must not slack off in your duties as gods of destruction." "Yes?" Beerus and Xiang Pa quickly replied. "Wait, Lord Omni King, I want to report that Lord Beerus is not properly doing his job of destruction and is instead focusing on napping and gourmet food." Whis suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the sweat on Beerus' face flowed down like a stream. Internally, he cursed, "You wait, Whis. I also want to report. Lord Xiang Pa does not pay attention to his health, eating recklessly and overindulging in food, leading to his current shape. I advised him, but he still doesn't listen. Boo-hoo." Bardoss suddenly followed up. Xiang Pa felt 1,000 horses galloping in his mind. He was now in a panic. He almost forgot that the angel's duty was to supervise the gods of destruction. Wow. Upon hearing the words of the two angels, the Omni King fell into deep thought, and then said, "Then let's change to another god of destruction." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Xiang Pa were thrown into a panic filled with fear. It's over. They were doomed. At that moment, the Omni King said, "Just kidding." Phew. The two brothers sighed in relief simultaneously. They were terrified. And there's more. The Omni King suddenly spoke again. Yes. The two destroyer gods hurriedly responded, completely devoid of their usual demeanor, filled only with respect and fear. The Omni King smiled and said, I watched the match between your two universes. It was quite interesting. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. The two destroyer gods replied in perfect unison. So I plan to gather all the experts from every universe for another match next time. The Omni King suddenly stated, his tone filled with anticipation. Really? Suddenly an excited voice rang out. The gods were startled and quickly turned to look. They saw Goku approaching. Is that true? All the experts from every universe. Let's go. Let's do it. Seeing him walking towards the Omni King, the two destroyer gods were left dumbfounded, thinking it was a grave situation, but by the time they reacted it was already too late. Swish. Suddenly the two guards beside the Omni King blocked Goku's path. It seemed that if Goku took one more step, they would ruthlessly destroy him. Goku was taken aback, confused. Is it not okay for me to talk to him? The two guards shook their heads. Goku pleaded, just let me say a few words to Your Majesty. No. The guards continued to shake their heads in refusal, already showing signs of taking action. Idiot. You better behave yourself. Such a noble being as His Majesty should not be approached by mere mortals. Beerus reprimanded. It's fine. The Omni King suddenly intervened. What? Beerus, Kampa, and the other gods were all taken aback. The Omni King walked up to Goku and said, you two fought splendidly. Goku grinned, thank you. Then let's have a match. In the near future, a competition between the universes. The Omni King looked at Goku and smiled. Goku excitedly replied, great. It's a deal. With that he extended a hand of friendship towards the Omni King. Beerus and Kampa observed the scene with fluctuating emotions akin to a roller coaster, their hearts racing with fear. Even Beerus at that moment wanted to bury Goku. Just when everyone thought Goku had offended the Omni King hesitated for a moment and then extended his hand to grasp Goku's hand. Huh. Goku laughed joyfully as he shook the Omni King's hand, his small frame being lifted up. Oh. Beerus and Kampa grew tense again, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a bowl inside. Goku, you're being too rude. Beerus said angrily. It's alright. The Omni King did not seem to hold a grudge, but looked at Goku and said, you are quite amusing. Huh. You're quite amusing too. Goku complimented. Well then I shall take my leave. The Omni King nodded. Oh. See you. Goku waved his hand. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty. Yes. The Omni King walked between the two guards and they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the edge of the universe. Once the Omni King left, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena finally eased. Beerus and Kampa both breathed a sigh of relief as if they had escaped death. Suddenly Beerus rushed in front of Goku, grabbing him by the collar. Hey, you little brat. How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty? Goku was taken aback. Was it really that bad? What do you mean it wasn't that bad? If His Majesty were to get angry, not just all of us here, even the universe would completely disappear. Kampa said angrily. Goku raised an eyebrow and replied, but he doesn't seem like that kind of person to me. But Kampa glared at Goku through gritted teeth. Hey, is Goku always like this? Gaber leaned close to Vegeta and asked. Vegeta frowned slightly and replied, that guy is just that kind of troublemaker. Everyone. Lua looked in the direction where the Omni King had vanished, remaining silent. In truth, he was incredibly shocked inside, because just now he was about to use the system to detect the Omni King's power, but he found it impossible to gauge. What does this mean? It means the Omni King's power has surpassed the system's detection. That's amazing. At that moment Beerus spoke somewhat disinterestedly. Sigh. Even if we won the match, it wouldn't be that exciting anymore. Exactly. Kampa hastily concurred. This time, even if it's just a warm-up match, the real competition will begin when His Majesty holds it. So losing doesn't really matter. Taking the opportunity to shirk responsibility. But how could Beerus give him that chance? With a cold huff he said, humph. No matter what, you lost, and you must keep your promise and leave the Super Dragon Balls behind. Kampa gritted his teeth and said proudly, don't worry, I don't need you to remind me. The Dragon Balls can be considered a reward for you, but there's still one left and you won't find it that easily. Humph. You don't need to trouble yourself with that. Beerus sneered. Kampa, irritated, gritted his teeth and said, let's go. Then he looked at Hit and the others. You all leave too. If you don't all come to the next match hosted by His Majesty, you'll all be dead. Gaber and the others exchanged glances, wondering if they were spared from being killed. Seeing Kampa turn to leave without showing any signs of violence, everyone finally felt relieved. They really weren't going to kill them. Gaber approached Vegeta. Master, you must come to our planet when you have time. Vegeta was taken aback, then replied arrogantly, I don't remember becoming your master at any point. Got it, Master. Gaber paid no attention to Vegeta's arrogance. Meanwhile, hey, Hit. Goku approached Hit and said, shall we have another match next time? Hit glanced at Goku, then at Lua not far away, and slightly closed his eyes. I need to go into seclusion, am not interested for now. Huh. Then let's set it for next time. Bye. Goku cheerfully watched them leave. After watching the people from the 6th universe leave, the atmosphere in the arena relaxed. Bu, you're awake. On one side, Satan happily circled around Bu. Fat Bu smiled. That was a really comfortable sleep. Too bad I couldn't help Lord Satan win the match. Satan shrugged it off, saying, it's fine, we already won anyway. Bu nodded. At that moment, Monaka walked over. When Satan saw him, he was suddenly startled. He had heard Lord Beerus say that this man was an even stronger super expert than Goku. If he could persuade, no, if he could invite the other party to join him, wouldn't he be in a good position? The world champion would be secured. The more Satan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so he took Monaka by the hand and put on a friendly smile. Your name is Monaka, right? I'm Satan, the strongest man on Earth. Monaka found it odd that someone would stop him. Upon hearing that the other party was the strongest man on Earth, and recalling the performance of Goku, who was also from Earth, he nodded slightly. My name is Monaka. Satan organized his words, and then said, I would like to formally invite you to be my spokesperson. Monaka was taken aback, but quickly rejected, shaking his head. No thanks, I have my own job. Satan was momentarily stunned, but still not willing to give up. Being my spokesperson comes with a good salary. Upon hearing this, Monaka's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and shook his head again. I don't need money right now. Satan was at a loss. Hey, Monaka, so you were here. At that moment, Goku excitedly ran over, grabbing Monaka's hand. Let's have a match. I didn't see you in action during the match. I'm really curious about your strength, so we definitely need to spar. Seeing Goku, Monaka recalled the previous battle and turned pale quickly, trying to break free. But Goku wouldn't let go, tightly holding onto Monaka's hand, wanting him to agree to the duel. Meanwhile, Beerus suddenly noticed the situation. When he saw Goku approaching Monaka, his expression changed. He instantly appeared behind Goku and slapped him. Oh, that hurts. Lord Beerus, why are you hitting me again? Goku said, displeased. Beerus, frustrated, scolded, You fool. Did I not say you can't approach Monaka? Beerus' shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon seeing the scene, those who were in the know changed their expressions and gathered around. Goku grumbled, but I want to spar with Monaka. Beerus was sweating profusely, starting to panic. Goku looked at Monaka and smiled. Hey Monaka, be my opponent. Monaka ignored him, but cold sweat dripped down his face. He was so scared he didn't know how to move. No way. Absolutely not. Beerus directly interrupted. Why not? Goku asked, confused. Beerus thought for a moment and then fabricated a reason. Monaka hasn't completed his mental unification yet, because Lord Zeno interrupted his training just now, so he's not at his peak state. You wouldn't want Monaka to fight you in this state, would you? By the end, Beerus felt more convinced of his reasoning and straightened his back, presenting the lie as if it were true. As the saying goes, to prevent a lie from being exposed, one must cover it with another lie. This was exactly how Beerus felt. Goku pondered for a moment and then nodded. That does make some sense. Right. Beerus took the opportunity to say. Everyone was speechless. Goku was truly a single-celled organism. Even Lua, who was already familiar with Goku's character, couldn't help but chuckle. But Lord Beerus, when can I fight Monaka? Goku said, troubled. Well, Beerus thought for a moment, and fearing Goku would hold on to Monaka again, could only say, how about this? Once Monaka is available, I'll arrange for him to spar with you. But before that, you cannot have any thoughts of fighting him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Goku was immediately satisfied. All right, I'll wait for Lord Beerus' news, haha. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with this guy truly made him abandon his divine demeanor. Lord Beerus, you seem to be less and less like a destroyer lately. You've been so emotionally volatile. Weiss whispered. Beerus snorted. I have no choice, this kid is too troublesome. Weiss secretly asked, when do you plan to arrange their match? Beerus' expression stiffened for a moment before quickly regaining composure. Let's talk about this later. At that moment, Lua suddenly walked over, looking at Goku, and said, Goku, could I trouble you with something? Goku was taken aback and then smiled. Go ahead, after all, you're a benefactor to our Earth. If it weren't for you, our entire Earth would probably have to emigrate. Everyone shared a knowing smile. They thought the same way. Even if Goku lost, if it weren't for Lua's heroic efforts, it would have been very difficult for them to win. Lua smiled slightly, and then said, well, I have nowhere to go, so can I become your son Goten's teacher? Let me teach them how to cultivate. What? The moment this was said, not only Goku, but everyone else was surprised, not understanding why Lua wanted to do this. Goku asked in confusion, why is that? Lua, why do you have such an idea? Lua smiled slightly. I guess I'm considered your friend now, right? To be honest, I need to blend in with you guys, otherwise my presence here is quite low. Besides, I also hope to spar with you while teaching Goten. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up instantly. What a great idea. Not to mention the reason for the request, just the prospect of sparring was very enticing. Lua's strength was beyond doubt, so if he could frequently spar with him, it would be greatly beneficial for him. No way. I disagree. At that moment, Shishi rushed out of the crowd, roaring like a tigress. I disagree. Goten can only focus on studying. What martial arts? Isn't having you as a father enough? Goku smiled awkwardly. Chi-Chi. Don't say anything. No matter what you say, I won't agree. Shishi said angrily. Goku, Lua, everyone. Seeing this man capable of unleashing the tenfold King Kai fist behaving submissively before a woman, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Piccolo watched this scene, unsure of what he was thinking, his mouth twitching slightly as he instinctively took a few steps back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Kakarot, you have your day too. Vegeta looked at Goku with glee, then turned to Lua. Hey, come over to my side. My son Trunks is far more talented than Goten, and I can allow you to be his master. Lua raised an eyebrow and fell into thought. The reason he made this request was to obtain the special energy from Goten and Trunks, which would allow him to gather the power of 5 Saiyans and transform into the Super Saiyan God. Of course, even though Vegeta's attitude annoyed him a bit, he didn't mind as long as he gained the energy. That would be a job well done. Thinking of this, Lua was about to nod. Just then Bulma suddenly stepped forward somewhat dissatisfied. Hey Vegeta, Trunks is my son, can't you consider my opinion? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, then he said coldly, what? Do you have any opinions? Bulma crossed her arms and said, humph. I've already decided to train Trunks to be my company's successor. Vegeta staggered at her words incredulously saying, what? Hey, you can just do that yourself, right? We as proud Saiyans, how could we manage such things? Suddenly Shishi coldly snorted, what does it matter? My son Gohan is doing well in school and has become a scholar. Goku and Vegeta were somewhat speechless. These two women truly were. Haha, it seems that even at such high levels of cultivation, there are still weaknesses. Not far away, Beerus smiled, faintly watching the scene with amusement. Ho ho ho. Indeed not simple after all, he is someone who has slapped Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Beerus exploded, hey, Whis, don't bring up those past events. Ho ho ho. Whis covered his mouth and laughed proudly. No way. I absolutely will not agree to let Trunks languish in your company. Vegeta protested. What? Would it be better for him to just follow you guys and fight all day? Besides, now that you and Goku are so strong with you protecting the Earth, aren't we quite reassured? Bulma said lightly. Protecting the Earth is Kakarot's job, what does that have to do with me? Vegeta said with a sour expression. Goku also protested, I'm not really interested in protecting the Earth, I just want to fight strong opponents and improve myself. Besides, isn't Krillin here to protect the Earth? Krillin. Come on, relying on him. If anything happens, he might not even have time to call for help before being taken out. TCH. Do as you please, but that kid must train with me from now on, so if you mess around, don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta said sourly. What can you do that's rude? Bulma said proudly, having him firmly under her control. In that case, there's nothing we can do for now, sorry Lua. Goku looked at Lua. Lua shook his head, it's fine. He sighed inwardly, indeed these two proud Saiyans still had their nemesis. Hey, are you done? It's time to get down to business. At that moment Beerus suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. Beerus said indifferently. Now we have 6 Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, and we are just 1 short. Only by gathering all 7 can we summon the Super Shenron. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became excited, and they instinctively looked at the Golden Dragon Ball, which was comparable in size to an asteroid, all of them sighing, and no matter how many times they saw this scene, it was never enough. So magnificent. Speaking of which, where is the 7th Dragon Ball? Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, and then looked at Bulma. Hey Bulma, take out your Dragon Ball radar. Bulma was taken aback, then quickly said, okay. After that, she took out a capsule and pressed it with a bang. A radar larger than the usual Dragon Ball radar appeared in her hand. Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Let me see. Bulma murmured to herself, then activated the Dragon Ball radar. Beep, 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 beep. The yellow dot on the radar continued to expand, and suddenly Bulma exclaimed, how is this possible? What happened? Beerus hurriedly approached upon hearing this. Bulma said somewhat awkwardly, maybe. The radar is broken. What? Idiot. Let me see. Beerus exclaimed in surprise and snatched the radar from Bulma's hand, but when he saw what was displayed on the radar, he was suddenly stunned. What does this mean? Lord Beerus, what happened? Whis came to Beerus' side and asked. Beerus pointed at the radar and said, it's strange, there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, but why does the radar say there are 7? Upon hearing this, Whis was taken aback, and everyone was also surprised. Lua glanced at Monaka, then looked at the ground and smiled faintly. Yeah, what is going on? Whis, seeing this scene, rarely fell into deep thought. At that moment, Monaka suddenly walked up to Whis and tugged at his sleeve. Oh, what is it? Whis looked at Monaka in confusion. Monaka glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, gestured, and said, I often look at the cosmic map. Generally, this should be viewed from a 3-dimensional perspective. 3-dimensional perspective. Whis was taken aback, confirming. Monaka nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a moment, Whis' eyes suddenly brightened. I understand. What? Whis, what did you understand? Beerus looked at him in confusion. Everyone was also puzzled. Whis suddenly smiled and said, I have already discovered the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball. What? Really? Beerus hurriedly asked. So what is it? Piccolo inquired. The small planet we are standing on is the 7th Dragon Ball. That is why the radar shows 7 Dragon Balls. Lua suddenly said. Huh. Everyone was shocked and quickly examined the ground beneath their feet. That's right. This is a 3-dimensional spatial structure. Whis smiled slightly, then looked at them. Everyone quickly get on the block. At this moment, a giant cube appeared in the arena. P.S. Haha, actually what I said about disappearing before isn't what you think. I'm still here, and the updates won't stop. I watched the Olympics these days and my heart was pounding. Seeing our country fighting so hard, I was so excited. More moved than receiving the author's certification from readers. I can only say China is amazing. By the way, if I update normally 5 times a day without explosive updates, will you guys shower me with gifts? Author woo I sleep late and wake up early just to type furiously. Kidney exhaustion is a regular thing. Can I receive the author's certification in my lifetime? Readers, of course you can. Here's a big author certification for you. Just a daily request for you to reward me. Shower me with gifts. Oh, I absolutely won't fight back. For those still studying, especially the younger ones, you need to consume wisely. If you're enjoying it, just send a little love. Thank you to all the supporting friends. The group hurriedly entered the cubic vessel. VES then rose into the air and stepped upon its surface. With a sweep of his staff, the entire cube lifted skyward. Gradually, they drifted away from the arena, viewing for the first time the colossal Super Dragon Ball in its full splendor, an awe-inspiring spectacle that struck them with overwhelming visual grandeur. A Dragon Ball the size of an asteroid, rare beyond measure, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet they puzzled over one detail: the derelict asteroid where their tournament had taken place was nearly identical in scale to these Super Dragon Balls. Hey VES, what's the meaning of hauling us up here? Beerus boomed. VES smiled faintly and replied, just watch closely, Lord Beerus. With that, he raised his staff and murmured incantations. Soft emerald angelic energy coiled around the staff like living light. A radiant beam shot forth, piercing the asteroid's surface. Amidst the group's bewildered gazes, the unexpected erupted. The asteroid, resembling a barren earthen sphere, began to tremble violently, its crust fracturing with deep, spreading fissures. In the next instant, its rocky surface shattered and scattered into the void. Divine radiance blazed forth as debris erupted like a cataclysmic volcanic explosion. Whoa, what in the world is happening? Bulma and the others cried out, faces pale with shock. Could it be? Piccolo paused, then gasped aloud. Precisely. This asteroid is the 7th Super Dragon Ball, VES said with quiet amusement. That is why the Dragon radar registers 7 spheres, though only 6 are visible to the naked eye. Incredible. We never imagined the true Dragon Ball had been beneath our very feet all along. Bulma exclaimed in wonder. Humph. We owe this discovery to young Kampa. Without him, locating the 7th Dragon Ball would have cost us considerable time and effort. Beerus spoke indifferently, mildly surprised, but otherwise unmoved. Then why did it transform like this? Goku asked, perplexed. Lorea smiled gently and explained, after the last wish was granted, the Dragon Ball followed its innate law, vanishing once its purpose was fulfilled. In its final moment, it collided with an asteroid of similar mass, shattering its surface and burying itself beneath layers of cosmic dust and debris. Exactly. It functions much like Earth's Shenron. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Understanding dawned across the group. As they conversed, the immense sphere before them gradually shed its stony veil, revealing its true form. There it stood, the 7th Super Dragon Ball. At last, all 7 Dragon Balls were united. Ha! Finally complete, Beerus murmured with quiet satisfaction. The group gazed in profound awe. Though vast as a planet, the Super Dragon Ball seemed infinitesimal against the boundless expanse of the cosmos. How immeasurably vast the universe truly was. Lorea studied the colossal Dragon Ball with palpable yearning. This artifact possessed unparalleled power, capable of fulfilling any wish. Even vanished universes could be restored to existence. If Hit ever gifted him such a treasure, the sheer exhilaration would be unimaginable. Lost in quiet calculation, Lorea observed the 7 spheres intently. The 7 Super Dragon Balls began orbiting one another, coalescing into a perfect hexagon, with the 4th sphere suspended at its center. The 7 Dragon Balls were now fully assembled. Once again, the moment of miracle had arrived. VES, summon the dragon immediately, Beerus commanded. VES offered a wry, apologetic smile. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I possess no knowledge of how to summon the dragon. Beerus's expression stiffened. He turned to Bulma. Bulma, you must know the method, correct? Bulma hesitated, then replied, I can reveal the ritual, but you must not make reckless wishes, especially those threatening universal stability. Yes, I get it. Enough already. Rest assured I'd never do anything so irresponsible. Relieved, Bulma continued, the invocation requires speaking the divine tongue to the Dragon Balls, and then declaring in clear voice, I wish. Only then will the dragon appear. Beerus pondered briefly, then fixed his gaze on VES. Then do it, summon him. VES bowed his head slightly, raised his staff, and released a surge of sacred energy from within. His expression grew solemn as he intoned in the divine tongue, arise. Shenron. A burst of raucous, cackling laughter echoed. Silence fell abruptly. Confusion rippled through the group. What did this mean? Had the ritual failed? Suddenly the 7 spheres ignited with brilliant golden light, blazing fiercely, each one flaring with incandescent radiance. Their luminous brilliance intensified, and the 6 outer spheres channeled their collective power into the central 4th sphere. It's responding. Breath held, they watched in hushed reverence, knowing that a being who stood at the absolute pinnacle of existence was about to manifest. Golden light engulfed all 7 Dragon Balls and expanded rapidly, growing blindingly intense. Shield your eyes, everyone. Goku raised his arm against the searing glare. Others followed suit instantly. Beerus remained unfazed. Having witnessed countless dragon summonings, he showed neither surprise nor concern. Moments later, the very fabric of space convulsed violently. An overwhelming force surged outward, followed by an immense palpable pressure rolling over them like a tidal wave. Visa's eyes narrowed. With a subtle gesture his staff emitted a soft, emerald glow, enveloping the cubic vessel in a protective aura as it receded swiftly backward. Once safely distanced, they beheld the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before them, especially Bulma, whose scientific mind recognized this phenomenon as a rare and valuable subject of study. Goku watched, a gentle smile touching his lips. This scene brings back memories, back when searching for Earth's Dragon Balls was a real challenge. Indeed, those days we spent together hunting the Dragon Balls, truly unforgettable. Time truly flies, so many years have passed. Bulma mused wistfully. Huh, you're not that old, Bulma. Goku laughed heartily. Bulma bristled instantly. Goku, what nonsense are you spouting? He chuckled awkwardly. Nearby Vegeta's eyelid twitched violently, a chilling premonition prickling his senses as if ominous green shadows loomed overhead. As the crowd marveled at the 7 colossal wish orbs, suddenly, at that moment, the 7 orbs erupted with a dazzling golden light. Buzz. The golden light enveloped the 7 wish orbs, and then, like the sun, a radiant golden light coalesced into a massive figure, a blurry dragon silhouette. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the starry sky, resonating throughout the entire universe. At that moment, a truly magnificent spectacle. At the same time, a golden dragon soared through the cosmos, with planets appearing as mere specks in its eyes, and as it opened its massive mouth, it forcibly swallowed a planet whole. Simultaneously, Wukong and the others were also sucked into an endless abyss. What is happening? Wukong and the others' expressions changed, thinking they had been swallowed by the super dragon. Do not panic, we are entering the internal world of the dragon, where we will truly see the dragon's form. Weiss suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. After an unknown period, everyone saw a gigantic golden dragon floating in the darkness, radiating a sacred glow that seemed to illuminate the universe. Is this the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls? Piccolo, being a Namekian, was quite familiar with the Dragon Balls, but upon seeing the appearance of this super dragon, he genuinely felt his own insignificance. Whether it is the dragon of Earth or that of the Namekian planet, none can compare to the dragon before them. No wonder it is said that the Dragon Balls on Earth are merely crafted from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. It was truly astonishing. All right, it's time to make a wish. Lord Beerus, Weiss said, leaning on his staff with one hand and placing the other behind his back. Beerus nodded lightly, then looked at the super dragon, pondering. Wishes made with the wish orbs must be spoken in the language of the gods to take effect, right? Yes, Lord Beerus, you should make your wish quickly, but you mustn't make any bad wishes secretly. Do you understand this? Bulma suddenly reminded. Beerus could only nod. Understood. No need to repeat so much. He then turned to Weiss and said, Hey Weiss. You help me make the wish, or I'll say it, you just wish. Weiss nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. After a moment's hesitation, Beerus organized his words, and then spoke a language that Wukong and the others couldn't comprehend to the dragon. Everyone. Leah also looked astonished. It didn't feel like much until he heard it, and then it was shocking. It sounded like bird language. Soon Beerus stopped the incomprehensible speech and said to Weiss, Just this. Weiss raised an eyebrow in surprise, but said nothing more, replying yes. He then began to converse with the dragon using the language of the gods along with some special rhythms. After stopping, Weiss looked at the dragon, waiting for its response. Buzz. At that moment, the super dragon's eerie red eyes suddenly blazed with red light, and within just 2 seconds it returned to its original form, looking at Weiss and saying in the divine language, The wish has been granted, farewell. Weiss gave a slight bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the super dragon let out a long roar towards the sky. At this moment, the entire universe resonated with its dragon's roar. Swish! Immediately afterward, the super dragon became ethereal, transforming into 7 super dragon balls, and the next second shot off in 7 different directions. No one knew where they were headed. So, is it over? Wukong's confused voice echoed in the silent starry sky. Oh, it seems so, Piccolo replied. It feels like we just played around for nothing. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma said a bit helplessly, then looked at Beerus. That's a secret. Beerus smiled faintly. What secret? You won't say anything. The Super Dragon Balls were won back by us, at least share a bit. Bulma protested angrily. Exactly. What's the harm in sharing? Wukong also expressed his dissatisfaction. TCH. Fine, since you all want to know so badly, I'll tell you. I just asked the dragon for a comfortable bed. Beerus said smugly. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a result. You idiot. Such a request, I could easily fulfill it myself. You actually wasted this opportunity. Bulma reacted angrily. You dare call me an idiot? Woman, have I been too indulgent with you? Do you want to be destroyed? Beerus shouted angrily. Bulma, however, was not afraid and calmly said, Well, it's true. I could easily grant that wish myself. Rather, the Super Dragon Balls could be used for something beneficial. Regardless, the wish has already been made. No more discussion. This trip is over, Weiss, let's go back. Beerus called. As you command, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled slightly, and then began to maneuver the cube to travel. What a waste. Bulma sighed. This trip was for nothing. I don't think so. This time, being able to witness the masters of other universes has me very excited. I look forward to battling with them again next time. Wukong laughed, his eyes filled with excitement. Umph. Single-celled organism. Bulma snorted coldly. Well, that's the truth. Right, Leia? Wukong laughed heartily, then looked at Leia. Leia came back to his senses and nodded, ah yes. By the way, do you have any plans after you get back? Wukong asked curiously. Leia thought for a moment and said, I'll just stay at the Heavenly God Palace for now. Wukong understood. Well, Leia, you probably don't have a place to stay yet. Given your good performance this time, I've decided to gift you a house. How about that? At this moment, Bulma suddenly spoke. Leia was taken aback, not understanding what this woman was up to. This. Don't worry. That house I don't usually live in, it's of no use just sitting there. You staying in the Heavenly God Palace is boring, so you might as well live well down below. Meanwhile, as she hurried back to the 6th universe, Bados suddenly paused, noticing that her staff had begun to glow with a green light. Curious, Bados glanced at the events unfolding within the crystal ball of her staff, and her expression brightened instantly. The space cube, still traversing through dimensions, came to a sudden halt. Ow! Xiangpa, caught off guard, slammed headfirst into the glass in front of him. Bados, are you trying to kill me? Xiangpa roared, staring at Bados. Bados appeared inside the cube, and then said, No, Lord Xiangpa, I have something to report to you. What could be so urgent that it can't wait until we return? Xiangpa retorted unhappily. Bados presented her staff to Xiangpa, and on the crystal a planet appeared strikingly resembling Earth from the 7th universe. Lord Xiangpa, take a look at this. Xiangpa glanced at the Earth inside the crystal ball dismissively, and became irritated. It's just Earth, isn't it? Don't mention Earth to me. It makes me angry. Damn it. He had gathered the strongest beings of the universe, yet he couldn't even defeat the inhabitants of a single planet from the 7th universe. How could he not feel frustrated? No, this is Earth from the 6th universe. Bados shook her head. What do you mean? Xiangpa responded, now somewhat curious. Bados explained, this is Earth from our 6th universe, and for some unknown reason it now has humans once again, and both its civilization and other aspects are similar to Earth from the 7th universe. Really? Then doesn't that mean we have our own Earth? Xiangpa exclaimed with joy, excited. Yes. We can also enjoy delicious food now. Bados smiled slightly. By the way, what could have caused this? Xiangpa appeared, puzzled, wondering why this was happening. Bados thought for a moment and said, it must be that Lord Beerus used the Super Dragon Balls to wish for our Earth to become like theirs. Upon hearing this, Yangpa's eyes widened, and then he frowned, saying, no way. Suddenly a massive golden sphere flew past them, quickly vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. That's the wish ball. Xiangpa stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Bados said, Lord Xiangpa, it should be as I described it. Xiangpa fell silent, feeling a mix of emotions. After a while he suddenly looked up and smirked, humph. That meddlesome guy. Don't think he'll thank him. Our competition won't be resolved so easily. Despite saying this, his tone was not as aggressive. Bados smiled knowingly, and then set off again. On the other side, after finishing the match with the 6th universe, the companions all returned to Earth. The peaceful life began once more. Lua also moved into the house that Bulma had gifted him. To be honest, Lua had never imagined such a life. In his view, crossing into the Dragon Ball world should involve fighting or being on the way to fight. Aside from that, it was all about training and more training. Who had the time to live in such a comfortable house? But now it felt real, and Lua's tense nerves gradually relaxed. In that case, I should take a few days off. On the 3rd day, Bulma announced a notification that she would hold a celebration banquet at her house, inviting all the companions to attend. Naturally, Lua, their hero, was also invited. Lua thought for a moment, and then realized that this day seemed to be about Goku and Monaka's story. So he went directly to Bulma's house. Hello, Mr. Whis. On Beerus planet, Whis was talking with Bulma. Oh my Miss Bulma, what can I do for you? Or is there some new delicacy that has emerged? Whis asked somewhat expectantly. Inside the crystal ball, Bulma smiled slightly and said, well, hey Race, the thing I plan to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the heroes who defeated the 6th universe, so I'd like to invite you to come as well. Is that convenient for you? Whis chuckled, a celebration banquet. It must be a gathering full of delicious food, right? Yes, just like the last banquet you attended with Lord Beerus. This time, there will be plenty of food. Bulma tempted. Really? Are there no foods? At that moment, Beerus suddenly appeared from nowhere, looking excited. Ah, of course. But Lord Beerus, could you please bring Monaka along? Bulma thought of something and said. Beerus' expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered, saying, I understand. We'll be there. After speaking, he gestured to Whis, who smiled faintly and bid farewell to Bulma. After the call ended, there was silence in the room. Beerus paced back and forth, feeling a bit restless. Whis noticed what he was thinking and said, Lord Beerus, if I may suggest, we should just confess. No way. Beerus immediately responded in a deep voice. But this way isn't a solution. Sooner or later Goku will find out. Whis said softly. No. If we confess, then Goku and the others will become complacent in their training. Although Vegeta already knows the truth that Kid Goku is greatly influenced by this. If he finds out that Monaka is a fake expert, he might lose all motivation. That would not be good for him. Moreover, as a god, I have already lied, and if Goku finds out, he might not even consider me his target anymore. Furthermore, if this matter reaches the ears of Lord Zeno, wouldn't it tarnish my reputation? Beerus listed a plethora of reasons. Whis chuckled. In the end, you're just doing this for yourself. Beerus nonchalantly replied. In short, Goku must not discover Monaka's true identity. So we won't take Monaka to this celebration banquet. But Bulma specifically mentioned that Monaka should come. Was suddenly said. Idiot. Can't we just lie and say he's sick and can't make it? Beerus replied with a dark expression. Oh dear, it seems that Lord Beerus, you are getting further down the path of lies. Whis chuckled teasingly. Beerus' face darkened. Who am I doing this for? Who knows? But I truly look forward to the food from Earth. Whis chuckled. Beerus glanced at Whis speechless. You. At Bulma's house, a grand celebration was underway, inviting all her friends to join. Of course, Rhea was also present, sitting at the food table enjoying the snacks. He had to admit that the food here was quite delicious, a bit different from what he was used to in his own world. Rhea remained low-key, only speaking to Bulma when she greeted him at the beginning, as everyone else present was familiar, making the greetings feel a bit awkward. Today is the battle between Goku and the imposter Monaka. I must admit I am somewhat looking forward to it, Rhea remarked with a slight smile as he glanced around, noticing Goku was nowhere to be seen. However, a thought crossed his mind and Rhea frowned slightly. He still hadn't managed to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, not even reaching the level of Super Saiyan God, although he was working towards that goal. With this thought, he suddenly focused on Trunks and Goten, who were playing nearby, realizing he needed their help. With that in mind, Rhea stood up and walked over to them. At that moment, the two boys noticed Rhea approaching and their curiosity piqued. They began whispering to each other. Hey Goten, look. It's Big Brother Rhea. Really? Big Brother Rhea is a powerful expert. He defeated enemies that even Dad and Uncle Vegeta couldn't. Should we challenge him to a spar? Trunks suddenly suggested. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If Mom finds out, she'll scold us. Goten said hesitantly. You fool. We can just find a place where no one can see us. And if we manage to defeat Big Brother Rhea, we can boast in front of Dad. Trunks said, his face filled with imagination. But Goten, being the more obedient one, hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Trunks' eyes sparkled, and he quickly said, how about this? I bought a limited edition toy set yesterday. I can give you one. How about it? Really? That's awesome. Goten's eyes lit up at the mention, eager to accept. Trunks smiled slightly, saying, it's settled then. Rhea suddenly froze as he saw the two little guys approaching him. What does this mean? Big Brother Rhea. Hello. Trunks and Goten greeted as they arrived in front of Rhea. Rhea smiled gently. Hello there, did you want to find me? Trunks nodded vigorously. Yes. Goten and I saw you defeat the strongest assassin hit, and we really admire you. Right, Goten? He nudged Goten, who quickly nodded. Yes. That's right. Rhea laughed heartily, asking, so you two are here for this? Of course not. We came to challenge you to a fight. Trunks declared proudly. Oh, you want to fight me? A glint of excitement flashed in Rhea's eyes as he smiled. All right. He accepted the challenge. Taking this opportunity, if he could harness the energy of these two little guys, he would be one step closer to his goal. Yay? That's awesome. Both Trunks and Goten cheered in excitement. All right. Let's find a place where we can battle without anyone watching. Trunks suggested. Rhea glanced at Bulma and Vegeta in the distance, then nodded. Sounds good. Soon the three of them left the banquet. Vegeta, noticing this scene, looked in the direction they were heading, his gaze flickering before he turned away. They arrived on a small island by the lake where Rhea and the two boys stopped. Good. Fighting here won't disturb the banquet. Trunks turned to Rhea, saying, we need to work together. Rhea smiled slightly. Let's do it. Although these two little guys weren't very strong individually, their fusion still held quite a bit of power. Trunks looked at Goten, saying, Goten, let's fuse. Okay. Goten also felt excited about the upcoming battle. The two little guys stood side by side, then began to dance and move their hands, their toes pointing up as they approached each other. Fuss, Ion. Their index fingers touched, and in the next moment a burst of light enveloped Trunks and Goten together. Rhea's gaze sharpened. He could feel that the power of the two little guys had increased significantly after their fusion. As the light faded, the figure of Gotenks emerged, his body unchanged except for his hairstyle, resembling Goten's Super Saiyan form, with their hair color split evenly. Gotenks in his initial form. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? This is our secret weapon. Gotenks boasted, thinking Rhea was unaware of their ability to fuse. Rhea nodded. Indeed, not bad. Ding. Side quest activated. Quest spar with Gotenks. The system suddenly chimed in. Rhea felt exhilarated and motivated. He looked at Gotenks. Let's go. All right. Gotenks struck a pose, then stomped his foot and charged at Rhea. Gotenks threw a punch at Rhea, but the latter caught his fist effortlessly. How is that possible? Gotenks was a bit incredulous. He had fused and should be formidable. With a chuckle at the two little guys' mysterious confidence, Rhea said, I can predict your movements even while you flash, so you better go all out. If that's the case, then let's do this with all our might. Gotenks shouted, and in the next moment he exploded in energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surging dramatically. Suddenly a massive force surged, causing Rhea to furrow his brow and reluctantly release his grip. Taking advantage of the opening, Gotenks quickly launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Rhea, producing rapid-fire sounds of impact. However, Rhea was able to evade the attacks. Even with Gotenks' power increased 50-fold, he couldn't lay a finger on him. Though both Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyan, their combat prowess was still lacking, and even after fusion, they were still a bit short of the mark. Nonetheless, their forms were steadily increasing in energy, and Rhea soon had to take them seriously. With a clash, he caught one of Gotenks' punches and retaliated with an elbow strike. But Gotenks seemed to anticipate it. He pushed off Rhea's arm with both hands flipping behind him, then turned and unleashed a sweeping kick. Rhea was quick, disappearing in an instant. The two began to clash fiercely, their overwhelming energies causing water columns to shoot up around them. At this moment in the celebration banquet, everyone felt the aura coming from afar. That is the aura of Wutian and Trunks. Why are they fighting? Clint asked in surprise. Indeed, what are those two brats up to? Piccolo said, narrowing his eyes slightly. They should be sparring, but based on Lua's character, it's likely that Wutian and Trunks approached him first, Clint pondered. Everyone agreed, as these two little rascals were indeed quite troublesome. Shishi and Bulma were somewhat angry upon hearing this. How did these two kids vanish in the blink of an eye? Hey, Vegeta, go call them back. The party is about to start. Bulma shouted towards Vegeta, who was standing with his arms crossed not far away. Vegeta paused for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse his wife's request, and then he vanished from his spot. On the other side, Lua and Wutian were engaged in a fierce battle, and Lua found it somewhat challenging to cope. It must be said that these two little guys were getting stronger after finding their rhythm. Haha, take this. Wutian exclaimed excitedly, then he swung his fist, his arms spinning like a wheel of fire. Huh. Wutian slammed a punch directly at Lua. The latter was taken aback, quickly crossing his arms in front of him. Bang. In the next moment, Lua was sent flying back, his arms slightly numb as he stopped. Rubbing his arm, Lua looked at Wutian and smiled, saying, "You've got some skills." Wutian grinned, looking quite pleased with himself. "However, I'm going to get serious now." Lua tightened his fists, then shouted angrily, unleashing his aura enveloped in a whitish glow, his power continuously rising. Until now, Lua had not exerted his full strength. His approach was somewhat similar to Goku's, not using his full power initially, but rather warming up, and now he was finally ready to unleash himself. Edge. Seeing such a powerful aura, Wushin's expression changed. System, activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Lua silently thought, beep. The strongest Super Saiyan talent activated. Lua looked at Wutian. He wouldn't merely fulfill the task, as this was an excellent opportunity for improvement. Very well, bring it on. Lua smiled slightly, then took the initiative to attack, appearing right in front of Wutian in the next instant, and punching him directly, sending the unprepared Wutian flying. Ouch, that hurts. You actually sneak attacked me. Wutian covered his face, tears streaming from the pain. Lua innocently said, "What sneak attack? I did warn you. I did say it beforehand." Wutian placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed angrily, "I'm mad now. The consequences will be severe. Let me show you my technique." Saying this, Wutian suddenly took a deep breath, and then he continuously exhaled towards the front, causing several Wushins to appear before him, a total of 6. Lua raised an eyebrow. He had seen this before. As soon as he touched these entities, they would explode, immediately demonstrating tremendous destructive power. He realized he needed to be cautious. "Get him." Wutian pointed at Lua, and immediately those little clones charged out like wild horses. Lua's eyes narrowed, then he extended his palm and fired several energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy blasts detonated upon contact with those spirit forms. The arena echoed with explosions. What a... Wutian was somewhat unconvinced, then he took a deep breath again, summoning more than a dozen little clones. Those spirit forms charged out once more. Lua remained calm. The next moment, he erupted with energy, maximizing his speed, flying in the air while dodging those entities. Wutian, on the other hand, manipulated his little clones to pursue him. It must be said that this was quite fun. He wore a happy smile as he chased after Lua. Boom, boom, boom. Several clones exploded as they collided with each other while trying to follow Lua. Suddenly, Lua changed direction and charged straight at Wutian. Edge. Wutian was startled, then reacted. "I know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you succeed." Lua smiled slightly, and in the next second, he was already in front of Wutian. Wutian erupted with energy, instantly throwing a punch at Lua. And those puppets still showed no signs of stopping. Whoosh. Just as Wutian was about to hit Lua, he suddenly sidestepped narrowly, avoiding Wushin's attack, the two barely a fist's length apart. In the next instant, Lua used instant transmission to disappear. Although he had been just a fist's length away from Wutian, he had no intention of attacking. Wutian was taken aback, then he realized that his little clones had crashed into each other without distinguishing friend from foe. Ugh! Wutian cried out in despair, but he couldn't escape the fate of being blown up. The smoke from the explosions completely engulfed Wutian's figure. Lua appeared several dozen meters away watching the explosion, but the next second his expression stiffened. Huh! A loud shout rang out, followed by a burst of golden light breaking through the smoke, revealing Wushin's figure. At this moment, Wutian had undergone a drastic transformation. His hair had grown wildly, and his eyebrows were gone. Super Saiyan 3rd level. Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd level. His aura surged. Lua squinted slightly, feeling somewhat serious. "You actually forced us to use our true power." Very good. Very good. Wu Tian arrogantly looked at Lua, his body crackling with energy, looking very impressive. Lua smirked, bring it on. Wu Tian grinned widely, then in the next instant he appeared before Lua, his index fingers continuously pointing at Lua. From his fingertips beams of light shot out attacking in a very peculiar manner. Due to Wuxian's increased speed, Lua could only dodge at this moment. At the same time, he gathered an energy blast in his hand, charging towards Wu Tian amidst the rain-like attacks. Wu Tian also noticed this scene, then he adopted the stance for the Kamehameha, shouting in anger, releasing a dazzling wave of energy. Lua also shouted, and the energy blast he had gathered shot out. It collided with Wuxian's Kamehameha, blocking it. Good opportunity. Huh. Wu Tian naturally wouldn't give Lua a chance to catch his breath, immediately increasing his output. The energy of the Kamehameha surged dramatically. Lua's expression changed in the next moment. He had to gather his energy while his other hand also thrust out energy, surging to counter Wu Tian's attack. Goku, having finally seized the opportunity, was naturally not shy about unleashing his energy, releasing it all at once. Luoya braced against the opponent's force, yet his expression remained relatively calm. Whoosh. Suddenly, as Goku unleashed his energy wave, he expelled a soul entity, which shot swiftly towards Luoya. Luoya looked at the incoming soul, and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Boom. Huh. Luoya blocked the opponent's energy wave with one hand, while his other hand gently sliced. Boom. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted. Whoosh. Suddenly, Goku appeared in front of Luoya, punching him directly into the sea. Rumble. In an instant, a water bubble rose like a bun, creating turbulent waves on the surface. Yay! We won. Goku excitedly posed and laughed with pride. In the air, Vegeta, who had come to watch the battle, smiled, somewhat satisfied with these two little brats' training results. Just as the waves had not yet settled, suddenly, an even more terrifying wave surged up. Huh, what? Can he still get up? Goku said with some annoyance. Rising slowly from the water was a figure, and that figure was Luoya. At this point, his green clothes were a bit tattered, yet he was otherwise unscathed. What? Is this all nothing? Goku said with some frustration, having used his full effort. He still hadn't been able to defeat the opponent. Luoya glanced at Goku, then looked at his own torn clothing and laughed. Not too bad. It seems I underestimated you. Having said that, he looked at Vegeta in the air and asked, is the feast starting? Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head. Not yet, you two continue. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Goku noticed Vegeta's presence and suddenly didn't know how to address him. Trunks was Vegeta's son, but Goku was not. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly before he said, you two continue sparring, Goku. I want to test your recent training results. Hearing this, Goku immediately smiled. Alright, just watch. Well, definitely defeat big brother Luoya. After saying that, he suddenly exploded with energy, and in an instant a powerful aura radiated from him. Then Goku raised his state to the peak. Luoya smiled slightly, then shifted his foot slightly, and the next moment he erupted with energy, instantly enveloped in a pure white aura. Seeing that Luoya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's eyes flickered, but the next second, he looked at the tail wrapped around Luoya's waist, unsure of what he was thinking. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luoya struck a pose, and said to Goku, come on Goku, let me spar with you. Alright, here I come. Goku shouted excitedly, and the next moment, he charged towards Luoya. Luoya grinned, and rushed out as well. Bang! As the two collided fists, an immense force erupted, and in the next instant, they began a high-speed battle with the shockwaves causing ripples in space. In the midst of their battle, they were evenly matched. However, Luoya found it relatively easy to deal with Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Though their current combat power was not very strong, if they grew up, they would probably be able to stand on their own. Bang! Suddenly, Goku's punch was caught, and Luoya showed no mercy, directly landing a knee strike on him. Following that, a powerful elbow strike sent Goku crashing onto the small island, kicking up a cloud of dust. Vegeta watched this scene quietly. Although Luoya was a bit harsh, he wasn't worried about retaliation from Vegeta, as he was no longer afraid of him, and if it came down to it, he wouldn't hold back. This was a stern father, a proud warrior as well. Luoya looked at Goku on the small island, and then clasped his hands together at his waist. Came. Hey. Huh. Whoosh. A dazzling energy gathered, and the next second Luoya unleashed an energy wave towards the entire island. Meanwhile, Goku, still in the pit, was in pain, scratching around, then looked up at the Kamehameha beam, shooting towards him, his face tightening, and the next moment, he fired off a sky cannon. After merging with Trunks, he mastered all their moves, and the sky cannon was taught to him by Vegeta. But as he unleashed it, Vegeta in the air frowned, and said, what is this? Is this how you use the sky cannon? Boom. The two energy waves clashed violently, but Luoya's Kamehameha was superior. Boom. Goku was gradually being suppressed, and his sky cannon was continually eroded. Cough. Cough. Goku gritted his teeth and held on. Even after repeatedly bursting with energy, he couldn't stop Luoya's Kamehameha. Huh. At this moment, Luoya gathered strength, and instantly his output surged. The Kamehameha was about to hit Goku in the face. Oh. In this critical moment, Goku seemed to have unleashed his potential, then suddenly shouted in anger, and the terrifying energy burst forth from his hands, pushing the Kamehameha back a little. Whoosh! What? But the next moment, Goku suddenly flashed with light, transforming back into Goku and Trunks. Oh no! Luoya was taken aback and hurriedly tried to retract his energy, but it was already too late. Wawa! Trunks and Goku both shouted in panic. Mommy, we're doomed. Whoosh! At this moment Vegeta appeared in front of them holding up the Kamehameha with one hand. While gritting his teeth, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and then swung to the side, instantly deflecting the Kamehameha. Phew! Luoya breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed put in a lot of effort, and he wanted to push the two little guys' potential, but he almost made a mistake. If they had been hit by that unblocked blast, the two kids would have been seriously injured if not dead. Sorry, I might have overdone it a bit, Luoya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Luoya, then turned to Trunks and Goku. You two need to train harder from now on. No more slacking off. Huh? What? Trunks said somewhat dejectedly. Idiot. If you don't train properly, I won't take you to the amusement park. Vegeta shouted angrily. All right. Trunks could only resign himself to it. He really liked the amusement park. He originally thought he could defeat Big Brother Luoya, but unexpectedly exhausted too much energy and prematurely ended the fusion. After concluding their sparring session with Gotenks, the group returned to the banquet venue. When Shishi and Bulma saw their sons, disheveled and ragged as beggars, they immediately scolded them. The two boys were ordered to bathe, Luoya included. Emerging from the shower refreshed and invigorated, Luoya reflected on his battle with Gotenks. The rewards he'd earned were deeply satisfying. His combat power had surged significantly, and both youths' latent energy had been fully absorbed. He now stood but a single step away from attaining the Super Saiyan God transformation. Moreover, he had acquired Gotenks' unique technique, the ability to summon spectral bomb-like entities resembling restless spirits. This technique possessed formidable destructive potential. Against opponents famed for blinding speed, he could unleash volleys of such bombs to disrupt and impede their movement entirely. The banquet was about to begin, yet Goku and Gohan remained conspicuously absent. Gohan's absence disappointed Luoya. Had he appeared, Luoya could have seized his power early, making the outcome far more favorable. Oh, where's Goku? Bulma suddenly asked, chatting idly with Shishi and the other women. Shishi replied, he's probably still tilling the fields right now. I'm not sure when he'll arrive. Huh, Goku does farm work. How rare. Bulma remarked, puzzled. If he doesn't help, our household will fall into hardship. I can't manage it all alone. Shishi spoke coolly. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. I'd assumed only my Vegeta shirked all responsibility, but apparently Goku is just the same. Vegeta, and Gohan isn't here either. Gohan, ever since that tournament he's been swamped. He'll only be able to join us later. Fine. Hey Bulma. At that moment Vegeta strode over and called out to her. What is it? Vegeta frowned. Are you certain this victory banquet is truly serious? Don't repeat last year's birthday fiasco and provoke Beerus again. Bulma, startled at first, waved dismissively. No need to worry. I've prepared thoroughly this time. The feast is abundant, so last year's mishap won't recur. At those words Vegeta's expression softened slightly, and he fell silent. Meanwhile Jocko, seated nearby, suddenly sensed something, rose to his feet and gazed upward. So they finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A car soared through the sky. Yes, a flying automobile. What in the world is that? Krillin asked, intrigued. Jocko beamed proudly. This is gourmet cuisine. I paid dearly just to order it. Gourmet cuisine. The crowd gathered curiously. The airborne vehicle descended smoothly, its door slid open, and an alien in casual attire stepped out. What? You're... Recognizing him, everyone froze in stunned silence. Then their expressions turned utterly bewildered. Greetings. The alien removed his hat and bowed deeply to the assembly, a vivid pink, oversized cranium gleaming under the sun. Monaka, what are you doing here? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. In his mind, Monaka was a legendary cosmic warrior. How could he possibly be delivering takeout? At the sight of him, Vegeta and Piccolo stiffened, faces darkening instantly. Why has he shown up? Monaka hesitated, then handed the parcel to Jocko. Your delivery. Please sign for it. Jocko, recovering, quickly signed without delay. Unfazed Bulma cheerfully greeted him. Well, Monaka. You arrived early. Where are Beerus and the others? Monaka paused, then replied, I regret to say, I am not accompanying Lord Beerus. He recalled returning to Beerus's planet, receiving a cartload of credits from the god of destruction himself, along with stern instructions. Glancing around warily, he exhaled in quiet relief. Thankfully Goku wasn't present. Never mind. You're here. That's what matters. Join our victory banquet. Bulma smiled warmly, extending the invitation. But I still have deliveries to make, Monaka replied, politely declining. Oh, come on, don't refuse. And reconsider my offer from last time. Suddenly Satan materialized from nowhere and clapped a friendly arm around Monaka's shoulders. Monaka blinked, flustered by the man's overwhelming enthusiasm. So what do you say? Will you become the ambassador for my gym? I've even prepared your cool pose. Satan laughed heartily, then waved to someone off-screen. Hey, come over here now. Everyone turned and burst into laughter. A figure nearly identical to Monaka approached, though heavier set and noticeably bulkier than an average human. She removed her headgear, revealing a radiant, youthful face. Lord Satan, I can barely breathe. Satan waved her off, then turned back to Manaka. Well, Mr. Manaka, will you serve as my gym's ambassador? No, Manaka shook his head firmly. You declined outright. Satan looked crestfallen. Why though, Uncle Manaka? Suddenly Trunks and Goten came sprinting from afar, skidding to a halt before him. Hello. Manaka managed, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow. Haha, Uncle Manaka, why are you here? Lord Beerus said you're incredibly strong, right? Trunks blurted out. Hey, Trunks, settle down. Vegeta's voice boomed, his face already darkening. He knew trouble was imminent. Come on. We rarely get to see Uncle Manaka. Trunks protested, then amiably punched Manaka's chest. Right, Uncle Mo. Thud. In an instant, Manaka rocketed backward through the air. What? Gasps echoed across the crowd. Mr. Manaka, are you all right? Bulma rushed forward, alarmed. Trunks. Vegeta's voice dropped to a volcanic growl. Trunks stared at his own fist, then at Manaka, murmuring, That's impossible. I barely exerted any force. Didn't Uncle Manaka claim to be the strongest warrior in the universe? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Those unaware wore expressions of utter confusion. Indeed, how could this be? Wah, wah. Suddenly Manaka's muffled sobs pierced the air. Was Manaka crying? Faces twisted in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be an elite martial artist? Hey, Piccolo, is Manaka's martial cultivation actually quite low? Krillin turned to Piccolo. Piccolo's lips twitched faintly, who knows? Nearby Luyo observed the scene impassively, then sensing something anew lifted his gaze toward the heavens. They had arrived. In the very next moment that Ruyao looked up, Vegeta's expression changed, and he glanced at the sky, saying, It seems we have arrived. Suddenly a rainbow light shot down from the sky, followed by the appearances of Beerus and Whis before everyone. Oh, what's all this commotion? Are you all welcoming us? Whis chuckled. I traveled a long way to get here, so I expect a feast. By the way, you all. Nanny. Manaka, what are you doing here? Beerus exclaimed, suddenly noticing the crying Manaka, his face becoming sweaty with alarm. Lord Beerus, why did you arrive so late? Bulma stepped forward. However, Beerus ignored her and glared at Manaka, angrily saying, Hey, Manaka, didn't I tell you not to come? How did you end up here? Manaka, feeling wronged, replied, I was just delivering a package. Beerus choked on his words, and upon glancing at the expressions of the crowd, he felt a chill run down his spine. It's over, I've been exposed. Oh dear, it's been exposed. Whis said with a hint of regret. Well, Lord Beerus, actually Manaka is not a powerful warrior, right? Krillin asked nervously. Beerus fell silent, and the crowd's expressions became complicated. Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding. At this moment, Beerus regained his composure and said nonchalantly, Indeed, Manaka's title as a powerful warrior was my. No, it was Whis' idea. Well, what? Whis exclaimed. Ruya and Piccolo's expressions twitched violently. Damn, he's really good at making things up. Why, oi? Krillin asked, confused. Why pretend that Manaka is a skilled fighter to deceive us? Beerus felt a headache coming on, and he was not one to enjoy lengthy explanations. There was nothing a destruction bomb couldn't solve. If there was, then just use two. Suddenly Whis stood up and said to everyone, The reason we had Manaka pretend to be a powerful warrior is that we need to set a target for Goku and Vegeta to chase after, for only then can they become stronger. However, I hope everyone can keep this secret, because if Goku finds out that Manaka actually has no martial prowess, it would be a huge blow to him. It would cause him to lose the drive to pursue growth. Even if he continues to train, he will often become lazy and ultimately fall into despair. Do you want that for him? The crowd exchanged glances, feeling complicated. All right, since the matter has already been exposed, from now on you all must help me keep this secret. Beerus said in a flat tone, as if making a command. It was the only way he could comfort himself. I didn't expect the mighty god of destruction would resort to lying. That's quite rare. Bulma teased. What did you say? Beerus' face darkened at her words. Before Bulma could say anything more, Vegeta suddenly rushed over, covering her mouth and saying, Stop it. Lord Beerus wants me and Kakarot to work hard in training, that's why he did this. Just stop causing trouble. That's right. Beerus snapped his fingers, giving Vegeta an approving glance. It's precisely because we still need Goku's strength to face the upcoming cosmic tournament, so you all must keep this secret for me. Otherwise I will destroy you. Did you hear that? Seeing Beerus' fierce demeanor, the crowd felt a bit scared and quickly nodded. What secret? Suddenly a voice rang out, and Goku appeared behind Beerus. Whoa! Beerus was startled, and upon realizing it was Goku, he angrily shouted, Idiot! Where did you come from? Don't mind me, Lord Beerus. Goku laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly catching something, his eyes brightening as he excitedly exclaimed, Oh, Manaka, you're here. Goku appeared right in front of Manaka, eagerly grasping Manaka's arms. Great. Now that we have time, let's have a match, Manaka. Manaka's face turned panicked upon seeing Goku, and he looked to Beerus for help. Beerus was startled, fearing Goku might accidentally injure Manaka, and yelled, Goku, no rudeness. What's wrong? Goku chuckled, then earnestly pleaded with Manaka again. Suddenly someone slapped Goku on the back of the head. Who was that? Goku was about to get angry, but upon seeing it was Chi-Chi, he wilted and asked, What's wrong, Shishi? Shishi frowned, saying, Look at how you're dressed. Do you even know that there's a banquet here? How can you dress like that? Go back and change your clothes. You stink. Goku sniffed himself and indeed detected a smell of sweat. He could only sigh saying, all right then. With that, Goku used his instant transmission to leave. Hey, now's the time to think of a plan. Goku will be back soon, Bulma urged. Beerus looked at Whis, who shook his head. What should we do? How can we prevent Goku from discovering Monaka? Krillin asked anxiously. Should we send Monaka back? Doesn't Lord Whis have the ability to manipulate time? Gak suddenly suggested. What did you say? How could I, the great god of destruction, possibly do such a thing? Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. What does it matter? Didn't you lie as well? Isn't it only fair to sacrifice for your own lies? Bulma retorted dismissively. Beerus' forehead twitched with veins as he suddenly felt the urge to strike this woman. Lord Beerus, you need to make a decision quickly, or Goku will be back. Whis interjected suddenly. Beerus widened his eyes in surprise. So soon? The others were equally astonished. Haha, Monaka, can we compete now? Goku approached Monaka with a smile. Upon hearing that Monaka was a formidable master, he had been eager to spar, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. The others were at a loss for words, seeing Goku's enthusiasm. Beerus stepped forward forcibly, pulling Goku away. Hey, Monaka is not someone you can challenge so easily. Goku asked, oh, what do you want me to do then? Beerus thought for a moment, and then said, got it. If you want to challenge Monaka, you first have to do 100 trillion sit-ups. 100 trillion. Alright, I'll do it. After saying that, Goku dashed to a patch of grass and began. While Goku was doing sit-ups, Beerus fell silent. At this moment, Trunks and Goten suddenly brought over the Monaka outfit that Satan had earlier. Lord Beerus, we have prepared the props for you, Trunks said, seeking praise. But Beerus looked at the headpiece with difficulty. It was simply too ugly. To make him the god of destruction, where such a thing was nothing short of an insult. Just as Beerus was hesitating, his voice suddenly came. You need to hurry, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus instinctively looked towards Goku's direction, his eyes widening in shock. He saw Goku suddenly picking up speed, moving at a terrifying rate, and it seemed possible he might actually finish in time. Beerus fell silent. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo looked at Goku, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. This old pal was most troublesome in wanting to spar with everyone. Alright. Suddenly Goku charged over. So fast. Beerus was taken aback, and then his expression changed. Hey, Goku, how could you finish so quickly? That was 100 trillion. Goku paused, then replied, it was 100 trillion. What's the problem? How did you count that? Beerus said incredulously. Goku innocently counted on his fingers. 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Isn't 100 trillion very quick? I haven't even warmed up yet. The crowd was speechless. Luoya also broke into a sweat. It was rumored that Goku in Dragon Ball Super was not only a bit childish, but truly a single-celled organism. He had witnessed it firsthand. Fool, that's not how you count. Completing 100 trillion sit-ups should take years. Beerus, in a fit of rage, accidentally let it slip. Goku didn't mind saying, alright, I want to battle Monaka now. Ignoring everyone, he grabbed Monaka and walked off. Come on, Monaka, let's find a place to fight. Monaka immediately struggled, but felt powerless, looking at Beerus and the others for help, tears streaming down his face in silent cries. Oh no, stop him. Beerus panicked. Dumpling used gravity to hold Goku back. Tianjinhan suddenly called to Dumpling. Alright. Dumpling didn't hesitate and immediately extended his hand towards Goku to cast a binding spell. Ugh. Goku, who was walking, suddenly felt an immense weight. Startled. What is this? So heavy. Well done. Beerus praised. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Dumpling called out softly, I can't hold on any longer. The expressions of the crowd changed. They saw Dumpling being dragged forward. Not even the gravity technique could stop Goku. Meanwhile, Krillin suddenly gritted his teeth and dashed out. Solar Flare. With a low shout, he caught the unsuspecting Goku off guard, causing him to instinctively release Monaka. Seeing this, Krillin quickly moved to take Monaka away. Boom, 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 boom. High in the sky, shockwaves rippled outward with each punch as Sun Wukong and Beerus blurred into motion, trading rapid, furious blows, remarkably neither gaining decisive advantage. Crash. Ugh. Sun Wukong was hurled backward by a single devastating blow, slamming headlong into a distant mountain. Yet in the next instant, he erupted from the rubble, roaring as he shot forward like a comet, fists flying in a blinding flurry of relentless lightning-fast strikes. Beerus parried calmly, effortlessly. Though Sun Wukong's skill paled beside his own, the god was severely constrained, his movements hampered by the cumbersome mascot suit. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Sun Wukong charged like a riled bull, unrelenting and fierce. In his mind, Monaka was an overwhelmingly powerful being, so he had long since abandoned his old habits, entering every battle with absolute unwavering seriousness. Crash. Suddenly, Beerus seized Sun Wukong's incoming fist midair, and with his other hand launched a crushing counterstrike. What a... Sun Wukong had not anticipated a single opening amid his all-out assault. Before he could react, Beerus's fist struck him square in the face, sending him rocketing away like a cannonball. Yet that very strike, delivered with unexpected force, tore through the mascot suit, splitting the fabric clean open. Beerus stared, utterly dumbfounded. His composure shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong clutched his face, wincing and groaning. Then, catching sight of Beerus, broke into a grin. "Since you're holding nothing back, neither will I." With those words, he unleashed his aura. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth, swirling, churning, enveloping his body in radiant milky white light. In the next second, he lunged forward. Beerus, flustered, hastily concealed his exposed feline paw behind his back and met the assault with one hand alone. Crash, 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 crash. They clashed again. Yet astonishingly, Beerus was now being forced onto the defensive. Surely this is a joke. How could Lord Beerus possibly be overwhelmed? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. When did his power dwindle so drastically? No, he's deliberately restraining himself. That mascot suit is fragile. Even slight exertion risks exposing him. He's holding back, not weakening. Vegeta observed the battle coolly. Huh, then does that mean Son Goku might actually win? Bulma asked, astonished. You underestimate Beerus far too much. His true strength runs infinitely deeper than this. All watched the ferocious exchange in awe, while Monaka off to the side had long since fainted. Crash. Ugh. Sun Wukong failed to block Beerus's strike, taking a thunderous blow straight to the gut. Simultaneously, Beerus's other glove exploded, revealing his clawed hand to the open air. Beerus froze, stunned. Is it really this fragile? In that split-second lapse, Sun Wukong recovered instantly, roaring as he hurled a titanic punch. The impact sent Beerus hurtling dozens of meters. Sun Wukong watched him gravely. He sensed that clearly Beerus had yet to unleash his full power. Of course, to Sun Wukong, his opponent remained Monaka. As Beerus steadied himself, a deep violet-black radiance began to shimmer around the mascot's suit. Within the suit, Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong and grinned, eyes alight with fierce heat and exhilaration. Then, shifting his voice into a guttural bellow, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, engulfing himself in a maelstrom of raw divine might. This was the first time Beerus had drawn upon power beyond his godly aura, and though augmented only by his innate divinity, it proved staggeringly potent. Sun Wukong grinned, unfazed. Now that's more like it. A true battle should be fought without restraint. Huh. He detonated his aura once more and charged headlong at Beerus. Beerus scoffed, no longer concealing his exposed arm. He met Sun Wukong's onslaught with a whirlwind of furious, unrestrained strikes. Goku isn't even using his full power. He could transform into Ultra Blue right now, Krillin remarked suddenly. They dare not. Unleashing their full might would annihilate not just this battlefield, but all of West City. Piccolo replied coolly. But won't Lord Beerus grow angry? Being suppressed like this, won't it damage his dignity? And look, he seems genuinely furious now. Bulma voiced her concern. After all, persuading him to impersonate Monaka and don that absurd mascot costume had already been mortifying enough. Now, enduring such humiliating pressure, she feared he might erupt in wrath and obliterate Earth anew. Hearing this, the others grew anxious too. Beerus's temper was notoriously volatile. No one could predict when he'd snap and reduce everything to ruin. Ho ho ho. No need for worry. Whis strolled over, his staff gone, replaced by a tray of fruit salad in his left hand and a fork in his right, neatly spearing bite after bite. Whis, truly Lord Beerus won't grow angry. He looks rather unhinged right now, Bulma pressed. Whis swallowed, then waved dismissively. Relax. Lord Beerus is thoroughly enjoying himself. This is pure, unadulterated combat joy, not anger. Rest assured. Phew. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Moreover, ever since the tournament against the Sixth Universe, Beerus could only watch as a spectator. His spirit has long yearned for battle. Thus he now craves this clash deeply. After his last duel with Goku, he rarely fought at all. His overwhelming strength left him without worthy rivals. Yet this mascot suit imposes vital limits, allowing him to spar with Goku while maintaining perfect control, a battle crafted precisely to his desire. Whis chuckled warmly, then speared another piece of fruit, savoring it with unmistakable delight. Vegeta and the others watched intently, and indeed it was plain to see Beerus was utterly immersed in the thrill of combat. Elsewhere, Lyra watched the fight idly while snacking, though truth be told his own fingers itched to join in. Yet after a short while, such restrained sparring lost its appeal. His attention drifted inward, his consciousness slipping seamlessly into the system interface. Gazing upon his base combat power, over 100 billion, he sighed softly. His growth since the Sixth Universe tournament had been extraordinary. He had continuously activated his ultimate Saiyan talent during battle and in rigorous training, but never otherwise. When his gaze fell upon his skill list, he paused in quiet reflection. He had nearly forgotten. He still possessed one remaining transformation, the Great Simon. Regarding the transformation into an ape, Leia only knew a little, which was that Saiyans could transform into a gorilla by utilizing their tails and harnessing the power of the moon. The gorilla form is the most primitive shape of a Saiyan, and it is a terrifying one. Once transformed into a gorilla, their power would surge dramatically. He also knew that there was another purpose, which was to transform into Super Saiyan 4. However, Leia understood that the tail was merely a tool for the Saiyan transformation and had no direct relation to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The tail functioned more like a collector that enhanced the ability to absorb the natural frequency of the Bulma light, allowing the body to transform. It determined whether a Saiyan could naturally transform into an ape as a Saiyan could still transform without a tail, albeit with weaker absorption of the Bulma light, similar to Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, who managed to transform into Super Saiyan 4 using the enhanced Bulma light created by Bulma. This means that as long as the Bulma light is strengthened, transformation into an ape can still occur. Therefore, the tail has no relation to the Golden Great Ape or Super Saiyan 4. After transforming into the Golden Great Ape, the Saiyan needs a strong consciousness to regain their sanity and compress that energy, ultimately transforming further into Super Saiyan 4th stage. Vegeta, despite lacking a tail, successfully transformed into an ape through the enhanced Bulma light, and at that moment the tail suddenly appeared. Simply put, having a tail allows one to transform under the moonlight. Without a tail, one can also transform using the enhanced Bulma light. From this point onward, the tail lost its significance. The old Kai knew about the dormant power within Saiyans and how to awaken it, understanding that the tail needed to be removed, but he was unaware that strengthening the Bulma light could achieve the same effect. Of course, this is in the Dragon Ball Super universe, and this concept cannot be used for balance. Moreover, the current Saiyans are following the divine path, unlike in GT, where they continued to evolve into higher stages of Saiyan. Thinking of this, Lia pondered, system, is this transformation into an ape the same as I imagined? What kind of transformation into an ape do you imagine? The system responded. Of course, can this transformation allow me to break through to Super Saiyan 4? Lia's lips twitched slightly. Host, there's no need to rush. First, focus on enhancing your strength, or else you might find yourself in a dire situation if you use this skill. I'm afraid you could lose your sanity and be killed. Lia shook his head and chose not to say more. This system seemed a bit unserious, so it was best to avoid lengthy conversations with it. As for whether Super Saiyan 4 could exist in this super universe, he didn't know, but he was aware that he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. If both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue could coexist, that would be a question. Of course, Lia was currently thinking about whether he could alter them and merge the two powers together. With that thought, he gazed up at the sky. Boom. At this moment, Beerus and Goku were locked in a fierce battle, their white and purple auras colliding violently, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Bang. Beerus landed a punch in Goku's stomach, causing Goku to let out a cry of pain, but he quickly suppressed the agony and retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Beerus' forehead. In response, Beerus managed to slightly tilt his head. However, due to the sheer size of his head, Goku's fist barely grazed the headpiece. In an instant, the Monaka doll's headpiece lost one of its ears. Not good. The other's expressions changed dramatically. No, that was my carefully crafted creation. Satan immediately looked aggrieved. But in that moment, Beerus kicked Goku away. Goku was sent flying. Beerus started to feel uneasy. Damn it, one ear was gone. What should he do? He was about to be exposed. However, Goku was oblivious and focused only on Beerus and the thrill of battle. This fight was exhilarating. Bring it on. Goku laughed heartily and suddenly unleashed his energy. Instantly, a powerful aura radiated from him as he teleported right in front of Beerus. With a punch thrown, Beerus dodged Goku's punch by shifting his body, but in the next moment, Goku's foot followed up with an upward kick. Not good. Beerus was startled and shifted his body again. In the next second, his backside was grazed, revealing Beerus' tail. Not good. Piccolo and Vegeta's faces changed simultaneously, and in the next moment, they both vanished. With one strike failed, Goku immediately launched another attack. But Beerus countered with a kick, instantly sending Goku flying. Goku naturally wouldn't back down and charged forward again. Swish, swish. Just then, Vegeta and Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of Beerus. Piccolo quickly used his cape to shield Beerus, while Vegeta hurriedly handed a piece of white cloth to Beerus. The latter understood quickly and wrapped it around his tail. Vegeta, Piccolo, what are you guys doing? Goku asked, puzzled. That. We also don't know what's going on. It's just, Monaka seems to have the power to control people. Oh. Why is my hand uncontrollably stretching out? Piccolo pretended to panic as he extended his arm, directly binding the unsuspecting Goku. Vegeta, your acting is terrible. Piccolo's face twitched. At this moment, Vegeta awkwardly said yes. Indeed. I also have no control over my body. It doesn't listen to me at all. Piccolo, you kids' acting is just as bad as mine. At this moment, Beerus had already wrapped his tail, concealing his expression. In the next second, he effortlessly tossed Piccolo and Vegeta away. Beerus gazed at Goku, then sneered. In the next moment, he erupted with energy. A deep purple aura stirred the heavens, and his power surged beyond measure. Although it was a common occurrence, the intensity of the battle was hardly less than that of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Beerus faced each other from a distance, the energy within them surging rapidly, seemingly eager for a decisive showdown. Seeing this scene, Vegeta and the others were taken aback, quickly turning to Whis. Whis, hurry and stop them. Vegeta's expression was somewhat anxious. He could sense that if these two were to go all out, the entire Earth would likely suffer a tremendous blow. Whis also felt somewhat helpless. How did these two become so addicted to fighting? Oh, At that moment, Goku in the sky suddenly began to unleash his energy and his power skyrocketed. Oomph! Beerus snorted coldly, and immediately a remarkable purple aura enveloped his body. The two exchanged glances and then charged at each other simultaneously. Neither of them had any intention of dodging this punch. Loya also stood up ready to intervene to prevent any mishap. However, it proved that he had underestimated the power of the angel. Just as Goku and Beerus' fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between them, grabbing each of their fists with one hand. "Oh dear, I say you two, this is as far as it goes, or else the banquet won't be able to proceed," Whis said with a slight smile. His intervention was indeed impressive, effectively stopping Goku and Beerus, which surprised the companions present, as Whis' strength was truly unfathomable to them. Second-tier angel. Loya looked at Whis, his eyes slightly narrowed. He had to admit that Whis' power was indeed above that of Beerus. "Whis, why did you stop us?" Goku said, somewhat displeased. He was unhappy about being interrupted regardless of who it was. Whis paid no mind, slowly saying, "Lord Beerus asked you to stop." Off. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Beerus were stunned, then simultaneously looked downward. They saw Beerus standing among the crowd, but this Beerus seemed a bit strange. He lacked the majesty of a god, and appeared somewhat dazed. Seeing this, Beerus' mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dwell on it. Oh well then. Upon hearing it was Beerus who spoke, Goku had no choice but to obediently descend. Whis glanced at Beerus secretly, then chuckled softly. "Lord Beerus, you acted quite well." Oomph. Beerus followed suit, somewhat intrigued. "Not bad, not bad. Monaka is even more impressive than I imagined. If he didn't hold back, I might really have no way to win against him." Goku exclaimed excitedly. He could tell the reason the opponent couldn't fight at full strength was likely due to concerns about causing damage here. "Hey, I told you to fight further away. You've made a mess of my backyard." Bulma immediately became displeased. Goku waved his hand. "Oh well, Bulma, you are the world's richest, so don't worry about such trivial matters." "Hey." Bulma sighed, somewhat helpless. However, who made Goku and her have such a good relationship? "Huh. By the way, your fight was so exciting that Monaka fainted." Incha suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Monaka. The expressions of everyone turned stiff as they collectively broke into a cold sweat. Beerus also froze at that moment because of this remark. Monaka?" Goku asked in confusion. He wasn't Monaka just fighting with him. How could he faint? Thinking this, Goku looked over and instantly saw the real Monaka. He noticed the latter staring blankly ahead, showing no signs of response, and Goku was startled. He hurriedly glanced back and forth between the real Monaka and the fake Monaka. What's going on? Well, Bulma and the others looked a bit awkward. Ingcha enjoying the murderous glares from Piccolo, and the others felt utterly humiliated, wishing to disappear immediately. At this moment, Beerus within the puppet was furious. He had put so much effort into sacrificing his divine dignity to impersonate this ugly and troublesome being, only to have all his efforts rendered futile by Ingcha's words. He could not forgive. Hoo. Purple divine power circled around Beerus' body, resembling a demon god ready to destroy everything. Vegeta and Piccolo, upon seeing this, immediately broke into a sweat, quickly taking up their battle stances, prepared to face Beerus' wrath. As expected, this is where it must end. Vegeta thought a myriad of alpacas racing through his mind. Indeed, large gatherings like this should not be held with Bulma, or else the safety of the Earth would be at risk. This gathering is toxic. Whis also looked at this scene somewhat helplessly. The saying goes, one does not fear an opponent like Goku, but fears teammates like pigs. Now even Lord Beerus' wrath was something he did not wish to provoke. Just as Beerus was about to act, Goku suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Soga. I understand. Does Monaka also have clones like Bu? How impressive! Just a clone makes it hard for me to handle." Everyone was taken aback, and Beerus was also momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Alright, although I can't have a true battle with Monaka, his clone is this strong, so he must be incredibly powerful in person. Excellent. I must train hard next. I will definitely win against Monaka next time," Goku declared with unwavering confidence. However, just 3 seconds later, his stomach grumbled. After fighting for so long, I'm really hungry. Let's go eat something first." Saying this, he disregarded everyone and walked towards the food area. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The storm had finally passed. "That Goku really is carefree," Krillin remarked with some understanding. Everyone nodded. They were somewhat amused by Goku's personality, but fortunately, they had successfully navigated through. Sorry, it was all my fault." Ingcha quickly apologized, awkwardly, knowing he had almost ruined everything. To be able to speak so thoughtlessly, you are indeed a talent. Tianjin Fan glanced at Ingcha, speaking mildly. "Ingcha? Who?" Beerus removed his headpiece, drenched in sweat. "It's finally over. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Beerus." Beerus waved his hand. "After this, let's keep Monaka from showing up on Earth too often." "Yes." Whis nodded. Loya looked at Goku, who was eating with a somewhat strange expression. Logically speaking, Beerus impersonating Monaka should have had many flaws, but was Goku truly that oblivious? Is it really the case? The banquet became even more delightful after an exhilarating duel, and soon the gathering came to an end. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis." Bulma waved at Beerus and Whis. Everyone felt embarrassed. If every gathering was as thrilling as this one, would they not worry to death? Ho ho, then see you next time. Let's go, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled slightly. Beerus nodded indifferently, returning to his aloof demeanor. Soon Whis and the others vanished like a beam of rainbow light. Well, since it's over, let's all head back. Piccolo approached, glanced at Vegeta, and Goku nodded, and then flew away. Everyone left one after another. Lua bid farewell to Goku and the others and returned home. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed, feeling somewhat contemplative. I can now consider myself one of the top experts in the universe. If I were to continuously unleash my strongest Saiyan talent, my power would soon surpass that of Goku and the others, but doing so would diminish the fun, so I'll pass for now. Lua shook his head. Since the battle with the Sixth Universe, his strength had improved rapidly. In his normal state, even a fighting genius like Son Goku would find it hard to keep up. What's more noteworthy is that Lua had now learned the instant transmission. Although it was only for 0.1 seconds, it was not something an ordinary person could break through. Apart from Super Saiyan Blue, he could easily defeat any Z fighter. Of course, even without using instant transmission, he could still do it. Next, I should practice instant transmission. Hit's instant transmission has already reached 1 second, and he might improve further, so I need to prepare for the upcoming power tournament. Lua murmured to himself. Thus in the following days, Lua found a place to train. Of course, he did not go to the time chamber, but instead chose a small island. He began training instant transmission, constantly practicing it, and exploring how to activate his strongest Saiyan talent, and his progress gradually became evident. However, after a few days, Lua heard some news. Goku had fallen ill. Lua was somewhat surprised, but after thinking it over, he guessed that Goku's illness was due to his use of the Kaioken times 10, which led to a delayed reaction syndrome. With the power of the Kaioken times 10 combined with his already immense strength, it was no wonder he was struggling to maintain control. Lua sighed. After all, Goku's ability to use the Kaioken was largely due to him, so he decided to pay him a visit. At this time, Goku was at Gohan's house playing with Gohan's daughter Pan. Shishi was glaring at Goku with an irritated expression. This old guy, after she worked hard to prepare a meal for him last night, he returned and surprised her by demolishing the house. Now having to move over to Gohan's place, seeing Goku acting as if nothing had happened only made her more furious, gritting her teeth. Piccolo was sitting on the sofa watching Goku, and Pan, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Oh, the days without training are truly dull. Goku exclaimed while lifting Pan up high, feeling nostalgic. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You Saiyans basically train every day, so it's nice to have some leisure time. Besides, you and Vegeta have nearly reached your limits. It would be minimal gains to push further, so it's better to relax. Piccolo said casually. That may be true, but I still can't accept it. Goku said with a bitter face. He had indeed reached his limit. No matter how much he trained, the effects would be negligible. Even entering the time chamber wouldn't change that unless he faced an exceptionally strong opponent who could push his potential. I'm telling you, Goku, you should recover as soon as possible, or I'm worried you'll end up destroying Gohan's house too. Shishi said lightly. What are you talking about, Shishi? Goku replied somewhat awkward. That won't happen. I believe Dad won't do such a thing. At that moment, Gohan and Videl entered through the door. Oh, Gohan, Videl, you're back. Goku greeted them with a wave. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Pan was very excited to see her father babbling nonstop. Gohan walked over and smiled, saying, I came back early today. He hugged Pan, asking Pan, did you miss Daddy? Pan affectionately kissed Gohan, acting all cute. Everyone was filled with warmth. By the way, Gohan, weren't you in talks with the professor at school for a collaboration? I heard he wants you to be his assistant. Shishi suddenly asked. She was very concerned about her son. Gohan lowered his head slightly, and then said, I turned it down. What? Shishi was shocked and quickly asked why. Gohan smiled at Pan, saying, Videl, and I decided not to be so busy with work anymore. It's better to find more time to spend with Pan. Yeah, Gohan and I both think so, and we can afford not to work since we still have money. Alright then. Shishi felt somewhat disappointed. It was only natural to be unhappy that her son had given up a bright future. Haha, Gohan, you're quite the opposite. Piccolo suddenly looked at Goku and said. Goku laughed heartily. He didn't care about such things as he was only interested in training. Of course, I hope that during our free time Uncle Piccolo can help me train. I haven't had proper training in a long time. If this continues, I'm worried that when something happens I won't be able to step in. Gohan suddenly looked at Piccolo and smiled. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and then smiled reassuringly. Even if you didn't say that, I would still train you. Huh. Goku and Gohan both laughed. You Saiyans are something else. Shishi had grievances she couldn't express. Swish. At that moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside. This energy. It's Lua. Piccolo looked out the window. Lua. Goku was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. The group went outside to find Lua there. Lua, what brings you here? Goku looked at Lua and smiled. Lua replied, I heard you were ill. Are you alright? Goku's face darkened slightly at this. I'm okay, it's just that I can't use my energy lately, or else my power will spiral out of control. Lua nodded. You pushed yourself too hard when using the Kaioken. It was fine at first, but when you were already exhausted you tried to sustain it, which led to your current state. Goku said helplessly, I didn't know you would defeat Hit. If I had known, I wouldn't have pushed myself so hard. Lua. Luoya greeted Wu Fan, and then turned to Goku, saying, since you have nothing to do, I will be leaving now. Goku nodded at him. Goodbye. Luoya nodded and turned to leave. Wait. At that moment Wu Fan suddenly called out. Luoya paused and turned to him. Wu Fan, are you calling me? Wu Fan stepped forward, his expression suddenly serious. Luoya, I want to challenge you to a fight. What? It must be said that Wu Fan's sudden statement surprised Piccolo and Goku, who couldn't understand why Wu Fan would make such a request. Luoya was also somewhat surprised. He actually wanted to battle Wu Fan to allow the system to absorb Wu Fan's power, but he felt embarrassed to bring it up. Now unexpectedly the other party had brought it up first. Wu Fan looked at Luoya, his eyes resolute. Luoya paused for a moment, and then said, Wu Fan, you must understand I am much stronger than I was in the beginning. Wu Fan nodded, I understand. So I want to ask you to fight me. Goku looked at Wu Fan with hesitation, but Piccolo signaled him not to meddle. Why? Luoya smiled. Wu Fan gritted his teeth slightly. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. I haven't trained for many years, my strength has regressed instead of progressed, and because of this when powerful enemies come I can only watch my friends and family suffer. That feeling is very painful for me. So I want to regain that feeling. Luoya said, but Mr. Piccolo can help you too. Piccolo remained silent. Wu Fan nodded. I understand that, but I still want to spar with different masters. If Dad is free, I will also ask him to train me. Wu Fan, Shishi and Biddy Li both had complex expressions. Please, train me. Wu Fan bowed to Luoya. Luoya sighed, saying, all right then, since that's the case I will agree to you. Great. Wu Fan excitedly clenched his fist. Let's change the location. Luoya said, suddenly taking off into the air and flying in a certain direction. Wu Fan nodded to Goku and the others before following Luoya. Goku couldn't hold back and was about to follow when Piccolo suddenly grabbed him, saying, your body has issues, so don't go. I'm afraid you'll be provoked by them. This. Goku helplessly complied. However, even so Piccolo followed after them. So cunning. Goku rolled his eyes. Goku, hurry up and take care of Xiao Fang. Biddy Li and I will start cooking. Shishi called out. All right. Goku could only hold Xiao Fang. On the other side, Luoya arrived at a valley with Wu Fan closely following him. Luoya looked at Wu Fan and said, don't hold back, use your strongest power. Wu Fan nodded and slightly spread his legs, taking on a stance similar to a horse stance. In the next moment, he suddenly shouted. Boom. The Super Saiyan emerged. Wu Fan's energy skyrocketed and his fighting power increased 50-fold. However, Luoya frowned because even though the other party transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was not a match for him in his normal state. Wu Fan had turned into a version resembling Yamcha. Luoya smiled slightly, then jumped twice and assumed a fighting stance. Ding. Mission activated. Mission content: acquire the power of 5 Saiyans. Current progress 45. Wu Fan looked at Luoya, also becoming alert. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still felt that Luoya in his normal state was flawless. So strong. In just half a year, Luoya's power has grown so much. Should he also go train in the time chamber? Moi. Luoya's gaze sharpened as his figure instantly disappeared. Before Wu Fan could react, he delivered a powerful punch to his face. Ugh. Wu Fan let out a cry of agony as his figure flew out, crashing through several small mountains. Don't get distracted, Luoya said, lightly watching him. At this moment, Piccolo appeared on the scene, but he did not intervene, instead watching the scene from the air. Oh. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted, and Wu Fan charged towards Luoya. Luoya tapped his toes and met him heated. Tap, tap, tap. The moment they touched, powerful energies erupted as they exchanged blows at an astonishing speed. The sound of punches echoed like thunder. However, soon after exchanging hundreds of punches, Luoya suddenly grabbed Wu Fan's fist and thrust forward with a knee strike. Another heavy punch sent Wu Fan crashing down. In the next second, Luoya brought his hands together at his waist and unleashed a Kamehameha. Boom. A massive energy wave surged forth. Wu Fan stood up, and in the next instant, he pushed his energy to the limit, simultaneously unleashing a Kamehameha to counter Luoya's wave. Although there is a taboo in Dragon Ball about not clashing waves with the Sun family, it seemed Luoya could ignore this taboo, because at this moment Wu Fan was in a very poor state. Wu Fan frantically unleashed his Kamehameha, the immense energy, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. Luoya let out a low shout and directly powered up. On the other side, Piccolo, who was watching this scene, had a grim expression. Although Wu Fan had sought him out for training after the Frieza battle, he only trained for a few days before attending a scholar exchange meeting, resulting in only slight improvements in his strength, but still too weak. He couldn't even handle Luoya's normal state. The power within him has been dormant. How can I help him awaken it? Piccolo thought to himself, but soon he stopped pondering. After all, Wu Fan's current pursuit of life was different from Goku and the others. Although he had once been the finest warrior, that glory was now in the past, and there weren't any particularly dangerous foes. Even if there were, Goku and the others could handle them, so he abandoned the idea of helping Wu Fan awaken. Ugh! Wu Fan let out a strained cry, unable to hold on any longer. In the next second, an explosion occurred on the field, and simultaneously a hemispherical energy wave appeared. Luoya retracted his energy, looking at the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, a massive crater appeared on the field, with Wu Fan's figure at the center. At this moment, Wu Fan knelt on the ground, sweat dripping down his face as he gasped for air, having returned to his normal state. Seeing this, Luo Ye landed in the pit and said to Wu Fan, "Your strength has fallen too far compared to back then." Wu Fan remained silent. At this moment, Gohan's body trembled, seemingly blaming himself for his weakness. Luo looked at him and shook his head, saying, "As far as I know, during the battle against Cell, you awakened the Super Saiyan second stage, and later during the fight with Majin Buu, you broke through yourself, unleashing your full potential. However, it seems that now your potential has been sealed once again." "You're not wrong." Piccolo suddenly descended and walked closer, saying, "If Gohan continues to train, his power will definitely not be inferior to his father's. It's just that he now yearns for a peaceful life, automatically discarding the innate gifts of a Saiyan." "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, for disappointing you." Piccolo, however, did not seem upset. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's nothing to worry about. You now have your own family and little Fong, so there's nothing wrong with pursuing your own life. There's no need to chase after our footsteps. This earth is well protected by those two. I also respect your choice." Gohan looked up at Piccolo and, finding no disappointment in his eyes, smiled. Although he had settled down in front of Piccolo, he still felt like a child. Piccolo had a profound impact on his life. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo gave a faint smile and then turned to Lua, saying, "Let's end the battle here. Gohan still doesn't need this kind of training." Lua nodded, understood. He sighed, inwardly lamenting the loss of a genius. However, he was not worried. The power tournament was still some time away, so they would see what happened then. "Let's go, Gohan," Piccolo said to Gohan. Gohan nodded and then turned to Lua, saying, "Then we'll head back first." "Thank you for today." Lua nodded. "Oh, it was a small matter." Moments later, Piccolo and Gohan left. Lua pondered for a moment and then smiled. "Interesting. Ding. Host task not completed, still requires effort." The system's electronic voice suddenly rang out. Lua smiled slightly, having already guessed the outcome. Although he claimed not to have gained Gohan's power, he was not in a hurry. On the other side, when Piccolo and Gohan returned home, they found Goku and the others looking rather grim. "What's going on?" Gohan asked in confusion. "Gohan." Biddy suddenly rushed over and threw herself into Gohan's arms, a bit choked up. "What's wrong, Biddy?" Gohan asked, not understanding. "Hey, old son, what happened?" Piccolo's eyes narrowed as he looked at Goku. Goku scratched his head and replied, "Well, we can't find little Fong." "What?" In an instant, both Piccolo and Gohan's faces changed. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could little Fong be missing? We just left for a bit. How could she disappear?" Piccolo's face turned green with anger, showing just how furious he was. He treated her as if she were his own granddaughter, and this bad news caught him completely off guard. What on earth happened? As a father, Gohan's expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, "Let me explain. This is how it is. Biddy and I were cooking, and we left little Fong with Goku. We didn't expect that Goku, this oblivious guy, actually fell asleep. When we came over, little Fong was already missing." Chi-Chi chimed in, glaring at Goku as she spoke. "This isn't my fault. Little Fong was asleep when I fell asleep, and I've been feeling under the weather lately, so I slept very soundly and didn't notice what was happening outside." Goku said softly. "Now isn't the time to discuss this. The most important thing is to find little Fong." Piccolo clenched his fists and said, "We searched the nearby area, but we didn't find little Fang's figure." Goku said with some self-reproach. "We'll go look. Gohan, come with me." Piccolo looked at Gohan. "All right." Gohan followed Piccolo as they left. "Let's help too." Goku spoke up. The few of them quickly began searching nearby. They didn't believe a small child would wander far, so they only searched the vicinity. Meanwhile, in a distant patch of grass, the food fusion team was using binoculars to observe the scene at Gohan's home. Behind them stood a massive robot. They had heard about Goku being ill and were planning to take advantage of the situation. However, upon seeing Piccolo and the others searching nearby, they immediately thought they had been discovered. "Boss, we need to run. They're coming," Ash urged. The food fusion team was nearly scared out of their wits and quickly said, "Run." Little Dance was the first to charge towards the robot at full speed. Boom. However, at that moment, the robot suddenly moved as if its engine had started gradually lifting off the ground. What a... The food fusion team was terrified at this sight. Their spaceship couldn't possibly start by itself, right? Not daring to think too much, the three of them slipped inside just as the spaceship was about to take off. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The next second, flames erupted from the robot's feet, and it quickly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the horizon. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still searching. At that moment, inside the cockpit of the flying robot. "Huh, isn't that Gohan's daughter, little Fong?" Ash's voice suddenly rang out in shock. The food fusion team looked at little Fong, who was happily pressing buttons, beads of cold sweat sliding down their faces. Why is this little brat here?" "Boss, what do we do now?" Little Dance asked in confusion. "Idiot. What else can we do? Quickly throw her down." "But she's a Saiyans descendant." The food fusion team panicked. "No way. She's still so young and we can't treat her like this." Little Dance, being a woman, was overwhelmed with maternal instincts. "Idiot." The food fusion team cursed in frustration. What's that smell?" Ash wrinkled his nose, then his face suddenly darkened. "So stinky. Could it be a..." The three of them reacted simultaneously and turned their gaze towards little Fong. "Ah, she actually..." actually pooped. The food fusion team's faces changed dramatically. Boss, we don't have a designated window here. Little Dance quickly said. How could this happen? The food fusion team's anger surged. The smell was so overwhelming that he lost his sanity and punched the control buttons. Boom. A sudden violent commotion erupted, and Luya, who was flying, felt something. He looked up and immediately saw a gigantic yellow robot soaring into the clouds. Is that mixed rice? Luya paused for a moment, then suddenly burst with anger, charging straight towards the robot. Boom. The robot broke through the atmosphere and continued to ascend as if it could keep going as long as it had fuel. Luya followed suit. After breaking through the atmosphere, he activated the Frieza cells, allowing him to survive in outer space. Just as he caught up, the robot suddenly exploded. Not good. Luya was startled, realizing that Gohan's daughter Xiaofang was inside. Along with the mixed rice trio, although they were villains, they were decent people. In an instant, Luya dashed towards the explosion. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike, and a powerful aura erupted, dispersing the flames. But the next moment, something shocking happened. A little creature appeared in his line of sight, radiating a milky white glow. As for the mixed rice trio, they had grabbed her feet. Luya felt complicated. He understood that Xiaofang had awakened. Indeed, she was a descendant of the Saiyans, possessing such talent before even turning 1 year old, which was quite rare. Yaya. Xiaofang waved her little hands, and then spotted Luya, instantly squinting and grinning. Luya smiled slightly, and then looked at the mixed rice trio under her feet. You three really never change your ways. Spare us. Spare us. Boss, we really didn't mean it. This little girl ran over on her own. The mixed rice trio was now utterly intimidated, unable to stand firm. If Gohan and the others knew you nearly put her in danger, no one would be able to save you. Luya said with a cold smile. Not to mention Gohan, who has a kind heart. Piccolo is not one to show mercy. If he found out, they would surely be done for. We wanted to take her back too, but the machine malfunctioned, and that's why we had to do this. Xiaowu suddenly spoke up. Luya glanced at Xiaowu, knowing that she would eventually be with Trunks, so he didn't pursue the matter further. He then approached Xiaofang, grinning widely, and opened his arms. Come on, I'll take you back. Xiaofang blinked, her big eyes hesitated for a moment, then placed her little hand in Luya's hand, smiling at him, and curiously making sounds. Luya smiled slightly, and then used instant transmission. In an instant, he and the others appeared, flying over a forest. Luya looked at the mixed rice trio. Just a little lesson for you. At your age, still wanting to be a villain. Give it up. As soon as he finished speaking, before they could be surprised, Luya waved his hand, and the three of them dropped down. Ignoring the trio, Luya knew they would be fine, and then he held Xiaofang, frowning slightly. Did you? What yourself? Yaya. Xiaofang giggled, her little hands playfully touching Luya's face. Forget it, let's get you home. Luya smiled helplessly, and in the next moment he vanished. The trio was still hanging on the treetops, but they were all unconscious. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were already sitting at the front door, their faces somewhat somber. Piccolo had veins popping out, looking as if he would erupt like a volcano. Gohan was comforting Biddy Lee, wearing a worried expression. Goku, it's all your fault. You didn't keep an eye on Xiaofang, and now she's missing. Chi-Chi poked Goku's head in frustration. Goku felt somewhat guilty. If he hadn't been sick, finding Xiaofang would have been quick, but he couldn't sense her energy, so he missed the opportunity. Damn it, it's all my fault. Xiaofang. Just as everyone was silent, Luya's figure appeared in the scene, carrying Xiaofang. Xiaofang. The sudden appearance of Luya startled everyone, but when they saw him holding Xiaofang, they instantly lost their composure. They all rushed towards Luya. Biddy Lee directly grabbed Xiaofang. She burst into tears. Luya, why is Xiaofang with you? Goku asked, confused. Luya said, I had just left for a short while when this little girl ran over, and she can even fly. It's incredible that she achieved this at such a young age. I was worried she would run off, so I brought her back. I see. Piccolo's tense expression also softened somewhat. Thank you so much, Luya. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have found her. Gohan bowed to Luya. Luya waved his hand, and then said to Biddy Lee, it was nothing. By the way, can you change Xiaofang's diaper? Biddy Lee blushed at once, realizing the situation, and nodded, thank you. After saying that, she took Xiaofang inside. By the way, it seems she really did have an accident while we were apart. Goku also relaxed and laughed heartily. Shut up. If you do that again, you won't be allowed near Xiaofang. Chi-Chi said, still upset. How can that be? I'm at least Xiaofang's grandpa. Goku protested. Is there a grandpa who loses his granddaughter like this? If it weren't for Luya's help, we wouldn't have found Xiaofang. Chi-Chi replied angrily. Goku smiled awkwardly, and then gestured to Gohan for help. Mom, let's not blame Dad anymore. Now that Xiaofang is back, let's eat. Gohan, understanding that his father's nemesis was his mother, tried to mediate. Chi-Chi snorted coldly, and then turned to head inside. Luya, why don't you join us for dinner? It's a way to thank you for bringing Xiaofang back. Goku looked at Luya. Luya was about to refuse, but Gohan also said, yeah, come have dinner with us. Just a simple meal before heading back. Piccolo, in a rare good mood, said to Luya. All right then. Luya had no reason to decline. Soon after Luya had dinner with Goku's family, he took his leave, and he and Xiaofang became familiar with each other. At least Xiaofang no longer saw Luya as a stranger. After Liu left, Goku decided to go train with King Kai to recover his strength. He didn't want to continue like this. Living without power was extremely torturous for him. When Liu returned home, just as he was about to take a shower, suddenly a system notification sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for helping Xiaofang's special reward energy of Saiyan Xiaofang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Super Saiyan God mission. Rewards are being distributed. 3 days later, in a certain forest, swish, a strange flash of light passed by, followed by a blankness in the surrounding space. A figure had appeared in the scene without anyone noticing. It was Liu. Liu, with a flick of his tail, was somewhat excited. His flash time had now reached a control time of 0.3 seconds. In 3 days, under the conditions of utilizing his strongest Saiyan talent, it must be said that the flash time was indeed terrifying and the difficulty of training was exceedingly high. To reach the standard of hit before the power tournament would be quite challenging. As Liu was pondering this, he suddenly froze, then looked towards the distant sky. After some thought, he pointed his fingers at his brow, concentrating his mind. Vegeta and Trunks along with Goten are no longer on Earth. Muttering to himself, Liu squinted slightly. If I'm not mistaken, they should be on planet Firepot. Beep. System task triggered. Liu was taken aback, and then his figure suddenly vanished. At the same time on planet Firepot. Boom, boom, boom. In a valley, a series of explosions rang out, and before long several figures flew out from within the valley, constantly dodging the laser cannons shooting at them from behind. Hey, Goten, hurry up and run. Don't let them catch up. Trunks shouted to Goten while running, carrying Monaka on his back. Goten was carrying an old man who was clutching something that resembled a pacifier. Behind them, a group of pink aliens was in pursuit. These aliens had already been possessed, and the thing possessing them was called superhuman water. Originally, Trunks and Goten had accidentally boarded Monaka's spaceship, which brought them to planet Firepot. Without having a chance to properly understand the environment, they encountered a chase as an old man was being hunted by several cosmic fugitives, prompting Trunks and the others to intervene. They saved the old man. However, unexpectedly, the opponents took Monaka hostage, forcing Trunks and the others to comply. The fugitive Greel's goal was the pacifier in the old man's hand. It is said that this pacifier is a key, and the key seals something called super divine water. They were deceived by ambition to snatch the key, only to discover that upon opening the superhuman water, they were forcibly possessed. No, they were perfectly replicated after having their energy taken away, and the replicated monster's strength surged tremendously. Given the strangeness of the superhuman water, Trunks and the others had no choice but to flee. Snap. Oh no. Suddenly, in the midst of turning his head, Trunks tripped and fell. Crash. Trunks. Goten couldn't help but stop, anxiously calling out. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, before Trunks could react, several laser cannons suddenly shot towards him. It's over. Trunks' face changed drastically. Suddenly, at this critical moment, Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Trunks, casually waving his hands to directly knock the lasers away. Dad! Trunks exclaimed with delight. Vegeta turned to look at him with an arrogant expression. What are you doing running around? Do you know how worried your mother is? Sorry, but if you hadn't come, we would have been done for. Trunks quickly changed the subject. Vegeta snorted, coldly shifting his gaze to those aliens. What are these things? Oh, it's Greel. At this moment, the arriving Gak suddenly exclaimed. Greel? Is he the fugitive you mentioned? Vegeta pondered. He. Looks like a stronger one has arrived. Good. Next, I will absorb all of your powers. Greel stepped forward, looking at Vegeta with a sinister expression. Oomph. Vegeta displayed a disdainful smile. You trash think you can absorb my energy. That's simply ridiculous. How would you know without trying? Greel grinned eerily, then waved his hand. Instantly, his subordinates charged forward. TCH. A bunch of garbage. Vegeta snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he suddenly vanished, appearing eerily in front of one of the subordinates, delivering a heavy punch that sent the opponent flying. At the same time, Vegeta's figure kept flashing. Each time he appeared, he would take down an enemy. No. Impossible. Greel's face changed. He never expected this mysterious figure to be so powerful. However, after his surprise, Greel thought of something and revealed a hint of a sly smile. No matter how strong you are, you still aren't our match. Huh. Vegeta launched a ki blast towards several of his approaching subordinates, instantly taking them all out. In the arena, thick pink viscous liquid dripped down, and the liquid began to wriggle. Dad, be careful, Trunks warned. Vegeta showed no signs of concern at Trunks' reminder, landing in front of Greel with his arms crossed. It's just you left. Speak. Have you thought about how to die? I must say you are indeed powerful, but it's impossible to defeat me. Greel smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed. What nonsense are you talking? With your kind of trash, I could destroy you with just a finger. What a joke. Vegeta said dismissively. Is that so? Then your power will belong to me. Greel laughed eerily, and just at that moment, suddenly, a blob of pink liquid silently appeared behind Vegeta and suddenly wrapped around him. Daddy! Trunks was shocked to see this scene, his face turning pale. How is this possible? What is this thing? Oh. Vegeta struggled frantically, but the more he struggled, the more suffocated he became, eventually becoming powerless, as if his strength was being forcibly drained away. In just a few breaths, Vegeta was spat out by the pink liquid. He collapsed in front of Trunks. How is this possible? Vegeta stood up with great difficulty, staring incredulously at the figure that the liquid was now wriggling into, which ultimately took on Vegeta's own appearance. Pink Vegeta. Impossible. Vegeta exclaimed. Huh, this is my power. Didn't expect this, did you? Grill approached leering. Dad, are you okay? Trunks stepped forward worried. What trouble have you all gotten into? Vegeta said with some displeasure. That. The old man hesitated to speak at this moment. But at that moment the counterfeit Vegeta suddenly rushed over. Watch out. Vegeta pushed Trunks aside, but he was punched away, crashing into the mountain rock. Ha ha ha. Surrender now. Every one of you shall have your energy completely drained by me. Gryler sneered arrogantly, his confidence bolstered by the counterfeit Vegeta standing at his side. You monster. How dare you harm my father? Trunks gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at the foe. Don't be impatient. You'll get your turn soon enough. Haha. Gryler uttered coolly, then turned to the counterfeit Vegeta. Quick. Drain them now. The imposter cast a fleeting glance at Trunks, hesitating slightly. Trunks, run. Vegeta staggered up from the rubble, shouting urgently to his son. But Trunks had no intention of fleeing. Fixing his gaze on Gryler, he let out a fierce cry and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his small frame surging forward like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh. Suddenly the counterfeit Vegeta stepped before Gryler, seized Trunks' wrist in one fluid motion, flashed a cruel grin, and hurled him violently through the air. Galactic gun. With a chilling expression, the counterfeit Vegeta fired his signature technique, straight toward Trunks. No. Vegeta's heart clenched with dread, but in his current battered state he could do nothing to intervene. Trunks' face paled with terror. The gulf between himself and his father had always been vast, yet this counterfeit Vegeta, now vastly more powerful, was utterly beyond his reach. This attack would launch him straight into the heavens. For a split second Trunks froze, unable to dodge. Trunks! Goten shouted, launching himself forward and slamming into his friend, sending both tumbling sideways. The Galactic gun missed its mark and obliterated mountain after mountain in its wake. Impossible. His power surpasses even mine. Vegeta stared, disbelief etched across his features. The sheer destructive force of that single blast left him reeling. Incredible. The old man trembled, panic rising within him. First Gryler had been terrifying enough. Now another figure of such overwhelming might had appeared. Their doom seemed inevitable. Goten! Trunks cried out, narrowly escaping the blast. Goten nodded sharply right. Instantly they assumed their fusion stance, power surging as they both ascended to Super Saiyan, then merged seamlessly into one being. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding white light erupted and faded, revealing Gotenks. Oh, you confused too? How intriguing. Still, your power is mine to claim. Gryler's surprise quickly gave way to exhilaration. Once he absorbed all these powers, none in the entire universe would stand against him. I am Gotenks, the embodiment of justice, and I shall eradicate you both. Gotenks pointed an accusing finger at Gryler and unleashed a searing energy sphere. Yet Gryler remained unruffled, while the counterfeit Vegeta stepped forward, casually swatted the attack aside with a flick of his hand. Whoosh. In an instant Gotenks appeared before the counterfeit Vegeta, fists ablur as he launched a furious barrage. Thud, thud, thud. Unfazed, the imposter deflected every blow. Gotenks' strength paled hopelessly beside his own. Thud. Seizing an opening, the counterfeit Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist, hoisted him aloft without effort. Ugh. Gotenks struggled desperately, only to receive a single devastating punch that sent him rocketing backward, shattering peak after peak upon impact. Pathetically weak, the counterfeit Vegeta muttered, dissatisfied. Perhaps inheriting Vegeta's pride, he felt no urge to kill outright, only a condescending desire to chastise these two reckless youths. Ahawk. With a thunderous burst of energy, Gotenks charged again, launching a full-powered Galactic gun directly at the imposter. Fool, daring to use that move against me. The counterfeit Vegeta sneered, flaring his aura, then still in base form raised his fist and struck with crushing force. Boom. A blinding white shockwave erupted, shattering Gotenks' Galactic gun and blasting him backward into a crumbling wall. Vegeta watched, jaw clenched. Gotenks had undergone no systematic training lately. His combat prowess lagged dangerously behind. Let us retreat from here, for now, the old man urged suddenly. Hey you, what is that thing? Vegeta fixed him with a sharp, unyielding glare. The old man spoke, plainly recounting the entire ordeal. Superman water. It replicates others' abilities. I see. Vegeta fell silent, then gazed grimly at the counterfeit Vegeta. Now we're in grave danger, because the real me has no weakness. Only one person can defeat this imposter. The old man blinked, stunned. Was Vegeta truly so confident? In Vegeta's eyes, only Kakarot was worthy of being called his rival. No one else measured up. We must defeat him swiftly, or you will vanish. After a moment's hesitation, the old man spoke gravely. What a... Vegeta recoiled in shock. Vanish? How could that be possible? That is the true horror of Superman water. The old man's expression darkened. Its very nature is so perilous it was sealed away long ago, yet now greed-blinded fools have unleashed it once more. Vegeta stood in silence for a long while, eyes burning with urgency as he watched the battlefield. Ahawk! Suddenly Gotenks roared, a surge of energy lifting him into the third tier of Super Saiyan. Oh, finally growing serious. The counterfeit Vegeta smirked and lunged forward without warning. Gotenks met him heat and unflinching. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Blow after blow collided in rapid succession, hundreds of strikes exchanged in mere seconds. Thud. Ugh. Yet the counterfeit Vegeta's superiority was absolute. A brutal elbow strike sent Gotenks flying once more. Huff, huff, huff. Energy coalesced in the counterfeit Vegeta's palm, and in an instant he hurled it toward Gotenks. Kami-H-A. Gotenks strained, unleashing a Kamehameha wave. Boom. The two titanic energies collided and detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. I can't beat him, not yet. I'll retreat first. Gotenks prepared to flee, only for the counterfeit Vegeta to emerge from the smoke directly before him, grinning. Where do you think you're going? Thud. A crushing kick sent Gotenks hurtling away. Gotenks. Vegeta's face twisted in alarm. Such blows were far beyond what either boy could endure. Thud. Gotenks crashed to the ground, and the fusion shattered. Both boys lay weak and breath ragged. Humph. The counterfeit Vegeta regarded them coldly, raising his hand to gather another energy sphere. Then, suddenly, he froze. His head snapped toward a distant ridge. There, silhouetted against the sky, stood a lone figure. Index finger pressed firmly to his brow. It was Luya. The newcomer donned a green battle outfit with short hair that fluttered in the wind. It was Luya. Finally arrived. Vegeta sighed in relief upon seeing Luya. Luya's strength was not inferior to his own. Even when utilizing the King Kai fist, he was unable to withstand him. Big brother Luya. Trunks and Goten were equally surprised. Sorry to keep you waiting. Luya smiled slightly, then turned to face the imposter Vegeta, his eyes narrowing slightly. It must be said that the clone Vegeta was even more powerful than the original. I thought it would be Kakarot coming. So it's you. The imposter Vegeta looked at Luya with some disappointment. Luya smiled slightly and said, Don't be disappointed, because soon you will learn how to write the words being beaten. Ridiculous. The imposter Vegeta scoffed arrogantly. Hey, don't mind that guy. First absorb the energy of those two brats. Did you hear that? At that moment Grillo suddenly commanded. The imposter Vegeta's gaze turned cold. Don't order me. What did you say? Grillo found it hard to believe. He was clearly the boss, but this guy dared to resist him. Suddenly, a blinding flash shot out, heading straight for Grillo. Wah. What? No. Grillo's face changed dramatically, but he was already unable to dodge. Boom. Under the massive explosion, Grillo was taken away. The imposter Vegeta looked at Luya and said, Who allowed you to make a move? Luya retracted his hand and smiled. I think you also hate being ordered around, right? Vegeta snorted coldly. Luya landed in front of Vegeta, smiling. Alright, it's just you left. Haha. You might be too confident. Well, ever since the battle with the 6th universe, I've wanted to fight you. On what basis do you stand above me? The imposter Vegeta said coldly, and the next second, he erupted with power, instantly elevating his strength to the peak. Luya curled his lips, and also suddenly erupted with power, and in an instant the two tremendous forces clashed. Let's get far away from here first. Vegeta suddenly spoke up. Trunks and Goten hurried over, and the group quickly fled to a distance to watch. Dad, can big brother Luya defeat that imposter? Trunks asked. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at the two in the distance, saying nonchalantly, Who knows? Whoosh. The two locked eyes, surrounded only by the radiant light. Huh. Suddenly Vegeta roared angrily, and in the next moment, he charged directly at Luya, throwing a punch at him. Luya reacted quickly, raising his hand to block the opponent's arm, while simultaneously delivering a punch. Clap. However, the imposter Vegeta was no pushover and quickly seized Luya's fist. The two exchanged glances at close range, and in the next moment, they moved their feet simultaneously. Bang. Huh. For a time, the two surged up and down, continuously colliding, and the battle quickly intensified. His strength has increased again. Clearly they are both Saiyans. Does this guy have no limits? From a distance, Vegeta watched the scene, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although his combat power was gone, it didn't stop him from observing the battle. He found that Luya's power grew stronger by the day. In fact, he and Kakarot had nearly reached their limits. Further training would yield minimal effects unless they could force out their limits and then stimulate breakthroughs. Otherwise, significantly improving again would be very difficult. However, Luya, this Saiyan, was very strange. The other party's talent was terrifyingly powerful, and it seemed as if there were no limits to his growth. If this continued, Luya's power might far surpass that of him and Kakarot. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, the two separated, and then simultaneously fired countless energy blasts, executing their prince's combat style. Super explosive wave. Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, the sky exploded, and the tremendous power swept in all directions. So amazing. What kind of monsters are these? The old man nearly got blown away, but fortunately Trunks reacted quickly and pulled him back. What the hell? Who are these people? How could they be powerful to such a degree? Boom. The fierce collision began again. Luya could be said to be evenly matched with Vegeta, but surprisingly Luya's power was also continuously increasing. Vegeta frowned as he observed this fight, as if he were the one fighting. That guy hasn't shown his full power yet. What is he holding back for? Vegeta was somewhat displeased. Even if it was his imposter, he disliked Luya hiding his true strength as it made it seem like he couldn't defeat the other party and didn't deserve to have the other party go all out. Whoosh. Suddenly Vegeta's figure appeared somewhat illusory at that moment. Dad. Seeing this scene, Trunks and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Not good. It's starting to act up. The old man also began to worry. Vegeta looked at his own body, then turned to the old man. Hey, is there any solution? The old man's face dripped with cold sweat as he said solemnly, the only way now is to defeat that imposter you. Aside from that, they must find that super water and then destroy the core energy of the opponent to fully comprehend everything. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned sour. Being defeated by someone was hard for him to accept. He then looked at Trunks and the others. Trunks, you guys hurry over to where Grillo was killed earlier to look for that super water. It might still be alive. Trunks and Goten quickly nodded and then left directly. Well, I think I won't go. Gak hesitated for a moment and then stayed back. Vegeta glanced at Gak, instinctively feeling some displeasure, but he didn't say much. The fierce battle continued. It must be said that Vegeta's power was indeed formidable, especially the imposter Vegeta, whose strength had risen an entire tier, making it difficult for Luya to quickly defeat him in his ordinary state. Hey, Luya, the current solution is to quickly deal with this imposter. Hurry up and finish him off, or I will disappear. At this moment Vegeta couldn't help but shout. Luya was momentarily distracted at that instant. Boom. Seeing this, the imposter Vegeta erupted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and delivering a punch to Luya's abdomen. With another kick, he sent Luya flying. Aya! Luya screamed as he crashed through several small mountains. What a... Vegeta's expression darkened. He could no longer bear to watch. Huh? Is that all? To defeat me is too naive. The imposter Vegeta sneered condescendingly. No martial ethics. Luya stood up from the pile of stones, looking angrily at the counterfeit Vegeta. Idiot. Vegeta replied, somewhat speechless. I think you shouldn't disturb them. Suddenly the old man remarked beside him. Shut up. Vegeta shot a nasty glare at the old man, instantly making him silent. The old man sullenly fell silent. Luya turned to the counterfeit Vegeta and then suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the counterfeit Vegeta had a purplish-red body, his entire being radiated a golden glow, just like a Super Saiyan inheriting all of Vegeta's powers. Oomph. The counterfeit Vegeta looked at Luya, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luya glanced at him, and in the next moment his eyes shifted. What a... The counterfeit Vegeta had not reacted in time, and in an instant a flash of white light enveloped him. His body suddenly became immobilized. In that moment Luya was already in front of him, and he punched directly into the counterfeit Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! This punch caused the counterfeit Vegeta to vomit. As if struck hard. Impossible. You must be joking. On the other side, Vegeta's face turned pale with terror upon witnessing this scene. This scene felt eerily familiar, but he was still unsure. Luya smiled faintly, not holding back, and delivered another knee strike, sending the counterfeit Vegeta flying. Boom. A huge boulder shattered, burying his form beneath it. Surprise attack. Here's one for you, Luya said calmly. He had just executed a flash time, and the counterfeit Vegeta had no power to resist. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from the pile of stones, followed by a massive burst of light that sent the debris flying, revealing the counterfeit Vegeta. At this moment, the counterfeit Vegeta was extremely furious. He looked at Luya, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. Impossible. How could you use flash time? Flash time. At this moment, Vegeta finally confirmed. This guy, he actually knows Hit's flash time. Luya smiled slightly. I learned it during my last battle with Hit. Damn it. The counterfeit Vegeta was somewhat unconvinced he inherited Vegeta's, well, so he couldn't accept such a reality. This guy, why is he so monstrous? Clearly he is the prince of the Saiyans. He accepted that Kakarot, a low-level warrior, was stronger than him, but now any random Saiyan has greater talent than he does. He couldn't believe it. Luya said calmly, transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Otherwise you won't be able to defeat me. Shut up. You don't even need to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The counterfeit Vegeta said with a sinister expression, his eyes glowing red with a full aura of demonic energy. Off. With a roar, the counterfeit Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second level. His power surged to another level. Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, without any warning, he appeared in front of the counterfeit Vegeta. Watch out. From a distance, Vegeta couldn't help but shout, worried for his counterfeit self. The old man. Damn, who are you trying to help? However, the old man underestimated Vegeta's pride. For him, even a counterfeit version of himself couldn't easily be defeated by others. Even Kakarot was no exception. However, it was too late. Luya's flash time, though only 0.3 seconds, was beyond what the counterfeit Vegeta in this state could withstand. Suddenly, as if struck hard, although the counterfeit Vegeta couldn't see how Luya attacked, he could hear the sounds of collisions ringing out from his body, as if dozens of fists were striking him simultaneously. Off. After a series of heavy blows, Vegeta's form went half-kneeling. Luya appeared in front of him about to speak, but suddenly the counterfeit Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave. Luya didn't react in time, surprised that after taking such a heavy blow, Vegeta could still be so strong. He took the hit he'd crossing his arms to block. Boom. Under the massive wave of energy, Luya was directly impacted, crashing through countless rocks and pushed down a mountain. Boom. A huge explosion erupted. Do I really have to use my true power? The counterfeit Vegeta snorted coldly. He copied Vegeta, gaining not only strength, but also enhanced physical durability. Thus, although the opponent's attack was heavy, it was typical, so it couldn't cause him fatal damage, providing an opportunity. Standing up, the counterfeit Vegeta suddenly flashed above the pile of rubble, and with a sudden burst of energy, he raised his aura to its peak. Snap! Suddenly a few stones on the pile shifted. The counterfeit Vegeta's eyes hardened, and in the next moment, he unleashed the prince's combat technique, continuously firing energy blasts downward, causing a series of explosions. Not good. Vegeta looked at this scene and felt a great sense of foreboding. At this moment, his form flickered once again. You? The old man said with a complex expression. He couldn't help anymore. His combat power was too low to be of any assistance. On the other side, Goten and Trunks, who were tracking the super water, also noticed this scene and became worried. I hope Big Brother Liao will be okay, Goten said anxiously. Trunks said solemnly, Dad's power is really too strong, completely on another level than before. Big Brother Liao might be in danger. What should we do? We are no match for Uncle Vegeta. Goten spread his hands. While the two kids were discussing, they didn't notice a mass of purplish red liquid writhing above them, slowly approaching. When it was less than 5 meters from the two kids, the super water leaped down, trying to engulf both of them. But as soon as it jumped down, Goten and Trunks noticed the shadow covering them and immediately jumped to the sides. Smash! The super water crashed to the ground, then suddenly accelerated towards Trunks. Trunks was slightly stronger than Goten, so it decided to take him down first. Ugh! Trunks was startled by the speed of the approaching entity, and in the next moment, he hurriedly took off. Terrifyingly, the super water also flew up, lunging toward Trunks. What a... Trunks was dumbfounded. The entity could fly too. At that moment, several beams of laser shot out, directly piercing the super water with multiple holes. The latter was affected, falling to the ground, and without hesitation, the super water made a run for it. Trunks and Goten looked up to see Jack standing above holding a gun. Jack, what are you doing here? Trunks sighed in relief and smiled. Jack shrugged. The protagonist always shows up at the most critical moment. He finished coolly, putting away the gun. In truth, he didn't want to be around Vegeta's ice-cold face. P.S. Starting today, there will be 5 updates a day. Right? So have you prepared your gifts? Let me buy some vitality pills. Only when I'm in good shape can I explode with more updates. Da-da-da-da. The imposter Vegeta executed the prince's combat techniques flawlessly in midair. He was not Vegeta. Although he had copied everything about Vegeta, he was now on the side of evil and naturally did not want to give Luya a chance to turn the tide. Amidst a chaotic barrage, the imposter Vegeta suddenly made a forward gesture in the end. Not good. Vegeta and the others changed their expressions drastically upon witnessing this scene. If this move lands, they would also be affected. Damn it. Luya, what are you doing? Use the power you had when fighting Hit. Vegeta gritted his teeth fiercely. Flash. The imposter Vegeta gathered immense power in his hands, and suddenly a terrifying light illuminated the sky. But suddenly, a change occurred. This ends here. Do not resist any longer. A calm voice rang out, causing the imposter Vegeta's expression to change. He tilted his head slightly, but did not realize that Luya was already behind him. What? The imposter Vegeta immediately lost his strength, his eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, when did he? The real Vegeta also broke into a cold sweat, caught off guard by the arrival of the opponent. Luya's short hair stood straight up, transforming from black to golden yellow, but without the dazzling golden light surrounding him, his gaze revealed a hint of cold indifference. He was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. After the initial shock, the imposter Vegeta suddenly turned quickly, preparing to attack Luya. Crash. However, he was ultimately a step too slow. As he raised his fist, Luya's punch had already slammed into his abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta instinctively clutched his stomach. Luya had no intention of showing mercy. His fist on Vegeta's abdomen suddenly transformed into a palm, emitting light from his hand. Whoosh. Boom. With a close-range cannonball strike, the imposter Vegeta was sent flying. Luya's body trembled, and in the next moment, he left behind a trail of afterimages in the air, already positioned behind Vegeta. In an instant, with both hands clasped in a fist, a heavy punch descended once more, striking Vegeta into the ground. Just as Luya was about to end this battle with full force, an unexpected change occurred. Boom. A tremendous blue light shot into the sky, and the instigator was none other than the imposter Vegeta. You bastard. Stop right there. Suddenly, a terrifying energy surged forth, and the imposter Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. How can this be? How could that imposter achieve the Super Saiyan Blue transformation like my father? Trunks and the others landed beside Vegeta. The former exclaimed in surprise. Of course, that guy has inherited all my power and can perfectly replicate everything I can do. Vegeta crossed his arms and watched the battle with no surprise. Father, your body. Trunks suddenly looked at Vegeta, noticing that his father's form had become quite illusory. Oh, don't worry. As long as that guy Luya defeats the imposter, everything will be fine. Vegeta appeared quite calm. Old man, is there any other way to help my father return to normal? Trunks asked the old man, a bit anxious. The latter replied, there are two options: either find the true form of the super water and destroy its core energy, or defeat that imposter. But it seems this is a tightly contested battle. How could this happen? Trunks felt a bit troubled. By the way, this thing can help you buy some time. Just hold it in your mouth, and it will slow down your fading speed, the old man said, taking out a pacifier and handing it to Vegeta. Vegeta did not understand what this was, but hearing that it could provide some relief, he took the pacifier and placed it in his mouth. This scene was indeed somewhat comical. The two mischievous little boys understood the gravity of the situation and did not pay much attention to it. Otherwise, given their personalities, their jaws would probably have dropped to the ground. In the arena, the imposter Vegeta was still unleashing astonishing power, fully charging, his super blue form suddenly surrounded by dazzling blue light. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly and said, are you finally serious? But sorry, I won't give you the chance. No matter what kind of flash you have, do you really think I have no way to counter it? Kakarot can counter flash, and so can I. With that, the imposter Vegeta let out an angry roar, and in the next moment, he leaped forward, directly lunging at Luya. Luya activated flash, and in an instant the entire spacetime came to a halt. While Luya was gathering energy, he struck at the imposter Vegeta, but an unexpected scene occurred. The space around the imposter Vegeta began to crack. Suddenly his fists, which were confined by the time cage, lifted. Bang! The two fists collided directly. In an instant, a deafening sound explosion erupted. In the next moment, Luya's figure was sent flying back. It's not over yet. The imposter Vegeta roared angrily, his figure exploding with energy as he charged towards Luya. Luya sensed an incredible threat and was startled. He did not expect Vegeta to respond to Flash so quickly, which was something he had not anticipated. Moreover, he could control 0.3 seconds of time. How could his opponent improve so much? Without hesitation, Luya unleashed his energy, Kaioken. Boom! Golden light surrounded his body, and with a red outer garment, his strength doubled. Whoosh! As Vegeta's strike came, Luya had already vanished. Whoosh! In the next moment, Luya appeared directly above the imposter Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch downwards. Boom! Ugh! The imposter Vegeta's form plummeted but did not crash into the ground. Instead, he hovered in midair. Luya looked at the imposter Vegeta and revealed a hint of excited battle intent. I didn't expect that after the battle with Hit your power would reach this level. The imposter Vegeta sneered, don't think you are the only one who can improve, but I must admit you have mastered Flash, catching me off guard. TCH. Vegeta, watching the battle, looked a bit grim. In fact, he was also very shocked when Luya first used Flash, but he wasn't worried about his substitute losing because, just as the imposter said, he had also undergone systematic training against Flash aimed at Hit, especially having consulted Whis, who could control time. After his guidance, Vegeta's strength had also seen an astonishing improvement. Of course, he originally wanted to hold back a little for dealing with Hit in the future, but unexpectedly this brat Luya had learned Flash. This led to his exposure. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Vegeta hoped Luya would defeat that imposter, but did not want to lose to Luya himself, causing some internal conflict. Meanwhile, although his body was sustained by the pacifier, it still did not stop its fading. At this moment, Luya in the air suddenly stopped his energy explosion and returned to his normal state. Everyone was taken aback. Oh, what was he doing? Surrender. What is he trying to do? Even Vegeta couldn't quite understand Luya's mysterious actions. Trunks spoke up. In the arena, the imposter Vegeta looked at Luya and coldly said, oh, are you preparing to surrender? Luya smirked, you think too much. I'm just planning to test my latest skill. Vegeta frowned, somewhat displeased. Can't you be a bit more straightforward? Luya smiled slightly, then clenched his fists and closed his eyes slightly. At that moment, his aura had reached a state of great tranquility, like a still pond. His mind was also perfectly unified. In the next moment, strands of red flames suddenly rose from Luya's body. These flames were ethereal, yet undeniably real. Impossible. That indescribable aura, that posture. Could it be? At the same time, both Vegeta, sensing this scene, stared at Luya in shock. They couldn't believe that this kid could achieve such a level. Just then, Luya suddenly opened his eyes, and they turned red. In the next moment, Luya let out a loud shout, and the reddish flame-like light spread out. His hair also turned pure red in that instant. Super Saiyan God. Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Ever since he gathered the powers of 5 Saiyans, he had been able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. The imposter Vegeta clearly recognized Luya's transformation, and his expression was no longer calm. It is well known that the blue power of the Super Saiyan surpasses that of the Super Saiyan God, but the question is, why is the opponent able to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Isn't it said that the legendary Super Saiyan God requires the powers of 5 Saiyans to be transferred to 1 Saiyan? Did Luya manage to find Kakarot and the others behind Vegeta's back? How could this be? On the other side, Goku, who was training on King Kai's planet, also paused at this moment, happily waving his fist. Great. I'm back at my peak. Through his relentless training, pushing his limits, he finally regained control of the power that should have been his. This made him very satisfied. Hey, Goku, come here. Something's wrong. At that moment, King Kai suddenly shouted. Goku was taken aback, then puzzled. What happened, King Kai? As he spoke, Goku appeared before King Kai. King Kai did not look at Goku, but instead gazed at the endless starry sky above, gravely saying, just now, I sensed the powers of Vegeta and Gotenks beyond Earth, and then I felt Lia's aura, but now Lia's aura has disappeared, replaced by a divine presence. Something must have happened. Hearing this, Goku was momentarily stunned, then curious. Oh, so they're not on Earth. That seems to be the case. King Kai nodded. It's strange, why would they leave Earth? Goku muttered to himself, then said, since my power has been restored, I might as well go have a look. Alright, be careful on the way, King Kai warned. On the planet of Firestar. How did you transform into a Super Saiyan god? Vegeta looked at Liu with a somewhat grim expression. Liu smiled slightly. How Goku transformed is how I transformed. Impossible. Transforming into a Super Saiyan god requires the powers of 5 Saiyans. Did you receive help from Kakarot and the others? The imposter Vegeta asked in a deep voice. Liu thought for a moment and then replied, I didn't gather them together, but instead collected the powers of Goku and the others, then researched them. Eventually, through practice, I successfully fused them. Vegeta, bastard, are you trying to insult my intelligence? Alright, no matter what, discussing this nonsense now is useless. Let me see what is so powerful about the Super Saiyan god. Liu landed on the ground and began to warm up with a bounce. Do as you wish. Although the Super Saiyan god is powerful, it's still quite inferior compared to the Super Saiyan Blue. You won't be my match. The imposter Vegeta said coldly. Who knows? Perhaps soon I will also be able to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. Liu tilted his neck and said meaningfully. But Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Liu. He didn't rebut because the feeling the opponent gave him was too strange. This rate of growth was simply astonishing. Maybe he really could become a Super Saiyan Blue. This monster. It wasn't until later that Vegeta met Broly that he understood there were even more monstrous existences. Of course, that's another story. Hey, Liu, big brother. Hurry up and defeat the imposter dad. My dad is about to disappear. Trunks shouted. Liu's gaze sharpened as he looked over, and sure enough, Vegeta's figure was becoming increasingly transparent. Liu paused for a moment, then looked at the imposter Vegeta. I wonder what will happen if a Super Saiyan god in the initial fusion of mind and spirit uses Flash. Whispering, Liu suddenly appeared in front of the imposter Vegeta. So fast. The imposter Vegeta was startled and quickly reacted. Liu punched directly at the imposter Vegeta's arm, instantly sending him retreating. The imposter Vegeta felt pain. Even without using King Kai's fist, Liu's power was formidable. With Flash added, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with Liu. At that moment, Liu charged again. Normally, Liu wouldn't mind sparring with Vegeta, but now that lives were at stake, he couldn't hesitate. Bang bang bang. Liu continuously attacked Vegeta using the Super Saiyan God form combined with Flash. His flawless attacks made it hard for the imposter Vegeta to defend. Although the imposter's Flash wouldn't severely injure him, the power of their current surroundings had increased several levels. He could only be forced into a defensive position. No, he needs more power. Meanwhile, Trunks and the others were intently focused on the battle, completely unaware that behind them a mass of purplish-red liquid was rapidly approaching. Just awakened from his coma, Monaka walked over and suddenly guessed what that super water was, and he exclaimed, "Ah! What a..." Everyone instinctively turned their heads. The super water then revealed itself, rushing at the strongest Trunks at the fastest speed. Trunks panicked and forgot to resist. Trunks. Vegeta rushed in front of Trunks to block, but his body was already nearing transparency. Damn it. Stop right now. Vegeta's face twisted in fury. The pacifier tumbled from his mouth and his body began to flicker, growing translucent. Whoosh. At the very brink of disaster, an orange-clad figure materialized before Trunks. Without a word, he unleashed a devastating energy blast, instantly vaporizing the super water. Arg! From elsewhere, the imposter Vegeta screamed in sudden agony. Now strike! Goku urged urgently. Ruya instantly reverted to his base form, then erupted with overwhelming power. Crimson battle armor flared into place as he activated the 18-fold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Gathering staggering energy, Ruya unleashed the beam with thunderous force. The imposter Vegeta, unable to resist, took the full brunt of that cataclysmic blast, and like the super water before him, dissolved into vapor. As the imposter vanished, Vegeta's form stabilized, restored to normal. The crisis was over. Ruya reined in his power and turned toward the newcomer, offering a quiet, knowing smile. Dad! Goten cried out, overjoyed at the sight. The arrival was none other than Son Goku, who glanced at Vegeta and asked, Are you alright? Vegeta. Nothing serious, Vegeta replied coolly. But what are you two doing here on your own, facing such a dangerous foe, without even informing me? Goku surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. TCH. As if I chose to come. I merely followed these two reckless kids who snuck aboard Monaka's spaceship. I was only sent by Bulma to retrieve them. Vegeta spoke indifferently. Is that so? Huh, Monaka. Suddenly recalling something, Goku turned sharply toward Monaka, who lay unconscious on the ground, and froze. Monaka. What's wrong? Monaka had fainted the moment he stepped onto the super water. Thank you, truly, for your help. Without you this entire universe might have perished. The elder approached, speaking earnestly to Goku and the others. Haha, I didn't do much, arrived too late. Goku said with mild regret. He'd been eager to test his newly restored strength, right? And if not for Brother Rya's timely intervention, we'd all have been finished. Trunks waved cheerfully. Rya stepped forward and smiled. I simply sensed an immense aura and followed it. Save the chatter for later. We're leaving now. Vegeta cast one long, appraising glance at Rya, then summoned the group. Moments later, Goku and the others bid farewell to the elder, to Monaka, and to Gaku, then returned to Earth. No sooner had they appeared than Bulma rushed forward, seized Trunks by the ear, and launched into a fierce scolding. Goten watched his friend endure the lecture in stunned silence, relieved at least that his own mother hadn't yet caught him. Goten! A deep voice rang out, and Shishi came sprinting from nowhere, seizing Goten with a swift, stinging slap. Ignoring the women's disciplinary tirades, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Rya. Speak plainly. How did you attain the form of a Super Saiyan god? Huh? Goku blinked in surprise, turning to Rya. Rya, you can transform into a Super Saiyan god. How is that possible? He hadn't noticed Rya's transformation earlier. He'd arrived too preoccupied to observe closely. Rya smiled, faintly calm and unruffled. I studied the 5 Saiyan divine energies, experimented with their fusion, and somehow stumbled upon success. You're joking. Still, you've already fought me, Vegeta, Gohan, Gotenks. Though startled, Goku harbored no doubt. He cared only for formidable opponents. Grinning broadly, he added, then the Super Saiyan Blue is surely within your reach. With disciplined cultivation, you'll soon master that transformation. Rya nodded. Understood. I'll train diligently. Excellent. Once you achieve Super Saiyan Blue, we must spar properly. Goku pleaded eagerly. Rya accepted without hesitation. Beyond the Super Saiyan God, he's also mastered his time skip. Vegeta interjected abruptly. Goku showed no skepticism. That seems reasonable. Rya already knows my Kamehameha and instant transmission. Time skip is formidable, yes, but not unbreakable, merely exceptionally difficult to master. TCH. Typical single-celled mind. Vegeta scoffed and strode away. Goku watched his retreating back, then turned to Rya. So, what do you say? Train with me for the next few days? Rya paused, then nodded. Very well. Perfect. Thank you, truly. Goku laughed heartily. Having just regained his full power, he craved battle, and Rya made an ideal sparring partner. Rya too wished to deepen his mastery of the Super Saiyan God's power. For the following days, Rya and Goku trained together on an island near Vegeta's home. Daily clashes pitting Super Saiyan Blue against Super Saiyan God. Naturally, his time skip no longer caught Goku off guard. He'd learned to evade it entirely. Rya's strength had grown markedly since his battle with the imposter Vegeta on the planet Firepot. His power surged ever higher. His control over time skip now extended beyond half a second, and his combat power soared accordingly. 5 days of intense training yielded profound gains for both warriors. Just as they prepared to resume sparring, Beerus and Whis arrived at Bulma's residence. Upon hearing of their visit, Rya and Goku hastened to greet them. Clearly, the two gluttons had come to Earth in search of new delicacies. After feasting, they prepared to depart, only to be halted by Vegeta, who requested training under their guidance. Whis readily agreed. Seeing this, Goku wasted no time. Raising his hand enthusiastically, he volunteered to join as well. Rya declined, stating he preferred to continue training on Earth. Training alongside Beerus and Whis held little appeal for him. He possessed innate advantages and feared no one. And so Goku and Vegeta departed with Whis and Beerus. Rya returned to his dwelling to resume solitary cultivation. He needed to prepare for the enemies yet to come. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, reality itself had undergone a seismic upheaval. The future. Boom, boom, boom. In the quiet night, massive explosions echoed, and faintly one could see several hemispherical glows. In a city that should have been bustling, devastation suddenly reigned with ruins and smoke, and the air filled with the cacophony of anguished cries, staging an extremely tragic scene. Incredible, this is the future world. Such a scene had never occurred, even when the artificial humans arrived, but now it was far more tragic than that time. Humanity could only flee like lambs to the slaughter, like frightened rats, with no one knowing when their fate would end. Perhaps in the next second, perhaps immediately. Amidst the ruins, a young boy with a sword moved agilely, always careful not to make a sound, fearing to alert some terrifying presence. The boy had short blue hair and a handsome face resembling Vegeta. If Bulma, Goku, and the others were here, they would certainly recognize him as Trunks. Trunks from the future. At this moment, Trunks' clothes were tattered, and he bore visible injuries as he ran desperately, his heart seemingly burdened with something that drove him to reach his destination. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted from nearby, a terrifying shockwave sweeping everything away. Flames burst into the air. As Trunks was running, he suddenly stopped, looking towards that direction, his eyes revealing a shocking, killing intent and hatred Yet he did not dare to act forced to watch the explosion unfold. Damn it, dark person. I will never let you go. Trunks' anger reached its peak, but he struggled to contain his power, preventing himself from revealing his presence. He knew that if that terrifying presence detected his aura, it would mean death for him. He cast a deep glance into the distance where a vague silhouette could be seen, proud and powerful. Trunks coldly fixed his gaze on the figure for several seconds before turning away, disappearing into the night. Unbeknownst to how much time passed, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, where Trunks had just stood with emotionless eyes scanning the area, as if searching for something. You run away so fast. But as long as you are still on this earth, I will definitely find you. Trunks. Hee. With a strange smirk, the figure lingered for a moment before vanishing. Meanwhile, Trunks returned to a humble basement where he saw the future version of Bulma. Mom! Trunks exclaimed excitedly. The now older Bulma looked somewhat worn, but upon seeing Trunks return, she immediately smiled with joy. Trunks. You're back. The mother and son embraced, finding solace in each other's presence. By the way, how is it outside? Bulma asked. A flash of sorrow crossed Trunks' face as he shook his head. I'm sorry I couldn't win. Bulma was taken aback, then smiled kindly. It's okay, you did your best, it's just that the dark person is too strong. We are no match for him. Trunks gritted his teeth. That bastard has killed so many people on Earth, and is still not satisfied. If only Uncle Goku and the others were still here, how could he have his way? Bulma fell silent for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. By the way, I have something to show you. What is it? Trunks asked with curiosity. Bulma took a cylindrical container off the experimental device. It contained a shimmering liquid half full. This is fuel. Trunks was not unfamiliar with this item, recognizing it immediately as the fuel needed to activate the time machine. With this, he could traverse time and return to the past. Bulma nodded with a smile. Yes, but the conditions to gather it now are too difficult. I've been collecting for so long and only got half a bucket, which is only enough for one trip. She said this with a hint of helplessness. If the world hadn't turned into what it was now, she wouldn't have had to worry about fuel at all. After experiencing the artificial human disaster and the Majin Buu incident, they should have returned to a peaceful life, but fate had played a cruel joke on them. There is hope. Trunks suddenly declared with determination. As long as I can return to the past and see Goku and my past mother, there is hope, and this world has hope. Yes, it should only be Goku and Vegeta who can deal with the dark person. Bulma nodded in agreement. She handed a box of capsules and the fuel to Trunks, saying, You must reach the past before the dark person finds this place. Otherwise, he won't let you succeed. Trunks nodded firmly. I understand. Mom, I will protect you, this world, and her. Silly child. Bulma smiled and shook her head. Just as they continued their conversation, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted. Meanwhile, 10 days had already passed on Earth. At this time, Goku and Vegeta were still training with Beerus, and Earth had temporarily regained its peace. Lua had left home 3 days ago for the Supreme Kai Temple. After expressing his intentions, Lua re-entered the time chamber. However, having been warned by Tian Tian and the others, Lua had very little time left for training in the time chamber. Lua was not concerned. Without a door, he could create one himself. Upon entering the time chamber, Lua focused on mastering the instant transmission and enhancing his power. However, Lua was astonished to find that his potential for growth was diminishing. Just like with Vegeta and Goku, a person's potential, no matter how great, has its limits. No, to be accurate, it should be said that development is limited. Now Lua had reached a commendable level, achieving Super Saiyan God status. Even the system found it difficult to directly elevate him to Super Saiyan Blue. Of course, while Lua had not yet evolved into Super Saiyan Blue, he could still enhance his base fighting power. After all, the stronger his base form, the stronger he would be upon transformation. Even in the time chamber, Lua used his strongest Saiyan talent, but his growth rate was not as rapid as before. Although skills are beneficial, his body was somewhat lacking. Filling up his potential for further development was becoming increasingly difficult. It's like digging a hole and pouring water into it, but once the water is full, there's no room for more unless you dig deeper from the bottom. However, Lua's current combat power and various conditions had already met the standards, and his goal now was to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Only by mastering the power of the gods more could he strive to attempt the Ultra Instinct later. What is the most classic aspect of Dragon Ball Super? Without a doubt, Ultra Instinct holds significant weight. Of course, he did not consider what realm comes after Ultra Instinct, as he had already found his own path to cultivation in another respect. And he must work hard for it. In the space capsule, Bulma's home. On this day, the sky suddenly darkened after being bright and sunny just a moment before, with thick clouds rolling in and thunder rumbling. In the high sky, strange lights resembling arcs of lightning continuously converged in one direction. Wow, what is happening? What is happening? The nearby residents suddenly became restless, anxiously gazing at the sky, unable to comprehend what was occurring. Hey Trunks, quick look at what's happening. On a patch of grass, the trio of Zanyan noticed the abnormality in the sky and fearfully called out Trunks' name. What? Trunks came over upon hearing the call, a hint of confusion on his face. Seeing Trunks arrive, the group immediately calmed down. After all, they knew Trunks was a Saiyan, and he could transform into his Super Saiyan form, so they knew they had to stick close to him. It looks like something is descending from above. Zanya pointed at the sky. Moi. Trunks looked up, and just as he did, a massive vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a time machine materializing right above. Wow, aliens are invading. The trio of Zanya huddled together in fright. Trunks glanced at the three cowards with exasperation, then observed the flying ship with curiosity. It seemed that the ship had run out of fuel, and after a few puffs of smoke it directly plummeted. Not good. Run. Trunks was startled, and quickly dodged to the side. Boom. The yellow machine crashed onto the ground, but did not break. Instead it created a pit, burying the machine within. Everything returned to calm. Trunks curiously approached the time machine. Hey, you idiot. Be careful. If there are aliens, it'll be the end. Zanya couldn't help but voice her concern. Trunks, however, ignored her. He had seen plenty of aliens before, even the god of destruction Beerus, so he was not afraid at all. Thick smoke had covered the entire body of the machine, its surface coated in dust, obscuring what was inside. Trunks' heartbeat quickened. He thought if Goten were here it would be great, but unfortunately he had been taken back by Shishi. Otherwise he would let him test the waters. He wiped the glass on the machine with his small hand, and suddenly jumped back in shock. Ah. Oh. To his surprise, the trio reacted even more dramatically, retreating dozens of meters away. There's someone inside. Trunks seemed to have discovered something significant, and waved at the trio. There's someone. The trio, puzzled, bravely approached. Hey, isn't that the Capsule Corporation logo? Trunks, this is your family stuff, right? Suddenly the sharp-eyed Zanya spotted the logo on the machine and exclaimed. Trunks also realized this, and was somewhat surprised. No way. When did my family make something like this? Hey, you guys go call my mom to come here. Zanya, you go. After calming down, Zanya instructed. Huh, why me? Zanya protested. Because the fastest one should go. Hurry, don't delay. Zanya replied coolly. Zanya. In a short while Bulma hurried over on her flying device. Upon seeing the familiar time machine, Bulma was stunned, then exclaimed in shock, it really is. Trunks. Huh. Mom, what do you need me for? Trunks jumped down and walked over to Bulma. Bulma snapped back to reality and asked, by the way, Trunks, is there a boy with blue hair inside? Yes. How did you know, Mom? But it seems that Big Brother has fainted. Trunks replied, somewhat puzzled. Fainted? No. Trunks, quickly get him out. Bulma's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. In no time the future Trunks was rescued. Bulma found a soft mat and moved Trunks into the pavilion. Watching Bulma's worried gaze towards the older Trunks, the trio and Trunks grew even more puzzled. What was going on? I wonder if this boy has any relation to Bulma. A certain indescribable relationship. The trio whispered among themselves, not caring if Bulma heard. Could it be? But it seems somewhat reasonable. This boy does resemble Trunks, don't you think? Zanya quietly commented while sizing up young Trunks. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Zanya agreed. Hey, I'm telling you guys, keep an eye on him for me. Yes. The group immediately stood upright. Bulma looked at young Trunks and said, Trunks, you watch him closely and don't let anyone touch him. Oh, that. Mom. Young Trunks was full of confusion, wanting to ask, but Bulma had already rushed off. Everyone was left in a daze. Meanwhile, on another planet, Goku and the others were relaxing after finishing their meal. I have to say, this instant ramen is truly never boring to eat. Weiss commented with satisfaction. Beerus sharpened his claws and then said, next time bring some other flavors. Got it. Huh. Goku laughed heartily. Just then the crystal ball on Weiss' staff suddenly lit up. Huh. Is it Bulma? Weiss was a bit surprised, then answered the call. Hi Bulma, is there more food? Weiss. No, I have something else to discuss with you today. Bulma's tone was clearly a bit anxious, which puzzled Goku and Vegeta. Hey, what are we chatting about without food? Beerus, who had just tasted something sweet, obviously was not pleased. He thought Bulma would have more food after filling up and was disappointed. Idiot. Can you stop thinking about food all the time? I really have important matters to discuss with you. Bulma snapped impatiently, leaving Beerus stunned. Weiss, is Vegeta with you? Bulma ignored Beerus and directed her question to Weiss. Oh, Bulma, what's wrong? Great. Goku, you're here too. Bulma exclaimed with joy. What's going on, Bulma? Be clear. What's going on? Vegeta asked coolly. I need you guys to come back for a bit. Something big is going to happen in the future. Bulma spoke urgently. Something big is going to happen. Vegeta and Goku were taken aback. The future. Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances, realizing something was amiss. On the other side, Lua felt an immediate sense of ease as he emerged from the time house using special means. It must be said, staying in that blank world was truly lonely. Moreover, after training for so long, his combat power had not skyrocketed as one would expect. Although there had been some improvement in skills, it was far from the incredible strength he had at the beginning. One could only say that his limits were nearing, and any further enhancement had become exceedingly difficult. However, it was fortunate that he had already mastered the form of the Super Saiyan God. Although he had not yet reached Super Saiyan Blue, he knew that he was close. Just a little more was needed. No rush. Lua found Tian and Bobo and asked them for a set of battle clothes. Of course, they were not green. While wearing the green ones was comfortable, Lua did not like them. Those who understood would know. After bidding farewell to Tian and the others, Lua was about to leave when he suddenly sensed the presence of Goku and the others. They're back. Lua was somewhat surprised. He knew that Goku and Vegeta had gone to train with the god of destruction, and their return meant that the curtain of the future was about to rise right. Thinking of this, Lua decided to take a look. Meanwhile, in Bulma's garden, Trunks was fuming, and the next second Goku and the others appeared on the scene. Of course, Beerus and Whis had also arrived. Dad. Trunks ran up to Vegeta. Trunks, where's Bulma? Vegeta was about to ask when his peripheral vision caught sight of Bulma and the others. We're here. Bulma waved her hand. Beerus and Whis glanced at the scene in the pavilion and then simultaneously noticed the time machine. Whis? Beerus said lightly. Yes, something seems a bit strange, Lord Beerus. Whis squinted slightly, the first hint of seriousness showing on his face. What's going on? Vegeta and Goku moved closer, and upon seeing the unconscious Trunks, they were both shocked. What happened to Trunks? How did he get so badly injured? Goku stepped forward, puzzled. Hey, Kakarot. Don't just look. Hurry to Karen Tower and fetch some senza beans. Vegeta's expression darkened. Oh. Goku reacted quickly and prepared to use instant transmission. I have senza beans here. A voice rang out and Lua's figure appeared on the scene, pulling out a senza bean and tossing it directly to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it and immediately handed it to Bulma. Thanks, Lua. Goku said gratefully. Lua casually nodded, glancing at Beerus and was giving a greeting so they wouldn't think he was drifting off. Trunks. Huh, did I hear that right? At that moment, the trio, having come back to their senses, were shocked and hurriedly circled around the unconscious Trunks and the young Trunks. You actually share the same surname. You both are related to Bulma at the same time. You look too much alike. The trio exclaimed simultaneously to Trunks. The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The young Trunks was also confused. Who am I? Where do I come from? Mom, what's going on? The young Trunks asked anxiously. Oh well. Bulma was about to explain when the older Trunks woke up. Trunks, you're awake. Bulma exclaimed with joy. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, and then the latter stepped forward asking, Hey Trunks, long time no see. The just recovered Trunks heard this voice, and his pupils suddenly constricted, his body trembling at that moment, as if recalling something terrifying. Trunks, can you hear me? Goku asked with some confusion. You bastard. You this bastard. Suddenly, upon seeing Goku's appearance, the older Trunks exploded with rage, roaring as he threw a punch at Goku. Bang. Goku directly caught Trunks' fist, his eyes slightly narrowing as he sensed something was off. The crowd was also stunned. Why were allies attacking each other? Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta said somewhat discontentedly. However, at that moment, Trunks only had eyes for Goku, his gaze filled with boundless killing intent, as if he wanted to swallow Goku whole. I mean, are you out of your mind? Goku looked at Trunks, puzzled. You bastard. You demon. Trunks' inner power was gradually going berserk, seemingly wanting to kill Goku. Stop it already. Slap. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, and in an instant, Bulma slapped the older Trunks hard. The older Trunks was stunned by the slap, and upon recovering, looked at Goku in shock. Jigoku uncle. Huh. Trunks, you finally came to. I thought you were possessed. Goku said happily, as he had recently encountered a series of strange events, and almost believed that this Trunks had been possessed. Sorry, I didn't recognize you, Uncle Goku. Trunks apologized, then turned to Vegeta. Dad. Vegeta crossed his arms, still as proud as ever, merely nodding slightly. Trunks, what exactly happened? Bulma suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the older Trunks' body stiffened, and he looked at Bulma with a somewhat dazed expression. Mom. Thud. The next moment, the older Trunks knelt before Bulma, tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone was somewhat bewildered by his display. Lua watched quietly. He understood Trunks' feelings. After all, in the future, he was the only one left, and the sensation of nearly all his family members having perished was something one wouldn't grasp without experiencing it. Dad. Mom. The group was utterly shocked. What kind of relationship was this? The young boy's name was Trunks, and there was another Trunks over there who also called Vegeta Dad. Calling Bulma Mom. Hiss. This is juicy news. Mom, I want an explanation. Trunks could no longer hold back and directly demanded. Bulma rubbed the older Trunks' head and then looked at the young Trunks, saying, He is just like you, both my and Vegeta's child, and he is also called Trunks, meaning he is you when you grow up. Huh. He. Are you saying he is me? The young Trunks exclaimed in shock. The trio also expressed their surprise. Huh. So that's how it is. It seems he indeed comes from the future. Time has actually been altered. How interesting. Beerus suddenly spoke up, and perhaps it was just the crowd's imagination, but his tone seemed somewhat cold. Huh. Lord Beerus, what does it mean to alter time? Bulma asked, somewhat confused. Beerus looked at Whis, who understood, and even the usually cheerful Whis' expression turned serious at this moment. I must say little Trunks was astonished. How could he have never heard that his future self could come here? Why do Mom and Dad know about this? Hey, Trunks, are you feeling better? Bulma shifted her gaze to the older Trunks. The older Trunks composed himself and stood up, saying, Sorry, I lost my composure. The older Trunks looked at little Trunks and smiled faintly. I look forward to your guidance. Little Trunks was a bit stunned and instinctively agreed. By the way, what exactly happened? How did you get so badly injured? Is the future still not at peace? Bulma inquired. Trunks fell silent, feeling somewhat downcast and unsure of how to respond. Hey, before that, shouldn't you explain why you privately altered time and created a time machine? Do you know this is a serious crime? Beerus suddenly spoke up. Huh, a serious crime. Goku and the others were all taken aback. Whis then stepped forward and said, time and space have always been guarded and monitored by divine beings. If one were to traverse time and space without permission, it could lead to unimaginable consequences, even causing a once peaceful world to face destruction. Is it that serious? Goku said, somewhat sweating. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Whis. Vegeta frowned and couldn't help but defend Trunks. Whis spoke in a deep voice, changing time. Think about it. If a sapling could grow into a towering tree, but due to the chaos of time and space the flow of time is disrupted, causing the sapling that was meant to become a great tree to wither away. Have you thought about that kind of outcome? Everyone exchanged glances. In the past, there have been some gods who attempted to control time using it for selfish purposes, and as a result, they were all destroyed. Because those who tamper with time violate the order and must be eradicated, Beerus said flatly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. That's right. So this incident, regardless of whether this young man ran into some major trouble, is itself a very serious issue. Traveling through time with a time machine is already a crime. It can't be the first time, right? Whis glanced at the older Trunks, his gaze meaningful. Hey, can't you be a bit less pedantic? Trunks is still my son. And besides, isn't creating such dazzling technology as a time machine something truly magnificent? In the future, I should be quite impressive, right? Bulma couldn't help but protest, used to bantering with Beerus, showing no signs of worry, rather a bit narcissistically saying, how amazing. The future me is truly a genius. Oh dear, it seems Bulma still hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Whis remarked somewhat unexpectedly. I didn't expect such a thing to be created by humans. I must say humans are truly a species with infinite potential. Beerus said flatly. Whis chuckled lightly, and then looked at Bulma saying, creating a time machine, Bulma, is a serious crime, and it must be dealt with. Upon hearing this, Bulma was taken aback, and Vegeta and the others also changed their expressions. No. The older Trunks clearly realized the gravity of the situation and immediately abandoned his dignity, respectfully kneeling before Whis, saying, Lord God, it has nothing to do with Mom. It was all my fault. Please do not harm my mother. Whis looked a bit puzzled. Beerus had a black line across his face, thinking, who is the real god of destruction here? Ho, you misunderstood. The real god is this one. You should kneel before him, not me. Whis chuckled, pointing at Beerus. The older Trunks was a bit confused but quickly reacted and changed direction to kneel, saying, Respected Lord God, please punish me instead. Beerus looked at Trunks deep in thought. Lord Beerus, please show some mercy. Goku laughed heartily, pleading for Trunks. Although this is a serious crime, as long as you don't tell, I don't tell, and Whis also doesn't tell, no one will know about it. Otherwise, the delicious food on Earth will have nothing to do with you. Bulma said proudly. Impossible. Both Whis and Beerus were somewhat unconvinced. It's not that they didn't want to spare Trunks, but they were thinking about how they would cope without delicious food in their future lives. Well, if you let me spare him, it wouldn't be impossible, but it depends on what you do. I traveled all this way and didn't get any food. The implication was quite evident. Bulma immediately snapped her fingers, saying, no problem. I have it prepared. Saying this, she took out a sausage. This is a fish sausage. The taste will definitely satisfy you. Beerus and Whis each received one, simultaneously tearing open the packaging and taking a bite. Instantly, they widened their eyes, exclaiming, so delicious. Right. Bulma smiled proudly, and then took out another capsule, bringing out a box of fish sausages, giving one to everyone. Everyone ate happily. Even Vegeta, who had been training with Whis and Beerus, often dining together, had little resistance to delicious food. Luoya, however, didn't feel much. The sausage just had a bit of fish flavor and some specific starch added. Although it was tasty, it wasn't enough to make him like the others. There's still so much left. Looking at the remaining fish sausages, Beerus said flatly, of course, if you give me that box of things, I can overlook this matter. Bulma, of course, was more than willing and immediately handed it over to Beerus. By the way, Trunks, can you tell us what happened in the future now? Goku asked somewhat curiously. Trunks also collected his emotions and then said solemnly, in the future, after the androids, a very terrifying enemy appeared. An enemy? Everyone leaned in to listen. Is it Majin Buu? Vegeta asked. Trunks shook his head. Of course, after the androids, we did struggle for a long time against Majin Buu, but ultimately we defeated the enemy and prevented Majin Buu from coming into being. Not Buu. Then who? Goku asked, puzzled. Trunks looked at Goku with a strange expression. We call him the Dark Man. His power is extremely strong, and since he appeared, the entire Earth has been plunged into darkness. There is no longer any light in the world. The entire world is shrouded in night. Dark Man. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding what this name meant. Trunks continued. That Dark Man looks very similar to you, Uncle Goku. Everyone was instantly bewildered. Are you saying that the enemy from the future world is very similar to me? Is that the reason you attacked me just now? Wukong found it somewhat unbelievable. An enemy very similar to him. I have no recollection. Vegeta frowned, lost in thought. Trunks nodded and said yes, and his power is terrifying. Moreover, because of his emergence, humanity in the future world is nearly extinct. Only a few humans are still alive. Furthermore, it seems that his goal is to annihilate humanity. I see. Who is he? Wukong felt a headache coming on. Trunks said solemnly, he calls himself Son Wukong, just like you Uncle Wukong. Moreover, he looks almost identical. In our world, he is referred to as Black Wukong. Huh. This caught not only Wukong's attention, but also intrigued Beerus and Whis. This is getting more interesting. How is that possible? He is also called Son Wukong, and looks just like me. By the way, didn't I die in the future world? Wukong said in confusion. I don't know, that bastard killed my mother. Even my companions. At this point, Trunks' expression turned grim. He thought of his mother's death and little May's demise, harboring extreme hatred towards Black Wukong. Huh. Wait a minute, are you saying I was killed in the future? Bulma suddenly interjected. Trunks nodded lightly yes. How could that be? Bulma was somewhat bewildered. TSK. Vegeta's expression darkened, clearly not in a good mood. Wukong suddenly said, by the way Trunks, since you said that Black Wukong is very strong, is there a large gap between you and that guy? Trunks thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not his opponent, and what's terrifying is that he gets stronger during battle. Getting stronger during battle. Wukong muttered, then laughed. Then let's have a match. Trunks was taken aback, then understood. All right. The two soared into the sky. For safety, Sake Bulma had to activate a protective barrier around them. I'll go see if there's anything left in the time machine. Bulma was not interested in the fight and walked towards the time machine. The trio followed her. Loya and the others looked up at the sky. Loya was aware of Trunks' strength. Although he could transform into a Super Saiyan 2, he was still not on the same level as Wukong and Vegeta. Of course, Loya knew in his heart that the real threat was that dark Wukong. So he was prepared. In the sky, Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances, their energies unknowingly rising rapidly to a terrifying level. Come on, don't hold back. Wukong laughed. Trunks looked at Wukong's face, unsure if it was an illusion, but he always saw him as Black Wukong. Thinking of this, Trunks gritted his teeth and suddenly unleashed his power. Boom. He transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. His power multiplied, and at the same time, Trunks' rage peaked, followed by a surge of even greater power erupting into the sky. Oh, Super Saiyan 2. Not bad at all. In that case, I won't hold back either. Wukong became quite excited upon seeing this. With that, he unleashed his power and transformed into a Super Saiyan while his strength continued to soar. The two roared in the sky, creating spirals of energy that rippled outward. It was terrifying. No one knew how long it had been, but their auras both reached their peak. Interesting young man. Quite extraordinary. Beerus praised Trunks. Indeed, but it seems the enemy is even stronger. By the way, Lord Beerus, don't you think this situation is somewhat bizarre? Whis chuckled and said. Beerus slightly closed his eyes and replied, we don't yet know the details, so it's not wise to jump to conclusions. Oh, let's just wait and see. In the sky, Trunks looked at Wukong and said, I'm going in. Wukong smiled and said, come at me. Trunks roared with anger and in the next second dashed in front of Wukong, wildly swinging his fists, landing blow after blow, without any pretense going straight for it. Wukong didn't fight back. He wanted to feel how much Trunks had improved. Trunks' attacks became faster and fiercer, and in an instant he threw two powerful punches at Wukong. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He extended both hands to catch Trunks' fists, and excitedly said, not bad, Trunks, you've grown a lot. Trunks said with a complex expression, but even like this, I'm still no match for Black Wukong. He can get stronger during battle. Is that so? Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, sending Trunks reeling back, his face changing drastically in shock. What is this? Just the aura alone was enough to push him back. So powerful. With a howl, Wukong's hair rapidly lengthened, transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Crackling with electricity, Wukong's appearance changed dramatically. This is the power above Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. So powerful. I didn't expect Uncle Wukong to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. Trunks exclaimed. Oh, my power has indeed become stronger, as you said it. Come again. Wukong smiled slightly. All right, then I won't hold back. Trunks drew the sword from his back, suddenly unleashing his power, pouring all of it into the long sword, then leaped into the air and shouted as he swung down heavily towards Wukong. Wukong smiled mysteriously, and just before Trunks' sword was about to strike his head, he simply used 2 fingers to pinch the blade. Boom. Though the clash was simple, the immense auras from both of them instantly shattered Bulma's protective barrier. Bulma, who was carrying a book, suddenly exclaimed, Hey, are you serious? How is it possible? Just using a finger. So powerful. Trunks looked at Wukong before him and couldn't help but recall the first time he met Wukong, when he also sparred using just a finger. Now it was the same. Yet he was still so powerful. Hee. Not bad, Trunks. I didn't expect you to train to this level. Wukong chuckled and suddenly shook his body violently, sending Trunks' sword flying away, then leaped above Trunks and smashed down with a punch. Ugh. Trunks cried out in pain as he fell directly to the ground, creating a huge pit. Boom. A large pit appeared on the ground with smoke rising all around. Trunks, are you okay? Bulma ran over with concern. I'm fine. Trunks had returned to normal, standing up from the pit and jumping out. Not bad, Trunks. You've managed to reach this level all by yourself. Goku back to his normal state praised. Trunks humbly replied, Not really, I'm still not as strong as Uncle Goku. After all these years, has your strength become this powerful? Haha, your dad Vegeta has become just like me. Goku laughed and said. Trunks was taken aback, then looked at Vegeta. The father and son exchanged glances surprisingly in sync. Trunks felt a mix of emotions realizing that not only had he grown stronger, but his father had too. This was truly wonderful. By the way, let me introduce someone to you. This is Rya. He is also a Saiyan like us. Rya, this is Trunks from the future. Goku suddenly introduced. Huh, a Saiyan. Trunks instinctively glanced at the tail around Rya's waist, surprised. Hello, nice to meet you. Rya flashed a bright smile. Oh, nice to meet you. Trunks quickly nodded. Rya is a remarkable person, just like us. Even you, Trunks, might not be able to defeat Rya, Goku said with a grin. Is that so? That's impressive. Trunks glanced at Rya, feeling somewhat conflicted. He didn't remember anyone like him. Not even in the future did such a person appear. However, Trunks understood that history wasn't developing as he had thought, so he didn't doubt it. By the way, Trunks, after fighting me, how does my strength compare to that black Goku? Goku asked with some anticipation. Trunks fell silent, his expression hesitant. I'm sorry, Uncle Goku, but the truth might be a bit hurtful. I know. Is he even stronger than me? Goku suddenly interrupted. You? Trunks was surprised, puzzled as to why Goku would say that. So his power is above mine. Interesting. It seems another strong opponent is coming, Goku said with excitement in his eyes. Huh. Trunks looked at Vegeta in confusion, who merely smiled faintly without speaking. Hey, Trunks. Suddenly 2 figures fell from the sky. It was Krillin and Piccolo. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Piccolo. Trunks exclaimed excitedly, what brings you here? Krillin smiled. Chi-Chi told us you were here, so we came to check it out. Piccolo asked, Trunks, something happened in the future, right? Trunks nodded, about to speak. Boom. Suddenly the sky changed dramatically, thick dark clouds rolled in, and a fierce wind began to blow. Huh, what's going on? Everyone looked up curiously. It's finally here. Rya gazed at the sky where a rift was gradually opening, a serious expression on his face. Oh no, that's a space-time rift. Whis suddenly frowned, sensing something ominous. Moi. Beerus' eyes glinted coldly. There's a terrifying power. Goku's expression suddenly became serious. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in the sky before everyone's eyes. Within the vortex, lightning crackled. Whoosh. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the scene, followed by a figure materializing in the air. Impossible. How could this happen? Trunks' face turned to panic. What's wrong? Goku looked puzzled, then turned to the sky. When he saw the figure's appearance, he gasped. This can't be real. What a... Everyone's faces became tense, even Beerus and Whis couldn't hide their surprise. Black Goku. Trunks gritted his teeth, staring daggers at the figure. It was indeed Black Goku. Everyone understood. Only Piccolo and Krillin, who had come along, were confused, not knowing what was happening. Oh, is this Earth? The familiar voice sounded, but it carried a sense of superiority along with an innate arrogance and wickedness compared to Goku. Trunks, you're here too. So you really came here. Huh? Black Goku looked at Trunks with a disdainful smile on his face. It seems you wanted me to find you just so I could deal with you personally, right? You demon. Trunks couldn't contain his anger and was about to attack. Trunks, you're not his match. Vegeta warned, his expression serious. Oh, Vegeta. Son Goku. Black Goku suddenly noticed the people present looking somewhat surprised. Hey Whis, did you see that? That ring. Beerus narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, it looks familiar. Whis nodded. Interesting, more and more interesting. Beerus showed a very interested expression. Just then Goku suddenly flew up, hovering in front of Black Goku. Hey, you are Black Goku, right? Kakarot. Vegeta's face darkened upon seeing this. Damn it, he was one step ahead. Son Goku, it's an honor to meet you. Black Goku grinned at Son Goku, who examined him closely, then nodded. You do look like me, but you have a more wicked aura. Is that so? I don't care. Since I've met you here, let's spar using this body. Black Goku flashed a strange smile. What do you mean? Goku frowned, feeling perplexed, as if something was off. Black Goku sneered, and then gathered a green energy ball in his hand. With a gentle flick, the energy ball shot towards Goku. The latter's expression tightened, and then he changed his expression, quickly extending his hand to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Ugh. When Goku first made contact with the attack, he immediately found it difficult. In the next second, he was knocked away by the immense force. He crashed into a distant mountain. Black Goku glanced at everyone present, then looked toward Goku with a wicked smile. Just playing with you. After saying that, he flew straight towards Goku. What's going on? Piccolo and the others flew after him. Rya remained still lost in thought. He was contemplating whether he could keep the opponent here if he made a move now. Of course, that was impossible. The opponent was too difficult to kill. If he didn't inflict fatal damage to eliminate him, it would likely only make the opponent stronger. In that case, not only would he be helping the opponent, but even his own power would probably become the opponent's learning material. It wasn't worth it. If Beerus were to intervene now, it should be no problem to deal with Black Goku, but it seems that this fellow does not want to get involved in this matter. Luo, you felt a bit of a headache. Is this going to be a tough battle? Ding. System task activated. Task content: defeat Dark Goku. Save the future world. Note, as long as you defeat him, regardless of whether it's the host's doing or not, the task will be considered complete. Luoya was taken aback and speechless. System, are you sure I can't defeat him? System, the host should have a sense of your own strength. Relatively speaking, the existence of Black Goku is immortal, so the host's abilities cannot destroy him. After careful consideration, the system decided to lower the difficulty for the host, but the rewards will also be reduced. Luo sighed alright. On the other side, Goku and Black Goku faced off again, both of them filled with excitement at the other's strength, which exhilarated them. It really does look like it. Krillin, who was watching from afar, suddenly exclaimed. Piccolo and the others nodded, surprised to find that this Black Goku was truly cut from the same cloth as Goku. But that Black Goku has some evil power, a power that feels somewhat familiar. Piccolo squinted his eyes, looking at Black Goku with a scrutinizing gaze. He also carries Uncle Goku's aura, which makes me think several times that this Black Goku is indeed Uncle Goku himself. Trunks said solemnly. Don't talk. Just watch how he fights. Vegeta said calmly. That shouldn't have been your true power, right? Goku brushed the dust off himself, looking at Black Goku with a faint smile. Are you testing me too? Black Goku looked at Goku, his mouth curling into a charming yet eerie smile. Alright then. If I don't use my true abilities, you should also be holding back, so let's fight seriously. Goku smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The golden light made Black Goku squint his eyes slightly, then he laughed, and said, so, this is a Super Saiyan. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Your battle power has increased significantly. Stop talking. Come on. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Humph. Black Goku snorted coldly, and then also assumed a simple stance. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds before simultaneously unleashing an energy blast. Boom. Amidst the explosion, Goku had already charged in front of Black Goku, shouting as he struck at him. Smack. However, Black Goku seemed to have anticipated Goku's move, effortlessly grabbing Goku's fist and kicking out. Goku blocked with his arm, successfully defending against the attack. Your strength is quite strong. Hee. Black Goku looked at Goku, his expression meaningful. The two released each other and stepped back simultaneously, and in the next second they collided again. Tap, 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 tap. The fierce confrontation officially began with high-speed movements and indecipherable actions. Their battle was incredibly stunning. Goku took advantage of a gap to unleash an energy blast. But Black Goku easily dodged it, and at the same time he charged in front of Goku, condensing a green energy ball in his hand, striking Goku directly. Ugh. Goku was sent flying, crashing into a mountain, a cloud of thick smoke billowing out. Humph. Black Goku sneered and flew towards him. Boom. Goku broke through the rocks and charged towards Black Goku again. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce confrontation began anew, and both fighters became more excited. Although they were both hurt, it was not a problem for them. Bang, bang. Goku hit Black Goku with a punch, but the next moment Black Goku retaliated, delivering a kick that landed squarely on Goku's face. The two stepped back simultaneously. Whoosh. At the same time, Black Goku suddenly fired a powerful energy blast directly at Goku. The latter's expression changed, and he erupted with energy instantly, sending the energy blast into the sky. Boom. At that moment, the entire cloud layer suddenly lit up. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than Trunks. Black Goku said with surprise. He realized that Sun Wukong's strength had not fully been unleashed, but this was not a big deal. He naturally kept some power in reserve, and at the same time, he was adapting to Sun Wukong's fighting style, which was part of his plan. I didn't expect anyone could reach this level. You're much stronger than Trunks. Goku laughed, and then said, however, I sense a familiar power from you, but you are also a bit annoying. Talking is useless. Let's continue. Black Goku didn't want to talk too much. He had to ensure that before Sun Wukong's power was forced out, those guys wouldn't intervene, especially the god of destruction, Beerus. If they acted, it would be disastrous for him. That's exactly what I want. Goku laughed heartily, and in the next moment dashed forward. Heh. Black Goku smiled wickedly, and immediately countered. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed again, but this time Black Goku had the upper hand. Goku struck Black Goku once, but Black Goku was able to hit back twice. His strength has increased. Piccolo said solemnly. Black Goku's power increases continuously during the fight, which is why I can't defeat him. Trunks said complexly. Goku is in a bit of danger. He's not even taking this seriously. By the way, Uncle Goku should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3rd level, right? Why isn't he using it now? Trunks asked in confusion. Not using full power from the start is Kakarot's common flaw. Vegeta said lightly. Oh. Trunks looked toward the battlefield, feeling a sense of foreboding. Boom. In midair, Goku was directly punched in the stomach by Black Goku, enduring a force much stronger than before. Goku cried out in pain and countered, but unexpectedly his arm was grabbed by Black Goku. With a wicked smile, Black Goku spun Goku around a few times before violently throwing him to the ground. Boom. A huge pit appeared on the ground as terrifying power rampaged, followed by a sudden explosion. A black glow suddenly appeared on Black Goku's body, and then he gathered an astonishing energy sphere in his hand and directed it downwards. Boom. A massive explosion rang out again, and the huge pit expanded several times. Sun Wukong, is this all the power you have? You're not enough to satisfy me. Black Goku taunted. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, an incredible force erupted from the pit, and Goku's body shot out. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye, and his energy reached an astonishing level. What? Black Goku, caught off guard, took a punch from Goku. Goku stopped, looking at Black Goku with a smile. You're really something. I almost couldn't withstand your onslaught in this form. Black Goku held his stomach, suddenly bursting into laughter, while the black glow on his body became increasingly pronounced. His aura continues to rise. Unbelievable. So it's true after all. Vegeta's expression flickered with uncertainty. Damn it. Trunks gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury. Huh. His aura has clearly surged. Goku stared at Black Goku, surprised, just as Trunks had warned. The longer he fights, the stronger he grows. My power escalates with every clash, so you stand no chance of defeating me. Black Goku smirked coldly at Goku, then suddenly tensed his frame and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, obsidian light engulfed his body, and an overwhelming pressure erupted outward. A bead of sweat traced down Goku's temple as his expression hardened. Truly formidable. Even now his power is terrifying. Shall we continue? Black Goku grinned. Goku flashed a confident grin back. Yeah, bring it on. Whoosh. Boom. In an instant they closed the distance and collided fist to fist, followed by a rapid barrage of explosive impacts, each strike met with fierce, unyielding counter. As Black Goku's strength surged, Goku refused to yield, gradually shifting into absolute razor-sharp focus. Boom. They exchanged a devastating blow midair, both recoiling violently. Kamehameha. Goku gathered energy, and a terrifying surge of power swelled at astonishing speed. Black Goku's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, he thrust his palm toward Goku, green light coalescing within his palm. Huh. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, a torrent of raw cataclysmic energy erupting forth. Huh. Undeterred, Black Goku fired his emerald energy sphere. It formed a perfect spherical barrier, blocking the Kamehameha outright. Danger, fall back now. Krillin and the others sensed imminent catastrophe and scrambled to safety. Elsewhere, Bulma and her companions watched the battle unfold through Whis' crystal orb, tense and breathless. Are all Saiyans this terrifying? Though the trio had witnessed countless such spectacles and grown nearly numb, they remained awestruck. Battles of this magnitude were exceedingly rare. Goku's grown incredibly strong. Boss, when will we finally get our revenge? Launch whispered nervously to Pilaf. Pilaf wiped sweat from his brow. We'll discuss that later. They'd been living off Bulma's hospitality for quite some time. Revenge was the furthest thing from their minds. As the Saiyans grew ever more powerful, their dream of world domination receded further into fantasy. After all, as children, they'd nearly bested Goku. Now they couldn't even land a single blow. Fascinating. The false Goku versus the true Goku. Huh. Beerus observed the projection with keen, amused interest. Don't you sense danger, Lord Beerus? That imposter isn't merely echoing Goku's aura. He's evolving relentlessly, his power ascending without pause. And his physiology seems strangely anomalous. Whis teased lightly. Beerus replied coolly, what of it? If he proves foolish, I won't hesitate to erase him. Though theoretically, I'm forbidden from intervening. Lord Beerus, doesn't that being's aura strike you as peculiar? Lyra approached quietly. Oh, do tell, what have you noticed? Beerus glanced at her, faintly amused. Lyra spoke enigmatically, nothing definitive. Yet this aura feels hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a god of destruction's attendant, the Kaioshin. What a... Both Beerus and Whis recoiled in shock. How could he possibly know that? Beerus's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze drifted toward the distant battlefield, his expression darkening inscrutable. Whis smiled faintly. Indeed, it is remarkably similar. Isn't that so, Lord Beerus? Beerus didn't deny it. It closely resembles Kaioshin energy, but from another universe. And yet, this aura stirs a vague memory. I believe I've encountered this deity before. Lyra hesitated, choosing not to reveal more nor to provoke suspicion. Yet Beerus studied him curiously. How did you know? What do you mean? Lyra feigned confusion. How did you recognize his aura as Kaioshin energy? Beerus asked calmly. Lyra smiled gently. I've met Kaioshins before, so their essence lingers in my memory. During the tournament of power, Kaioshins from both the 6th and 7th universes attended. It's hardly a secret. Yet mortals shouldn't be able to perceive divine auras so clearly. Beerus mused, eyes narrowing. Lyra chuckled softly, and then ignited his power. Boom. Whoosh. Crimson energy erupted around him, his hair blazing scarlet in an instant. Super Saiyan God. Impossible. Beerus and Whis stared stunned. That Lyra could achieve Super Saiyan God, something neither expected, defied logic. The transformation demanded 5 pure-hearted Saiyans' combined energy. Had Goku and the others secretly aided him? Why had they known nothing of it? Lyra reverted to base form and smiled. Now you'll believe I can discern divine auras. Beerus regarded him coolly. Just who are you? How could there exist such an enigmatic Saiyan? One even he, a god of destruction, couldn't fathom. Though Lyra had served the 7th universe loyally, that didn't preclude scrutiny. Lyra shrugged. Just a Saiyan, albeit one with rather exceptional talent. Beerus fell silent. Black Goku poses a grave threat. Neutralizing him won't be simple. But first we must uncover the mastermind behind him. That alone may curb further chaos. With that he bowed politely and withdrew. Beerus watched his retreating figure, thoughts veiled. Lord Beerus, what are you pondering? Whis asked softly. Beerus closed his eyes slowly. That boy is deeply unsettling. He is unusual. Still no need for concern. He bears no ill intent. Whis smiled reassuringly. Let's hope so. Still, Black Goku himself and that ring upon his finger merit thorough investigation. Boom. Ugh. A violent tremor shook the air. Then Goku's body crashed violently to the ground, kicking up a colossal plume of dust and debris. In the sky, Black Wukong's body was enveloped in dark radiance, mysterious and powerful. Looking through the thick smoke, Black Wukong revealed a sly smile. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The space-time rift that Black Wukong had come through suddenly erupted with fierce winds, and a storm of thunder and lightning seemed to herald the apocalypse. Meanwhile, a pulling force emerged from the rift, continuously surging towards Black Wukong's direction. At this moment, Black Wukong had yet to notice this, quietly watching the smoke. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and immediately afterward Wukong's figure burst forth. What a... Black Wukong did not expect the opponent to retaliate so fiercely after suffering such a heavy blow, and he became careless. Bang! Ugh! Black Wukong was punched in the stomach by Wukong, his eyes widening, veins bulging, as if he were about to vomit his last meal. Wukong looked at Black Wukong and said, "Your strength is indeed formidable, but compared to Zeta you still fall short by a lot." This pain, a sensation I've never experienced before. This pain can make me even stronger. Yet Black Wukong showed no signs of surprise, but rather excitement. Wukong frowned. You look quite unpleasant this way. What? Black Wukong was taken aback, then laughed, his laughter growing more boisterous. Ha! Well said. This form, son Wukong, you truly are an interesting person. Wukong's brows furrowed as he sensed that the opponent's power was continuously increasing, already reaching a terrifying level. Boom. Zzz. Suddenly a pulling force struck, and before Black Wukong could react, he was hit. What's happening? Black Wukong was somewhat shocked, but regardless of how he struggled, his body was still pulled back towards the black hole. Off. Wukong was also somewhat surprised. Damn, has the time come? Black Wukong felt somewhat unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Even he could not resist the power of the space-time forces. Uncle Wukong, strike him down with a fatal blow. Do not let him return to the future. Trunks suddenly shouted angrily. Wukong reacted, knowing that if this guy were to return to Trunks' future, who knows what chaos he would cause. He then unleashed a powerful energy blast directly towards Black Wukong. Black Wukong's face turned fierce, and with a violent roar he unleashed an even stronger force than before, casually swiping and sending Wukong's energy blast flying. Everyone was astonished. The energy blast flew towards Bulma and the others below. Bulma. Vegeta's expression changed, and he rushed forward. Whoosh. At this moment, Luya appeared in midair and immediately fired an energy blast to neutralize the attack. Luya looked at Black Wukong, but ultimately did not take action, for he did not want the opponent to replicate his power and become stronger. Black Wukong also noticed Luya, his gaze sharpening. What the hell? A Saiyan. However, his peripheral vision was quickly attracted by something, that is, the time machine. So that's how Trunks got here. Not good. The time machine. Trunks panicked. Without the time machine, what would happen to the future? He dashed forward without a second thought. But it was too late. His speed couldn't keep up with Black Wukong's attack. Just as the time machine was about to be destroyed, Luya's figure reappeared, and with a wave he instantly deflected the energy blast. Impossible. Black Wukong's face twisted in anger. Luya smirked. Wait for us in the future. As soon as his voice fell, Black Wukong suddenly could no longer withstand the tearing of the space-time rift and was directly pulled in. Soon the space-time rift closed. Everything returned to calm. Wukong and the others gathered together. Great. The time machine is fine. Trunks breathed a huge sigh of relief, and then sincerely said to Luya, "Thank you, Mr. Luya." Luya nodded slightly. "Hey, Lord Beerus, why didn't you intervene just now?" At this moment, Bulma looked at Beerus with some dissatisfaction. Beerus walked over, looking half asleep. "Why should I intervene? Using the time machine is already a crime. If I save this time machine, wouldn't that make me an accomplice? Then you should at least be able to deal with that Black Wukong, right?" Bulma said. Beerus replied indifferently. "He hasn't offended me, and there are too many mysteries surrounding him. Dealing with him now won't solve the problem. Yes, the opponent seems to have mastered the principles of time and space, something only the King Kai can do, making his body quite complex." Whis then spoke. "Speaking of which, that guy is indeed powerful. His strength increases continuously with combat. Such talent is truly terrifying." Wukong's excitement had not faded as he seemed to reminisce about the battle with Black Wukong. That was a demon. He nearly destroyed all of humanity. Since he hasn't been defeated this time, he will only grow stronger when he returns. By then, even Uncle Wukong and Dad won't be his opponents. Trunks felt a bit regretful. He could have taken action to keep the opponent here, but he had not dared. Don't worry. Although that fake Kakarot will grow stronger, we haven't even shown our true power." Vegeta suddenly scoffed. Trunks was somewhat surprised, not understanding. That's right, Trunks, Wukong, and Vegeta both held back their full strength. So you don't have to worry. Krillin comforted. Really? Trunks was a little surprised, his eyes brightening. Vegeta and I can now transform into Super Saiyan Blue. That form's power far surpasses that of Super Saiyan, so leave Black Wukong to us. Wukong laughed easily. Hey Kakarot, this time you're up. When we see that guy again, I must go first. Vegeta suddenly glared at Wukong. I haven't had enough fun yet. Wukong seemed reluctant. I don't care. I must go first. Vegeta protested. This. Trunks looked at the bickering duo somewhat confused. Uncle Wukong and Dad are so confident. Why are they not afraid of Black Wukong at all? Luya, unable to bear it, covered his eyes, feeling helpless. These two are too arrogant, especially Vegeta. This 1,000-year-old second place doesn't know how to hold back. Since watching the Dragon Ball series, every time Vegeta shows off, he quickly gets smacked down, and this theorem has been proven. Regardless, the upcoming battle will be a tough one. When can we return to the future world? Wukong suddenly asked. The others looked towards Trunks. Trunks hesitated for a moment, and then said, the time machine my mother collected can only make one trip, so when I came to this world the fuel was already depleted. If we want to return quickly, we must gather fuel. That's no problem, leave it to me. I will gather the fuel as soon as possible. Fortunately that Black Wukong didn't destroy the time machine, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Bulma then spoke up. Thanks to Lua, if it weren't for him the time machine would have been destroyed long ago. Krillin chuckled. It was just a small effort, I was watching that Black Wukong, so I acted in time. Lua smiled modestly. Regardless, Lua, your contribution is invaluable. Wukong laughed heartily. Lua nodded slightly, and then said, that Black Wukong is not simple. Wukong, have you ever considered that Black Wukong might be you? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent and looked over. Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned meaningful. When I fought him earlier, I could clearly sense that his power had some similarities to mine, so he must have an indescribable connection with me. Lua nodded. I'm glad you understand. I know whose aura this is. At that moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Who is it, Lord Beerus? Wukong asked as he looked at Beerus. Beerus glanced at Wukong and then said, Wukong, let's go. I'll take you to see the world. Wukong and the others were confused, not understanding what Beerus meant, but Wukong did not refuse. Lua glanced at Beerus, knowing in his heart who he was referring to. Undoubtedly, they were going to the King Kai's planet in Universe 10. Because Zamasu was in Universe 10, and he was also the trainee King Kai, a candidate for the God of Destruction in the future. Beerus looked at Bulma. Since you all want to resolve the troubles of the future, then hurry up and fix the time machine. But this is the only time, after resolving this crisis, the time machine must not exist. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Of course, she had her own thoughts that Beerus couldn't guess. All right then, everyone, farewell for now. We will meet again next time. Whis chuckled, and then took Wukong and Beerus away from Earth. Oh, I just remembered. Suddenly Bulma exclaimed. What is it, Mom? Trunks asked in confusion. Bulma's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance, then she shook her head. Nothing, I just thought of something. Oh, Trunks nodded. Hey, come here. Before we go to the future world, I need to train you first. Vegeta suddenly spoke up. He then coldly turned and left. Trunks hurriedly followed suit. Let's head back first, Krillin said, looking at Piccolo. Piccolo nodded, and the two left together. They had to finish pulling the carrots in the field. Lewis said goodbye to Bulma as well. He wanted to train a bit before heading to the future world. After everyone left, Bulma suddenly revealed a playful smile and spoke in a voice only she could hear. How could I forget that there's another time machine? If I fix it, then there will be two machines. Even if Beerus destroys one, I still have another. Hee. I'm so clever. Thinking of this, Bulma showed a strange smile. Hey, boss, why do I feel like she's a bit off? The trio nearby also noticed Bulma's odd behavior, and Axiodogs fur bristled slightly, feeling something was off. The rice bowl was also somewhat confused. Hey, you guys hurry up and lend a hand. I need to gather fuel now. Bulma suddenly called out to the trio. Oh, we're on it. The three quickly responded without daring to delay. While everyone was busy, Lua arrived at the sacred world of the Kais, where Tintin and Bobo were slightly embarrassed, wondering if he was going to enter the time chamber again. That would be terrifying. Lua did not enter the time chamber, but asked Tintin, Tintin, do you know where the old Kai is? Tintin was taken aback, and then said, I know where he is, but I can't go there. What do you want to see the old Kai for, Mr. Lua? Lua smiled, just a little something, but if it's not possible, then forget it. He originally wanted to ask the old Kai if he had a ring like Black Wukong's, but he decided against it, otherwise if Beerus found out it would be awkward. Lua thought for a moment, and then returned to his residence. Meanwhile, in a certain mountainous area, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, followed by a figure being sent flying back, and a powerful energy surged toward him. It charged straight at the figure. The figure skidded backward along the ground, and it was none other than Trunks. He suddenly shouted and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. He instantly detonated that energy. Suddenly from the smoke, a figure rushed out, reaching Trunks in the blink of an eye, and delivering a flurry of punches. Trunks could only guard his head to block, and his body was pushed back again. At that moment, he suddenly erupted with an astonishing power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his powerful aura, making Vegeta stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks began to counterattack fiercely. It was now Vegeta's turn to defend, yet his expression remained unchanged. Boom. With a single punch, he sent Vegeta flying back, and Trunks suddenly gathered a terrifying energy blast and shot it out. Vegeta remained unfazed, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and then in the next second swung his hand to deflect that energy blast away. Boom. An explosion occurred in the distance. A dumpling-shaped energy wave appeared. Vegeta looked at Trunks. Use your full power. Trunks naturally did not dare to disobey his father, unleashing his ki and instantly completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta raised a smirk, and at that moment, he also unleashed his ki, simultaneously reaching the realm of Super Saiyan 2. You said that Black Wukong can grow stronger in battle, so in that case. Vegeta grinned mysteriously, and the next moment, he roared, suddenly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura pure. What is this? Trunks was stunned by this scene. This is a Super Saiyan beyond the limits of Super Saiyan, reaching the realm of the God of Destruction. Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta declared proudly. Super Saiyan Blue. How amazing. Trunks was somewhat astonished, not expecting his father to surpass him by so much. By the way, why doesn't Dad transform into Super Saiyan 3? Can Uncle Wukong also transform like this? Trunks asked. Of course the difference between Kakarot and me is significant, but I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta replied coolly, as if recalling something unpleasant, frowning. Not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan level 3 was a lingering concern for Vegeta. However, he no longer craved it as much, as long as his power was strong enough, he wouldn't be weaker than Kakarot. Huh. Trunks roared, unleashing his full power and charging at Vegeta with his sword drawn. Vegeta's expression turned disdainful. He was about to show off. Just as Trunks was about to strike him, Vegeta swiftly extended his hand to press down on the sword tip. A blue glow protected his hand. Not a scratch. How could this be? Trunks was shocked, realizing that even his full force attack, which even Black Goku feared, was easily handled by his father. Did you underestimate Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta said calmly, then with a forceful pull he yanked both Trunks and the sword toward him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang. Cough. Trunks' face turned pale as his body instantly lost its brilliance, returning to his normal state. Vegeta's gaze hardened, and he ruthlessly threw him down. Boom. In an instant, a massive pit appeared in the arena. Trunks lay within it, somewhat dazed. Vegeta descended slowly, looking at Trunks without saying a word. After a long pause, Trunks sat up, feeling complicated. With both his father and Uncle Goku so powerful, what was there for him to worry about? He believed that if his father and Uncle Goku took action, the impending disaster would surely be resolved. Tisk. Vegeta, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his disappointment. He suddenly appeared in front of Trunks and grabbed his collar. You fool. As a Saiyan, how can you think like this? Daddy. Trunks was bewildered, not understanding why Vegeta was angry. Vegeta coldly replied, as a proud Saiyan as my son, to have such a lucky mindset is truly disappointing. Trunks finally realized his father's character and immediately regretted his words. I had issues with you from the start. Not being able to defeat Black Goku, watching his mother get killed, and still having the face to run back here. You coward. You actually allowed a Saiyan's pride to be ground into the dirt. Vegeta lifted Trunks, delivering 2 punches to his stomach. Trunks winced in pain, but dared not speak. In fact, Vegeta's anger stemmed from another reason. After all, the future Bulma was his wife. Hearing about her death, he had been suppressing his emotions, and now some of that was released. Seeing that Trunks was somewhat suffocated, Vegeta finally let him go. Cough, cough, cough. Trunks gasped for air. Remember this. A Saiyan must never harbor any thoughts of luck or fear at any time. Vegeta glanced at Trunks before turning to leave. Trunks watched his father's retreating figure, feeling a sense of shame. Yes, he had actually left his mother behind and shamelessly run here. Wasn't that the behavior of a coward? Damn it. Trunks slammed his fists into the ground in frustration. Actually, your father is somewhat at fault too. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Trunks was startled and turned to look at the newcomer, Lua. Lua approached smiling. They may not understand your helplessness, but I do. That Black Goku's power is truly overwhelming, and he has hidden abilities. Ordinary people cannot kill him. Lua, you seem quite familiar with Black Goku. Trunks asked, somewhat puzzled. Lua smiled lightly. It's just that I feel even your father and the others cannot deal with that Black Goku. Why? They can transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks asked in confusion. Lua replied calmly. What if that Black Goku can transform too? What if he has helpers? Trunks broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. How could it be? Lua smiled slightly. It's not impossible. Your father simply doesn't understand the enemy's strength. Their power, although formidable, is not a match for Black Goku at all. Trunks listened in a daze, but he also began to feel wary of Black Goku might really be more complicated than he thought. With that thought, Trunks' gaze became resolute. He looked at Lua. Lua, I request your help in training. Lua was taken aback and was about to speak. Ding. System task activated. Task content: fight Trunks to unleash his potential. Task issued. Lua did not hesitate and said to Trunks, "All right then, I'll battle with you." "Thank you." Trunks stood up. "No time to waste, let's start now." Lua nodded slightly, and then recalled something, tossing a Senzu bean to Trunks. "Recover your stamina first." Trunks nodded, then swallowed the Senzu bean, instantly fully revitalized. The two soared into the air and faced each other from a distance. Lua told Trunks, "My training method is the same as Goku and Vegeta's. Use all your strength." "Okay." Though Trunks had never seen Lua's power, he had no doubts. Boom. In an instant, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, electricity crackling all over his body. Excitement sparkled in Lua's eyes as he suddenly erupted with power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and then shouted, his strength increasing another notch. "This is..." Trunks was shocked, realizing this was clearly on par with Uncle Goku's power back then. Indeed, Lua directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. "Amazing. You can transform into a Super Saiyan level 3, something even my father cannot do," Trunks exclaimed. "All right, let's begin." Lua beckoned Trunks with his hand. Swish. Trunks drew his sword, then unleashed his energy explosively. In an instant, his aura fused with the sword. Lua narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder this was Trunks' full power. He had already merged his mind with the sword. But that's what makes it interesting. Off. Trunks shot toward Lua like a rocket. Lua continuously dodged Trunks' attacks while gathering energy in his palm. Clang, clang, clang. Lua's hands moved quickly, flawlessly blocking Trunks' attacks. Suddenly, with one hand gathering energy, he fired a blast that sent Trunks flying. Lua simultaneously used instant transmission, appearing in front of Trunks. The latter reacted and swung his sword, but Lua easily deflected it, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. A final critical strike sent Trunks crashing down. Lua looked at Trunks below, a hint of provocation in his expression. "Hey, not good. You're way too far off. With your current strength, you can't possibly be a match for Black Goku. How can you avenge your mother?" Trunks struggled to stand up as an incredible power surged from within him, erupting into the sky with a fierce roar. Meanwhile, Vegeta also noticed this scene, slowly closing his eyes with a smile. A few days later, Wukong returned with Beerus and Whis. Date, Vegeta, and Lua were waiting in the space pod, and Lua trained Date every day, causing the latter's strength to grow stronger. "Uncle Wukong, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you're back," Date exclaimed as he rushed to greet them. By the way, Trunks, your aura has increased significantly," Wukong remarked as he assessed Date with bright eyes. Date humbly replied, "That's because my dad has been training me with Lua these past few days, so my strength has improved noticeably." Wukong nodded and then greeted Vegeta and Lua. "Hey Kakarot, where have you been?" Vegeta suddenly asked. Wukong chuckled. "Lord Beerus took me to another universe, seems to be Universe 10. However, I met a very interesting guy there named Zamasu, who is a Kai. Then I asked Lord Beerus to take me to Zamasu, and by the way, I became friends with him. He even gave me a small gift." "Zamasu?" Everyone was puzzled. "Idiot, Wukong. Don't call him that," Beerus said with a frown, clearly dissatisfied with Wukong's change of subject, threatening that if he didn't take him there, he would report to Zeno. Wukong stuck out his tongue. "Zamasu? Who is that?" Vegeta suddenly frowned, not recognizing him. Zamasu is a Kai of Universe 10, and he is a very gifted Kai being trained by the Supreme Kai as the next generation. The aura of that Black Wukong was somewhat similar to Zamasu, so I went to find out more," Beerus said lightly. "What a..." Vegeta and Date were both startled, not expecting such a reason. "Black Wukong is a Kai? No way." Date found it hard to believe. "We can't be sure yet, we shouldn't jump to conclusions." Whis smiled slightly. "However, that Zamasu is indeed a bit strange. As a Kai, he possesses malice and doesn't seem to respect living beings. There's something off about him." Beerus stroked his chin. "But I don't think Zamasu is Black Wukong. I fought him, and while his strength is considerable, it's not as powerful as Black Wukong's, and his techniques are somewhat lacking, so they should not be the same person." Wukong laughed heartily, feeling quite carefree. "You fought him? How strong is he?" Vegeta looked at Wukong. Wukong pondered for a moment, and then said, "How should I put it? He is strong, but still a bit weaker than a Super Saiyan. So does that mean we can't determine if Zamasu is Black Wukong yet?" Lua suddenly asked. Beerus glanced at Lua and said, "Their auras are indeed somewhat similar, but there are also differences. There are many mysteries. Moreover, Black Wukong wore the time ring controlled by the Supreme Kai, but when we went to Universe 10, the ring was still there." "That's true, but it's still suspicious. Black Wukong carries Zamasu's aura, but Zamasu does not carry Black Wukong's aura. They can be said to not be the same person, but there should be a connection between them," Whis said slowly. "This is troubling." Vegeta frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. "No matter what, we must defeat Black Wukong in the future, so I must return to the future," Date declared firmly. "Count me in. That Black Wukong is probably much stronger now, so I am really looking forward to fighting him again," Wukong said excitedly. "Haven't you ever thought that there might be differences between the present and future worlds?" Suddenly Lua spoke up. "What a..." Everyone was taken aback. "Lua, what do you mean by that?" Wukong asked, confused. Lua smiled and said, "First of all, even if you're uncertain whether Zamasu is Black Wukong, it's because it doesn't align with common sense. However, Black Wukong comes from the future, and the time and space of the future world is certainly different from the present world. So is it possible that the flow of time in the two worlds is different? Wukong and the others were baffled while Beerus and Whis fell into thought. Are you suggesting that you suspect Zamasu is the culprit? Beerus asked Lua. Lua nodded. Indeed, I suspect that. On what basis do you suspect? It seems you really know a lot about this Black Wukong. Beerus said coolly. Whis also looked at Lua with some curiosity. Lua smiled slightly. Not really, but the only clue we have is Zamasu, so shouldn't we keep an eye on him? Hey, he's a Kaya god. Are you saying it so casually? Beerus said somewhat unhappily. Lua looked at Date and said, Trunks, the future world should have continued operating since the androids were eliminated, meaning other warriors have not been revived. Date was taken aback, then thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's indeed the case. Lua nodded and then looked at the others. Look, even if Trunks eliminated the androids, his world continues to operate normally. Wukong and the others have not been revived, which means that aside from defeating enemies, history has hardly changed. Beerus was deep in thought. He understood that Lua had said so much because he was clearly very suspicious of Zamasu. Lord Beerus, I think we should keep a close watch on Zamasu. Whis suddenly suggested. Beerus thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, since that's the case, let's put in some effort. By the way, how is your time machine repair coming along? Just as Vegeta was about to speak, Bulma walked out and said the damaged parts of the time machine have all been repaired. I even had my parents who were on vacation come back to help, and the fuel is half stored now. What? Half already? Date suddenly looked shocked at Bulma. Yes. Is there a problem? Bulma looked at Date and asked with a smile. Date replied with a complicated expression. In the future world, my mom took half a year just to store half of the fuel. In the future, the resources and ecology there had almost suffered a catastrophic blow, making it very difficult to acquire resources. It could be said that the current future world was almost like hell, desolate and lifeless. Date felt a bit bittersweet, never expecting that in this world collecting resources was so easy. Don't worry, in a few days you'll be able to set off to defeat that Black Wukong in the future. Bulma reassured him. Thank you, Mom. Date said with tears in his eyes. Alright, I'll get back to work now. You all can go about your own business. Bulma smiled lightly, then turned and left. Date fell silent for a moment and suddenly looked at Lua. Lua, can I stop training for now? I want to go see Gohan. Lua understood his intentions and, knowing his feelings for Gohan, did not refuse and nodded. Sure, go ahead. It is undeniable that the gift has indeed exceeded 110 updates today. What I promised you, I am still too young. I didn't expect to fall into your hands so careless. If I had known, I would have asked for a higher requirement. Ooh, I've worked myself to the bone. But I still want to extend my sincere thanks to the friends who supported me. As long as you support me, we will be good friends. Sincerezer. Dieter went to find Gohan, while Goku was sparring with Liu in the space capsule, and time passed day by day. 3 days later, Goku and the others gathered in Bulma's garden with the rest of their friends, also arriving one after another. Dieter remained silent, deep in thought. He went to see his brother Gohan, but the Gohan he knew was somewhat different from the warrior Gohan he remembered. In his mind, Gohan was a very passionate warrior. However, the current Gohan had settled down and was enjoying a warm and happy life, a life that Trunks had always yearned for. He wished he could share such a cozy life with his future mother and Xiaowu. Trunks felt a bit envious that Gohan could enjoy such warmth and happiness, but at the same time, he was somewhat disappointed that the Gohan he knew was now so far removed from him. Thinking of this, Dieter couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. At that moment, Bulma walked over and said to Goku and the others, I have prepared the fuel enough for a round trip. That's great. I can't wait. Vegeta said flatly, clearly eager to fight that Black Goku. Thank you, Bulma. Just wait for our good news. Goku laughed. But the time machine is already cramped with 3 people. Are you sure you want to go with 4? Bulma said hesitantly. Well. Goku felt a bit troubled. He definitely wanted to go with Vegeta and Trunks, but Liu also intended to join them. Hey, although Black Goku is strong, he's no match for Super Saiyan Blue. So we don't need so many people. Vegeta suddenly interjected. Is that so? Dieter felt a bit unsure. He had confidence in Goku and Vegeta, but Black Goku was just too mysterious. Even he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. Liu smiled slightly and said, if you all feel confident in dealing with Black Goku, then I want Go. It's better for you to take the lead. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes and said nothing. Bulma exchanged glances with Goku, who then smiled at Liu and said, you should have a little faith in us, Liu. Liu nodded, saying, all right. You all go ahead. I want join you. After some deliberation, it was decided that Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks would head out together. Goodbye, everyone. Wait for our good news. Goku waved at everyone and called out. Safe travels. Bulma waved back. Rumble. Whoosh. The time machine slowly ascended and then transformed into a beam of white light that dispersed. They're gone. Liu pondered for a moment, then looked at Bulma and said, we need to prepare new fuel quickly. They will come back and we'll need it then. Edge. Bulma looked puzzled. What does Liu mean by that? Beerus and Whis both looked towards Liu. What? Do you think Goku and the others can't win against Black Goku? Beerus asked. Liu nodded. It's just a gut feeling. Speaking of which, why did you agree so easily not to go to the future world? Don't you want to help? Beerus asked with a light chuckle. Liu shrugged, saying, It's not that I don't want to go. Goku and the others have enough confidence, and I don't want to interfere. He'll wait for them to return before going with them. Leah, your way of speaking is quite strange. Do you think Goku and the others can go again? Bulma said with some confusion. Leah smiled and said, I don't know, but you should always be prepared with the fuel needed for the time machine, otherwise it would be bad if something unexpected happens. All right then. Bulma nodded in agreement. Leah suddenly looked at Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, can we spar for a bit? Oh. Beerus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure? Wanting to spar with me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Leah grinned. Who knows? But I still want to become stronger. I am almost reaching my limits and need to develop new skills. Beerus replied indifferently. I'm not interested. You can find Whis instead. Leah turned to Whis and asked, Lord Whis, is that all right? Whis thought for a moment and then smiled. When Goku and Vegeta come to train with me, they always bring gifts, so what do you have to offer, Leah? Leah was taken aback for a moment, then contemplated. He knew that was like delicious food, so he probably wanted something he had never tasted before. After thinking for a while, Leah couldn't help but ask the system, Hey system, do you have any particularly delicious food? The system replied, Host, this system does not sell food. This system doesn't have that kind of thing. Leah responded, I thought you were an all-purpose system. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. The system replied, Host, this system only loads Dragon Ball exclusive content. I am powerless when it comes to food. Leah sighed. Well, it seems I have to show my skills myself. Leah sighed. The system remained silent. Leah looked at Whis and said, All right, I have a snack that guarantees you haven't tasted before. If you find it delicious, you must teach me how to train. What do you say? Whis' eyes lit up with anticipation. Really? Then I shall gladly accept. Delicious snacks. Is that true? Beerus perked up his ears. Leah shrugged, saying, I can't help it. I only make it for Mr. Whis to reward him. You? Beerus felt a bit angry. Why was this kid so stubborn? Leah asked Bulma to find someone to buy flour and chili, and he started making it. Leah wasn't unfamiliar with making snacks. In his original world, he had watched quite a few cooking videos and learned a bit of skill. Soon Leah came over with a plate of finished products. Even before he arrived, the aroma wafted through the air, attracting the trio. It smells so good. There's a hint of spiciness in this aroma. What is it? Ashu sniffed with his dog nose, and his eyes immediately brightened. What is this fragrance? Beerus and Whis were also astonished. Beerus looked at the items in Leah's plate, swallowing hard in curiosity. What are those stick-like things? Leah replied proudly, This is a new snack. I developed a unique recipe in the world. I named it beef tendon, commonly known as spicy strips. Spicy strips. Beerus and Whis both leaned in closer. That's right, give it a try. Although it's not the same as those ready-made ones, it's still quite delicious. Leah smiled. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, then cautiously grabbed one each and started chewing. What a... Suddenly Beerus' eyes widened. The texture is soft yet chewy. It's not as instant as ice cream, but chewing it brings out the full flavor. Moreover, this overwhelming spicy aroma feels like a fire burning in the mouth. The texture is excellent. Whis also closed his eyes and enjoyed it. So what do you think? This thing is pretty good, right? Leah said proudly. Not bad. You have some culinary skills. Make it for me regularly from now on. That's on me. From now on you shall train with me. Whis said contentedly. With delicious food, he was more than willing to help out. Leah smiled slightly. It's in the bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of convincing the angel or destroyer god to assist in training. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Rewarding the host with a combat power of 2 billion points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 consumption of angelic power. The host can rely on angelic power to do things that angels can do. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 consumption of destroyer god's destruction bomb. The host can launch 1 destruction bomb. Its power is comparable to that of a destroyer god. Upon hearing this, Leah's heart shook. Damn, this is truly amazing. Just after Goku and the others left, Leah triggered the system task. Otherwise, he would never have taken the initiative to challenge Beerus to a sparring session. That was impossible. Spicy strips, forever the best. P.S. Just a casual entertainment. Prepare for the battle scenes. In the future world, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the sky above a certain ruin, followed by the direct appearance of a time machine. The time machine slowly landed, and Wukong along with 2 others jumped out. Trunks, put away the time machine. Vegeta called out. Trunks nodded, saying yes. Incredible, is this really the future world? How could this be? Wukong took a few steps forward, looking at everything in sight somewhat in shock. For everywhere he could see, nothing was intact. The entire city was in ruins. The whole world had fallen into darkness. It's lifeless. That's right. This is the world we inhabit, and the culprit behind it all is Black Wukong. Trunks clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Vegeta looked around, his expression serious. By the way, are there really still people left on Earth? Wukong asked curiously. Yes, but they are all hiding, not letting Black Wukong find them. The pleasure for Black Wukong here is to kill Earthlings. He kills anyone he sees. He is a complete reaper of human life. This guy could destroy all of humanity. Trunks said gravely. If that's the case, then let us deal with him. Vegeta snorted coldly, then looked at Wukong. Kakarot, remember, I will be the first to fight. Alright, I suppose I have no choice but to listen to you. Wukong replied helplessly. But we currently have no way to find Black Wukong, however that guy should be nearby. Trunks said slowly. Isn't that simple? Since he craves killing, let's lure him over. Vegeta sneered, then launched an energy blast into the sky. Boom. In an instant, the entire sky became illuminated. It startled all living beings in the surrounding area. Oh. Far away, Black Wukong suddenly turned to look at the bright light in the sky, quickly realizing with a wicked smile, have you finally come? Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, hee this time I will entertain you well. After saying that, Black Wukong shot up into the sky towards Vegeta and the others. On the other side, Trunks and the others also sensed the powerful aura in an instant. He's coming. Wukong and the others immediately turned serious. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared above them. Black Wukong. Hee. What a rare guest. I didn't expect you to actually come back. Black Wukong looked at Wukong and the others, grinning widely. We came here to defeat you, so here we are. Wukong smiled at Black Wukong. Is that so? Then you should be disappointed, foolish humans who dare to seek trouble with the divine. This is simply looking for death. Black Wukong scoffed. You speak of divinity. Are you a god? Wukong asked, his gaze suddenly turning serious. You don't need to know that. Now you all can become my toys. Black Wukong laughed sinisterly. Shut up. You counterfeit. I will deal with you first. Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, then unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Beautiful color, it seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Strangely, Black Wukong showed no surprise upon seeing Vegeta transform into blue. Something's off. Wukong's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Trunks asked in confusion. Wukong looked gravely at Black Wukong. The power he possesses has reached a terrifying level, and to be unafraid in the face of Super Saiyan Blue, he must have some tricks as well. Trunks' face broke into a cold sweat, suddenly recalling something ominous, looking worriedly at the scene. Vegeta floated slowly, sneering at Black Wukong. Your arrogant face makes me want to give you a good beating. Let my Super Saiyan Blue show you what true strength is. Black Wukong suddenly laughed, then said, Oh dear Super Saiyan Blue, your taste in names is quite lacking. Since that's the case. Black Wukong smiled eerily, then suddenly unleashed his energy. A pitch-black radiance enveloped his entire body, and then Black Wukong let out a loud roar, releasing an aura so terrifying that even Wukong and the others turned pale. In an instant, a violent wind swept through the surroundings due to Black Wukong's influence. Under a bizarre transformation, Black Wukong's aura unexpectedly turned pink. Moreover, his appearance now resembled that of Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan, except that Black Wukong's hair was pink. He transformed. How is this possible? Vegeta stared in shock at Black Wukong's transformation, somewhat dazed, wondering how a mere transformation could increase power to such a level. Are you kidding me? Trunks, seeing Black Wukong's transformation for the first time, was utterly stunned. Now I have mastered the power of this body to its peak. Son Wukong, you should be grateful that because of me you have the honor of witnessing this Bodhi's peak. Haha. Black Wukong ignored Vegeta and looked at Wukong. Wukong's face turned serious. How did you manage to cultivate to this level? Suddenly Wukong realized. Right, because of the last battle your strength has increased, hasn't it? That's right. Pain will make me stronger. Now I possess the most noble posture in the world. You vulgar mortals can never reach my level. Black Wukong laughed heartily. Then he glanced at the light surrounding him, smiling. By the way, according to your Saiyan taste, I shall call this form Super Saiyan. Pink. Super Saiyan Pink. Shut up. Your opponent is right here. I will not allow you to be distracted. Vegeta felt insulted at this moment. This bastard didn't even put him in his eyes. Bastard. Vegeta, right now no matter what form you take it's already useless. However, you can serve as a warm-up, but once I deal with you it will be time for the main event. Black Wukong sneered. TCH. You arrogant fool. Vegeta shouted angrily, then charged directly at Black Wukong. Black Wukong, you shall fall before my fists. With a fierce punch, Vegeta gathered all his serious power and struck towards his opponent, moving at breakneck speed. But Black Wukong was even faster. His figure instinctively shifted aside, as if he hadn't even thought about it. But it was just this movement that perfectly evaded Vegeta's punch. A mere mortal dares to desecrate the divine, I grant you death. Black Wukong looked disdainful, wearing a playful smile, and lunged forward with a punch aimed at Vegeta. Bang! Black Goku initially thought he could easily handle Vegeta, but he clearly underestimated the Super Saiyan Blue as Vegeta effortlessly grabbed Black Goku's fist with his other hand. What? Black Goku was somewhat surprised by Vegeta's reaction. Don't think I am cockroach. Vegeta roared angrily, then suddenly exploded with energy, a terrifying aura erupting instantly, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, he punched Black Goku in the stomach, causing the latter to shudder. Oh! Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches at Black Goku, instantly forcing him back. With a heavy punch, Vegeta knocked Black Goku down, then swiftly positioned his hands at his waist and unleashed an energy wave. Final flash. Boom. Underneath the massive explosion, even Goku and Trunks had to retreat from the battlefield. Unlike Goku, Vegeta was accustomed to completely suppressing his opponents from the moment he appeared, giving them no chance to react. Amidst the thick smoke, Vegeta's eyes were surprisingly calm. Suddenly his pupils contracted. How is this possible? What? Goku and Trunks were both astonished as they looked into the arena. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. It was Black Goku. At this moment, Black Goku still wore a smile, and he had no visible injuries on his body. Vegeta, is this your power? Indeed, you should have stayed out of this. Black Goku said with a sneer, a mocking glint in his eyes. What a... Vegeta clenched his teeth, feeling anger rise within him. However, he had indeed been serious earlier, unleashing his full power with the final flash, yet his opponent was unscathed. This was difficult for him to accept. Whoosh. Black Goku slowly ascended, a peach-colored glow emanating from his body. It is worth noting that while Black Goku resembled Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura was akin to Super Saiyan Blue. This was due to his fusion with Son Goku's body and possessing divine power, which allowed him to reach such a level. While Goku and Vegeta could utilize divine power to achieve Super Saiyan Blue, Black Goku reached the peach hue through the same principle. However, the gap between them was evident. Pain will only make me stronger, so your attacks are merely a means to enhance me. Black Goku looked at Vegeta mockingly, as if viewing an ant. Impossible. Vegeta's face fell completely. He roared, instantaneously elevating his power to the peak. Swish. In the next moment, Vegeta dashed to Black Goku, then struck directly at his forehead. Bang. However, unlike before, Vegeta's full power punch was effortlessly caught. Impossible. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Nothing is impossible. My power is supreme, and you are far from it. Black Goku said disdainfully. Vegeta roared and broke free from Black Goku's grasp, while continuously attacking, but Black Goku evaded effortlessly. Swish. Vegeta missed with a punch, and Black Goku was already under his armpit. Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He had been careless. Suddenly, Black Goku transformed his hand into a blade, instantly concentrating a peach-colored energy sword, and stabbed it out. Stab. Ugh. Vegeta screamed in agony. Vegeta. Dad. Goku and Trunks' faces changed drastically, because at this moment Vegeta had been pierced through his body by Black Goku's energy sword. How is this possible? Vegeta's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with disbelief as he reached out to grasp Black Goku. The latter sneered, and then withdrew the energy sword. Stab. Cough. Act. Vegeta cried out in pain, spitting out large amounts of blood, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form, directly reverting to normal and falling. Thud. He fell hard to the ground, trembling and unable to move. How could this be? Dad. Trunks rushed over. Goku quickly followed. How is this possible? Even Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue form was defeated. How did you train to achieve this level? Goku stood in front of the two, gravely staring at Black Goku. You don't have the right to speak to me like that. Now, having dealt with Vegeta, it's your turn. Son Goku. As long as I kill both of you, no one in this world will be my opponent. Black Goku declared arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Black Goku laughed. He initially thought Vegeta could give him a bit of surprise, but to his shock, this guy was so weak. Was it due to an overconfidence? Thinking he could handle his peach-colored form. Ridiculous, a prelude. It would be better described as an appetizer. Trunks, take Vegeta to a safe place. Uncle Goku. Trunks hesitated. Since Dad's Super Blue had already been defeated, he wanted to team up with Uncle Goku, but ultimately did not refute and nodded. I understand. Be careful. After saying that, he took Vegeta away from the battlefield. Goku glanced at Vegeta, then felt a bit frustrated. Crap, I forgot to bring the Senzu beans. He remembered Bulma asked him to bring Senzu beans before they set off, but due to his carelessness, he had not brought any. Now it was troublesome. Without Vegeta's help, he couldn't win against Black Goku alone. Goku was self-aware. He knew his strength was decent, but he still couldn't match Black Goku. However, there was nothing he could do. Now it's my turn to deal with you. Goku looked at Black Goku, then burst with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Uncle Goku, he actually used his full power right from the start. On the other side, Trunks witnessed this scene, realizing Goku would not hold back. Thinking of his father's fate, Trunks felt a bit heavy-hearted. Black Goku was getting stronger and stronger. Son Goku, you don't think you can challenge me in that state, do you? Black Goku looked at Goku, mercilessly mocking him. Goku assumed a stance. Who knows? Here I come. Bang. In the next moment, Goku charged at Black Goku, delivering a punch. However, Black Goku sneered and directly caught Goku's fist, then countered with a punch, but Goku managed to block the attack. The two exchanged glances, then directly engaged in battle. Unlike Vegeta, this time Goku and Black Goku fought evenly. Bang, bang, bang. Powerful waves surged on the surface of the sea, reaching dozens of meters high. Within the splashes of water, a figure darted back and forth, facing a red mass that shot toward him. At first glance, it was a person. The transformed Super Saiyan God Luya relentlessly attacked Whis, who calmly dodged, causing Luya to miss his target. Rat-a-tat-tat. At this moment, Luya had exerted all his strength. Whether it was flash step or instant transmission, he could not land a hit on Whis. Whis was like a nimble fish, always able to predict Luya's movements. Even when Luya used his strongest talent, he was helpless because as soon as he began to understand Whis' dodging patterns, Whis would change his trajectory, making it impossible for Luya to catch up with his speed. Swish! Whis dodged Luya's punch and soared into the sky. Luya looked up and instantly vanished from his original spot. Swish! In an instant, the space around Whis was locked down by a time cage. Flash step. Now Luya had executed flash step to 0. 7 seconds. Luya appeared from nowhere and directly attacked Whis. The latter smiled, slightly unaffected by his flash step. For an angel, using time control against him was the most foolish method. His mastery of time was incomparably greater than Hit's. At this moment, Luya's flash step was still inferior to Hit's. Slap. Whis easily blocked Luya's attack, looking relaxed. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Luya's face. He was too strong. He realized that despite his impressive progress through training, he still lacked the ability to resist an angel. The opponent wasn't even serious, yet he had already given his all, causing him minimal damage, but the humiliation was immense. Stop. Let's pause for a moment. Whis suddenly interjected. Luya was taken aback and instinctively halted. What's wrong? Whis generously commented. Although you can transform into a Super Saiyan god, you cannot effectively harness the divine power within it. Luya frowned. Divine power? Whis nodded. The Super Saiyan god is in itself divine, it's just that it manifests in a mortal body. However, even upon becoming a Super Saiyan god, you still retain the combat instincts of a mortal. Not just you. Goku is the same. When you fight, you habitually think before deciding your next move. This makes your strike slow, while some might consider it fast, it won't suffice against true masters. Luya fell silent, understanding that Whis was referring to the Ultra Instinct technique, but in his current state, he couldn't reach that level. Because he inevitably had to think when battling an opponent, this was human nature, everyone did the same. Even Goku acted this way. Without thought, throwing punches instinctively would lead to chaos. It wasn't as simple as Whis suggested. However, I must say that your talent is much greater than Goku's, but compared to him, your flaw is that you think too much during battle. Whis said seriously. Luya smiled awkwardly. He indeed thought too much. Goku didn't ponder as much because he only focused on his opponent. Luya was different. He wasn't someone who trained rigorously from childhood. Most of his achievements were a gift from the system, so it was hard for him to calm down and think. He only knew he had tremendous power, but his mastery of that power wasn't as integrated into his being as it was for Goku. Even knowing the essence of Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, he still couldn't successfully transform, and that was the reason. Simply put, his control over his power was still not proficient enough. Also, even though you've transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you haven't utilized it perfectly. So you need to work harder if you want to reach new heights. Whis smiled slightly. Luya bowed and said, then I'll leave it in your hands, Mr. Whis. Well, Whis hesitated. Seeing this, Luya immediately understood and quickly said, there will be enough spicy strips. Whis chuckled, then I won't be polite. Luya sighed inwardly. He thought having a system made him incredibly powerful, but after facing Whis, he realized he knew nothing about power. No more wasting time. I must develop cautiously. Future. Boom. A tall building suddenly exploded, followed by a complete collapse. On a high vantage point, the pink-haired Black Goku slowly descended, looking down at the ruins below with a smirk of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Impossible, even Uncle Goku. Trunks stared in disbelief at the battle, realizing that the power of Pink Goku was suppressing Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Damn. Vegeta glared with one eye fixated on Black Goku. Dad. Trunks hurriedly comforted Vegeta. That Kakarot didn't even bring the sins of beans. What an idiot. Vegeta said weakly. After being stabbed by Black Goku, he directly lost his fighting capability, unable to even stand, and began to blame Goku. Boom. At this moment, the ruins exploded, and then Goku, enveloped in a blue glow, emerged. Goku looked at Black Goku, slightly serious, so strong. Black Goku looked at Goku, grinning. Give up struggling. Now that I possess this body, I have reached a realm you cannot attain. I am invincible. Ha. Invincible. How I've trained for so long, and wouldn't dare say I'm invincible. Your boastful words are truly annoying. Goku wiped the red from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Ignorant mortal. How dare you claim to understand the greatness of the divine? You merely stumbled upon a bit of divine power, fortuitously obtaining your current strength. Science. Merely primitive, lowly beings. You unevolved monkeys should have perished long ago. Black Goku's eyes revealed deep disdain. He despised humanity, despised lowly beings who only incited war, despised those who defiled the divine with their weakness. These lives should all be exterminated. Goku assumed a fighting stance, smiling. Then let's see if you have what it takes. I won't easily admit defeat. Bastard. You Saiyan. Die. Black Goku shouted coldly, suddenly concentrating his energy into his hand, forming an energy sword and charging fiercely at Goku. Boom. Accompanied by a series of agonizing screams, a figure crashed through several dilapidated buildings. Uncle Wukong. Trunks looked at Wukong being suppressed and immediately grew worried. He originally thought that Wukong and Black Wukong were evenly matched, but to his surprise, the opponent's strength was far greater than that of Uncle Wukong. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that the opponent could grow stronger during the battle, seemingly without limit. Lowly beings, no matter how you utilize the power of the gods, you are still mortals. How could you possibly match a true deity? Black Wukong hovered in the air, speaking disdainfully. Ah! Suddenly, a loud commotion arose, and then Wukong's figure charged over again, attacking Black Wukong relentlessly. Black Wukong easily dodged while saying, still not giving up. While playing with you barbaric scions is exactly what I want. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The two fought from the ground to the air. Their battlefield extended in all directions, and the powerful aftermath shattered the surrounding buildings. Wukong's power has also grown stronger. Is he catching up to Black Wukong? Trunks exclaimed with surprise. No, not at all. Vegeta suddenly spoke up. Dad. Trunks quickly looked at Vegeta. Vegeta remained on the ground, straining to open his eyes to see the battle. Kakarot. Can't win. How could that be? Trunks refused to believe it. Oh. Just then Wukong suddenly had both fists gripped tightly, and Black Wukong took the opportunity to deliver a knee strike that nearly made Wukong vomit his last meal. Super Saiyan Blue, is that all you've got? Black Wukong laughed heartily. Bastard. Wukong became furious, exploding with energy and instantly breaking free from Black Wukong's grasp, then launching a punch at him. Slap. Black Wukong raised his hand to block while lowering his body, countering with a punch that struck Wukong's abdomen, causing him to scream again. Black Wukong didn't stop, delivering a knife hand strike that sent Wukong crashing to the ground. Bang! The ground was blasted into a massive pit, and Wukong gritted his teeth, struggling to look at Black Wukong so strong. He realized that the opponent was indeed becoming stronger, able to grow rapidly during battle, a terrifying talent. Black Wukong elegantly landed at a high point, looking at Sun Wukong with a mocking smile. See, no matter how hard you try, you can never be my opponent. Wukong tried to stand up, but quickly fell back down in pain. The blows from the opponent were extremely fierce, even rivaling Hit. No, the Black Wukong before him was even stronger than Hit. Alright, the main course ends here. You should disappear now, Sun Wukong. Black Wukong grinned menacingly, slowly raising his hand, and then a green energy sphere began to gather, containing a dark destructive power that was visually striking. No. Impossible. How can I lose here? Wukong struggled to stand, but the intense pain made it hard for him to gather his energy. Uncle Wukong. Trunks stood up, anxiously ready to assist. Damn it. Vegeta's face was extremely pale. He wanted to stand and fight, but it was incredibly difficult to even get up. Damn it. He was just introduced, and already getting beaten down. His dignity as the second-rate. No third-rate for 100 years had been trampled. Black Wukong gathered his energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Wukong and the others. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the sky above Black Wukong split open, and a voice echoed, "Don't go too far. I won't allow you to do this." Who is it? Wukong and the others' expressions changed, and they all looked up. Black Wukong glanced up, then returned his gaze with a meaningful smile. A figure slowly descended from the crack in the sky, exuding a noble elegance. How can this be? That is. Wukong looked at the newcomer, unable to hide his shock. Zamasu. What a... Zamasu. Trunks and Vegeta were both stunned. They hadn't expected that this suddenly appearing person was Zamasu. The newcomer was indeed Zamasu, the Kai of Universe 10, with green skin and 2 dangling earrings. He slowly landed beside Black Wukong, calmly looking at Wukong and the others. Hey, you made it. Black Wukong's expression remained unchanged, even revealing a hint of a smile. Zamasu glanced at Black Wukong, and then said, "If I hadn't come, would you have killed them?" "Who knows?" Black Wukong shrugged. Zamasu coldly replied, "I told you, Son Wukong, it must be me who resolves this." "Alright, I understand, do as you wish." Black Wukong helplessly shrugged. "Zamasu, how did you end up here? Are you working with Black Wukong?" Wukong glared at Zamasu. This suddenly appearing guy was Zamasu, with whom he had previously fought to test the waters. At that time, he didn't believe that Black Wukong was Zamasu. Now it seemed that Zamasu and Black Wukong were not the same person, but Zamasu was indeed in cahoots with Black Wukong. "Son Wukong, we meet again." Zamasu looked at Son Wukong, meaningfully, his gaze filled with disdain from a divine perspective along with a hint of hatred. Son Wukong stood up, and then looked at Zamasu. "Can you give me an explanation?" Zamasu grinned. "The explanation is that I want to eliminate all of you present, not leaving a single one. Of course, all of humanity too." "What the hell? Your appearance is really annoying," Wukong said coldly. "Huh. Lowly mortals, what qualifications do you have to criticize the gods?" "Son Wukong, I must say thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come this far. It is because of you that my plans have come to fruition. Humanity. Plan Zero is now nearing its end." Zamasu laughed heartily. In fact, he should really thank Son Wukong, for Son Wukong made him realize that humanity's strength could be so powerful, and then he could use their power to eliminate humanity. This was undoubtedly very satisfying. Since he inadvertently witnessed the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6, after seeing Son Wukong's power, Zamasu began to plot his schemes, even eyeing the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, he found Zuno, inquired about the Super Dragon Balls, and Son Wukong then sought out the Super Dragon Balls and created super warriors like Black Wukong. Since then, he killed all the gods that posed a threat to him. Even his own teacher, the Supreme Kai, was slain by his own hand. The plan to destroy humanity officially began. PSM working hard to store manuscripts, preparing for the next wave of surprises. You all save up and throw it at me. Every day seeing you all power up with love and gifts makes my blood boil. I think if you could support me, I would gladly keep writing. Additionally, I want to mention that reaching this point, I believe the readers must feel that the protagonist's presence is somewhat lacking. That is intentional. My initial idea was to be like Dragon Ball. In strict terms, no one is the protagonist. The protagonist could be Wukong or Vegeta, but now it seems to lack flavor. I will try to let the protagonist shine with his protagonist aura moving forward. Meanwhile, in the real world, a thunderous crash erupted across the ocean's surface. A colossal wave surged upward, followed by a hemispherical bulge cleaving through the water with overwhelming force. Hovering above the churning waves, a lone figure shimmered with radiant crimson light. Luya? Opposite him stood Beerus, observing calmly, his expression serene and unshaken. Luya drew a shallow breath, yet made no overt movement. Instead, he gently closed his eyes. Guided by Whis and rigorously trained by Beerus, Luya had now fully mastered the power of the Super Saiyan God, a mastery accelerated exponentially by his unparalleled innate talent. A profound transformation was already underway. Oh, this aura. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. To ordinary beings it might have gone unnoticed, but as a god of destruction, he was intimately attuned to divine energy. He sensed Luya undergoing a metamorphosis towards something unprecedented. Fascinating. A prodigy even more intriguing than Goku. A faint smile curved Beerus's lips. Suddenly, Luya snapped his eyes open, unleashing an incandescent, utterly pure surge of power. In an instant, a halo of blazing scarlet flame engulfed him within a radius of over 10 meters. That power continued to expand relentlessly. Simultaneously, his hair began to shift, rising and stiffening just as it did during a Super Saiyan transformation. It was widely known that Super Saiyan transformations altered one's hairstyle, except for Vegeta, yet the Super Saiyan God form retained one's natural appearance. Yet Luya's current form bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a classic Super Saiyan. Though his hair remained relatively short, comparable to Trunks's, it was strikingly distinct. A deafening roar shook the heavens. Luya's aura soared to its zenith in a single blinding moment. Then it stabilized. Naturally, only Beerus could perceive this awe-inspiring power. Luya remained unmistakably a Super Saiyan God. A new form. Beerus's pupils contracted sharply. He realized Luya's strength rivaled, even surpassed, that of the Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, it eclipsed even Goku's first manifestation of the Super Saiyan God. When Goku first assumed the Super Saiyan God form, during Beerus's inaugural visit to Earth, it had been forged from the combined divine energy of 6 Saiyans, representing the absolute pinnacle of that form. By contrast, Goku's later iterations relied solely on residual godly power he himself had internalized, making that original manifestation formidable enough to command Beerus's genuine respect. Yet Luya's current state evoked that very same sensation, the same electric tension Beerus had felt confronting Goku at his peak. How extraordinary. Truly, these Saiyans defy all expectation. One breakthrough after another. Pushing past every conceivable limit, their ultimate boundaries forever elusive, Beerus murmured in quiet admiration. Luya clenched his fist, exhilarated. He felt elevated, refined several tiers beyond his former self. His body responded with razor-sharp acuity to external stimuli, yet he retained absolute control, able to detect, track, and pinpoint the faintest traces of ki with flawless precision. A further evolution beyond the Super Saiyan God, yet distinct from the Super Saiyan Blue. I shall name it Super Saiyan Red. A subtle, triumphant smile lifted the corners of Luya's mouth. He had broken through, and he was genuinely astonished. This ascension had occurred without reliance on any external system. Theoretically, Super Saiyan Red remained rooted in the Super Saiyan God lineage, yet Luya had honed its divine essence to its absolute apex, transcending the boundary itself. Of course, this achievement owed much to Whis' guidance. Without it, such mastery would have been unattainable. Goku wields the Super Saiyan Blue. I command the Super Saiyan Red. Who holds greater power remains to be seen. A quiet, confident smile played upon Luya's lips. One thing is certain, my strength stands equal to, or surpasses, that of the Super Saiyan Blue. The Super Saiyan Blue drew primarily upon Goku's own latent power, whereas Luya's red form channeled divine energy more directly. Two divergent sources, yet converging upon the same sublime threshold of transcendence. You seem to have succeeded, Beerus said, appearing before Luya in an instant. Luya nodded, smiling. I originally aimed for the Super Saiyan Blue, but this new form emerged unexpectedly. He nearly slipped, almost revealing his true intent, mastering Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct, the pinnacle of martial artistry. Under Whis' tutelage, Luya had initially pursued this path, for Whis taught that in battle motion must precede thought. That was the essence of perfection. Yet most martial artists still reasoned before acting, slowing their reflexes considerably. Elite warriors achieved astonishing speed not only through raw power and experience, but because their cognition had evolved to match their movements, thinking and acting simultaneously, always one step ahead of their opponents. Luya embraced this philosophy, and lived it. Though sparring with Whis and Beerus left him battered repeatedly, he gradually sharpened his mental tempo until it synchronized seamlessly with his body. His strikes grew swifter, though he remained far from true Ultra Instinct. He felt no urgency. This new form alone marked a monumental leap. Every facet of his being had been elevated. Luya retracted his aura, returning to his base form, and was startled to find his stamina barely diminished. First-time transformations, whether Super Saiyan Blue or Golden Frieza, typically exacted tremendous physical tolls. Yet his new form defied that rule. Surely this was one of its defining traits. He wondered whether he could still access the Super Saiyan Blue. If it proved superior, he would pursue it. But if the red form offered greater advantage, he would resume his quest for Ultra Instinct. For Luya was determined to forge an entirely new Saiyan evolution. Well then, Beerus interjected, now that you've broken through, shall we have 2 more servings of spicy strips to celebrate? Luya nodded. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for guiding me to this breakthrough. The spicy strips are yours without limit. Beerus smiled in satisfaction. Just as they prepared to depart, Whis materialized beside them, accompanied by the younger Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai bowed respectfully to Beerus. Lord Beerus, Whis announced, we've uncovered new leads regarding Zamasu. Beerus paused, then his eyes narrowed. So there was deception afoot. Whis nodded, then turned to Luya with a warm smile. My, you've made remarkable progress. Luya returned the smile. Indeed I have. Congratulations, Whis replied. But do remember, your spicy strip quota has increased accordingly. Luya fell silent. What did these 2 divine beings care about besides food? Nonetheless, he readily agreed. Not only unlimited spicy strips, but a wider variety as well. So does that mean Zamasu is indeed related to the future instigator Black Goku? After listening to Whis, Beerus fell into deep thought. Yes, so Lord Beerus, should we go and deal with this now? Whis inquired. Beerus hesitated. Luoya wasn't surprised. He glanced at the Kaishin. The latter came here because of the issue with Zuno, having heard that Zamasu had found Zuno and inquired about Goku's situation along with the Super Dragon Balls, which is why he came to inform Whis, leading to the current scenario. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus nodded. Then let's go again. If we can confirm that he is indeed the mastermind, then we shall destroy him. Will recklessly causing destruction offend the destroyer of Universe 10? Luoya suddenly asked. Beerus replied indifferently, even if they have extended their hand into my 7th universe, what does it matter if I offend them? Proudly, Luoya silently praised Beerus. Truly he is Beerus. In that case, Luoya will accompany us as well, so you can broaden your horizons. Beerus said with an air of arrogance. In fact, he wanted to show off. He wanted Luoya to see if there was any god in Universe 10 daring to obstruct him. Moreover, as Universe 10 is one of the most advanced civilizations among the 12 universes, such scum should not be allowed to exist, especially one that is a god. If the Omni King were to find out, it wouldn't simply be a matter of replacing a destroyer. Thus, Beerus had sufficient reason to kill Zamasu, although he was still uncertain if Zamasu truly posed a problem. Luoya nodded. I will go with you. Whis. Beerus called out. Yes. Whis understood, and soon disappeared from Earth with Luoya and the others. In the future, Zamasu landed in front of Goku, and coldly stated, Son Goku, your life should be ended by my own hands to repay the humiliation you have brought upon me. Goku laughed heartily. Then let's give it a try. Zamasu grinned bloodthirstily, and in the next moment charged toward Goku, unleashing a fierce barrage of punches. The speed was astonishing. After a few blocks, Goku revealed an expression of disbelief. What's going on? Why is this power so vastly different? He was astonished back when he fought Zamasu. He had easily defeated him using just a regular Super Saiyan form, but now he found himself struggling. Zamasu's power had increased this much. After blocking, Goku no longer stayed passive and began to counterattack directly. Bam! Bam! In the fierce exchange of blows, Goku gradually suppressed Zamasu. It is worth mentioning that Zamasu's power was still slightly inferior to Black Goku. However, this situation did not last long, as Black Goku suddenly swooped down from above, appearing right behind Goku. A powerful punch. Oh no! Goku sensed the danger, but there was no way to evade. Bang! Up! Goku was sent flying, crashing through several ruined buildings. Uncle Goku! Trunks exclaimed, filled with concern. Trunks! Go! Help! Vegeta ordered, but he was also becoming increasingly weak. Trunks gritted his teeth, then, without hesitation, transformed into a Super Saiyan and flew over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Goku and Zamasu pressed their advantage, not giving Goku a chance. Hey, I said I would do it myself. Zamasu expressed his displeasure at Black Goku's intervention. Black Goku smiled faintly, full of malice. I also hope you can kill him, but this body is not yours. I can become even stronger. TCH, who told you to abandon your own body and choose a mere mortal's? Zamasu said with some disgust. But this body indeed brings me pleasure. With power strong enough to surpass a god. Saying this, Black Goku hovered in midair and then fired an energy blast toward Goku with one hand. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, billowing smoke everywhere. From within the smoke, a roar emerged, followed by a powerful gust of wind that swept the smoke away, unleashing a fierce blue aura as Goku roared and gathered his energy. Oh, Not giving up the struggle yet. Black Goku mocked. Whoosh. Zamasu had already surged forward. Bang. Bang. Bam. The two engaged in close combat, Goku fighting Zamasu while also trying to defend against him. However, with his attention divided, he could not concentrate. As he dodged Zamasu's Prince technique to ascend, he exposed a flaw. In the next moment, Black Goku appeared above him, delivering a heavy punch down. Goku felt as if he had been struck hard, plummeting. Below, Zamasu suddenly conjured an energy sword preparing to slay Goku. Whoosh. Suddenly Trunks appeared right in front of Zamasu. It was without warning. What a... Both Zamasu and Black Goku were taken aback. Trunks did not hesitate, launching a ki blast directly. Instantly, Zamasu was sent flying far away, crashing into the ruins. Goku also took the opportunity to land. Thank you, Trunks. Uncle Goku, I want to fight too, Trunks said firmly. Goku laughed lightly. But the opponent is quite formidable. I am ready to sacrifice myself, Trunks said solemnly. All right then. Goku looked at his adversaries with a very serious expression. Whenever he fought Zamasu, Black Goku was always able to attack him accurately from blind spots. Just an extra clown now, you all are too confident. Black Goku slowly descended above Goku and Trunks looking down at them. Boom. Meanwhile, Zamasu charged forward, his face filled with fury. You lowly humans. How dare you injure a deity? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. He had been wounded by a lowly creature. Aside from Son Goku, this was the second time. I can only say you are incompetent now. Trunks sneered, then charged at Zamasu. Come on, Zamasu. Your opponent is me. Seeking death. Zamasu snorted coldly, then engaged. Goku was not idle either. He suddenly erupted with energy, instantly maximizing his super blue form. Come on, Black Goku. Let's continue our battle. Hey, why do you still want to struggle? It's really too foolish. Zamasu grinned, and then pink light gathered in his palm, forming an energy sword. Goku's eyes narrowed. That thing was incredibly sharp, easily capable of piercing Super Blue Vegeta's defenses, not to be underestimated. Come on. I will send you down to hell. Ha ha. Black Goku said, then instantly teleported in front of Goku, swinging his sword to strike. Goku hurriedly dodged. He did not dare to clash with the sword directly and could only keep evading. However, the opponent's speed was too fast, and soon Goku bore several wounds. Boom, boom, boom. In the desolate and lifeless abandoned city, a series of explosions rang out, echoing the final sounds of death. The entire world was shrouded in darkness, with a long night stretching on, as if the world had welcomed the arrival of the apocalypse. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Below a dilapidated building, a group of armed personnel cautiously maneuvered, their mission being to head towards the center of the battle. Leading them was a girl with flowing black hair, her face speckled with dust, yet her beauty could not be concealed, only adding a touch of heroism. This girl was none other than Xiao Wu. And she had not died. She survived the slaughter by He Wukong. Moreover, this militia was made up of ordinary survivors who formed a team specifically to combat He Wukong, having fought against him for many years. And Xiao Wu was the captain. Of course, even with their firearms, the strength of these mortals was not of much use, having lost many companions to He Wukong, their numbers dwindling year by year. Captain, are we really going to confront the Dark Ones? We're down to just these few. A burly man suddenly spoke. Xiao Wu replied, we have no other choice now. With Trunks absent, we must buy him time. If we don't stop the Dark Ones before Trunks returns, this place will be utterly destroyed. As she spoke, the group had already approached the battle. Strange, it seems someone is fighting against the Dark Ones, a soldier with binoculars remarked. I thought it was the Dark Ones causing destruction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback, then quickly snatched the binoculars to observe the situation on the battlefield. When she spotted Trunks, she instantly became excited. It's Trunks. Really? The group was all stirred with excitement. Trunks was their guardian, having saved countless people from the Dark Ones over the years. It had always been Trunks fighting the Dark Ones. Seeing Trunks return, Xiao Wu's heart filled with joy, but she quickly became serious, saying, it seems he brought some help, but they seem unable to handle the Dark Ones. We'll have to act according to the situation and coordinate with them. All right. Everyone prepared themselves. Tat 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 tat. In the arena, Trunks was engaged in fierce combat with Zamasu without holding back. With Super Saiyan 2 at full power, and his potential unleashed, his strength was approaching Super Saiyan 3. However, Zamasu's strength was evidently even greater than his. In a moment, when Trunks swung his sword, Zamasu landed a punch on him, and then kicked him away. Boom. Trunks crashed into a building, but the next second he howled and charged out again, his sword imbued with energy, striking fiercely at Zamasu. Clang. At some point, Zamasu had materialized a sword to block Trunks' strike. Oomph. Foolish Saiyan like Son Goku, you are a cursed existence. The future world is obstructed by you, this filthy insect, preventing my Zero plan from succeeding right. Zamasu looked at Trunks and said indifferently, Zamasu, I will never allow you to destroy humanity. You demon deserve to descend into hell alongside those who have perished. Trunks gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Zamasu, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Ha! Ridiculous. I am a god. You, a mere human, dare to challenge a deity. Zamasu sneered, then continued, sorry, but you probably won't be able to kill me, for before I came here, I wiped out even the underworld. What a... Trunks was taken aback. It was during this moment of distraction that Zamasu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He forcefully knocked Trunks' sword aside, while conjuring an energy blast in his other hand, launching it directly at Trunks at close range. Wah! Trunks was sent flying by the energy blast, exploding on impact, reducing the surrounding buildings to ashes. Boom. Trunks. Noticing this scene, Goku, who was pushed back by He Wukong, hurriedly shouted, "Where are you looking?" He Wukong swiftly descended from the sky, directly striking Goku down. Wog. Boom. Goku fell, creating a massive pit on the ground. Shoo. He Wukong was enveloped in a pink light, and then he brought his hands to his waist, forming an astonishing amount of power. That's the Kamehameha. Goku stared in astonishment at this scene, realizing that the opponent's power was even greater than his own. If he took this hit directly, it would be disastrous. Goku struggled hard, gathering his energy with great effort, preparing to counterattack. Son Goku, let me understand you better. Unfortunately, you can no longer allow me to grow stronger. He Wukong grinned wickedly, then unleashed a dark Kamehameha. Wah! Goku exerted all his strength, extending both hands to block the attack. But that force was incredibly powerful, and Goku found it hard to withstand. Still struggling. Die, Son Goku. He Wukong laughed maniacally, then intensified his attack. Goku's body continued to retreat, finding it difficult to hold on. On the other side, Zamasu, seeing He Wukong's actions, snorted coldly. What a chaotic fellow, but it doesn't matter, anyone can kill. Boom. Suddenly, from a pile of ruins, a powerful energy erupted. Trunks was seen walking step by step towards Zamasu, his body radiating a golden glow with arcs of lightning surrounding him. Just putting on a show. Zamasu sneered. Their situation had reached a dead end, and the circumstances were already evident. Trunks glanced over at Goku, then gritted his teeth. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to my father's world. This was something I should bear alone. These enemies were too terrifying enough to extinguish his will to fight. There was not a shred of hope. He thought that by bringing Goku and Vegeta to help, they could successfully resolve this crisis, but he never expected the enemies to exceed his expectations by so much. Even his revered father had been defeated. Uncle Goku was in crisis. I'm such a useless fool. Trunks trembled, filled with self-loathing, unable to protect even the ones he cared about the most. No, I refuse to become the person I despise. This world still relies on me for protection. In an instant, an astonishing aura gradually awakened from within Trunks, wisps of white steam rising from his body. What are you mumbling about? Zamasu's expression turned cold, and he quickly extended his hand to fire an energy blast. Sensing danger, Trunks' eyes revealed a fierce glare, and the next moment, he shouted angrily, "Final flash." Boom. A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Oh. Trunks charged through the smoke, already rushing towards Zamasu. You bastard. Trunks rushed in front of Zamasu, his power continuously surging. Zamasu's face darkened, and he immediately punched Trunks. Bang! To everyone's shock, Trunks firmly grasped Zamasu's fist. Impossible. Zamasu was astonished. He never expected he couldn't overpower his opponent. Crash! Trunks swiftly threw a punch, striking Zamasu's cheek fiercely. Puff! Zamasu cried out in pain and spat blood. He couldn't believe it. A mere mortal, how could he possibly injure him? Trunks showed no mercy, his power continually increasing, golden energy crackling with lightning as he struck out faster and faster, catching Zamasu off guard. Zamasu attempted to fight back, but he was completely locked down by Trunks. Bang! With a final knee strike, Trunks sent Zamasu flying. Final flash. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a barrage at his opponent. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing Zamasu in the blast. Trunks was gasping for breath, his face pale. Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly looked towards Goku, intending to help. At that moment, Goku also unleashed his power. Kaioken. HA. Goku shouted, and an incredible force erupted, enveloped in a red aura. HA. Goku powered up and instantly sent Black Goku's strength flying, causing a massive explosion in the distance. Black Goku's eyes narrowed, looking seriously at Goku. Kaioken. He could sense that Son Wukong's power had increased several times. Goku was also panting slowly, calming his breath, then looked at Black Goku and smiled. I must admit, you are indeed powerful, capable of pushing me to this extent. Oh, hee. What's this? Do you still have the courage to face me? In your current state of desperate survival? Black Goku sneered mockingly. Goku slowly ascended into the air. My greatest ideal is to always encounter opponents who excite me, so you are indeed suitable. Opponent? Huh. Son Wukong, you truly broaden my horizons. However, I'm sorry, you don't qualify as an opponent in my eyes. You, along with all Saiyans, are merely stepping stones for me to kick aside one by one before I destroy humanity. In the name of divine retribution for your disrespect to the gods. Black Goku laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Son Wukong's expression suddenly turned cold. As a god, you should promote the welfare of the universe, eliminating threats that endanger it. Even Lord Beerus, as a god of destruction, is far superior to you in this regard. Shut up. You have no right to criticize the divine. To the universe, you humans are a threat. Wars are caused by you. Therefore, the ultimate culprits behind the disappearance of civilizations are you humans. Black Goku's expression darkened. You are truly unpleasant. The act of destroying humanity, in my view, harms the universe. Thus I will never let you go. Goku suddenly erupted in fury, unleashing the Kaioken. At its peak level, his combat power skyrocketing. Though Lord Beerus is known for his bad temper and accidental destruction, he still behaves normally when necessary. He would never be as frenzied as Black Goku or Zamasu. Thinking of this, Goku felt a bit worried. He didn't know what tricks the Zamasu from his world would pull. He wasn't sure if the Zamasu battling Trunks was from his world, but Goku felt it wasn't, as the differences between the two were too great. Without further thought, Goku pressed down with his lower body and charged towards Black Goku. Black Goku clearly sensed Goku's current strength, but he showed no fear, for the stronger Son Wukong became, the stronger he would also become. Bang! The two began to battle. Their speed was astonishing. Super Saiyan rose. The power was not as simple as it appeared. It had far surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. On the other side, Trunks picked up his sword, suddenly sensing something, then he sharply looked towards the ruins. In the next second, boom! With a loud explosion, debris flew everywhere. Zamasu's figure appeared on the scene with multiple bruises and a face twisted in anger. Bastard! How could this happen? You mortal! How could you injure me? Zamasu could not believe it, roaring in rage as he charged at Trunks. TCH. Trunks snorted coldly, and in the next moment he exploded with energy and charged out. Puff puff puff. Zamasu condensed a chi sword with his palm, but after exchanging blows with Trunks a few times, his anger caused his techniques to become chaotic, and Trunks seized on his weakness to counterattack. You demon! You are unworthy of being a god. Trunks lowered his stance and thrust the sword forward. Impossible! Zamasu was instantly horrified. His mind suddenly cleared, but it was too late. Puff! Trunks' sword pierced through Zamasu's body. Zamasu's eyes widened, but there was no fear in them, only anger. Trunks withdrew his sword and quickly retreated to a safe area. I won! Trunks exclaimed, joyfully surprised at how easily he had defeated Zamasu. Won? No, you haven't won. Suddenly Zamasu looked calmly at Trunks. What? Trunks' expression changed, and he widened his eyes as he saw Zamasu's wound healing. Healed? Impossible! Trunks exclaimed in shock. There's nothing impossible about it. I am a god with an immortal body. With you mere mortals you can never defeat me. Zamasu grinned wickedly. A mere mortal has angered a deity. You will die without regret. Damn it, you bastard! Trunks shouted angrily, then fiercely gathered energy. Final. Flash. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Trunks pushed his energy to the highest level. Huh. Terrifying energy shot out directly towards Zamasu. The latter unexpectedly smiled, not dodging or avoiding the strike. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, and then Zamasu's aura vanished. Did I succeed? Trunks wondered, but soon he sensed something was wrong. Not dead. Zamasu's figure emerged completely unharmed. The immortal body. Trunks could not accept it. If he couldn't die, wasn't that cheating? Zamasu is unharmed. Arrogant mortal. You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Zamasu snarled, his face twisting with malice, then vanished without a trace. Trunks recoiled in shock and instinctively raised his arms to block, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. Zamasu reappeared behind him in an instant, launching a merciless energy blast. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by Trunks' anguished cry and a blinding flash of light. As the smoke cleared, Trunks knelt on one knee, steam rising from his scorched body as he coughed violently. Zama's sudden surge in power had overwhelmed him completely. This is the price of defying a god, Zamasu declared coldly, then extended his hand toward Trunks, preparing to end him. Whoosh! Huh! Goku suddenly materialized before Zamasu and delivered a thunderous kick that sent him flying. Zamasu skidded to a halt midair, stunned. Son Goku. How is this possible? Uncle Goku. Trunks cried out, elated. Are you all right, Trunks? Goku asked, concern etched across his face. I'm fine. I was careless, Trunks replied, struggling to rise. Be wary, Zamasu possesses immortality. Goku turned his gaze upon Zamasu, his expression grave. Immortality? This just got complicated. Zamasu stared back and demanded, why? Why has your power surged so dramatically? Goku glanced down at himself, then answered calmly, this is the Kaioken, a technique that multiplies my strength exponentially. I see. Zama's countenance hardened. Ha ha ha. The Kaioken, truly formidable. It even inflicts real pain upon me. Son Goku, you are truly exceptional. At that moment, Black Goku descended slowly beside Zamasu, his hand pressed against his chest, his face contorted in pain. In their earlier clash, he had been utterly overpowered by Goku's Kaioken and relentlessly suppressed. Black Goku. Trunks' expression darkened instantly. Goku studied him with awe. Unbelievable. Even the Kaioken couldn't finish you off. He had pushed the tenfold Kaioken to its absolute limit. Though stronger variants existed, he could only sustain the tenfold version flawlessly. Exceeding it would drain his stamina catastrophically over time. Your current level poses a genuine threat, but the pain you inflict only makes me stronger. Black Goku laughed maniacally, then roared with terrifying intensity. Krakrakra. In an instant, a torrent of rose-hued aura exploded outward. His power surged violently, beyond all prior measure. What a... No, it can't be. Both Trunks and Goku paled, sensing that Black Goku's aura now belonged to an entirely different tier. Ha ha ha, such a magnificent ascension in strength. I owe it all to you, son Goku. Black Goku murmured, intoxicated by his own might. Damn it. Goku's face tightened. One immortal foe, another whose strength escalated with every blow. How could such adversaries be defeated? Let's resume our game. Black Goku grinned savagely, then coalesced his rose-hued aura into a blazing energy sword and charged straight at Goku. Goku bellowed in fury, igniting his aura to its zenith and unleashing the Kaioken at full power to meet the assault. Their collision was cataclysmic, but this time Goku could no longer dominate. Black Goku's strength kept surging unrelenting. It seemed boundless. Zama's eyes flickered. Then he reappeared directly before Goku, striking without warning. Goku reacted, instantly parrying Zama's assault, but two hands could not contend with four. As Black Goku slashed downward with his energy blade, Goku barely dodged, yet still suffered a deep gash. Simultaneously, Black Goku landed a crushing kick to Goku's torso. Ugh! Goku was hurled backward, crashing violently into the ruins. Uncle Goku! Trunks' face contorted in alarm. He ignited his aura, shattered past Super Saiyan 2, and lunged forward, sword drawn. Black Goku smirked, then stood motionless, offering no evasion. A chill ran down Trunks' spine, but before he could react, Zama's intercepted him. Trunks' blade pierced Zama's chest, only for Zama's to retaliate with a barrage of brutal, shattering blows. Irk! Trunks vomited blood, collapsing instantly as his transformation dissolved, left crumpled helplessly before Zama's. Zama's regarded him with icy disdain, yanked the sword from his chest, and discarded it contemptuously, his wound sealing itself in moments. Foolish mortal, your arrogance knows no bounds. With that, he planted his foot atop Trunks' head and ground it into the rubble. Arg! Trunks could only scream, too broken to rise. Stop it, Zama's! Goku burst forth, launching a furious punch. Whoosh! But Black Goku intercepted him, gripping Goku's fist with iron certainty. What a... Goku's expression shifted sharply. Haha, what's wrong? Your strength has dwindled drastically since before. Ah, I understand. This form must be exhausting beyond endurance. Look at you. Your stamina is failing. Black Goku sneered, then struck like lightning, a devastating blow to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku winced, unable to counter before being hurled away. Thud! His body slammed into the earth, his Kaioken collapsing as he reverted to Ultra Blue. How? Goku staggered upright, ready to fight again, when Zama's kicked Trunks aside and launched himself at Goku in a blur. Goku's eyes widened. He threw a punch, but Zama's twisted aside, seized Goku's arm, and expertly dissipated the force. Then with terrifying speed, Zama's locked Goku in an unbreakable grip. What a... Goku recoiled, bewildered by the intent behind the hold. But comprehension dawned too late. Shishishi. Black Goku, having gathered energy unseen, unleashed a colossal Kamehameha. What a... Are you trying to die with me? Goku roared in horror, glaring furiously at Zama's, who remained silent as both were engulfed by the blast. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore through the battlefield, carving a massive crater into the earth. Within it lay Goku, reverted to base form, utterly spent and collapsed. Zama's emerged unscathed. Complete defeat. At this moment, Wukong and the others had lost the ability to fight against Black Wukong and Zamasu. They were simply no match for the two. Alright, the game ends here, prepare to disappear. Black Wukong and Zamasu slowly ascended, and then they simultaneously gathered two energy blasts powerful enough to obliterate everything in sight. I'm sorry, but as a tool for my power enhancement, you can only last until this point, son Wukong. Farewell. Black Wukong said mockingly as he looked at the fallen Wukong. But, how infuriating. Wukong's body stirred, but the immense pain left him unable to move, not even enough strength to stand. Well then die. Suddenly a wave of energy shot forth, catching even Black Wukong and Zamasu off guard, followed by a tremendous explosion. Now's the time. A chiral, a weak voice called out, and at the same time a shadow flitted across the scene before quickly vanishing. Meanwhile, Wukong and Trunks also disappeared. Whoosh! In the smoke, Black Wukong waved his hand, dispersing the fog, and then his gaze turned serious as he said, "Damn humans. How dare they cause trouble at this moment?" They realized that Son Wukong and Trunks had vanished. They ran away. Vegeta. Black Wukong looked at Vegeta with a cold expression. The energy wave just now was fired by Vegeta, but at this moment, after exhausting his remaining strength, he lost consciousness again and fell. Forget it. They can't escape. Let's deal with Vegeta first. Zamasu said nonchalantly. That makes sense. Black Wukong replied faintly, then stretched out his palm toward Vegeta, gathering energy. But just then several sounds erupted, startling Black Wukong and Zamasu. They saw a few smoke bombs explode, leaving the area blank. Damn, tiny humans. How dare they? Zamasu's furious roar echoed through the smoke. But by then it was too late, for when they regained their vision, there was no trace of anyone in the arena. How is this possible? Black Wukong quickly ascended, trying to sense their energy, but failed. Bastards. On the other side, in a dark underground room. Bang! Bang! After dropping the severely injured Wukong and Trunks, a chiral let out a sigh of relief. I'm exhausted. Thank you, Akairobe. Wukong expressed his deep gratitude to his friend. Akairobe replied lightly. It's nothing, the protagonist only acts at critical moments. However, he was panicking on the inside, fully aware of how terrifying Black Wukong was. But seeing the seemingly dead Wukong suddenly appear here, he had no choice but to take the risk. Of course, he also understood that this was not their world's Wukong. The Wukong from this world had long since perished. Akairobe, where's my dad? Trunks suddenly asked. Akairobe turned to look at the entrance. He should be arriving soon. Before long, a commotion could be heard nearby, and a group, led by Xiao Wu, quickly rushed over, two of whom were supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Dad? Xiao Wu. Trunks' face changed drastically upon seeing his father being rescued, clearly delighted, but he was stunned upon seeing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was still alive. How could this be? Was he dreaming? Trunks. Seeing Trunks, Xiao Wu could no longer hold back and jumped into his arms. Ugh, that hurts. Trunks cried out in pain. Sorry. I am just so happy you're alive. Xiao Wu quickly apologized. Trunks looked at Xiao Wu, his eyes shimmering with tears. Xiao Wu, you're alive. That's wonderful. I say, what's going on with you two? Wukong looked at the two with curiosity, not expecting Trunks and Xiao Wu to be together. It was quite absurd. Trunks and Xiao Wu both felt a bit embarrassed. All right, let's save the flirting for a safe place. It's still very dangerous here. Akairobe said at the right moment. Everyone knew this was true, and after a moment, they left the area. On the other side in the sky, Black Wukong and Zamasu were searching for the energy signatures of Sun Wukong and the others, but they failed. I can only sense a few human energies. Sun Wukong and the others seemed to have vanished into thin air. Black Wukong's expression was somewhat grim. I should have dealt with them earlier. Zamasu's face was also sour. No hurry, they will definitely show up again. We can just wait for them. Those whom the divine wishes to kill, who can escape? Black Wukong said lightly. Hee. Wukong, Vegeta, and the others arrived at the temporary combat base established by Xiao Wu, where not only was there their assembled army, but also some survivors. Seeing that Wukong and Vegeta were severely injured, everyone felt somewhat hopeless. Even the reinforcements Trunks had called for were defeated. Oh, what could they use to fight against Black Wukong? All along, to reassure these people, Xiao Wu had been telling them that Trunks had gone to fetch reinforcements, and she firmly believed that the reinforcements could defeat Black Wukong. But now even the legendary Sun Wukong had been defeated, highlighting the impact on them. You all rest here and regain some strength. We don't have much food left, so make do with it. Xiao Wu suddenly approached, holding some water and coarse grains. These items were their lifeline here, but now they had no choice but to bring them out. Thank you. Wukong and Vegeta both understood the hardships of these people, but they had indeed exhausted too much energy. At this point, he and Vegeta had no strength left even to stand. How tragic. By the way, Akairobe, do you still have any senzu beans? Wukong suddenly looked at Akairobe. The latter shook his head. I don't have any. After the death of Cat Sage, I had a little left, but I ate it to fill my stomach. Wukong. Vegeta. What are we going to do now? Xiao Wu asked worriedly. Trunks could barely stand and approached, saying, There's no other way now. We can only return to the past world. Uncle Wukong and Dad both need to heal. No way if we use the time machine. Now we will expose our location. Wukong said with a stern expression. How will we know unless we try? But we have no choice if we can't just wait to die here. Vegeta said lightly. In the end, they decided to go back. A few hours later, Wukong and Vegeta could barely move, and although Trunks was still quite severely injured, he was in much better shape than Wukong and the others. Arriving at a hidden spot, Trunks took out the time machine, preparing to return with Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, Black Wukong suddenly sensed something. They've appeared. All right, let's start the destruction plan. Zamasu said lightly, sitting opposite him. By the way, if I have to revert to a few chapters, please don't scold me. I'm afraid that if you get used to the current update speed, and then when I return to less frequent updates, you'll scold me. It's quite scary. Writing novels doesn't earn much money, and I still have to work part-time. Life is hard. To add, those who don't enjoy reading this should just stop following it. There's no need to keep reading while criticizing. It's better for everyone to drop it and take care of their health. Is it easy for me to update 5 or 6 chapters every day? If you think it's the original work, go back and watch the anime. There's no need to argue here. Occasionally jumping out as if people don't know you exist. We're all fighting for the same meals. Who's better? This is directed at a few individuals, and I apologize for the impact on the reading experience for others. We need to hurry back. Black Goku and the others are formidable. We must devise a proper strategy, Wukong said helplessly. Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks all entered the time machine. However, before they could settle in, several beams of light suddenly shot towards them. In an instant, explosions erupted all around. What? Xiao Wu and the others looked terrified. Not good. We've been discovered. Wukong and the others struggled to exit the time machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, Black Goku and Zama's appeared above them. We finally found you, Son Goku. Black Goku grinned menacingly. Damn, this is bad. Wukong's expression turned grim. Now escape seemed nearly impossible. Currently, he and Vegeta no longer had the strength to fight, and Trunks was half injured, not to mention Xiao Wu and the other young ones. It's going to end badly. I didn't expect an unexpected gain. Humans, where can you hide this time? Zama's looked expressionlessly at Xiao Wu and the others, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Humans, he despised them the most. Of course, he felt the same about Saiyans. If it weren't for needing Son Goku's power, he would never have swapped bodies with him. Xiao Wu, you all go first. Trunks positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu and the others, speaking in a deep tone. No, Trunks, I won't leave you behind. Xiao Wu knew that if they couldn't escape this time, Trunks would surely die, and what was the point of her living then? Enough. None of you can escape, all of you will die. Black Goku extended his hand, and a black-yellow energy sphere began to form. This is bad. Wukong and Vegeta helplessly stared at the scene, not expecting to meet their end in such a place. Just as they were about to act, suddenly the sky ripped open, and a massive hole appeared, accompanied by a beam of dazzling light that pierced through the endless darkness. Who is it? Black Goku and Zama's changed their expressions, both looking incredulously at the scene. Someone has crossed through time and space too. How could this be possible? Zama suddenly thought of something, his eyes narrowing. Soon after, several figures descended from the hole, the light gradually dimming to reveal their forms. Upon seeing them, everyone was stunned. Lord Kaishin, Lua. Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, Master, how could this be? You are not dead. Zama's and Black Goku both looked horrified. The newcomers were Lua, the Kaishin of Universe 7, and the old Kaishin of Universe 10. The three landed on Wukong's side. It's good to see you again. The old Kaishin of Universe 10 smiled slightly at Wukong. How did you come here? And Lua? Wukong chuckled, a bit surprised. Lua smiled slightly and said, we have confirmed that Zama's is the instigator of this incident, so Lord Beerus destroyed our Zama's from that timeline. He was worried about this place, and at the request of the old Kaishin, I came along with them. Wait, Zama's was killed? Wukong was somewhat surprised. In the sky, Zama's expression turned ugly. Then why does this Zama's still exist? This timeline is not the same as the one we are in, so even if our Zama's has been killed, it has no effect here. Moreover, in this timeline, I, No, and possibly other gods, might have perished. The old Kaishin said casually. It's just like the artificial humans from back in the day. Even if the artificial humans in that world changed, the artificial humans in my world remained evil, and I killed them. Meanwhile, the artificial humans over there are doing just fine, and even Android 18 married Krillin. Trunks suddenly understood. That's right. That's how it is. Lua nodded. He actually wanted to confirm this, but it seems the facts are as such. However, the current scene surprised him. Judging by the situation, Wukong and the others had just prepared to return in the time machine when they were discovered by Black Goku and the others, which was unexpected. Moreover, Lua quickly noticed something was off. Black Goku's power had indeed become astonishing. The old Kaishin glanced at the aftermath and then said, fortunately we arrived in time, or else you all would have been killed by my student. What a sin. He looked at Zama's, his expression serious. Zama, stop this at once. If you can acknowledge your mistakes, there's still a chance for redemption. Acknowledge my mistakes. Ha ha ha. Master, it seems you are getting old. My goal is to annihilate all of humanity, to make these warmongering trash disappear from the universe. And now I am just one step away from success. As long as I kill these annoying pests, all of humanity will cease to exist. Zama's laughed maniacally. Truly a worthless piece of wood that cannot be carved. The old Kaishin's expression darkened, letting out a cold snort. That Zama's could destroy the future world to such an extent was beyond his imagination, and the scale of his ambition was shockingly vast. If Beerus and the others hadn't arrived in time, he would have perished. This made him see Zama's true nature. He had realized Zama's behavior was off, but after his guidance, Zama's seemed to have recovered. In reality, he had thought too much. This kid was just pretending. Originally, he wanted to train Zama's to be the next Kaishin, but a Kaishin with such selfish motives is unworthy of the title. This time he crossed through time to persuade Zama's to abandon his delusions. But judging by the current situation, it seemed there was no saving him. Have you finished speaking? If so, then let's deal with you first. Perfect, will take care of all of you at once. Black Goku suddenly grinned wickedly. You're just a trash that took someone else's body. How dare you act so arrogantly here? It's simply laughable, Lua said mockingly at Black Goku. What? Black Goku's pupils contracted. Lua chuckled, then pulled out a bag of senzu beans and tossed them to Xiao Wu. Feed these to them. Xiao Wu nodded, knowing what they were, and quickly fed Trunks and the others. Lua looked at Black Goku and said, your body originally belonged to Wukong, right? What? Wukong, who had just eaten the senzu beans, froze upon hearing this. So what? Black Goku boldly admitted. You noticed the Super Dragon Balls during the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, so you asked Zuno about it, and found the Super Dragon Balls to wish for a body swap with Zama's. Your soul is Zama's himself. Lua pointed at Black Goku. You guessed right. But there's no reward. Black Goku laughed heartily. Not only that, but you also directly killed Wukong's family. Even Shishi and Goten died at your hands. Lua said coldly. What? Wukong felt his mind go blank, and then a surge of anger began to rise within him. Don't you think that's amusing? Being killed by your closest ones is such a wonderful form of art. Black Goku laughed maniacally, full of mockery. Black Goku, you bastard. Suddenly, Wukong's anger reached its peak, transforming instantly into Super Saiyan Blue and charging forward. Just resurrected Wukong transformed into Super Blue, his power surging even more than before. Saiyans have always had one characteristic: after self-inflicting injuries, their strength dramatically increases. The power that erupted was even more ferocious than before. Wukong was not just boosted by self-harm, he was now enraged to the extreme. Chi-Chi and Wu-Tian could be considered his Achilles heel, and that damned Zamasu not only seized his body, but also used it to kill Chi-Chi and the others. This was utterly beastly behavior. Anger made Wukong even more powerful. His strength was now on par with the Kaioken technique. Bang! However, Black Wukong easily caught Wukong's fist, revealing a mocking smile. What's wrong? Is this all the power your anger can muster? I'm so disappointed. You bastard. Wukong roared, and in the next moment he exploded with rage, breaking free from Black Wukong's grasp. What a... Black Wukong was taken aback, and before he could react, Wukong's punch landed on him. Boom, boom, boom. Black Wukong was sent reeling. Wukong did not give him a chance and charged out. TCH. Zamasu, seeing this, immediately wanted to help. Where are you looking? Zamasu. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly rushed over and threw a punch at Zamasu. The latter's expression changed, then turned sinister. Bastard. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows. Below, the old Kaioshin's expression was also unsettled. Why has Zamasu's power become so strong? Luya said lightly. He is not the Zamasu from our timeline, so we cannot judge him with ordinary standards. As he spoke, Leah looked at Trunks and said, the condition of those survivors should not be good. Those sins of beans can save their lives. Trunks nodded. I understand. Xiao. Yes. Xiao understood and quickly led the others away. Leah looked at the Kaioshin and said, I'll leave the old Kaioshin to you. The latter nodded. Don't worry. Leah nodded and then turned to Trunks. Trunks, let's go. Yes. The two charged toward the battlefield. Tack. In the arena, Wukong relentlessly pounded Black Wukong, who struggled to withstand Wukong's overwhelming power, crashing into building after building. Swish. Wukong appeared behind Black Wukong, then struck down with a fierce punch. Ugh! Black Wukong plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Wukong gasped for breath, his anger gradually venting, and his aura slowly returned to calm. As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly stood up. How is this possible? Wukong's expression changed. He did not expect that even with all his strength, he could not seriously injure his opponent. Indeed, this level of pain makes me even stronger. Ha ha. Black Wukong laughed heartily, then suddenly exploded with rage, unleashing a terrifying power from within him. Even more powerful than before. This guy. A monster. Wukong could hardly believe it, beads of cold sweat rolling down his face. Black Wukong looked at Wukong and said with a smile, Thank you, son Wukong, you have made me stronger. Wukong gritted his teeth and once again exploded with rage, roaring as he charged at him. Swish. But this time Wukong's punch unexpectedly missed, and before he knew it, Black Wukong was already behind him. Oh no. Wukong's face changed drastically. Before he could react, multiple peach-colored beams shot out from within him. Black Wukong chuckled lightly, then snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the light surrounding Wukong exploded, accompanied by his screams. As the smoke cleared, Wukong fell from the sky. Black Wukong's expression was mocking. Naive, did you think that just increasing your power could defeat me? My power can increase infinitely. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his palm toward Wukong, and energy began to gather. Swish. A yellow-black energy ball shot out directly towards Wukong. Just then a figure flashed in front of Wukong, and with a wave of his hand deflected the energy ball. What a... Black Wukong's expression tightened. You. Who are you? He realized that the one who intervened was the same person who stopped him from destroying the time machine last time. Leah looked at Black Wukong, and then smiled. I'm just a passing Saiyan. A Saiyan? Then you must die. Black Wukong's face turned cold, and he gathered power in both hands, launching a fierce attack at Leah. Leah, be careful, Wukong warned. Luya's eyes sharpened, and in the next moment he exploded with rage, using only his fists to deflect the opponent's attack. Swish! Suddenly Black Wukong appeared in front of Leah, landing a punch directly on Leah's right cheek, while a roundhouse kick sent him flying. Leah screamed, as he was sent crashing through several floors. TCH. I thought you were stronger. Black Wukong said, somewhat disappointed. Black Wukong. Wukong suddenly charged at him, launching a series of punches and kicks. The two continued to fight, but at this moment, although Wukong had improved through self-harm, he was still no match for Black Wukong. Bang! Ugh! Wukong let out a painful cry as he was sent flying. On the other side, a powerful force shot into the sky, catching Black Wukong's attention. What? Black Wukong looked towards Leah and saw a cluster of bright red flames flickering. Aya! Leah roared, exploding with rage and transforming into Super Saiyan God. What is happening? This is the aura of a god. Both Black Wukong and Zamasu, who were battling Vegeta and Trunks, stopped and turned their gazes towards Leah. Super Saiyan God. Wukong and Vegeta's expressions changed. Although they knew Leah could transform into Super Saiyan God, the power he exhibited now was undoubtedly far greater than when he was on planet Fire. That aura. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Trunks looked surprised. For some reason, Luya's power at that moment felt like something he had seen before. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Luya did not stop his rage. His power was rapidly surging. How can this be? This power, could it be that Luya is about to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Wukong watched in astonishment, and even Vegeta's expression turned serious. How can this be? Black Wukong and Zamasu gathered looking at Luya in shock. Just as Wukong and Vegeta had guessed, Luya was undergoing a further transformation. However, the divine power Luya wielded at this moment was even more intense than the blue. Boom! A dazzling red light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse above. Beneath the fiery glow, Luya's form had undergone a complete transformation. His power had reached an astonishing level, yet only a few could sense his aura. At this moment, Luya was still ensnared within the realm of the divine. However, it is worth mentioning that his transformation, aside from the different color, was quite similar to the blue evolution of Super Saiyan. This was what Luya referred to as the Super Saiyan Red. However, his strength was no less than that of Vegeta and Goku. Impossible! Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape, cold sweat trickling down. This must be a joke. It can't be the Super Saiyan Blue. What a surprise! Goku also expressed his astonishment, but what shocked him most was when Luya had learned to transform. What kind of being are you? You. Black Goku looked at Luya, his eyes now filled with apprehension. This state was something he had never seen before. Luya tilted his head and smiled, saying, "This is an advanced transformation through the Super Saiyan God, which you can also refer to as Super Saiyan Red." Super Saiyan Red. Black Goku was taken aback, then scoffed, "Such flamboyance, but what does it matter? You cannot be my opponent. Super Saiyan Pink is the strongest." "Is that so? Whether it is the strongest or not, we'll find out." Luya assumed a fighting stance. Tap, tap, tap. Goku and the others came to Luya's side, keeping a vigilant watch on Black Goku and Zamasu. "By the way, Luya, when did you learn to transform? Super Saiyan Red looks quite powerful." Goku suddenly inquired curiously. Luya replied, "Thanks to Whis guidance, I was able to further break through my limits." "I see, but which is stronger, Super Saiyan Red or Blue?" "I'm really looking forward to it." Goku chuckled. What nonsense. Of course, Super Saiyan Blue is stronger." Vegeta retorted, stubbornly refusing to admit that anyone could be stronger than him below Kakarot. "Each has its own merits." Luya laughed. "I say, are you all so confident that you will win?" Black Goku suddenly remarked. "Here we go." Goku suddenly shouted angrily, then charged forward. Naturally, Luya and the others followed closely. TCH. Black Goku and Zamasu charged down as well. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was about to erupt with waves of collision reverberating. Even in a two-known situation, Zamasu and Black Goku did not find themselves at a disadvantage, especially Zamasu, who possessed immortality. Thus, he remained unharmed no matter how Trunks and Vegeta unleashed their lethal techniques. Tap, tap, tap. Goku and Luya teamed up to battle Black Goku. Due to Luya's transformation, his power had significantly increased, and together with Goku they reached an astonishing level of strength. No matter how much Black Goku pressed, he found it somewhat strenuous. Of course, Goku, who was already injured, suffered from great physical exhaustion, causing him to lag behind Luya and Black Goku's rhythm, resulting in him getting beaten up. Crash. Ugh. Goku let out a cry of pain as he was blasted back by Black Goku. At the same time, Black Goku spun around and unleashed a Keyblade aimed at the unsuspecting Luya. Swish. But in the next moment, everything around became blank and his movements froze in an instant. By the time Black Goku reacted, he could only slash at a shadow. Meanwhile, Luya had already appeared behind Black Goku. When did this happen? Black Goku reacted, but it was too late. Luya fired an energy blast that sent his opponent flying, creating a massive crater in the ground. Luya suddenly burst with energy, then brought his hands to his waist. Haim. With a roar, a terrifying energy plummeted instantly, releasing a wave of energy that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Luya exhaled lightly, and then looked sternly below. He did not believe that his opponent would be defeated so easily. His Super Saiyan Red was different from Blue in that his speed and thinking were far superior. Luya broke through this realm because he had tirelessly trained himself to ensure his thoughts could keep pace with his movements, making his speed significantly more effective than that of the power-oriented Blue. One could say that Luya's transformation into Super Saiyan Red was inherently directed towards the development of the Ultra Instinct. After the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared in the arena with Black Goku's body embedded within it. However, his expression did not change. Instead, he wore a strange smile. Hehehe. So this is the power of Super Saiyan Red. Both speed and strength are exceptionally fast. This pain indeed rivals that of Son Goku. Black Goku mused to himself. One must admit he was initially somewhat shocked because his current pink form combined with several breakthroughs had already reached a terrifying level, yet it was quite challenging to capture his opponent's trajectory, and his foe possessed the ability to freeze time, catching him off guard and leading to his ambush. However, this wasn't entirely a bad thing, as he would grow even stronger. As long as his opponent was formidable enough, he would evolve alongside them. This was the greatest strength of Black Goku. Rising to his feet, Black Goku brushed off the dust from his clothes and said to Luya, I must thank you, because of you I too will break through my limits. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt somewhat helpless. Given his super red form, if his opponent had other enemies he might have been able to boast, but it now seemed that he was facing an even more monstrous foe. As everyone knows, whether it was Vegeta or Goku, after receiving a new enhancement, they initially thought they could boast only to find themselves quickly slapped in the face. Goku was slapped by Buu when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3A, and Vegeta was slapped by the androids when he turned Super Saiyan 2. It seemed that only Gohan could manage to boast successfully. Luya did not feel disheartened. He knew that Black Goku was not an ordinary opponent, so he could not underestimate him. Boom. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously releasing their energy, one pink and one red, clashing in a standoff, and in the next second both moved at once. Boom. Clash. In an instant the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Black Goku's power was indeed greater than Luya's, Luya was using his ultimate talent during the battle to gradually get into the zone, aiming to merge his thoughts with his actions, to achieve the true Ultra Instinct. On the other side, Vegeta and Trunks were engaged in a fierce battle, but Zamasu's immortal body was truly terrifying. No matter what attack they unleashed, Zamasu could effortlessly block it. Moreover, his injuries would quickly heal. Dad, we need to exhaust his power, Trunks said to Vegeta. Shut up. I don't need your instruction. Vegeta's expression darkened. He couldn't even handle a Supreme Kai, and what would that say about him, the proud Prince of Saiyans, if word got out? He'll handle this myself. You are not allowed to interfere. Suddenly Vegeta said this to Trunks and charged straight at Zamasu. Dad. Trunks was taken aback, but considering his father's temperament, he quickly calmed down. However, he still felt anxious because both Zamasu and Black Goku possessed immense power, and if they failed, the consequences would be dire. Let him try out. If it doesn't work, well, assist. At that moment, Guas and Supreme Kai landed next to Trunks. Trunks glanced at the two and then asked, Supreme Kai, doesn't Zamasu have any weaknesses? Guas shook his head. Unless you possess absolute power, all other tricks are useless. Huh. Vegeta charged in front of Zamasu, unleashing his rapid punches at full speed, fast enough that even Zamasu was caught off guard. TCH. Zamasu seized an opening and conjured a key sword, then swung it violently at Vegeta. Bam. However, Vegeta's arm was enveloped in his own power, grabbing Zamasu's sword directly. How can this be? Zamasu's expression instantly changed. You bastard. Don't get too cocky. I am the proud Prince of Saiyans. How could I be defeated by you, a wicked Supreme Kai? Stop joking around. Vegeta roared, followed by a fierce knee strike directly to Zamasu's stomach. Zamasu turned pale from the impact. The immense pain twisted his features. Vegeta suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of power, elevating his super blue form to new heights. He was furious, not willing to let a Supreme Kai ride over him. His goal was to surpass Kakarot, to transcend the god of destruction. How could he lose to such a scum? This was a humiliating blow to his dignity. Grabbing Zamasu by the hair, Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches to Zamasu's stomach, making him spit out white liquid. Swish. Finally, Vegeta gathered a wave of energy in his hand and blasted it at point-blank range. So powerful. In a fit of rage, Dad actually defeated Zamasu. Trunks said in shock. There's nothing surprising about it. To be honest, Zamasu's only advantage is his immortality. Although his power has increased facing a Super Saiyan Blue, it should be even odds. Guas said indifferently. In the air, Vegeta snorted coldly, then suddenly surged his energy and charged at the flying Zamasu. A punch was unleashed. Bam! Unexpectedly, Zamasu directly caught Vegeta's fist. Mortal, don't go too far. You trash. Vegeta roared, executing a swift kick. Zamasu could only release his grip and retreat. Opportunity. Vegeta's expression shifted, and the next moment his power peaked. He struck a pose. Final. Flash. Boom. With a tremendous roar, a massive energy wave shot out, hitting Zamasu squarely in the head. In an instant, Zamasu's head was reduced to ashes. However, just as Vegeta finished unleashing his ultimate move, a wisp of white smoke floated past Zamasu's head, and his head instantly regrew. Bastard. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. I am immortal. How could a mere mortal possibly kill me? Zamasu stood before Vegeta, looking him in the eye with a calm expression. TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then erupted with energy, attacking Zamasu once again. Having adapted to Vegeta's moves, Zamasu found it much easier to deal with than before. On the other side, the battle between Ruya and Black Goku had reached a stalemate. Both had pushed their abilities to the limit. Although Black Goku was indeed stronger than Ruya, under the influence of his innate skills, Ruya gradually began to keep pace with Black Goku, and his dodging movements became increasingly adept, showing hints of the Ultra Instinct. Indeed, he is trained with Whis, and now has a hint of Whis flavor. Below, Goku stood up, grateful that Ruya had held back Black Goku, allowing him to rest sufficiently. Boom. The next moment, Goku activated his Super Blue at full power. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. In the midst of battle, Black Goku suddenly sensed something. While grabbing Ruya's fist, his other hand swiftly shot up, catching Goku's suddenly appeared punch. Instant transmission, huh? Black Goku said mockingly. Take this. Goku shouted, gathering an energy blast with his other hand. Ruya was equally unyielding, having already condensed his energy blast while Black Goku was holding on to him. The two unleashed their energy blasts toward Black Goku in the center. The latter suddenly grinned eerily. The next second he flickered and disappeared. How is this possible? Ruya and Goku were both taken aback, and the next moment Black Goku suddenly appeared above them, dropping a black energy ball. The speed was incredibly fast. Ruya and Goku couldn't react in time, and were instantly struck by the energy ball exploding in a mushroom cloud in midair. He instant transmission, who can't do that? Black Goku taunted. As the smoke cleared, Goku and Ruya both had wounds on their bodies, revealing the strength of their opponent. Goku gasped heavily, his condition deteriorating significantly. Ruya looked at Black Goku, then took a deep breath, his body once again radiating a red divine power. Black Goku looked at Ruya with disdain and said, "I find you extremely detestable, a mere mortal daring to borrow the power of a god." Ruya's current state could be considered an evolved version of the Super Saiyan god, who, unlike Goku and the others who controlled their blue forms, he primarily relied on divine power to maintain his strength. "Is the power of the gods so elevated in your eyes, eh?" Ruya mocked, grinning. "What? Are you doubting the might of the gods?" Black Goku frowned as he stared at Ruya. Ruya disdainfully replied, "Then may I ask, since you are the Supreme Kai Zamasu, why do you need to rely on the strength of the mortal son Goku?" "What?" This left Black Goku momentarily speechless, but he quickly regained his composure and shot a cold glare at Ruya. "Don't try to confuse my mind, you like those despicable Saiyans deserve to die." Ugga. Just as he finished speaking, Black Goku suddenly erupted with energy, then concentrated his power in his hand, forming a key sword. The next moment, he suddenly plunged the key sword into the palm of his other hand. "What is this?" Ruya's eyelids twitched, sensing something ominous. Black Goku grinned wickedly. "Let me show you what true power is." With that, he suddenly swung his arm. In an instant, the original key sword transformed into a massive scythe. Swish! Black Goku casually swung it, releasing a wave of blade light, and Ruya swiftly dodged. But the next moment, the space where Ruya had been standing was directly cleaved open, creating a massive tear in the fabric of time and space. With a single slash, time and space were cleaved apart. This scene left everyone stunned. They never expected the power of Black Wukong to be so formidable. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Such a super talent was truly astonishing. What the crowd did not realize was that the world where Wukong and the others resided was also affected. In the real world, a crack appeared in the sky, and Beerus and Whis suddenly appeared in midair, gazing at the crack in silence. After a long pause, Beerus said solemnly, "It seems that the future holds some challenges." "This is my power. Surprised, aren't you?" Black Wukong laughed maniacally, then turned to Lua, saying, "I was going to play with you, but now you no longer qualify." Lua scoffed coldly, "Is that so?" As he spoke, Lua exploded with energy, and in an instant red light radiated outward. The next moment he vanished. At the same time, the space around Black Wukong turned snow white. His figure was directly locked in a time prison. In a flash, Lua appeared before Black Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Smack! But at that moment, Black Wukong suddenly raised his hand and caught Lua's fist. What? Lua was shocked. He had unleashed his full power in a flash, yet it was easily blocked. "You are still too young to play with time in front of me." Black Wukong chuckled mockingly, then a strange, eerie light emanated from the ring on his finger. In the next second, Black Wukong delivered a knee strike, followed by a flying kick, sending Lua crashing down. Black Wukong. Wukong rushed forward and immediately unleashed a series of attacks on Black Wukong. However, it was all in vain, as Black Wukong effortlessly evaded Wukong's strikes. Whoosh! In an instant, the scythe in Black Wukong's hand was unleashed. Wukong felt a sense of danger and quickly dodged, but his front was still grazed, leaving a blood mark. Simultaneously, Black Wukong's kick landed squarely on Wukong, who let out a pained scream as he was blasted away, crashing through countless dilapidated buildings. Overestimating yourselves. I am no longer at the top. You Saiyans are nothing but that. In the end, it is I who will show you the true power. You should feel honored. Black Wukong said with a mocking smile. Lua struggled to stand up, then looked at Black Wukong. The other's power had reached unprecedented heights, and time manipulation was useless against him. He possessed the King Kai's ring, and he knew he couldn't outplay him. Boom. Suddenly, a massive collision erupted nearby, and Black Wukong frowned. How is that possible? Just a Saiyan. As he spoke, he suddenly used instant transmission and disappeared. Wukong and Lua followed suit with their own instant transmission. Whoosh. A few of them arrived at the scene and saw the situation clearly. At that moment, Zamasu was in a very miserable state, covered in scrapes and bruises. Not far away, Vegeta was also injured, but his eyes burned with undiminished fighting spirit. On the other side, Trunks was also hovering in the air, his entire body glowing with a yellow light. Within that golden glow, a blue divine radiance shimmered, signifying Trunks' greatly enhanced power. Just now, Zamasu had almost killed Vegeta, so Trunks disregarded Vegeta's warnings and acted directly, breaking through to a new height. His power surged. What happened? How could you be so badly beaten by two Saiyans? Black Wukong landed beside Zamasu and said nonchalantly. Zamasu stood up expressionlessly and coldly replied, I was just careless. Vegeta, Trunks, are you alright? Wukong and Lua landed beside the two and inquired. Just a trifling fool, how could he possibly hurt me? Vegeta said proudly. However, his attention was still on Lua, whose entire body was red, making him feel exceptionally glaring. Unlike the blue form of Super Saiyan, this kid had achieved it. How is that possible? Moreover, the other's power is not weaker than Super Blue. Yo, Trunks, this form of yours is quite impressive. Wukong looked at Trunks somewhat surprised. I don't know why I possess this power within me. It gives me a feeling that I can destroy everything. Trunks replied with a somewhat complex expression. Regardless, let's deal with this enemy first. Lua spoke up at the right moment, knowing that the main event was about to begin. Sure enough, Black Wukong suddenly said, enough is enough. This farce should come to an end. The Zero Plan for humanity is now officially commencing. What? I thought you were going to make use of this body. Zamasu said indifferently. Black Wukong looked at Wukong and the others. Although my power still needs improvement, these bugs are too annoying. Let's quickly deal with them. Then so be it. Zamasu smiled slightly and then took off his earrings. Upon seeing this, Wukong and the King Kai's group turned pale. Not good. We can't let them fuse. The old Kai exclaimed urgently. Wukong and the others' gazes sharpened as they quickly unleashed an energy blast to disrupt their actions. However, Black Wukong had anticipated this. With a single swing of his scythe, all attacks exploded at that moment. Meanwhile, Zamasu had already put the earring on his other ear. This should do it. Black Wukong chuckled lightly, then flicked his earring, creating a ripple sound. Buzz. Immediately afterward, the earrings of Black Wukong and Zamasu glowed simultaneously. A mysterious light enveloped them, and then their bodies drew closer together, releasing a dazzling radiance that made everyone instinctively cover their eyes. This is bad. The old Kai felt a sense of foreboding. If these two fused, the entire world, the entire universe would be in jeopardy. At that moment, a colorful light burst forth and a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. With white hair, green skin, wearing green earrings, and exuding a divine aura, it was Zamasu, the fused form of Zamasu and Black Wukong. What a terrifying power! Wukong and the others were sweating as they watched this scene, unable to gauge Zamasu's depth. The other's power was so immense that it sent shivers down their spines. How is it? This is the power of a god. You are fortunate to witness my magnificent form. Zamasu looked triumphantly at Wukong and the others. In the next moment, he suddenly erupted with power. At once, a colorful radiance enveloped him, and a white halo appeared behind him, continuously increasing Zamasu's power. Trouble. Zamasu's power is surging at an alarming rate. Goku's expression instantly hardened. Trunks' face tightened with urgency. In an instant, he flared his energy to maximum capacity and shot skyward. Trunks held nothing back. He unleashed a full power ki blast, striking Zamasu directly. Zamasu hadn't even attempted to evade. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, blanketing the area in thick, roiling smoke. Ryua watched grimly. The fused Zamasu's strength far surpassed any one of them. It was inevitable smoke without injury. Sure enough, as the smoke dissipated, Zamasu stood unscathed. How? Trunks' face paled in shock. Attack together. Ryua barked and charged forward. Goku and Vegeta immediately ignited their energy and surged after him. Final. Flash. All three unleashed their ultimate techniques at full power, their beams converging into a single cataclysmic torrent of energy. Zamasu furrowed his brow, then calmly raised a single palm, his body vibrating with latent might. In the next instant, the energy wave halted midair before him. His expression turned icy, foolish presumption. Boom. At once, two radiant halos blazed behind him, and a torrent of overwhelming energy descended upon Goku and the others. Not good. All three recoiled in alarm. The sheer magnitude of that force was terrifying. With no choice, they abandoned their assault and scattered. Boom. A massive crater split the earth. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground in every direction, and a chilling aura of annihilation lingered within the abyss. How horrifying. Sweat beaded on Goku's brow. A single strike had forced them all to flee. There was simply no comparison in power. The four warriors regrouped, eyes locked grimly on Zamasu. This absolute power suits me perfectly. I am the supreme omnipotent deity. Zamasu laughed wildly. Then, slowly raising both hands, his halos blazed anew, and countless crimson specks materialized in the air. In the next second, he swept his arm downward. Countless crimson beams rained down like divine spears. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, the beams encircled Goku and his allies, sealing them in an inescapable lattice of light. No, their faces contorted in panic, but escape was impossible. A series of devastating explosions shook the air. When the dust settled, the four stood battered and bloodied. This overwhelming power, we simply cannot defeat him. Trunks, gravely wounded, knelt weakly on the ground. Goku and Vegeta fared little better. Their bodies trembled on the verge of collapse. Ryua remained relatively intact, but his expression was grave. His system scan confirmed it. The chasm between his strength and Zamasu's was staggering. Damn it. He'd only recently ascended to Super Saiyan Red. How could he already be outmatched so utterly? Surrender. Your strength is negligible to me. Submit quietly to your fate. Zamasu descended slowly, gazing down upon Ryua with disdain. Ryua sneered. You overestimate yourself. Oh, from what I understand, your confidence stems from time manipulation. Admittedly, before now, I did regard you with caution, but that advantage no longer holds sway over me. Zamasu mocked Ryua with a contemptuous gaze. Ryua nodded. I know, you possess the time ring granting effortless dominion over time. Yet I will thwart your machinations. Heh, ha, absurd. Very well, witness true divinity. You half-baked mortals who merely pilfer divine power deserve only to be crushed beneath my heel. Zamasu's visage twisted with madness, and a dazzling prismatic radiance erupted from his form immense beyond measure. Ryua gritted his teeth, then roared, unleashing his Super Saiyan red power to its absolute zenith. Kaioken, 20-fold. With a thunderous bellow, Ryua's power surged exponentially. A second crimson aura blazed around his first, both red yet unmistakably distinct in intensity and resonance. 20-fold Kaioken. Amplified atop Super Saiyan red, this power escalation was truly monstrous. Even Zamasu's brow furrowed. Impossible. A mere mortal. Ryua snarled, and lunged forward in a blur. Thud, 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 thud. Ryua moved at blinding speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, but Zamasu evaded each with effortless grace. Incredible. He's pushed Kaioken to 20-fold. Looks like I'll have to step up too. Goku's eyes gleamed with exhilaration, and in the next breath he roared, flaring his energy fiercely. An astonishing surge erupted from within Goku, his combat power skyrocketing in real time. 10-fold. Kaioken A. Goku bellowed, and activated 10-fold Kaioken. Yet the moment he did, his expression darkened. His current condition made 10-fold Kaioken dangerously taxing on his body. Still he clenched his jaw and fixed his gaze on Zamasu. I'm coming for you. Crash. In an instant, Goku plunged into battle, fighting side by side with Ryua, trading blows with Zamasu in fierce dynamic exchange. They're giving everything. Trunks strained to rise, then gritted his teeth and forced his remaining energy to ignite. Suddenly Vegeta stepped forward and blocked Trunks' path. Your condition renders you unfit for this fight. Then with a sharp exhale, humph. What's Kaioken to me? Watch me surpass them all. Boom. Whoosh. 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 Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta exploded forward at peak output. Trunks watched, jaw clenched tight. Every fiber of his being screamed, pain, exhaustion limit reached. This was all he could do. Super Saiyan Blue. Why? Why am I so weak? Trunks collapsed to his knees, palms braced against the earth, gasping raggedly. Elsewhere, the former Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Gaosu, and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 observed the battle from a safe vantage point. Can Goku and the others win? The Supreme Kai asked, voice laced with worry. It won't be that simple. Zamasu hasn't even shown his true strength, yet Gaosu replied, coldly factual. What? The Supreme Kai's face paled. You know the terror of Patera fusion. Even as a Supreme Kai, you must understand this won't end easily. Gaosu spoke sternly. The Supreme Kai's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes heavy with dread. Bang, 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 boom. High in the sky, a fierce battle was underway. Despite the prince's involvement, the tide of battle did not change. Azamas seemed to be taking it lightly, effortlessly dodging their attacks, no matter how they struck. Huh. Vegeta roared, charging directly at Zama's with a clenched fist. Suddenly a mocking expression flashed across Zama's face, and he easily caught Vegeta's fist. Damn it. Vegeta's expression changed as he prepared to strike back, but in the next moment, he let out a muffled groan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Vegeta, Daddy, Goku and Trunks both changed their expressions, because at some point Vegeta's body had been pierced by a glowing sword. And the source of the glowing sword was none other than Zama's. A familiar tactic, just like when he first fought Black Goku. I told you long ago you are only fit to be an appetizer. Zama's grinned, then shot out an energy blast that sent Vegeta crashing down. Trunks hurriedly rushed over to catch Vegeta, who could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form and reverted to his normal state. Damn it, Zama's. Suddenly Goku exploded with rage and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha. Zama's smiled faintly, then activated the halo behind him, launching a devastating energy blast that collided directly with Goku's Kamehameha. Huh. Goku unleashed a furious blast, channeling immense energy into his Kamehameha, momentarily gaining an upper hand. Zama's expression darkened. How could he not withstand the opponent's attack? It was impossible. No one told him not to recklessly engage with the Sun family. It was a very unwise choice. Zama's face turned ashen as he increased his power. In no time, Goku found himself gradually being suppressed. Ugh. Goku's form was being pushed down, enduring immense pressure. Mortals are ultimately still mortals. Zama sneered, and suddenly a blood cloud appeared behind him, with terrifying lightning flashing within it. Son Goku, accept the judgment of the gods. Zama's expression hardened, and in an instant numerous blood lightning bolts shot out from behind him. ZZZ. Ugh. Goku had nowhere to dodge, and was directly struck by the blood lightning, losing control of his body in an instant. Boom. At that moment, Zama's energy also descended. Goku took the full brunt of the attack, crashing violently to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Goku. The Supreme Kai's expression changed drastically. If Goku couldn't win, this kid was doomed. As the smoke cleared, Goku lay in a huge pit back in his normal state, having lost his fighting ability. Even the mighty Goku and Vegeta were no match for Zamasu. So clueless. Zamasu displayed a wicked smile. Hey, did you forget about me? Suddenly a faint voice echoed. What a? Zamasu was taken aback and turned to look at the source of the voice. Instantly Zamasu's expression changed. He saw Rhea gathering strength, a terrifying aura coalescing in his palm. He had refrained from attacking earlier to maintain his peak state, ensuring he could break through the opponent's defenses. Kamehameha. Here it comes. Boom. Rhea roared, unleashing a full-powered Kamehameha, instantly locking onto Zamasu with a powerful aura. TCH. No matter what you do, it's futile. Zamasu shouted angrily, suddenly erupting with a burst of colorful energy, the halo behind him brightening as he instantly gathered a power not weaker than Rhea's. Boom. A tremendous force shot out, clashing directly with Rhea's Kamehameha. Rhea continued to unleash his power, his Super Saiyan form combined with a 20-fold Kaioken, elevating his strength to an astonishing level. How can this be? My divine power cannot easily crush the opponent. Zamasu began to doubt whether he had unleashed his full strength after merging. How could he not effortlessly defeat his opponent? In truth, his power had not fully merged yet. Perhaps it was due to his inner resistance. Although Black Goku was also Zamasu, his body was that of a mortal, so merging their powers required a cost. The price was that the divine body merged with the mortal body. Even though the power saw a tremendous breakthrough, Zamasu's immortal body would lose its original effect. Currently, their souls had not completely merged. Damn it. Do I really have to go that far? Zamasu grumbled in anger. Suddenly at that moment, Rhea exerted force, pouring all his strength into this one strike, instantly doubling its power. No. Impossible. Zamasu's expression changed drastically. He quickly released a divine light, condensing into a divine lightning bolt to judge Rhea. But it was too late. Rhea's attack broke through the defense, just as Zamasu's divine lightning was taking shape. In the next second, the divine light shattered and Zamasu's energy was completely pushed back, engulfed by a massive explosion. Boom. Amidst the enormous explosion, Zamasu's figure fell, enveloped in colorful light. A giant pit appeared on the ground. Rhea gasped for breath, and the next moment, he passively withdrew the Kaioken power, his body slowly descending. Goku, Rhea, Old Kai, and the 7th Universe Supreme Kai rushed over. Damn it. In the huge pit, Zamasu's face twisted, and then the halo behind him shattered. In the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from Zamasu's body. Simultaneously, his other arm suddenly swelled, growing as thick as a monster. Oh no. The previous attack made Zamasu choose to merge the power within him. Now he has completely fused the powers of Zamasu and Black Goku. The souls of the two Zamasus have also merged together. Guaz suddenly said seriously. Rhea struggled to stand, looking seriously in Zamasu's direction, then said, with a fusion of divine and mortal, he should no longer be an immortal body. Guaz replied seriously. You are very clever, but he is still an immortal body because Zamasu occupies the main body. However, compared to a true immortal body, he is far inferior. Although he could now potentially be killed, his power had increased significantly. To eliminate him, one must possess absolute strength. Seemingly realizing something, Rhea suddenly took out several Senzu beans and handed them to the Supreme Kai, saying, heal them first. Additionally, Goku and Vegeta, you two must fuse. Only in this way can we defeat Zamasu. Fusion. Goku and the others were taken aback. That's right. We can indeed do it this way. Just like we did against Majin Buu back in the day. The Supreme Kai suddenly said excitedly. Oh. Just as everyone relaxed, a terrifying force surged into the sky. Following that, Zamasu rose slowly into the air, his halo behind him shattered, no longer a true god, but instead fully integrated with Black Goku. The fusion of god and mortal body. Unable to maintain his immortality, one of Zamasu's arms mutated, and even half of his face swelled up, resembling a toad. Although he could not maintain his immortal form, his power was now immensely greater than before. You humans. How could you let me fall to such depths? You shall all die. Zamasu roared, unleashing a terrifying aura. In an instant, countless blood-red judgment blades shot out indiscriminately, attacking everything around. Not good. Lua and the others quickly dodged. However, the earth was not so fortunate, as it was shattered under these terrifying attacks. Volcanoes erupted. Tsunamis surged. The surface cracked and lava spewed forth, plunging the entire earth into despair. We can't let him continue destroying everything. Trunks, witnessing this scene, felt his heart bleed. He exploded with rage, instantly boosting his power to the max, and charged towards Zamasu. Lua glanced at Goku and Vegeta, saying, you two hurry and fuse. After saying that, he swallowed a Senzu bean, pushing himself to the limit, transforming into Super Saiyan Red, while simultaneously using a 20-fold Kaioken. Boom. Lua charged straight towards Zamasu. Trunks at the forefront unleashed a barrage of punches at Zamasu, yet the latter did not move, allowing the strikes to land, as if the attacks were no more than mere tickles. Suddenly Zama's turned towards Trunks, and in the next moment he disappeared and reappeared right in front of Trunks, landing a punch directly into his stomach. Ugh! Trunks' eyes widened in shock, unable to withstand Zama's power. Huh! In the face of divine wrath, you Trunks are no longer qualified to appear. Zama's mocked with a smile, then his strong arm grabbed Trunks' face and spun around several times before throwing him down. Boom! A massive pit appeared on the ground and Trunks coughed up blood, his aura weakening. Instant kill. Despite pushing himself to the max, he was no match for Zama's. Zama's let out a cold laugh, suddenly changing his expression, and then turned around to throw a punch. In an instant Zama's met a fist. It was Lewis' sneak attack. Time stop. How could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? You have offended divine fury, and you cannot exist. Zama's expression turned cold, and then he erupted with power, sending Lua flying. Lua quickly regained his footing, and once more unleashed his aura, gathering 2 energy blasts in his hands before unleashing the prince's combat technique. Boom 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 boom. In an instant Zama's was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. No harm done. Lua stopped his attack, realizing these strikes were ineffective. Sure enough, before the smoke cleared, a powerful force shattered through it. Zama's looked at Lua expressionlessly and coldly said, "I'll eliminate you first." With that he charged directly towards Lua. Lua was not to be outdone, unleashing his power fiercely. He dared not be careless against Zama's, knowing the opponent's strength surpassed his own, even while using Kaioken. What he needed to do was buy time for Goku and Vegeta. If Vegeto made a move, there might still be hope. Tat 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 tat. Fortunately, under the effects of Super Red and 20-fold Kaioken, Lua barely managed to keep up with Zama's movements, but during the battle Lua still found himself at a disadvantage, continuously taking hits. Bang! Boom! Lua landed a straight punch on Zama's face, but in the next moment Zama's grabbed Lua with his long, monstrous hand. "Don't get too cocky," Zama's roared, and then he unleashed a tremendous force that could obliterate everything, which directly invaded Lua's body. Ugh! Lua cried out in agony, but his will remained steadfast. He quickly raised his hand and fired an energy blast, forcing Zama's back. Zama's had to release Lua, but just as he was about to strike again, Lua used instant transmission to appear in front of Zama's and delivered a powerful slam, knocking Zama's down. Then he gathered his hands at his waist. Haim, huh. Lua roared, launching a Kamehameha wave that instantly engulfed his opponent. Under the huge explosion, smoke filled the area. Lua stared intently below, knowing he couldn't kill Zama's. On the other side, the Kaioshin handed his earrings to Goku. "Goku, Vegeta, you two hurry and fuse." Goku took the earrings, then looked at Vegeta, handing one to him. "Come on, Vegeta." Vegeta grimaced. "What kind of joke is this? You expect me to fuse with you? Impossible." Goku frowned. "Why are you like this, Vegeta? We have fused before, haven't we? It's not like it's a big deal." "Idiot. How dare you say that?" Vegeta seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his expression darkened. Ever since he achieved Super Saiyan Blue, he had never considered fusing with Kakarot again. He never expected to find himself in such an awkward situation again. Ugh. Suddenly in the sky, Lua was being brutally beaten by Zama's, his body flying back as Zama's unleashed several destructive energy blasts, all of which hit Lua without exception. Seeing this, everyone's expression turned serious. "We must hurry. If we can't stop Zama's, the entire Earth might disappear." Gavas said solemnly. He never imagined that his student could cause such chaos and make things so severe. Undoubtedly, he was very shocked. However, after the shock came fear, for if things escalated beyond control and alerted certain existences, it would be disastrous. Goku looked at Vegeta anxiously. "Hurry, Vegeta. If this world is destroyed, it will be too late. That Zama's not only killed future Shishi and Goten, but also killed Bulma. Can you just let him continue his rampage like this?" Hearing this, Vegeta was indeed swayed. He gritted his teeth and snorted. "Kakarot, this will be the last time I fuse with you." Hehe. Goku didn't respond, thinking about the future later. Saying this, Vegeta took the ring and put it on his ear. In the air, Luya was still being brutally beaten. Zamasu's power was beyond his capacity to contend with. Although his opponent had lost the perfect immortality, being severely injured would make recovery difficult. Thus, Luya could not withstand him. Bang! Ugh! Luya let out a pained cry as he suddenly plummeted. Immediately, Zamasu raised his hand to gather a powerful energy sphere and launched it instantly. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, completely engulfing Luya's figure. Zamasu looked expressionlessly into the smoke, then prepared to condense his power for a fatal blow. Suddenly, at that moment, a terrifying force surged upwards into the sky. Following that, the beam of light dissipated, revealing a figure hovering in the air. Who are you? Zamasu's face changed, staring intently at the figure. The person smiled lightly, flicking the earring on their earlobe, and then said, "I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta, but the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta." Vegeto. Zamasu glanced at Vegeto's earring, and his expression sank. "Damn it. Humans, how dare you use divine artifacts? You are unworthy." As he spoke, he suddenly glared at Guavas and the others. "Damn it. As a god, how can you aid mortals to fight against the divine?" Saying that, he abruptly launched a cannonball. Whoosh. However, Vegeto instantly appeared before the Kaioshin, single-handedly blocking the cannonball, and then letting out a low shout directly shattering it. Don't be too arrogant, Zamasu. We are here to defeat you. Prepare yourself mentally. Vegetto slowly ascended into the air, smiling calmly. With your strength. Under the might of a great god, as a mortal no matter how you struggle you shall face my divine judgment. Zamasu sneered coldly, then suddenly roared colorful light, enveloping him, as an astonishing power surged sharply. No wonder it's you. Enemies like you are indeed rare, so I will use all my strength to defeat you. Vegetto grinned widely, then clenched his fists, unleashing an explosive energy that shot up into the sky, while simultaneously Vegetto's hair turned blue and his power surged dramatically. This is Vegetto's Super Saiyan Blue. Vegetto let out a long howl instantly, sending his power soaring to the heavens. TCH. Zamasu, feeling the other's power, suddenly became fierce and charged directly at Vegetto. Unwilling to back down, Vegetto erupted with energy, and the two clashed fiercely, their immense power causing the surrounding environment to tremble under their confrontation. Meanwhile, Luya struggled out from the rubble, standing up and gazing into the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Vegetto had finally made his appearance. Zamasu's power was even greater than his, but compared to Vegeta, defeating him would still be quite challenging. On the side, Trunks had also gotten sufficient rest and was now watching the battle with a serious expression. Oh dear, I never expected such a powerful warrior to exist in the 7th universe. It's truly a rare sight. Guavas remarked with some emotion. The Kaioshin of the 7th universe revealed a hint of pride. Goku and the others have been guided by the Destroyer God. However, to think that a race like the Saiyans could reach such a level, the Saiyans of the 6th universe are hardly comparable. Guavas said with complexity. They probably cannot defeat Zamasu. We must prepare for both outcomes. Luya looked at the battle in the sky, expressing his concern. No way, they should have the upper hand now. Trunks said with a strange expression. Luya replied seriously, even so, if they don't defeat Zamasu in a short time it will be troublesome. Actually, I could have used the Destroyer Ball from the start to eliminate Black Goku, but I hesitated to do so. After all, the power of the Destroyer Ball is terrifying. Even with Luya's current strength, he couldn't guarantee that he could withstand it. Yet he held back because he believed they could rely on the fusion of Goku and Vegeta to defeat the enemy, and he need not show all his cards. However, there was still one move left, the Spirit Bomb. But now it was unnecessary. Why? Look at the state of the world now. There is hardly any spirit energy left, and the Spirit Bomb would be as ineffective as a fart. It couldn't possibly defeat Zamasu. Of course, there is also the Angel's power, which isn't offensive and can only be used to escape. If he encountered a situation where he would surely perish, he could tear through space and flee. Let's wait and see. The two of them are currently evenly matched. If we can exhaust Zamasu, then there will be a chance. Guava said calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, Vegetto and Zamasu clashed back and forth, their fight evenly matched. However, Vegetto was constantly testing Zamasu's strength, so he often took hits. Zamasu's massive fist came crashing down as if it could shatter a mountain, striking towards Vegetto with immense pressure. Vegetto, quick to react, immediately embraced Zamasu's arm, then executed a shoulder throw, sending Zamasu flying. Simultaneously, he gathered energy and continuously launched energy bullets at Zamasu. Da-da-da-da. A torrential rain of attacks poured forth, and Zamasu's expression turned grim as he fired a heavy cannon, destroying countless energy bullets, then raised his hands above his head, condensing another massive energy sphere. Super Kamehameha. Seeing this, Vegetto raised his energy, preparing his ultimate move. Die. Zamasu's face hardened as he hurled the energy sphere down. Boom. Vegetto also unleashed a Kamehameha, directly striking that energy sphere, and the two forces collided and locked in a stalemate. Ah! Vegetto and Zamasu both exerted their utmost, the powers accumulating and growing increasingly intense. Not good. Get away. Leah's expression changed as he quickly grabbed a few people and used instant transmission to disappear. The next second, boom. Two massive explosions erupted simultaneously, creating an energy sphere that covered several miles, visible even from the surface of the Earth, a breathtaking sight. As the enormous explosion settled, the area was shrouded in thick smoke, revealing a kilometer-wide pit that seemed bottomless. This is such a terrifying scene, left both the Kaioshin and Trunks dumbfounded. Luya was unfazed, but the spectacle was indeed shocking. Compared to the destruction of a planet, this scene felt more real. Amidst the swirling smoke, Vegeta and Zamasu stood facing each other, the former sporting a smile and excitement gleaming in his eyes. Not bad. You can actually match me. Damn mortal. Don't use your ignorant power to measure a god. Zamasu's expression darkened as he suddenly waved his hand, conjuring a purple energy blade in his grasp. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he erupted with energy, charging towards his opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Zamasu's energy blade was capable of tearing through anything, and even Vegeta dared not take his attacks lightly. Instead, he evaded skillfully while launching his own sharp counterattacks. Vegeta closed the distance and kicked out fiercely, aiming directly at his opponent. Thud. However, Zamasu seemed to anticipate this as his monstrous hand caught Vegeta's foot, while the other hand thrust the energy blade towards him. Yet Vegeta quickly pressed down on Zamasu's energy blade with both hands. Zamasu sneered, then delivered a powerful kick straight to Vegeta's chest. Whack! Vegeta let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. He screamed as he smashed through buildings along the way, ultimately crashing into a mountain. Zamasu looked coldly at this scene, ready to take action, when suddenly two low shouts rang out, startling him as he quickly moved his hands. Bang! It turned out that Ruya and Trunks had appeared behind Zamasu and launched an attack. However, all their attacks were blocked by Zamasu, who grasped Ruya's fist with one hand and used the energy blade to deflect Trunks' sword. You all shall die. Zamasu's eyes glinted coldly, and in the next moment, he spun around, flinging Ruya and Trunks away. Simultaneously, Zamasu fired several energy blasts. Whack! Trunks was hit by multiple blasts during his backward flight, and under the explosions he fell. Meanwhile, Ruya forcefully halted his momentum and erupted with energy, his red aura expanding rapidly as he gathered strength to unleash the prince's fighting style, countering Zamasu's attacks. You annoying pests, let's deal with you all at once. Zamasu declared, suddenly enveloped in a sphere of light, which then split into two glowing figures. As the light dissipated, two Zamasus appeared in the arena. Ruya's expression darkened instantly. Hehehe. To have a god unleash true skill, you are indeed fortunate. Zamasu grinned wickedly. His expression suddenly turned cold. Kill them. Whoosh, whoosh. With that, the two duplicates charged at Ruya and Trunks. Come on. Ruya roared, then unleashed a powerful force, fully manifesting the Super Saiyan red form. The fierce battle commenced, causing ripples in the space around them, making their movements hard to capture. On the other side, Trunks was equally unafraid. He erupted with energy, outputting at full power, transforming into his latest form. Under the yellow light, he was surrounded by brilliant blue auras, his powers surging. In the next moment, Trunks charged forward with his sword. Suddenly in the distance, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky, followed by a figure soaring upwards. It was Vegeta. He glanced at Zamasu, then grinned, instantly appearing before Zamasu. You really are persistent. Zamasu erupted with energy, colorful light swirling around him, while a purple glow enveloped him instantly. The purple energy blade in his hand contained destructive power. Vegeta glanced at Ruya and Trunks in fierce combat. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Zamasu. You've got some skills. Next, it's your turn. Zamasu pointed his sword at Vegeta. Is that so? Then bring it on. The stronger your power, the more powerful I will become. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy from his entire being. The blue light shot skyward, a magnificent sight. The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment they moved. The two beams of light collided in midair, separating only to unleash energy blasts like two fighter jets moving at incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Ruya was engaged in a fierce battle with Zamasu's duplicate, but he realized that while the opponent's power was indeed formidable, it did not match the terrifying strength of the original, roughly only 80% of the real Zamasu's power. In response, Ruya refrained from using the Kaioken, but fought with the Super Saiyan red form, understanding that the opponent's power surpassed his own. He was mentally prepared to treat Zamasu as a strong sparring partner. System. Activate the strongest talent. Ruya shouted. Ding. Using the strongest talent. Ding. Due to the host's usage of the strongest talent reaching system requirements, talent effect enhanced. The host can copy the opponent's techniques and can save them for learning. The system suddenly spouted this, leaving Ruya stunned before he hurriedly asked, what use is this? Isn't the strongest talent already powerful enough? Oh, sorry, I wasn't clear enough. Actually, only the peak of the strongest talent can become as strong as Broly, even to the point of enhancing breathing. Ruya, why didn't you say so earlier? System. The host conditions did not allow it, and knowing it would not be of much use. Goodness. Ruya was speechless, but he didn't dwell on it too much. As he activated the strongest talent, it felt as if a powerful force was surging through his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. He felt it. Ruya's spirit lifted, and he looked at Zamasu, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Since that's the case, let's see how it goes. What are you muttering about? Trying to buy time? Zamasu slowly extended his hand, then erupted with energy, instantly condensing a nearly tumter-long energy sword. Ruya grinned widely and charged out with an explosive surge of energy. In an instant, Ruya activated flash time, and with his power increasing, the flash time improved to 0.9 seconds, trapping Zamasu in a time cage. Zamasu's expression remained calm as the ring in his hand glowed. Bang! With a dull sound, suddenly Zamasu was directly sent flying. This scene left the two Kaioshins stunned. What happened? How did Leia hit Zamasu? The Kaioshin was somewhat shocked. Well, it should be that Zamasu was just a clone, and that young man's time control ability had an effect on him. Gervis thought for a moment and said. Leia was also somewhat surprised, then he became a bit excited. Damn it. This guy can't counter my time flash. Thinking of this, Leia's figure trembled, and in the next moment, he disappeared again. Damn. Zamasu's expression changed, and before he could react, he was hit by a punch. However, relying on his physical strength, Lia's attack did not pose a fatal threat to him, but he was still suppressed nonetheless. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, Lia unleashed his time flash, continuously attacking Zamasu, and almost every attack had some effect. However, gradually Lia noticed that the opponent had developed the ability to defend, and he realized that even if his time flash was powerful, if he used it too much, the opponent would slowly adapt. Thinking of this, Lia suddenly vanished. He clearly underestimated Zamasu, who almost at the moment Lia disappeared, suddenly lunged forward with a sword. The space in front trembled. Lia's figure appeared in the arena, and Zamasu's energy blade grazed his face instantly, leaving a blood-marked blood flowing out. How is this possible? Lia was shocked. How could the opponent react so quickly? Zamasu's expression turned cold as he directly grabbed Lia and threw him forcefully. Boom. Lia's body fell directly, dust rising. Did you really think I was just strong? Zamasu looked at Lia with disdain. Lia stood up and looked at the opponent, grinning. I underestimated you. He truly thought the opponent relied solely on their existing strength, neglecting their innate abilities. However, this kind of battle was interesting. With his upgraded talent activated, his strength was continuously enhancing during the fight. Suddenly, Lia quickly shot out a shockwave with both hands, directly blasting towards Zamasu. TCH. Zamasu looked on dismissively, and then raised his hand to cut Lia's energy attack in half. Suddenly, Lia's figure appeared in front of Zamasu, and his fists rained down like raindrops. Zamasu's expression changed, and he could only defend against Lia's attack with both hands. However, he soon abandoned his defense. At the moment Lia's fist hit his face, he instantly grabbed Lia's neck, while with his other hand, he condensed the energy blade again and stabbed out. Lia was startled and hurriedly pressed both hands against the energy blade, simultaneously elevating his power to the extreme. Divine power protected his body. But Zamasu's strength was gradually increasing, and at the same time his monstrous hand was tightening, causing Lia's face to turn red. This is bad. The Kaioshin immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to intervene. It's useless. Even if we intervene, it won't have any effect. The power gap is too great. Gervis said indifferently. Are we just going to watch him be killed? The Kaioshin was a bit anxious. Gervis' expression was serious as he looked to the other side. At this moment, Trunks was also being suppressed by Zamasu. Although Trunks' power had increased significantly, it still couldn't match Zamasu's. On the other hand, Vegeta and Zamasu were exchanging blows back and forth. Although Vegeta was gradually gaining the upper hand, it was impossible for him to defeat Zamasu in a short time. They were in a stalemate. However, they clearly underestimated Lia, whose strength was quietly increasing. There was a faint tendency to break free. How is this possible? Zamasu clearly felt the change in the opponent and dared not delay any longer, preparing to crush Lia's neck with force. Suddenly, a sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and the air immediately fell silent. Both the Kaioshin and Gervis, as well as Zamasu himself, were left stunned. Lia was seen with one hand grasping Zamasu's energy blade, while the other hand produced a red energy blade, forcefully stabbing it into Zamasu's flesh. How is this possible? Zamasu's face turned green, and the intense pain instinctively made him release Lia. Did you think you were the only one who could play A? Lia said teasingly. This was his talent's accompanying skill, capable of replicating the opponent's techniques, though of course the power depended on his own abilities. If Lia practiced this energy blade for a while longer, he could certainly master it, but it was better to rely on the system for direct replication. In the next second, Lia delivered a flying kick, sending Zamasu flying. The latter clutched his wound, his eyes turning red with rage. Impossible. How could you hurt me? Even if he was a clone, he was still a deity. It was impossible for him to lose. Absolutely impossible. Lia looked at him and said, the problem lies in your arrogance. Don't think that just because you are a deity you can look down on everything. Humans often achieve things you can't imagine, including slaying gods. Presumptuous. Zamasu roared, and then an astonishing scene occurred. His wound began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Lia's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, the immortality still has its effects. In no time, Zamasu's injuries had healed, and he looked at Lia and said, I will never let you go. After saying this, 2 balls of blood-colored lightning suddenly appeared in his hands. At the same time, the 2 balls of lightning suddenly shot out a beam of bloodlight that eventually merged. Accept the judgment of the gods, foolish human. Zamasu shouted angrily, and a blood thunderbolt shot out directly. Lia did not dare to be careless, but he also felt no need to dodge, so he gathered his energy. Came. Haim. Huh. Boom. A massive wave of light erupted forth, colliding directly with that blood thunderbolt. Oh. Lia roared, his aura continuously rising. Zamasu was clearly provoked by what he considered these clowns, and in a moment of rage, he lost control and roared out purple energy, roaring out, amplifying the thunder light. At the same time, a bit of red light shot out from Zamasu's body. Judgment blade. Lia's eyes moved, and in an instant, those judgment thunders completely froze. Time flash. Time control. Kaioken. Lia roared instantly, unleashing Kaioken, raising his power to the extreme, and the Kamehameha was also released to the maximum at that moment, instantly shattering the surrounding judgment blades, sending powerful energy flying towards Zamasu. You bastard, how could I possibly lose to you, a human? Impossible. Zamasu's face was fearfully twisted, his divine power frantically outputting. The two forces clashed, comparable to the collision between Vegeta and Zamasu's true form. This kind of power. During the fierce battle, Vegeta was somewhat shocked and stopped looking towards Lea's direction. The opponent's strength had clearly surpassed Goku and Vegeta after the fusion, which Vegeta could feel distinctly. Lee, you're really amazing. Vegeta smiled, but before he could celebrate, Zamasu was already in front of him. Where are you looking? Bang. Ugh. Vegeta let out a scream, directly sent flying. Zamasu looked towards the battlefield where Leah was, his eyes revealing a terrifying killing intent, preparing to deal with Leah. Swish. But the next second Vegeta intercepted him. Hey, your opponent is us. Oh. Lua spared no effort in unleashing his energy, and as he saw Zama's being gradually suppressed, he seized the moment and exploded forth with his most powerful strength. Boom. Impossible. Zama's face changed dramatically, and before he could finish speaking, Lua broke through his defenses and was immediately engulfed by the energy wave. Lua gasped for breath. Despite the tremendous consumption, he chose not to eat a senzu bean. While it surely benefited him, he felt it beneath him, perhaps due to the innate pride of the Saiyans. Soon as the smoke cleared, Lua breathed a sigh of relief. Zama's was not unscathed as before and looked rather miserable at this moment. After completely merging with Black, Goku, Zama's could not maintain his divine form, but was instead half god and half mortal. His appearance now reflected this, making him extremely ugly. Thus the ugly half of his body was already mangled and incomplete. Zama's opened his mouth in pain, unable to believe he was losing so miserably. However, his rotting flesh suddenly began to slowly recover the power of his immortal body at work. Seeing this, Lua's expression firmed, and in the next moment, he erupted with energy and rushed towards Zama's. Crash. Ugh. Zama's took a knee strike from Lua and was kicked away. However, during his flight, Zama's body was gradually recovering. Lua took a deep breath. His potential had significantly increased due to his talents, and his power was continuously growing. But now his energy was severely depleted, preventing him from demonstrating it. He didn't want to give Zama's a chance. He gathered his energy into a single energy ball and threw it towards Zama's. Boom. As expected, the energy ball hit Zama's directly. Lua retracted his King Kai fist, landed on the ground, and began to stabilize his condition. As the smoke dissipated, Zama's figure emerged. He had recovered, but his aura was significantly weaker. He had not vanished and could still maintain his clone. Lua was not surprised. If Zama's were truly defeated, he would no longer be Zama's. With this in mind, Lua took a deep breath, his stamina barely recovering, and he looked at Zama's, then slowly ascended. What a lucky guy. Lua mocked. Zama's looked at Lua with a stern face. Although he was still himself, he retained his own consciousness, and as a god absolutely could not allow himself to be defeated. Lua had no time to waste on him. He needed to deal with this guy quickly to offer assistance. Whoosh. In an instant, the red light on his body gathered into his hand, forming an energy sword. Lua pointed the sword at Zama's. Come on. Watch me cut you into pieces. Bastard. Zama snarled and charged at Lua. Boom. A building exploded and a figure was tightly embedded in a wall. It was Trunks. Zama slowly descended before him, taunting, what? Still not giving up. How ignorant you are to strike against a god. Trunks glared coldly at Zama's, then suddenly exploded with energy, bursting through the wall to attack Zama's. But the next second, Zama's used his long, monstrous hand to grab Trunks' face, and with full power pushed forward while pressing against Trunks' face. The latter's body crashed through a thick wall. Alt. Trunks cried out in pain, having no power to fight back, utterly dominated by Zama's. Boom. Zama's threw Trunks down, and then an energy blast shot out, instantly demolishing him. On another rooftop, a group of ordinary people gathered. They were survivors who had hidden in the basement. After eating senzu beans, they were in good spirits and had come out to observe, hoping for the best. However, they were dismayed to see that the fierce battle was still ongoing and that the demon had not yet been defeated. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was watching with binoculars, turned pale. Trunks. Her expression firmed, and she picked up a hunting rifle, preparing to assist. My dear Great Aunt, where do you think you're going? The nearby Akerolb's face changed quickly, blocking her. Xiao Wu said solemnly, if I don't help, Trunks will be killed. Even if you go, won't the outcome be the same? He could extinguish you with a single finger. Xiao Wu responded unhappily, then why don't you go? Your strength is the strongest among us. Only you can make a difference. Akerolb's face stiffened, awkwardly scratching his face. Well, that kind of battle is not something I can participate in. Then don't stop me. Xiao Wu shouted angrily. Akerolb. He didn't want to get involved either. If this woman got into trouble, he would surely be in jeopardy too. Boom. Another explosion sounded and Trunks' body fell directly, creating a massive pit. Zama's descended slowly, looking at Trunks, and coldly said, how could a mortal's power ever contend with a god? It's not like that. Trunks struggled to stand, swaying, but refusing to fall, and suddenly a faint blue light ignited from his body. Why should the fate of humanity be controlled by selfish gods? Trunks gritted his teeth and stared at Zama's, his eyes filled with defiance. Hell, why? Because you humans are not only weak, but you also foolishly incite all sorts of wars. You disrupt the balance of the universe. Ever since humanity emerged, it has always been so. Therefore, to create a universe conducive to divine governance, you humans must die. Zama's grinned, his eyes filled with madness. You gods are the ones who are self-righteous. You speak of creating peace while turning this world into such a mess. How many have lost their loved ones? How many are in tears? None of you so-called gods have the slightest compassion. Trunks roared. Even the two Kaioshins fell silent. Zama's found it amusing. And then what? Trunks steadied himself, the blue light around him increasing. No matter how strong you are, I will represent everyone and protect this world. I will defeat you, the root of all evil. Buzz. Not far away, Trunks' sword seemed to respond to its master's call, trembling, and then flew directly into Trunks' hand. Huh. Trunks suddenly let out a roar. Despite his fatigue, a terrifying power erupted from him. The blue light enveloped his body and his power state, and all conditions rapidly enhanced. Trunks. Trunks. Go for it. Meanwhile, the survivors seemed to hear Trunks' resolve and began to cheer. Suddenly, points of white light began to rise from them. These white lights were as pure as moonlight. They represented the breath of the people, the hope of all survivors. These light points continuously gathered and suddenly merged into Trunks' body. What is this? Trunks' face changed, and the next second he felt an incredibly comfortable sensation. At the same time, he sensed boundless power. It was continuously being delivered into him. This is everyone's hope. Trunks' expression suddenly became serious as he firmly looked at Zama's. No matter what, I will represent all of humanity and fight you to the end. Ridiculous. A lowly mortal dares to speak such words to a god. You cannot even handle my clone. What makes you think you can represent humanity? Just because I will completely end you. Trunks roared, and his body radiated a brilliant white light. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted, and the light enveloping his body turned blue. Unlike the blue of a Super Saiyan, Trunks carried the will of all humanity. Huh. Trunks charged at Zama's with his sword, the holy sword's blue radiance tearing toward Zama's. Zama's snorted coldly, gathering an energy blade in his hand and directly slicing it out. Clang. Uft. The two terrifying powers collided, causing the ground beneath them to crack. How could the power of mere humans ever defeat me? Zama stared at Trunks frantically, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. You don't need to emphasize how high and mighty you gods are. Gods who only destroy peace have no right to stand above us. Trunks' roar fell, and the power within him surged once more. With a fierce effort, Zama's energy blade was instantly shattered. Impossible. Zama's panicked, his figure retreating hurriedly, barely dodging Trunks' sword. But Trunks clearly would not give him a chance. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, and with incredible speed, he leaped to Zama's front, striking out with his sword again. You demon. Disappear. Bastard. Zama's face changed dramatically, and he could only press both hands against Trunks' light sword, but the next second, he felt a force he could not resist. What right do you as a god have to decide the fate of humanity? Trunks forcefully swung sideways, instantly breaking Zama's restraint. No. With a muffled sound, an arm flew off. It was Zama's monstrous hand. At the same time, Trunks quick-witted swung his light sword. Several sword lights flashed by, and the next second Zama's was sliced into several pieces. Zama stared in disbelief. How is this? The power of humanity. Boom. The next moment, Zama's body shattered. Clone destroyed. We won. Oh. Seeing Trunks defeat Zamasu, everyone erupted into excited cheers. Once Zamasu was the destroyer in their eyes. The entire world had become this way, all because of Zamasu's actions. And he seemed so invincible. Now that Trunks had defeated one Zamasu, how could they not be thrilled? Smack. Trunks knelt down, exhausted, the mysterious power within him dissipating. He had unleashed everything he had and finally managed to overcome his foe. Looks like Trunks succeeded. I can't fall behind. Lua clearly noticed the situation on Trunks' side and immediately grinned. Whoosh. At that moment, a fist wind struck and Lua calmly raised his hand to catch a fist. What? Zamasu's expression changed. What? You seem to be struggling. Is the will of a god so fragile? Lua looked at Zamasu, mocking him. He knew that the other party was clearly affected. Damn it. Zamasu's face twisted in rage, poised to explode. But Lua was faster. Activating the 20-fold Kaioken, he instantly moved beneath Zamasu and delivered a powerful punch to his gut. Ugh. Zamasu's face turned pale as he spewed out. Do gods feel pain as well? Lua smirked, taunting him. Ugh. Zamasu completely collapsed, raising both fists to strike down. Swish. Lua suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Zamasu, then kicked out, sending him crashing down. Boom. Zamasu was in a disheveled state, unable to stabilize his emotions. He couldn't muster any power. In contrast, Lua's power grew stronger and stronger. Through battling Zamasu, his combat strength surged under the display of his greatest talent, and his fighting skills became increasingly mature. Moreover, this was all while utilizing Kaioken. It could be said that in the same form, Lua had already surpassed Goku and the others, even uncovering his own potential. He had expanded his potential for improvement. However, Lua did not let pride get to him. He knew that as a Saiyan, nearly everyone would grow stronger in battle, so Goku and Vegeta would also make enormous strides after this fight, and he was merely ahead of them in his growth. At present, Lua did not simply want to enhance his strength. His Super Saiyan Red path was leading to the mastery of Ultra Instinct, so he needed to train his body's reflexes. As long as he reached a certain limit, he would be able to comprehend Ultra Instinct. With this in mind, Lua looked down at Zamasu, suddenly bursting with energy, then extended his hand, gathering an energy blast, continuously compressing the power, and in the next second, he shot it out. Zamasu's expression darkened as he suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of purple light. Boom. In an instant, an explosion erupted. Zamasu acted first, directly appearing in front of Lua and throwing a punch. Lua dodged continuously. Although Zamasu's speed was fast, Lua was initially a bit frantic, but gradually he was barely able to evade Zamasu's attacks. Furthermore, he was training his will. If he stopped thinking, his body would react instinctively to external stimuli, which would undoubtedly assist in his training for Ultra Instinct. But what troubled Lua was that he still couldn't achieve this, because whenever he stopped thinking, Zamasu would hammer him, so he dared not do so, and quickly focused, deciding to first enhance his speed. As long as his body kept up with his thoughts, even if it was just for a moment, his speed could see a marked improvement. Zamasu seemed to realize that Lua was using him as a training partner, and he immediately grew furious, throwing a punch at Lua. Lua showed no fear, preparing to face him head-on. But just as he threw his punch, suddenly a beam of purple light condensed on Zamasu's fist, aiming at Lua. Oh no, I was careless. Lua's heart raced. He hadn't expected the other party to be so cunning. But at that moment, he had no way to dodge. If he got hit by that blade, his hand would be ruined. In a moment of desperation, Lua struggled within himself, unaware that a layer of fine white light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. What a... Zamasu exclaimed in shock, for he realized that Lua had vanished. Vanished. With no sense of it at all, Zamasu suddenly turned around, his expression changing. Impossible. When did you? Clearly, just a moment ago, he was certain he would severely injure this human, but why did the other party disappear in an instant? No, wait. It wasn't even a moment. With his power at such a close distance, if the other party wanted to escape, he would be able to track their trajectory. The other party's maneuver surprised him. Lua was also somewhat dazed, wondering how he had dodged. By the time he regained his senses, his body had returned to normal, and he tried to grasp something, but it was still quite vague. Failed. Lua was shocked. He was certain that he had instinctively reacted just now. System, do you have a record? Lua hurriedly thought. System, sorry, host. The system detected that the host momentarily ceased thinking, resulting in a blank mind, which means the strongest talent was not utilized, so the system cannot capture it. Hearing this, Lua felt a bit regretful. If he could capture that feeling, he could completely master Ultra Instinct before the Tournament of Power. But now it seemed a bit difficult. Human, how did you do it? Zamasu suddenly asked. Lua looked at him and then grinned. You don't need to know how I did it. Now let's settle our accounts. After bouncing around for so long, if I can't even deal with you, how will I survive? You're just talking big. Zamasu snorted coldly, then charged at Lua. Lua immediately became serious. Opportunities were fleeting, and he wasn't foolish enough to be careless again, so he quickly gathered a red energy blade and engaged Zamasu in fierce combat. On the other side, Vegeta and Zamasu were intensely clashing. On the surface, their powers seemed evenly matched, but upon closer inspection, it appeared that Vegeta was outmaneuvering Zamasu. Huh. The two fists collided, and a powerful force erupted. Ugh, damn it. Zamasu realized he couldn't deal with this guy, his expression turning grim. What's wrong? Is the power of a god so insignificant? Vegeta laughed, taunting Zamasu. You bastard. Zamasu's face twisted in rage, as if deeply insulted. Then he gathered an energy blade with his other hand, stabbing it towards Vegeta. Thud. With a dull sound, suddenly Zamasu's face was filled with disbelief. The energy blade in his hand was just a few centimeters from Vegeta's eye, but a longer energy blade pierced through his body. The source of the energy blade was Vegeta. This move isn't something you alone can master, Vegeta said with a faint smile. Smack. Vegeta was taken aback, as Zamasu had actually managed to grasp his energy blade. Human. Injuring a god is unforgivable. Zamasu exerted force, shattering Vegeta's energy blade. Then in the next second, he lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent Vegeta flying. Zamasu's wound began to heal, but his expression soured further, as although his immortal body still functioned, the pain remained. Vegeta ascended, and then grinned, saying, Look at you, your appearance has nothing to do with the nobility you speak of. Damn it. Zamasu's hands erupted with intense light, and then he violently reflected a terrifying energy wave towards Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, then countered with a powerful energy blast. The two attacks canceled each other out. Oh. Zamasu rushed over, and immediately his speed increased significantly as he furiously attacked Vegeta. Vegeta hurriedly dodged, but his reactions were astonishing. At the moment Zamasu threw a punch, he directly grabbed his arm and executed a shoulder throw, flinging him away. Boom. Zamasu crashed into a building, causing it to collapse. Boom. But in the next second, Zamasu soared into the sky, glaring at Vegeta with eyes that could kill. I will destroy you and this world together. Saying this, he suddenly unleashed all his power, beginning to gather terrifying destructive energy. Vegeta's expression tightened, then he also exploded with fury. Then let's see who is stronger. Came. Hey. Huh. Humans. Your time has come to an end. Let's perish together with this world. Huh. Zamasu's face twisted in rage, and suddenly an unprecedented wave of destructive energy was shot out heading straight for Vegeta below. Kamehameha. Here it comes. Vegeta fiercely unleashed the Kamehameha, and in an instant the white wave of light clashed with Zamasu's destructive energy. Ugh! Vegeta roared continuously, increasing his power. Zamasu was also going all out, desperately trying to eliminate his opponent with this one strike. But it must be said that he underestimated Vegeta's power. Zamasu. Ugh! Vegeta suddenly pushed hard, pushing the energy wave towards Zamasu. How is this possible? No. Impossible. Zamasu's face filled with terror as he realized that no matter how he defended it had no effect. Boom. In an instant, a massive energy engulfed Zamasu. Meanwhile, the Zamasu that was battling Lua suddenly stopped clutching his head and emitting a pained sound. Opportunity. Lua's eyes narrowed, and in the next second, he pushed his energy to the peak, directly gathering the Kamehameha. Disperse. Kamehameha. Lua fiercely fired the Kamehameha, directly hitting Zamasu. No. As he was engulfed by the energy, Zamasu's clone turned to ashes amid the brilliance. The clone of Zamasu completely vanished. Witnessing this scene, the two Kaioshins sighed in relief, yet they were also somewhat worried. Could they truly eliminate the real Zamasu? At this moment, Vegeta was breathing somewhat heavily, but he looked up at the sky and said it shouldn't be that easy to die. Lua and Trunks landed beside Vegeta. Hey, you guys performed excellently. Vegeta praised. Trunks humbly replied, if it weren't for everyone's strength, I would have already been done for. It's a bit unfortunate that I had to rely on you to create an opportunity for me, Lua said casually. If it weren't for Vegeta's interference with the main body, it would have indeed been quite difficult to deal with Zamasu's clone, even though his power was enough to match it. Vegeta laughed and said, you, my friend, have made significant breakthroughs in this battle. When it comes to personal combat power, you are already above us. He wasn't joking. Lua's power had surpassed Super Saiyan Blue, reaching an even higher level. Lua smiled broadly, but did not speak. However, this guy is for me to deal with. You all must not interfere. Vegeta suddenly dropped this statement and leaped into the air. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Lua murmured. Trunks. As the explosion dissipated, Zamasu's figure appeared in the arena, and he looked somewhat pitiful, having endured Vegeta's full-power Super Kamehameha. Even he could not escape unscathed. Hey, what's wrong? Is this the power of a god? It's nothing impressive, is it? Vegeta suddenly flew in front of him with a wide grin. You bastard. Zamasu glared at Vegeta with a twisted expression, never expecting to lose so humiliatingly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Vegeta suddenly laughed and said, all right, the farce should come to an end. You should go repent to the humans you killed. After saying this, he suddenly erupted with energy, his blue power soaring into the sky as he gathered both hands at his waist, preparing to unleash another Super Kamehameha. How could I lose to you? Zamasu suddenly roared, and at that moment a shocking scene unfolded. Zamasu's appearance began to change, and in an instant his body grew more than twice its size. His half-human, half-god form had now transformed into a monster. His entire skin turned purple, swollen, like a toad enveloped in terrifying black energy. Ah! With a furious roar, an immense aura suddenly swept forth, flattening everything in its path. At the same time, countless blood-red beams shot forth from his body, relentlessly annihilating everything they touched. Not good. Lua and Trunks' expressions changed, and in the next moment Lua instantly transported himself to stand in front of Xiao Wu and the others, erupting with energy to form a protective shield. Damn it. Vegeta was also enraged and shocked. The opponent's power had far surpassed their original strength at this moment. Humans, you forced me to this point, you unforgivable. You all shall become sacrifices. Zamasu's face twisted with rage as immense power began to gather within him, and he started to prepare his ultimate move. Not good. Zamasu has given up his divine identity and completely assimilated the power within him. Guavas said solemnly. In this form I can sense an aura of destruction. The Kaioshin of Universe 7 said with a grave expression. Prepare to flee at any moment. Guavas urged. Kaioshin. After a violent upheaval, the surrounding area was left in ruins. The world that had been bombarded by countless energies could hardly withstand it, and various natural disasters erupted at that moment, leading the entire Earth toward annihilation. Lea's expression darkened. Why was Zamasu not playing by the rules? In this form, the energy had surpassed him by too much. However, the current Zamasu had abandoned his divine identity and chosen powerful strength, so it seemed that as long as they could eliminate him, this crisis would be resolved. Thinking of this, Leo looked at Xiao Wu and the others, and then he used instant transmission to disappear. But in the next second, he reappeared, bringing the two Kaioshins with him. You two, I need your help, Leo said. Guavas glanced at Xiao Wu and the others, and then said, you want us to take them away, right? Exactly. Leaving them here will only interfere with us, and they might even be affected. Leo said calmly. No way. This is the future world, and if we bring them to the real world, it will be chaotic. A single timeline can't have two versions of themselves. That is absolutely not allowed. The Kaioshin suddenly said in a serious tone. Leah glanced at the Kaioshin and then said, why not just take them to Universe 10? What? Young man, don't act recklessly. Guavas said with a complicated expression. Leah replied, what's wrong? This situation is originally the fault of your Universe 10. If it weren't for Zamasu, this world wouldn't have turned out this way, so shouldn't you cooperate? Guavas hesitated. To be honest, this was indeed their fault, but to rashly take these people back was somewhat inappropriate. Leah suddenly said this timeline and the real-world timeline both have the Omni Kings present, and no one can kill them. If they find out, wouldn't you be in trouble? Wait, let's discuss this matter properly. Upon mentioning the Omni Kings, the old Kaioshin immediately became apprehensive. Leah said casually, it's just a few people, isn't it? Just make sure they are settled, or do you want the humans of this world to be extinct? That should violate your principles as a Kaioshin, right? Guavas remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right then, let's do as you say. Don't be dissatisfied. This is the good deed done by your good student. If it weren't for him, why would we go through all this trouble? Moreover, if you Kaioshins were to be gone, you understand the consequences. Leah suddenly said ominously. What? How do you know? Guavas was startled, shocked that the other party knew the secrets of the Kaioshins. If the Kaioshins were gone, the gods of destruction would suffer as well. This was the reason why gods died at this moment. Originally, the Kaioshins' power wasn't very strong, and if they wanted to kill a Kaioshin, it wasn't hard to achieve. Leah was too lazy to waste words with him, saying, all right, you all take them away first, or no one will be able to leave. Wait, I want to stay. Xiao Wu suddenly walked over and said firmly. Leah thought for a moment and nodded. You stay. Wait, I also want to stay. I don't want to go to another universe. A Kairobe suddenly ran over. Leah replied calmly, you can't, you should go to Universe 10 with them. Why not? A Kairobe protested. Clearly Xiao Wu could stay, so why not him? Leah answered, because Trunks has a time machine and you don't understand. Enough, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave you all here to wait for death. Everyone. In the end, under Xiao Wu's persuasion, everyone agreed to leave this world. This place had already become hell, so there was no need for them to stay. Shortly after, Guavas and the Kaioshin took everyone away, reminding Leah and the others to be careful before they left. You should hide, otherwise you'll be caught in the crossfire. Leah said to Xiao Wu. Thank you. Xiao Wu looked at Leah gratefully. Leah said nothing more and leaped directly into the arena. The commotion on Leah's side was clearly noticed by Vegeta and the others. Zamasu tried to intervene, but was blocked by Vegeta. Trunks looked at Leah, who had come to his side, and said gratefully, thank you. This Earth is about to be destroyed. It's already quite impressive that we've lasted this long. We need to defeat Zamasu quickly. If the Earth explodes, no one can escape, except for him. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Zamasu were both gathering energy, their powers growing stronger as they sought to resolve the confrontation with their utmost strength. Hehe. Watch closely. This is my final full power output. Super Kamehameha. Vegeta's body sank, and then he fiercely unleashed a terrifying Kamehameha at Zamasu. A dreadful power shot into the sky, while at the same time Zamasu had also gathered a terrifying force. Die humans. Boom. The crimson energy plummeted like a waterfall. In an instant, the two forces collided, and the powerful aura swept across, destroying everything. Oh! Vegeta roared, suddenly increasing his firepower. However, this time, he clearly could not suppress Zamasu. The latter's power had completely assimilated. By giving up his immortality, he had gained a tremendous boost in strength, matching Vegeta. The two clashed fiercely, their tremendous power stunning Leah and Trunks, but both understood that if Zamasu could not be dealt with, not only the Earth, but this entire timeline would face annihilation. Leah suddenly said solemnly, go help. After saying this, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Red and charged forward. Trunks also did not hesitate, using his last ounce of strength to transform into a Super Saiyan and flew up. Came. Haim. Huh. Ultimate. Flash. Boom. Boom. The two energies suddenly merged, with Vegeta's power instantly amplifying its might. The energy gradually pushed towards Zamasu. What? Zamasu's expression darkened. You guys. Vegeta was taken aback. We must resolve this guy quickly. Leah gritted his teeth. Vegeta was about to speak, but at that moment his body suddenly flickered with light, and then split apart, revealing Vegeta and Goku in the arena. What's going on? Trunks exclaimed, hurrying to ask. It seems the power wasn't enough to maintain the fusion. Goku said with a serious expression. This is better. I will rely on my own strength to eliminate this trash. Vegeta said proudly, and the next moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing his energy. You're right. Huh. Goku also shouted, immediately unleashing all his power to execute the Kamehameha. Damn humans. How could I possibly lose to you? Zamasu's face twisted as he suddenly increased his energy. We will not lose. Zamasu. Leah and the others roared in unison, unleashing their full power while attacking together. In the next moment, the terrifying energy surged towards Zamasu. Regularly seeking rewards. A little push for updates, a little love for energy. The four of them exerted all their strength simultaneously, and in an instant their power surpassed that of Zamasu. No, you are merely humans. Facing the combined strike of the four, Zamasu ultimately could not withstand it, and was instantly pushed back by that energy, being completely overwhelmed. Accompanied by a scream and a beam of light piercing the sky, Zamasu's body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Who? We won. This is amazing. Goku chuckled. Leah and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, slowly beginning to descend. Trunks. Xiaowu ran over from not far away. Xiaowu. Trunks relaxed his expression, revealing a relieved smile. The two embraced tightly, their emotions complex. Before this, the future world had been thrown into chaos by Zamasu, and nearly all of humanity on Earth had been exterminated. Even their closest loved ones had died. The burden and pressure they endured were immense, but now their nightmare was finally coming to an end. All right. Let's save the hugs for later. It seems like this place is about to explode. Leah suddenly spoke up. As if in response to his words, the ground around them began to crack open, followed by countless eruptions of lava. The Earth was being destroyed, as if the entire planet was on the brink of collapse. In the end, we still couldn't protect the Earth. Goku said with a complex expression. Be satisfied by being able to defeat Zamasu is already quite impressive. Besides, there shouldn't be anyone left here. It might be better to let it be destroyed. Vegeta said calmly. Fortunately, this timeline is not the same as the one where my father is, otherwise the future scene would be quite disastrous. Trunks said in a deep voice. Forget it. Hey Trunks, bring out the time machine. Goku said to Trunks. The latter nodded and took out a capsule, lightly pressed it, and then tossed it. Boom. In the next second, a time machine appeared in the scene. Alright, get on quickly, Goku said, looking at Trunks and Xiaowu. The two did not hesitate and quickly boarded the time machine. It's already quite cramped with 3 people in the time machine. Vegeta, you go in. Goku laughed heartily, saying to Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Goku and Luya, then jumped onto the time machine with an air of pride. Luya, just hold on to the time machine with me. Goku looked at Luya. Luya shrugged, indicating no objection. After all, it was just a matter of an instant. Boom. Soon after, under Trunks' operation, the time machine started slowly ascending. Goku and Luya jumped on, grabbing the footrest. Hold on tight. We're about to take off, Trunks suddenly said. Buzz. The time machine vibrated violently, and then a mass of white light enveloped the machine. Just as the time machine was about to traverse dimensions, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh. A terrifying beam of light shot towards them, targeting Luya and the others. What? Not good. Trunks and Goku shouted in unison. But it was too late. Just as the energy was about to hit the time machine, Luya suddenly let go and directly blocked that beam of light. However, the time machine had already activated. Luya, hurry and grab. Goku's expression changed as he was about to speak, but in the next instant the time machine transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Luya, damn. Is this ever going to end? Luya shouted, directly dispersing that energy. He then turned his gaze to the instigator. At this moment, a battered creature stood in the distance, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Zamasu, not dead yet. Luya frowned. Human, you won't be able to escape. At this moment, Zamasu, looking neither human nor ghost, glared at Luya with a sinister expression. Luya sneered. You're quite despicable, trying to keep us here under these circumstances. Huh, but unfortunately I can only keep you here. But I will definitely kill you, Zamasu said with a twisted expression. So pitiful. But since you are not dead, let's deal with you before leaving. Luya said coldly. He could leave if he wanted to. In fact, he could forcibly traverse time and space using the power of the angels, but he must deal with Zamasu first, otherwise once he recovers to his peak, this universe would likely face destruction. Thinking of this, Luya took out a Senzu bean and ate it. In less than 2 seconds his condition recovered, and even became significantly stronger. After this battle his power had increased tremendously. Damn, human, even if you defeat me, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, you can't defeat me, Zamasu roared. Luya sneered. Whether I can escape or not is not for you to decide. On the contrary, you are no longer invincible. As long as I deal with you, you will never be able to resurrect. Through the system, he had detected that with each resurrection the opponent's strength diminished. So as long as he completely annihilated the opponent, he could win. Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, and the entire Earth was on the brink of destruction. The Earth was about to explode. Luya's gaze sharpened, then he looked at Zamasu. Let's finish this quickly. Boom. In the next moment, Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan Red. Although the opponent's power had declined, defeating him was still not so simple. TCH. Zamasu's face twisted, and then he roared, charging out. The ground where he stood collapsed under the recoil. Come on, Luya shouted, transforming into a red flash and charging towards Zamasu. Bang. The two fists collided, but in the next second Luya was sent flying backward. As expected, without using the Kaioken, he couldn't suppress his opponent. However, Luya dodged the opponent's attacks while familiarizing himself with their techniques. Zamasu's combat style had become chaotic, multiple failures had made him extremely angry, and now he was determined to eliminate Luya, this troublesome human. Bang. Whoosh. Taking advantage of the moment, Zamasu pushed him back. Luya used instant transmission, appearing behind Zamasu in the next instant. A blast of energy gathered in his palm. However, Zamasu was clearly not to be underestimated. He quickly reacted, turning his body and grabbing Luya's hand, deflecting the energy blast. In the next second, Zamasu swung Luya around and threw him out. Boom. The ground cracked open, and Zamasu seized the opportunity to unleash an energy blast that struck the ground instantly. Boom. Under the tremendous explosion, the already damaged Earth faced further destruction with countless streams of lava erupting. Lia's form was also submerged. Zamasu panted slightly. Without Lia's Senzu beans, his power output was slightly reduced. Although his current strength was still terrifying, his condition was not good. Having lost his divine body and immortality, his nerves were extremely sensitive and his body was gradually weakening. Therefore, if he were to suffer a heavy blow, it would severely injure him. Suddenly, Zamasu's eyes narrowed and he saw a red energy sphere slowly rising from the lava, with Lia's form wrapped inside. TCH. Zamasu's expression darkened. Luya sighed in relief. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been roasted. The light shield dispersed, transforming into red light surrounding himself. Luya looked at Zamasu and said, "Bring it on." "Damn." Zamasu roared, and instantly a massive force spread out. The ground trembled and debris flew everywhere. Lia's gaze sharpened. The next moment, he gathered his energy, increasing his power once more, and in the next second, Kaioken. Boom. In an instant, his power doubled as he charged towards Zamasu. Ah! Zamasu gathered an energy blast in his hand, continuously firing at Luya. Luya agilely dodged, while continually closing in on Zamasu. Came. Haim. Die. Zamasu roared, intensifying his firepower with denser and faster attacks. But Luya seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of Zamasu's attacks. His body twisted easily, avoiding the strikes. Energy. Whoosh. At the same time, Luya had gathered a terrifying energy wave. What? How is this possible? Zamasu's face changed dramatically, but Luya had already reached him. Kama. Huh. Luya unleashed the energy wave forcefully, and instantly a terrifying Kamehameha shot out. Alt. Zamasu could only let out a scream as he was engulfed by the energy wave, but he was still desperately trying to resist, forming a black shield around his body, yet countless cracks appeared on it. Luya gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging, roaring as he unleashed all his power. Boom. Crack. How is this possible? Zamasu's shield shattered in that moment, and his body was baptized by the Kamehameha. Boom. Boom. In the next second, Zamasu's earrings suddenly shattered, and his form changed in that instant, gradually melting away. Finally, with a streak of light, like a meteor, Zamasu was sent far away. Boom. A tremendous explosion sounded, shaking the entire earth. Luya looked up at the sky. The once pitch-black sky now bore a hue reminiscent of dusk, a sign that the world was about to be destroyed. It was about to explode. Luya glanced into the distance, and in the next instant disappeared, reappearing in a huge pit. In the pit, Zamasu lay on the ground looking disheveled. However, at this moment, Zamasu was no longer the fusion of Zamasu and Black Goku, but the Kaishin Zamasu. Luya's strike had shattered the earrings, forcibly separating the two. The other party possessed immortality, thus surviving. But Black Goku was not so lucky. His already severely damaged body had been completely obliterated. How is this possible? How could I possibly lose? Zamasu lay on the ground, emitting a piercing laugh tinged with sorrow. Luya looked at him and said, "You underestimated humanity. Oh, it's not that easy to destroy us." "Damn. Human. You wait. I will definitely take revenge." Zamasu's expression suddenly turned sinister, and then the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. Puff. But in the next moment, Luya activated Flash Time, instantly appearing in front of Zamasu, and the energy blade he had gathered sliced off Zamasu's arm. Whoosh. Boom. At the same time, Luya unleashed a light wave that obliterated the ring along with the arm. As Luya destroyed that arm, Zama's face turned ashen. Stop. The destruction of the ring meant he could no longer traverse time and space, and thus he could not achieve his desires. Unable to traverse time and space, even with his immortal body, it would be difficult for him to change the future he hoped for. However, Zama's immortal body was still remarkably powerful. The moment Luya destroyed his arm, it regrew instantly, but he had lost that time-space ring. "It's time to end this," Luya said in a low voice. Zama struggled to stand up and said fiercely, "Impossible. I possess an immortal body. There's absolutely no way you can kill me." Luya replied with a faint smile, "Is that so? What if it's the power of a god of destruction?" "What a..." Zama's exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, terror filled his face as Luya slowly raised his hand, and suddenly a terrifying energy sphere coalesced. This energy sphere was not ordinary, it was destructive energy. Seeing the destruction orb, Zama's face turned pale. "How is that possible? How do you have the power of a god of destruction? Could it be that Beerus gave it to you?" Luya calmly replied, "Who gave it to me is not your concern. You only need to know that you won't exist soon." Zama's expression darkened as he roared, "Impossible. I will never let you succeed. You will not kill me." After saying that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful force, and in an instant the entire pit began to expand. Simultaneously, under the influence of Zama's power, the entire earth started to crumble, accelerating its path to destruction. "You madman," Luya scoffed, preparing to throw the destructive orb at Zama's. "Huh, it's too late. Even if you can kill me, you won't escape. The entire earth, including you, will accompany me in death." Zama's face suddenly twisted with madness. The next moment, his body changed, and a terrifying power erupted from within him, causing Zama's entire body to transform into blood energy, surging upward like a waterfall. "What a..." Luya was startled, not expecting the opposition to resist in such a way, which left him somewhat incredulous. As that power erupted, the whole earth cracked open, with countless magma spewing forth. It was as if it could destroy the entire earth at any moment. Luya snorted coldly, and in the next second the entire time and space suddenly froze, and then Luya shot the destructive orb out. Although Zama's held thoughts of mutual destruction, he couldn't help but feel a sense of luck because of his immortal body, so now he could only directly destroy him. Buzz. The destructive orb merged into the blood column, and in the next second the blood column trembled, dissipating into light spots from bottom to top. I am unwilling. I will not lose. Zama's roar echoed as the blood column suddenly transformed into a human face, which was Zama's face, but soon it turned into light spots and vanished. Under destruction, nothing remained. Luya sighed in relief, having finally dealt with the troublesome Zamas. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly surged, causing Luya's expression to change. He quickly leaped to dodge. In the next second, explosions erupted, and the ground continuously cracked open with streams of magma emerging from the earth, ruthlessly destroying everything. Meanwhile, the entire earth crumbled, tsunamis soared, volcanoes erupted, and doom was imminent. It was about to explode. And as that thought emerged, the entire half of the earth exploded. In an instant, it spread like a fuse. Luya's face changed, and he immediately unleashed his energy, rushing towards the atmosphere. System. Use Frieza cells. Luya said hurriedly. Instantly, a thin layer of red light enveloped Luya's body. System. Use angel power to transport me back to the real world. Ding. Using one-time consumable skill, angel power. Time-space traversal. Buzz. Just as Luya's voice fell, his body suddenly became ethereal, and then he transformed into a streak of light shooting out like the speed of light, vanishing into the universe. Not long after Luya vanished, the earth exploded. The horrifying explosion was insignificant in the vast universe, yet it was a genuine planetary destruction. The earth of the future world disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene, glancing toward the original direction of the earth, revealing a mysterious arc. You're late. What a pity. On the other side, in the real world. Inside the space pod, Goku and the others were in disarray, but their condition had already recovered. After returning, they immediately ate the senzu beans, restoring them to peak condition. Why hasn't Bulma come yet? Goku asked, a bit anxious. Trunks replied, even collecting a barrel of fuel would take a few days at the fastest. Now only a few days have passed, so it's unrealistic to obtain fuel. But Luya is still in the future. If we don't help, he might die. Goku said solemnly. Sai, the Kaioshin have already gone to meet the Omni King, so they can't return in a short time. That's what was said. What should we do now? If we don't hurry to the future world, Luya might not come back. Goku frowned. That bastard Zamas. How troublesome. He still can't be killed. Lord Whis, you should be able to use time travel to take us to the future, right? Vegeta suddenly looked at Whis and asked. No, I can't. Whis smiled slightly. Why not? Whis, you are an angel. Goku questioned. Whis shook his head. Angels are not omnipotent. We are also restricted by rules. There are things that should not be done. Without specific permission, angels distorting time and space would incur very harsh penalties. What? You often use time reversal, right? Goku protested. That's different. With the current situation being so tense, and this happening, the Omni King already knows about it. That's why the Kaioshin conference was convened, to start rectifying things. If the angels and we gods of destruction were to act against the rules, the consequences would be serious. That's what Beerus said. How could this be? Goku felt some regret. Don't worry, based on what you said, Luya's current strength should not fear Zamas, so he might be able to eliminate Zamas. That's true, but without us to fetch him, won't he be stuck there? Goku said worriedly. We can only wait until Bulma collects enough fuel. Vegeta said solemnly. Everyone, the fuel is ready. Suddenly Bulma rushed over holding a bottle of fuel. Everyone was immediately delighted. So fast. Great job, Bulma. Goku exclaimed in surprise. If it weren't for Luya reminding me to prepare the fuel in advance, I might have taken 2 more days to get ready. Bulma sighed in relief. Great. Let's hurry and set off, Goku said hastily. However, just as they were preparing to activate the time machine, suddenly a whirlpool appeared in the sky, and then a streak of light fell directly from the whirlpool, crashing down not far from them. What is that? Everyone looked over in shock. That's... Whis squinted his eyes in surprise. Interesting, Beerus said lightly, though he was surprised. In the pit, Luya stood up and said with some helplessness, the brakes failed. The system is unreliable. The system replied. Host, if you want to blame someone, blame your power for not being able to control the angel's power. That you made it back here is already a blessing. Luya was speechless. Luya, how come it's you? Goku and the others rushed over. Seeing Luya, they were both surprised and shocked. How could he return safely from the future world? That's unscientific. You're all here. Luya laughed awkwardly. The question is, how did you come back? Goku asked in confusion. Not just him, even the others were puzzled. It's a long story, but I've already dealt with Zamas, Luya said with a smile. Really? Impressive, Luya. Goku praised. But I'm still curious about how you came back. You can't traverse time and space. Even Super Saiyan Red with divine power can't do that. Beerus and Whis approached the former, said lightly. Luya raised an eyebrow and said, I snatched Zama's ring and used it to traverse time and space to come back. Oh really? Where's the ring? Beerus asked aggressively. Luya internally complained but replied, I didn't hold on tight and lost it, otherwise I wouldn't have made such a disheveled entrance. Hearing this, Beerus still regarded Luya with suspicion while Whis remained silent. After a while, Beerus said lightly, you better make sure your words are true, or else if I find out you've hidden a time-space ring you won't be able to bear the consequences. Luya shrugged, don't worry, I don't have the time-space ring. It had all been destroyed, leaving him with no corroborating evidence. So what happened in the future? Trunks asked. Though he was somewhat prepared, he still wanted to inquire. Luya shook his head. Unfortunately, the Earth of the future was destroyed. I see, as expected. Trunks' face fell slightly. Xiaowu walked over and held his hand, offering silent comfort. All right, since this crisis has been resolved, let's all cheer up. How about this? I'll hold a party tomorrow to celebrate Trunks and Xiaowu's arrival. What do you think? Bulma said, noticing the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis suddenly reacted, no longer thinking of anything else, and quickly said, really? That must mean there will be a lot of delicious food. Of course, Bulma said proudly. That's great. Compared to Beerus and Whis's excitement, Vegeta and the others were twitching their mouths. Damn it, now parties are almost becoming their nightmare. Luya did not miss the gathering and briefly recounted his escape, though he omitted certain details to avoid appearing overly pretentious. Upon hearing Luya's words, everyone expressed their astonishment at Zamasu's prowess, the power of his immortal body, and the peril faced by their companions, which left Klin and the others in awe. Of course, in the end, Luya successfully dealt with Zamasu, and they were all very pleased. Even though the future Earth had already perished, at least they had defeated a formidable enemy. Moreover, everyone knew that Luya's strength had surpassed that of Goku and the others, making him the undisputed #1 on Earth. Soon the gathering was over, and this crisis had come to a close, with everyone returning to their respective homes. Luya bid farewell to Goku and the others and returned to his residence. This time was indeed a bit dangerous. He almost gave himself away. Luya sighed with relief, feeling somewhat helpless. He needed to find a way to make his abilities seem like a natural phenomenon in the eyes of others, otherwise he might find it difficult to unleash his powers. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly came to his senses and said, by the way, I defeated Zamasu. System, will there be a reward? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice came through. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Zamasu. Rewards are being issued now. Ding. Rewarding the host with the ability to traverse time and space. Ding. Rewarding the host with a combat power of 2 billion points. Ding. Rewarding the host with a one-time immortal body ability equivalent to having 2 lives. Ding. Rewarding the host with a 5 multiplier to the Kaioken, currently at 25 times. Ding. Rewarding the host by reducing the burden of the Kaioken by 10. Note: due to the host's repeated use of Kaioken within a short period, a burden value of 30 has been generated, currently offset by 10. Hearing this, Luya was taken aback. He quickly pulled up his interface, and when he saw the 4 characters traverse time and space, he was momentarily stunned. System, are you saying I can traverse time and space? The system replied yes. Luya immediately became excited, so I can freely travel between the past and future, and to other timelines. The system responded, it should be possible. Luya asked, can you give me a reliable answer? The system replied, host. The rewards triggered by this system are not at the system's discretion, but are randomly issued based on various factors related to the host's task completion. However, the system needs to remind you that while you have obtained the ability to traverse time and space, caution is advised. Using this ability requires powerful willpower to control your mind, and any slight misstep could result in being swept into a temporal vortex, with your destination entirely dependent on luck. Luya nodded and understanding got it. And one more thing, if the host's time travel is detected by a being of angelic level or above, it could be disastrous. So the host should use it cautiously. This system does not wish to face the consequences, as I am incapable of handling them. The system stated indifferently. Luya replied, hey, that's really not funny. What a nuisance is this system being operated by someone. Without further thought, Luya suddenly focused his mind, and his body became ethereal. Traversing time and space, I wonder if it can be faster than instant transmission. As Luya spoke, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, on a certain planet, a space opened up directly, and Luya's figure appeared in the air. This is Planet Namek. Luya looked at the somewhat familiar place, suddenly surprised. He had directly arrived here, and it was exactly where his heart desired to go. Traversing time and space. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly focused his mind again, and soon after he arrived on Earth 10 years prior. Looking at a city in ruins, Luya frowned, but soon after he vanished again. When he reappeared, he had already returned to his own residence. Just as he stopped, suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using time travel proficiency 5. Ding. The host has triggered a system task. Task details complete 5 time travels. Location Earth within the Dragon Ball storyline. Each time travel must involve defeating the corresponding enemy. Time limit is 1 month. Luya was somewhat stunned, then he exclaimed, wait, traveling to the Dragon Ball world? The system replied, yes, host. You might as well say let me guest star in the storyline. Luya replied, speechless. The system said, as long as the host is satisfied. Luya thought for a moment and said, I wonder if I can travel to my world. The system replied, the host can try. Luya thought about it, but ultimately did not attempt it. Although he was a traveler, his relationship with his parents was rather distant. His parents had worked away from home for years and had a neglectful attitude towards him, which is why he became a recluse and didn't want to go out feeling somewhat closed off. However, having arrived here, he had clearly changed a lot. Not only was he thriving, but he was also incredibly impressive, and he did not feel a strong sense of belonging to his original world. So you mean I can traverse to another timeline specifically to the Dragon Ball series to defeat those villains? Luya reconfirmed. The system replied, yes. What if I refuse this task? Luya suddenly asked. The system replied, if the host does not complete the tasks issued by the system will cease to issue tasks until the host completes the corresponding task. Of course, if the situation is severe, the system will impose strict penalties. What kind of penalties? Luya quickly asked. Unknown. Would you like to try it? The system said coldly. Fine. Luya shrugged and decided to go. After wrapping up the related matters, 2 days had passed, and Luya left this world. Meanwhile, Whis, who had already returned, suddenly sensed something. He glanced at the crystal ball on his staff, and whatever he saw made a glint of sharp light pass through his eyes. Whoosh. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in, and Whis did not even look. He simply raised his hand to block a punch. Whis, what's wrong? Why are you distracted? Goku asked curiously. Meanwhile, Vegeta had stopped attacking and noticed Whis' unusual behavior. It turned out that after the gathering ended, the two had gained some insights, so they followed Whis to train, preparing to further improve themselves. Whis shook his head. Nothing, just some interesting occurrences, no need to worry. Is that so? Goku retracted his fist. Whis paid no further attention to others, but looked at Goku and Vegeta. Not bad. Through this encounter with Zamasu, your powers have indeed increased significantly. However, mere enhancement of power is not enough. You have not improved your combat skills or addressed your own shortcomings, which still leaves much to be desired. Oh, what should we do to change that? Goku asked. Whis replied, Goku, you are like this. On the surface, your demands for yourself are high, but your details are lacking. Simply desiring strong opponents to elevate yourself is not sufficient. Vegeta is the same. I told you long ago that you must not be too relaxed in controlling your spirit, nor too tense. You two are exactly the opposite, yet both fall short, causing your powers to quickly reach their limits without further progress. You need to learn to unify your mind and spirit, avoiding excessive distractions during battles. On this point, Luya does exceptionally well. Whis added after a pause. Luya? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, somewhat confused. Whis nodded. I helped him train for a while, and the reason he was able to evolve to the next step beyond Super Saiyan God is that he practiced the unity of spirit and body intensely, which ultimately awakened his potential, allowing him to break through to the Super Saiyan Red, different from your Super Saiyan Blue. Is that really how Luya did it? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, but his path is somewhat broader than yours. Once you reach Super Saiyan Blue, advancing further becomes very difficult. However, Super Saiyan Red is different. Luya has significant room for improvement. His power will eventually reach heights that you cannot catch up to. Whis nodded. How is that possible? Vegeta gritted his teeth, as Whis' words undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to him. As Prince Vegeta, he absolutely cannot be ranked third. Is there an even more powerful realm beyond Super Saiyan Blue? Goku asked solemnly. Whis smiled mysteriously, and then gave a riddle. You will know this later. If you work a bit harder, surpassing Lord Beerus may not be impossible. Upon hearing this, both men's spirits were shaken, filled with anticipation. They truly understood Lord Beerus' might. It could be said that with their Super Saiyan Blue, they were far from his match, so they were eager to reach that level. In no time, both men were filled with fighting spirit. Time passed quietly, and during Luya's absence, the storyline of this world continued as usual, with the Tournament of Power drawing ever closer. Of course, this was not without Goku's urging, which made Beerus want to strangle him at times. Meanwhile, in the sky of a certain planet, a crack suddenly opened, and Luya's figure appeared in the scene. As he appeared, Luya was somewhat surprised, and then looked around at the familiar scenery. Ding! The host successfully signed in at planet Namek. The task has officially begun. Countdown in progress. System, is this planet Namek? Luya asked, stunned. The system replied, yes, host. You have arrived in the storyline of the Dragon Ball parallel world. I wish you the best of luck ahead. A piercing whoosh cut the air, and 5 silhouettes suddenly materialized before Luya. They did not strike, instead they dropped to the ground and assumed a strange formation. What the hell? Luya frowned slightly, then reached out and unleashed a sphere of energy. What a... The leader Jinyo's face drained of color. He was stunned. Weren't they supposed to parley first? Why launch into violence at the slightest provocation? More importantly, they hadn't even introduced themselves. With a thunderous blast, the Jinyo squad screamed once before turning to dust. Luya was speechless. System, isn't this a little too easy? System, this is a mission triggered by the host's time-space traversal. Difficulty is randomized. Luya sighed. If he were not compelled to complete the task, he would not have come at all. Time-space jumps could draw unwanted attention from Veth and the others and invite trouble. A thought suddenly lit his eyes. Could he just take the whole Na-Mako planet with him in the blast? After all, it was destined to explode in the end. The notion was quickly stifled. Beiji Ta and the others were still here. If they perished too, what would be left to play with later? With that in mind, Luya touched his brow and instantly detected Fu Li's presence. In the next instant, he vanished by instantaneous movement. Elsewhere in a settlement, Fu Li was growing impatient. The Dragon Balls had been stolen and none of his subordinates had reported in. He found the silence intolerable. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the clearing. Luya. Oh, who are you? Fu Li asked, surprised to see him. Luya smiled faintly. Fu Li, we meet again. What? You've met me before? Fu Li asked with curiosity. He had never met this man, yet he was taken aback by the sudden appearance. He was supremely confident in his own power. In the entire universe, who could possibly contend with Emperor Fu Li? I have met you. Still just as infuriating, Luya said with a grin, loosening the tail coiled at his waist. A tail? Could you be a Saiyan? Fu Li flinched, his eyes narrowing with a vague expression. Indeed, I am a Saiyan, and I came to deal with you. Luya smiled lightly, his tone casual, as if Fu Li were beneath his notice. Haha, deal with me, eh? Fu Li's pride gave way to a wicked smile. Then without warning he struck. A red beam shot forth with a scream. The beam could pierce anything, yet Luya made no move to dodge. He let the attack hit him and was utterly unscathed. Fu Li frowned in disbelief. This should not be possible. Useless, your attack tickles. Why not transform into your final form? Luya taunted. Interesting. You even know my final form, Fu Li said with a laugh. He leapt down from his throne, his height shrinking as he shifted form. Since you know I won't bother hiding. To die beneath my power is an honor you should count yourself lucky to receive, Fu Li sneered. In the next instant he erupted with power. A tremendous force burst forth from his body. Fu Li's appearance altered into a wholly different visage. Luya raised an eyebrow. The system detected Fu Li's combat strength at 1.2 million, and as he continued to transform, that power kept surging. At the same time, the entire Na-Meiku planet trembled under Fu Li's aura. Luya was bemused. Was this world really so fragile? Could a single stomp from him shatter this place? Fu Li transformed again. Third tier. His power rose to 2 million. But it did not end there. At last, Fu Li reached his final form. His combat power soared to 60 million. Every living thing on Na-Meiku felt that overwhelming, unconquerable force. How is it? My final form. Do you despair now, eh? Fu Li mocked. Luya replied dryly. Do I look like someone who despairs? Fu Li's expression soured. Could this sudden intruder be a Super Saiyan? Luya beckoned him with a curl of his finger. Come, show me. Fu Li's gaze hardened, and he vanished, reappearing directly behind Luya. As his fist lashed out, Luya countered with an elbow that struck Fu Li a crushing blow. Fu Li's eyes flashed bloodshot. He could not believe it. Impossible. Luya smirked. With a flick of his wrist, the back of his fist slammed into Fu Li's face, sending him hurtling into a nearby hill. With thunderous crashes, Fu Li erupted skyward in a rage. Staring at Luya, he could not hide his disbelief. How could this be? You're a monkey. How could you wound me? Luya shook his head. You're less than an ant. And you dare call Saiyan's monkeys. You're a blind frog at the bottom of a well. Gore. Fu Li flew into a fury. He transformed again, muscles swelling to excess and his aura exploding to an even greater intensity. He finally saw the gap between them and stopped holding back. This opponent might indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. 100 and... Luya murmured, 12 million. Still weak. He gathered a white sphere of energy in his palm, ready to finish the fight. Fu Li pointed a single finger skyward as a red sphere of power expanded. Fu Li boasted, ha ha ha. When this hits, the entire Na-Meiku planet will be buried with me. Brace yourself. Luya smiled. In truth, you're a genius. With proper cultivation, your strength could become terrifying. You might even become Golden Fu Li. Golden Fu Li. What do you mean? Fu Li blinked, puzzled. You don't need to know that. Go to hell and repent. Luya's energy sphere flared brilliantly. It was fully charged. Damn you. Die. Fu Li roared and hurled his massive energy ball. Luya thrust out his hand and fired his energy sphere. It pierced through Fu Li's power ball and streaked straight toward him. With a thunderous explosion and Fu Li's scream, his body was swallowed by white light and disintegrated into ash. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fu Li neutralized. Mission progress 15. Please continue. Luya shrugged. He glanced about and abandoned any thought of lingering. His interference had altered this timeline. In this moment, he felt like a future Talon Ku rewriting the world's course. Soon after, Luya used time-space traversal and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood upon a battlefield arena. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully signed into the battlefield against Sha Lu. Ding. Reward time-space traversal proficiency 5. Sha Lu. Luya felt a presence and turned, locking eyes with Sha Lu. What's going on? Who is he? The Z warriors eyed the newcomer with curiosity. Luya looked around and took in the scene. Yamcha Kulin and Tianjin Fan surrounded an unmoving youth, Talon Ku. Meanwhile, Gohan, in a wounded state, but having reached Super Saiyan 2, lay gravely injured, and Vegeta was sprawled on the ground in ruin. Luya realized Goku had only recently died. Sha Lu had used his indestructible brain to resurrect, and had grown stronger, now approaching Super Saiyan 2. What now? Anyone else foolish enough to die? Who are you? Sha Lu said, arrogantly certain of his invincibility. Even Sun Wukong was down, there was no one left to challenge him. Luya looked at Sha Lu and smiled. You're cocky, aren't you? Sha Lu snorted and released a terrifying surge of power. A golden aura swelled around him, his presence overwhelming. Luya arched an eyebrow. Although Sha Lu was formidable, he did not belong to the same timeline. His strength could not compare to the Super Saiyans of Luya's world. Sha Lu did not care. He felt no interest in the sudden arrival and trusted his memory of the world. This stranger left no impression on him. First eliminate this brat. With that thought, Sha Lu vanished by instantaneous movement. Because Goku had died and transcended, Sha Lu had acquired instantaneous movement as well. For Luya, such tricks mattered little. Sha Lu reappeared above Luya and launched a downward kick. Luya flashed aside, and in the next moment stood before Sha Lu, delivering a kick squarely to his face that sent him flying through mountain after mountain. The sudden turn of events stunned the gathered fighters. They had not expected such power from the newcomer. Sha Lu was sent flying in an instant. Gohan's expression grew grave. Not long ago, he had believed himself the universe's strongest, yet facing this stranger, he felt as if confronting a mountain. Luya glanced at the others, then at Kulin. Use Senzu beans to heal the injured. Kulin snapped to attention. Right. A tremendous power erupted, rock and debris scattered. Sha Lu's battered form re-entered the field of vision. There was no anger on Sha Lu's face, only excitement, as if he had finally found a worthy adversary. Excellent, excellent. I thought my evolution would leave me wanting, but you, a true expert, stir my blood. Luya glanced at him and grinned. Is that so? Too bad. You will not remain excited for long. Boom. The aura of Cell had reached an astonishing level. It must be said that at this stage, Super Saiyans were just beginning to make their mark on the battlefield. Of course, this was just the beginning, and the enemies to come would only become more monstrous. Lua beckoned Cell with a finger brimming with provocation. Damn it. Cell's expression darkened instantly, as if he had been insulted. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Lua. Upon reaching Lua, Cell unleashed a series of shadowless punches, while Lua merely blocked without retaliating. With a powerful strike, Cell knocked Lua backward. What's wrong? Is your strength this little? I haven't even exerted myself yet. Cell taunted Lua. Lua glanced at his own hand, and then looked at Cell, saying, haven't you eaten? What a... Cell was taken aback, and then gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lua. Impossible. He had clearly exerted himself just now. There was no way such a being could exist. Lua wore a disappointed expression. To be honest, your power disappoints me. But that's normal. Oh, after all, I have grown strong beyond your imagination. That guy can't be serious, can he? Krillin said, sweating nervously. Who knows? But this person has a strange aura, and I can't gauge the depth of his energy at all. Incredible. If Goku were to see him, he would probably be very happy. Tien exclaimed. Speaking of Goku, everyone felt a pang of disappointment. After all, Goku was no longer alive. Gohan also fell silent. If it weren't for that reckless behavior, Dad wouldn't have died. With that in mind, he looked at Cell with eyes full of murderous intent. Impossible. You must be pretending. I am the ultimate perfect being. How could I be defeated by you? Cell roared, suddenly raising his hand as a circular beam of light gathered and grew larger. Is that Frieza's ultimate move? Lua grinned upon seeing this. Bring it on. Die. Cell roared, then unleashed an attack akin to a ki blast towards Lua. Without dodging, Lua suddenly struck down with a hand chop. Pooh. The circular attack was instantly cleaved in two, shattering completely. Both Cell and the others were stunned, unable to believe how easily Lua had shattered Cell's deadly technique. That guy faces Cell just like Gohan did before, far too effortlessly. Who on earth is he? Tien couldn't help but exclaim in shock. No matter what, Earth is saved, Krillin sighed in relief. TCH. Damn it. Vegeta's expression was extremely grim. While others didn't notice, he did. The suddenly appeared youth had a tail. A Saiyan. He immediately confirmed that the other was indeed a Saiyan. Damn it. Besides Kakarot, there was another Saiyan stronger than him. He wouldn't accept this. Hehehe. It seems you do have some skills, but my power has grown beyond what it used to be, so I will definitely eliminate you. Cell's face twisted in menace. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Lua smiled slightly. Came. Haim. Suddenly Cell soared into the air and began to gather his strongest energy, preparing to unleash a massive attack. Not good. That position of full power Kamehameha could destroy Earth. Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. Everyone else also prepared to act. Lua smirked and said, are you planning to unleash that Kamehameha directly, or do you want to use instant transmission against me? What a... How do you know? Cell was startled, as he indeed had considered using the second method, which was why he was gathering all his strength for the Kamehameha. Lua shook his head with a smile, saying, that's something I left behind. However, I can reveal a secret to you right before your demise. What? Cell felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Lua chuckled lightly, and then suddenly shouted, unleashing a burst of energy, instantly enveloping him in a golden glow, transforming into a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? Impossible. Seeing this scene, both Cell and the others were dumbfounded. They had not expected Lua to be a Saiyan, and he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, this power. Gohan felt a bead of cold sweat slide down his face. Being the strongest in the scene, he truly sensed Lua's strength. Even though he had surpassed the limits of Super Saiyans, he still couldn't defeat Lua. How could this be? Cell trembled all over, nearly interrupting the gathering of his Kamehameha. Lua flicked his tail and said, "So what do you think?" Surprised. "Damn it. You will die?" "Oh." Cell, increasingly unwilling to let Lua feel proud, sensed the pressure from Lua's energy. Thus this time he made no hesitation and directly decided to unleash his strongest Kamehameha. Not good. Gohan suddenly burst with energy, wanting to stop him. Lua, however, coldly laughed. "You're just showing off. Eat my move." Swish, swish, swish. Came. Haim. Huh. The ground beneath Lua cracked as he unleashed his own Kamehameha. In an instant, the two forces collided. It was clear that Lua's power surpassed Cell's power. Impossible. I am the ultimate perfect being, the strongest existence in the universe. How could I lose here? Cell's face twisted in rage, yet he felt increasingly powerless. Your journey ends here, Cell. Sleep eternally on Earth. Lua shouted, no longer holding back, and directly raised the intensity of his energy wave. Wah! Cell could no longer resist, and was swept away by the attack. Even the powerful ultimate perfect being gradually began to dissipate at that moment. Not even the most tenacious brain could escape. Cell's energy vanished. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lua withdrew his power and similarly sighed in relief. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Cell. Task completed 25. Can I ask, who are you? Krillin asked, mustering his courage. Moi. Lua looked at them and smiled. I am a Saiyan. Impossible. All Saiyans should have been wiped out by Frieza. There shouldn't be any other Saiyans besides the ones from Earth. Vegeta stated coldly, clearly skeptical. Lua looked at him and said, how do you know there aren't? Were you present when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta? With a tail and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, you must be a Saiyan, right? You can't be like Cell and be an android, can you? Yamcha muttered. Then tell me, what is the name of the planet where Saiyans are born? Vegeta still didn't believe it and asked cautiously. Planet Salad. Lua replied flatly. Vegeta was shocked and then fell silent. Everyone thought that planet Vegeta was the origin of the Saiyans, but there was a complex story behind it. Planet Vegeta was merely a planet they had taken over. Few people knew this. The fact that this guy knew it was not simple. Lua shrugged and said, well, I originally thought I could meet powerful opponents here, but it turns out to be this kind of rubbish. Since I've achieved my goal, I should head back now. What this kind of rubbish is too casual, Krillin said, a bit dissatisfied. Lua smiled and then looked at Gohan, saying, congratulations on reaching Super Saiyan level 2. I hope you continue your training and don't waste your talent. Also, don't feel guilty about your father. He will be revived, so don't worry. Off. Gohan was stunned, unable to comprehend. Super Saiyan level 2, what does that mean? Is it Gohan's new transformation? Piccolo asked. Lua smiled slightly and said, alright, I won't play with you guys anymore, I'm leaving now. With that, Lua flashed and disappeared. What a strange person. He seems to know a lot about our situation. Tien frowned. Could he be from the future like Trunks? Krillin suddenly had a wild thought. The others fell silent. It wasn't impossible. On the other side, Lua appeared on a cliff, feeling a bit bored. System, can I go back now? Host, you have not completed your tasks yet. It is advised to finish your tasks first. Otherwise, if you use time travel too often, you will be detected by the gods of other universes. It would be better to complete your tasks in one go before going back. The system informed him. Lua complained, if I had known this, you shouldn't have given me the time travel reward. What's the use of this thing? I'm sorry, host, but I cannot control the rewards. So you just got lucky. More like I stepped in dog poop. Lua rolled his eyes, feeling helpless, and could only use time travel. Of course, he could determine which time period to traverse. He just wanted to see how powerful those strongest villains had become. I must say, Lua was starting to get reckless. As Lua vanished from this time in a pitch-black space, at that time a blood-red light suddenly appeared. After a long while, a voice came out. Strange, how could someone travel through time? Could it be that a god is tracking me? No, that plan must evade the boring god's tracking. Meanwhile, Lua appeared in a desert. As soon as Lua appeared, he keenly sensed a powerful aura which astonished him. This aura, its boost energy. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of a mountain range, the demon Bu wreaked havoc, launching carpet bombings, as if searching for something. In a hidden crevice, Piccolo and Gotenks were hiding, watching as Bu destroyed everything in the distance. Damn it. That guy is terrifying. Piccolo's eyes showed fear, and his expression was filled with helplessness. Even Gotenks was no match for him. Who else could defeat him now? Moreover, Goku and Gohan were no longer around, and even Vegeta had fallen. The only one left on Earth who could stop Bu was Gotenks, but it was undeniable that Bu's power had already surpassed Gotenks. It's impossible to deal with him. Uncle Piccolo, I want to go out and fight him. Gotenks regained some energy and stood up, speaking arrogantly. Being forced to hide here was already frustrating enough. He absolutely couldn't continue to be so embarrassed. No, even if you go out, you're not his opponent. In that case, we might as well outsmart him. Piccolo said sternly. The two kids clearly wanted to act recklessly. How can this be? Don't underestimate my power. Gotenks clenched his fists, then suddenly unleashed his energy, shouting angrily, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. It's over. Piccolo couldn't help but cover his face. These two were truly infuriating. Full power transformation. I feel full of strength. Gotenks grinned. Oh. Suddenly a head appeared from outside, revealing a dangerous smile. Demon Bu. Piccolo's expression changed drastically upon seeing the opponent. But Gotenks showed no fear, pointing at Demon Bu. Come on. Now is your death day. Demon Bu laughed foolishly, but it was filled with mockery. Huh. Gotenks shouted, and suddenly the place they were hiding was blown apart by a powerful force. Bang. In the next second, the two figures collided in the air at high speed, astonishingly fast. Gotenks actively attacked Demon Bu, but it was evident that Bu was effortlessly dodging, completely disregarding Gotenks. Take this. Gotenks struck with a sky cannon. Demon Bu did not dodge, taking the hit directly. Boom. Instantly the sky cannon pierced through Bu's body, leaving a large hole in his stomach. However, Bu showed no sign of concern. His form trembled and promptly restored. Damn it. Gotenks was somewhat displeased and charged towards him. Just then Bu suddenly revealed a strange curve. As Gotenks was about to strike him, he raised his hand and grabbed Gotenks' fist. What? Gotenks was startled. Bu chuckled, then grabbed Gotenks and swung at his face with his other hand. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed squarely, causing Gotenks to cry out in pain. Oh no. On the sidelines, Piccolo's expression changed. He had already guessed this would be the outcome. Gotenks simply could not defeat the current Bu. After a barrage of strikes, Bu retracted his fists and looked at Gotenks with a wicked smile. At this moment, Gotenks' face turned red, the immense pain preventing him from opening his eyes. Demon Bu, however, offered him no chance to recover, grabbing him and swinging him around before tossing him away. Boom. Trunks crashed through several large stones and was buried directly in the rubble. Piccolo's expression was grim. The current situation was utterly hopeless with no power to resist. Gotenks struggled to stand up, looking at Demon Bu, feeling frustrated. Why couldn't he defeat him? It made no sense. The two kids who transformed into Super Saiyan 3 were inexplicably confident. They originally thought they could fight him, but in combat it was clear that Bu hadn't even unleashed his full power. Demon Bu slowly descended, then suddenly grinned at Gotenks, beckoning him with his finger. Come again. Damn it. Do you look down on me? Gotenks immediately became agitated, looking at Bu, then fiercely raised his energy to the maximum and charged at him. Whoosh. However, suddenly a figure appeared, blocking his path. Wow. Gotenks was shocked and hurriedly came to a stop. Who was that? Piccolo looked at the suddenly appearing Rhea, puzzled. At the same time, Goku and Gohan on King Kai's planet sensed the powerful energy and were immediately surprised. What's going on? Why is there an unprecedented energy appearing? Goku said in surprise. The suddenly appearing energy was immensely powerful. Even he didn't dare to claim he could win against it. It seems someone has stepped in to stop Demon Bu. Old Kai said calmly. Well, do I still need to train? Gohan suddenly asked. What nonsense. It's already come to this point, just sit tight. Old Kai scolded. Oh. Gohan, upon hearing this, dared not speak further and sat quietly. If I could be revived, I could go see it in person. This is really a headache. Goku said somewhat dejectedly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Demon Bu was also looking at the suddenly appearing Rhea with confusion. Who is this? Rhea glanced at Gotenks and then grinned. Hey, Gotenks. Huh, you know me. Gotenks said in surprise. Rhea smiled, but didn't answer. There was a hint of complexity. The story of Dragon Ball Super seemed to begin after defeating Demon Bu, so it seemed that to defeat Demon Bu some effort was still needed. Back then, Goku used the Spirit Bomb to defeat Demon Bu. Of course, Rhea also knew the Spirit Bomb, but he couldn't use it since he was an outsider and no one would trust him enough to transfer their energy to him. Leave him to me, how about that? Rhea looked at Gotenks and smiled. No way, he's mine. Gotenks shook his head in rejection, determined to reclaim his dignity after being humiliated. With that thought, Gotenks bypassed Rhea and charged forward. Whoosh. Suddenly at that moment, Gotenks split into two. Huh, what's going on? Time's up, Trunks said, somewhat displeased. Demon Bu suddenly charged at the two kids. Watch out, Trunks. Goten. Piccolo's expression changed, and he shouted urgently. Wow. Trunks and Goten's faces turned pale. They understood that without merging they were no match for Demon Bu. Just as Bu was about to reach the two kids, Rhea suddenly appeared in front of them, kicking Demon Bu away. Rhea glanced at the two kids and said, You two hurry and hide, I'll handle this. After saying that, he descended in the direction of Bu. Who is that big brother? Goten asked curiously. Who knows? Let's go, Goten, let's go to Uncle Piccolo. Trunks called out. On the other side, Bu stood up, rubbed his face where he had been kicked, and then looked at Rhea with a somewhat displeased expression. Rhea landed in front of him, smiling. What? Where's that silly smile of yours? Show it. Roar. Bu growled lowly and suddenly stretched and elongated from the waist up, lunging toward Rhea at high speed. However, Rhea was alert. When Bu charged in front of him, he vanished and reappeared in the air, launching a bomb down. Boom. With a loud explosion, Bu's lower half was blasted to pieces. Bu gritted his teeth, and soon those fragments began to fuse back together. However, what no one noticed was that a small piece of flesh had hidden itself. Like rubber, it restored its form, and Bu charged in front of Rhea, throwing a punch. Bang bang bang. In a series of collisions, the two engaged in a fierce battle. It's impossible. That guy can actually hold his own against Demon Bu, Piccolo said in shock. I hope he can hold on until we can merge again when our time is up, and then we can defeat Demon Bu. Trunks said proudly. Piccolo, is this kid still immersed in his own invincibility? Rhea and Bu went from the ground to the air, battling fiercely in all directions. At the same time, Rhea realized that Demon Bu's power was indeed formidable. Even when he had raised his normal combat power to an extremely powerful level, he could not gain the upper hand against Bu. Demon Bu's strength was extremely powerful, one could say even stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 level of this time period. After this encounter with the enemy, while Goku and the others had indeed improved quite a bit in their normal state, they were still no match for Demon Bu. After all, Demon Bu had almost wiped them all out. Bang! Rhea landed a punch that deformed Bu's face, but in the next second Bu ensnared him with both hands. Rhea's expression changed. The next moment, he saw Bu spit out, and immediately a bomb sent Rhea crashing down to the ground. Hee. Bu laughed triumphantly. Oh. Suddenly Rhea let out a loud roar, and a terrifying force surged upward. Golden yellow energy raged, incredibly terrifying. Luoya transformed directly into a Super Saiyan to confront his opponent, knowing that normal tactics wouldn't suffice. However, his maneuver left Piccolo and others stunned, as they had no idea Luoya could become a Super Saiyan. This meant that Luoya was a Saiyan. Even Goku and others in the Supreme Kai world were shocked. The sudden appearance of a Saiyan caught them off guard. A new Saiyan had appeared. Luoya looked up at Majin Bu grinning, and in the next moment he suddenly appeared before Bu and delivered a powerful punch directly into his stomach. Ugh! Bu was caught off guard and let out a horrified scream, his eyes nearly popping out. So fast. Piccolo was astonished, his face turning green as he couldn't see Luoya's movements at all. Luoya slightly curved his lips, then transformed his fist into an open palm, sending an energy blast that pushed Bu away. During the process, Bu's body was directly pierced by the energy blast. However, Bu quickly stabilized himself, stopping in midair, and with a gloomy expression, he stared at Luoya, suddenly gathering 2 orbs of red energy in his hands, and in the next second unleashed his prince's technique toward Luoya. Luoya nimbly dodged, while seizing the opportunity to fire back with a barrage of blasts, instantly neutralizing Bu's power. With a low shout, Luoya surged forward, closing the distance to Majin Bu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left Bu unable to retaliate. Bang! A heavy punch sent Bu flying, crashing down and creating a massive crater. Luoya had no intention of holding back, launching another blast that exploded upon impact. Luoya watched through the smoke, not believing that such an attack could eliminate his opponent. Smoke does not harm. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Majin Bu stood in the crater and scathed. Interesting. Luoya smiled slightly. Bu glanced at Luoya and then revealed a grin. The next moment, a lightning bolt erupted from the antenna on his head, striking directly at Luoya. Luoya's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dodged. This technique could turn opponents into chocolate. However, Majin Bu did not relent, continuously firing beams at Luoya. As Luoya dodged, he fired back with his own barrage. Amidst the explosions, he neutralized Bu's attacks. Bu's eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike. At this moment, a white mist enveloped Bu, and in the next second, he found himself unable to move. Suddenly, Luoya appeared before him, gathering Kamehameha energy in his hands. With a low shout, Luoya unleashed the Kamehameha at close range. Majin Bu let out a scream as his body began to dissolve. After the strike, Luoya leaped backward. At this moment, Bu looked extremely pitiful. His body writhed as if it had been burned by fire, and apart from his face, which retained some semblance of integrity, the rest was in a terrible state. Truly tenacious. Luoya muttered. Such an enemy was indeed troublesome. A single lethal strike was necessary, as his power was insufficient for a Super Saiyan. Damn! Bu suddenly roared, and at that moment his body began to reform, returning to his original state. However, his aura had weakened slightly. Undoubtedly, Luoya's attack had had an impact on him. Bu looked at Luoya, realizing he was no match for this human, his gaze deepening as he thought of a way to enhance his power. Thinking of this, his dark eyes suddenly shifted, glancing vaguely at Gotenks. However, this small action did not escape Luoya's notice. He knew what Bu intended to do. He planned to absorb Gotenks. But he would not let Bu succeed. What Luoya didn't know was that a small piece of Bu had silently approached Trunks and the others. I advise you not to waste your efforts. No matter what, I will ensure you disappear from this world, Luoya said with a faint smile. Bu gave Luoya a meaningful look, then suddenly roared angrily, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him. Clearly, he was preparing to use his true power. Luoya naturally did not dare to be careless. This guy was quite eerie, and if he wasn't cautious, he might end up as a meal in Bu's stomach. Bang! The two exchanged glances, then moved simultaneously. Upon collision, a powerful aura erupted, showcasing their tremendous power. They engaged in a rapid clash, the immense power causing cold sweat to break out on Piccolo and the others. Just transforming into a Super Saiyan allows him to fight Majin Buu to this extent. This guy is stronger than Goku. Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim. Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form probably wouldn't match up, but this guy was just too strong. Huh. Luoya faced off against Buu, landing a punch that unleashed a wave of tremendous power. Buu smirked and suddenly swept a kick toward Luoya. Luoya remained unfazed, grabbing Buu's leg and forcefully sweeping it away, attempting to throw him off. However, Buu suddenly seized Luoya, elongating his body due to the force, and after a moment's pause in midair, he suddenly bounced back and slammed his head into Luoya's face. Luoya let out a cry of pain and was sent flying. That hurts, he grimaced, covering his face. Buu looked at Luoya with a mocking smile. Luoya felt a surge of anger. This guy was completely unscrupulous. At that moment, Buu charged toward Luoya. However, Luoya's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant time suddenly froze. Everything came to a halt. Even Buu stopped, astonished that such power could even bind him. Luoya suddenly appeared before Buu, delivering a powerful punch that struck Buu's stomach with all his might. Boom. An invisible force pierced through Buu's body, causing his eyes to widen in shock and pain. Regaining normalcy, Buu spat out a mouthful of white foam, clutching his stomach and collapsing, grimacing in agony. This strike was not just a simple energy blast, but a true physical attack. Such pain, even for someone as strong as Buu, was almost unbearable. Luoya looked at him expressionlessly. This punch was a highly mimicked version of his technique. The fact that Buu could take this hit and still move proved his strength. But Luoya extended his hand towards Buu, unleashing a powerful blast that sent Buu flying. As long as I don't use energy blasts, I can beat you to death. Luoya grinned widely. In the next second, he charged at Buu, grabbed his antenna, and unleashed a flurry of punches. After the beating, he hurled Buu down hard, creating a massive hole in the ground. Buu resiliently fired an energy blast as a sneak attack, but Luoya tilted his head and dodged. Simultaneously, he extended his palm toward Buu, unleashing an energy blast. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Buu appeared unharmed, but he bore wounds on his body. Luoya controlled his energy to injure Buu without annihilating him. Since he couldn't kill him, he would just cripple him. Buu could no longer endure the relentless beating and let out a roar, emanating a massive aura that forced Luoya to retreat. Buu suddenly leaped into the air, raising his hands above his head, a fierce expression on his face as he began to condense an energy ball, which continued to expand. Soon the energy blast fully formed, and Buu hurled it down. Luoya's gaze sharpened as he suddenly unleashed his energy and began to gather his own. Came. Huh. With a loud shout, Luoya unleashed the Kamehameha, crashing into the massive energy blast. Buu gritted his teeth and pushed forward, resisting Luoya's counterattack. This move could annihilate everyone on the field. Luoya frowned, then boosted his energy once more, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Lightning sparked around him as his aura escalated. With a fierce shout, Luoya suddenly intensified his strength, unleashing a terrifying power that caused the energy of the Kamehameha to surge dramatically. He directly suppressed Buu's attack. Fear finally flickered in Buu's eyes, but it was too late. He was hit by Luoya's returning attack, and with a massive sound, he was engulfed. So strong, not even on the same level. Goku felt a surge of excitement as he watched the battle unfold, but unfortunately, he couldn't join in. As the thick smoke cleared, Buu's form became visible. After enduring such a terrifying attack, his body was shattered, yet he showed no signs of dying, only his aura had significantly weakened. Not dead. Luoya marveled at Buu's resilience, akin to a cockroach. Meanwhile, Trunks suddenly grew excited, calling out, "Hey Goten. It seems time has come, let's fuse." Okay. Goten didn't refuse. After performing a strange dance, the two boys fused once more. Gotenks made his entrance. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, saying, "What kind of commotion are you two trying to stir up?" Majin Buu must be defeated by us. How else can we reclaim our honor?" Gotenks declared proudly. Piccolo. Just as Gotenks was about to act, an unexpected event occurred. A pink blob suddenly surged from behind Gotenks without a sound. Not good. By the time Piccolo reacted, the fleshy mass had completely enveloped Gotenks. What's happening? What is this? Gotenks struggled, but it was futile. After wrapping Gotenks, the blob compressed, and then charged toward Buu, merging into his body, causing Buu to restore himself, and his aura abruptly began to swell. This is bad. I miscalculated. Luoya's expression darkened. Gotenks was absorbed. Rio was somewhat bewildered. It was so fast. This was not what he had anticipated. Bastard. Seeing this scene, Piccolo cursed out loud, feeling immense regret. He should not have allowed these two little brats to fuse. With the situation having escalated, he realized the plan of Majin Buu, which was merely to wait for Gotenks to appear before absorbing him, thus amplifying his own power. This was a premeditated scheme. However, Piccolo was unaware that Majin Buu possessed the power to absorb others, which left him greatly astonished. At this moment, Buu, having absorbed Gotenks, felt utterly refreshed and couldn't help but roar, unleashing a tremendous power that enveloped the entire venue, saturating the earth with his energy. Even other planets beyond Earth could sense this aura. Rhea frowned slightly, pondering how to rescue Gotenks. Should he save him or not? He could just eliminate Bu since this was merely a temporary location for his traversal. However, after some thought, Rhea shook his head, despite it being just a mission, he could not neglect his humanity. With that in mind, Rhea gazed at Majin Bu, instantly gathering his energy and elevating his power to the utmost. Super Saiyan Grade 2. This form was sufficient to deal with Bu. Hehehe, you're finished. Majin Bu grinned at Rhea, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, his body adorned with Gotenks clothing, then charged directly at Rhea. Whoosh. Bang. Suddenly, amidst the collision, Majin Bu's body was hurled away. Rhea stood firmly in place, his expression turning cold and arrogant. Majin Bu struggled to get up, gritting his teeth as he stared at Rhea, unable to understand how, despite having enhanced his strength several levels, he could still be defeated so easily. Unwilling to accept defeat, he charged out again. Instantly teleporting in front of Rhea, he threw a rapid punch. However, to the eyes of others, what seemed like an incredibly fast punch was caught by Rhea in the next moment. How can this be? How did you do it? Bu was completely dumbfounded, wondering why, after absorbing Gotenks' power, he seemed even weaker. Rhea glanced at Bu and chuckled. Isn't it simple? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Saying this, he delivered a fierce kick to Bu's stomach, causing the latter to deform like a sponge, revealing just how terrifying the force was. Whoosh. Rhea concentrated an energy blast in his hand and unleashed a barrage at Bu's abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. The immense power pierced several holes through Bu's belly, causing him great distress. Rhea frowned slightly, realizing that this method could not force Bu to spit out Gotenks, so he delivered an uppercut, sending Bu flying. Simultaneously, Rhea shot straight into the sky, arriving in front of Bu and unleashing a series of brutal attacks. Even after absorbing Gotenks and augmenting his power, how can he still not match up to that boy? How could this be? Sweat dripped down Piccolo's face, filled with apprehension. Piccolo had witnessed Majin Bu's power firsthand. Even if Goku used Super Saiyan Grade 3, he would be unable to match him. Yet here was Rhea merely using Super Saiyan Grade 2, utterly dominating Bu. This disparity in strength made Piccolo question the boy's origins. After a flurry of strikes, Rhea smashed his fists down, crashing Bu into the ground, creating a massive pit. Bu, however, stood up, gritting his teeth as he glared at Rhea, filled with anger, disbelief, and confusion. Why couldn't his power surpass Rhea's? Rhea looked down at Bu, and then his form vanished. Bu suddenly fired an energy blast to his side. Whoosh. Rhea reappeared, casually waving his hand to deflect the attack, then charged at Bu to unleash a series of punches and kicks. Bu could only hurriedly defend himself, but his strength and physique prevented him from becoming too flustered. His physique could be said to be limitless. As long as he wasn't utterly defeated, he could recover to normal in a short time. Rhea clearly understood this, so he wanted to give Bu no opportunities. Of course, in his current state, he was more than enough to suppress his opponent without needing to transform further. Whoosh. While exchanging blows, Bu sought an opening and threw a punch at Rhea. However, that punch hadn't even reached Rhea before it suddenly froze in midair. At the same time, a powerful force struck him in the abdomen. In the next second, returning to normal, Bu widened his eyes, unable to comprehend as he stared at Rhea, his stomach not having a giant hole, but rather caving in, accompanied by intense pain. Rhea looked at him and said with a smile, "With your power, you can't possibly withstand my flash time." Flash time. Bu was taken aback, his expression shifting. Rhea narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Bu, shooting an energy blast directly, causing Bu to scream in horror as he was sent flying. Rhea teleported again, appearing in front of Bu, grinning. "What's wrong? Is the legendary Majin Bu this weak?" Bu gritted his teeth and glared at Rhea, unaware that a piece of flesh suddenly fell silently behind him. Rhea sneered, extending his hand towards Majin Bu. "It's time to end this." Majin Bu showed no fear. "What's wrong? Can you really do it? Gotenks is still inside me." Rhea raised an eyebrow. "So what?" "What?" Bu felt a bit uneasy, suspecting that this guy might really be willing to do it. Sure enough, just as he thought, a terrifying power began to coalesce in Rhea's palm. Whoosh. The gathered power suddenly compressed, its aura continuously rising. "Is that guy planning to annihilate both Gotenks and me?" Piccolo couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape. Bu also looked at Rhea in disbelief. The idea of him wanting to eliminate both him and Gotenks was impossible. Was he not afraid that the little brat might die? Rhea suddenly laughed. "You underestimate me too much, Bu. Farewell." With that, the energy in his hand began to shine. "Ah, hey," Bu screamed, suddenly revealing a strange smile. Rhea frowned, feeling an ominous sense. "Be careful." Piccolo suddenly saw something and quickly warned. Rhea instinctively turned around, only to be met by a pink blob. Rhea was immediately enveloped, struggling violently. "Hehehe, I've succeeded. Your power is now mine." Bu looked at Rhea with pride. Everything that had just happened was a ruse to distract his opponent's attention, and now he had achieved it. The pink mass wrapping around Rhea suddenly condensed, then shot towards Bu. The latter opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. "Oh no." Piccolo's face instantly turned frantic. Goku and the others in the Kai's realm also sensed the impending doom. "This is bad. Did they find the Dragon Balls? If they don't revive soon, it will be too late." Goku gritted his teeth. We can't afford to rush, we can only rely on them now, the Kais sighed. Damn it. Haha. After absorbing Rhea, Bu was in high spirits, his voice booming with excitement as he danced around. Piccolo hid in the shadows, feeling a sense of despair. It was over, there was no one left on Earth to contend with him. Bu leaped into the air, suddenly unleashing his fury, a terrifying power bursting forth, and he extended his hand, continuously reflecting energy blasts downward, causing explosions to erupt. He intended to reshape the very face of the Earth. In the shadows, Piccolo contemplated for a moment, deciding to retreat, as there was no other way. It would be better to wait for Goku and the others to revive before finding a solution. At that moment, as Bu rampaged through the sky, he suddenly halted his attack, standing completely still. Seeing this, Piccolo was puzzled, not understanding what this meant. At that time, Bu's expression also turned strange as he looked at his hands, surprised and confused. He realized that he had absorbed Rhea, this formidable foe, yet it seemed he had not gained any of his powers at all. What was going on? After some thought, Bu descended and began to unleash his energy, a massive aura radiating from him. Yet no matter how he tried to channel it, this aura was merely that of himself and Gotenks. Bu. Meanwhile, in a place resembling a cave, a lump of powdery substance suddenly fell. After a long while, the powder began to wriggle, and then it gradually melted, emitting streams of golden light from within. Once the powder was completely melted, the figure of Luya appeared in the scene. Glancing around, Luya smiled slightly. It seems I have entered successfully. Indeed. The reason why I was absorbed by Bu earlier was all part of a play orchestrated by Luya himself. He intentionally allowed himself to be absorbed by Bu, transforming the energy he had condensed into a defensive barrier at the critical moment, thus avoiding being refined. His purpose was to enter Bu's body and rescue Trunks. Coincidentally, as soon as he entered, he saw Gotenks, who was wrapped like a cocoon with the fat Bu nearby. Bu's body creates its own realm. It seems I need to use even greater power to break through. Luya surveyed the surroundings, then turned his attention to Gotenks, swiftly launching several energy blasts. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several red beams shot out, directly colliding with Luya's power, instantly neutralizing his attack. Moi. Luya was taken aback, then looked to the side. He saw a mass of flesh suddenly wriggling, followed by the appearance of Bu. Just as I thought, you are too cunning. Bu looked at Luya with a bloodthirsty smile. Luya smiled slightly, quick on the uptake, but it's already too late. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. This is my body, though anyone who enters will have only one outcome. Bu laughed maniacally. Is that so? Luya chuckled, then exploded with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his aura surging. Bu grinned, and suddenly the powdery flesh surrounding Luya began to writhe, moving like snakes rushing towards Luya to bite. Luya's body kept dodging, then he charged towards Bu. Hey! Bu showed no fear, instead revealing a mocking expression. He allowed Luya's punch to strike him, but even though Luya's strength was formidable, Bu easily absorbed the force with his malleable body, while the flesh on Bu's belly quickly healed, wrapping around Luya's fist. What? Luya was surprised, realizing that attacks from all directions were coming at him. With nowhere to escape, Luya was bombarded and instantly sent flying. Standing up again, Luya squinted slightly. Interesting. This guy was much stronger here than outside. No need to struggle, just become a part of me like them. Bu taunted. That's impossible. Luya smiled faintly. I was just testing you, don't take it seriously. After saying that, he vanished without a trace. Bu snorted coldly, then suddenly summoned the power within him, sealing the surrounding space with a comprehensive defense and attack, preventing Luya from succeeding. However, all of this was futile in the face of speed, as Luya appeared directly in front of Gotenks. He did not pay attention to Bu because it was difficult to kill Bu here. He needed to save the person first, and then weaken the opponent's power, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. Swish, swish. 2 energy blasts were fired, directly severing the fleshy strands holding Gotenks and Fat Bu, sending both of them crashing down, but at this point, they had already lost consciousness. No. Suddenly, Bu roared with fury. Luya's actions undoubtedly enraged him. Without Gotenks and Fat Bu's power, his own strength would be greatly diminished. With Luya rescuing these two, Bu's power suddenly weakened, and the condensed clone could no longer be maintained, melting away instantly. Now let's see who has greater power. Luya smiled slightly, then took a stance, and suddenly exploded with energy. Super Saiyan 2nd level. After reaching Super Saiyan 2, his power continued to surge. Suddenly Luya roared, his strength beginning to inflate infinitely. A powerful force directly shattered everything around him. It was destroying Bu's body. Under this force, Bu's exterior suddenly changed drastically, and his body began to swell as if it would explode at any moment. Impossible. Bu's eyes bulged, roaring. Seeing this, Piccolo was also taken aback, originally intending to leave, but he began to observe Bu's situation. Bu's body continued to expand, as if something terrifying was happening inside. Inside Bu, Luya continued to explode with energy, and his hair began to grow longer, advancing towards Super Saiyan 3. Finally, Luya's power directly surpassed Super Saiyan 2. An overwhelming force burst forth, breaking through the layers of defenses Bu had constructed. Super Saiyan 3. Luya roared, his power elevated to a whole new level. Outside, Boo's eyes suddenly widened, and even his head began to swell, his entire body filled with Lea's power. Finally, Bu could no longer endure. A white gas burst from his head, and he spewed out a blast. Swish! Immediately, several objects were expelled from Bu's mouth, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Piccolo was overjoyed because what was ejected was none other than Gotenks and Fat Bu. Of course, Leia also emerged, hovering in the air, watching Bu, then grinned and unleashed an energy blast, instantly knocking the weakened Bu down. That is Super Saiyan 3. He can transform too. Piccolo finally understood why Bu had suddenly felt uncomfortable. Oh, it turned out that this guy had further increased his power, pushing Bu to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Leia's power surged, arcs of lightning crackling around him, his golden hair reaching his waist, resembling Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. You forcing me to this extent is interesting, but everything ends here. Leia grinned, then descended to the ground, suddenly gathering energy, followed by placing his hands at his waist. Came. Haim. Huh. Whoosh. A terrifying power was directly condensed. Take my full-strength Kamehameha. Leia shouted, angrily roaring as he unleashed a super powerful Kamehameha. Boom. The terrifying force shot out like a meteor. Bu's face changed drastically, revealing a look of fear, and hurriedly gathered a massive energy sphere to counter it. However, his power had already weakened and returned to its most primitive state. Although it was still incredibly formidable, it was no match for Leia's power in Super Saiyan 3 form. Gradually, Bu's energy sphere was completely melted away. Leia's power was too strong for him to withstand. Alt. Bu struggled desperately, his face filled with reluctance. If he were still in his previous state, it would have been impossible for him to be so helpless. However, Leia had rescued Gotenks and Fat Bu, causing his power to drop several levels. You two possess an immortal body similar to my previous opponents, but you are much weaker than him. Having killed so many people on Earth, go and make amends to them. Leia said solemnly, then roared, enhancing his Kamehameha. Alt. Bu's power under Leia's attack collapsed like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly dissipating. The full-powered Kamehameha struck Bu directly. No matter how regenerative his powers were, in the face of absolute strength, everything was but an illusion. His body was washed by the light, continuously hit by destructive forces. Bu could not withstand it, let out a terrible scream, and in that moment his entire body melted away. However, unlike before, under Leia's output, Bu could not even survive with a single drop of flesh. His entire form dissipated into a wisp of vapor. It must be said that Leia's Kamehameha was indeed terrifying, resolving Bu while that force blasted out of the earth, not knowing how many meteors it destroyed before gradually dissipating. Leia panted slightly, then after sensing that Bu's aura truly no longer existed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Kamehameha forever the best. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Majin Bu. Task completion 35. Ding. Additional reward for the host. Majin Bu's regenerative ability. Ding. Reward: host exempted from the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3 transformation. When the host transforms into Super Saiyan 3, there will be no concern for the energy consumption of this form. The troublesome Majin Bu has finally been dealt with, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone. Leia pondered for a moment, feeling the reincarnation skill bestowed upon him by the system. He already possessed an immortal body, and now he also had Bu's regeneration ability. Truly impressive. In fact, Majin Bu's power was not weak, and even in the Dragon Ball Super universe, very few could defeat him. It is important to note that Fat Bu was already approaching Super Saiyan 3 strength, while facing Thin Bu, there was no means of resistance. The gap in power was quite evident. Even though Leia's strength had become very formidable, dealing with Majin Bu still required caution. Is Bu weak? Who said that? Shaking his head, Leia glanced at the still unconscious Gotenks and Fat Bu, then turned his gaze to Piccolo, who was hiding in the shadows, giving him a nod before transforming into a beam of white light and shooting into the sky, disappearing in an instant. He needed to complete his task quickly, or else prolonged absence would raise suspicions. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Goku and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Gohan suddenly stood up, unleashing a terrifying surge of power, a stark contrast to his previous self. The birth of Super Saiyan Gohan. I finally did it. Great. Now I will take care of Majin Bu. Gohan declared confidently, even he was surprised by his newfound strength. You want me to step in? The old Kaishin said calmly. Huh, why not? Gohan was somewhat puzzled. Goku suddenly laughed, because Majin Bu has already been eliminated. What a... Gohan exclaimed in shock, quickly trying to sense Bu's energy, but unfortunately it had vanished. What happened? Gohan asked in confusion. A remarkable individual appeared. Haha, who is this person with such strength? Goku chuckled, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Kaishin immediately informed Gohan of what transpired. Once Gohan heard, he felt a sense of regret, as he had originally thought he could battle Bu with his new power, but now he had no opportunity. What a pity. However, the technique used by that individual to disappear felt quite familiar. The old Kaishin suddenly remarked, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Why bother with that? Anyway, Bu has been eliminated, and everything is resolved. Goku laughed heartily, completely oblivious to any concerns. At the same time, he looked at Gohan, saying, Hey Gohan, Why not stay a while and train with me? Oh, okay. Dad. Gohan nodded, not refusing. Meanwhile, in the real world, a sudden flash of light descended upon a planet, revealing Beerus, Whis, and Goku. However, Beerus appeared somewhat gloomy, unsure of who had provoked him. Hey, you guys are back. Vegeta suddenly appeared before them, greeting them. Ah, Vegeta. Goku waved. I can't believe you're still smiling. Beerus cast a disapproving glance at Goku. What's the big deal? It's not a major issue. Goku shrugged off. Idiot. You almost destroyed the entire universe. You call that not a big deal? You want to be destroyed? Beerus suddenly exploded with anger. Oh dear. Whis shook his head helplessly. What's going on? Vegeta asked in confusion. Whis explained, it's like this: the King of All is already aware of the future events and has summoned all the universe Kais and destroyers for a meeting particularly focusing on our 7th universe and the 10th universe. What a... Vegeta broke out in a sweat. How could this be? What is the King of All's attitude? Although Zamasu has been eliminated, resolving this crisis, the fact that he killed all the Kais in that parallel timeline led to the disappearance of the destroyers, which has angered the King of All, and he originally intended to punish the 10th universe. What about our 7th universe? Vegeta inquired. Although the King of All said he would only punish the 10th universe, all of our universes will be affected, especially our 7th universe, which recklessly traverses time and space. This incident has had considerable repercussions. It's serious, Beerus said solemnly. But thankfully Goku managed to find a solution, which made the King of All relent. Whis glanced at Goku, smiling. Kakarot. Vegeta was bewildered. How could Kakarot persuade the King of All to intercede? This seemed impossible. Haha, at that time I impulsively went to ask him when the universe tournament would start, and I happened to stumble upon this scene, so I pleaded with the king not to punish them. As a condition, I promised to introduce a friend to him, and that's how he agreed not to punish the universes. What do you mean, friend? Vegeta asked, puzzled. If it were true, that would be one thing, but Goku's suggestion of introducing a friend was merely casual chatter. Isn't that an offense against the King of All? Beerus was furious at the mere thought of it. Although he had previously been grateful to Goku for his timely intervention, after leaving the King of All under questioning, Goku revealed that it was just a courtesy, which made Beerus seethe. Hey Kakarot, you're being reckless. Vegeta criticized. Goku's intentions are good, but there are very few who can be friends with the King of All. Even the strongest and the angels hold the King of All in reverence, except for you, Goku. You're the only one who seems to interest him. Whis stated thoughtfully. Goku chuckled, suddenly struck by an idea, his eyes lighting up. Right? Whis, speaking of this, I think of a suitable candidate. What? Beerus sounded anxious, quickly asking. Goku snapped his fingers. That would be the future King of All. What a... As soon as this was said, both Beerus and Vegeta, along with Whis, were stunned. Hey, you can't be serious. Beerus was sweating profusely. Wait, does that mean the future King of All was also killed by Zamasu? Goku asked curiously. How could that be? You underestimate the King of All. He stands above all the gods and no one can kill him. Beerus replied, disgruntled. Is that so? Then that's good. I'll ask Trunks for the time machine and bring the future king back. I'm sure he'll love this friend. Goku thought it was a brilliant idea and vanished with instant transmission. Trunks and the others hadn't left yet, initially planning to wait for the situation to settle down, but who would have thought they were still discovered? Hey, you. Beerus tried to stop Goku, but halfway through his words Goku had already disappeared. This guy loves to act on his own. Thinking without a care. Vegeta commented. Are we really going to let the two kings meet? Whis suddenly asked. Beerus thought for a moment, then said with some trepidation. If the King of All happens to be in a bad mood, will our universe still exist? Vegeta. But we have to admit that the current situation can only be handled this way. After all, the words spoken cannot be taken back, otherwise the consequences will be even more severe. Whis said slowly. What kind of situation is this? If I had known, I would have destroyed that black Goku back then, and things wouldn't be this complicated. Beerus slumped down. Being a destroyer, he was so tired. Meanwhile, in another timeline, Lua appeared, currently hovering above a city. However, the city was in chaos, with explosions erupting from time to time, and there were many powerful auras within the city. Lua pondered briefly and soon realized that these individuals must be the villains resurrected from hell. Hell was likely in ruins now, all thanks to Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Lua looked around and suddenly discovered a fact: he could not sense the energy of the androids. Super Android 17. PS starting work updates may vary. Working during the day and writing at night, the update time remains unchanged. I will publish as much as I can. Please support me. Whoosh. Boom. In the city, a streak of light flashed by, and in an instant, a powerful explosion erupted, causing the entire building to collapse. People fled in all directions, fearing they would be blown up by a shell. The thrill of destruction is simply delightful. I didn't expect to come back to life. Let's have a grand time. A strangely looking alien grinned as he stood atop a skyscraper, continuously releasing energy blasts towards the ground, triggering a series of explosions. Amidst an explosion, countless debris and shards of glass fell down, and below, a beautiful girl fell helplessly, staring at the falling objects with despair. It's over. She refused to accept such a death, being pierced by countless shards of glass. Just as the girl was about to be crushed, a wave of light flew in, instantly shattering the falling debris. At the same time, a figure appeared before the girl, scooping her up and disappearing from the spot in an instant. Oh, someone actually dared to save someone under my nose. Are you tired of living? The alien's expression turned cold, and he leaped into action, directly pursuing. The one who saved her was Luya, who landed with the girl in a safe area and set her down. Thank you. The girl looked at Luya with gratitude. Luya smiled faintly and said, run quickly, it's too chaotic here. Thank you for saving me. The girl nodded, quickly hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned in and kissed Luya on the cheek. Afterward, the girl ran away with a flushed face. Compared to the life-saving grace, a kiss was insignificant to her. If it weren't for this suddenly appearing boy, she might have perished. Luya, who had been kissed, was clearly stunned by the close contact with the girl for the first time, but he quickly regained his composure. Whoosh. At that moment, a powerful energy blast surged towards the girl. Luya's expression turned cold as he appeared in front of the attack in an instant and shattered that force. What? Interesting, you actually have some skills. A figure appeared in the scene, looking coldly at Luya. Luya glanced at him, then calmly said, attacking an ordinary person, you must really be losing face. Noticing that the girl had walked far away, Luya felt no hesitation and without another word disappeared from sight. What? The alien was dumbfounded. So fast. Whoosh. Bang. The next second, a fist suddenly pierced through the alien's chest as Luya appeared behind him. No way. The alien's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he slumped down weakly. Luya sneered. A clown like you, so arrogant without any strength, deserves to be taught a lesson. Boom. 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 At this moment, the commotion in the city suddenly became lively, as if someone had stepped in to stop the chaos. Luya quickly deduced that it was the Z warriors stepping in to deal with the enemies resurrected from hell. Luya then had an idea. Since he couldn't find Super 17, he would follow Vegeta and the others as they would eventually confront Super 17. With this thought, Luya moved and disappeared from the spot, joining the fray to eliminate these minions. Boom. Although these enemies were foes of various eras of Earth, Z warriors at this point in time, they were no match for the Z warriors. Their strength was not formidable, and Luya easily dealt with a large wave of them. However, despite their lack of power, their numbers were terrifying. Especially the Frieza force. Their numbers were like a swarm of locusts. Boom. 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 After hours of fighting, Luya had no idea how many enemies he had vanquished. But ultimately, this was not a solution. There were just too many resurrected foes, and he had to deal with the source. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful aura surged from afar, causing all martial artists to look in that direction. It seemed that some powerful existence was being born there. This power, so strong. Trunks and Goten stopped, both looking towards that source. At this time, the two had already become young men. Their appearances had significantly changed. Hey, Trunks, Goten, let's go check it out. Vegeta appeared at this moment, calling to them. Oh, coming. Let's go, Goten. Trunks quickly replied. Soon the group rushed towards the direction of that terrifying energy. Sensing Vegeta and the others' power, Gohan and Ub in a corner of the city noticed it as well. After contemplating for a moment, they followed. Somewhere. Bang. With a dull sound, a Frieza soldier suddenly fell to the ground, and the one who knocked him down was a little girl. Xiaofeng, quickly hide. Don't hurt yourself. On the other side, a middle-aged man shouted worriedly, his messy hair giving him a rather comical appearance. How can that be, Grandpa? I want to fight the enemies. Protect this city, Xiaofeng declared firmly. The girl was indeed Xiaofeng. She had grown up and her powers had increased significantly. Suddenly, Xiaofeng noticed something unusual. Its dad and the others' auras, they all went in one direction. What's going on? Satan asked in confusion. Never mind, let's go too, Xiaofeng said, then used her flying technique to soar into the sky. Hey, wait for me, Xiaofeng. Grandpa can't fly, Satan hurriedly exclaimed. So troublesome. Xiaofeng complained, pouting, and had to grab her grandfather and fly off. On a nearby skyscraper, Luya happened to witness this scene and smiled. They've all grown up. This parallel universe's storyline differs from Dragon Ball Super's timeline, so Luya felt somewhat complex. Dragon Ball GT should be the correct evolution path for the Saiyans, while Dragon Ball Super follows the divine route. I wonder just how powerful the Super Saiyans are in this timeline. With this thought, Luya glanced into the distance and then took off following them. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a figure hovered in the air, emanating a strong aura. Not far away on the rooftop, two old men stood, their appearances somewhat strange, resembling robots at first glance. Dr. Gero. Dr. Mew. These two old men were the masterminds behind this incident, and the figure in the sky was none other than number 17. No, it should be a fusion of two number 17s. Super number 17. In the end, we succeeded. This world will be under our control. Dr. Gero laughed heartily, his face filled with pride and excitement. After so many years of research, we finally created the ultimate android, the strongest fusion capable being Super number 17. But it took quite a bit of effort. Dr. Mew grinned, also feeling a bit excited. Now let's deal with those pesky bugs. Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled, then he looked towards the several figures flying over. In the air, Super Number 17 tilted his neck a bit, curious about his current body. Though he was fused, it was his first time, and his movements felt somewhat unfamiliar. At that moment, Vegeta and the others finally arrived. How is this possible? Number 17. Dr. Gero, it's you. Vegeta and Gohan were shocked upon seeing each other. Vegeta? Son Gohan. We meet again. I didn't expect you to have aged so much. What a pity. Dr. Gero mocked Vegeta, taunting him. What trick are you up to this time? Vegeta replied coldly, yet his focus was primarily on Super Number 17. This guy gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. How could this be? So many years have passed, and his power had far surpassed those of the past. Number 17 couldn't even defeat Cell. Why did he feel such absurdity? You came at just the right time. This is Super Number 17. Let him have a go at you. No, it should be to test my proud creation. The power of Super Number 17. Dr. Gero laughed heartily, then said to Super Number 17, Super Number 17, take them out. The latter glanced at the button in Dr. Gero's hand, then gave a sinister smile, looking at Vegeta and the others. You all come at me together. What are you being so arrogant about? Vegeta's expression turned cold as he looked at Super 17. In that instant, he felt insulted and charged at his opponent in a rage. Vegeta threw a powerful punch at Super 17. However, the latter easily blocked his attack. At the same time, Super 17 suddenly smiled ominously and struck Vegeta with a heavy knee to deliver a critical hit. Vegeta spat out blood and was thrown away, crashing through several buildings. Dad. Trunks. Trunks was startled and immediately exploded with rage, but no matter how hard he hit his opponent, showed no signs of being affected. Gohan and Goten rushed out as well. Super 17 seemed impatient, grabbing Trunks and sending him flying with a punch. At the same time, Gohan and Goten had reached Super 17 and were about to attack him. Suddenly, Super 17 let out a low growl, erupted in energy, and a powerful black aura radiated from him. Gohan and Goten were blown away by this overwhelming aura. So this is my power. Super 17 suddenly laughed. Bastard. Vegeta charged out of nowhere, bursting with energy as light gathered in his hands. Final flash. Vegeta launched a devastating energy blast that struck Super 17 directly. No, it seemed that his opponent had no intention of dodging at all. However, Vegeta's attack sank into Super 17's body without spilling out. Instead, the latter's body suddenly swelled slightly before returning to normal. Yet his power increased as well. Impossible. Vegeta's face changed in shock. That previous attack was his full strength. How could his opponent be unscathed? No matter how strong your attacks are, they are merely nourishment for Super 17. Dr. Gero laughed triumphantly. Gohan and the others were also in disbelief. How could they fight such an enemy? At this moment, Super 17 suddenly spread his arms and shouted, unleashing countless energy blasts from his body. Each of these blasts was incredibly powerful, resulting in a series of explosions across the entire city. Oh no, Gohan and the others' expressions changed. If they let him continue like this, the entire city would be destroyed. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, followed closely by Goten and Trunks. The three of them gathered their ultimate attacks, launching 2 Kamehameha waves and 1 final flash directly at Super 17. However, to their surprise, the 3 attacks hit Super 17 directly, but after the onslaught, their opponent was completely unfazed. Instead, they provided him with a boost. How could this be? This had no effect. Goten exclaimed in disbelief. He seems to absorb energy. Oh, be careful. Damn it. Vegeta said grimly. Since you've given me such a generous gift, how can I not return the favor? Super 17 said, unleashing an even more intense barrage of attacks. Not good. Gohan and the others quickly dodged, but the dense barrage was nearly impossible to evade, resulting in them being bombarded by energy blasts crashing into the city. Even the mighty OOB could not escape. The power gap was just too great. After a series of explosions, the entire city was left in ruins, resembling a wasteland. The surviving people were left in despair, struggling to make ends meet. Truly impressive indeed. Super 17 lives up to its name. Dr. Mew laughed eerily. You two bastards. Take this. Suddenly, Xiao Fang appeared behind the two, launching an energy blast. The two were startled, but they were already engulfed by the explosion. Xiao Fang landed cautiously, watching the smoke from the blast. In the air, Super 17 also took notice of this scene, but merely smiled, showing no intention of intervening. When the smoke cleared, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew appeared unscathed, surrounded by a protective barrier. How could this be? Xiao Fang's expression changed, taken aback. Little girl, why are you here instead of staying at home? Dr. Gero glared coldly at Xiao Fang before suddenly firing 6 red beams from his eyes. Xiao Fang was startled and quickly dodged. Bang! But the next moment, Dr. Mew followed Xiao Fang, striking her with a punch and a kick, sending her flying. Xiao Fang. Gohan, who had just struggled out from the rubble, turned pale at the sight and rushed over to catch Xiao Fang. However, she had already fainted. How could this happen? Gohan's heart ached. Xiao Fang, are you alright? Satan rushed over, seeing Xiao Fang unconscious and feeling heartbroken. Take care of Xiao Fang and get away from here. Gohan handed Xiao Fang to Satan, his expression chillingly fierce. Satan dared not hesitate and hurriedly carried Xiao Fang away. Gohan looked at Doctors Gero and Mew and his expression turned cold as he unleashed an energy blast, its immense power causing the two to change their expressions. Super 17, save me. Dr. Gero shouted knowing he could not withstand this power. Super 17 reacted swiftly appearing before Dr. Gero and absorbing Gohan's power. Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. Gohan gritted his teeth and suddenly erupted transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surging as he charged at Super 17. However, even with his power greatly increased, he was no match for Super 17, who quickly pushed him back after just a few exchanges. Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks unleashed their full power rushing in to assist. OOB was equally unwilling to fall behind, and together they surrounded Super 17, but they could not shake him at all. At this moment, Vegeta also stood up. He glanced at Super 17, and his expression instantly grew cold. The gap was just too vast, not merely a difference in level. Even Kakarot would likely not be a match for him here. Yet his pride was something that no one could trample upon. Though Vegeta was now older, his skill had not diminished. Boom. In an instant, he erupted with energy, his power multiplying as he transformed and charged at Super 17. Tat tat tat. Goten and Trunks attacked Super 17 in unison, but they could not move him at all. Instead, their opponent seized their fists and swung them away, sending them crashing into the ruins. Huh. Vegeta rushed in at incredible speed, throwing a punch. Super 17 chuckled lightly and threw a punch of his own, meeting Vegeta's fist heated. In that instant, their powers soared to a terrifying level. Yet Vegeta found himself struggling. Oomph. Super 17 suddenly sneered, then erupted with energy, the shockwave, sending Vegeta flying. At the same time, Super 17 aimed at Vegeta, gathering a black energy sphere. Whoosh. Boom. Amidst the explosion, Vegeta let out a scream and was violently thrown back. Take this. Ah! OOB rushed in with a furious roar, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts at Super 17. However, the latter showed no signs of resistance, absorbing all the energy that struck him. His body swelled at that moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, OOB charged towards Super 17, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one landing with full force. But to Super 17, it felt like mere tickles. Gulp. Finally, Super 17 digested the energy, significantly increasing his power. He quickly threw a punch towards OOB's stomach, causing the latter to spit out blood, and in the next second, he was kicked away. Ha ha ha. This will be the most outstanding warrior we have ever created. Seeing Super 17's unmatched power, Dr. Gero became ecstatic. Once Super 17 takes care of everyone, the entire Earth will be ours. Dr. Mew laughed heartily. Too bad you won't be able to see it. Suddenly a faint voice echoed. At the sound, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew recoiled in shock, whirling around to gaze upward, where Luya hovered midair, palm extended toward them. Impossible. When did you? Dr. Gero cried, face ashen with disbelief. Any martial cultivator of notable strength should have been detectable by their senses, so how had this man remained undetected behind them for so long? Go ask Yama, King of Hell. Luya grinned, then clenched his fist, power surging violently as he unleashed a devastating blast toward the two scientists. Save us now? Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew shrieked in terror. Upon hearing their plea, Super 17 surged forward without hesitation. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is here. Suddenly, Vegeta materialized before Super 17, blocking his path, and with a thunderous roar gathered an overwhelming surge of energy. Final flash. With a furious bellow, Vegeta released a cataclysmic wave of radiant energy, its sheer force detonating in a blinding explosion that halted Super 17's advance outright. Simultaneously, a deafening detonation erupted. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew vanished in a final futile scream, reduced to nothingness. Not even ash remained. One strike. One kill. Elsewhere from the billowing smoke, Super 17 burst forth unscathed, blurring across the distance in an instant to appear directly before Vegeta, moving faster than even Vegeta could react. What a... Vegeta gasped. But resistance was futile, his reflexes lagged far behind. Thud. A crushing blow struck his abdomen, so brutal it nearly pierced clean through. Ugh, cough cough. Eyes bulging, Vegeta spat froth, instantly reverting from his transformed state and collapsing limply onto the ground. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan and the others rushed forward in alarm, only for Super 17 to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, hurling them all violently backward. Afterwards, Super 17 turned to Leah. You killed them. Leah flashed a sly grin. I did too, Flies. Didn't they bother you? Super 17 chuckled faintly. Do you know they held the controller capable of disabling me? Now that you've erased them, do you grasp the consequence? I do, Leah affirmed, calmly nodding once. You know, Super 17's surprise flickered. Then why? Without the controller, no one can stop me. He paused, then added coolly, did you truly believe that made me invincible? Many have defeated me. Unfortunately for you, I am one of them. Is that so? Super 17 sneered, gesturing dismissively at the fallen warriors. These so-called strongest beings in the cosmos. Aren't they now groveling at my feet? Vegeta's expression darkened, but his battered body refused to rise, racked by searing pain. Leah descended before Super 17 and smiled. How strong are you? Super 17 returned the smile. Want to find out? I'll show you. Let's move elsewhere, Luya suggested, and without waiting for consent shot skyward, vanishing into the distance. Super 17 glanced briefly at the scattered fighters on the battlefield, then smirked. Insignificant insects. He'd deal with them upon his return. Luya led Super 17 to a vast isolated island, and came to a halt. Bringing me this far. If you fail to impress me, I shall be deeply displeased. Super 17 spoke coolly. Then come, let's begin. Luya grinned, and with a sudden explosive surge of ki ascended into Super Saiyan form. Super 17 raised an eyebrow. You're a Saiyan too. Luya's grin turned feral. Naturally. Interesting, your power even surpasses Vegeta's. Very well, show me what you've got. Super 17 lazily beckoned with a finger. Heh, Luya chuckled, then slammed his foot down. In a blur of motion, he launched forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Whoosh. His fist moved deceptively slow, yet flawlessly precise, radiating raw, concentrated force. Super 17 frowned, then evaded with effortless grace. Tap 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 tap. Luya accelerated, striking with rhythmic, relentless precision, yet Super 17 dodged each blow with serene composure. Boom. Suddenly Luya lunged, his fist driving deep into Super 17's abdomen with brutal force, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed straight into a mountain, while Luya, watching from afar, fired rapid barrages of energy spheres, until the entire peak crumbled beneath the onslaught. Yet in the next instant Super 17 emerged unharmed. Calm, unhurried eyes locked on Luya. Is this the extent of your power? Luya showed no surprise, merely nodded. Your physique is remarkably durable. A friendly warning. Super 17 added lightly. I absorb energy. If you wish to die quickly, fire away. No need to remind me. Luya grinned, and with another earth-shaking eruption of ki ascended further, into Super Saiyan Grade 2. Boom. This time Luya activated Chrono Shift, the very fabric of space freezing in place. Super 17's body locked rigid, yet his consciousness remained lucid. What is happening? Thud. Luya appeared inches from Super 17's face, and delivered a devastating punch, heavier, sharper, more focused than the last. Ugh. Super 17 grunted in genuine pain. Then Luya amplified the impact, sending him flying yet again. In the next breath Luya vanished, reappearing instantly behind Super 17, and drove a crushing kick into his spine, launching him skyward. Luya didn't relent, vanishing and reappearing in rapid succession, striking from every angle, battering Super 17 mercilessly. Finally Luya landed a decisive blow, slamming Super 17 headfirst into the earth. The ground shattered, cracks spiderwebbing outward as his body sank deep into the fractured bedrock. Yet despite the devastation, Super 17 felt little, no agony, no strain. Instead, he offered a faint, mocking smile, as if Luya's assault had been nothing more than an idle itch. Luya narrowed his eyes. He knew Super 17 was an android, built to endure, but this utter lack of reaction signaled something far more unsettling. He hadn't even begun to fight. Super 17 rose slowly, dusting himself off, then met Luya's gaze. Time manipulation, instantaneous movement. Your power surpasses even Son Goku's. Luya shook his head. Correction, I transcend all. Huh. Arrogance incarnate. Super 17 stood tall and smiled. I've already seen through your techniques. So, you were testing me. Luya nodded, unsurprised. Your speed is impressive, but your strength is negligible. You cannot harm me. Compared to Vegeta and the rest. Merely a slightly larger grasshopper. Super 17 sneered. Is that so? Then let me see the face of a grasshopper who defeats me. Luya vanished, gone in a blink. But this time Super 17 was ready, firing a searing energy blast toward the predicted coordinates. Luya reappeared midair, eyes sharp, and countered instantly with his own blast. Crockum. A titanic explosion flared. Luya vanished once more. Whoosh. Yet Super 17 moved as if reading his mind, swiveling and delivering a vicious kick to the side where Luya would rematerialize. Crunch. Ugh. Luya barely raised his arms in time, but the impact still sent him spiraling backward. Before he could recover, Super 17 reappeared, gripping Luya's face and dragging him sideways across the ground in a violent, grinding slide. With a guttural roar, Super 17 hurled Luya with monstrous force, shattering mountains in rapid succession before he plunged lifeless into the ocean's depths. Super 17 hovered above the sea, gazing down, face cold, unreadable. Luya had gravely underestimated him. Even Son Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, had fallen before him. Granted, Goku's recklessness played a role, but Super 17's might remained absolute. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a colossal detonation shook the heavens. A crimson light erupted skyward, piercing the clouds. From the sea rose a perfect hemispherical dome of water, and atop it a figure emerged wreathed in divine scarlet aura, radiating sacred transcendent power. Super Saiyan God has arrived. Seeing the unique form of Luya, Super 17 was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Luya replied nonchalantly, this is the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. What is that? Super 17's expression suddenly turned cold. No matter what you transform into, the result will be the same. Is that so? Luya smiled mysteriously, and in the next instant he had already appeared before Super 17, delivering a knee strike that sent Super 17 flying. The latter crashed through several mountain peaks, violently smashing into one of them. Luya paused for a moment, and then instantly vanished. Boom. A powerful aura erupted, and immediately Super 17 shot up into the sky. Before his form could stabilize, Luya had already reached him again, followed by another punch. Boom. This punch was incredibly fierce, causing Super 17 to spew out blood. However, Luya knew this wasn't blood, it was oil. His form gradually came to a stop as Super 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Luya. Your strength has increased significantly. Luya grinned. Sorry, did I surprise you a bit? Super 17 slowly extended his hand, gathering a terrifying black energy sphere, which he shot directly at Luya. Luya let out a cold laugh, and he too gathered his power, unleashing the Kamehameha. The two forces collided, instantly triggering a violent explosion. After the explosion, both stood their ground, staring intently at each other. What's wrong? Is this all the power you have? Luya grinned at Super 17. Super 17 looked at Luya coldly, remaining silent. You can absorb energy, but your own power is not that impressive. Although it's still quite strong, defeating you is not a difficult task. Luya suddenly shouted, then he fiercely roared, unleashing the red aura around him, radiating extreme power. Moments later, with a shout from Luya, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Red. What? Super 17 looked at Luya in shock. He didn't expect this guy to have so many transformations, each one more powerful than the last. Although he couldn't sense Luya's aura at the moment, he could feel the immense danger coming from him. After transforming into a Super Saiyan Red, Luya looked at Super 17. Next, I will teach you a lesson. You're quite arrogant. Super 17 snorted coldly, then charged directly at Luya. A series of collision sounds erupted as Super 17 unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks on Luya. In an instant, Luya was forced into a passive defense. After being pushed back by a punch, Super 17 immediately turned around and kicked. But at that moment, Luya unexpectedly caught Super 17's leg. What? The latter was taken aback. Luya smiled. What's wrong? Is this all your power? Without energy absorption to enhance yourself, you're disappointing me. Such words were an insult to Super 17, who immediately unleashed an energy blast at Luya with both hands. However, Luya easily dodged, then yanked Super 17, sliding beneath him to deliver a powerful kick upward, sending him soaring into the sky. Boom. Whoosh. Luya unleashed a powerful burst of energy, charging forward, instantly surpassing Super 17's form, delivering a heavy punch. Boom. The latter plummeted, crashing into the ground with a loud noise, creating a massive crater. Luya hovered above Super 17. What's wrong? Can you keep up with this level of power? Super 17 stood up, awkwardly looking at Luya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your form is very fast, but your attacks don't have much effect on me, because I am an android. I can ignore pain. Luya grinned. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, Luya appeared right in front of Super 17. The latter reacted just in time to retreat, but Luya's speed was even faster. With a mighty punch, he sent Super 17 flying. In the next second, time suddenly froze, and Luya delivered a punch towards Super 17 from afar. A red fist energy flew out, striking Super 17, who immediately spat blood, and as time resumed, he crashed down. How is this possible? Super 17 looked incredulously. He never expected to find himself completely defenseless. Luya appeared before him, casually stating, you don't feel pain. Interesting, let me see where your limit lies. Suddenly, Super 17 fired a cannonball. The latter vanished. Super 17 seemed to predict Luya's next move, instantly firing several cannonballs in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted as Luya, enveloped in red light, charged at him. Super 17 gritted his teeth and charged forward. Bang! Their fists collided fiercely, and finally the two engaged in a rapid brawl. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others struggled to stand up. As time restored itself, they gradually regained their strength. Where's that Super 17 guy? Vegeta said darkly. Dad, are you okay? Trunks and Goten rushed over, asking anxiously. Vegeta's expression was fluctuating. Do you know the guy who suddenly appeared? Gohan and the others shook their heads. TCH. Vegeta was somewhat displeased, but then he furrowed his brow. What is that Kakarot doing? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from afar. It seems Super 17 is fighting that boy. Gohan looked into the distance, saying complexly, how is that possible? Super 17's power is so terrifying. Aside from Uncle Goku, how can anyone deal with him? Obi was also shocked. But in such a confrontation, what else can we think? Goten said solemnly. Vegeta's expression turned cold, and he was about to go watch, but at a critical moment, an old injury flared up, causing him to kneel on the ground. Dad. Trunks' expression changed, and he hurriedly supported Vegeta. Damn it. Apart from Kakarot, how could there be someone stronger than me? Vegeta shook off Trunks' support, coldly stating. He thought he had no rivals aside from Super Saiyan level 4, but he never expected such a character to appear. Who on earth is that? Boom, boom, boom. Luya and Super 17 were like two fighter jets continuously firing energy blasts at each other, creating a spectacular scene. However, Super 17 could have easily dodged Luya's energy blasts, but he always managed to absorb those attacks, enhancing his own power. Luya noticed this and suddenly roared, his speed skyrocketing as he charged at Super 17. The latter's expression turned cold as he fired a terrifying energy blast at Luya. Luya roared angrily, his body piercing through the energy blast, delivering a devastating punch to his opponent's face. Instantly, Super 17 was sent flying. Luya suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, wildly executing the prince's combat style, as countless energy blasts rained down upon Super 17. Before he could react, Super 17 was bombarded, but he suddenly activated his shield, gaining a brief moment to breathe. He then coldly smiled and deactivated the shield, allowing the energy blasts to hit him. He continuously absorbed those energy blasts, converting them into his own power. Super 17's body was expanding and contracting repeatedly, and with it his strength grew stronger. Yet Luya showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly unleashing energy attacks, as if they were free. Huh, foolish Saiyan. Do you think your power can blow me up? You're too naive. Super 17 naturally saw through Luya's intentions. He thought Luya merely wanted to make him explode with his own power, but he felt that Luya was underestimating him. Although the opponent's power was strong, it was still within his limits. Soon Super 17's strength reached a terrifying level. Fool, have you no mind at all? You recklessly expend such immense power, just to feed me. Super number 17 sneered as he absorbed the energy blasts hurled by Luya. Luya paid no heed. After launching several energy blasts, he suddenly unleashed a thunderous surge of power, Kaioken. Boom. In that instant, his strength soared dramatically. How could this be? A chilling premonition gripped Super number 17, but his body now brimmed with overwhelming, unassimilated energy. Digesting it, even briefly, was utterly impossible. Your greatest strength is also your fatal flaw, your ability to absorb others' power. When confronted with overwhelming force, your body cannot process it swiftly enough. And while absorbing energy, you cannot move. A crippling vulnerability. For masters of combat, even a few fleeting seconds are more than enough to reverse the tide of battle. Luya declared calmly, and even as he spoke, he gathered an overwhelmingly potent Kamehameha. If Son Goku's tenfold Kamehameha had nearly ruptured his foe, then Luya's own power far surpassed even that. Amplified by Kaioken and blazing in Super Saiyan Crimson, this Kamehameha would shatter even Zamasu's immortal form. How could Super number 17 possibly withstand it? Hiya! With a fierce thrust forward, Luya unleashed a torrent of sheer apocalyptic force. It struck Super number 17 Hedon. Impossible! Damn it! He roared, his body instantly engulfed by the Kamehameha's searing wave. Super number 17 had no choice but to absorb the blast. If he refused, its raw energy would obliterate him outright. Yet the moment he began absorption, he regretted it. This Kamehameha's energy was terrifyingly immense. His body swelled, grotesquely ballooning into a taut spherical mass, his garments tearing apart under unbearable pressure. Then, with a final agonized roar, Super number 17 detonated, obliterating himself in a cataclysmic explosion that ravaged the surrounding landscape for miles. Several islands were reduced to rubble in an instant. Even in the distant city, Vegeta and the others felt the shockwaves tremor, and hastily erected a colossal energy barrier. How is this possible? Vegeta stared in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Time passed. Slowly, silence reclaimed the battlefield. A thick white mist now veiled the ruins, obscuring all within from view. Luya hovered high above the devastation, deactivating Kaioken, gazing down upon a sea utterly stripped of form, where Super number 17 had stood moments before. A soft chime resonated within his mind. Mission complete. Target Super number 17 defeated. Progress 45. Continue onward. Luya exhaled deeply, then turned to depart. Wait! A voice called out. Luya paused, startled, then turned. There, floating before him, was a childlike Son Goku, wearing an enigmatic, knowing smile. Something wrong? Luya asked, feigning calm. So, you defeated Super number 17, right? Goku grinned. Luya nodded. Yes, I did. Incredible. How did you manage it? And, you're a Saiyan too, aren't you? Just like me. You have a tail? Goku added, eyes narrowing with quiet curiosity. Indeed. I am a Saiyan, Luya replied with a wry smile. That's amazing. Since you have a tail, and defeated Super number 17, could it be you've achieved Super Saiyan 4? Goku suddenly burst forth, eyes alight with excitement. Luya's lips twitched faintly. I'm afraid not. He longed to, but his cultivation simply wouldn't allow it. Oh, then how did you defeat him? Goku frowned, genuinely puzzled. He'd arrived just in time to witness the aftermath, the shattered terrain, the lone youth standing amid the ruin. Howie. Luya paused thoughtfully, then erupted with explosive ki, transforming instantly into Super Saiyan Crimson. Like this. What is this? A new transformation? Goku gasped, and immediately darted forward, poking and prodding Luya with wide-eyed fascination. Luya smirked. Naturally, it's formidable, rivaling even your Super Saiyan 4. Really? Then, can we spar? Goku blurted. Liu blinked, then smiled inwardly. Of course, that was simply who Goku was. Before he could reply, Goku bellowed and surged his power to its zenith. In a flash of crimson fur and golden aura, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. An overwhelming primordial presence radiated from him. Liu's gaze sharpened, stunned. This power was staggering. Was Super Saiyan 4 truly this formidable? That's Dad's aura, he's back. Gohan and the others cried out, faces alight with elation as they turned toward the source. That's Super Saiyan 4's power. Could Super number 17 still be alive? Vegeta frowned, perplexed. High above, Goku grinned at Liu. Well, this is Super Saiyan 4. Impressive, truly magnificent. Liu raised a thumb in genuine admiration. Funny, I can't sense your ki at all. Your form is rather unique. It's a technique I stumbled upon. My aura remains imperceptible to others. Ah, I see. No matter. Let's fight. Goku invited warmly. I want to test just how strong someone who defeated that Super number 17 really is. A spark of competitive fire ignited in Liu. I'd like to witness Super Saiyan 4's might firsthand. Hep. Goku chuckled and stepped back slightly, assuming his stance. Liu likewise exploded with ki and vanished in an instant. Goku's pupils contracted. Then he snapped up his arms to block. Crack. Ugh. Liu reappeared directly before him, driving a devastating punch that sent Goku plummeting. Then in rapid succession, Liu unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, raining down in chaotic, explosive fury. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the roaring detonations, Goku's cries echoed from below. Liu halted, calm, composed, as the smoke slowly thinned. When the haze parted, Goku stood revealed, unharmed. He lowered his guarding hands, meeting Liu's gaze. Not bad. You're stronger than I imagined. Liu studied him. You were testing me. He knew it. Goku always held back on the first strike, a habit ingrained deep in his nature. Goku chuckled. I wanted to gauge your strength first, before deciding whether to go all out. Super Saiyan 4's power is immense. I didn't want to overwhelm you. Liu smiled. Confident, aren't you? Goku assumed his fighting stance. Now it's my turn. And he charged. Liu met him without hesitation, two blurs colliding midair. Their speeds matched perfectly, their clash escalating relentlessly, upward, downward across the sky, in furious high-intensity exchange. Crunch. A thunderous fistlock, then a sharp mutual glance, before leaping apart, stances reformed. Kamehameha. Twin beams collided, engulfing the heavens in a deafening, light-swallowing explosion. You know the Kamehameha too? Goku stared astonished. Indeed, Liu replied, smiling. Fascinating. Goku grinned, and erupted with yet another surge of power, his aura flaring violently as his strength ascended once more. He hadn't gone all out. Not yet. Liu understood. This was only sparring, and neither of them had tapped their true limits. There was no need for now. Again, Goku roared, channeling terrifying energy into another Kamehameha. Liu responded in kind, gathering his own immense force. Hiya! Simultaneously, they unleashed their beams, two titanic waves of light crashing together, detonating in a cataclysm of blinding, world-shaking force. Boom! Under the colossal impact, the entire sea surface split cleanly in two before the naked eye, towering waves erupting in violent fury. After their clash, Liu and Super Saiyan 4 Goku descended slowly, halting all further combat. I never imagined there existed a Saiyan form rivaling Super Saiyan 4. Goku murmured, awestruck. Liu replied softly, nor did I expect Super Saiyan 4 to be so formidable. I underestimated it. Having engaged him directly, he now grasped the true scale of Super Saiyan 4's power. Its strength surged manyfold beyond its base state, comparable even to his own Super Saiyan Red form. Moreover, Super Saiyan 4 possessed unique advantages. Each transformation bore its own distinct brilliance. With that thought, Liu retracted his aura, reverting to his ordinary form, and said to Son Goku, let us end it here. Goku nodded. He too had gauged Liu's depth, and knew continuing the fight would serve no further purpose. Returning to his normal state, Goku resumed his youthful appearance. Liu paused briefly, then observed, in this form your power has diminished considerably. Goku sighed helplessly. It wasn't my choice. I shrank by sheer accident. Had he not shrunk, his restored strength would have been far greater. Even after ascending to Super Saiyan 4, he'd still dwarf his current self. Blame lay solely with Pilaf and his antics. Liu said nothing more. Glancing around the battlefield, he turned to Goku. The disturbance here is resolved. I must depart. It was an honor to fight you. Goku hesitated, wanting to invite Liu to train together, yet lacking pretext. With such overwhelming strength, regular sparring would accelerate his cultivation exponentially. By the way, what is your name? Goku suddenly asked. Liu, already turning to leave, flashed a grin. Liu. I am Liu, the Saiyan Liu. Farewell. Whoosh. In the next instant he vanished, a streak of light dissolving into the void. Saiyan. Liu. Goku watched him disappear, lost in quiet wonder. Meanwhile, in the real world, whoosh, a radiant streak descended upon Earth, and Liu materialized upon the ground. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Liu paused. Wait, System, wasn't there one mission left incomplete? System, host, an angel from this universe has summoned you. Thus your immediate return was necessary. An angel? Whis. What does he want with me? Leah asked, puzzled. Unknown. Time remaining until mission conclusion, 21 days 9 hours 42 minutes. You may complete the task within this window. The system announced. Luya could only sigh in resignation. He'd assumed seamless, uninterrupted service, not this unexpected delay. Host, please understand your temporal traversal ability remains imperfect. Prolonged use induces subtle space-time fluctuations, drawing attention from higher deities. Even this system cannot conceal such disturbances indefinitely. Proceed with utmost caution. The system interjected unexpectedly. Luya nodded. Understood. As he spoke, Son Goku appeared before him. This time the Goku of the real world. Hey, you're back, Leah. Goku grinned upon seeing him. Yes, I'm back. What brings you here? Leah asked, curious. Goku laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. The Grand Minister has granted Lord Zeno's approval for the Tournament of Power. All 12 universes will compete, but each must field 10 warriors. So I came to ask, would you join us? Goku had witnessed Liu Ya's might firsthand, especially after his battle with Zamasu, and seen his power ascend steadily. To win this tournament, Liu Ya was indispensable. Liu Ya looked genuinely surprised. The Tournament of Power. Already imminent. He was astounded. It shouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Host, your imperfect mastery of temporal traversal caused minor space-time distortions, hence the temporal discrepancy. The system clarified voluntarily. Liu Ya nodded, comprehension dawning. Goku added, indeed, the Grand Minister himself delivered the decree. So Liu Ya, you'll join us, won't you? This isn't merely about hosting a tournament, is it? Liu Ya mused quietly. Goku's expression stiffened. Then he chuckled awkwardly. Huh, you're sharp, Liu Ya. Caught me red-handed. Liu Ya exhaled inwardly, just as he'd suspected. The tournament's true purpose entangled the very survival of entire universes. And indeed, Goku confirmed it. Lord Zeno intended to annihilate losing universes, a revelation that stunned even him. He'd sought only spirited exchange among elite warriors, not cosmic extinction. Liu Ya feigned astonishment. So, if we lose, our universe is erased. Goku's face hardened. He nodded gravely. Yes. Fascinating. Very well, I'll claim one of the slots. Excellent. Liu Ya, let me tell you, the warriors from other universes are astonishingly powerful. I've already fought elites from Universe 9 and Universe 11. Their strength is extraordinary. And those were just 2 universes. Who knows what titans await in the others? Goku exclaimed, eyes alight. Liu Ya sighed inwardly. Of course they existed. Jiren alone had shattered everyone's hope. Not even Goku stood a chance against him. And yet Goku remained untroubled by the 7th universe's peril, obsessed only with facing mighty opponents. If Beerus ever learned of this, his reaction would be incalculable. I'm intrigued. Perhaps the tournament will catalyze my ascension to a higher realm. Liu Ya spoke calmly. Exactly. We will win. And with you aboard, our odds have soared dramatically. Goku grinned. Liu Ya nodded, but a question stirred uneasily. Whose slot had he displaced? Krillin, Tien Shinhan, or perhaps Master Roshi? Among this roster, only those 2 bald warriors seemed comparatively weaker. Though weak, was relative, Roshi's strength remained formidable. Before he could dwell further, Goku smiled. Since I've found you, your spot is secured. Head to Bulma's. You can wait there while I gather the others. Until next time, Liu Ya replied. See you later? Goku waved and vanished via instant transmission. Liu Ya pondered briefly, then decided to visit Bulma's residence. Whoosh. Using instant transmission, he arrived instantly, where he encountered Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Mr. Whis, Liu Ya offered respectfully. Beerus studied him coolly. Goku found you already. Liu Ya nodded. Yes, I've been briefed on the Tournament of Power. Beerus gave a slow appraising nod. Your strength has grown markedly. I owe much to your guidance. Without it, I could not have shattered my limits and forged new heights. Liu Ya replied humbly. Beerus inclined his head faintly. Then go forth and represent us well. Rest assured, I'll give my all for the fate of the 7th universe. Liu Ya smiled. Beerus blinked, then fixed him with a sharp glance. You already know. Liu Ya nodded. I do. A faint twitch tugged at Beerus's lip. Does that fool Goku have no discretion whatsoever? If he'd broadcast the stakes, that defeat meant annihilation. Every warrior would buckle beneath unbearable pressure. Speaking of which, Liu Ya, you have been missing for such a long time. Can you tell me where you went? Suddenly Weiss spoke, looking at Liu Ya. Liu Ya was taken aback, then realized that the other party had discovered his absence. With a twitch of his lips, he secretly thought the system was unreliable. System. After a moment's thought, Liu Ya smiled slightly and said, I went to cultivate. Weiss looked at Liu Ya, remaining silent for a while. Eventually he nodded, but with a somewhat warning tone he said, cultivation is a good thing, but pay attention to your limits. Things have been a bit complicated recently. Oh, just keep a low profile. Liu Ya understood that the other was giving him an out, and quickly nodded. Understood, understood. Weiss did not say much more upon hearing this. Hey, what's going on? What are you guys talking about? Or did Liu Ya do something? Beerus squinted his eyes with curiosity. He did not concern himself with trivial matters and let Weiss manage them, so he was still unaware of Liu Ya's time-traveling activities. Luoya awkwardly said, "It's nothing much, just a little mishap during cultivation." Beerus said indifferently, "That won't do. You represent the seventh universe in battle. If you were to lose, easily you know the consequences." Ultimately, he was quite concerned about the survival of the seventh universe. After all, if they lost, even a powerful being like him, the god of destruction, would be erased. Just the thought of it was chilling. Luoya nodded, "I understand." Whis glanced at the two, but did not speak. At this moment, Bulma and Vegeta approached along with two little ones. "Luoya, you are here too. It's been a while since we last met, and you've become quite handsome." Bulma greeted Luoya upon seeing him. "Luoya." Vegeta. For a moment, Luoya felt as if he could sense Vegeta's icy glare, even without looking. In his heart, he cursed, thinking that if Bulma's words provoked Vegeta's resentment, he would be in trouble. "Big brother Luoya." Trunks and Goten also greeted him. Luoya nodded at them, saying hello. "By the way, where's Trunks? I mean the future one, has he already left?" Suddenly recalling something, Luoya asked. Bulma nodded, "He has already left. I stored enough fuel for them to take along, as the Earth of the future world no longer exists. They went to a place where they can live, but I don't know exactly where that is." Luoya nodded upon hearing this, not surprised. "All right, just in time, I prepared some food. You all come and eat together," Bulma said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis reacted. The former quickly said, "That's great, at least you know how to be considerate. Haha, every time I come I am grateful for the food prepared by Miss Bulma." Whis chuckled. Bulma proudly waved her hand. "It's nothing. As long as Mr. Whis takes good care of the Earth, there will be as much food as you want." "Oh dear, how can I accept this?" Whis chuckled. "All right, enough chit-chat, where's the food? I'm actually quite hungry now." Beerus walked towards Bulma. Luoya glanced at Vegeta, who also looked at him. Luoya then slightly nodded, accepting the goodwill. During casual conversation, Luoya learned that there were still 5 days until the power tournament began, so after finishing dessert, he took his leave. 5 days was enough time to increase his strength significantly. Of course, although he could use these 5 days to complete his final task, he thought better of it. After all, if another distortion in time and space occurred, it would be problematic. He might return only to find that the power tournament had already concluded. Naturally, he wasn't confident he could complete the task in 5 days because, according to the plot, his last enemy was the super boss of Dragon Ball GT, Xinglong. This fellow's strength far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 4, especially after absorbing the powers of the 7 Dragon Balls. To defeat him, Luoya needed to become even stronger. While Luoya was cultivating, Goku was also busy looking for partners to replace the 7th universe in battle. Piccolo Gohan number 18, Krillin Master Roshi Bu number 17. Goku found these individuals just enough to make 10. Suddenly remembering there was also Tien Shinhan, he decided to visit him. Tien Shinhan expressed his desire to pursue his own martial arts path, so he was not very enthusiastic about the power tournament. After all, with his current strength, frankly speaking, he couldn't hold a candle to Goku and the others. He was still self-aware about this. After bidding farewell to Tien Shinhan, Goku found Gohan and the others on an island. At this moment, Gohan and Piccolo were training, and under Piccolo's guidance, Gohan's dormant power was gradually awakening. Goku and Piccolo had not forgotten that when the powerful enemy Majin Buu appeared, Gohan was able to surpass Buu, thanks to the potential unlocked by the old Kai. However, ever since Buu's defeat, Gohan's powers had been sealed, and he lacked the desire to awaken them. It was not that Gohan didn't want to awaken, but rather after all these years he had lost his direction in martial arts. However, seeing Gohan gradually return to his former self under Piccolo's training, Goku was very excited. At this moment, he suddenly felt emotional. Gohan's strength was so great that he should have helped him awaken sooner, so he wouldn't have to search for opponents everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! With a loud shout, a terrifying white light shot up into the sky, followed by a powerful aura sweeping out, causing the entire island to tremble at that moment, with countless rocks crumbling and floating, seemingly being pulled by that force. So strong! Goku exclaimed in awe as he looked at Gohan's power. Oof. The former Gohan has finally returned. Piccolo was undoubtedly the most gratified as he regarded Gohan as his own son. The fact that Gohan could reach such heights in a short time made him very satisfied. With such a powerful lineup, our universe has a great chance of winning. Goku couldn't help but say. Piccolo glanced at Goku, and then spoke meaningfully. "Old son, you should have something you're hiding from me, right?" Goku was taken aback. "What?" Piccolo slowly closed his eyes and confidently said, "I know you very well. There is nothing you can hide from me." Upon hearing this, Goku felt a bit troubled. "How did you figure it out? You truly are Piccolo. So what?" Piccolo looked at Goku. Goku helplessly felt he could no longer hide it, so he spoke the truth. "If we lose, we will disappear." "Is that serious?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo's face turned pale, somewhat unexpected. Goku nodded. "So this power tournament is very important." Upon hearing this, Piccolo fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "I understand. Then we can only win." "I think so too. Moreover, with the strength of our 7th universe being so formidable, it's hard to lose." Goku said confidently. "Who gave you that confidence?" Piccolo replied speechlessly. "The experts from other universes are certainly not weak, so you must not let your guard down. This tournament concerns the survival of our 7th universe, so we must be cautious." Goku responded dismissively, "I know." Piccolo. Dad. At that moment Gohan suddenly descended looking at Goku. Ah, congratulations Gohan, you've restored your former grace. Goku looked at Gohan with appreciation. Gohan nodded. After Trunks left he began training under Uncle Piccolo's guidance. Although his previous progress was quite significant, he still couldn't unleash the power he had back in the day, but now it seemed he had succeeded. The God Gohan has returned. For Gohan, who could normally defeat Buu, Goku couldn't help but feel very gratified, making him want to go to the Kaishin realm to have the old Kai unlock his potential. However, thinking it over, he decided against it. Goku believed he should rely on himself to break through his limits. Dad, I want to fight you once, is that okay? Suddenly Gohan made this request. Goku was taken aback, and upon seeing Gohan's determined gaze he reacted and smiled, of course. 5 days later, at Bulma's house all the friends had gathered, and during this time they learned that Bulma had given birth to a daughter, and they all congratulated her. What's wrong? Why do you all look so serious? Isn't it just an ordinary martial arts tournament? Krillin and Android 17 arrived just in time to see Vegeta and Piccolo looking rather grim, as if they were facing an inevitable doom. This left those who were unaware of the situation feeling puzzled. Gohan and the others exchanged glances. Beerus approached. Oh, bald kid, long time no see. Lord Beerus, Krillin quickly greeted. Beerus casually nodded and then looked at the others. Is everyone here? Dad and Android 17 haven't arrived yet. Additionally, there have been some changes and my father-in-law just called to say that Buu can't make it on short notice. Gohan suddenly spoke up. Why? Beerus frowned. He remembered Buu as the fat guy who stole his food, and he was quite powerful. What was going on now? Gohan hesitated for a moment before explaining. It said that Buu has been sleeping too much after overeating and needs some time to wake up. Beerus. Seeing Beerus' veins about to pop, everyone turned pale. This irritable destroyer god wouldn't be up to no good again, would he? Lord Beerus, please calm down. The tournament is important. Whis suddenly reminded. Upon hearing this, Beerus managed to suppress his emotions and said in a deep voice, so what do we do now? We were supposed to have 10 people, and now you're telling me we're short one. We're about to head to the Null Realm. Where are we going to find a reliable expert? The Null Realm is indeed where the tournament will take place. Well, Gohan felt a bit helpless. He had already discussed this with Piccolo and others, and he was the captain of their team for this tournament. He felt a certain responsibility. It was just that Buu's sleeping was so timely, it was as if it was planned perfectly. This caught everyone off guard. Rulia wanted to remind them, but suddenly his expression froze, and he looked to the side. At the same time, two figures flashed into the scene, Goku and Android 17. Dad, Goku. Seeing Goku return, everyone felt reassured. Piccolo looked at Android 17, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is everyone here? I don't think I need to introduce this one, do I? Android 17, our opponent from back then. Now he will be our representative for Universe 7. Goku laughed heartily and then introduced. Android 17 glanced at everyone and then smiled slightly. Pardon me. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Android 17, looking at him calmly. The latter also calmly gazed back at Piccolo with a faint smile. Piccolo. Krillin and Gohan felt a bit concerned. After all, Piccolo and Android 17 were fierce rivals back in the day. Suddenly, Piccolo smiled slightly and extended his hand. Not bad, after all these years you have changed completely from the past. Android 17 also smiled and shook hands. You're flattering me, you've improved a lot too. They exchanged smiles, and their past grievances had been resolved with a smile. Dad, there's something you need to know. It's about Buu. Gohan informed Goku about Buu. Goku was taken aback and then felt a bit of a headache. What a coincidence. This is really troubling. Hey, Goku, what do we do now? We're about to head to the Null Realm, and now we're short one person. Beerus said unhappily. Let me think. Goku pondered. What about calling Tien Shinhan? Krillin suddenly suggested. No way. Tien Shinhan's power is not on par with Buu's. If we're looking, we need someone who is at least as strong as Buu. Vegeta suddenly interjected, as this tournament is crucial for the survival of Universe 7. Why not? Tien Shinhan is really strong. Krillin said, somewhat aggrieved. Android 18 comforted Krillin a bit, as she sensed something was off, and asked, what's wrong? Isn't it just an ordinary match? There are 10 people, and it doesn't matter if one is a bit weaker, right? Gohan hesitated a bit. Or are you guys hiding something from us? Also, is it true that Goku said there's a 10 million reward for participating in the tournament? Android 18 said in a deep voice. Well, Goku chuckled awkwardly, as he indeed had been misleading them. What? Goku, you actually lied. Where did the 10 million come from? Bulma was somewhat displeased with Goku's lie. Goku, is this true? Did you deceive us? Krillin looked at Goku in disbelief. Sorry, Krillin. Goku said with a hint of guilt. There really isn't a 10 million prize, but for this tournament, every universe will participate, each sending 10 people. If those 10 lose, then Lord Zeno will erase the corresponding universe. Beerus suddenly spoke up, no longer hiding the truth. What a... Krillin was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Sorry, Krillin, I wanted you and Android 18 to join so we could have a better chance. That's why I lied to you about the 10 million prize. Goku apologized. What kind of talk is that? Android 18 suddenly showed a hint of anger. Everyone looked at Android 18 in confusion. Goku, aren't you being too dismissive of me as a friend? Even if you didn't say it, Android 18, and I would step up. Krillin said sternly. Android 18 also chimed in. Although I do like money, what you did really isn't cool. Haha, sorry, I won't do it again next time. Goku scratched his head. How about this to make up for Goku's debt to you, and hoping you all take this tournament seriously, I will cover the 10 million. At this moment, Bulma suddenly spoke up. Really? Android 18 raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. Of course, Bulma affirmed. After all, she was the richest, and 10 million was nothing. With this, the misunderstanding was cleared up. Rilia looked at Bulma and couldn't help but think what a wealthy woman. Beautiful and rich. Vegeta struck gold. Old son, is there anyone new in mind? Piccolo suddenly asked. You all better hurry up and resolve this. The consequences could be severe. Beerus said blandly. Goku thought for a moment and frowned a bit. The urgency was muddling his thoughts. What about Frieza? Suddenly a voice rang out. Uft. Vegeta, who was drinking juice, spat it out. What a... Everyone was shocked and turned to the speaker. Rilia looked a bit innocent. Did I say something wrong? Rilia, are you suggesting that Frieza should fight? Krillin looked at Rilia in disbelief. Rilia nodded. Indeed, he is the most suitable candidate. No way. Someone like Frieza could never be suitable. I disagree. Vegeta's face looked extremely unpleasant. He still harbored a deep hatred for Frieza. Not just him, but the others also found it hard to accept. Could that evil emperor truly be trusted to fight for Universe 7? I think it's a great idea. Rilia, good suggestion. Goku suddenly said excitedly as he felt Frieza was indeed the most suitable candidate. Hey, Kakarot, don't mess around, Vegeta warned. Goku frowned a bit. But right now Frieza is the strongest, and finding someone stronger than Bu is nearly impossible. But hasn't Frieza died? Dad, are you serious? Gohan was sweating coldly. Hee, that's simple. I can have the fortune teller bring Frieza back to life for a day. Oh, wouldn't that work? Goku chuckled and felt it was becoming more feasible. What if that guy goes off the rails? Have you thought about that, Kakarot? Vegeta still felt uneasy. If he goes off the rails, I'll take care of him myself. Besides, we still have Rilia, right? His power is not weaker than Frieza's. Goku laughed. Rilia straightened his back. Indeed, Frieza's strength is indeed a rare sight in the universe, so he can represent Universe 7, but we need to be careful. His ambitions are vast. Unless we hold leverage over him, we can only proceed this way. After all, if Universe 7 loses, then everyone will be in trouble, and it won't mean anything then. Whis suddenly spoke. Very well. If that's the case, then let me go find him. Goku grinned widely, and then used instant transmission to disappear. Everyone. In the space capsule, everyone was anxiously waiting for Wukong to bring Frieza back, their expressions betraying their worry. They hadn't expected that the omnipotent Xeno would be so ruthless, openly declaring his intention to erase the universe. However, he truly possessed that capability, which posed a tremendous disaster for these beings of the universe. They must secure victory for the 7th universe in this tournament, for only then could they save their universe. The price, however, would be that they must become the villains, defeating other universes. Upon realizing that only one of the 12 universes could remain, the pressure in their hearts surged exponentially, meaning their universe had only a 1 in 12 chance of survival. It would be a bitter fight. Moreover, they would have to let Frieza compete alongside them. That guy had a multitude of schemes. Partnering with him might lead to a knife in the back. Although some of the companions present had once been enemies on Earth, Wukong's efforts had somewhat turned them to the righteous path. However, Frieza was different. No matter how many times he was defeated, he would always oppose them, which was a significant headache for them. Frieza was undoubtedly a villain. A very stubborn villain who would relentlessly target son Wukong and his companions. Over time, the warriors developed a strong sense of dread and hatred towards Frieza. At that moment, Beerus suddenly stood up and looked at Whis, saying, Whis, let's take a trip. Whis nodded in understanding. They bid farewell to the others and then vanished from sight. Lua, watching them disappear, thought of the answer and decided not to dwell on it. A few minutes later, everyone sensed something and turned to the side. They saw Beerus and the others reappearing, and accompanying them were Wukong and Frieza. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions turned serious. Frieza, hey, sorry to keep you all waiting. Wukong greeted everyone. However, everyone's gaze was on Frieza, and Vegeta's expression was exceptionally grim, his eyes cold as he looked at Frieza. Haha, I didn't expect everyone to be here. Next, please take good care of me. Frieza maintained his sly demeanor, showing no signs of fear in front of everyone, instead appearing quite jovial. Frieza, you better not mess around, or I won't spare you, Vegeta warned. Haha, Vegeta, long time no see. Why do you still look so scared of me? What did you say? Vegeta gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Frieza, as if ready to strike at any moment. Seeing these two sworn enemies, Gohan and the others felt a headache coming on. Gohan couldn't help but worry, is this really okay? If there's infighting during the tournament, it would be very detrimental. Let them sort it out themselves, Piccolo said indifferently. Alright, Vegeta, you don't need to argue anymore. Frieza is now representing our entire universe in the power tournament, so let's set aside past grievances. Wukong hurriedly reassured, then looked at Frieza, saying, Hey Frieza, remember your promise. If you dare to mess around, I'll take care of you myself. Ha, got it. Frieza displayed a meaningful smile. He seemed to notice something suddenly, turning his head to lock eyes with Lua. Seeing the one who personally brought him back to the garden, Frieza immediately retracted his smile, saying, "So you're also a participant in the power tournament." Lua glanced at Frieza with indifference, then smiled. "Interesting. It seems you've trained hard after the last lesson." "Haha, of course. Now I can master the perfect form of Golden Frieza. So do you want to give it a try?" Frieza approached Lua. "Hey, Frieza." Wukong frowned, slightly displeased. Lua showed no fear and walked over as well. Facing each other, both bore a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Everyone else watched this scene with tension. Frieza looked at Lua and suddenly laughed, saying, "I hope you can last till the end of the power tournament, otherwise it might get a bit boring." Lua grinned. "Don't worry, even if you are eliminated, I won't be, so the one who should be cautious is you." They exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions carrying deeper meaning. "Alright, now that everyone is gathered, let's set off. But I must say this up front, if any of you dare to take this power tournament lightly, I will destroy it." Beerus suddenly spoke, his tone serious. After all, this was about the potential destruction of universes, and as a destroyer god, he had no qualms about embracing his nature and treating everyone ruthlessly. "Don't worry. With our strongest lineup, we will definitely win," Wukong said confidently. "Don't be too sure. There are many experts among the other universes, each possessing incredible skills, making them quite troublesome to deal with. Also, it is said that some universes have warriors even stronger than the destroyer gods." Whis suddenly interjected. "Really?" Wukong exclaimed in surprise, curiosity evident in his voice. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Beings comparable to destroyer gods were already terrifying. If there were those who surpassed them, wouldn't they be super experts? How could they possibly defeat such opponents? However, unlike Krillin and the others, worries Wukong, Vegeta, and the rest felt no fear, having experienced numerous trials and tribulations. How could they still be afraid of such experts? On the contrary, it was the powerful opponents that excited them. Only then could they break through their limits and truly reach the pinnacle of the Saiyans. That was the goal of Wukong and Vegeta. Whis smiled. "I don't know if it's true, but there are indeed experts of that level. Just do your best. No, you not only need to do your best, but you must also win the battles. Make sure to protect yourselves, and do not be eliminated easily," Beerus warned sternly. Hearing this, everyone nodded earnestly. "Time is running out, so let's eat." Whis smiled slightly, and then used his angelic powers to teleport the warriors along with the two Kaishins. As they vanished, Bulma expressed her concern, saying, "I hope you all can return safely." The Void Realm, as its name suggests, was a chaotic space devoid of anything. Here a platform had been built by the Great Priest and several destroyer gods, immense in size and made of special materials, making it exceptionally sturdy and ideal for grand battles. In the center of the platform stood a massive column, giving the whole arena a gyroscopic shape. Around the edges of the platform, several seats appeared, forming the audience section. At that moment, several destroyer gods and their angels had already arrived, working on the final repairs of the platform. The two Zeniths sat in the main seats, surrounded by four guards, playfully bantering with each other. Suddenly, the Great Priest spoke with a smile, "Lord Zeno, they have arrived." "Oh." Instantly, both Zeniths turned their attention. In the next moment, beams of light appeared on the platform. As the brilliance faded, dozens of figures emerged, all powerful warriors from various universes. They were the representatives of their respective universes for this power tournament. Wukong and the others also appeared on the stage. "Wow, amazing. Is this where the power tournament will be held?" "It's so big," Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "This is the Void Realm, made of special materials. It is the best place to hold the power tournament. A martial arts platform of this scale is suitable for large-scale brawls. I thought it wouldn't be as big as I imagined. It seems I thought too much." "Are those the experts from other universes?" "They certainly don't seem like ordinary opponents." Krillin observed the warriors from the various universes with apprehension. That's great. The stronger the opponents, the more motivation there is to fight." Wukong grinned. Within a short span, warriors from 9 universes had nearly all assembled, while the destroyers, angels, and Kaioshin took their seats among the spectators. Of the 12 universes, 4 would not compete, leaving 8 to contend in brutal succession. The sole victor would survive, all others would be erased by the Grand Priest. The exempt universes were the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th. Their average combat level exceeded 7, deeming them worthy of preservation, and thus they were excused from the Tournament of Power. The remaining 8, however, ranked below 7, and so were compelled to fight for survival. "When the battle begins, we must follow our plan precisely. First, gauge each universe's true strength or risk grave disadvantage," Gohan cautioned suddenly. In an instant, a blinding light descended, and a squad of crimson-clad warriors materialized upon the arena floor. At their appearance, Goku and his allies tensed instantly, eyes sharpening with wary vigilance. Every fighter from Universe 7 could sense the aura of their adversaries, and these newly arrived form-fitting red warriors radiated formidable, unmistakable power. Some indeed were unfathomably deep in strength. "Those are the warriors of Universe 11, Goku declared, his expression turning solemn. "Universe 11? Humph, how intriguing." Vegeta smirked, pride gleaming in his gaze. Roa glanced at Jiren, his eyes heavy with unspoken meaning. This man's power was overwhelming, unequaled by anyone present, not even in his Super Saiyan Rose form. Even that transformation would not suffice. A final grueling clash loomed inevitable. "I'll go greet them." Goku announced, and strode directly toward Universe 11's ranks. Hey Goku, Krillin called out, but Goku was already closing the distance. Is Goku acquainted with them? Gohan explained, the Grand Priest once hosted a sparring tournament. Father fought Toppo of Universe 11 there. His strength was extraordinary. Only by ascending to Super Saiyan Blue could Father match him. Hence Father holds him in high regard. Truly formidable, Krillin exclaimed astonished, knowing full well that Super Saiyan Blue was Goku's ultimate technique. To compel such a transformation marked Toppo as an exceptionally dangerous adversary. How intriguing, Frieza murmured, attention now fully drawn to Universe 11. It appears this tournament of power may prove far less tedious than I anticipated. Hey Toppo, long time no see. Goku waved cheerfully. Son Goku. Toppo's gaze turned icy. You dare show your face here? What a... He's Son Goku, the very instigator of this tournament of power. One warrior gasped in disbelief. All eyes narrowed. Having learned that defeat meant total erasure, they regarded Goku, the architect of their peril, with profound disdain. No need to be so frosty. Say Toppo, shall we resume our unfinished bout? We owe each other a decisive outcome. Goku grinned, teeth flashing. Your existence demands eradication. Yet I embody justice, and now represent the entirety of Universe 11. You may challenge me, yes, but I shall not indulge personal vendettas in matters so trivial. How disappointing, Goku muttered, bored, until his gaze drifted past Toppo and locked onto Jiren. His eyes narrowed instinctively. An overwhelming, impenetrable presence emanated from the man. Utterly unfathomable. Goku recoiled inwardly. Such profound depth had never stirred within him before, not even confronting Zamasu. This opponent's power was staggering. A fierce thrill surged through Goku. He raised a hand toward Jiren, but Toppo stepped sharply between them. Son Goku, you've overstepped. Goku met Toppo's glare calmly. I merely wish to speak with him. After all, he's my future rival. Toppo's eyes flared with quiet fury, until a cold, detached voice cut through the air. Enough. Toppo froze, then reluctantly lowered his arm. Goku brightened instantly and approached Jiren. Hello, I'm Son Goku of Universe 7. You're incredibly strong, aren't you? Jiren regarded him expressionless. Step aside. Goku stiffened, momentarily flustered. Was this man truly that aloof? Then without warning, a massive cubic block hurtled toward them. Duck Goku, Krillin cried out in alarm. Goku leapt instinctively, clearing the block just in time. Yet in that split second, he noted Jiren's utter stillness, unmoved even as the block hurtled toward him. A jolt of acute wariness shot through Goku. Then, mere instants before impact, the block veered sharply, sealing the arena's final structural flaw with flawless precision. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, but Goku's face hardened into grim focus. He perceived its trajectory long before it moved. A terrifying opponent, he murmured, eyes blazing with fierce, undimmed resolve. The greater the challenge, the fiercer his desire to confront it. Hey, old son, return, Piccolo called out. Goku gave one last penetrating look at Jiren, then turned and walked away. That's Son Goku. Hardly impressive, remarked a rabbit-like alien resembling Beerus, one of Universe 11's warriors famed for unmatched speed. Dispo. He was Dispo, one of Universe 11's elite, whose mastery lay in velocity. Never underestimate any opponent, especially Son Goku. He may well be our greatest obstacle to victory, Toppo warned gravely. Surely not. General Kazral scoffed skeptically. Truthfully, if we fought without restraint, I doubt I could overcome him easily. My odds of victory would be exceedingly slim, Toppo replied coolly. Universe 7 is no simple matter, Dispo mused aloud. Jiren, uphold the pride of Team Pride. Sweep every adversary from our path. Jiren glanced at Toppo, impassive. Understood. Goku rejoined his team. Dad, you acted rather recklessly, Gohan sighed, exasperated. Sorry. When I sense a true master, I simply can't hold back, Goku admitted, sheepish. Kakarot, who is that man? Vegeta demanded, having observed the exchange intently. His name is Jiren, the ace of Universe 11. Likely our most formidable rival for the championship. Tread carefully. Roa interjected. How do you know his name? Have you met him before? Goku asked, puzzled. Roa replied, evenly, studying one's opponents is prudent, but I advise you strongly against provoking him. You will regret it. So grave a warning. Master Roshi mused curiously. If even Roa deems him fearsome, his power must be extraordinary. Goku's eyes narrowed, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. Roa sighed softly. His counsel was offered. What Goku chose thereafter lay beyond his control. Seems promising. Marginally more engaging than tending livestock, Android 17 observed, surveying the arena with a faint wry smile. Android 18 glanced at him. You fared quite well these years. 17 smiled lightly, not badly, but nowhere near as well as you, sister. Marrying this bald fellow, for instance. 18. Krillin flushed. His brother-in-law had always possessed an unnerving gift for blunt honesty. Suddenly the Grand Priest appeared overhead, gazing down upon the assembly. Excellent. The arena is now fully restored. I shall now explain the rules of the Tournament of Power. As the Grand Priest spoke, everyone gradually fell silent. The Grand Priest paused for a moment, then smiled and said, This power tournament will last for 100 tacks, which is equivalent to 48 minutes. During this time, the participants cannot use flying techniques to take to the air, although those with innate advantages such as wings may do so. Additionally, they are not allowed to use external means to restore their power, nor can they kill opponents. Killing will be considered disqualification, and participants cannot use weapons other than their own techniques. Once a participant falls off the stage, they are out. Of course, if you lose combat capability, as long as you remain on the stage, you are not disqualified. Remember these rules. Does that mean we can't eat the senzu beans? Gohan expressed some disappointment. But it's fine, the tournament only lasts 48 minutes. Although it's a bit tough, as long as we maintain our strength, we can endure until the end. Piccolo said calmly. However, not being able to use the void technique and fly takes away 2 of our advantages. Krillin said helplessly. Regardless, we must believe in our own strength. Everyone is treated equally, and everyone will face restrictions, so this is very fair. Master Wutian said slowly. By the way, at this moment the Grand Priest suddenly spoke again. If all 10 participants from a particular universe are eliminated, then that universe will also be declared a failure, and the Omni King will personally erase it. Therefore, you must take this power tournament seriously, otherwise being erased means you will vanish forever. Everyone's expressions tightened as they felt the pressure. However, the universe that ultimately triumphs will be rewarded with a Super Wish Pearl, allowing you to fulfill any wish. Alright. Without further ado, let us now announce the start of the tournament together with the Omni King of the present timeline and the Omni King of the future timeline. The Grand Priest gestured. The 2 Omni Kings. Those who are familiar with the terrifying power of the Omni Kings understand that one Omni King is already invincible, who would dare to act recklessly with 2 of them present. As the 2 young Omni Kings stood up, the gods also rose to their feet. Now I declare the power tournament officially begins. Begin. The 2 Omni Kings raised their small fists and shouted. Clang. The Grand Priest suddenly produced a gong from somewhere and struck it. As the words of the Omni King fell, the expressions of everyone in the arena turned serious. They cautiously eyed each other. Here everyone except their own universe was an opponent. Some battle-hungry warriors charged towards others. A single spark ignited the entire battlefield, and a great battle commenced. Let's get started. Goku laughed heartily and took the initiative to join the fray. Hey, Dad, Gohan called out, but couldn't stop him. Goku had already entered the fight. Following closely behind, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Frieza scattered to find their respective opponents. As the captain, Gohan felt a headache coming on. They're too chaotic, completely not following our prior agreements. Luoya suddenly stepped forward and looked at Gohan and the others. You know their personalities, how could they possibly stand by and watch? Hey Luoya, you wouldn't be. Gohan twitched the corner of his mouth. Luoya tilted his neck and replied, participating in this power tournament is not only to fight for the 7th universe, but also a great opportunity to engage with various experts. Then see you. Waving his hand, Luoya directly joined the battlefield. Gohan sighed helplessly. Piccolo comforted him, forget them, that's just how their personalities are. We just need to focus on our own performance. Hearing this, Gohan could only nod. Boom, 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 boom. The power tournament had just begun, and the entire arena was filled with clashes of energy waves, colorful energy, exploding like firecrackers. How amazing! The 2 Omni Kings on the main seat watched this scene with bright eyes. The left Omni King said, how splendid. It's like fireworks. The right Omni King added, indeed. So exciting. The power tournament is fantastic. Seeing the Omni Kings so pleased, the Grand Priest felt relieved and then opened his palm, suddenly producing a tablet. He walked over to the Omni Kings and respectfully presented it. Your Excellencies, this contains the information of the participants from each universe. If any participant is eliminated, you can click on the corresponding icon to signify their disqualification. Edge. The 2 Omni Kings in perfect sync reached out a hand to take it. After playing with it for a moment, they became excited. So impressive. Now the participants from each universe can see each other clearly. The left Omni King smiled at the Grand Priest. Thank you. The Grand Priest bowed respectfully. It's my duty. Oh, I won't disturb your Excellencies from watching the match further. With that, he stepped aside. The God of Destruction and angels from each universe watched the situation in the arena, all seeing the strength of each universe. The tension was palpable among the gods of destruction because if all were eliminated, the entire universe would be erased. This included them. Aside from the angels, the entire universe would cease to exist. These guys are quite formidable. Beerus watched this scene with a serious expression. Whether we can win depends on Goku and the others. If we lose, the consequences will be dire. The Kaioshin said worriedly. Relax, you should learn from me. Don't be so anxious. After all, you are a Kaioshin. Trust Goku and the others, their strength is not weak. The old Kaioshin said lightly. Yes. The Kaioshin could only obediently respond. Beerus, this time your 7th universe will definitely be the first to be eliminated. At this moment, the nearby Kampa suddenly mocked. Beerus glanced at him coldly and said lightly, you are merely our defeated foe. How dare you boast? Naive. Kampa retorted. This time is different. If our 6th universe is extremely well prepared, you will definitely lose. Kampa smugly said, if you are erased as your brother, I will miss you. Idiot. Beerus couldn't be bothered to argue with his dim-witted brother and ignored him. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted in the arena, and a figure screamed as they were sent flying, ultimately falling off the stage. With the fall of this participant, all the gods' expressions tightened. Swish. A robust figure appeared on the bench of Universe 9. How could this happen? Did even Zysop's Absolute Zero fail? The Kaioshin of Universe 9's face turned grim. I'm sorry, Zysop said with a hint of guilt in his expression. At this moment, the Grand Priest suddenly announced, I declare that Zysop from Universe 9 is out, eliminated. Yay? Has someone already been eliminated? The Omni King exclaimed with excitement, then picked up the God Pad, Universe 9. Zysop, where is Zysop? Oh, found him. He pointed at Zysop's icon, and immediately Zysop's icon dimmed. How is this possible? It's actually one of my warriors from Universe 9 that got eliminated. Who is it? The Kaioshin of Universe 9 glared angrily at the one who defeated Zysop. A short-haired boy stood calmly at the edge of the stage, his gaze coldly directed towards this side. Is it actually Universe 7? Seeing this, the Kaioshin of Universe 9 became furious. Well done, Luoya. Beerus was elated. Indeed, the one who defeated Zysop was Luoya. That guy initially wanted to freeze Luoya, but who would have thought Luoya would use instant transmission followed by an energy blast, sending him out of the tournament? Bastard. Universe 9, listen to me. Eliminate the people from Universe 7 first. The Kaioshin of Universe 9 suddenly bellowed. Instantly, the remaining warriors from Universe 9 rushed towards Universe 7, their expressions unfriendly. Oh no. We are surrounded. Goku watched warily as the werewolf trio closed in on him. Son Goku, this time you won't win as easily as last time. The final victory will definitely belong to us, Universe 9. The werewolf elder grinned menacingly at Son Goku. Just right, we didn't have enough of a match last time, so let's settle it this time. With the command of the 9th Universe King, the warriors of the 9th Universe swiftly surrounded the warriors of the 7th Universe, their cooperation formidable, making it somewhat challenging even for Gohan and the others. Hey, you defeated Shisua, right? At that moment, a gray-haired alien with brown skin and a bare upper body approached Luya. Luya turned to glance at him, and then smiled, saying, Which one are you talking about? I'm sorry, but I really have no impression. Arrogant fool, stop being so self-important. I, Oregano, am here to avenge Shisua. Oregano said grimly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the 9th Universe, right? Luya suddenly asked. Correct. Oregano replied proudly. How pitiful, you guys want to eliminate our 7th Universe first, not realizing that you are the biggest clowns. Luya shook his head. You bastard. Take this. Oregano shouted angrily, then suddenly waved at Luya, and white threads shot out from his hand. If those spider-like threads ensnared him, it would be quite troublesome. Luya sneered, and in the next moment, he mysteriously vanished from his location. When he reappeared, it was just an instant later, and he stood right in front of Oregano. No, impossible. You. Oregano was taken aback, not expecting this guy to be so fast. He had no chance to react at all. You should go down and accompany that Shisua. Luya grinned, and then extended his hand to directly condense an energy blast, instantly firing it at near point-blank range, leaving his opponent with no defense. No. Oregano cried out in despair, but it was already too late, as Luya knocked him off the stage with an energy blast. Another one out from the 9th Universe. Oregano. At that moment, the cat girl and Lavanda, who were battling Vegeta, both exclaimed. I say, what are you all looking at? Vegeta's face suddenly turned angry. You pathetic clowns dare to underestimate my power, Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power surged dramatically. Oh no. The cat girl paled. Just moments ago she was perfectly cooperating with Lavanda to suppress their opponent, but now the enemy's power had suddenly increased so much. Vegeta coldly snorted, and in the next moment, he rushed in front of the cat girl and delivered a powerful punch to her stomach. The cat girl screamed in pain, but before she could recover, Vegeta unleashed a series of strikes, kicking her high into the air. You trash. Get out of here. Vegeta leapt up, soaring into the air, and with a ferocious double fist strike, he slammed the cat girl down hard. Simultaneously, she fell directly to the edge of the stage, and with a loud crash, the stage was pierced through, causing the cat girl to plummet down. How is this possible? 7 people out in an instant. Impossible. The 9th Universe King's face turned grim, as from the start of the power tournament to now it had not even been 10 minutes and 3 of his warriors had been eliminated. This was undoubtedly a very bad situation. A bunch of mediocre people. How dare you oppose the science of the 7th Universe? Beerus mocked. Truly impressive to turn the tide of the battle despite being surrounded. Commendable, the old Kai remarked. That's because they chose not to fight with all their strength. Given the current situation, conserving energy is a very wise choice. If they had used Super Saiyan Blue from the start, they might have exhausted themselves and fallen victim to someone with ulterior motives. Weiss said lightly. Boom, boom, boom. A blue light flew through the air, and within that blue light was a girl with wings who continually released energy blasts towards everyone, just like a bomber. She was Lilibet from the 10th Universe. Damn it. Is being able to fly so impressive? Bazel looked coldly at Lilibet in the air, and in the next moment, he jumped with one leg, gathering a massive shockwave in his foot, and then he kicked off, launching himself forward. "Mf, take this." Lilibet showed no fear, directly unleashing a shockwave with both hands. The two energy forces collided. But it was clear that Bazel's power was stronger, directly overpowering Lilibet. Oh. With a scream, Lilibet was bombarded and fell off the stage. "Now I announce Lilibet from the 10th universe is out," the Grand Minister announced with a smile. Lilibet, 10th universe. Zhou Quanwang directly found Lilibet from the 10th universe and extinguished her avatar. "Well done, Bazel. Now go help Bergamo defeat Son Goku." The 9th universe king shouted in satisfaction. "At your command, Lord Kaishin." Bazel replied respectfully, then looked at Bergamo, who was battling Son Goku, and sneered, "Son Goku, you're next." Ha. With that, he charged at Son Goku. Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with Bergamo, and the latter's strength had improved significantly since their last encounter. No, rather, he hadn't used his true strength before. Goku seized both of his opponent's fists and then kicked forward. Bergamo screamed as he was sent flying. Goku had no time to catch his breath when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. In the next moment, he quickly turned and guarded himself with both hands. Bang! A foot kicked him fiercely, sending him staggering back. Goku looked at Bazel, who was coming to assist, grinning. 2 against 1, huh? Wrong. It's 3 against 1. At that moment, Lavanda descended directly, surrounding Goku. "Haha, Son Goku, this time the 3 of us will strike together. Let's see what you're capable of." Bergamo stepped forward with a mocking smile. Goku stood ready, yet his expression showed no fear. "Having you 3 come at me together is just perfect." As he spoke, Goku grinned. "You guys must have made great progress lately, huh? Hurry up and show it." Trying to act calm, Bergamo snorted coldly, then suddenly erupted with energy, and in an instant blue light enveloped him. Bazel and Lavanda naturally would not hold back. Lavanda blew on his hands, and immediately 2 streams of poisonous gas erupted, while simultaneously unleashing his own energy, encasing himself in a yellow glow. Bazel gathered all his strength into his legs. This is interesting. Goku clearly sensed something unusual, but he felt no fear. Come on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle began with the 3 brothers of the wolf pack rapidly surrounding Son Goku, leaving him no escape route, and all 3 launched coordinated attacks, forcing Goku to defend passively. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. The 3 of them teamed up, and even Goku found it somewhat difficult to cope, especially with Bazel's occasional sneak attacks and Lavanda's poisonous gas, which he had to be wary of. Goku erupted with energy, but what appeared was just a layer of protective shield on the surface. Immediately, he charged at Lavanda. Bang, bang, bang. Under Goku's fierce assault, Lavanda was surprisingly unable to withstand. "How is this possible? He can actually ignore my poison." Lavanda was deeply shocked. "Let me handle this." At that moment, a voice came from behind, and Lavanda swiftly disappeared, while Bazel launched a kick at Goku. Goku had to block hurriedly. The intense clash began with the Wolf brothers showcasing their teamwork, perfectly launching relentless attacks from every angle. Goku was directly suppressed. Now you've seen the might of my 9th universe. This is the dangerous triangle formation. A super formation united by the dangerous trio. Son Goku is bound to lose. The 9th universe king said proudly. "Damn it, that guy is so annoying," chattering away. Beerus glared at the scene. Dangerous triangle formation, the name isn't great, but its power is impressive. The old Kai said, speechless. Beerus could no longer bear it, and stood up directly. "Hey, Vegeta, Luya, go help." Vegeta was currently battling the Steel Warrior Chapier, but no matter how hard he hit, the latter seemed to ignore his strength, as if he were hitting steel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This feeling is truly marvelous. In a certain part of the arena, Frieza was unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate attacks on his opponents. He absolutely loved this kind of chaotic battle. Suddenly, a figure darted through the air, diving down with incredible speed, aiming to ambush Frieza. Frieza's lips curled into a subtle smile, and with a flick of his finger, a beam of red light shot out immediately. Whoosh. Accompanied by a scream, the attacker suddenly plummeted. The opponent resembled a bat, now clutching his wing as Frieza had struck it, rendering him unable to fly. Didn't see that coming, did you? I had planned to take you down long ago. Frieza slowly approached, standing before his opponent with a strange smile. "The game is over. It's time for you to take a little trip." As he spoke, he extended his finger, pointing at his adversary, a red light shining at the tip. "No, please don't." The opponent's eyes filled with deep fear. He knew the terrifying power of his foe, and this strike might very well pierce his skull. Moreover, judging by the sinister and cunning appearance of his opponent, he seemed fully capable of carrying it out. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way gently." Frieza's eyes sparkled with mockery, his villainous demeanor unmistakable. "No, don't." The opponent was instantly terrified, turning to flee. In a moment of panic, he jumped off the arena. Swish. Another contestant from Universe 9 was added. "What's going on? Why did you come back on your own?" The god of destruction of Universe 9 looked displeased at the Batman. The latter was taken aback, then suddenly realized his face turning pale. Why did he run? What's happening? So many have been eliminated so quickly. The Kai of Universe 9 spoke in a flustered tone. This is the fate of those who oppose my Universe 7. The mocking voice of Beerus echoed. You bastard. The Kai of Universe 9 looked extremely gloomy, and then shouted loudly, quickly deal with the guys from Universe 7. Throw them down hard. Swish. Just as he finished speaking, another contestant appeared beside him. What? The Kai of Universe 9 was startled, and quickly looked over, seeing a rabbit person had appeared representing elimination from their side. What's going on? The god of destruction of Universe 9 looked sternly at the rabbit man. The latter awkwardly smiled. I got eliminated too. Meanwhile, in the arena, number 18 glanced towards Universe 9's direction, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Clearly that rabbit man was defeated by her. 5 contestants have already been eliminated. This is not looking good. The god of destruction of Universe 9's expression had turned grim. Meanwhile, in the arena, Luya was facing off against a large wild boar-like creature. Beside them stood a fish-headed being. Hearing Beerus' words, he instinctively glanced towards Goku's direction, where Goku was being pressured by a dangerous triangle formation and seemed to be on the verge of defeat. However, Luya didn't concern himself too much. He still had faith in Goku's strength. Compared to that, he was a bit tied up at the moment. Thinking of this, Luya looked at the 2 opponents across from him and smiled. You two shouldn't be from the same universe, right? Collaborating like this is quite surprising. Under collaboration, eliminating an opponent like you is not out of the question. The warrior from Universe 10 sneered. I am Napapa, the warrior of Universe 10. Now we will deal with you, the guy from Universe 7. Luya chuckled, then turned to the fishman. You don't need to introduce yourself. Universe 9 should vanish. You're being too arrogant. Just as the fishman was about to speak, Luya had already appeared in front of him. What? Napapa instinctively turned his head. Bam. Ugh. In an instant, Luya's fist slammed into the fishman's stomach, causing him to spew out white foam, bloodshot, eyes wide open. Impossible. I must be seeing things. That was instant transmission. At this moment, Champa from Universe 6 exclaimed in shock, staring at Luya in disbelief. Because the technique Luya had just executed was indeed hits instant transmission. How can this be? How did that guy learn instant transmission? The Kai of Universe 9 turned pale as Luya had struck one of their own contestants. What? Is this the strength of your alliance? Sorry, but now it's time to say goodbye. Luya said mockingly, then glanced at Napapa beside him. Napapa's face was already sweating profusely. He could not comprehend how terrifying this opponent was. At this moment, facing Luya felt like staring into the eyes of a demon. Luya didn't waste any more words with him, immediately kicking out and sending the fishman off the stage. Another contestant from Universe 9 was eliminated. Clapping his hands, Luya turned to Napapa and said, I heard you're a warrior. Quite interesting. Let's see how you measure up against me. What? You dare to challenge me? Napapa's body stiffened. He was enraged by the provocation. Hey. Luya smiled slightly and then unleashed a powerful punch. Napapa instinctively countered with a punch as well, both forces clashing violently. Not bad. Luya grinned widely, then his expression turned cold as he suddenly launched a flurry of punches and kicks at an incredible speed. Napapa was immediately overwhelmed. On the other side, Vegeta also noticed the situation with Kakarot and snorted coldly. Humph. That Kakarot is just having fun. Hey, where are you looking? Kampa exclaimed mockingly. Vegeta looked at Kampa, and for some reason his expression suddenly calmed down. You think your body can withstand and counterattack, right? Oomph. Kampa was taken aback, then sneered. That's right. Just like that. Go ahead, let's see if you can hurt me. Like this. Vegeta suddenly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Boom. In the next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Kampa was instantly shocked. You bastard, what difference is there between you and scrap metal? Vegeta shouted coldly, then threw a punch directly into Kampa's stomach, producing a deep thud. No way. Kampa felt something was wrong, but he was now immobilized. Ayah. Vegeta unleashed his power, and in an instant a golden force erupted from his fist. The next moment, a torrent of force sent Kampa flying off. Oh. He screamed in agony, plummeting off the stage. The 7th contestant from Universe 9 was eliminated. Impossible. That's already 7. The Kai of Universe 9 was on the verge of collapse. Only 3 contestants remained from Universe 9. Universe 7 is unexpectedly strong. The god of destruction of Universe 9 spoke, gravely recalling the earlier failed assassination attempt on Frieza, who had merely blocked his destructive energy with sheer brute force. He should have realized that his side was not a match for Frieza. Well done. It seems there are only those 3 mutts left. Go for it. Eliminate them. Beerus shouted, feeling relieved. Having previously been targeted left him feeling stifled. Now that the tables had turned, he felt a wave of comfort. What's there to be proud of? Goku is still trapped in the dangerous triangle formation. A defeat is just a matter of time. Champa couldn't stand Beerus' triumph and couldn't help but speak out. They're just 3 mutts. How difficult can it be to deal with such insignificant opponents, eh? Beerus sneered. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly charged into the dangerous triangle formation, standing back-to-back with Goku. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Goku asked, puzzled. If I hadn't come, you'd have been pushed to the edge of the arena. Vegeta said arrogantly. I can handle these 3 guys. You idiot. They're just a few clowns, why waste your energy? End this quickly, Vegeta complained. Alright. Goku had no choice but to nod. Then he concentrated his energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Excellent. Exactly like this. Throw them all down. Damn it. He'd long despised the 9th Universe's Supreme Kai, who'd been droning on incessantly. This was the perfect chance to crush their arrogance once and for all. Curse it, Belmont. Everything rests on you now, cried the 9th Universe's Supreme Kai in desperation. Rest assured, Your Holiness, Belmont replied calmly. We shall uphold the 9th Universe's hope and defeat our opponents. Belmont spoke slowly, then turned his gaze towards Son Goku and Vegeta. How convenient. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Now I'll send you both plummeting together. Fools. With just a handful of clods like you, I alone could obliterate you all. Vegeta sneered coldly. Our deadly triangle formation is no mere trick. It cannot be easily broken even by your combined might. Basil mocked them. How absurd. Who said we needed to fight together? Vegeta's expression twisted with sardonic amusement. Then with a thunderous surge he erupted with overwhelming ki, pushing his power to its absolute peak. A blinding golden radiance burst forth, searing the eye. Precisely. Against you we require no alliance. Son Goku smiled faintly, then instantly gathered his breath. A colossal force exploded outward, matching Vegeta's in sheer intensity. Both were fiercely proud warriors. They would never join forces unless absolutely necessary, and certainly not against such trivial foes. Super Saiyan power alone was more than sufficient. You dare defy us? Then consider yourselves eliminated. Belmont snarled, and in perfect unison he and his 2 brothers lunged toward Goku and Vegeta. Deadly triangle formation. Suddenly Vegeta roared skyward cannon. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy surged straight at Basil, who recoiled in shock and barely managed to block the skyward cannon. Yet the sheer impact hurled him backward, shattering the formation's cohesion. In that instant Vegeta flared with explosive ki and charged headlong at Basil. Basil, Belmont and Lavender paled. Your opponent is me. Don't look away. Goku's voice cut through the air, and in the next breath he dashed toward Belmont and Lavender, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists and kicks. They had no choice but to engage him. 1 versus 2. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku fought them both with effortless dominance, neither yielding nor faltering. Elsewhere, thud. A muffled crash echoed as a figure skidded backward across the arena floor, over a dozen meters. It was Rhea. He studied his opponent with mild surprise. Interesting. I hadn't expected such extraordinary strength from you. Napap the wrestler regarded Rhea gravely. You're impressive enough to draw my full power. Rhea arched an eyebrow. Am I being praised? Oomph. Napap exhaled a plume of white vapor, then unleashed a rapid volley of energy beams. Rhea twisted his body midair, evading them with uncanny serpentine grace. In the blink of an eye, Rhea materialized before Napap, let out a sharp cry, and unleashed a torrent of white aura before driving a devastating fist forward. Huh. Napap stood unflinching. His arms were thick as tree trunks. Strength was his domain, and no one dared challenge him there. But upon impact he froze in disbelief. A jolt of immense force numbed his entire arm. Then with brutal recoil, he was hurled backward. A shockwave rippled outward. Rhea's lips curled in disdain. A strong man. Rather disappointing. He raised a hand, gathering energy for the final blow. Then, suddenly, a massive arm locked around Rhea's throat. What a... Startled, he strained to break free, only for another arm to seize his wrist, pinning him completely. He. Got you. A bizarre cackling voice rang out, the assailant who'd seized him. How could this be? Rhea stared stunned. The captor loomed tall with a peculiar hairstyle, pale green skin, and a mouth that chattered endlessly, like a madman. Recognition struck. This was Nink, the fighter previously eliminated by Son Goku. Ha. So this is your day of reckoning. Napap approached smirking. Rhea struggled, but the grip tightened, growing fiercer, threatening to grind his bones to dust. You're finished, 7th Universe warrior. Struggle all you like. I love watching my foes writhe helplessly beneath my strength. Nink laughed triumphantly. Well done, Nink. Crush his bones to dust. Katra, the 4th Universe's destroyer, cackled, gleefully, eyes alight with cruel satisfaction. Damn it. Beerus's expression darkened. It seems fighters from other universes are taking special interest in us 7th Universe warriors. The Elder Kai spoke quietly. This hostility stems from their misinterpretation that Son Goku incited the Omni King to destroy universes. Naturally, resentment runs deep among the competitors. The younger Kai fretted, we must tread carefully. Tisich. Rhea frowned, channeling power to shake off his captor. But then, a searing blast slammed into him. Boom. Ugh. Rhea winced, crying out in sharp pain. It was Napap's attack. You fools, truly infuriating. Rhea's temper flared. He was about to unleash his full power. He stopped struggling. Time to go down. Napap gathered immense energy, preparing a single decisive strike to hurl Rhea from the ring. And yes, he'd considered amplifying it further, dragging Nink down with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naphap began charging his technique. Hey, what are you doing? Katra instantly grasped Naphap's intent and bristled with fury. Was this fool truly planning to eliminate his universe's fighter too? Curses! Nink, release him. Get out of the way. But Nink refused to let go, not when victory was within reach. Slow-witted and self-absorbed, he only squeezed tighter. You'll fall with him. That's hardly wise. Rhea glared at Nink face grim. Dying beside you. That's a bargain I'm happy to take. Nink grinned. TSK. Rhea sneered. Just as he prepared to act, something unexpected erupted. Shrai! A blinding crimson beam pierced straight through Naphap's chest. His body jerked violently, eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing lifelessly onto the stage. What a shock rippled through the arena. All eyes snapped toward the attacker. Frieza strolled forward, chuckling softly. Ho ho ho. Looks like you needed assistance. Frieza. Rhea stared startled. Wonderful. Frieza has saved Rhea. The Supreme Kai exclaimed with sudden joy, until the Elder Kai murmured, now is no time for celebration. His motives remained inscrutable, and given his past grudge with Rhea, he may yet act unpredictably. The Elder Kai narrowed his eyes. If he dares cross the line, I'll make him pay dearly, Beerus declared coldly. On the battlefield, Frieza stepped casually onto Naphap's fallen form, glanced down, and chuckled. Ho ho ho. How weak. Must you really make things so complicated? Are you even capable? Rhea replied coolly. I'm nothing like you. Tell me, did you kill him? Ho ho ho, rest easy. The rules forbid killing. I wouldn't dream of spoiling the fun. I haven't finished playing yet. Frieza smirked playfully. He extended a finger toward Rhea. Shall I lend you a hand? Rhea scoffed. You'd probably knock me off the stage too, wouldn't you? Who can say? Frieza raised an eyebrow, amused. Your kindness is noted, but... Rhea's expression hardened. In an instant he erupted with raw power, shattering Nink's grip, then delivered a crushing roundhouse kick that sent Nink flying toward the edge of the ring. Rhea raised his palm and fired a final energy blast, eliminating Nink outright. I declare Nico of Universe 4 is eliminated. The Grand Priest's voice echoed, signaling yet another contestant plummeting from the arena. Zeno clapped his hands, gleefully tapping the corresponding avatars on his device, two cherubic faces beaming with delight. Nico's elimination had taken but an instant. Luya brushed his palms together and turned to Frieza. Were you just trying to knock me off too? Frieza smiled faintly, then kicked sharply, sending Nappa's massive frame hurtling through the air, grazing Luya's ear before tumbling over the arena's edge and vanishing into oblivion. Perish the thought. You're far too formidable. I could never possibly dislodge you. Frieza replied with a subtle smile. Luya chuckled. Is that so? I assumed you sought vengeance for my having slain you last time. At those words, Frieza's expression darkened, as if haunted by a bitter memory. You, he choked out. Disgusted by the arrogance in Frieza's gaze, Luya vanished in a flash, reappearing before him and driving a merciless fist deep into Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza's eyes bulged as he vomited a spout of clear fluid. What in the world just happened? Gasped the 7th Universe's warriors, utterly stunned. Hey, what do you two think you're doing? Beerus barked, incensed. He was furious. This was a battle fought for the honor and survival of the entire 7th Universe, yet these two were squabbling like children. How utterly disgraceful. Frieza clenched his jaw, enduring the agony with disbelief etched across his face. Luya merely smiled faintly. Do you still believe I'm the same being I once was? You wretched. Frieza snarled, fury twisting his features. Luya withdrew his fist and spoke coolly. Best not provoke me. My temper is hardly gentle. Understood? Frieza? Frieza's frame trembled, briefly, but he swiftly straightened, letting out a low, chilling chuckle. Ho ho ho. How intriguing. To have ascended so far in so short a time. You've truly astonished me. You'll be astonished by much more, Luya murmured, then dissolved into thin air, gone without a trace. Frieza stared at the empty space where Luya had stood, then slowly curved his lips into a sly, knowing smile. So, you must be Frieza of the 7th Universe. A sly, venomous voice cut through the air. Frieza blinked, then turned startled. My, your appearance is quite unexpected. Before him stood Frost of the 6th Universe, smiling serenely. I suspect we share an unusual affinity, and perhaps a mutually beneficial alliance. What say you? Oh, an alliance. Frieza feigned surprise, yet a flicker of calculation flashed in his eyes before he lifted one corner of his mouth in a predatory grin. Delighted. Truly an honor. Ho ho ho. Their gazes locked, a silent, unsettling pact sealed in shared cunning. Bah, I'd wagered they'd tear each other apart. What a wasted thrill. Kompa sighed, disappointed. Hey, what exactly do you mean by that? Beerus shot back, bristling. Kompa sneered. You know precisely what I mean, Beerus. Only one universe may survive this tournament of power, so rest assured, I shall show no mercy. Is that so? Then let us test it. Beerus replied calmly. He felt no trepidation toward the 6th Universe. Their own 7th Universe possessed an ancient inherent advantage over them. Boom, boom, boom. Elsewhere, a ferocious clash erupted. Goku and Vegeta unleashed the prince's fighting style, driving the three Wolfen brothers to the very brink of the arena. Under the relentless assault of two Super Saiyans, they could barely mount a defense. Damn it. How did their power surge so drastically? Bergamo's face paled. What now? Basil glanced behind him. The abyss beyond the arena's edge loomed black and fathomless like the gates of hell itself. A single misstep would erase everything. We cannot lose. We are the last three of Universe 9. We must prevail. Brothers, unleash our true might. Bergamo roared, and in that instant all three erupted with staggering, overwhelming energy. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta drew close. Time to end this, Kakarot. Vegeta growled. Understood. Goku's eyes hardened. In a blinding surge, both ignited their ki, ascending instantly to Super Saiyan Blue. Kamehameha. Final. They drew breath, gathering colossal energy, preparing their ultimate techniques. Simultaneously, the Wolfen brothers coalesced their power, and with a thunderous roar unleashed a devastating tripartite energy wave converging directly upon Goku and Vegeta. Flash! Both Saiyans bellowed as one, releasing their titanic attacks, colliding head-on with the Wolfen onslaught. Ahawk! Both sides strained to the breaking point. Yet Goku's and Vegeta's power surged forth inexorably, overwhelming the Wolfen trio's combined might. No, impossible. Ahawk! Crunch! The entire edge of the arena beneath the Wolfen brothers shattered into dust. They were blasted clean off, vanishing into the void. Excellent. Beerus and the Supreme Kai erupted in jubilation. No. The Ninth Universe's Supreme Kai crumpled, despair flooding his face. With that fall, Universe 9 was entirely eliminated. All hope extinguished. The Grand Priest stepped forward, serene and solemn. I hereby declare Lavender, Basil, and Bergamo of Universe 9 eliminated. Furthermore, all 10 contestants of Universe 9 have been eliminated. Universe 9 shall now be erased from existence. Silence fell, absolute suffocating, across the arena. Only Xeno's playful giggles pierced the hush. In that charged moment, the Ninth Universe's page on both Xenos divine tablets dimmed, fading into absolute blackness. It's gone dark entirely, the left Xeno mused. Yes, it's all gone dark. So much fun, chirped the right Xeno, grinning ear to ear. Universe 9 is now the first eliminated. Per tournament law, it shall be annihilated. The Grand Priest's voice hardened, grave and unyielding. Please, no. Great Xeno, spare us. The Ninth Universe's Supreme Kai collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, nose-running, tears streaming, begging with utter desperation. But Xeno granted no reprieve. With childlike ease, both Xenos raised their tiny hands, and white light bloomed in their palms. In the next instant, they clenched their fists, and in the audience stands every soul of Universe 9 vanished, leaving only hollow seats and faces frozen in sorrow and desolation. Gone, utterly erased. A profound silence descended. Every deity, every warrior, stood motionless, faces grim, hearts heavy. Only now did they grasp the terrible truth: defeat meant absolute, irreversible annihilation. Tension tightened across the arena. Hey Whis, what's become of Universe 9? Beerus wiped cold sweat from his brow, and abruptly turned to ask. Whis raised his staff, gazing into the scrying crystal. Oh my, utter emptiness. Not a single particle remains. What a... Beerus's expression turned ashen. It's real, they've truly been erased. Cold sweat broke out across the god's brows as all eyes turned, trembling, toward Xeno. The erasure of Universe 9 laid bare Xeno's absolute dominion, the apex of all existence, wielding life and death over gods and mortals alike. This gravity did not unsettle Luya. He knew well, should the seventh universe triumph, he would wish for all erased universes to be restored. Still, he trusted no other universe to make such a selfless wish. Only the seventh universe under his guidance would prioritize universal salvation over selfish ambition. Thus, victory was non-negotiable. There remained only one path forward: total commitment, total sacrifice. Sure 3. A streak of pink energy lanced toward Luya's back, blisteringly fast, silent as death. Noticing the incoming attack, Luya's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to directly condense his power, instantly shattering the attack. Luya looked at the attacker. Hee, I didn't expect you to notice me. A small figure stepped out. Luya gazed at the figure and chuckled. I thought it was someone else. Your appearance reminds me of the Yatatrans. Upon recalling the name Yatatrans, Luya thought of instantaneous movement. Undoubtedly Goku had learned it from there. The opponent was from the second universe. Realizing something, Luya glanced around, and after confirming no one else was present, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those women were not there. Hey, what are you looking at? With a swish, the opponent continuously flashed around Luya. Luya smiled slightly, and immediately unleashed Time Flash. Suddenly, time around him froze, and the opponent's figure appeared right beside him. Luya smiled. My Time Flash is specifically for dealing with high-speed movements. As he spoke, he condensed an energy ball in his hand, and the next moment took down his opponent. After eliminating his opponent, Luya glanced at the situation of others. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Berta from the 6th universe and Vegeta, but despite Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was unable to defeat his opponents. On the other side, Krillin and Android 18 were dealing with the werewolf Shosa and the Scent Master Majera from the 4th universe. Goku was sparring with Caulifla from the 6th universe. Everyone was caught in intense battles. Luya smiled slightly, seeming to think of something, and suddenly vanished. Tat 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 tat. On the other side, Vegeta continuously attacked Berta and Vegeta, but their defenses were too strong. Even he couldn't break through, causing no damage. Damn it. Vegeta was somewhat annoyed his opponents had countermeasures for all his weaknesses, leaving him at a loss. No matter how much you curse, Vegeta won't hear you. Vegeta, just admit defeat. Berta said smugly. Vegeta sneered, is that so? Then let's have some fun. With that he erupted with energy, instantly elevating his power to its peak. Useless effort. Berta sneered, then teamed up with Vegeta to directly attack Vegeta. The three were locked in a stalemate, unable to best one another. On the other side, Krillin saved Android 18 as Shosa, feigning death, nearly eliminated her. Thankfully, Krillin acted in time to rescue her. Are you okay, 18? Krillin asked with a smile. I'm fine, 18 replied, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect to be so careless. The enemy is very cunning, but it's better to be cautious. Krillin looked at Shosa, revealing a smile. I didn't expect your feigning death technique to be so effective, even fooling 18. Hehehe. What a pity I was so close to eliminating her. Shosa sneered. You won't have that chance. Next I'll return the favor tenfold. Android 18 replied coldly. Oh, then come at me. Shosa scoffed. 18. Do you remember the technique we practiced? Krillin suddenly asked. I remember. Are you referring to that one? What's wrong? 18 blinked in confusion. Let's try it out today. Krillin smiled. All right. 18 did not refuse. What are you two chattering about? Shosa sneered. Come on. Krillin and 18 moved instantly, and the next second Krillin suddenly condensed an energy ball and launched it at Shosa. The latter snorted coldly and leaped to evade, but in the next moment 18 appeared in front of the energy ball, pushing it back. What a... Shosa's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly dodged. But Krillin didn't give him a chance to breathe. They continuously fired energy balls at Shosa, who could only dodge awkwardly. However, it became apparent that the energy balls were growing larger and faster, and gradually, even Shosa found it difficult to keep up. What a... Shosa could no longer keep up with their assault and was struck by a massive energy ball. The next moment he screamed and was sent flying off the stage. We did it, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Very good. Well done, little bald head. Beerus was extremely pleased to see Krillin eliminate his opponent. Krillin was arguably the weakest in their team, but he was able to eliminate an opponent, which was the best outcome. Krillin felt a bit proud, but just then a shadow suddenly attacked, and before he could react he was kicked away. Ugh. With a thud Krillin fell to the ground. Krillin, this is bad. Beerus and the others had barely had time to celebrate before this sudden turn of events. Careless kid. Get down. A werewolf suddenly flew over, aiming directly at Krillin. In a critical moment, 18 intervened, kicking the opponent away. Krillin, are you alright? 18 worriedly helped Krillin up. I was careless. Krillin looked at the opponent. He didn't expect to be ambushed. Who are you? Krillin inquired, looking at the opponent. My name is Majira from the 4th universe. Remember my name, or you won't know who defeated you. Majira chuckled mischievously, and in the next second charged at Krillin. 18 put this on. Krillin suddenly took out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to 18. She understood and put them on. Krillin focused his divine sense on the opponent, then spread his arms and pressed against his temples, 100 times solar fist. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped the arena. However, Majira charging towards Krillin was unaffected and directly kicked Krillin away. What a... Ugh! Krillin screamed as he fell to the ground. Simultaneously, Majira delivered a heavy blow to the still unaware 18, causing her to fall as well. How is this possible? He can attack even under such dazzling light. How did he do it? Beerus said in disbelief. This is bad. Not even the solar fist worked. The Kaioshin looked worried. I thought you had some techniques. How laughable. Majira smugly looked at Krillin and the others. Krillin found it hard to believe. How did you manage that? Because my eyes have been blind for a long time. Blind? Then how can you attack so accurately? Krillin was surprised. It's my sense of smell. He uses his sense of smell to determine the location. 18 explained. Not bad, you're quite clever. Majira boasted, your technique is useless against me. That's not necessarily true. As long as I understand your technique, I can surely win. Krillin suddenly showed a confident smile. 18. Leave him to me. The latter was startled, but, trust me, I can do it. Krillin insisted. What can you do against me? Majira sneered. You're very sensitive to smells, right? Then, Krillin smiled mysteriously and suddenly took off his shoes, throwing them away. Slap. Instantly his shoe landed squarely on Majira's nose. What's that smell? So stinky. Majira's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly covered his nose. Krillin grinned with pride, then suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Majira, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, daring to attack my 18. You must pay the price. With a kick that pushed the opponent back, Krillin suddenly gathered his energy. With an incredible force, the opponent was blasted away, falling off the stage. The Grand Priest announced Majira's disqualification, and Beerus and the others were all excited. Well done. Krillin laughed proudly. Android 18 covered her face. Looks like I'll have to wash your shoes again when we go back. Just as the two relaxed, suddenly a figure appeared behind Krillin. Are you that happy? You seem to have let your guard down. What a... Krillin was startled and turned around to see Frost's sinister face. Not good. Beerus and the Kaioshin suddenly turned pale. You actually left your back exposed to the enemy. Then, goodbye. Frost smirked and swept his tail, directly knocking Krillin off the stage. Ugh! Krillin's scream echoed, and the next moment he appeared in the audience area. The first contestant from Universe 7 has been eliminated. P.S. Every early summer, a mysterious organization emerges recruiting talents from across the country, and I am about to infiltrate the organization. Clint has been eliminated. For a moment, the companions from the 7th universe were all somewhat shocked. How could he be so careless? Whoosh. In the next instant, Clint appeared in the spectator seats. Before Clint could regain his composure, Beerus ominously remarked, You seem to be a bit too cocky, bald head. Huh. Lord Beerus. Clint trembled all over, immediately feeling incredibly awkward. He indeed let his guard down for a moment, having defeated two opponents through his own power, which was already a great achievement for him. He didn't expect to overlook the enemy sneaking up behind him. I'm sorry. Clint quickly apologized. It's okay. We all know you did your best, Clint. The Supreme Kai also spoke up. Although his words were comforting, his expression was somewhat displeased. I'm really sorry, Clint said with shame. Forget it, it is what it is. Just cheer on the companions in the arena. The old Supreme Kai sighed and said lightly. Yes. Clint could only agree with a forced smile. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, Beerus? Your people are being eliminated by my 6th universe. It was proven that our 6th universe is even stronger than your 7th universe. Kompa suddenly laughed triumphantly. You bastard. Beerus clenched his fists in anger. Although Clint's elimination was somewhat expected, it was still too fast. Very good. Well done, Frost. Throw them all down, Kompa said with satisfaction. Thank you for your concern, Lord Kompa. Frost smiled smugly, then turned to the gritting teeth of Android 18. You dare to sneak attack Clint. Android 18 was extremely furious at this moment. Clint was her husband, yet he had been sneak attacked by this shameless guy. How could she not be angry? Haha. This is just one of the unexpected changes that can occur on the battlefield. One can only say that the little bald head was too complacent. It's a pity this competition doesn't allow killing. Frost said mockingly. You bastard. I must avenge Clint. Android 18 shouted angrily and was about to take action. I won't be foolish enough to fight you. Goodbye. Frost directly fired a projectile, and in an instant the arena was engulfed in smoke. Damn it. Android 18's expression was somewhat grim, but the opponent had already escaped. Just as she felt it, was a piteous scream came, and then a figure flew out from the smoke, crashing heavily into the boulder beside Android 18. What happened? Kompa was startled, for the person who flew out was actually Frost. Android 18 was also confused. Until Rhea walked out of the smoke, sneak attacks indeed are a good battle strategy. Rhea. Great. Rhea, throw that despicable guy down. Beerus was immediately excited upon seeing Rhea's appearance. Oh dear. Whis also smiled. Rhea looked at Android 18 beside him. Leave him to me. Android 18 shook her head. No need, I want to personally avenge Clint. Alright then. Rhea nodded and prepared to leave. Oh. But in the next second, Frost suddenly charged over. You bastard. Die? You damn Saiyan. Just as Frost was about to land a punch on Rhea, the latter suddenly raised his hand and effortlessly caught Frost's fist. What a... Frost said in shock. You think you can take me on? Hey, even Hit can't defeat me, what are you? Huh. Rhea sneered, then swiftly kicked, landing a heavy blow on Frost's stomach. Ugh. Frost was sent reeling, his face contorted in pain. Rhea did not intend to let Frost off, launching a punch that struck deeply into Frost's stomach. At the same time, golden light glimmered on his fist, and the next second Frost was sent flying, crashing to the ground, convulsing. Rhea flashed and appeared right before Frost, looking coldly at him. You little man, just as annoying as Frieza. Saying this, he directly extended his hand and fired a blast of energy, instantly causing an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Frost lay in a miserable heap on the ground, the arena cracking beneath him. How is this possible? Frost was somewhat incredulous, wondering why, despite his significant growth, he was still not a match for Rhea. He couldn't believe it. In an instant, Frost became furious, a deep purple light radiating from him as he lunged forward, roaring as he threw a punch at Rhea. Rhea's eyes turned cold, and in the next instant he mysteriously appeared in front of Frost, landing a punch on his stomach, instantly causing a red energy wave to pierce through Frost's body, exploding the small mountain not far behind him. Frost's eyes widened. How could you also? He had a very deep impression of this move, as Hit had used it to knock him out during their match with the 7th universe. Yet now the same tactic was being used against him. He still couldn't defend against it. Slap. Frost awkwardly knelt down, his body trembling uncontrollably. Rhea glanced at Frost, then looked at Android 18. It's up to you. The latter nodded, then walked in front of Frost, her gaze icy. Help me. Frost was in a sorry state, wanting to say something, but the pain rendered him unable to speak. Go down and reflect. Android 18 snorted coldly, then directly kicked Frost, sending him flying towards the edge of the arena. No, someone save him, Kompa said in a panic. Just as Frost was about to fall, time suddenly froze, and then Frost's figure was pulled back by an unknown force. What a... This scene startled Beerus and the others who were ready to celebrate. Ruya narrowed his eyes looking at the figure who had come to help. You're here. Hit glanced at Frost beneath him, then looked at Ruya. He cannot be so easily defeated. Ruya grinned. Then let's have you join in. Android 18 also took on a fighting stance, sensing that the opponent was formidable. Hit withdrew his hand from his pocket, also taking a stance. Then come on. Just right after the last battle I've made some improvements, so I'll use you for practice. Ruya smiled, then suddenly turned to look behind a small mountain, saying, Stop hiding, do you want to join in? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out, its tail swaying. Ho ho ho, pardon me, I didn't expect to be discovered. Frieza. Android 18 was taken aback, then frowned. Ruya glanced at Frost, then looked at Frieza. You must have allied with that guy, right? That's right. But let me clarify, he wanted to ally with me. Frieza shrugged and said with a smile. Ruya said lightly, just playing with these trivial things. Since that's the case, do you want to join in? Frieza glanced at Android 18 and then at Hit, shrugging again. Forget it, I won't interfere in your battle to avoid being accused of bullying you. After all, we're from the same universe, right? Ruya sneered. Although the opponent indeed had a somewhat flashy demeanor that was hard to pin down, ultimately he was grateful to this guy who otherwise Ruya would have taken him down too. Frieza also smartly turned and left, moving with ease. Ruya watched Frieza's figure disappear into the distance, then looked at Android 18. Leave this to me, you go deal with the other opponents. The latter hesitated for a moment, glancing at Frost, then could only nod. I understand. After saying that, she leaped away. It looked at Ruya and asked, Can we start now? Ruya smiled at him and asked, How long has your time skip improved? Hit was taken aback, but in the next moment Ruya's figure was already in front of him. He used time skip. Hit's eyes narrowed as he blocked Ruya's attack. You can also use time skips, Hit said in shock. Ever since our last battle, I've learned time skip too. Ruya grinned. Hit looked at Ruya with some caution. You're more dangerous than Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. In the arena, Ruya and Hit were engaged in an intense battle, but neither of them had unleashed their true power yet. They were merely testing each other. Meanwhile, as the two fought, Frost had also recovered somewhat. He glanced at the battle, his eyes revealing a hint of subtlety, yet ultimately, he did not dare to stay in this power tournament. Only those who remained until the end would be the true victors. With that thought, Frost stealthily left. On the other side, Vegeta, who was battling another contestant from a different universe, also caught sight of Lea's fight and frowned, saying, That guy was actually deceived by him. He also wanted to battle Hit to avenge the grievances of the past. At the same time, Goku noticed this and regretfully said, What a pity, I also want to face Hit. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Goku was taken aback and turned around to see two girls slowly approaching. The leading girl had a spiky haircut and an exquisite face filled with an expression that seemed to regard everyone as trash, while behind her was a somewhat shy girl who seemed a bit timid. Goku, seeing them, became interested. Oh, if I remember correctly, you are the Saiyans from Universe 6, right? The ones with Kaba. That's right. I'm Caulifla, and this is Kale, my junior. By the way, you are that Uncle Sun Wukong, right? Caulifla said proudly, then provocatively looked at Goku. Oh, that's me, what's up? Goku replied, somewhat confused. I've been watching you for a while now. How do you transform with that blue-haired thing? Teach me quickly. Caulifla asked. What? You mean Super Saiyan Blue? Goku laughed. No matter what it is. Teach me how to transform. Of course, as a reward, I will defeat you in that form. Caulifla said proudly. Sister, what kind of reward is that? Kale couldn't help but speak up awkwardly. Is that so? But wanting to transform into Super Saiyan Blue is a bit difficult. Goku thought for a moment and replied honestly, it's a bit complex. What do you mean? Isn't it just gathering power in your back? Caulifla retorted. Well, that's one way to put it, but blue isn't that simple. Goku said helplessly. What is that? You dare underestimate me. Caulifla said arrogantly, and then she powered up, transforming into a Super Saiyan. How about that? Strong, right? Caulifla said proudly. Not bad. Goku showed some interest. Then prepare to taste my power. With that, Caulifla charged directly at Goku. Kale watched this scene, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Boom. With a loud explosion, a powerful force swept through, and the next moment, a figure flew out. Luya lost his balance and fell to the ground, sliding several meters along the surface. On the other side, Hit approached, slowly expressionless. Defeat him, Hit. If you take down this Saiyan, you will have avenged your previous humiliation. Come on, Kappa shouted excitedly. You're celebrating too early. Beerus smiled faintly, knowing that the current Luya was no longer in the same state he was during the tournament. His power had surged immensely. Neither of them is using their full strength. They are testing each other while conserving energy, old Kai explained calmly. If that's the case, how will they determine a winner? Young Kai asked with some confusion. So you should learn more, but being a Kai doesn't mean you have no insight. Old Kai said lightly. Kai, in such a chaotic battle, conserving energy is crucial. Although the time limit is short, once high-intensity combat begins, countless changes occur every minute and second. While they fight, they must also be wary of potential sneak attacks from others. Whis explained. I see. Kai finally understood. But Hit's power is extremely formidable. Can Luya really win? Krillin said with some worry. Believe in him. Beerus said lightly. I'm so happy. It's getting more and more exciting. Zeno said, dancing with joy. So many masters. It's amazing. Right? Zeno also started dancing around in a similar fashion. With the elimination of many experts, what remains are all elites, and the matches will become increasingly thrilling. Stay tuned. The Grand Minister smiled slightly. In the arena, Luya dusted himself off and then looked at his opponent, grinning. It seems you were waiting for me to unleash my full strength. Hit calmly replied. Your power is indeed more than just this. Go ahead, using flash time against me won't be effective. That's somewhat true. Luya nodded and began to gather energy, causing his hair to rise, flickering between black and gold. Huh. With a low shout, Luya transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Without stopping, he powered up again, instantly ascending to Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Seeing that Luya seemed satisfied with his current state, Hit was surprised. What's wrong? Why aren't you continuing to power up? Can't you use the Kaioken? Luya tilted his neck. No need to complicate things. Come on, keep going. Hit glanced at Luya, then tightened his fist slightly, and in the next moment his expression changed as he threw a punch through the air. Swish! The purple-blue punch energy shot out directly. This was not a simple punch. Hit had also activated flash time in advance. Moreover, the control time of flash time was even longer than Luya's. As Luya sensed the punch energy was about to reach him, he barely managed to escape, feeling the crisis. Gritting his teeth, Luya unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a sound of explosion, Luya's body was sent flying. But soon time came to a halt again. In the next moment, Hit's figure had appeared in front of Luya with a terrifying energy orb condensed in his hand. Although you can use flash time, you're still too inexperienced. As he spoke, Hit unleashed the energy orb. But just as the orb was about to hit Luya, suddenly Luya's figure vanished. What a... It was taken aback, not expecting this turn of events. Suddenly Luya appeared behind him, throwing a punch directly at him. Swish! Hit instinctively tilted his head, narrowly dodging the attack, but even so his face was still scratched. Hit's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment he retreated rapidly. Luya also rolled over and landed. Interesting, you actually broke through your limits by using the pressure of my flash time. Hit remarked with some admiration, though a smile was on his face. Luya smiled faintly. Just now, at the critical moment, his flash time had forcibly broken through the 1-second limit. Thus, in that instant of eruption, he disrupted Hit's flash time. But are you sure you can break through my confinement next? My flash time technique far exceeds yours. Hit suddenly revealed a confident smile and said, let's see if you can break it. If Goku can, why can't I? Luya smiled. That's true, but if that's all you've got, you won't be my match. Hit said lightly, knowing that Luya in this Super Saiyan form could never counter his flash time. Of course, if it was Super Saiyan Blue, it would still be a threat. Hearing this, Luya suddenly revealed a smile. If that's not enough, then... Huh. With that, Luya suddenly dispelled his Super Saiyan transformation, reverting to his normal form, but the next moment, he began to power up, unleashing a powerful force, and a fiery red glow enveloped his body. Whoosh. In an instant, Luya transformed into Super Saiyan God. This is a form different from Blue. Hit's eyes narrowed, becoming serious. He could not sense Luya's energy in this form, but at the same time it gave him a sense of danger. Luya could pose a threat. This is the Super Saiyan God form. Though it is not pure godly power, the difference in strength is truly earth-shattering. Luya smiled widely. The appearance of the Super Saiyan God has drawn the attention of all the gods. That Saiyan has transformed into a god, although he can only be considered a demigod, such power is still quite remarkable. The Kaioshin of the first universe said lightly, I never expected that a mortal could cultivate to become a god. This is indeed a great marvel. The god of destruction also spoke with some complexity. Regardless, the 7th universe, while its human level ranks at the bottom, possesses strength that cannot be underestimated. Each contestant has their own extraordinary qualities, especially these Saiyans. Therefore, to eliminate the 7th universe, the first task is to get rid of these Saiyans. The Kaioshin of the 11th universe's eyes gleamed with a hint of obscure brilliance. Let's leave this matter to Jiren. No matter how strong they are, no one will be a match for Jiren. The god of destruction, known as the clown, spoke blandly, expressing great confidence in this. Meanwhile, the other contestants from different universes engaged in intense clashes. Tap, tap, tap. Meanwhile, Goku was engaged in a high-speed clash with Caulifla. Both were currently in the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Prior to this, Goku had taught Caulifla how to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2, so after her transformation, she began sparring with Goku. Naturally, Goku was very eager to spar with such a powerful opponent. The two were locked in a fierce battle, both cherishing their opponent, and neither was holding back. The Saiyans' characteristic is their love for battle, and their strength grows stronger with each fight. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Goku was suppressing Caulifla, as she was still not fully accustomed to her own power. This was not an issue, however. Fortunately, due to Goku's nature, he did not resort to underhanded tactics against Caulifla. On the other side, Kale watched the intense battle between the two, feeling a mix of envy and complexity in her eyes. She must be very excited to encounter such a powerful opponent. If only she could transform too, she could help out. She really felt useless. Thinking of this, a trace of disappointment and guilt suddenly surged in Kale's eyes. She was merely a burden to her sister. Oh, Accompanied by a scream, a contestant was directly thrown off the stage. The one who did this was number 17. Number 17 had a blank expression facing his opponent with calm composure. In his view, most of the contestants here were lacking, providing him with no challenge. As an android, he possessed unlimited stamina and energy, allowing him to unleash his full potential without hesitation during battle. As long as he had not reached his limit, his strength would continue to flow. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward number 17 from behind. He noticed and was about to react. Swish. Bang. At that moment, another powerful force shot out, directly neutralizing that attack. Number 17 was taken aback and then looked at the attacker's sister. Here comes number 18. She looked at number 17 and revealed a slight smile. What? You actually zoned out. Number 17 smiled lightly. If it weren't for you, I would have avoided it easily. Who knows? Number 18 smiled lightly. You guys actually dare to look down on me. An angry voice came. The siblings turned toward the voice and saw a wild boar in a suit glaring angrily at them. A talking pig. Number 18 raised an eyebrow. Idiot. How dare you insult this doctor? The wild boar shouted angrily. Seriously, while I do like animals, seeing you guys makes me feel a bit nauseous. Number 17 spoke blandly, but the words were quite insulting. Bastard. You. The wild boar was about to respond, when suddenly both number 17 and number 18 charged forward. On the other side, Leah and Hit were still facing off. They looked at each other, their eyes calm, yet incredibly wise. At that moment, Leah moved. He pushed off the ground and dashed forward, and in an instant his figure disappeared. Hit snorted coldly, and then punched out in a specific direction. The punch was powerful, delivering a fierce blow from afar. Whoosh. In the direction where the punch passed, Leah's figure reappeared, but he perfectly evaded Hit's attack. At the same time, Leah charged toward Hit. Hit was not to be outdone. He moved and vanished just like Leah. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds erupted as their speeds reached extreme limits, making it impossible to see their trajectories. Tap, tap, tap. Whoosh, whoosh. Leah and Hit's figures flashed continuously, and at the same time their eyes met, revealing a hint of excitement. Leah gathered energy balls in his hands, and then shot them out directly. Hit activated his time skip, and in an instant his figure flashed past, dodging Leah's attack, while charging toward him. Leah grinned, showing no fear, and continuously unleashed his power, pushing his time skip to the extreme. At the same time, he activated his strongest talent in battle, making the gap between them vanish in that moment. Leah not only grew stronger in battle, but when using time skip, he also drew from Hit's time skip. Although this distracted him enough to take several hits from Hit, he showed no signs of retreat, instead growing bolder. Hit also noticed Leah's increasingly powerful aura, sensing a trend of breaking through his limits. This made him feel complex yet cautious, and his power gradually increased. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a powerful collision echoed, and the next second both Hit and Leah retreated. At this moment, Leah had some scrapes, but his divine aura was growing stronger. Your progress is quite apparent. Hit looked at Leah and said blandly. Leah smiled slightly. It's just a normal operation, you'll get used to it. Then let's go again. Hit said blandly, and then suddenly he stepped out, instantly transforming into a series of afterimages. At the same time, his main body appeared right in front of Leah, delivering a fierce punch. Leah instinctively crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! The next second, he was sent flying back. As he retreated, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, and in the next moment, he twisted his body, sharply, forcefully diving to the side. Whoosh! A small hole appeared where he originally stood. Leah's face darkened. Someone is ambushing. Who is it? Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, several beams of light shot toward Leah. His expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Hit also frowned as he looked around, revealing a hint of coldness in his eyes. Is it Frieza or Frost? Leah felt puzzled. In his memory, only Frieza and Frost had the ability to shoot beams. This is our battle. I warn you, don't interfere. Hit suddenly shouted. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the next second a laser shot directly at Hit. His face immediately turned dark, and then his eyes narrowed, causing the laser to freeze in place. It then dissipated. Not from our universe. Leah glanced around, somewhat confused. A sniper? What? Hit's expression turned cold. I can't sense the opponent's aura. They must be far from us. Leah said helplessly. If the opponent were nearby, he could deal with them in a heartbeat, but they were cunningly attacking from a distance. Hit was also cautious, and neither of them made any more moves. Strangely, as they refrained from fighting, the hidden person also ceased their attacks. Cunning fellow. Leah thought for a moment, and then looked at Hit. Hey, let's leave our battle for later. Hit glanced at Leah and nodded. I have no objections. Leah nodded, and then returned to his normal state. Just then a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire arena, accompanied by a beast-like roar. Both Leah and Hit's expressions changed. The power of the Saiyans. It's Kale's power. Ugh, hi. As this aura enveloped the entire arena, everyone was startled and turned their gazes towards the source of the energy. There, a robust green-haired monster was roaring, its terrifying aura spreading throughout the venue. It was astonishingly overwhelming. Not far away, Wukong and Califura looked on in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality of what was unfolding before them. Hey, Kair, calm down, Califura shouted at the monster. However, the latter did not seem to hear, continuously muttering son Wukong's name. That monster. Vegeta also sensed the power, and his expression turned grim. The power made his very soul shudder, as if it were a suppression from his bloodline. An extraordinary power. That's Kair. How did she end up like this again? Gaby also looked somewhat distressed, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. That monster is a bit troublesome. Over on the other side, Toppo spoke with a serious expression. Beside him stood the calm-faced Jiren. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Kair roared. It was because of this Saiyan that her sister had been taken away, and now her sister was impatient with her. She wanted to kill son Wukong. Hey, Kair, calm down. Don't become a tool for murder. Califura saw the situation worsening and immediately flew towards Kair. But at this moment, Kair had already entered a mode of recognizing no kin, and she launched a punch directly at the approaching Califura. Califura was startled and could only raise her hands to block. However, she clearly underestimated Kair's power after her transformation, and a tremendous force sent her flying away. Boom. A small mountain exploded. Ah! Kair suddenly unleashed a powerful force, turning it into shockwaves that shot out in all directions without any blind spots. Boom, boom, boom. All the experts could only dodge hastily, as that kind of power was simply too astonishing. What's happening? What kind of species are the Saiyans? How could they possess such power? The gods stared in shock at the scene, even though they had seen great storms before they were stunned by Kair's violent behavior. How could this be? What form is this? Why have I never seen Wukong and the others transform like this? Beerus also showed a hint of disbelief. This seems to be a unique transformation method of the Saiyans. However, transforming into such a warrior can easily lead to a loss of reason, but the power is devastating. I can sense that the power of that female Saiyan is rising at an astonishing speed. Whis also showed a look of interest. This is troublesome. It's not just Wukong facing a strong enemy. It seems all the universes will be drawn to this. Old Kaioshin said worriedly. Go for it, Wukong. Krillin also looked worried. What's happening? Did Kair transform? But why did she turn into a monster? Kompa scratched his head, vigorously puzzled. Bardoss suddenly said, I heard Gaby mention that Kair seems to possess some kind of powerful force, but awakening this power should stem from her emotions. What Gaby described is probably what she looks like now. If it weren't for that female Saiyan Califura insisting Kair wouldn't be able to represent Universe 6 with her strength. If she attracts the enmity of other universes, because of this it will be troublesome. Kompa said with a somewhat grim expression. That may not necessarily be the case. From the looks of it now, there are very few who can defeat Kair in her current state. Bardoss smiled slightly. Son Wukong, I'm going to kill you. Kair suddenly charged towards son Wukong with a roar. Wukong's expression tightened, but soon a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. This power that makes my soul tremble, come on. Kair, let me witness it. Saying this, he suddenly charged towards Kair. Because Kair was slow, Wukong directly appeared before her, and then a rain of punches continuously bombarded her, but with the power of Super Saiyan 2 hitting Kair, it seemed like nothing was happening to her. Slap. Suddenly Kair seemed to have lost patience, grabbing Wukong's face, then growled fiercely and slammed Wukong to the ground, skimming across the surface in a wild rush. Oh! Wukong screamed as his body smashed into boulders repeatedly. Dad! Gohan saw his father being brutally beaten and immediately wanted to rush over to help. Gohan, don't go. That battle over there is not something we can interfere with. It won't help at all. Piccolo timely stopped Gohan. But Dad, Gohan was worried. Trust old son. He can do it. Piccolo said calmly. Hearing this, Gohan could only watch the battle. That monster, if possible, let's avoid provoking it. All the warriors looked apprehensively. That female Saiyan's power was definitely unmatched. It would be incredibly foolish to seek trouble at this time. Ugh. Boom. Wukong had no means to resist under Kair's assault, and was directly beaten. His attacks were like mere tickles to her. Damn. How can I make that Kair stop? Califura said anxiously. At this time, don't go looking for trouble. Just watch carefully. At this moment, Lua appeared beside her and said lightly. Califura was startled. Who are you? When did you? The sudden appearance caught her off guard, and she grew cautious. Her current state was not good, so if the other party were to ambush her, it would be highly disadvantageous. Lua glanced at Califura but did not engage her. Instead, he said, you should know why Kair has transformed into this, right? Califura was taken aback. Lua said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, she has a very close relationship with you, or rather she is very dependent on you. However, your eyes are only on powerful opponents, so you've overlooked her. In her eyes, it seems like the opponent has taken you away, so in her sadness, she transformed. You should understand this in your heart. Califura looked at him in shock. How do you know? Just a guess. Lua replied calmly, then added, to stop her it will require your involvement. Only then can she possibly regain her senses and not be taken advantage of by others. But in that state, I can't get close to Kair at all. Califura said complicatedly. I can help you. Lua smiled mysteriously. What? Califura was startled. Why? Aren't you our enemy? Why help me? Lua replied, Wukong is my teammate and your teammate is currently beating him, so I'm also helping my teammate. Hearing this, Califura hesitated. Agree to him. At this moment, Hit appeared. Hit. Califura was taken aback, somewhat confused. Hit said, first restore Kair to normal, otherwise things might get a bit troublesome if this continues. Hearing this, Califura hesitated for a moment, then nodded, alright, I will save Kair. Great, we'll hold him off for you, take your chance. Lua looked at Hit, are you interested in cooperating? Hit said lightly, sure. Lua smiled slightly, and said nothing. Why was he so eager to help them? It was definitely not out of kindness, but because the system had issued a side quest. Lua felt depressed. Didn't the system say that the next quest wouldn't trigger until the previous one was completed? But the reason given was that this quest was a side quest for a time-space mission. So is this making the Grand Power Tournament a side quest for him to execute the main time-space mission? However, Lua felt a bit annoyed by this. He didn't want to face that legendary Saiyan, and the terror of the opponent was something he couldn't match right now. However, with Hit's help, there was some hope. Of course, whether completing the side quest would yield rewards was still unknown. The system wouldn't disclose that. P.S. Do you remember the conditions for the previous explosive updates? I stored some drafts over the weekend, but was worried I wouldn't have time to write due to being too busy, so I was hesitating whether to. At the end of the month, I'll see the situation. From today onwards, accumulating until the end of the month, for every 10 urging symbols, I will release an extra chapter. As Kale wreaked havoc, everyone watched from a distance. For them, Kale's sudden transformation caught them off guard, and such a creature was beyond their ability to stop, leaving them only as spectators. Of course, Kale's current target was only Sun Wukong, which was undoubtedly good news for the others from different universes. If Kale could eliminate this formidable opponent, they would be quite pleased. The 6th universe and the 7th universe could only watch attentively, as they could not stop that monster. In the arena, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into a protruding rock. Wukong stood up somewhat disheveled, his expression grave as he looked at Kale. What a powerful opponent. I never expected a Saiyan to possess such strength. Hey, Kakarot. Be careful, that might just be the Saiyan's most primal form. At this moment, Vegeta appeared from above, warning. Upon hearing this, Wukong looked at Kale in surprise. So that's it. Son Wukong, you will die for me. Roar. Kale roared furiously, and in the next moment, he suddenly unleashed an extremely terrifying power. Green energy surged forth, and the next second Kale launched a shockwave directly towards Wukong. Wukong's expression stiffened, and with a flash he vanished from sight. In the next instant he reappeared in another location, but just as he did, Kale had already charged over. Bang! Kale landed a heavy punch, and Wukong could only brace himself without time to dodge. Under the tremendous force, Wukong was sent flying. However, at that moment, Wukong suddenly let out a furious roar, and in the next second, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. A powerful force surged, and blue light erupted. You monster, it seems I must fight you with all my strength. Wukong looked solemnly at Kale. Come on, Kale. Roar. Kale let out a beast-like roar, instantly unleashing powerful strength as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Came. Haim. Ha. Ha. Wukong suddenly unleashed his power, firing the Kamehameha wave, a strong shockwave sweeping towards Kale. Surprisingly, Kale chose not to dodge, and under Wukong's powerful attack, she actually ignored it. What? Wukong found it hard to believe. Impossible. Even against the blue form. What kind of monster is that? Vera's face turned pale with fright. He had never seen such a creature. This will be a tough battle. If no one steps up, this monster will cause havoc. Whis said slowly. If Wukong were to avoid the conflict, he could escape Kale's pursuit. The King Kai said helplessly. Wukong's nature is such, he always wants to challenge anyone stronger, which is unavoidable. Old King Kai said calmly, showing no surprise. However, if Wukong continues like this, it may not end well. Krillin said with some concern. Oh. Seeing the situation unfurl, Wukong increased his power, but a robust figure walked straight through the Kamehameha wave and quickly arrived in front of Wukong. Are you kidding me? Wukong's expression changed dramatically, and before he could say anything, Kale grabbed his face and lifted him up. Oh. Under the immense force from the opponent, Wukong cried out in pain. The situation was clear. Sun Wukong will be killed if this continues. Caulifla watched this scene from the shadows, feeling anxious. If Kale kills someone, the consequences would be severe. She must stop her. What about those two guys? Sun Wukong, now I will sacrifice you to the heavens. Kale grinned savagely at Wukong, revealing a strong intent to kill. Damn it. Wukong found it hard to break free from Kale's grip. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly a laser shot came and exploded on Kale's back. Kale winced in pain and turned to look at the attacker. There stood Leah, gathering light waves with one hand aimed at Kale. Hey, you monster, come over here. Roar. Kale, provoked, immediately became enraged, throwing Wukong aside and charging towards Leah. Luya unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan God, continuously releasing energy blasts towards Kale. However, Kale was able to ignore Luya's attacks, charging straight to him, delivering a powerful punch. Luya's expression hardened, and he quickly dodged Kale's attack, landing on the other side. Wukong stood up. Hey Luya, why are you here? Luya smiled slightly. This monster is causing too much chaos. We can't just let her rampage. Kale's power is much greater than Super Saiyan Blue. Even if the two of us team up, it might be difficult to handle her. You are mistaken, we are not just two. Huh. Wukong was taken aback, and the next second Kale was suddenly trapped by a mysterious force. Time prison. /time technique. Wukong was shocked and quickly realized it was hit. Take the chance now. Luya whispered, then suddenly unleashed his energy. A stunning red energy erupted. Super Saiyan Red. How is this possible? That Saiyan actually transformed into red. Xiangpa, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in disbelief. I never expected such a form to exist, and the divine power contained in this form is even more intense than the blue. Bardos was also somewhat surprised. What is the matter with that human Saiyan? Why does he possess divine power? This divine power is definitely not something that can be easily cultivated. It has been enhanced through self-strengthening, making it more aggressive. What kind of beings are the Saiyans from the 7th universe? The Kaioshins from various universes expressed their complex feelings. They felt pressured by these ever-changing Saiyans. Heaven knows how many forms they have. On a high cliff, Topo gazed at Lia's form, saying with a serious tone. Jiren watched the scene without speaking. Even his expression did not change, as if he regarded the fighting as mere child's play. As Luya unleashed his full power, Wukong smiled. Great. Then let us work together to deal with this guy. With a loud shout, Wukong transformed into blue as well, and their powers surged at this moment. Simultaneously, the two of them brought their hands to their waists. Came. Haim. Huh. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the time prison controlling Kale showed some cracks, and Hit, using the /time technique, suddenly changed his expression. Not good. Even time cannot restrain her. With a roar, the next second Kale unleashed a powerful green energy, instantly breaking Hit's /time technique. Kale's body regained its mobility. Now's the time. Hit shouted coldly. Here it comes. Wukong shouted, and in the next second he and Luya both roared, unleashing their powerful Kamehameha waves. Two immensely powerful forces surged towards Kale in an instant. Such terrifying power could not be ignored by Kale, who was almost devoid of reason, as she braced herself with both hands against the attacks from the two. Boom, boom, boom. Under Kale's support, she barely withstood the attacks from Luya and Wukong. Put in more effort. Luya shouted angrily. In the next moment, the powers of Luya and Wukong suddenly surged, and then a blue and a red light merged with a layer of red outer garment. Kaioken. In an instant, both of them exerted their power, and the shockwave's strength reached its peak. Kale's body gradually retreated, her face showing signs of strain. Even if Kale temporarily unleashed a powerful force, it was futile. She was already at her limit. A look of pain and panic appeared on her fierce face. Take the chance now. Hit. Luya suddenly whispered. P.S. Today, I did something foolish. I actually went to the rooftop and fired a Kamehameha at the sun, and then it started to thunder. Arg. Under the combined assault of Luya and Sun Wukong, the overwhelming force instantly subdued Kale. At that very moment, Hit suddenly appeared directly above her. Startled, Kale looked up, her gaze locking straight onto Hit. Hit gazed down at her calmly. You've stirred up quite the mess. Enough is enough. With those words, he extended his hand toward Kale, and with astonishing speed gathered immense power within his palm. Boom. In an instant, a deep violet aura enveloped Hit, intensifying rapidly as the energy in his hand swelled to terrifying magnitude. This was a blow drawn from his true, unfettered strength. Ordinary attacks could not meaningfully wound Kale. Only absolute commitment would suffice. Hit's eyes narrowed sharply. Then in the next breath, he hurled a concentrated energy blast directly at Kale. Striking down one's own comrade was never his intent, but if he held back, the entire 6th universe would soon be thrust into dire peril. With no remaining energy to deflect Hit's assault, Kale had no choice but to endure his full-force strike. Heaton. Boom. In that split second, an overwhelming shockwave erupted outward, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Thick smoke billowed skyward in blinding clouds. Kale, seeing this, Caulifla lunged forward without hesitation. Luya and Sun Wukong both reined in their battle auras, then turned their attention to the battlefield. Astonishing. 3 of us were needed just to bring her down. Sun Wukong murmured, awestruck. Luya replied coolly, that is the legendary Super Saiyan, the embodiment of the Saiyans' most ancient bloodline. A being so monstrously powerful that its strength defies estimation. The legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong whispered softly, but quickly dismissed the thought. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, who for a mind as straightforward as his deeper contemplation was unnecessary. Soon the smoke cleared, revealing devastation at the epicenter. They truly pulled it off. All present stood in stunned admiration. 3 warriors united had felled a creature of myth, proof indeed of their extraordinary might. The 7th universe will be our fiercest rival, Topo observed, noting subtle details. He had fought Sun Wukong before, and once assumed the 7th universe held only one formidable warrior. Now he knew better. Beyond Sun Wukong, the 7th universe harbored many more elite fighters. Vegeta, Leia, Science, every last one were anything but ordinary. Jiren remained unmoved. His sole objective was the Super Dragon Balls, and anyone who stood in his way would be swept aside without mercy. Even the largest ant remains at heart an ant. Suddenly rubble trembled. Then Kale burst forth from beneath the debris. Her condition was grave. She gasped raggedly, each breath labored. Though Hit's strike had been masterful, it left no visible wound, yet the toll on her stamina was immense. Her body now hovered at the precipice of total exhaustion. Grr. A low growl rumbled from Kale's throat as she began gathering energy once more. Seriously, she's still standing. How absurdly tough can she get? Luya muttered, exasperated. Still, our attacks did affect her, son Wukong remarked, relieved. Grah! Kale roared, and unleashed a torrent of raw explosive power. She recovered this fast. Son Wukong stared in disbelief. Luya's expression hardened. This was the terrifying hallmark of the legendary Super Saiyan, the sheer unnatural resilience that made facing one a grim prospect. Kale charged headlong toward Luya and son Wukong. Fierce, unstoppable. The two braced themselves, ready to meet the onslaught. Shink. Then Hit intervened, activating his time-skip technique to freeze Kale mid-motion, rendering her immobile. But almost instantly, all present paled cracks spiderwebbed across Hit's temporal prison, its integrity failing. Crack, crack, crack. As the very air shimmered emerald green, Kale's enraged bellow shook the battlefield, and her overwhelming aura shattered the time-bound cage outright. Freed Kale lunged at Luya, her fist descending like a meteor. Just as the others tensed for desperate combat, a graceful figure materialized between them, her bare hand catching Kale's devastating blow. Caulifla! Hit exclaimed in shock. Though she caught the punch, Caulifla staggered backward, her arm numbed to near paralysis by the impact. Ha ha, not bad at all, Kale. Caulifla grinned. That woman. Son Wukong blinked, momentarily dumbfounded. Luya glanced briefly at the sisters, then signaled son Wukong to retreat. Huh. Kale paused, startled by this tiny figure blocking her path, before her expression twisted anew with fury. Hit poised himself, ready to intervene at any moment. Hey Kale, you've done brilliantly. This power, I've sought it my whole life. You've already surpassed me. As your senior sister, I couldn't be prouder. Caulifla continued warmly. Kale stiffened, her thoughts warring, torn between rage and memory. No matter what others say, you are my sister. No one can replace you. No one can take you from me. You are the most important person in my world, Kale. Caulifla spoke with quiet conviction. Sister. Kale's voice faltered, her reason slowly returning, pulled back from the abyss by those words. Yes, her sister belonged to her. Only by growing stronger could she stand shoulder to shoulder with Caulifla, not drag her down, not become a monster who would slay her own kin. Ugh, ag. Kale clutched her head, convulsing violently, her body racked by inner turmoil. Kale, return to yourself. Believe in who you are. Caulifla smiled gently. Don't disappoint me. Sister. Aya. Kale threw her head back and let out a deafening roar. Instantly, the emerald light surrounding her vanished. She reverted to her normal form, then collapsed, utterly spent. Caulifla caught her, swiftly smiling with quiet relief. Well done, Kale. You did it. Sister, I'm sorry. Kale whispered, shame and sorrow warring in her voice. She had nearly killed the one she loved most. Ha ha. Caulifla waved it off, unburdened. What an odd bond, Luya murmured, bemused. He suspected Kale was a laba, but the dynamic between these two held an unmistakable electric intensity. His gaze lingered on Caulifla, not unattractive, though rather flat. Just then Hit approached and said quietly, she needs rest. Take her somewhere safe, now? Understood. Caulifla nodded firmly. Hit then turned to Luya. Shall we settle our own battle now? Luya smiled faintly. We're both spent. Let's postpone it. For next time we'll truly be adversaries. Hit offered a rare small smile. Then he looked at son Wukong. Be careful, son Wukong. Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. Ah, Hit, I'd love another sparring match with you. Hit smiled once more, then vanished in a blur. Caulifla hoisted Kale onto her back and met Luya's gaze. Thank you, even though we're enemies. Luya nodded. No need. When you recover, feel free to challenge us anytime. Luya started slightly, but kept his expression neutral. You're right. You still have tremendous room to grow, so when you do, we'll fight without restraint. Son Wukong smiled softly. Just wait. I will turn blue and surpass you both. No, red too. Caulifla fixed Luya with a burning, unwavering gaze. These two were peerless Saiyan warriors. She lacked Kale's miraculous transformation, making it seem impossible to overtake them. Yet Caulifla believed with absolute certainty that where will existed, victory followed. Let's go. No need to exploit weakness, Luya said evenly. Caulifla smiled and prepared to depart. Whoosh. At that very instant, crimson energy ropes shot forth, snaring both sisters in binding coils. What? Caulifla cried out in alarm. Luya and son Wukong's expressions hardened instantly. Since you scorn justice, we the Pride Troopers shall intervene. A new figure stepped into view. Sudden changes caused Caulifla's expression to shift, but at that moment, burdened by Kyre, she found herself unable to move, both of them bound. The one who attacked from the shadows was a proud member of the Pride team, a contestant from the 11th universe. You monster. For the sake of justice, I absolutely cannot allow you to continue existing here. To prevent the release of your malevolence again, I, Bune of the Pride team, will defeat you. The contestant stated proudly, striking a pose. Damn it. Caulifla's delicate face turned cold as she laboriously looked at Luya and Wukong. Hey, help me get rid of him, just consider it a personal favor. It was unclear whether she was addressing Luya or Wukong. Wukong cast a discontented glance at Bune. Attacking while the opponent is exhausted shows no spirit of a martial artist. No martial ethics. I advise you to mind your own business. In a moment my 11th universe will defeat all of you from the 7th universe. Bune replied coldly. So much nonsense. Ruya said lightly, suddenly unleashing an energy slash that instantly severed the red bindings. How is this possible? How could you so easily cut through my bindings? Bune said incredulously, as this move of his was specifically designed to counter evil. Why were these enemies able to so easily break through his technique? Showing off in front of a master. Ruya smirked, instantly teleporting in front of Bune. You bastard. Bune was startled, but Ruya's movements left him no room to be surprised. In an instant Ruya delivered a powerful knee strike to Bune's abdomen, causing the latter to cry out in pain like a shrimp. Ruya glanced at his opponent and declared, Pride team, aside from that guy you are all merely cannon fodder. Arrogance. For Ruya, showing off needed to be done right, at least his momentum couldn't falter. Saying this, Ruya suddenly condensed an energy sphere and then directly took it away. 11th universe Bune is out, the Grand Priest announced. Bune. The Omni Kings eagerly searched the list and then pointed at Bune's avatar from the 11th universe. Another one down. The left Omni King exclaimed excitedly. So spectacular. Super Saiyan Pride team, it just keeps getting better. Thank you. Carlafla looked at Ruya and said. Ruya shrugged. I was just eliminating opponents normally, regardless of whether it's the 11th universe or you from the 6th universe. You're all my opponents. So the next time I see you I won't hold back either. I'll just bring it on. Carlafla said proudly, then leaped away with Kai. Truly an interesting Saiyan. The Saiyans from the 6th universe seem a bit malnourished compared to those from our 7th universe. Wukong said thoughtfully as he stepped forward. Ruya chuckled slightly. That's true, but their strength is indeed commendable. You're right. I hope they become even stronger next time we meet. Wukong laughed heartily. You evil scum, how can you still be laughing? At that moment, a gloomy voice interrupted their conversation. Meanwhile, after Kai's crisis was averted, the contestants began the elimination matches. Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Bertamore and Magetta from the 6th universe. These two were incredibly persistent. If he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he might truly have difficulty dealing with them. Huh? What? Are you just going to hide like a rat, Vegeta? Bertamore said, riding on Magetta's back, looking at Vegeta with delight, while continuously reflecting energy blasts with Magetta. TCH. Two mere mortals. Vegeta's expression darkened, a hint of anger surfacing. Well done, Bertamore and Magetta. Throw Vegeta down for me. Kampa, having recovered from Kai's situation, noticed what was happening with Vegeta and immediately cheered them on. TCH. Those two idiots again. It's really frustrating. Beerus said, somewhat displeased. By saying such things, Beerus, you're losing face. Bertamore and Magetta, after their last defeat, have teamed up again and are definitely not easy opponents for your 7th universe to defeat. Kampa smugly laughed with a GG sound. Oh really? Just watch, in the face of absolute power, any technique is just clouds. Beerus said, lightly unaffected by Kampa's provocation. Speaking, Beerus looked at Vegeta and said calmly, Hey Vegeta, there's no need to make a big deal over two insignificant opponents. Eliminate them quickly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression also calmed down. Then he looked at Bertamore and suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Why are you looking for trouble with me? You a defeated foe. What? Bertamore's expression darkened. In the next moment, he and Magetta unleashed their power, directly firing energy blasts at Vegeta. Vegeta suddenly shouted, and at that moment a terrifying force swept out, scattering even their energy blasts. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and leapt forward. Oh no, Magetta, stop him. Bertamore was clearly terrified by Vegeta's fierce momentum and hurriedly reminded Magetta. The latter's gaze turned fierce, and he immediately exhaled several jets of white energy, his iron arm smashing towards Vegeta. Boom. With a powerful swing of his arm, Vegeta directly broke free from Magetta's blockade, and at the same time, he charged towards Bertamore, seeking death. Cold sweat dripped down Bertamore's face as he hurriedly unleashed an energy wave from his mouth. However, he did not expect that Vegeta would flip over, directly dodging his energy blast, and Vegeta had already leapt in front of Bertamore. Your trash, go down. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's fist slammed hard into Bertamore's face, instantly distorting the latter's face as a tremendous force knocked him off Magetta. He fell heavily to the ground. With Bertamore's cover gone, Magetta now had an opening, and Vegeta seized this opportunity to insult him. You scrap metal, what are you being arrogant for? Magetta's expression turned to one of shock, as if he had been bullied, revealing a look of grievance, forgetting to defend himself, and was kicked by Vegeta towards Bertamore. You two, how dare you underestimate my power, Vegeta? Vegeta's face showed a hint of anger. This is bad. Bertamore, you two better run away. Kampa panicked at this scene and shouted. But Magetta had already lost his fighting spirit and had no desire to move, and Bertamore was powerless. At this moment, Vegeta had gathered his ultimate move. Go down, you two useless fools. Final Flash. With an angry shout, Vegeta unleashed the Final Flash, and in an instant a powerful shockwave swept away Bertamore and Magetta. The latter attempted to resist, but found their strength utterly unable to contend with Vegeta. With 2 screams, the 2 contestants fell from the stage, eliminated. The 6th universe contestant Bertimore and contestant Vegeta have fallen from the stage and are eliminated. The Grand Priest maintained a smile as he announced, how could you lose? You've disappointed me too much. Kampa angrily scolded Bertimore and Magetta. Calm down, Lord Kampa, they did their best, Vados advised. Bertimore shamefully poked at his fingers while Magetta shut down again, unwilling to speak. Kampa sighed. To lose 2 contestants at once is really overwhelming. So how about that? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Beerus' voice came through dripping with pride. TCH. Beerus, just you wait. Kampa glared at Beerus, seemingly wanting to scratch his face. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned to his normal state, proudly crossing his arms. Master, next I'll fight you. At this moment a voice came from behind. Vegeta paused, then smiled with his eyes closed. All right, let me give you a new lesson this time. On the other side, after defeating Buen from the 11th universe, Luya and Wukong were about to part ways. Wait. Suddenly a voice rang out, accompanied by several powerful auras locking onto the 2. Luya and Wukong both turned to look momentarily stunned. Before them on a high ground stood 5 warriors clad in red. They were from the 11th universe. Son Wukong, you dare to eliminate our comrades and even assist that evil Saiyan, thus you are our enemies. I am Kazral, a member of the proud team, the leading man said, one of his eyes being a mechanical device the purpose of which was unknown. Who are you? Wukong asked, somewhat puzzled. I am Kazral, a proud warrior of the proud team. The man with the mechanical, I declared loudly, also striking a peculiar pose. I am Taba, a muscular man with green skin, struck a standard bodybuilding pose. Kaidel. This was a warrior with a monstrous head and a notably strong physique. Zoilate. This was an extremely short warrior with 2 horns on his head. I am Kokodi, a pink-haired female warrior elegantly announced. We are the proud team. The 5 struck a nearly perfect pose, their entrance particularly striking. This is the Jinyu Force, right? Wukong and Luya were dumbfounded, exchanging glances with odd expressions. These guys were truly, how to put it, they resembled fools. They couldn't help but think of the Jinyu Force which they had encountered back on planet Namek under Frieza's command. Ignorant brutes. You know nothing of the beauty of justice. No wonder you would assist that evil monster. Kazral snorted coldly. Those who stand against justice are our enemies. We shall protect justice and eliminate you. Kokodi pointed at Luya and Wukong, though her tone was somewhat arrogant. Luya smiled faintly. Isn't that what you really wanted to say? Babbling about justice here, don't you find it ridiculous? What did you say? Who are you to defile justice? Kazral immediately flew into a rage. Who am I? Is your vision impaired? Of course, only those who speak of justice while pursuing personal gain would have such poor eyesight. Luya mocked with a smile, then his gaze hardened. Listen, well, let me teach you who we are. Boom. In the next moment, Luya exploded with energy. Golden power surged forth. Wukong also became excited. 2 against 5. Yoshi. Imin. Instantly Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Arrogant fools. With you all you cannot defeat us. 5. Kazral sneered, then suddenly gathered energy, and in an instant swung his hands to reveal 2 energy blades formed from his aura. Similar to Zamasu's technique. Charge. The 5 warriors dove directly toward Luya and Wukong. How many do you want? Luya smiled, slightly glancing at Wukong. Of course, the more the better. Wukong grinned and charged forward. Luya also smiled, then turned to face Taba and Zoilei, who were rushing toward him. In the next moment, he had already appeared before them, almost unnoticed. In an instant, Luya wouldn't hold back like Wukong and waste time sparring. If he could end the fight quickly, he wouldn't waste time. Bang, bang. A punch and a kick sent the 2 flying crashing to the ground. Zoilei, Taba. Kazral's expression changed. He didn't expect his teammates to be knocked down so quickly. Hey, your opponent is me. Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Kazral, delivering a powerful punch. The latter was startled, crossing the 2 energy blades to block Wukong's fist. Simultaneously, Kazral said to Kokodi, go assist Taba. I will handle son Wukong with Kaitel. Kokodi nodded without hesitation and charged towards Luya. Kaitel charged directly at Wukong, forcing him to abandon his attack on Kazral and dodge to the side. Taking this opportunity, Kazral pressed forward, teaming up with Kaitel against son Wukong. Meanwhile, Kokodi reached Luya and suddenly fired a pink energy sphere at him. Kokodi sphere. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this technique, capable of creating another space. Once the opponent was trapped inside, they would be unable to escape, while outsiders could defeat those within. However, if they thought he was unaware, they were gravely mistaken. Just as the energy sphere was about to hit him, Luya leaped high, dodging the Kokodi sphere and charging toward his opponent. Kokodi was astonished, and then several energy blasts erupted from inside, shooting toward Luya. The latter chuckled coldly, easily dodging and appearing behind Kokodi, delivering a powerful punch. Kokodi let out a cry of pain, his body crashing to the ground, creating a massive pit. Kokodi! Taba exclaimed in concern, then looked at Luya. Damn it. How dare you be so rough with a lady? Luya laughed in anger. What? Should I inform her before I strike? What nonsense. Just then a whirlwind surged toward Luya with overwhelming force. Luya frowned and unleashed several energy blasts, all of which were swept away by the tornado. At the same time, Zui Yilai's smug face emerged from the whirlwind. Try my justice spin. Luya swiftly dodged the attack. However, Zui Yilai seemed to have locked onto Luya and continued to pursue him. Meanwhile, Kokodi and Taba pressed their advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks. In the distance, Tuape and Jiren witnessed the battle unfolding, with the former as the leader feeling some concern. Those two Saiyans are quite strong. Even if Kazural's team has the advantage in numbers, they might still struggle to win. Should we lend a hand? Jiren glanced at the battlefield and finally spoke. The weak should not hide under the wings of the strong, conserving their strength. After saying this, he vanished in an instant. Tuape sighed, knowing Jiren's arrogance. Even if Jiren joined the proud team, a vast chasm remained between them. With a sigh, Tuape could only follow in Jiren's footsteps. Why doesn't Jiren go help? If we all join in eliminating Sun Wukong, and that Saiyan should be a piece of cake. The Kaioshin of the 11th universe spoke with some dissatisfaction. Logically, this was a fantastic opportunity. If they could eliminate the powerful foe Sun Wukong early, the 11th universe would firmly grasp the first place. The Destroyer God Joker replied lightly. You don't understand Jiren. He is extremely proud and would never acknowledge a weakling. Moreover, asking him for help is an insult to him. It's a disgrace to the entire proud team. Jiren upholds his own dignity. But at this moment, which decides the fate of the universe, is dignity really useful? The Kaioshin sighed. Trust in Jiren. His power is not as simple as you think. The Destroyer God Joker said lightly. The Kaioshin responded. On the other side, not long after leaving, Kale encountered a formidable foe as two robots blocked her path. He finally caught two fish that slipped through the net. You two are no match for them in your current state. The Kaioshin of the third universe said with a sinister smile. Beep, beep, beeped. The robotic destroyer made several mechanical sounds. Behind it, the angel said, Lord Mosca said to strike while the iron is hot and knock the Saiyans down. You really know how to find gaps. Unyielding, you are a petty person. Kale, you rest first, I'll take care of them. Kale said coldly. Sister, I want to fight alongside you. Kale said firmly, not wanting to hold back her sister. Kale glanced at her sister's determined expression, then smiled. All right, let's fight together and show them the might of the Saiyans. The power tournament has already passed about a third of its time, and various universes have seen eliminations, while some universes still have less than half of their participants remaining. However, it is clear that the universe with the most remaining participants is Universe 7, which has only eliminated one person, while the others are still fighting fiercely. Of course, apart from Klin, the other 9 are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Goku and Ruya are engaged in battle with powerful foes from Universe 11, successfully holding them back thanks to their numerical advantage. Kazurar and Kaitaru are teaming up, each showcasing their unique abilities. Kaitaru excels in long-range attacks, capable of releasing countless energy blasts that float in the air. If touched, they will explode. Moreover, he can manipulate these energy blasts to strike at enemies, making them hard to defend against. Ordinary people find it hard to evade such a network of attacks. Goku is hastily dodging, while Kazurar demonstrates his impressive close combat prowess. As Kaitaru distracts Goku, lightning strikes. Goku finds himself somewhat restrained, preventing his full power from being unleashed. Faced with Kaizurar's onslaught, he can only defend himself, unable to mount an effective counterattack. On the other side, Ruya is dodging Kekit's special orbs while simultaneously avoiding the invincible whirlwind created by Zui Yilai and Taba. Interesting, I didn't expect you all to cooperate so well. Compared to the Jinyu Force, your choreography may be lacking, but your strength is certainly much greater. Ruya spoke lightly, seemingly a compliment, but tinged with mockery. To the proud warriors, his words were undoubtedly an insult. Challenging their strength. You despicable guy. If you have the guts, come and face me. Kikit, seeing her attack, became furious. Suddenly, Ruya's figure actually stopped, and he shot an energy blast at the Kikit orb coming towards him. In an instant, the two energies collided, and the next moment, the Kikit orb shattered. How is this possible? How could your ordinary attack break my Kikit orb? Kikit was stunned, completely unable to comprehend this behavior. Ruya sneered, what is this? In the face of absolute power, what are you worth? Damn it, you think you're tough. Kikit was incensed and suddenly unleashed dozens of Kikit orbs, shouting, Zui Yilai. Got it. Zui Yilai understood immediately, and suddenly brought the Kikit orbs into a whirlwind, charging towards Ruya. Ruya's expression turned cold, and he suddenly exploded with energy, instantly entering the full power Super Saiyan state. Came. Huh. The next moment, Ruya unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. The whirlwind collided head-on with the Kamehameha, and part of the energy was blown away by the tremendous wind force. But Ruya's Kamehameha was not so easily dismissed. Under the immense power, it forcefully halted Zui Yilai. How is this possible? You actually stopped Zui Yilai. How strong is this Saiyan? Kikit gasped in shock. She did not expect this opponent to be so powerful. She had witnessed the power of Zui Yilai's whirlwind. How could it be so easily blocked? This is unscientific. After holding out for a moment, Zwa could no longer withstand Rhea's assault. The Kikit orbs he was carrying flew off, and he himself could not maintain the whirlwind form, being swept away by Rhea's Kamehameha. Zwa. Taba's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Damn it. Zwa had no power to resist under the overwhelming attack, falling off the stage. Contestant Zwa from Universe 11 has been eliminated, the Grand Minister announced at the right moment. How could this happen? He fell so easily. The King of Universe 11 was somewhat displeased. I'm sorry, Zwa said apologetically. After dealing with Zwa, Rhea looked at the other two and said, Alright, next up, it's your turn. Damn. Kiki glared at Rhea, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze. Taba appeared beside her, also looking at Rhea seriously. Be careful, this opponent is not simple. We will avenge Zwa. Kiki snorted coldly. Of course. Taba nodded firmly. Rhea approached, enveloped in golden light, his calm demeanor increasing the pressure on Kiki and Taba. What's wrong? Can't handle it. Rhea looked at them disdainfully. Damn it. Let me take you on. With that, Taba leaped forward and charged at Rhea. Rhea's expression turned cold as he charged forward as well. Bang bang bang. A series of collision sounds erupted as Rhea faced Taba's attacks without fear, even gaining the upper hand. Bang. Boom. With one punch and one kick, Rhea sent Taba flying. At the same time, he shot an energy blast directly at Kiki, who was startled and quickly dodged. Bastard. I won't lose to you. Taba roared, then unleashed a shockwave attack, sending powerful force rushing towards Rhea. Rhea snorted coldly, gathering energy with one hand and easily shattering Taba's shockwave. How could this be? Taba was somewhat shocked. Do you have a misunderstanding about my power? Rhea smiled slightly and suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Taba, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Taba screamed as he was sent flying. Taba, be careful, Kiki exclaimed in concern, realizing that this guy who had just been chased was now launching a powerful counterattack. Rhea grinned. These guys thought they had him cornered just because he had eased up. Naive. With this thought, Rhea stopped playing around and appeared in front of Taba, pushing him away with an energy blast. Boom. The energy blast exploded at the edge of the stage, sending Taba flying. How could this be? Another one eliminated. The King of Universe 11 was left in disbelief. Oh, were the contestants he carefully selected really this weak? Whoosh. Suddenly an energy ball charged towards Rhea, catching him off guard. Rhea instinctively threw a punch, but the next moment his entire body was engulfed by that energy ball. I got careless. Rhea frowned. I finally caught you. You eliminated my two companions. Ooh, I representing justice will never let you go. Kiki finally wore a smug expression. Rhea looked at Kiki unfazed. Really? Do you think you can truly trap me? Kiki sneered. Of course. This Kiki orb contains another dimension. Anyone trapped inside is no longer in this world. You will never escape. You are absolutely not getting away. Kiki clearly did not believe him. Is that so? Then you'll be disappointed. Rhea smiled mysteriously, then suddenly began to unleash his energy. With a mighty roar, Rhea's power skyrocketed, and the golden energy around him exploded instantly, filling the entire orb with a tremendous force. What a... Keki's expression changed as she became astonished. Did this guy not use his full strength earlier? Boom boom boom. In an instant, the overwhelming energy seemed ready to burst the entire Kiki orb, while Rhea continued to unleash his power, which kept rising. Crack crack crack. Suddenly cracks appeared on the Kiki orb, and more cracks emerged. Hey, Kiki, what are you dawdling for? At that moment, the god of destruction suddenly shouted angrily, and Kiki snapped back to her senses. She was about to attack Rhea, but it was already too late. Crack. A sudden strange sound erupted, followed by an extremely terrifying force bursting forth from the golden sphere, instantly causing the entire sphere to explode. Swish swish swish. The golden figure of Rhea appeared in the arena, his gaze fixed intently on Kekit before he coldly laughed. Now what are your thoughts? How could this be? Kekit's expression was one of disbelief. Rhea prepared to strike, saying, It's about time. Wasting time with you lowly fellows is of no benefit to me. Not good. Kekit exclaimed, realizing that with her current strength, she was absolutely no match for her opponent. In a moment of desperation, she made a bold move. Kekit directly activated her Kekit sphere, instantly enveloping herself within it. Phew. Kekit finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now you can't attack me. Rhea's lips twitched. What intelligence. Saying this, he reached out toward Kekit and unleashed an energy wave. Boom. The energy wave struck Kekit, sending her and the sphere crashing down from the arena. I was careless. Kekit appeared in the audience area, feeling a bit dazed. Your intelligence. Why were you brought to participate in the power conference? The clown destruction god was somewhat speechless. Damn, their universe just lost 4 members. How is this even possible? Power conference, luckily, it's not an intelligence conference. The Kaioshin also spoke faintly. Kekit. After eliminating 3 opponents, Rhea returned to his normal state. Although the intense output exhausted some stamina, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Turning to look, Goku was still engaged in a fierce battle with Kater's relentless attacks raining down like raindrops, making it difficult for Goku to evade, while also facing Caesar's attacks, putting him on the defensive. After some thought, Luya decided not to help and was about to turn away when he suddenly sensed something, turning to look up high where a graceful figure was watching him. Luya. On the other side, Goku, who was also in a fierce battle, noticed that Luya had won and couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't fall behind either." Huh. With a loud roar, Goku unleashed his energy and actually forced Kazurar back. After being pushed back, Kazurar glanced toward Luya's direction and said, "Incredible to eliminate 3 members of my proud team single-handedly." Catel landed in front of Kazurar saying, "What should we do? Tato and the others have been eliminated." Kazurar replied solemnly, "In that case, we can't hold back any longer. We must unleash our true power." Saying this, the 2 energy blades in his hands expanded slightly, greatly increasing their power. Understood. Catel nodded seriously, then he also erupted with a powerful force, instantly gathering countless energy orbs around him. "Hehe, you two are quite interesting. Your cooperation is formidable, but I won't lose to you." Goku chuckled, his gaze filled with confidence. Allowing evil to run rampant is a contempt for our justice. Son Goku, we will bring you to justice right here." Kazurar pointed at Goku, shouting sternly. "Is that so? Then come and try. I won't hold back now." Goku laughed provocatively. "Catel," Kazurar suddenly called out. Understood. The latter immediately manipulated the energy orbs around him, sending countless orbs flying toward Goku. The power had increased significantly compared to before. Goku erupted with energy golden power shimmering, and then he leaped forward, charging directly at the incoming attacks. In the air, Goku continuously dodged the attacks, his movements fluid and seamless, quickly closing in on them. "Watch me," Kazurar roared, charging directly at Goku. Meanwhile, Catel provided support by controlling the energy orbs, which easily dodged Kazurar, creating space for Goku to maneuver. Goku was fearless, directly colliding with Kazurar, and for a moment the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Despite Kasurar's strong energy blades, Goku was always able to dodge effortlessly. Though they cooperated well, Goku showcased a truly flawless offensive. Under Goku's increasingly intense attacks, Kazurar could only barely defend, and with Catel's support, he managed to mount a weak counterattack. Suddenly, Goku unleashed his strength, and an energy-encased fist struck out in a powerful punch. Kazurar was startled and quickly defended. But in the next moment, under a tremendous force, his energy blade was shattered by Goku's punch, and he was sent flying, crashing into a small hill. At the same time, Goku looked up at Catel and charged directly toward him. "What a..." Catel was startled and quickly released countless energy blasts, frantically shooting toward Goku. "Came. Haim. Goku dodged while gathering energy, unleashing a powerful energy wave that shot directly toward Catel. The energy blasts released by Catel were shattered by the Kamehameha, and amidst a blast, Catel let out a miserable scream, flying off the stage. Swish. In the next second, a new figure appeared in the audience of Universe 11. The 6th elimination. The people of Universe 11 looked very grim, feeling that they were being outmatched by Universe 7. Catel. Kasurar's face changed dramatically in disbelief. He was the last one left. "Hey, now it's your turn." Goku smiled as he looked at the other party. "Damn, you bastard. How dare you eliminate my companions?" Kazurar was furious, and his energy blade transformed into an energy sphere which he hurled directly at Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened as he prepared to counter the opponent's technique, but at that moment a figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Goku and kicking the energy sphere away. "What a..." Kasurar's face turned pale, unable to believe that his energy had been kicked away. He angrily glared at the one who intervened. "Number 17. What are you doing here?" Goku looked at the person in surprise. It was indeed number 17. Number 17 smiled slightly and said, "Seeing you struggling so much, I couldn't just watch, so I decided to step in." "What? I just wanted to fight a little longer," Goku complained about number 17's remark. "It doesn't matter. Do you mind if I take action against him?" Number 17 chuckled. "That won't do. He's mine. You should find another opponent." Goku bypassed number 17 and walked toward Kazurar. "You guys underestimated me this much." Kasurar's face was extremely ugly. He felt insulted. "Is it wrong to underestimate you? Pathetically weak." Suddenly a voice echoed, and then number 18 appeared behind Kazurar, launching an energy blast that sent him flying. Caught off guard, Kazurar was blown away far. "Number 18, why are you here too?" Goku was somewhat annoyed, wondering why everyone was flocking to his side. Number 18 clapped her hands and said, "I couldn't stand seeing him, so I took action. Do you have any problem with that?" These self-proclaimed righteous individuals were doing such underhanded things which made her very displeased. How could you appear behind me without a sound?" Kazurar looked at number 18 in disbelief. "That's something you wouldn't know." Number 18 scoffed. "Damn, with these guys gathered together, I can't stay here or I won't stand a chance against them." "Be careful, he might try to escape." Number 17 suddenly warned. "I won't let him succeed." Number 18 sneered and then gathered her energy, aiming at Kazurar. "Damn, I'll go all out." Kazarar suddenly erupted, a powerful force breaking free, and he gathered energy roaring as he launched it toward Goku and the others. Here it comes. Goku also gathered energy, erupting with a powerful aura. Number 17 and number 18 did not fall behind, unleashing energy waves toward Kazarar. Boom. Under the terrifying clash, a massive explosion erupted, filling the arena with smoke. Swish. Suddenly, after the explosion on the arena, an additional figure appeared in the seating area of the 11th universe, Kazarar. With the combined might of Goku and Android 17, Kazarar was no match at all. That's too despicable. 3 against 1, protested the god of destruction of the 11th universe. Save it. When 5 of you were against the 2 of us, where were your complaints? If your strength is lacking, don't rely on your words. How ridiculous. Billis suddenly mocked. What a... The god of destruction of the 11th universe shot an angry glare at Billis. I suggest you behave. A mere god of destruction daring to speak to me like this. Not even Belmont could protect you. A chill began to seep into Billis' gaze. The god of destruction of the 11th universe was left speechless. Hey Billis, you're getting a bit arrogant. The clown god of destruction glanced at Billis with displeasure. The latter replied nonchalantly, this is a tournament of strength. If this simpleton starts talking about fairness, then you 11th universe are the truly hypocritical side. Using the banner of justice to eliminate other opponents makes me embarrassed for you. The clown god of destruction gritted his teeth, glaring at Billis, nearly ready to charge at him. All right, everyone, no need to quarrel. Just watch the match. The Grand Priest suddenly interjected. The 2 gods of destruction exchanged glances, then huffed, in unison, ignoring each other. In the arena, Goku was gathered with androids 17 and 18. By the way, are you alright? After fighting for so long, you must be pretty exhausted, right? Android 17 looked at Goku curiously. Goku chuckled. Not really, I usually don't exert my full strength in battle, and I conserve energy while fighting, so I haven't exhausted myself much at all. Is that so? Android 17 nodded, having to admit that Goku indeed had a good grasp on combat. But I envy you and Android 18. As artificial beings, you possess limitless energy. That way you can fight indefinitely. Truly impressive. Goku smiled at them. If you want, you could also become an android. That would be great. Android 17 suggested with a smile. Forget it. This is just fine as it is. Goku waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly a series of explosions echoed not far away, catching the attention of the 3. That seems to be in the direction of Lua. Goku's expression changed. Let's check it out. Android 17 said, charging off. Goku and the others quickly followed. Meanwhile, Lua in his normal state looked strangely at a certain direction where several figures stood, 3 women and 2 men. What embarrassed Lua was that those women were the most awkward contestants of the power tournament. Contestants from the 2nd universe. 7th universe, I finally found you. Now let the 2nd universe deal with you. One beautiful girl elegantly smiled, pointing at Lua. Oh, I've heard of you. I've heard you can transform. How about you all come at us together without transforming? This way he wouldn't have to look at their faces and feel the urge to kick them. Oh, I didn't expect you to have heard of us. That's interesting, but that's not a reason for us to go easy on you. I, Librian, will lead my sisters, carrying the will of the 2nd universe to protect the beauty of the universe and annihilate you all in one fell swoop. Librian declared proudly. I am Sue, said a purple-haired girl on her left. I am Sanka, smiled a brown-haired girl on her right. The witch warriors of the 2nd universe. Yay, here we come. The moment has finally arrived. The old Kai of the 2nd universe exclaimed excitedly. Let our strongest witch warriors of the 2nd universe bloom beautiful flowers on the battlefield. The god of destruction of the 2nd universe said elegantly. Beautiful flowers. What nonsense is this? Billis's lips twitched, feeling embarrassed for them. Seriously, what absurd nonsense are they talking about? The old Kai of the 2nd universe also expressed his confusion. Go, Librian, let them see your beauty. The god of destruction of the 2nd universe felt no embarrassment at all, but rather a sense of pride. Then let us perform. Sue. Sanka. Librian smiled. Yes, both girls responded. What's going on here? At this moment, Vegeta and Goku looked at the women with baffled expressions. Undoubtedly, they were all battle maniacs and had no appreciation for this performance. Lua also watched this scene in silence, realizing an awkward moment was about to unfold. What are they doing? Android 17 asked in confusion. Android 18, not looking at the scene, replied flatly. Who knows what boring thing this is? Now, let us transform. Librian smiled. Form. Brilliant. Brilliant Blibrillian. Form. Sanka. Kaka Sankaka. Form. Su. Sororu Sororu. Su Su Roru Roru. Damn, I feel embarrassed just writing this. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped them, and at the same time their bodies began to undergo a transformation. What is this? Why does this look so much like a children's musical? Billis said, somewhat speechless. Shut up. This is a ritual. It's no wonder the universe with such a low level of aesthetics doesn't understand beauty. The god of destruction of the 2nd universe said elegantly. The warriors of the 7th universe were left speechless. Oh, that wouldn't be a transformation to increase power, would it? Goku looked at the scene with some anticipation. TCH. So flashy. Vegeta said with some disdain. Just as everyone was waiting for the transformation of the three women, suddenly two blinding energy waves shot toward them. The crowd was startled, and by the time they reacted, the two energy waves had already struck the three women. Boom. The transformation abruptly halted amidst the explosion. What's going on? The god of destruction of the second universe was furious, his face contorted with rage. Goku and the others also looked toward the attackers. Lua, Android 17. What are you two doing? Goku said helplessly. Sorry, I just couldn't hold back. Lua replied nonchalantly. I thought while they were transforming they would have a big opening, so shouldn't we take the chance to finish them off? Android 17 said matter-of-factly. But interrupting their transformation is quite rude, at least let us see what they're capable of. Goku said with a bitter smile. Alright then, do as you wish. I don't mind. Android 17 shrugged and leaned against the side. Hey, why did you ruin our transformation? Librian's face twisted in anger as she glared at Lua. Oomph. Ridiculous, you need to understand we are enemies here. Which dimwit would wait for you to complete your transformation? Lua sneered. Goku, you bastard. How despicable. Sanka and the other girl glared furiously at Lua. You can transform, but if you don't attack, consider it my loss. Lua said indifferently. You are outrageous. You have no manners. At that moment, Topo suddenly emerged from somewhere pointing at Lua. This is a perfect ritual. How dare you disrupt it? Oh, do you want to stand up for them? Lua smiled slightly, looking at Topo. The other Saiyan from the 7th universe, let me test your skills. Topo looked at Lua, refusing to back down. Lua sneered. He couldn't stand seeing such an embarrassing display. He didn't understand how anyone could watch this awkward performance without questioning their taste. Boom. In an instant, Lua unleashed his power and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The next moment, he charged straight at Topo. Topo showed no fear. Instead, he told Librian and the others, go complete your ritual. I'll hold off this criminal. Thank you. Librian and the others expressed their immense gratitude. Who would have thought that Topo would pose dramatically before charging at Lua? Soon the two began to battle fiercely. Are we sure we don't want to help? Android 17 glanced at the arena and then asked. Goku smiled and said to Librian and the others, hey, hurry up and transform for me to see. I'm really looking forward to it. In that case, as you wish. Librian immediately revealed a strange smile. With no one left to obstruct them, the three witch warriors immediately began their transformations. Once again, an awkward dance followed, and then a radiant light enveloped them. Here it comes, Wukong said excitedly. Luya and Tuapa also separated, neither of them fighting seriously. Tuapa merely wanted to stall Luya. However, Luya sensed Tuapa's power. Undoubtedly, to defeat his opponent, he might have to activate Super Saiyan Red. Tuapa naturally realized that Luya was not using his full strength, but he was unafraid, drifting backward. My mission is complete. Next time we shall compete again. With that, Tuapa vanished without a trace. Luya glanced at the direction Tuapa had disappeared, then suddenly thought of something. He looked towards the transformation in the arena, and his mouth twitched slightly. This. High above, a pink chubby figure struck an elegant pose, accompanied by a magical girl and a catgirl orc behind her. The moment to witness miracles has arrived. This is the power of love from our Universe 2. The god of destruction of Universe 2 exclaimed excitedly. The members of Universe 7 were left speechless. Come on, we've waited long enough, let us witness your power, Vegeta said coldly as he gazed at them. All right, if that's the case, let us dedicate this love, Sanka and Su said excitedly. To everyone. Librian spread her arms wide, and immediately a mysterious power emanated from the three of them. 3 differently colored heart-shaped lights floated up, and Librian suddenly merged these 3 powers, grinning, go. The light of love's power. With a whoosh, the giant heart suddenly unleashed countless small heart-shaped energies. Everything that touched them was obliterated, and a pink mist suddenly spread, filling the arena with a unique scent. What is that smell, eh? Gohan and the others frowned, clearly disgusted by the pink mist. So stinky. Even the noble Frieza covered his nose in disdain. Wukong and the others were unaffected, but they still needed to evade these attacks. Getting blown up was not a pleasant experience. It was evident that the contestants from other universes turned red upon smelling the scent, clearly influenced by the aroma. In their perception, these scents were delightful. However, everyone remained vigilant and dodged the dense barrage of attacks. This is the light of love. Anyone who smells your fragrance will submit, knowing the allure of beauty. The god of destruction of Universe 2 continued to boast. However, Beerus and the others were not affected. Beerus, feeling irritated, said, what are these girls trying to pull? Wukong and the others won't be affected, right? The Supreme Kai asked with concern. They shouldn't be. It seems Wukong and the others have a way to counter this. Even the old man isn't bewitched, so we can rest assured. Weiss smiled slightly. Indeed, Master Roshi was unaffected by the pink gas. Luya was even less affected when he smelled those scents. He was momentarily influenced, but fortunately his will remain strong. Moreover, thinking of that chubby woman made him feel a bit nauseous, instantly granting him immunity to the damage. How about that? This is the power of the light of love, Librian said proudly. Is that it? Don't tell me you wasted so much time transforming just for this level of power, Vegeta said with a look of disgust. Of course not, now the real battle begins. Librian smiled slightly, and then said to her two companions, Susanka, be careful. Yes, you too, the two girls replied in unison. Great, let's go, Librian said with a smile, and then charged directly at Vegeta. The other two girls and other members of Universe 2 also charged towards the members of Universe 7. Come on. Wukong laughed heartily, and then charged forward. Number 17 and number 18 followed suit. The others did not intervene as the enemies from other universes had also regained their senses and started attacking them. Vegeta's gaze turned cold. He was extremely irritated by such flashy antics. He had already been holding back his anger. Just as Vegeta was about to rush out, Leia suddenly appeared in front of him. He'll take care of that fat lady who I've been tolerating her for a long time. That's my prey, Vegeta said, somewhat displeased. Seeing the two engage in fierce combat, Vegeta wanted to intervene, but at that moment a tall, burly man blocked his path. From Universe 7, I will face you now. Vegeta's face suddenly turned cold. What are you? How dare you block my path? Get lost. With that, Vegeta charged at the big man. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle unfolded, followed by countless explosions igniting in the arena, a spectacular sight. Oh, this is incredibly exciting. The two Xeno watched with great enthusiasm, delighted. The Grand Priest smiled and said, now we have entered a true duel of masters. Those who remain are the elite among elites. Leia and Librian engaged in an intense battle. It must be said, despite Librian's chubby, she was able to trade blows with Leia. Boom. In an instant, their surroundings were filled with energy blasts, and the moment they exploded, their power wreaked havoc everywhere. Not bad. You're surprisingly strong. Librian maintained a smile. Leia frowned. Can you stop smiling? You're already disgusting enough. When you smile, I lose all desire to fight. You mere mortals could never comprehend our beauty. Let me teach you how to respect people. Librian immediately conjured countless pink energy blasts and relentlessly bombarded Leia. Leia's gaze turned cold, and then he shouted in anger. The next moment, he suddenly let out a low roar, and a powerful aura exploded from within him, unleashing a golden power that blew away Librian's attacks. Leia looked at Librian. I have no interest in listening to your nonsense. You disgusting person. With that, he instantly teleported in front of his opponent and launched a fierce attack, which Librian hastily blocked. The two once again erupted into a fierce clash. Good. That's it. Maintain it, and throw down these disgusting individuals. Beerus cheered them on. Ignorant. The beauty of our Universe 2 could never be understood by you mundane beings. The god of destruction of Universe 2 said indifferently. I agree, their transformations are filled with ceremony and maintain a proper respect for beauty. The gods from other universes also voiced their support. Beerus' face darkened. Did they misunderstand beauty? Huh. Come on. Let's battle. Librian, while battling Leia, became increasingly vigorous, her attacks growing sharper. With a heavy kick, she sent Leia flying back. Then suddenly, Leia's stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. He finally understood why Vegeta had that expression while fighting Librian. Now, honestly, he could not tolerate this either. Damn it. Suddenly, Leia finally erupted. He raised his aura once again, and his hair suddenly grew wildly. Transforming into Super Saiyan Stage 3, his power exploded. Leia did not dodge or evade, directly punching Librian. Boom. With a dull thud, the two collided, and a massive wave of energy spread out. Boom. Under the tremendous sound of an explosion, a figure was hurled out, crashing violently into the giant rock. Leia watched the scene with an expressionless face. The unleashed power was incredibly formidable. This is the power of Super Saiyan 3. No way. How could Librian be defeated? The god of destruction from Universe 2's expression changed, voicing his concern. However, at this moment, no contestant could break free to rescue anyone, as they were all entangled with their opponents. Now it was an unknown situation. Goku was engaged in battle with Su, whose attack speed was exceptionally fast, and as she threw punches, countless energy spheres formed from her chi. Her techniques were somewhat similar to those of Kettle from Universe 11. At this moment, number 17 and number 18 were battling Catwoman and the timely appearing Bigcar in a Tuntuo match, but number 17 easily defeated both opponents by himself. Universe 2's Kakunsa and Bigcar were directly defeated and eliminated. The battle ended the fastest. Their situation was also noticed, and at once Librian and Su's expressions changed drastically. Kakunsa. The latter was part of their team, and they never expected her to be knocked out now, which was a significant blow to them. Librian, pushed back by Luya, suddenly darted off into the distance. Luya watched this scene with an expressionless face, not retracting his Super Saiyan 3 form. For him, maintaining Super Saiyan 3 no longer consumed much stamina, so it was as effortless as being in the form of a regular Super Saiyan. On the other side, Librian directly confronted number 17. You Dark Warrior, having defeated Kakunsa, I will avenge her. Is that so? You'll find out if you can. Number 17 replied nonchalantly, easily blocking her attack. At the same time, number 17 never showed mercy to opponents, even if they were female. Of course, not to mention this pitifully ugly fat woman. The two immediately engaged in a chaotic fight, powerful forces wreaking havoc, their speeds reaching an extreme. Librian was enveloped in a pink glow. Her aura was impressive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku was continuously dodging as the opponent's attacks were also formidable and extremely swift. He could only keep dodging. Kaka. Su continually fired energy blasts as if her energy was endless. At that moment, Goku suddenly used instant transmission and immediately appeared behind Su, kicking her away with great force. She let out a scream as she crashed into the rocky terrain. I've seen through your techniques, Goku confidently stated, looking at her. Damn, how could this happen? Su stood up in a disheveled state, ready to act. But Goku was faster. He had already appeared around her, continuously unleashing energy blasts, completely blocking her escape route. This is bad. Su's face changed dramatically, but she didn't know how to escape. He'll send you off. Goku chuckled, then dashed towards Su, launching a powerful energy blast that detonated other energy blasts, causing her to scream as she was sent flying, ultimately crashing at the edge of the arena. This is bad. The gods of Universe 2 changed their expressions. Go for it. Kakunsa and the others began to cheer. Su struggled to sit up, looking weakly at the approaching Son Goku from Universe 7, indeed, very strong. Hehe, now can you be eliminated? Will you jump down yourself, or shall I send you off? Goku smiled. Damn. Am I really going to stop here? Su found it hard to accept. Goku, hurry up and throw her down. Stop dawdling. Beerus, seeing this scene, was worried about complications and shouted. Goku nodded, then looked at Su, extending his hand, then farewell. After speaking, he gathered energy in his hand. Just then Ribrian suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of Su, eyeing Goku warily. I will not let you harm my companion. Ribrian. Su looked at her savior with a hint of gratitude. Su, are you okay? Ribrian asked, showing concern for her. I'm fine. Thank you, Ribrian. Su stood up firmly. Stop the chatter. If you want to jump down, we won't need to lift a finger. Number 17 appeared from nowhere, looking at the two with indifference. Damn, how dare that dark warrior be so ruthless to a beautiful girl? Ribrian said angrily. If that's the case, then let's take action ourselves. Number 17 wasted no time and began to gather energy. What to do? My beautiful girl. The god of destruction from Universe 2 said sadly. Don't worry, there's usually a knight to protect a beautiful girl. The old Kaioshin said calmly. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ribrian and the others. Two princesses, pardon my late arrival. Let's go. As he spoke, he prepared to take Ribrian and the others away, but at this moment a voice suddenly came, leave. It's not that simple. Who are you? The warrior was startled. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of the warrior, delivering a punch that knocked him off the stage. Luyoi. Goku was taken aback, then pleasantly surprised. Ribrian and the others immediately shrank back in shock. You scoundrel. Ribrian glared at Luya angrily. Luya, with his flowing golden hair and a stern expression, said, I believe it's best not to let you stay here. He decided to eliminate the people from Universe 2 directly, especially these two women. If they were allowed to gather whatever nonsense love power from Universe 2, it would be troublesome. With 6 people remaining in Universe 2, he would first deal with these two. Interesting, just what I want to do. I have been displeased with them. Number 17 slowly walked over and stood beside Luya. Goku glanced at them and smiled. Then he'll leave it to you 2 against 2, just perfect. No problem. Number 17 replied indifferently, but his tone was very confident. Goku waved and went to deal with the experts from other universes. Luya looked at the two on the opposite side, and then said, which one do you want? Number 17 looked at the fat woman about to speak, but Luya suddenly said, I'll handle that fat woman, I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, he charged at Ribrian. Number 17. This way there would be no challenge for him. Damn, don't underestimate us. Ribrian shouted angrily, then charged at Luya. I can do it. Su also firmed her expression and looked at number 17. Come on, I will not lose. Then let's see if you can defeat me first. Number 17 replied indifferently, and his figure turned into a shadow as he dashed out. The four began an intense battle. As the battle unfolded, various universes began to withdraw one after another. The remaining participants in each universe were dwindling, although some universes still had a considerable number of fighters. Currently, the universe closest to destruction is the 10th universe, as it only has 2 participants left. These 2 fighters are engaged in combat with Gohan and Piccolo, one of whom is named Wabuni. In his battle against Gohan, he surprisingly managed to suppress Gohan, as his movement technique was exceedingly bizarre, akin to an afterimage punch. He could create 5 clones and infuse his energy into them, making it difficult for Gohan, who excelled in sensing energy, to identify which was the real body, thus keeping Gohan in a passive position. The other opponent is named Rubart, who is also holding his ground against Piccolo. This battle holds significant importance, for if Wabuni loses, the 10th universe will face obliteration. Of course, if Gohan loses, the 7th universe will lose a trump card. On the other side, the 7th universe has seen another elimination. The second to be eliminated is Master Roshi, who has defeated several opponents, but is now severely exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Most critically, while he was in such a depleted state, he was ambushed by Frost from the 6th universe, adding injury to insult. Had he not used the Mafuba against Vegeta, the old man would have faced a dire situation. This demonic assassin would not easily let him off, and would undoubtedly torment him. Fortunately, Vegeta successfully broke free and even pushed Frost back, But the old man's condition was such that he could no longer remain on the stage, so he had no choice but to jump off. However, Beerus and the others did not blame him. In their eyes, Master Roshi was a respectable elder, and his sacrifice was unavoidable. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he managed to turn the tide before being eliminated, directly taking out 3 opponents. This alleviated some pressure on the 7th universe. At this moment, the god of destruction of the 2nd universe suddenly shouted, "Participants of the 2nd universe, hurry to assist Ribrian. We cannot let her be harmed." Simultaneously, the participants of the 2nd universe rushed towards the battlefield where Ribrian was located. At this time, Android 17 was firmly suppressing Su, who was clearly no match for him. To defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Leia was also holding his ground under the immense power of Super Saiyan 3. Leia directly forced Ribrian to retreat step by step. How is this possible? Why do Saiyans possess such power? Such evil power? Ribrian found it hard to believe and couldn't accept that her opponent's strength surpassed hers. Leia looked at Ribrian and casually said, "What? Is this the power you gained after transforming? Is this all? Can't smile anymore, huh? You bastard. I will never let you go. You are just like the other guys from the 7th universe, all Dark Warriors." Ribrian exclaimed furiously. "Dark Warriors? I have no objections after all my power surpasses yours. That's all that matters," Leia said indifferently. "I will protect love using the power of love to defeat evil." Ribrian struck a pose and suddenly concentrated to create a heart-shaped pink energy blast, which she immediately shot at Leia. Leia chuckled coldly, then suddenly exploded with energy, calmly extending a hand. In the next moment, he gathered his strength to directly block that heart-shaped attack, and with a surge of force he shattered the heart-shaped energy. "How can this be? Your power?" Ribrian looked on in disbelief, her eyes widening. Leia mocked, "You truly do not understand Saiyan power. Well, it's normal for someone with your ugly outlook to be clueless. You Saiyans from the 7th universe are nothing but Dark Warriors. You relish battle, and in my universe you would absolutely face rejection from everyone," Ribrian said seriously. "Get this straight, we are not from the same universe, so how we are perceived by your universe is of no concern to me." Leia replied with a cold smile, suddenly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. "I've changed my mind. I'll let your 2nd universe witness true power," Leia said with a hint of coldness. "The root Saiyan. My power of love will never lose to you," Ribrian snorted coldly. Suddenly, pink energy enveloped Ribrian's body, and a powerful aura erupted from within her as she charged towards Leia. Leia's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind Ribrian. "Oh no, when did this happen?" Ribrian gasped, but before she could dodge, Leia delivered a knee strike that sent her soaring into the air. In the next second, Leia shot upwards like a cannonball, suddenly landing above Ribrian for another explosive strike. The latter's hefty body crashed down. The ground was directly smashed into a huge pit. Ribrian. The face of the 2nd god of destruction changed, but at this moment no one was left to save Ribrian, as the other participants from the 2nd universe were nearly all entangled. "Everyone focus on the 2nd universe. Throw them all off," Beerus shouted sharply. Android 18 and 17, Goku, Leia, Vegeta, and Frieza all rushed to block the participants from the 2nd universe. "Ho ho ho, is there more fun to be had? Then I shall obey." Frieza's eyes were sharp, yet cunning, calmly facing the opponents before him. Under the overwhelming attacks from Goku and the others, the participants from the 2nd universe were no match for them, and soon some were eliminated. Indeed, it was Prince Vegeta who ruthlessly eliminated the first opponent. Meanwhile, Leia noticed the situation and turned to Ribrian, saying, "You must still have a final trump card, right? However, since your teammates are all occupied now, you are merely a lone commander." Ribrian stood up and glared at Leia, clenching her teeth. "I will never submit to you. The safety of the 2nd universe lies with me, and I will protect the love of the 2nd universe," she declared once again, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. In an instant, a cyclone of energy erupted around her, a truly terrifying sight. However, in Leia's eyes this was hardly impressive. "If this is what you look like after your transformation, then I won't waste any more time. I will unceremoniously throw you off. You ugly freak." With that, Leia exploded with a powerful force, a blinding golden light erupting as he overwhelmed Ribrian with sheer momentum. The power of Super Saiyan 2 continuously expanded. At that moment, Leia stopped playing and unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 2 strength. Even as a Super Saiyan 2, his aura surpassed that of Ribrian. Moreover, with a push from his toes, Leia dashed directly in front of Ribrian in the next second, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained down upon her. Of course, Ribrian was not one to take hits lightly. Her power had reached its peak, and as she fought back against Leia, her formidable energy erupted in all directions, creating dazzling explosions that intensified the chaos in the arena. By the way, in our 7th universe, dealing with 2 universes at the same time won't that consume a lot of energy? Krillin asked with some concern. "That's not a problem, because Goku and the others haven't even unleashed their true powers. At most, they're just practicing. Unless they encounter a slightly stronger opponent, they'll conserve their stamina. They know their limits, so we shouldn't worry about this." Master Wutian spoke slowly. These guys are merely a bunch of weaklings. Goku and the others don't need to get entangled with them." "What a worrisome bunch," Beerus remarked with some dissatisfaction. It's not that simple, Lord Beerus. For Goku and the others, this battle is not just about the survival of the universe, it's also an opportunity for them to meet powerful fighters from other universes. If they can learn a lot from this power tournament, it will be quite beneficial for them, so we should relax and just watch the match. Why suddenly spoke up. Oomph. Beerus let out a cold grunt. What's going on? Universe 6, get moving now. Championship excitedly riding on Vegeta shouted continuously from the ring. They had already eliminated 2 fighters, but their numbers were still considerable, making this their opportunity. Under Kampa's command, the warriors of Universe 6 began to spring into action. Hit effortlessly eliminated a competitor from Universe 3 who was a robot, but it simply could not withstand Hit's overwhelming strength. At that moment, a warrior in red approached him. You are Hit from Universe 6, right? I've heard you can use time skip. Now let me break your time skip technique. The newcomer was Tispo from Universe 11. Oh, is that so? Hit replied calmly, but still took a stance. The opponent's confidence must have come from a hidden card. Tispo revealed a peculiar smile, and in the next moment, he suddenly charged at Hit. Hit's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his time skip, freezing the surrounding space. But the next second, Tispo suddenly broke through his shackles, landing a powerful punch on Hit's face. How is that possible? The time skip technique actually had no effect. Kampa's face darkened immediately. Hit stood up from the rubble looking at Tispo. How is this possible? My speed has already surpassed your time skip. Tispo said triumphantly. Hit from Universe 6 isn't that impressive. Come again. Hit's gaze turned cold, and he charged out proactively. On another front, Caulifla and Kale were also battling other universe fighters, but the 2 sisters were growing stronger with each fight. Kale had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan in a dire situation, and not just any Super Saiyan. Her power had already caught up with Caulifla. With a series of explosive sounds, Luya directly suppressed Librian. During the strikes, Librian struggled to keep up with Luya's speed and was continuously battered by his punches. With an elbow strike, Luya landed a hit on Librian's chin, causing her body to lean back. Before she could react, Luya was already above her, smashing her hard into the ground. Swish. Boom. Boom. At the same time, Luya unleashed the prince's combat style, striking Librian into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Impossible. Librian. The gods of Universe 2 panicked. Librian was their strongest core. If she lost, their universe would be on the brink of annihilation. The competitors from Universe 2 were currently being suppressed by the fighters from Universe 7. Their power was overwhelmingly superior. Boom. With a scream, a competitor from Universe 2 fell off the stage, announcing his elimination. The one who did it was Frieza, who showed a look of wanting more. Following closely behind, another female competitor screamed as she fell. It was Sue. She was eliminated by number 17, who faced no pressure at all. Meanwhile, the competitors from Universe 2 were all being eliminated, leaving only Librian. Very well. Throw that woman off hard. Luya, go for it. Beerus was excited upon witnessing this scene, as it meant they could eliminate another universe. Everyone turned their attention to the battle between Luya and Librian. It seems Luya has a firm grasp on this, Krillin said with some joy. At this moment, Luya, who had been launching countless energy blasts, also stopped and looked down. The smoke quickly dispersed, revealing Librian, who appeared somewhat disheveled with injuries all over her body and her clothes torn. However, Luya showed no signs of pity and merely looked at her coldly. Your companions have all been eliminated. Do you have any final words? How could this happen? The power of love, why did it lose? Why? Librian was in disbelief and unable to accept it. Suddenly, her body emitted a hint of dark energy amidst the pink glow. Luya frowned. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to abandon love and fight you to the end. Librian suddenly unleashed a powerful force, and then she began to gather energy, forming a massive energy sphere that continued to grow stronger. Seeing this, Luya understood that she was going all out and sneered. It's merely a last struggle. Even if you discard your so-called love, nothing will change. With that, Luya suddenly erupted with energy and prepared to unleash his ultimate move. A massive, dazzling light spread as Luya's power gathered, shaking the aura. Shut up, you dark warrior. To defeat you, I must use dark power against you. Librian shouted angrily, forcefully, pushing the huge heart-shaped energy sphere forward. Luya scoffed disdainfully, abandoning one's beliefs to win. You will never improve like that. After saying this, Luya unleashed the Kamehameha. Boom. Two forces collided directly, instantly reducing everything around to ashes. The two energy spheres fiercely intertwined, neither yielding to the other. Go for it, Librian, shouted the destroyer of the second universe. We believe in you. Everyone. I'm sorry I abandoned the power of love in this manner. Tears welled up in Librian's eyes. Luya furrowed his brows, thinking, what the hell? Is she really going to pull off a miracle now? As if fearing what was to come, a surge of pink energy suddenly gathered from the audience of the second universe towards Librian, and her power began to rise continuously. That woman's power is increasing. Vegeta sensed Librian's power growing stronger. Should we help? Number 17 looked at the scene and said, no need, let Luya handle it directly, he can do it. The pride of the Saiyans cannot be trampled. If you lack the ability, you deserve to be beaten. Vegeta snorted coldly. He generally resisted the idea of helping, especially since they were both Saiyans. Well then, fine. Number 17 shrugged, then he dashed off to find other opponents. Is this everyone's expectations and love for me? Ribrian also felt a continuous surge of power rising within her, somewhat stunned, then suddenly realized, yes, only with everyone's support can I amplify love to the utmost. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying power erupted and Ribrian looked at Lua. Sorry, I won't lose, my comrades won't allow me to. I will fill the entire arena with love. Let's go. Suddenly, with a surge of immense power, Ribrian's strength skyrocketed to an astonishing height, gradually suppressing Lua's Kamehameha. Lua frowned slightly, then suddenly increased his output, directly withstanding the opponent's attack. Yet even so, he found it difficult to resist the increasingly fierce power. This is it. I represent all the beings of the second universe, conveying the power of love to Ribrian. Let this hope of love accompany you in battle. The destroyer of the second universe suddenly spread her arms, looking as if she were about to save all beings, but the effect was astonishing as a strong pink light radiated from her, gathering towards Ribrian. This is the love of all the people in the universe, the destroyer of the second universe said proudly. Isn't this a violation of the rules? Beerus said, somewhat dissatisfied. Sorry, Lord Zeno said, this is not a violation. So it's understandable, the Grand Minister explained with a smile. How can this be? The god of destruction of Universe 7 gritted his teeth. Xena's purpose was to make the tournament of power more exciting, so he could enjoy watching, and as long as he was happy, some rules could be considered flexibly. At this moment, Ribrian's power had reached a terrifying level, even surpassing Lua. What kind of power is this? Vegeta said in astonishment. It is said to be the gathered power of love from the second universe. The effect should be similar to a spirit bomb. Goku pondered, should we help? Number 18 crossed her arms, watching the scene. Well, Goku hesitated. At that moment, Lua suddenly spoke up. Is this the power of your entire universe? If so, then how disappointing. Everyone looked at Lua in confusion. What do you know? You wouldn't understand the power of love from all. Justice will always triumph over evil. Ribrian shouted, continuously enhancing her power output as the giant heart energy sphere began to push back Lua's Kamehameha. Justice. Sorry, forgive me for laughing. Another one full of justice, how ridiculous. In the face of absolute power, everything is garbage. Lua sneered coldly, then suddenly shouted, what does the power of the universe matter? Watch me shatter the universe with sheer force. Oh. In an instant, Lua's aura suddenly surged, a powerful force swept out, and a massive red beam shot up into the sky. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards this side. This astonishing power. The 11th universe's Taupe looked at Lua's figure with a complex expression. Jiren felt nothing, though initially a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes, but it was so subtle that no one noticed. What species are the Saiyans of Universe 7? The god of destruction of Universe 3 said in astonishment. I originally thought only Jiren from Universe 11 hadn't researched this, but I didn't expect this Saiyan to unleash such terrifying power. Incredibly unbelievable. Beep, beep, beep. The god of destruction of Universe 3 made mechanical sounds. The angel explained. Lord Moscow said the plan proceeds as normal. After powering up, Lua transformed into Super Saiyan Red. Now let me show you true power. Lua looked at Ribrian, and in the next moment, he suddenly gathered energy. Came. Hame. Huh. With a roar, Lua suddenly unleashed a terrifying Kamehameha, which suppressed Ribrian's power. How can this be? It's impossible. How could his power defeat mine? Ribrian was incredulous. She had gathered the faith of the entire universe. How could she be so weak? The power of the universe is indeed strong, but you lack any purity. With your ambition, how could you possibly wield the power of the universe? Lua scoffed disdainfully, and then suddenly exerted force. Come on. It's time for you to be eliminated. Oh. Ribrian screamed as she faced Lua's overwhelming power, having no chance to resist. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave engulfed Ribrian. The latter's plump figure was blown away. Oh. Accompanied by a scream, Ribrian's body fell directly off the arena. It's over. The members of the second universe turned pale. I declare Ribrian from the second universe is eliminated, and simultaneously all members of the second universe are eliminated. According to the rules, the second universe will be erased. The Grand Minister announced. The members of the second universe were all filled with despair. They did not expect to lose so easily. Hey. The two Zeniths did not hesitate, raising their hands and then clenching them. Whoosh. The entire second universe disappeared. Suddenly, two more figures appeared in the audience. How can this be? Even we. The god of destruction from Universe 10 said incredulously. Their last two contestants were also eliminated. Eliminating them were Gohan and Piccolo. Contestants Rubalt and Wabuni from Universe 10 are eliminated, and simultaneously all contestants from Universe 10 are eliminated. Following the second universe, they are set to be erased. The Grand Minister said blandly. So fast. Left Zeno exclaimed in amazement. Another universe is about to be eliminated. Right, Zeno exclaimed excitedly. Universe 10, erased. The two Zeniths directly moved to erase it. The crowd was complex, having witnessed the destruction of 2 universes in succession. Such power is truly terrifying. Moreover, what made them more apprehensive was that so far all 3 eliminated universes had been taken out by Universe 7. This is enough to prove the strength of Universe 7. Friendly reminder, don't blindly send gifts, especially students. It's unnecessary, or you'll have to rely on your parents, so spend rationally. If you send gifts, it'll update more all voluntary. Think carefully before doing so. Just watching 3 videos for love is already very supportive, thank you. In the 2nd universe and the 10th universe, the eliminations from both realms heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Moreover, everyone realized how grave a mistake it was to provoke the 7th universe. Whether it was the 9th universe, which had been eliminated early, or the 2 universes now facing elimination, they had always been enemies of the 7th universe, which led to their downfall. This also made the remaining universes aware that the strength of the 7th universe was extraordinary. Incredible, the 7th universe managed to withstand the attacks of 3 universes single-handedly. Such power is truly unexpected. The king of the 3rd universe adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of significance. However, our next objective is to test the strength of the strongest warrior Jiren. For now, the 7th universe does not warrant our full attention. Suddenly, a subtle smile appeared on the face of the king of the 3rd universe. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lua landed on the ground, returning to his normal state. The previous battle had taken a toll on him, but his strength was also growing with each fight. He still needed to rest well. For the final battle, he had to restore his condition. The remaining universes now included the 3rd universe, 4th universe, 6th universe, 7th universe, and the 11th universe. Among these 5 universes, the one with the most participants was the 7th universe, but the strongest force was the least populated 11th universe. Jiren alone could suppress everyone. At this moment, Hit was engaged in a fierce battle with Dispo, and Hit was currently at a disadvantage. Although he had spotted Dispo's weakness, unfortunately the opponent's speed was just too fast, surpassing the speed of sound. Thus he remained at a disadvantage. However, soon Goku joined the battle, transforming into his Super Saiyan God form to team up with Hit. Only then did they barely uncover Dispo's weakness. On the other side, Gohan and Piccolo were also facing strong enemies, and the hidden foes lurking in the shadows were the most terrifying, as they were being attacked by unseen opponents likely to be caught in a tough battle. Vegeta was fighting against Cabba from the 6th universe, and under Vegeta's guidance, Cabba successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade. In an instant, their fight fell into a stalemate. Lua was resting, but soon he was disturbed by an unexpected guest. Swish! A silent liquid suddenly struck. Lua's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly launched a ki blast at the opponent. Boom! Despite the explosion, the liquid suffered no damage and charged directly at Lua, sticking to him like rubber. Lua realized that this was Majin KO from the 3rd universe, possessing an extraordinary physique. I initially wanted to gauge Jiren's strength, but since you are making a name for yourself at this moment, don't blame me for being rude, the king of the 3rd universe sneered. KO began to constrict further, seemingly trying to suffocate Lua. But, you think you can test my strength so easily? Too naive. Lua scoffed, then suddenly roared, causing an explosion in the arena. Oh! KO screamed as his body was sent flying. How is this possible? Not only were the members of the 3rd universe astonished, but so were those from the 7th universe. For at that moment, Lua's body appeared to have shattered into several pieces like rubber. Lua, has he been dismembered? Krillin said, breaking into a cold sweat. It's not that simple. It seems Lua has mastered an incredible technique. Whis, with his keen insight, knew it was not as one-sided as it appeared. Feel it for yourselves, and you'll notice Lua's ki hasn't diminished at all. What is going on? Beerus frowned. Lua's fragmented body floated, and suddenly his flesh began to squirm. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Lua was reborn, transforming into several Lunas. Regeneration technique. Lua tilted his neck and said somewhat complicatedly, interesting, though the pain is only momentary, I can regenerate infinitely. This is the power of Majin Buu. In the GT timeline, he defeated Majin Buu and acquired Boost regeneration technique. Lua had just had a sudden impulse to test its power, and unexpectedly, it was just as he had imagined. After regeneration, Lua transformed into several clones, and then they looked at KO, grinning. You, my friend, are out of luck. With that, the clones vanished, and then appeared around KO, surrounding him directly. Oh, this is bad. KO began to feel fear. Lua, however, offered no escape, extending his hand toward KO and gathering his power. Boom. Predictably, KO was blown away, falling off the stage. Contestant KO from the 3rd universe is eliminated, the Grand Minister stated flatly. How could this happen? You didn't even force out the opponent's full strength before being eliminated. The king of the 3rd universe expressed dissatisfaction. KO felt somewhat ashamed. Great. Another one eliminated. Beerus and the others were quite pleased. After so many eliminations, the participants left in the arena are all elites. What follows now is the real competition. Whis laughed lightly, feeling excited. Lua merged his clones back into himself, returning to one person, then glanced at the shattered stage and the dwindling participants, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. The rest were all masters. Thinking of this, Lua suddenly cast his gaze toward Jiren in the distance, his expression serious. He might not be able to match him in combat, but he must face this formidable foe himself. At the same time, Jiren sensed something and turned to look at Lua, his eyes calm. The two exchanged a gaze across the distance filled with tension. On another front, Gohan and Piccolo were dealing with a formidable duo. This duo was quite extraordinary, utilizing unknown orbs for reflection, allowing them to reflect attacks entirely and achieve a carpet-bombing effect. There was no ground to stand on. However, Piccolo led by example, using himself as a target to attract fire, allowing Gohan to seize the opportunity to counterattack, thus they could find openings. Soon, under the condition of Piccolo sustaining injuries, Gohan stepped up, directly defeating the opponents with overwhelming power. The two contestants from the fourth universe were eliminated. The contestants of the fourth universe each possessed various strange techniques, making them quite tricky to deal with. The constant eliminations left the fourth universe's Katra feeling somewhat displeased, as they were on the brink of running out of contestants. Boom. Though the number of combatants had sharply dwindled, the battle raged with undiminished ferocity. Goku and Hit joined forces to confront Dispo of Universe 11, and another warrior skilled in support tactics whose interventions posed a genuine challenge to them. Meanwhile, Gohan clashed with a fighter from Universe 4. Yet his situation grew precarious, having expended tremendous stamina in his earlier bout against the elite warrior of Universe 10. He now struggled under the opponent's relentless assault. Thud! Seizing an opening, Gohan delivered a crushing kick that sent his adversary flying, granting him a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Gohan of Universe 7, the son of Son Goku. Not bad at all. At that instant, a slime-mocking voice cut through the air. Who's there? Startled, Gohan whirled toward the source, only to see Frost and Frieza approaching leisurely. Frieza? Frost? How on earth did the two of you end up together? Gohan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Ho ho ho, classmate Son Goku. Long time no see. I must say, I'm astonished by how vastly your power has grown since our last encounter. Frieza mused curiously. He recalled that upon his recent resurrection, Gohan's strength had been far less imposing. Easily overpowered then, yet now radiating an aura so formidable, it rendered him virtually unrecognizable from the warrior he once knew. What else could it be? A partnership, forged solely to eliminate nuisances like you, and claim the Super Dragon Balls. Frost cackled triumphantly. He had every reason to gloat. Frieza was cut from the same cloth, a kindred spirit in ambition and ruthlessness. Their alliance, though founded on mutual exploitation rather than trust, was pragmatic. Frost knew full well that standing out in this tournament of power would be near impossible without such an ally, and Frieza for his part welcomed the arrangement. You two scoundrels. Gohan gritted out between clenched teeth. Seeing the confrontation escalate, the Universe 4 fighter withdrew without a word. Ho ho ho. Shall we politely ask you to step aside for the sake of the Super Dragon Balls? What do you think? Frieza grinned wickedly at Gohan. Then come and try. Gohan assumed a battle stance, ready to meet the threat. Ho ho, so who shall go first? Frieza turned toward Frost. Frost smiled faintly. Since he hails from Universe 7, why don't you take the lead? A fine gesture to demonstrate our cooperation, don't you agree? No need. At that moment, Whis appeared silently atop the arena wall, observing the scene below with serene detachment. Master Whis. Gohan cried out, elated. Whis? Ho ho, so you've decided to join the party. Frieza smirked, but his eyes flickered crimson for an instant. Frost fixed Whis with a venomous glare. Old scores remained unsettled, and here he was brazenly reappearing. Glancing sidelong at Frieza, Frost resolved to use him. Only for Whis to preempt him coldly. Frieza, you truly do relish playing the fool, don't you? What? The words struck like lightning, silencing the arena. Oh, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm afraid I don't follow, Frieza replied smoothly. Whis spoke calmly. Your alliance with Frost. Isn't it merely a charade designed to toy with him? What's going on, Frieza? Frost recoiled in shock, wheeling toward Frieza, who stood with his back, turned gaze locked on Whis. Ho ho ho, are you certain that's how you see me? Gohan too was taken aback. In his estimation, Frieza was certainly capable of such duplicity, but Whis' assertion implied something deeper, more deliberate. I'll say only this: dealing with such a feeble opponent requires no theatrics. Mere elimination suffices. Whis smiled faintly, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Frost. He made no move to strike. Instead, he regarded the villain with quiet, unnerving amusement. Frost leapt backward, startled. Damn you. How dare you look down on me? Whis' smile turned icy. It isn't disdain, it's simple fact. Your power is genuinely negligible. Mr. Frieza, let us join forces and crush these Saiyans together. But Frieza remained silent, then burst into laughter. Turning slowly to face Frost, he declared, he's right. I have been toying with you. What a... Frost's face contorted in humiliation. This is outrageous. 3 from Universe 7 ganging up on 1 from Universe 6. Kampa protested indignantly. This isn't some fair and square tournament. If you're so confident, summon reinforcements from Universe 6. Beerus smirked. Either way, the result remains unchanged. You bastard. Kampa glared daggers at Beerus, tempted almost to lunge forward and bite his ear clean off. How can this be? Am I truly the only one made to look the fool? I refuse to accept it. Frost roared. and with that unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Ho ho ho, your expression, just as I imagined, delights me beyond measure. Frieza crowed, exhilarated by the spectacle of another's humiliation. Shall you handle him, or shall I? Whis asked Frieza. The tyrant shrugged. Frankly, I'd prefer to conserve my strength for the final adversary. So if you'd be so kind. Whis gave a soft, dismissive snort, seeing through Frieza's ploy clearly, yet choosing not to contest it. Instead, he turned to Frost. Will you step down voluntarily, or shall I eject you? You, Frost sneered, and erupted with overwhelming energy, unleashing a barrage of searing beams toward Whis. To Whis, those attacks were agonizingly slow. With a flash of instantaneous movement, Shunshin, he evaded every ray effortlessly. Then whoosh, he materialized inches from Frost's face and drove a fist squarely into his jaw. Frost screamed, hurtling backward like a meteor. Scrambling upright, bloodied and furious, he thrust a finger skyward, summoning a colossal sphere of raw energy. Then I'll erase you both from existence, right here, right now. Frost snarled. Hearsay suggests you plan to obliterate the entire arena. How utterly naive. Whis smiled faintly, laced with unmistakable mockery. Damn you, die. Frost hurled the energy sphere with a roar. Whis, watch out. Gohan shouted instinctively. Whis threw his head back and laughed. Watch out. Such pitiful parlor tricks, you dare perform them before me. With that he raised a hand, and unleashed a torrent of golden ki, halting the sphere midair. Curse you. Frost bellowed, pouring even greater force into his attack. Oomph. Whis exhaled sharply, and in the next breath coalesced an overwhelming surge of power in his palm. With a single pulse the sphere shattered into dissipating light. Simultaneously Frost was struck full force, spitting blood as he rocketed backward. Boom. The explosion hurled him clear off the arena platform, plummeting straight into Universe SIX's spectator stands. No way. Eliminated that fast. Compa gasped incredulous. Excellent. Finally rid ourselves of that insufferable pest. Beerus and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. After dealing with Frost, Luya turned to Gohan saying, First, let's restore our strength, otherwise the battles ahead will be incredibly difficult. Thank you, Mr. Luya. Gohan expressed sincerely. It's a small matter. Luya waved his hand, and then looked at Frieza. Hey you. Since Goku has agreed to your terms, you should honestly help the 7th universe achieve victory. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about our arrangements. You're quite impressive. By the way, you are a Saiyan, yet I haven't heard of you before. Your background and strength are quite mysterious. Frieza gazed at Luya with some curiosity. You don't need to know my background, but just know that my power is beyond your imagination. Luya spoke proudly. Is that so? Then I really must find time to meet you. Huh. Well then I must take my leave. Take care of yourselves. Frieza smiled slightly, and then turned to leave. However, as he turned, a glint of hidden brilliance flashed in his eyes. This guy is very dangerous. Gohan walked up to Luya, his expression serious. Luya nodded, saying, I know, but don't worry, he won't stir up much trouble. Gohan nodded. In that case, I will leave too. Luya nodded. Take care of yourself. Gohan departed directly. Luya glanced around, took a deep breath, and walked in a certain direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, a loud crash echoed as a small mountain was smashed, burying Goku beneath it. The one attacking him was none other than Dispo from Universe 11. The opponent's speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that even Goku, who could use instant transmission, was caught off guard. On another front, Hit was battling another contestant. However, the opponent's strength was far inferior to Hit's, making elimination just a matter of time. Goku cleared away the rubble and looked at Dispo, saying, As expected of the fastest in Universe 11, your attacks are quite impressive. Dispo looked at Goku with pride. You're not too bad yourself, but for me, you simply can't keep up with my speed. Is that so? But unfortunately, I must inform you that I have seen through your tricks. Goku suddenly flashed a confident smile. Is that so? Dispo's face showed a hint of surprise, clearly skeptical. Indeed. Although your speed is extremely fast, there is a clear weakness. This is something I only discovered after taking a few beatings. Otherwise, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Goku laughed softly. What are you talking about? How could I possibly have a weakness? Do you want to try? Dispo's expression darkened. Haha, bring it on. Goku smiled slightly, then his form trembled, and he transformed into Super Saiyan God. The red divine light was incredibly dazzling. A mere facade. Since that's the case, let me show you the power of Dispo. Dispo snorted coldly, then charged forward his form, transforming into an afterimage as his speed exceeded time itself, surpassing the speed of sound. However, Goku showed a smile filled with battle intent, and in the next moment, he shot a ki blast straight ahead. Boom. To everyone's surprise, Goku's attack actually hit its target. It was unbelievable. What just happened? The clown god of destruction and others exclaimed in disbelief. That guy actually managed to hit Dispo? This is impossible. Even the 11th Supreme Kai was extremely shocked. Goku looked at the now visible Dispo, smiling, and he was even more certain of his guess. Dispo had injuries and his expression was quite grim. How could this be? How could you possibly land an attack on me? Your attacks are too monotonous, meaning that when you unleash your super speed, your trajectory is linear. Thus, this is your fatal weakness. As long as I can predict your path, I can easily locate you. Goku smiled lightly. Damn it. This guy has even discovered the loophole that even Topo failed to notice. He's a true combat genius. However, even I didn't notice. This is troublesome. Dispo's expression grew grim. Come on. From now on, I won't let you hit me again. Goku took a fighting stance. I'm not afraid of you. Dispo snorted coldly, and then once again unleashed his speed-surpassing sound. Suddenly Goku unleashed countless ki blasts which spread all around, blocking all possible linear paths. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, before Dispo could even appear, he had already triggered a ki blast, and a series of explosions erupted. There, Goku's gaze sharpened. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and appeared right in front of Dispo, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Dispo crashed through a small mountain, lying in the rubble in a sorry state. You've lost. Goku looked at him coldly. Damn it. Dispo struggled to stand up, his expression filled with unwillingness. Meanwhile, Hit had successfully eliminated a contestant from Universe 11, leaving only 3 members remaining in Universe 11. Hit glanced at the battlefield where Son Goku was, then spoke with some complexity. Son Goku, a true genius, has managed to find gaps in his opponent's defenses even in such a battle. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he looked incredulously in a certain direction. There a figure was slowly walking towards Son Goku. That is. Hit pondered for a moment, then decided to retreat. He knew that a true heavyweight was about to make an appearance. On the other side, Lia also stopped looking at his intended target. Am I a step too late? Dispo attempted to stand, but winced in pain from where Super Saiyan Blue Goku had hit him, making it hard for him to endure. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke beside him. Step back, oh, leave the rest to me. As the cold voice sounded, Dispo instinctively looked at the newcomer, Jiren. The newcomer was indeed Jiren. Goku looked at him, and his expression became serious at that moment. So Jiren is finally unable to hold back his hand. The 11th Universe Supreme Kai's face instantly turned excited. With only Jiren and 2 others left in Universe 11, if he doesn't act to intimidate the smaller Fry, they may prioritize eliminating our Universe 11. The clown god of destruction said lightly. If Jiren makes a move, it will certainly have a deterring effect. The angel smiled slightly. Of course, no one can defeat Jiren. He is the strongest warrior in the universe. The clown god of destruction said proudly. Come on, Jiren. Let them see the power that transcends the gods. What is happening? This terrifying aura. The sisters Califra, hiding behind a massive rock, were suddenly astonished and couldn't help but peek out. Sun Wukong. And that bald guy, how did they end up facing each other? Califra was somewhat surprised. Is this the aura of Jiren? Even we far in the audience can clearly feel it. Cold sweat appeared on Klin's face, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of worry as he looked at Wukong. Not just him, even Beerus and the other gods of destruction looked uncertain. How is this possible? A mere mortal's aura has reached such a level. It seems that the legendary humans truly exist, surpassing the gods. Whis also rarely showed a hint of seriousness. Isn't Wukong in danger? The Kaioshin spoke with some concern. The others fell silent as they could not interfere in the battle. Has he finally made his move? Good, let me borrow Son Wukong's power to see your strength, Jiren of the 11th universe. Dad. Gohan sensed this terrifying aura and also looked worried. Ho ho ho, it seems I've discovered an extraordinary figure. Frieza stood high above watching Son Wukong, and Jiren not far below, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, he has arrived. Vegeta's expression was serious as he watched the scene. At this moment, nearly all the contestants had stopped fighting, their gazes directed toward the battlefield where Son Wukong was, as everyone understood what this battle signified. Simultaneously, they were also very curious about Jiren's power from the 11th universe, eager to witness an exciting match. Oh, it's starting. Jiren is so strong. The 2 Zeniths clapped and cheered, extremely excited. The contestants from each universe have also stopped. They are all watching the battle between contestant Son Wukong and contestant Jiren. One of them will surely be defeated, but Jiren, who has never revealed his strength, probably has the upper hand. The Grand Minister smiled slightly. Jiren's aura spread throughout every corner of the arena, while Wukong closest to him began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Jiren so serious, Tiz knew he was no longer needed here, waved goodbye to Jiren and left. Wukong retracted his Super Saiyan Blue state, returning to his normal form, then showed a strong fighting spirit as he walked towards Jiren. The 2 approached each other while an extremely powerful aura emanated from Wukong, the 2 forces clashing, wreaking havoc across the entire arena. Soon they stood facing each other. Jiren, I've always wanted to spar with you, now I finally have the chance. Wukong smiled at Jiren. Boring, eliminating the contestants of the 11th universe one after another. Son Wukong, are you ready? Jiren looked at Son Wukong with an expressionless face. Bring it on. Wukong confidently declared. Suddenly, a glint of gold flashed in Jiren's eyes, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure erupted toward Wukong. Ugh. Wukong was directly forced back by that pressure, his body sliding back several meters. On the other side, Frieza observed this scene from a height, his expression serious, having activated his strongest talent to study Jiren's combat style. Wukong took a deep breath and exclaimed, truly powerful. To be honest, this is the first time I've encountered an opponent as strong as you. However, I won't concede easily. Saying this, Wukong let out a furious roar, and in the next moment a surge of white energy shot into the sky, followed by Wukong's aura reaching a peak. Kamehameha. Here it comes. Wukong shouted, and in the next moment, he launched the Kamehameha at Jiren. A powerful force surged forward, but Jiren merely used his aura to block Wukong's attack. Seeing this, Wukong could only retract his power and charge directly at Jiren. Tap tap tap. Jiren did not choose to dodge, but allowed Wukong to strike. However, even when Wukong poured all his strength into it, he couldn't push Jiren back even a millimeter. Wukong's punch landed squarely on Jiren's face, but the latter looked at him without expression, as if to say that Wukong's attack was nothing more than a tickle. Cool. Wukong gritted his teeth, then directly exploded with energy on the spot, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, unleashing countless punches. Even after transforming, his power multiplied tremendously, but Jiren showed no signs of change. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent, then secretly felt a sweat. How could this guy be so powerful? It can be said that no one in the arena could casually ignore Wukong's attacks in Super Saiyan form, but the other party not only managed to endure it, but showed no signs of being forced back. Hahaha, are you surprised now? Jiren's strength is far beyond this. The clown god of destruction looked extremely pleased, watching Jiren with satisfaction. It seems this battle undoubtedly establishes Jiren's authority. The 11th Kaioshin smiled faintly. Wukong could have transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue to fight Jiren. Why is he doing this? The 7th Kaioshin asked in confusion. The old Kaioshin replied lightly. Wukong is testing Jiren's strength, but from the looks of it, now it's quite dire. Tap tap tap. Wukong continued to throw punches, but it was utterly ineffective. Wukong stepped back a few steps, his face growing increasingly serious. Then he suddenly erupted, unleashing a powerful red energy, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Seeing Wukong's transformation, Jiren's gaze finally showed a ripple. Wukong smiled slightly, and in the next moment he charged towards Jiren, throwing a punch without holding back. Slap. But at that moment Jiren made his move. He simply raised his hand and grabbed Wukong's fist, while simultaneously sinking his body. Wukong's eyes flickered with surprise. It seems you are not invincible after all. Previously, no matter how I transformed and attacked you, you remained unmoved, making me think you were truly invincible. This kind of guy is more dangerous than the gods of destruction. But now that I see you finally have a reaction, it lets me know that you are not an insurmountable existence. Now it's my turn. Jiren spoke indifferently, then suddenly erupted with a pressure. Just with this pressure, Wukong's expression changed drastically, and in the next instant his body felt as if it had been struck hard, flying out and crashing into countless mountains. But the next second, with a loud roar, Wukong's figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Jiren. Wukong looked at Jiren with a serious expression, then tightly clenched his hands, beginning to gather power. Boom. In the next moment, red energy transformed into blue light, shooting into the sky as Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Pushing his power to the extreme, Wukong dared not be the slightest bit careless. The opponent before him had surpassed all previous opponents by a vast margin. Come on, Jiren. Let's have a good fight. Wukong roared, then charged towards Jiren at an extremely rapid speed. Jiren also did not remain stationary, moving simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. The two fighters displayed an incredibly terrifying speed as they engaged in battle, dazzling the onlookers. However, those with sufficient strength could see that Jiren had no pressure at all dealing with Sun Wukong. Boom. Ugh. After exchanging dozens of blows with Jiren, Wukong had been hit multiple times, yet he hadn't even grazed the hem of Jiren's clothing. Not a single scratch on his opponent. Still, he refused to admit defeat, charging fiercely towards Jiren, relentlessly launching ultra-fast punches, but Jiren effortlessly dodged them all. Though Wukong seemed to be chasing Jiren, in reality, it was Jiren who controlled the initiative. Wukong could only disguise his flaws with rapid attacks, but once Jiren landed a hit, he would completely lose the upper hand. Damn it. Why does such a powerful human have to participate in this power tournament? The 11th universe is truly formidable. Master Wutian sighed, deeply concerned for Sun Wukong as his disciple. The more he watched, the bleaker Wukong's chances seemed. Tap 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 tap. Wukong continued to attack, but couldn't land a single hit on Jiren. Instead, he grew anxious and accidentally exposed his flaws. However, Jiren keenly seized this opportunity and immediately struck Wukong with a punch, sending him flying. Wukong gritted his teeth against the pain. Jiren's strength was immense, even surpassing hits. Whenever he was struck, the agony was intense. But he dared not cry out, holding back his breath, fearing that revealing his vulnerabilities would lead to an easy defeat. Damn it. Wukong charged directly at Jiren, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that erupted fiercely. In contrast to Wukong's anguished expression, Jiren remained calm, dodging Wukong's fists before delivering a knee strike that forced Wukong to vomit. Immediately after, Jiren seized Wukong's ankle and slammed him into the ground. Wukong could only let out a series of pained cries in Jiren's grasp. He felt like a child with no power to resist. Impossible. Not even the Super Saiyan Blue is effective against that guy. Vegeta looked on in disbelief, shocked that such a powerful form as Super Saiyan Blue could be so easily countered by someone named Jiren. Interesting, it's my first time seeing Sun Wukong in such a dire state. Frieza remarked, surprised, yet a hint of seriousness crossed his face as he looked at Jiren. Tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, while being tossed around by Jiren, Wukong roared and unleashed Kaioken, instantly breaking free from Jiren's grip. At the same time, he threw a punch at Jiren. Jiren's eyes narrowed and he instantly vanished from sight. Wukong followed suit, and the arena echoed with collisions, but soon a figure was sent flying. It was Wukong. He was deeply embedded in the stone wall, gasping for breath. Jiren appeared before him, grabbing his hair and delivering several punches. Wukong was struck until he vomited. Just as he was about to unleash his rage, Jiren released a red energy blast that swept him away. Ugh! Wukong was propelled away by the energy blast as Jiren suddenly extended his palm toward Wukong and clenched it fiercely. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, astonishing everyone. Wukong. The members of Universe 7 gasped in shock. Crushed. Completely overwhelmed. Even with the tenfold Kaioken, he was no match for Jiren. Ha ha ha. Well done, Jiren. You've eliminated Sun Wukong. The remaining members of Universe 7 will be no problem. The God of Destruction, the clown, exclaimed excitedly. With this, the 11th universe is now in control. The 11th Supreme Kai smiled slightly. Sun Wukong never anticipated that his arrogance would become Jiren's weapon to intimidate the weak. The clown God of Destruction sneered, seeming to grasp the situation. Is Dad really out? Gohan asked, incredulous. Not necessarily. We still haven't seen old Sun appear in the audience. Piccolo said calmly. Moi. At that moment, as the smoke cleared, everyone's gaze was drawn to the edge of the arena where a hand was gripping tightly, refusing to fall. TCH. What a lucky break. The clown God of Destruction grumbled. The members of Universe 7 all let out a sigh of relief. Wukong exerted himself and leaped back up, gasping heavily, somewhat incredulously, stating, Your power far surpasses mine. Jiren looked at Sun Wukong and approached him, saying, Sun Wukong, there's no need to struggle. You are no match for me. Wukong, however, smiled and replied, That may not be true. I will never give up. With that, he suddenly released his rage, instantly boosting Kaioken to 20 times its strength. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire arena with his presence reminiscent of Jiren's earlier display. Jiren, however, remained unfazed, convinced that the outcome he foresaw was inescapable. Wukong clasped his hands at his waist and began to gather power, shouting Kamehameha. Huh. Boom. Unlike the last time, this time he charged up with the 20-fold Kaioken and super blue power, creating an incredibly terrifying force. Even Jiren showed a slight reaction, but that was all. Jiren casually extended his hand, and a wall of energy appeared before him, formed from his own aura. Wukong's attack failed to break through the wall of energy. How could this be? Even Wukong himself found it hard to believe that his opponent's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even his strongest Kamehameha couldn't breach the opponent's defenses. Is this a joke? Suddenly, Jiren's eyes glinted with a red hue, and a powerful energy blast shot forth, instantly shattering Wukong's Kamehameha, and an even more potent force surged toward him. Wukong was startled and quickly dodged, but as he leaped, Jiren appeared before him, once again delivering a punch that sent Wukong crashing down. Boom. A massive pit formed on the arena, with Wukong gritting his teeth in pain. How could this happen? He had clearly unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, yet it had no effect at all. The 7th Supreme Kai couldn't believe it. Even such a powerful Wukong had been defeated. There's nothing to be done. Jiren has far surpassed Wukong. The gap in strength means that the weak will always be powerless, no matter their efforts. Weiss shook his head, speaking with some regret. Weiss, what are you saying? You're undermining others to boost yourself. Beerus glared at Weiss in displeasure. Oh dear, but that is the truth, Lord Beerus. Weiss said with a hint of regret. Huh, Beerus, your disciple seems to lack any sense. How dare he challenge Jiren? The clown God of Destruction couldn't help but pile on. Shut up. At least it's better than your Universe 6 where no one dares to step up. Beerus retorted. Say what you will be waiting for Sun Wukong to be eliminated, then let's see how you handle it. The clown sneered. Damn it. Is there really no way to defeat Jiren? Beerus shouted in frustration. Defeating Jiren? I think you are dreaming. The clown God of Destruction wore a sly smile. Jiren invincible? Jillian walked to the edge of the pit and looked at Sun Wukong. Is that all your strength? Wukong struggled to stand up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not at all, I still have my final trump card. With that, he leaped into the air and landed on a high ground, then raised his hands. Everyone, please share a bit of your energy with me. Seeing this scene, those who were puzzled looked on in confusion, while those who understood suddenly realized. Is Wukong about to use the spirit bomb? Klin couldn't help but speak up. Idiot. Shut up. Just contribute your strength. Beerus, fearing that Klin would accidentally reveal too much, couldn't help but kick him. The audience from Universe 7 all raised their hands, and immediately white energy began to fly towards Wukong. Gohan and Piccolo, knowing what Wukong intended to do, raised their hands at once to share their energy with him. Luoya sighed. Although he knew it wouldn't have much effect, he still raised his hand. He was using the system to detect Jillian's power, but he hadn't fully witnessed the opponent's strength yet, so the statistics were somewhat incomplete. To defeat him, he needed to see Jillian make a move, so he could only rely on Wukong. Of course, he knew that Wukong would eventually master the Ultra Instinct. Oh, interesting, this move seems familiar. Frieza chuckled, showing no hesitation as he raised his hand. Then I won't hold back either, let me contribute my share of strength. The energy from his allies continuously gathered towards Wukong, and above his head a massive white energy sphere began to form. That is, the participants from other universes were shocked as they sensed the deathly aura emanating from within. The Spirit Bomb, the nemesis of all evil. Son Wukong, to think you still had such a powerful technique hidden. Truly a terrifying Saiyan. The god of destruction from Universe 11 spoke with a grave expression. Humph. But what of it? Jillian's power far exceeds that of Son Wukong, so I believe Jillian will surely be able to take him down. The god of destruction, the Joker said, casually, filled with immense confidence in Jillian. However, he also felt a bit anxious and called out to Jillian, Jillian, hurry up and finish off Son Wukong. Jillian looked at Son Wukong and said calmly. He did not strike, while Wukong was gathering strength, giving his opponent enough respect. That's right. This is the Spirit Bomb, so Jillian, this is my most powerful technique. If you can take it, then I will lose. Wukong said solemnly. Very well, then let me show you. Jillian slightly steadied his stance and looked at Son Wukong. Here it comes. Huh. Wukong suddenly let out a low roar, and then he hurled the Spirit Bomb fiercely at Jillian. However, the expected shocked expression from Jillian did not appear. Throughout it all, Jillian remained incredibly calm. Just as the Spirit Bomb was about to hit Jillian, he suddenly glared fiercely, and a powerful aura directly blocked the Spirit Bomb. What a... At that moment, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Is he even human? He blocked the Spirit Bomb just with his aura. Clint and the others turned pale, unable to believe what they were witnessing. You must understand, the Spirit Bomb is something that ordinary people cannot resist at all. As long as the user has ample stamina, it will hit its target. But now the opponent blocked it. Then doesn't that mean the opponent's own power far exceeds that of the Spirit Bomb? I understand. Jillian refrained from striking early because he wanted to crush Son Wukong while he exerted his full strength. That kind of intimidation would be the most effective. The god of destruction from Universe 11 suddenly realized. Even so, I'm sure everyone has seen how powerful Jillian is. The Joker god of destruction smiled faintly. Bastard. How is this possible? Wukong was also shocked, unable to believe that his strongest attack was blocked just by a glare. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Alt. Wukong roared, and then he erupted with energy, fully powering up with Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. Although his stamina and injuries were severe, he was finding it difficult to maintain. But what left Wukong in despair was that Jillian was completely unfazed. How could this be? How could there be such a powerful warrior? No matter how steadfast Wukong's martial heart was, he was now trembling with fear. It's time to end this, Jillian said calmly, then stepped forward. A terrifying aura erupted, and instantly Wukong's Spirit Bomb was pushed back. This is bad. Gohan and the others felt their hearts race. They wanted to help, but that terrifying aura told them this battle was beyond their involvement. Jillian, go ahead and shatter Son Wukong's pride completely, Topo murmured as he watched the scene. Ah! Wukong struggled to maintain the Spirit Bomb, but as Jillian continued to approach, he realized he couldn't hold back Jillian. Son Wukong, you are indeed a worthy opponent, but in the face of absolute power, you are still insignificant. Jillian extended his hand, then let out a low shout, and that massive Spirit Bomb suddenly rebounded back towards Wukong. This time Wukong lost the strength to block it, as Jillian's power was something he could not withstand. Wukong let out a scream as a powerful force enveloped and swallowed him. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The entire arena was nearly destroyed at that moment, and the entire Void Realm trembled. It's over. Jillian crossed his arms and slowly closed his eyes. The explosion lasted for a very long time, and the scene gradually returned to normal. At this time, a huge pit appeared in the arena, and after the pit there was nothing but a lingering aura of destruction. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, and within their hearts a trace of fear emerged. Son Wukong's ultimate move was powerful enough to instill dread in everyone. But Jillian was able to push such immense power back, which proved just how formidable he was. I can't sense Wukong's aura. Could it be that Wukong? Clint and the others examined closely, and their faces turned pale. How is this possible? Even if he was eliminated, Wukong should still be teleported back to the audience. Beerus said incredulously. Oh dear, I don't feel Wukong's strength at all. He seems to have vanished. Whis said with a complicated expression. Vanished? Do you mean Wukong is dead? Beerus said in disbelief. Impossible. Clint and the others were all in despair. In the arena, everyone stared at the massive pit, keenly aware that Son Wukong's aura had vanished completely. Throughout the realm of nothingness, not even a trace of his presence remained. In other words, Son Wukong is dead. The companions all wore expressions of disbelief. Wukong was their heart's anchor, and now that he had disappeared, it was a tremendous blow to them. Is this the power of Jiren? Who in the arena can contend with him? Even someone as strong as Sun Wukong has been crushed. Does Jiren's actions count as murder? Beerus glanced at the Grand Minister somewhat unconvinced. The Grand Minister looked at everyone, and then said Sun Wukong's death can be attributed to his own attack. Therefore, according to the rules, Sun Wukong perished due to his own actions. It is not Jiren's responsibility. Regrettably, Sun Wukong's disappearance is a result of his own issues, and Jiren did not commit murder. Now I announce that Sun Wukong has fallen and is considered eliminated. The Grand Minister said coldly. Although he held some regard for Sun Wukong, rules were rules, and even he could not break them. The two Omni Kings exchanged glances. They had regarded Wukong as a friend, yet now they had to personally erase his qualifications, which was difficult for them. Is it really over just like this? The people of Universe 7 all bore sorrowful expressions. Luo Ye stood above, his face serious as he looked down, yet he showed no signs of worry. Everything was proceeding as he had anticipated. Wukong would not lose the match so easily. It was not yet his time to enter the arena. Jiren cast a casual glance into the massive pit before turning to leave. Suddenly, a remnant shadow rushed towards him with terrifying speed. However, Jiren simply reached out and grabbed a bug-like creature. How could this be? It was detected. The god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, found it hard to believe. The insect participant was indeed from Universe 4. He had originally planned to ambush Jiren when he let his guard down and exhaust his stamina, but he never expected the opponent to be so formidable that he could detect him. Jiren looked at the bug contestant in his hand and said, "The struggles of an ant." With that, he forcefully threw it away. The insect flew out at bullet speed, unable to escape the grip of that power, only able to watch helplessly as it fell from the stage. The insect contestant Damon from Universe 4 has been eliminated. The Grand Minister announced. The Omni King, who had planned to extinguish Wukong's icon, was momentarily stunned before directly pressing to eliminate Damon's icon. Now Universe 4 had only two remaining contestants, the invisible Gamisalas and Mona. After eliminating the insect, Jiren continued walking. Could it be? Sun Wukong, is this how it ends for you? Beerus, however, was not focused on the changes in the arena, but was instead engulfed in a pessimistic mood. At this moment, the Omni King hesitated for a moment, then flipped to the interface of Universe 7. Looking at Sun Wukong's icon, the two Omni Kings exchanged a glance, and one of them silently reached out his hand. Wukong, I refuse to believe you will stop here. Beerus clenched his fist tightly. Boom, boom. Suddenly the entire arena began to tremble. This abnormality startled everyone. What is happening? The whole arena, no. The entire realm of nothingness is shaking. The gods and contestants all displayed expressions of disbelief. The gods were all drawn to the phenomenon, even the Omni Kings were no exception. That strange movement, could it be? Teacher Wutian suddenly thought of something somewhat incredulously. No need to say more. Krillin suddenly revealed a smile. Lord Beerus, share your thoughts. Whis suddenly said lightly to Beerus. After a brief moment of distraction, Beerus suddenly showed a hint of a curve. It's coming. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming white light shot up from the massive pit into the sky. The entire arena shook with that boundless power. Has it finally arrived? Luo Ye smiled slightly. As expected. Frieza chuckled. That Kakarot really knows how to play dead. Vegeta sneered, yet his expression relaxed. Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo rushed to Jiren's side. However, the latter ignored them and walked back towards the massive pit, his gaze fixated on it. In the white light, a disheveled figure could be vaguely seen standing up slowly, surrounded by a holy radiance. Sun Wukong, an interesting individual. Jiren remarked indifferently as he looked at the figure. As the white light dispersed, it revealed Wukong, who slowly opened his eyes, but unlike before, his eyes were no longer black, but tinged with silver. At the same time, a scorching heat emanated, radiating an incredibly terrifying wave of heat. A desperate struggle from Sun Wukong. Dispo shouted suddenly. Let's go. Toppo shouted, and together he and Dispo leapt into the massive pit, rushing towards Wukong. The two launched a combined attack, throwing a punch directly at Wukong. However, something strange happened. In an instant, Wukong slowly raised his hands, resembling the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. It seemed slow, yet its speed was extraordinarily fast. Slap, slap. In an instant, Wukong directly caught Toppo's and Dispo's attacks. The next moment, Wukong suddenly swung them away, sending both of them crashing forcefully into the wall. This scene truly stunned everyone. Impossible. How could Sun Wukong, so heavily injured, perfectly counter the attacks of Toppo and Dispo? How is this possible? The 11th Universe's Kaioshin said in disbelief. Oh dear, the changes in Sun Wukong are quite interesting. The Grand Minister smiled slightly, his tone somewhat profound. Oh, wonderful. Wukong is still alive. He's still alive. And he seems to have become much stronger. The two Omni Kings were extremely excited, waving their hands joyfully. Yet Wukong did not even glance at Toppo and the others, instead walking straight towards Jiren. To others it seemed Wukong was walking, but in the next moment he had already appeared in front of Jiren. The two locked eyes at close range. Jiren looked at Wukong, and then his gaze sharpened as he struck, but Wukong seemed to have predicted his movement, slightly tilting his head to narrowly evade Jiren's punch, while simultaneously launching his own attack. Jiren's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly dodged Wukong's attack. Their movements were exceptionally rapid, so fast that almost no other contestants could keep up. What on earth happened to that Kakarot? Why can't I keep up with their speed? Vegeta gritted his teeth, somewhat incredulous. So fast I can't even catch their movements. Number 17 also frowned. Not only them, but everyone else, including Hit, was closely watching this scene. Whis is that? Beerus, upon seeing Wukong's scene, suddenly thought of something and wanted confirmation. Yes. Whis understood what Beerus was thinking and nodded. I see he has finally reached it. Beerus revealed a smile. Yes. Whis also showed a relieved smile. Wukong's form is. Luoya, however, was watching attentively while also collecting their power data. Watching the battle between Wukong and Jiren, he felt his blood boil. Ultra Instinct. The ultimate technique. All the destroyers were astonished, gazing at Son Wukong's figure in disbelief. How is this possible? A mere mortal, how could he possibly comprehend a god's skill? The clown destroyer said in disbelief. Son Wukong is truly a monstrous existence. The Kaioshin also broke out in a cold sweat. The ultimate technique. What is that? Krillin and the others looked at Whis in confusion. With a chuckle, Whis explained, the ultimate technique differs from the traditional combat methods that rely on sensing one's chi. It employs reflexive movements of the body, requiring no thought from the brain, maximizing speed and reaction capabilities. It separates the body and consciousness, allowing each part to instinctively sense surrounding dangers without needing the brain to think before acting. This is a god's skill, a manifestation of potential unleashed after breaking through one's limits. Incredible. Krillin and the others marveled. However, even though they couldn't fully grasp the concept. Long ago, when I trained Wukong and Vegeta, I instructed them to act without thought, but their long-standing battle habits made it difficult for them. Unexpectedly, Wukong grasped this technique at such a crucial moment. I believe the impact of the Spirit Bomb forced his potential to awaken, allowing him to resonate with the Spirit Bomb and completely unleash his power. Whis continued to explain. Amazing. So does this mean Wukong can win? Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Not necessarily. Although Wukong's form bears the shadow of the ultimate technique, he is still far from reaching the expected level. Moreover, the heat emanating from him clearly indicates this. If he exhausts his stamina, he won't be able to maintain this form at all. Whis shook his head. Meanwhile, Wukong was fiercely battling Jiren, both of their speeds reaching a pinnacle beyond normal comprehension, and Wukong was actually inflicting tangible damage on Jiren. This was something no one had anticipated. Even when Wukong previously unleashed the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, he couldn't even graze Jiren's attire, but now he was leaving wounds on his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Wukong and Jiren's battle was fiercely intense, but it was evident that Wukong's offense was very aggressive, yet his heat was also increasing. So much so that even the audience could feel the heat wave. Wukong has just comprehended the ultimate technique, and his mastery over his own body has not yet caught up with the changes in his form, which may greatly diminish the power of the ultimate technique. Whis suddenly said, damn it. If even the ultimate technique can't defeat Jiren, what kind of monster is he? Beerus' expression darkened. Even he as a destroyer found it hard to believe Jiren's strength. The power of humanity has reached such heights. This is something worth contemplating for him and all the gods. At that moment, Wukong suddenly erupted, and then with a powerful punch, he sent Jiren staggering back. Boom. He landed, and the ground cracked open. Jiren looked up at Wukong with an expressionless face, his eyes cold. Meanwhile, Wukong used the force of his drop to gather strength. Kamehameha. As Wukong gathered his power, much of the heat around him suddenly dissipated, and then his eyes regained a hint of clarity. Wukong gritted his teeth, knowing deep inside that his time was running out. In his current state of just entering the ultimate technique, he couldn't maintain it for much longer. Moreover, his injuries were continuously worsening. Without hesitation, Wukong focused and formed an incredibly terrifying power stronger than the previous Spirit Bomb. Jiren, be careful, the clown destroyer suddenly shouted in worry. Oh. With a beastly roar, Wukong, having landed not far above Jiren, unleashed the Kamehameha, the fierce power rushing towards Jiren. Jiren suddenly raised his hand, and then a red energy sphere shot out directly, forming a barrier of terrifying power that blocked Wukong's Kamehameha. Impossible. Just the aura of power can stop such a powerful Kamehameha. How can this be? Krillin said in disbelief. Jiren has never used his full strength from the beginning. Master Roshi said slowly, his expression grave. This is truly astonishing power. It seems Jiren is our greatest competitor from Universe 11. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 revealed a hint of wariness in his wise gaze. I should absolutely trust Jiren's power. The clown destroyer suddenly smiled. He had been afraid that Son Wukong's power would pose a threat to Jiren, but the facts proved he had overthought it. Although Jiren initially struggled to adapt to Son Wukong's form, his power surpassed Wukong's. Thus, Jiren is the strongest. Wukong unleashed a terrifying power, but he could not advance further, and the power surrounding him was continuously dissipating. He couldn't maintain it any longer. Noticing Son Wukong's power fading, a glint of sharp light flashed in Jiren's eyes, and the next moment a powerful force erupted from his body, enveloped in red light, and then he exerted his strength instantly, overwhelming Wukong's Kamehameha, striking him directly. Boom. An area in the air exploded and Wukong's screams were heard. Wukong! Beerus shouted anxiously. In the end, he was still too inexperienced. With his strength, he cannot maintain the ultimate technique. That heat is continuously draining his stamina. Whis said regretfully. However, for this guy to achieve this point is already quite remarkable. Kampa surprisingly did not boast, but looked somewhat serious. Why is Lord Kampa praising his opponent so much? Beerus asked curiously. Kampa paused for a moment before sneering. After all, he is our opponent from Universe 6, we cannot underestimate him. Whoosh. As the explosion dissipated, Wukong fell directly into a massive pit, having reverted to his normal state. In his normal state, Wukong was already at his last gasp. He had exhausted all his strength in the spirit bomb explosion, and now having shed the ultimate technique, he returned to his pre-release state devoid of any strength. Jiren, throw that unpredictable factor Sun Wukong out, the clown destroyer suddenly shouted. Jiren's expression shifted, and then he approached Sun Wukong. Standing before the pit, Jiren looked at Sun Wukong and said, to be able to push me to this point, you are truly remarkable, Sun Wukong. Your name is worthy of my remembrance. It's over. Saying this, he extended his hand, gathering an energy sphere. Not good. Beerus suddenly turned pale with fright. Is Wukong going to meet his fate just after coming back to life? Does the heavens want to play him like this? Just as Jiren prepared to finish off Wukong, suddenly a voice rang out. I'll fight you. With the emergence of this voice, the crowd and the deities were all stirred, directing their gazes towards the speaker. That is. Klin and the others were momentarily stunned. What the heck is this, a death wish? Beerus said with some irritation. Oh dear, it seems he has inexplicable confidence. Weiss chuckled in surprise. Jiren turned his head to the speaker, saying, who are you? Standing high above, Lua tilted his neck and grinned. I am Lua, a Saiyan from Universe 7. Lua, what is he doing? Jiren is so powerful, isn't he just seeking death? Gohan and the others were equally perplexed. That guy. Vegeta's expression soured. Why could everyone else shine? Are you going to fight me? Jiren looked at Lua, speaking indifferently, seemingly not taking Lua seriously. Lua smiled slightly, then glanced at Goku, saying, I can't just let you easily eliminate a companion from Universe 7. Goku struggled to lift his head and grinned at Lua. Son Goku should be the strongest in your Universe 7, right? The outcome is the same. Jiren said indifferently. That may not be the case. I forgot to tell you a fact, the strongest in Universe 7 is me, Lua. Lua laughed heartily, then suddenly shouted in anger. In the next moment, a terrifying power awakened and a powerful light erupted from within Lua. Boom. In an instant, Lua's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, the white light suddenly transformed into a red power. Amidst the red light, Lua appeared, and this scene resembled Goku comprehending the Ultra Instinct. As the red light gradually dissipated, Lua, enveloped in red brilliance, looked at Jiren and grinned. This is the full power output of Super Saiyan Red. How can this be? That form's aura is even stronger than the blue one. At this moment, witnessing Lua's power, the deities were taken aback. Although Lua had transformed into Super Saiyan Red before, it was merely a flash in the pan compared to now, where he was fully unleashing his strength. As gods, they could naturally sense Lua's aura and also realize the strength of the red form. The 6th Universe's Kampa was somewhat shocked at this scene. Why can he transform too? Could it be that during the last battle he did not display his true power? That shouldn't be the case. Based on the last battle, he should have truly unleashed his power, but now he has improved to such an extent which is indeed hard to believe. Moreover, this red form seems to be even stronger than the blue one. Bardos remarked in surprise. However, there was a hint of seriousness in their eyes because the strength of Universe 7 was greater than they had imagined. It was completely incomparable to the previous battle. Jiren looked at Lua. Even though Lua showcased his power, his expression remained unchanged. Is that all? Lua did not care about the provocation because he knew that Jiren's strength was even greater than the red form. Thus, he had no intention of holding back from the start. Kaioken, 25 times. Boom. Instantly, Lua's power surged again. In that moment, the entire arena was filled with Lua's aura. Is this guy still human? The deities were equally astonished. They couldn't believe that there was someone in Universe 7 who was stronger than Son Goku. With power radiating all over, Lua slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. What do you think? My power has already surpassed Goku. Jiren's eyes moved slightly, then he shook his head. There is some power, but it falls short of my expectations. Lua snorted coldly, then immediately unleashed all his skills. Bang! Whoosh! In the next moment, Lua charged towards Jiren. Jiren's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and at once a powerful aura radiated out, causing Lua's form to be blocked. What a... Even so, it doesn't work. Klin and the others were somewhat shocked. Lua's power had already astonished them, but it seemed Jiren was even stronger. With these tricks of yours, how could you possibly defeat Jiren? Jiren is the essence of power. Any tricks are futile. The Destroyer God chuckled coldly, but to be honest, Lua's power also impressed him, as it was sufficient to keep pace with some Destroyer Gods. Jiren looked at Lua, then his aura shook again, and in the next second Lua was directly pushed back. Jiren flashed and appeared directly in front of Lua. Lua was taken aback, then suddenly exploded with rage, engaging in a fierce battle with Jiren. It is worth mentioning that by watching the recorded battle with Goku, Lua had also understood Jiren's techniques, so for a moment, they were evenly matched. Bang! The two fists collided directly. Jiren and Lua locked eyes, and in the next second a terrifying aura erupted from both of their eyes. The two forces collided. However, Jiren's strength was slightly greater, and a series of punches and kicks sent Lua flying crashing through countless rocks. While they were engaged in battle, Goku was still unable to muster any strength, not even the strength to stand. At this time, Toppo and Dispo appeared before him. Son Goku, while your strength is commendable, our justice is absolutely beyond your reach. Toppo said as he looked at Goku, then extended his hand, gathering power. I can only ask you to step aside. Whoosh. Suddenly an energy shot over and Toppo and Dispo were startled, quickly dodging to the side. The energy blast went past the spot they had just occupied. Vegeta landed and snorted, what you call justice is just taking advantage of the situation. With just you can't rescue Son Goku. Toppo scoffed. He can't, so what if I join? Number 17 appeared beside Vegeta and said casually, now it's 2 against 2, since that's the case I won't interfere. Huh. At that moment Frieza also appeared beside Son Goku. Frieza, this is a special time, do not entertain any ill thoughts. Number 17 glanced at Frieza indifferently. Ha, don't worry, I have my plans. Frieza smirked and then turned to look at Son Goku. The latter also looked at him, but Goku showed no signs of guard. He believed Frieza would not attack him. However, Frieza reached out his hand towards him. Everyone was taken aback. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Beerus roared, nearly wanting to devour Frieza. Haha, Son Goku, you also have your day. Frieza ignored the destroyer god and instead focused on this old rival. Goku chuckled. I can barely lift a finger now, are you going to eliminate me? Frieza put away his smile, then after a moment of silence, suddenly shot out a ball of energy. But it wasn't a destructive blast, just pure energy. As the energy merged, Goku's body began to regain some vitality, though not enough for him to continue fighting. At least, he wouldn't be an easy target. What is this? Goku looked at Frieza, somewhat bewildered. Frieza turned away proudly. Consider it a repayment for your kindness from back then. Back then, Goku thought carefully and understood back when they were on Namek he had saved Frieza's life, although in the end that guy did not appreciate it. Everyone did not expect Frieza to save Goku, and suddenly found it hard to react. You will not take Son Goku away. Toppo prepared to act. Then come and try. Number 17 did not back down. Hey Kakarot, get to the side. Don't interrupt our battle. Vegeta said bluntly. Goku felt somewhat helpless. Don't speak so harshly. Yet he still left, glancing at Lua, who was battling Jiren. Hey, is that Toppo? I heard you were evenly matched with Kakarot. Just right, I want to try it out. Vegeta chuckled coldly, and the next moment he exploded with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He then charged towards Toppo. P.S. Many friends might be going back to school soon. Study hard and strive for progress. Please consider a reward. Boom. A scream echoed as Lu Ya's figure crashed violently onto the arena, creating a massive pit. Jiren looked at Lu Ya with a blank expression. Throughout their battle, his expression had not changed, indicating that Lu Ya's strength was considerably inferior to that of Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct. Lu Ya gritted his teeth as he stood up, panting slightly. Although the system had analyzed Jiren's data for him, his current strength was simply unable to keep up with the opponent's speed. Even with the power of the 25 times Kaioken, he still fell short. Jiren's strength was indeed formidable. His Super Saiyan Red was slightly more pronounced than Super Saiyan Blue, and while he was progressing towards Ultra Instinct, he had yet to meet its conditions, barely reaching even half of its potential. Achieving actions without thought was exceedingly difficult, making even Wukong's Ultra Instinct ineffective against Jiren, let alone Lu Ya. However, conceding was not an option for him. Lu Ya unleashed a surge of energy, reaching his peak strength. With the 25 times Kaioken and Super Saiyan Red, his power was unmatched in the arena, yet Jiren was one of the few who could challenge him. Moreover, he was the strongest. Thus, he had to fight with all his might. Only absolute power could secure an advantage in this battle. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Ya shouted 28 times Kaioken. Boom. Instantly, Lu Ya's power surged once more. This guy, does he have no limits? The 11th god of destruction said in disbelief. Jiren, we can't allow him to be so arrogant any longer. The power of Lu Ya is increasing further. The 7th god of destruction exclaimed excitedly. It's useless. Beerus replied with a complicated expression. Why? Krillin and the others asked in confusion. Whis explained, without reaching the realm of Ultra Instinct, one cannot compete with Jiren. Lu Ya's power is formidable, but it is merely raw strength. In terms of strength, Jiren's far exceeds Lu Ya's, and his attacks are flawless and without openings, which is the most terrifying aspect. If Lu Ya cannot suppress him with strength, he will inevitably lose. How can this be? Krillin said, struggling to believe it. Wukong lost, and could even Lu Ya's tremendous form not win? Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts now? Whis looked at Beerus. Beerus was silent. He initially thought that Universe 7 would at least win this match, but he never expected such a formidable opponent to exist. Universe 7 indeed had many strong fighters from Super Saiyan Blue Wukong and Vegeta to Golden Frieza, Super Saiyan Red Lu, Android 17, and Mystic Gohan. All these were top-tier fighters in their universe, holding an advantage against other universes, yet against Jiren it felt like a primary school student facing an adult. Currently, Wukong had not regained his stamina, which was highly disadvantageous for them. At this moment, Wukong was also watching the battle, intently focusing on the fight. The reason he transformed into the Ultra Instinct state earlier was due to a stroke of luck, and there was no way for him to transform again. Haha, finally found you, son Wukong. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Wukong. Wukong turned to look at her. Who are you? The newcomer was a somewhat plump female competitor who calmly replied, my name is Mona, and I am a contestant from Universe 4. Now it's my turn to take you down. Mona. Wukong gritted his teeth. He still had not fully recovered, and the energy Frieza had given him was barely enough for him to walk, let alone fight. At that moment, Wukong suddenly felt startled, and the next second, he was struck hard, letting out a scream as he flew out. Unbeknownst to him, a small figure had appeared behind where he had been standing with blue skin and a somewhat silly demeanor. I am Gamishalas from Universe 4. Excellent. Well done. Take down son Wukong now, Quintella said excitedly. Despicable. Beerus cursed angrily. Despite this, Piccolo and Gohan quickly stepped in front of Wukong. Dad, leave the protection to us. Gohan stared fiercely at the opponent. Please, Gohan, Piccolo, I still need to recover. Wukong chuckled. Although everyone was shocked by the battle between Luya and Jiren, they did not stop for long. After all, time waits for no one. There were 5 universes left, and among them Universe 7 had the most fighters, so the remaining universes paid close attention to them. Tat tat tat. Luya, boosted by the Kaioken, continually attacked Jiren, yet the latter easily blocked his onslaught. Moreover, Jiren still had strength to spare. In fact, even with his strongest talent, Luya's power was growing stronger in battle, but Jiren's speed was increasing and his counterattacks were becoming more intense. Luya's current enhancements simply could not keep up with his opponent. Thus, he was being thoroughly suppressed. Slap. Slap. Luya's fists were firmly grasped, and as Jiren looked at him, a glint of coldness crossed his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly pulled Luya's hands, leaning back as he kicked out fiercely, landing a heavy blow on Luya. Luya felt immense pain and immediately vomited, his body convulsing as he struggled to endure the agony. However, Jiren showed no signs of relenting. As he released Luya, he executed another swift kick, sending Luya crashing down. Boom. Ow. Luya roared as he soared into the sky, once more attacking Jiren again, attempting to find the opponent's weakness. However, regrettably, before he could exchange more than a few blows with Jiren, he was once again brutally beaten, his body plummeting. Jiren looked down at Luya, slowly descending as he extended his hand toward Luya, gathering a red glow in his palm. Whoosh. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Luya's figure was engulfed in flames. Jiren landed on the ground somewhat disinterested. Although Luya was stronger than Super Saiyan Blue Wukong, with Kaioken, he fell far short of Ultra Instinct. For him, there was simply no challenge. Has he lost? Krillin and the others all focused intently on this scene, feeling anxious. This is Jiren's strength, who no one can match him. The God of Destruction Clown said triumphantly. But just then a whisper came from the smoke. What? The God of Destruction Clown and others were startled, quickly looking towards the arena with astonished expressions. Hey. It's Luya's energy. The 7th God of Destruction suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Jiren also looked toward the giant pit, and a gust of wind blew through, dispersing the smoke and revealing Luya's figure. Though Luya looked disheveled, he was now holding a fixed stance, gathering his power. Time to unleash his ultimate move. How is this possible? He took Jiren's attack, and yet remains unscathed. The Clown Destroyer's expression darkened with unease. Go Luya! Krillin and the others cheered fervently. Jiren gazed at Luya, his countenance utterly serene, as if his opponent were but a fleeting shadow, incapable of even stirring his awareness. Luya's inner energy surged chaotically, yet he forcibly suppressed it. He knew full well only by unleashing his absolute maximum power could he harbor the faintest hope. Otherwise, even his most devastating assault would fail to wound Jiren. Take this! With a thunderous roar, Luya unleashed an apocalyptic Kamehameha. A force so overwhelming that it dwarfed even Son Goku's spirit bomb in sheer destructive magnitude. Jiren's gaze sharpened. In one fluid motion, he raised his hand and condensed a blazing sphere of energy, then hurled it forth without hesitation. Boom. The two titanic energies collided, triggering a cataclysmic shockwave. Instantly, the entire arena trembled. Violent whirlwinds erupted, forcing every combatant present to grit their teeth and brace against the onslaught. Ahawk! Luya roared with boundless fury, his voice itself becoming a conduit for escalating power. Jiren, with but a single energy sphere, had effortlessly nullified Luya's ultimate technique. The chasm between them was unmistakable. No good. That boy Luya stands no chance against Jiren. Beerus' expression shifted abruptly, a flush of embarrassment rising to his cheeks. All present grew solemn. This spectacle evoked memories of Goku's spirit bomb. But if Luya fell now, would he too awaken the Ultra Instinct? Ultra Instinct is no ordinary art. It manifested in Goku only by rare fortuitous convergence. Should Luya fall, the 7th universe will lose one of its apex warriors. Whis spoke calmly. Damn it. Who among us can possibly defeat this Jiren? Beerus snarled through clenched teeth. Our only hope lies in Goku's swift recovery. If he masters Ultra Instinct, perhaps we still possess a sliver of fighting chance. Whis murmured softly. Trouble. Gohan and the others instantly turned their attention toward Jiren's battlefield. This Jiren is no mere fighter, Frieza observed from his lofty vantage point, a note of quiet awe in his voice. It's over. Luya cannot win against Jiren. Goku himself understood Jiren's terrifying might. Though Luya now surpassed him in raw strength, he remained vastly outmatched against this monstrous adversary. Hey Son Goku, looks like your stamina's nearly restored. Shall we spar? Caulifla approached Caulifla at her side. Goku frowned slightly. You too. How about continuing our last battle? Caulifla declared, eyes alight with exhilaration. Goku paused, then smiled. Very well. Come at me then. Haha. This time it's Tonon. She clapped Caulifla on the shoulder. Absolutely. Perhaps you two might even help me ascend to new heights. Goku replied with a gentle, fearless smile. Me. I'm joining too. Caulifla asked, voice tinged with uncertainty. Of course. You've mastered your innate power. You're ready to stand beside me as a true comrade. Caulifla beamed. Yes. Caulifla's face lit up with sudden joy. Hey, 6th universe. That's outright dishonorable. Taking advantage of this moment, Beerus glared furiously at Kampa. Kampa chuckled arrogantly. Hey, calling it dishonorable is quite mistaken. We call it pressing the advantage, not looting a burning house. On the arena platform, the battle raged on. Half the allotted time already elapsed. The gods, and even the Grand Minister, watched utterly enthralled. This mortal clash radiated power rivaling that of deities themselves. Within the colossal crater, fissures spiderwebbed across the ground beneath Luya's feet, straining under the unbearable weight of his surging energy. Luya fought with every fiber of his being. Though his latent potential surged ever higher, his stamina and ki waned relentlessly. In that instant, he grasped the horrifying truth: before absolute power, even perfect foresight offered no salvation. I will not lose. How dare I falter here? Luya growled low, then erupted into frenzied, unrestrained output. Saiyan's channel power through sheer vocal intensity, and through Luya's indomitable, while Jiren's assault failed to overwhelm him. Yet, Jiren, however, bore no strain. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his features. So, you wield such strength after all. This level barely merits acknowledgement. Yet choosing me as your foe, that is your gravest mistake. With that, Jiren's body trembled, then erupted in a blinding crimson aura. His power surged geometrically, ascending beyond all prior limits. He had not been serious during their earlier exchange. Even then, had effortlessly repelled Luya's attacks, even in this enhanced state. But now it was clear, unless he revealed greater strength, Luya would persist like an unkillable cockroach, refusing surrender. Thus he unleashed the same power had displayed against Son Goku, and his energy coalesced, intensifying toward Luya with lethal focus. The energy sphere before his palm swelled monstrously. It ends now. After Son Goku's defeat, yours shall become the second testament to my absolute supremacy. Jiren spoke those words with icy finality, then struck. Crockham. Instantly, Luya's Kamehameha was crushed, utterly dominated. No way. Luya's face twisted in disbelief, his resistance crumbling by the second. Jiren granted him no respite. His overwhelming blast tore through the Kamehameha like paper, then slammed directly into Luya. A deafening explosion detonated, expanding the crater further, pulverizing every nearby stone into fine dust. Everyone staggered back from the blast radius. Such power. Is Luya? Krillin shielded his eyes, voice trembling with dread. No killing is permitted on the arena. Jiren knows this well, the Supreme Kai intoned grimly. Gods and mortals alike held their breath, eyes locked on the smoke-choked crater, waiting for the verdict. Jiren stood motionless before the crater, unmoved by any shockwave or heat. He simply stared into its depths, silent. At last the smoke parted, revealing a lone figure within the crater. Seeing Luya alive, and crucially not exhibiting the same transformation as Goku, the gods collectively exhaled in relief. Thank the heavens, this Saiyan had not awakened Ultra Instinct. Wait, look again. Something's wrong with Luya, Krillin suddenly cried out. All eyes snapped back to the crater. There he lay, his Super Saiyan god form faded, yet his hair remained crimson. His gaze was vacant, fixed on the blinding arena lights above. His chest rose and fell in unnatural erratic spasms, his heartbeat accelerating wildly. Alert, host has triggered the Oozuru transformation skill. What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? While locked in combat with Top, Vegeta abruptly sensed something and cast his gaze toward Luya. But in that instant he left himself exposed, and was immediately sent flying by Top's punch. At that moment, everyone stared intently at the shifting spectacle within the colossal crater, including Jiren, because Luya's surging power now stirred an unsettling dissonance within him. Thump, thump, thump. A thunderous rhythmic heartbeat reverberated outward. Luya stood motionless, his gaze vacant. Yet his power erupted violently, swelling beyond all prior limits. Then slowly Luya rose into the air. His tail writhed unnaturally, and his body began to expand with terrifying speed, his tunic tearing apart under the strain. His face contorted into a grotesque snarl, his teeth erupted outward, sharpening and lengthening in a frenzy of mutation. That stance. Luya is about to. Piccolo's face paled. Having witnessed Gohan's transformations into the Great Saiyan form on multiple occasions, he knew instantly what this portended. Luya was attempting to transform into a Great Saiyan. No way. Gohan and the others were stunned. As those intimately familiar with Saiyan biology, they understood the impossibility. Yet why then could Luya undergo such a transformation? Ha, how utterly revolting. Must I witness this simian spectacle once more? Frieza watched Luya's grotesque expansion with undisguised disdain. Luya's power is amplifying without bound. Whis exclaimed, visibly startled. Excellent. Magnificent. Now he won't be eliminated. Beerus, ever indifferent to nuance, cared only that Luya's power had surged into berserker intensity, a boon for their side. That's not right. Master Roshi spoke gravely. Once Luya completes the Great Saiyan transformation, he risks total loss of reason and may descend into indiscriminate slaughter. Jiren, strike him down now. The Grand Minister cried out in alarm. Jiren glanced at the mutating figure, but after brief consideration held back. Because it wasn't necessary. No matter how formidable his opponent became, none could threaten him. He was simply the strongest. Ruawar. In an instant, Luya's humanoid form vanished entirely. His body swelled uncontrollably, towering to dozens of meters in height. Roar! The Great Saiyan pounded its chest violently, releasing a torrent of overwhelming force. All present recoiled instinctively, faces drained of color. Surely this violates the rules. The Grand Minister protested indignantly. The Grand Priest turned to Zeno and the other Supreme Kais, noting their rapt fascination, and smiled. Luya's transformation is an intrinsic ability, not external interference. Like Kale's earlier manifestation, it does not constitute disqualification. However, should he commit homicide, elimination will follow immediately. Damn it. The Grand Minister scowled. Calm yourself. The match remains secure for Jiren, urged the 11th Universe's Kaishin. Jiren, bring him down now, the Grand Minister barked. Jiren observed Luya and saw yet another metamorphosis unfold. The beast's jet black fur blazed gold, then within seconds burned crimson. A crimson Great Saiyan. What in the world is this? Vegeta stared in disbelief. Even as Prince Vegeta, he had never witnessed such a form. Incredible. Luya has pushed himself this far. His power has surged immensely. Goku murmured in awe. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Our battle mustn't be distracted by outsiders. Caulifla snapped, though she too stole glances at the towering beast. Right, I won't fall behind either. Goku grinned, then unleashed his aura in a blinding surge, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan. With his current stamina, achieving Super Saiyan was effortless. Ruawar. The Crimson Great Saiyan. Luya gaped wide, unleashing a devastating energy wave that exploded outward, shattering everything in its path. Destruction. Fresh from transformation, Luya had nearly lost all cognition. The rawest, most primal fury now flooded his being. All he craved was annihilation. Jiren studied the rampaging beast, his eyes turning icy. Power has increased, but reckless devastation is unacceptable. He raised a hand and fired a concentrated energy blast. The beast, however, sensed danger instantly. It hurled a massive fist at the projectile. Boom. The explosion sent the Great Saiyan staggering backward, yet it remained inside the arena. The arena was vast enough to contain even such a monstrosity. Remarkable. Even that creature was forced back. He's unfathomable. Piccolo murmured, voice layered with awe and unease. Is there no way to restore Luya? If this continues, he'll lose himself completely. Gohan voiced his deepening concern. No one can intervene. It rests solely with him. Either he transcends, or he falls. Piccolo closed his eyes, silent. Ruawar. Enraged by Jiren's assault, Luya lunged forward with a crushing overhead strike, only for Jiren to leap aside effortlessly. The beast roared again, then blasted Jiren with a horrifying energy beam. Jiren's gaze hardened. Before him, a shimmering barrier of immense heat coalesced. The barrier absorbed the blast seamlessly. Then Jiren extended his palm, compressing unimaginable energy into a single seething sphere. It ends here, you aberration. With quiet finality, Jiren reflected the sphere, striking the Great Saiyan deadened. Boom. AGH. The beast shrieked in agony, then collapsed backward with earth-shaking impact. Was it over? A hush fell. Beerus and the others held their breath. Jiren regarded the fallen form expressionless, until in the next instant his pupils contracted sharply. The Great Saiyan staggered upright. Its eyes still burned with madness, but calmer, now markedly less feral. What's happening? Vegeta and the others stared baffled. Why had it ceased its assault? Suddenly crimson light erupted from the beast, engulfing its form in radiant luminescence. Slowly, steadily, its colossal frame began to shrink. As the massive form of Luya transformed into a gorilla began to shrink, everyone felt a tightening in their chests. Beads of cold sweat transforming uncontrollably. At this moment, the senses of the gods were heightened. Luya's power is escalating with astonishing force, and it's infused with a divine aura. Beerus observed the scene, his eyes filled with a bewildering expression. Whis, can you explain this? Whis glanced at the arena, then shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know why this is happening, but it is evident that Luya has undergone a transformation. A transformation after turning into a gorilla. How is that possible? Kampa expressed disbelief. There's nothing impossible about it. The opponent's strength has already reached an extraordinary level, Lord Kampa. Vados smiled slightly, but her eyes were serious. Oomph. Kampa snorted coldly, remaining silent. What a potent aura. Even Goku and Vegeta, who could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, were sweating profusely as they realized that Luya had actually surpassed his limits. How is this possible? This was the thought in the prince's mind. He couldn't understand how the opponent could reach such a level, advancing further through the gorilla transformation. Kakarot, that fellow, also gained insight into the Ultra Instinct through battling Jiren. Should he also jump in to fight Jiren? At this moment, Luya's form had shrunk to that of an ordinary human, yet he was enveloped by a massive red energy sphere obscuring the situation within. However, Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the opponent was not simple. Finally, as the red light dispersed, everyone could see Luya's form clearly. Yet the gods present all frowned, for Luya's appearance had undergone some startling changes. At this moment, his hair remained red, but the other changes were most pronounced. His muscular chest was exposed, and his upper body was no longer clothed in a regular outfit, but rather a red sweater. His tail had also turned red. His hair was no longer short as before, but had transformed into an explosive hedgehog-like style, with long red hair cascading down his shoulders. Luya was currently with his eyes closed, his eyelids red. Who are you? Jiren suddenly asked. Luya slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiren with a smirk. This form. You can call me Super Saiyan 4th level or Super Saiyan Red 4th generation. In any case, I am Luya, the Saiyan Luya. Kaka. He twisted his neck and murmured, I never expected to appear in this form. It truly surprises me. The gorilla transformation was a skill I obtained when I first arrived in Dragon Ball Super, but I had never used it until now. However, under Jiren's previous attack, he also felt the despair Goku experienced when pushed back by the Spirit Bomb. In a moment of urgency, he recalled all the skills he could use, but only the time-space traversal and the gorilla transformation proved useful. Naturally, time-space traversal was impossible, so he gritted his teeth and directly transformed into a gorilla. At least this could enhance his strength enough to withstand Jiren's ultimate techniques. Yet unexpectedly, this led him to comprehend this realm. Of course, when he became a gorilla, due to his overwhelming strength, the gorilla transformation mutated into a red form. Furthermore, Jiren ultimately woke him up, allowing him to regain a bit of rationality, prompting him to seize the opportunity to compress the gorilla's energy. In the end, he transformed into a red-haired Super Saiyan 4th. This form embodied divine power, the strength of Super Saiyan 4th. Therefore, Luya preferred to call it the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan God. Naturally, this Super Saiyan Red transformation, evolving into the Super Saiyan God 4th level, granted him a tremendous boost in power. He could feel that this current form possessed strength surpassing his previous Super Saiyan Red when using the Kaioken. It was not only strength, but also speed and physical body. All aspects had unprecedented enhancements, especially his physical form. Moreover, Luya sensed that his perception had sharpened more than twice. Perhaps he could attempt to truly master the Ultra Instinct. With this thought, Luya chuckled inwardly, deciding to familiarize himself with his current power first. He looked at Jiren and stated, My form is called the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan God. Jiren observed Luya, then nonchalantly replied, No matter how much you improve, you will never be my opponent. Luya twisted and stretched his body, warming up while bouncing. How would you know if you don't try? Before his words could finish, Luya's form suddenly appeared before Jiren, unleashing a flurry of punches as he struck out hundreds of blows in an instant. However, Jiren was not to be underestimated, countering forcefully and managing to parry Luya's attacks. So fast. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, leaving the onlookers astonished. The gods gazed in shock at this scene, astonished that this previously unknown Saiyan could reach such an extraordinary level. It was simply hard to believe. If you look closely, you'll notice that Luya's attacks carry a flavor of Ultra Instinct. His strikes were executed with extreme speed, requiring no thought for the next move or how to evade the opponent's attacks. His dodges were exceedingly precise, and he was able to counterattack. Whis suddenly reminded them. Upon hearing this, everyone and the gods were stunned. Upon closer inspection, they were equally dumbfounded. What the hell? Another guy comprehended Ultra Instinct. Is Ultra Instinct really that easy to learn? No way. How could Ultra Instinct be learned so easily? The gods were somewhat unable to accept this. Luya's form is originally due to my guidance, allowing him to progress in the coordination of thought and body. Thus, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan Red, he gained a new understanding of Ultra Instinct. Moreover, Ultra Instinct is not fixed like Goku's form. Goku did indeed comprehend Ultra Instinct, but Luya's martial path is Ultra Instinct itself, and every breakthrough he makes is a step further into Ultra Instinct. So the stronger his power, the more he can master true Ultra Instinct. Whis suddenly understood and explained. So Luya now is like Goku having learned Ultra Instinct. Krillin asked somewhat shocked. That's correct. However, there is a distinction. Luya's form is essentially a manifestation of Ultra Instinct, and he is Ultra Instinct itself, albeit not yet cultivated to perfection. There are countless possibilities ahead. This could be said to be something that exists permanently within him, while Goku's Ultra Instinct is akin to a skill that allows him to transform into Super Saiyan, but to maintain it requires diligent effort. Whis nodded. Good lad. You certainly haven't disappointed us. Beerus exclaimed with delight. Boom. The sound waves created by the colliding red figures on the arena were incredibly shocking. Luya had entered the next realm, breaking through his limits, and his strength had reached an unprecedented height. Moreover, while battling Jillian, he enhanced his talents and quickly adapted to his newfound power, gradually tapping into his latent potential. Thus, dealing with Jillian was even more effortless than before. Luya's appearance even bore a hint of the free-flowing ultimate technique. His speed was astonishing, and he skillfully dodged Jillian's attacks with acute perception. Swish! Crash! Jillian suddenly appeared before Luya, and then delivered a powerful punch straight at him. Luya crossed his arms to defend, but the enormous force sent him crashing down. Landing safely, Luya straightened up and looked at Jillian, suddenly breaking into a smile. I can already see your strength. What a... Jillian's pupils contracted in disbelief. Luya smiled slightly, truly impressive. I didn't expect to break through to this state. I initially thought I was only at the 4th stage, but it turns out I am at the divine 4th stage. The changes from before to now have left me quite astonished. The Super Saiyan Red form is comparable to the Super Saiyan Blue, albeit stronger, with significantly enhanced speed and reaction capabilities. Even with the 20-fold Kaioken boost, he couldn't force Jillian's true strength out, showcasing just how formidable his opponent truly was. However, Luya discovered that after breaking the limits and achieving Super Saiyan God for his power had seen an astonishing increase, far more exaggerated than the leap from a normal Saiyan to Super Saiyan. Undoubtedly, it was a change in quality. This Super Saiyan God 4 form was far stronger than the previous Kaioken Red. Thus, when facing Jillian's onslaught, he was not as helpless as he had been previously. Moreover, Luya felt that his current power surpassed that of Goku when he had just grasped the free-flowing ultimate technique. That is why he dared to claim that he had already touched the essence of his opponent's power. How is this possible? How could this happen? The Destroyer God Jester and others were all aghast, unable to comprehend that the Saiyan from the 7th universe could be this terrifying. Having one monstrous Goku was already enough, but why did another, even more troublesome Luya emerge in the middle? What on earth is this guy's background? It seems that the Saiyans of the 7th universe have all mastered divine power. The gap in quality is simply hard to believe. This Luya's form and power are not inferior to Goku's. If he continues to grow, Jillian might not be able to handle him. The angel from Universe 11 said gravely. The Destroyer God Jester wore a dark expression, lost in thought. Oh dear, it seems that after initially mastering this power, Luya has also understood and familiarized himself with his strength. I didn't expect Luya to keep up with Jillian's movements. Aside from Goku with the free-flowing ultimate technique, no one else has been able to match Jillian's strength. So impressive. Krillin and the others exclaimed, astonished by Luya's power, which exceeded their expectations. Furthermore, they had always viewed Goku as the true number one, but it now appeared that Luya had surpassed him. He wouldn't have developed this way without the previous guidance. Beerus said proudly. Indeed. It is precisely because of this that Luya can bring hope to our 7th universe, wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus? Whis smiled slightly. Beerus fell silent for a moment, then replied proudly. I suppose he's decent. If he can withstand Jillian, then our 7th universe will have a very good chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Although Luya's power is formidable, I can see his limits, and this Jillian is somewhat mysterious. His strength is not something I can fully grasp. Whis looked at Jillian in the arena, his expression complex. What a... Beerus was no longer smiling. Oh, a new form. Saiyans are truly interesting. The Omni King suddenly exclaimed excitedly. The Red Warrior is indeed very impressive, another Omni King said, equally excited. Luya unleashed his potential in a moment of crisis, breaking the shackles of his limits and advancing to the next realm. This realm bears considerable resemblance to the free-flowing ultimate technique. One cannot deny that the Saiyan race is truly remarkable. The Grand Minister said enthusiastically. I didn't expect Luya to surpass us so effortlessly. Goku looked at Luya's form, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. He was eager to spar with Luya. However, he was indeed occupied. Kale and Caulifla were using their full strength against him. He sighed, realizing that the combined power of these two girls was not weak and had already surpassed his Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Goku took a deep breath and then looked at the Kale sisters, breaking into a smile. In that case, let me show you what I can do. Here I come. Caulifla and Kale charged at him directly. Boom. In an instant, a fierce battle among the three reignited. Others also momentarily diverted their attention from the two experts, Luya and Jillian, to continue their fight. Time was running out. If the number of remaining competitors became too small, they would be automatically eliminated. Thus, the universes at a disadvantage began to fight back fiercely. Especially Universe 4, which now had only 2 competitors left, and they were not very strong. As a result, Gohan and the others stepped in and were quickly suppressed. Universe 4 was likely to be the next universe eliminated. Boom, boom, boom. Under a barrage of colossal explosions, the arena lay in ruins, shattered, scarred, and strewn with debris. Though fewer than 30 fighters remained, the battle raged with undiminished ferocity. Ho ho ho, Saiyan. Since you cannot fight your own universe's warriors, I shall begin with yours, the 6th universe. Frieza roared maniacally as he hurled searing energy blasts. Under his relentless bombardment, Kaba of the 6th universe barely evaded. No chance to counterattack. Elsewhere, Hit clashed with a robotic warrior from the 3rd universe. His time-skip technique proved devastatingly effective. Even after his earlier setback against Dispo, he now reclaimed dominance on this battlefield. Each fighter faced a singular opponent and seized every opening without mercy. They knew only one universe could survive, thus every soul before them was an enemy. Victory belonged only to those who struck down their foes and hurled them from the arena. Meanwhile, Ryua locked eyes with Jiren and declared, "You still refuse to unleash your true power." Jiren gazed back at Ryua and replied, "Your strength does not yet warrant my full might." "Is that so? I know your power is immense. Should you fight at full strength, even I may fall before you. Yet my resolve refuses surrender so easily. This time the one who defeats Jiren will be me." Ryua spoke with unwavering confidence. In that instant, his body erupted in crimson energy, a torrent of overwhelming aura surging outward. Aoag! Ryua clenched his fists and roared. His power surged violently, ascending without pause. Jiren watched his calm gaze fracturing, replaced by solemn intensity. Few possessed the stature to stand as his equal. Aside from Son Goku, only Ryua before him now bore that distinction. At that thought, Jiren smiled, a rare fierce gleam of exhilaration at having found a true adversary. "Ryua, very well. I shall prove your power utterly insignificant." With those words, Jiren let out a low, guttural shout and unleashed a terrifying surge of force. Crimson light engulfed him like a living inferno. Their clashing auras rippled across the battlefield, disrupting every combatant nearby. Even Top and Vegeta felt their brows bead with cold sweat. Impossible. How could he compel Jiren to fight so seriously? Top whispered, disbelief etching his face. He refused to accept that Ryua had ascended so far, that Jiren would ignite such fury. Vegeta's expression darkened. Jaw clenched, he snarled, "Damn it. You dare flaunt your power before the prince himself? I won't accept it." His own power told him plainly both warriors stood leagues beyond him, an unbearable truth. "Humph. Worry about yourself first. I'll hurl you from this arena myself," Top retorted coldly. "TCH. If I can't best Jiren, surely you pose no challenge." Vegeta bellowed and erupted in blazing blue peak power. "Come on." Top surged forward, meeting Vegeta, heated in furious combat. Ryua completed his energy surge, but his expression tightened. Why do I sense an even greater power slumbering within me, yet remain unable to awaken it? He realized Ultra Divine Form 4 was far more profound than he'd imagined. Perhaps this form concealed untapped reservoirs of strength. But in that very moment, Ryua's expression shifted. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom. A cataclysmic force slammed into him, sending him hurtling backward. Jiren had appeared before him, silent, sudden, inevitable. Wincing, Ryua glanced at his trembling arm, then grinned. Fascinating. That power, truly extraordinary. With that, he vanished, blasting toward Jiren. Boom. They collided fist to fist, triggering a deafening shockwave that tore through the air with apocalyptic force. Ryua roared and launched a furious assault, hundreds of phantom fists raining down upon Jiren. Unfazed, Jiren didn't raise a hand. Instead, his piercing gaze unleashed concussive beams, clashing with Ryua's onslaught in blinding bursts of kinetic fury. Thud, 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 thud. Ryua pressed his assault relentlessly, yet Jiren deflected each blow with effortless precision, then countered, diverting Ryua's momentum before striking back. Neither fighter yielded an inch. Their techniques were flawless, so to break the deadlock they would need to bear their ultimate power. Boom, boom, boom. Scorching heat waves billowed outward. Though both remained visible to the crowd, the space around them detonated incessantly, cracks splitting reality like firecrackers snapping in rapid succession. Jiren's might was undeniable, but Ryua evolved mid-battle, sharpening his instincts, refining his strikes, growing ever more impervious. The spectators gripped their seats in breathless tension. This was a clash of pinnacles, where a single lapse, a fleeting misstep would seal victory or doom. For masters, combat unfolds in the blink between heartbeats. Opportunity vanishes in an instant. If you fail to seize it, death becomes your only reward. Ryua and Jiren shot skyward in unison, their power escalating with every exchange. Twin crimson streaks flared then. After colliding, they reappeared instantly behind one another. Ryua wasted no time. Spinning, he unleashed volleys of explosive ki blasts. Jiren's eyes flashed crimson, and the projectiles detonated midair, annihilated before impact. Kamehameha, Ryua bellowed, and fired a colossal spiraling beam of pure destruction. Jiren did not flinch. Calmly, he thrust his palm forward, and a dense orbiting sphere of energy lanced forth, intercepting and nullifying Ryua's blast with chilling precision. "You are more intriguing than Son Goku," Jiren observed. Ryua grinned. "Then show me your true strength, or I will make you regret holding back." His new form had emboldened him. Now he could track Jiren's movements, yet that very capability stirred restless hunger. Jiren's restraint felt like mockery. Jiren replied, "Your confidence exceeds your understanding." Ryua smirked. "The truth is, I don't even know my own limits." He sensed a dormant force deep within, unreachable, elusive. Curiosity burned brighter than fear. He needed Jiren to push him past the veil. "You understand nothing of power." Jiren's voice dropped, cold, absolute. Then he erupted, not with light, but with raw gravitational dread. That aura struck like a tidal wave of electromagnetic force, shaking the arena, silencing the crowd, turning every eye toward its source in stunned awe. What in the world is happening? Can't they just fight already? All this constant power surging. It's like they're begging for attention. The low growl of a beast echoed. At this moment the power of the two had surpassed that of anyone else in the arena. A powerful aura surged forth, and the expressions of the crowd became extremely complex, for no one could have anticipated that the strength of these two individuals was so formidable. Even Wukong and the others felt a sense of embarrassment, not to mention Julian. Even the power emanating from Luya was far more potent than theirs. This strength competition had already become the stage for the two of them. Luya and Julian exchanged glances, their eyes instantly sharpening, and in the next second they both vanished. Boom. In an instant a series of explosions erupted, followed by countless sound waves, while Julian and Luya weaved through the explosions with terrifying speed, making even someone as fast as Hit struggle to catch their movements. Huh. Luya floated in midair, suddenly unleashing his energy, sending the approaching Julian staggering back. The next moment he was enveloped in a brilliant red glow and instantly appeared in front of Julian, with a punch that was as unstoppable as a mighty force. Yet Julian's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to grasp Luya's fist. Boom. A wave of energy surged forth, shaking the space around them. Julian tightly held onto Luya's fist, calmly saying, "To reach this level, you have every right to be proud. But it's still not enough." After saying this, Julian moved swiftly, delivering a sharp knife hand strike that sent Luya crashing down. Boom. Ugh. Luya violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Julian's strike had considerable force. Julian suddenly opened his hand towards Luya, and then a red energy ball descended. Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he vanished in an instant. Boom. With a loud explosion, a massive crater appeared. Julian also suddenly vanished in the next instant. Boom. 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 On the arena, two figures darted back and forth, crashing into each other without regard for the others present, engaging in indiscriminate attacks that forced everyone else to scramble to evade. However, there were casualties. While Gohan and Piccolo were battling against the Fourth Universe's Mona and her team, they suddenly sensed danger. "Get away, Gohan." Piccolo's face turned pale as he quickly pulled Gohan aside to dodge. But Mona was not so fortunate. Her power was nowhere near enough to escape the clash between Julian and Luya. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, a scream echoed, and then Mona fell directly off the stage. No. Keetra's face turned pale upon witnessing this scene. Their fourth universe was now reduced to just 2 participants, and losing another meant only one would remain. Moreover, it was the weakest one. "Now's our chance." Suddenly number 17 whispered urgently. Number 18 understood and immediately dashed forward. At the same time, the last remaining invisible participant from the fourth universe, witnessing their companion's elimination, began to panic and could no longer suppress their form. But in the next second, number 18 appeared before it. The invisible participant was instantly terrified and quickly vanished. Number 18 missed with a leap, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but at that moment a green energy shield suddenly appeared, and within it was the invisible participant. And it was number 17 who acted just in time. Got it. Number 17 snapped his fingers and then delivered a kick that sent the invisible participant flying. The last contestant from the fourth universe is eliminated. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The fourth universe has fallen. It can't be. I don't believe it. Keetra's expression was exceedingly grim. He had not expected his team's fighters to be so easily defeated. Indeed, the fighters from their fourth universe were all skilled in various tricks, and there weren't many who were truly powerful. I announced that the 10 contestants from the fourth universe have been eliminated and are disqualified. The Grand Priest declared. Even as Luya and Julian engaged in fierce combat, they shifted their focus to the fourth universe with complex emotions. The Omni Kings did not hesitate. Their attention was currently on Luya and Julian. Regarding the elimination of the fourth universe, they quickly raised their hands and clasped them together. Swish! Suddenly, the members of the fourth universe collectively vanished, leaving only the angels behind. The fourth universe was undoubtedly the most wronged. They never expected to be eliminated simply due to collateral damage. But it was already too late. The fourth universe had become a casualty. Now only 4 universes remained. From the looks of it, the chances of victory for the 7th and 11th universes were quite high. Even though the 11th universe only had 3 members left, one of them was Julian. One person is enough to stand against all. It's truly unbelievable. Oh, I never expected to eliminate an entire universe so easily. Those two seemingly harmless kids turned out to be so ruthless. Somewhere Frieza looked at the two Omni Kings, his expression serious. But one day, I will surpass all of you gods. Don't kid around. Your power could never reach that level. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected, though it sounded somewhat weak. Oh. Frieza looked over and found Gabe standing up, clutching his injured arm. Ha, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. How could I lose to someone as evil as you? Gabe declared with determination. Very well, since you say so, I am even more eager to eliminate you. Torturing you Saiyans is one of my pleasures. Frieza cackled. Then come at me. Gabe snorted coldly, and then suddenly unleashed his energy. In an instant, a powerful force erupted, revealing the power of a Super Saiyan second grade, raising his strength several levels. Haha, in that case I won't hold back either. Frieza sneered, then unleashed his energy. In an instant, Frieza's power reached a critical point, and golden light erupted around him. He transformed into Golden Frieza. Oh. Gabe showed no fear and charged straight at Frieza. However, in Frieza's eyes, the injured Gabe had many openings. As Gabe charged forward, Frieza suddenly crouched down and then delivered a punch with no emotion. Bang. Ugh. With a muffled sound, Gabe was left dumbfounded. The immense pain forced him to revert to his normal state. Haha, sorry, I've played enough. It's time to send you down. Frieza grinned wickedly, grabbing Gabe by the hair and tossing him away. Contestant Gabe from the 6th universe disqualified. The Grand Priest said with a slight smile. This is bad. Kampa's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed Gabe, saying, Hey, why didn't you escape? You had a chance to run away. Gabe. That guy Gabe actually got eliminated. Kale frowned slightly. With Gabe's elimination, only 5 remained in the 6th universe. Hey, warriors of the 6th universe, listen to me. Throw all the members of the 7th universe off the stage. Kampa suddenly shouted. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared above Gohan and Piccolo. They were 2 Namekians, and their appearance caused Piccolo's expression to change drastically. Kale looked at Wukong and said, Hey, let's finish this quickly. Wukong smiled slightly, then let's go. After saying that, he unleashed his energy, and crimson light ignited. P.S. I thought you guys would scold me a lot. Although it's training before the match, it doesn't guarantee I won't get eliminated. But if that happens, this book will pause depending on the situation. If I'm eliminated, it'll start a new book. Only the 3rd universe, 6th universe, 7th universe, and 11th universe remain in the arena, and their battles are incredibly fierce. Only 4 universes left, but our 3rd universe will definitely be the last one standing. The king of the 3rd universe suddenly declared with confidence. Beep, beep, beep. The machine king of the universe also made a sound. The angel translated. Lord Mosca asks how the plan is coming along. Don't worry, everything is under control. The king of the 3rd universe adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. However, we still need to rely on Dr. Papa to gather some data. Now that all the warriors have showcased their powers, we can identify their weaknesses and defeat them with our strongest stance. Currently, our 3rd universe has fewer participants with only 4 remaining, so I have ordered these contestants to protect themselves as they are of great importance. We can't fall behind either. Listen up. Reduce their numbers. Xiangpa shouted. It appears that the 6th universe is clearly at a disadvantage, and if no measures are taken, they too may face extinction. Trust in Goku and the others. They will not lose. Krillin said firmly. Beerus and the king of the universe watched the arena solemnly, specifically observing the battle between Luya and Jiren. I never expected such a powerful human to exist in the 11th universe. This kind of guy is extremely dangerous. Beerus said casually. Hehe, legends among the universes speak of humans being stronger than gods, and it turns out this is indeed true. However, though gods may be superior, they do not always surpass humans in strength. There are occasional surprises. Weiss was quite open-minded. However, Luya's growth is astonishing, achieving such a level. The king of the universe sighed. Beerus fell silent, surprised that Luya merely through a single evolution could reach such a level. This was shocking to him, but now Luya was also fighting for the survival opportunity of his 7th universe, so he did not hold it against him. The form born from the combination of Super Saiyan 4 and divine power has already surpassed the understanding of the gods. Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, Luya and Jiren engaged in high-speed combat, nearly evenly matched. However, it was evident that Luya was growing stronger, while Jiren showed no sign of weakness, his expression remaining unchanged. Although Luya was growing stronger in battle, he knew that his opponent had not yet revealed his full strength, possibly not even half of his limit. Currently, he had reached the peak of his capabilities. Of course, he had just transformed into Super Saiyan God 4, and his control over this power had not yet reached its zenith. However, he was growing as he fought, able to keep up with Jiren's attacks. It wasn't that Super Saiyan God 4 was weak, but rather that Jiren's power was simply too formidable. Luya's movements were somewhat similar to the Ultra Instinct technique, but he had not yet achieved that pinnacle form, merely being an amateur. To truly comprehend Ultra Instinct, it would be no simple task. Bang! The two collided, releasing a powerful force that surged forth. They locked gazes, both expressionless, coldly staring at each other. Suddenly, a red energy enveloped Jiren, and in the next moment his power surged instantly, sending Luya flying. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Jiren charged forward, unleashing terrifying energy blasts at Luya. The latter quickly used instant transmission to evade. However, Jiren relentlessly pursued him, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. In the face of absolute power, any technique seemed superfluous. Jiren's might was beyond what instant transmission and flashy techniques could handle. He could easily counter Luya's moves, making it difficult to close the distance. The offense displayed by the opponent showed no openings. Whoosh. An energy blast came hurtling toward Luya, who paused and turned to unleash a ki blast with both hands, instantly neutralizing the attack. Whoosh. But in the next instant, Jiren appeared right in front of him, throwing a powerful punch toward Luya. Luya was caught off guard, barely managing to raise one hand to defend. Bang. With a scream, Luya was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into a boulder. Well done, Jiren. The destroyer god of the clown was overjoyed, seeing Jiren's strength surpassing Luya's, instantly thrilled. Jiren looked at Luya and began to step toward him. Luya freed himself and landed on solid ground, rubbing his sore arm. Not bad, it seems I'm gradually forcing you to use your full strength. Jiren stood firm, looking at him. You're more troublesome than Son Goku, but still not enough. Luya grinned. Don't worry, he'll satisfy you. Boom. A surge of power erupted from within him, and red energy enveloped Luya. Came. Huh. With all his energy gathered, Luya unleashed the Kamehameha, sending a terrifying force toward Jiren. Jiren's eyes widened suddenly, and in the next moment a wall of energy appeared several meters away from him. Boom. For an instant it blocked Luya's attack. Do you think him, Goku? You're mistaken. My power will keep growing. Luya growled, and in the next moment he roared and increased his energy output, instantly causing cracks to appear in Jiren's energy wall. In less than 2 seconds the wall was covered in cracks. Finally, boom, the energy wall shattered and a terrifying force surged toward Jiren. Jiren's expression suddenly grew serious, gritting his teeth as red light enveloped him, and he punched toward the incoming Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant a brilliant red light erupted around Jiren, and a terrifying power enveloped him, gathering at his fist. Oh. At that moment the terrifying clash between the two annihilated everything around them. Luya's power is continuously increasing. The king of the 7th universe exclaimed in shock. But Jiren's power is also formidable, and so far we have not seen Jiren's limit. To be able to push Jiren to such an extent is no small feat. The king of the 11th universe observed Luya warily, his gaze flickering, unsure of his thoughts. Jiren is absolutely unbeatable. That Luya from the 7th universe has already pushed his limits, while Jiren hasn't even reached his yet. The destroyer god of the clown suddenly snorted coldly. Meanwhile, in the 3rd universe, the king of the 3rd universe adjusted his glasses and revealed a glint of excitement in his eyes. It's time for our 3rd universe to shine. In a certain part of the arena, 4 contestants gathered, each equipped with machinery, half human and half machine, with no aura emanating from them. Surviving contestants from the 4th universe: Kuyaisai Kai Pan Shao Bolalida and Papilloni. At this moment Papilloni, a doctor, was gazing into the distance. It's truly unbelievable that I can sense the power of those two from so far away. Papilloni exclaimed with some amazement. However, everything you do will only serve as the wedding dress for my victory in the 3rd universe. Papilloni grinned, and then looked at his partners. Let's begin. Let them witness the strength of our 3rd universe. On the other side, Goku along with Caulifla and Kale was also engaged in a fierce battle. However, Goku clearly had the upper hand, as his energy was not yet back to its peak, but in his Super Saiyan God form, he was already able to suppress the two girls. Now it's time to end this. Goku looked at the two girls across from him, suddenly unleashing his energy and elevating it to its peak. Huh. At this moment Caulifla was significantly injured, and Kale was standing in front of her sister, gritting her teeth and glaring at Goku. Hey, hold your ground. You must not be eliminated. Kampa roared loudly. Sister, hang in there. Kale said worriedly. I didn't expect that we can't even defeat an injured Goku. Kale, let's use that. Caulifla suddenly smiled lightly. Kale quickly took out an earring that had been prepared in advance. Here it comes. Ha! At this moment Goku let out a fierce roar, and then a powerful force erupted directly, instantly unleashing a Kamehameha at the two sisters. Under the immense wave of light, a terrifying energy engulfed the two sisters. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, shaking the arena. Goku retracted his attack, staring intently at the arena. However, soon his gaze tightened. How is this possible? As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a figure appeared and scathed in the arena. Upon seeing the true form of the opponent, Goku was startled. How can this be? You. What? Hey, that's the Patera earrings. How could they have them? The King Kai of the 7th universe said incredulously. Hey, Kampa, you are breaking the rules. How can you use such things? Beerus glared at Kampa with an annoyed expression. The latter laughed proudly. What's the big deal? The rules didn't specify this. Beerus gritted his teeth, nearly crushing his own teeth, and then looked at the Grand Minister. Shouldn't this be considered against the rules? The Grand Minister smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but the rules do not prohibit the use of fusion techniques, so it's not against the rules. Damn it. Beerus' expression darkened immediately. Wow, haha. Beerus, just watch her throw Goku out. Kappa became elated. This is bad. Should we use the earrings as well? The King Kai of the 7th universe said with a somewhat grim expression. No way Goku and the others wouldn't use them. Krillin suddenly interjected. You're right. While Patera earrings can provide a significant power boost, if it's broken both will be eliminated, so using this isn't suitable. Whis also explained. And given Goku's pride, he wouldn't agree to use such techniques. In the arena, Goku looked at his opponent, already sweating. This is interesting, I didn't expect you to have Patera. Hehe. I am neither Caulifla nor Kale, my name is Kefla. The female Saiyan chuckled. Oh, indeed you have the same momentum as when I fought with Vegeta. Goku smiled slightly, but his expression became serious as he knew well that the power of two fused beings isn't simply 1 + 1. After fusion their strength will reach an astonishing height. So now their power is above his. Ha ha ha. Come. I feel a surge of power filling my entire body. Goku, let me show you. Kefla suddenly leaped into the air, let out a low growl, and directly began to unleash her energy. Ha! Boom. Instantly, a terrifying power erupted into the sky, startling the surrounding contestants. Vegeta, who was battling Toppo, suddenly felt this power, his attention diverted, and as a result, he was sent flying by Toppo's punch. Toppo also looked in that direction, his expression suddenly serious. This power is Saiyan. After Kefla unleashed a terrifying power, she suddenly looked at Goku and smiled. Here it comes. Whoosh. In the next moment, Kefla's speed skyrocketed, directly charging behind Goku. Goku was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, turning to look at her. You little. Sorry, this power is just too overwhelming. I can't control it for a moment. Kefla said excitedly. TCH. Goku's expression tightened, and he charged forward, throwing a punch at Kefla. But she easily dodged. How could this be? Even in Super Saiyan God form, he couldn't handle her. Kefla chuckled, and suddenly moved, instantly appearing beneath Goku and delivering a heavy punch to his stomach. Ugh! A sharp pain surged, causing Goku to fly backward, crashing violently into a small mountain. This is bad. The members of the 7th universe all became worried. Not bad. Just like that. Throw Goku out for me. Kappa danced with excitement. What? Is this your power? This won't do, Goku. Kefla taunted as she looked at Goku. Goku struggled to get up, the immense pain making it difficult for him. This little bit can't handle it, I have even greater power. Kefla suddenly smiled widely, and then she erupted under the roaring sound. A golden light enveloped her. Boom. Whoosh. The golden light enveloped her as Kefla transformed into a Super Saiyan, the powerful aura intimidating everyone around. What an impressive aura. The members of the 6th universe, including Caulifla, looked at this scene in shock, not expecting that Kefla's strength after fusion would reach such a level. Super Saiyan. Goku looked at Kefla's transformation, his expression becoming even more serious. What's wrong? You shouldn't only have this level of ability, right? You should have held back, right? Kefla suddenly laughed. You're right, I have indeed held back. Because my stamina hasn't reached a level I can manage, I've been conserving my energy. Goku smiled slightly, not denying it. Hurry up, show me your true strength, and fight me. Kefla said arrogantly. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Goku suddenly grinned, then began to gather energy. The ground began to tremble, and at the same time Goku's energy was continuously rising. With a tremendous explosion, Goku's power suddenly turned blue. Super Saiyan. Blue. At the moment when Wukong and Kaifuro were engaged in battle, Luya was also locked in a stalemate with Jillian. Their powers seemed inexhaustible, and the terrifying collision ripped apart the arena, causing immense damage. Jillian continued to use the power of his fists to block Luya's Kamehameha, but gradually he realized that his fists could not shatter the opponent's strength. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying momentum suddenly erupted from within him, followed by a surge of horrifying energy that exploded outward, creating a red shockwave. For a moment, Luya's Kamehameha was blasted into countless rays of light, shooting in all directions. Explosions echoed in succession. Luya paused, then leaped away, quickly distancing himself from the area. Jillian walked towards Luya, his aura shielding him from any shockwaves. Luya looked at Jillian and couldn't help but exclaim, you still haven't unleashed your true power. Of course, the hidden power within him remained dormant. However, Luya dared not let Jillian beat him into a frenzy to unleash his own power, for with Jillian's strength, even a moment of negligence could be fatal. Jillian looked at Luya and said, you are indeed stronger than Sun Wukong. Luya chuckled, bring it on. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a crimson wave of light surged into the sky from a distance. In an instant, everyone was drawn to it, looking over curiously. What's happening? Beerus exclaimed, shocked as he looked in that direction. Finally making an appearance. Now let the warriors of Universe 3 step forth. The Kaioshin of Universe 3 suddenly burst into laughter filled with delight. At that moment, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared on the arena. It was a giant with a massive red crystal atop its head, resembling a messenger from hell. Analyza, this is our ultimate survival strategy from Universe 3, an ultimate life form with absolute power. The Kaishin of Universe 3 proudly introduced, then revealed a subtle smile. Come on. Unleash your chaos, Analyza. Roar. In an instant the monster let out a furious roar, pouring out tremendous power. Impressive. The power has increased exponentially. Gohan observed the monster with a serious expression. Don't underestimate it. Piccolo also looked extremely grave. Let me test its power. Number 17 was very interested in the androids, chuckling softly as he leaped forward. Number 18 thought for a moment and followed suit. Roar. Analyza roared as it pounded its chest, similar to when Luya transformed into a gorilla. Number 17 and number 18 took the lead, launching terrifying power at the creature. But the next moment the monster suddenly waved its hand, effortlessly swatting away the attack. What's going on? Both number 17 and number 18's expressions changed. At this moment the monster suddenly charged towards them, its speed increasing rapidly. Watch out. Number 18. Krillin shouted with concern. This is bad. Number 18's expression changed. They had just wanted to retreat when the monster was already upon them, its punch looming like a dark cloud. Boom. In an instant a great force sent the two flying. Roar. Analyza excitedly pounded its chest and then began to wreak havoc. Damn it. This monster. Vegeta's expression darkened as he swiftly dodged its attack. Toppo also evaded, and instead of engaging Vegeta, he retreated directly. This is getting exciting. If we defeat this monster, we can eliminate Universe 3, right? From a distance, Frieza watched the scene unfold, but had no intention of intervening. Hit also chose not to intervene. As the strongest of Universe 6, he needed to conserve his energy. We can't let that monster act recklessly. Wukong entangled with Kaifira and noticed this scene and instantly changed his expression. Hey, you take this seriously. Your opponent is me. Once I take care of you, we'll deal with them. Kaifira attacked again. Reluctantly, Wukong could only continue battling. On the other side, no way, that guy shouldn't make an appearance just yet. Liao looked at the monster, his expression darkening. He couldn't believe that the opponent had seized this opportunity. He thought this monster would appear later in the match, not disrupt things now. Before he could react, Toppo suddenly appeared beside Jillian. Let's retreat for now and conserve our strength. Jillian glanced at the monster, then at Luya, and nodded. Quickly the two vanished. Luya watched this unfold, not stopping them. He couldn't hinder Jillian. With his current power, he was not a match for Jillian. Thinking of this, Luya flashed and charged towards the monster. Boom, boom, boom. Under the barrage of countless red energy attacks, everyone could only dodge. Suddenly, the two Namekian twins from Universe 6 were targeted and took a direct hit from the energy blast. In an instant, they were thrown back in disarray. The next moment, the monster suddenly appeared in front of Gohan, delivering a powerful punch before Gohan could react. Gohan didn't expect the creature to be so large and its speed to reach such a level. He was momentarily stunned. Dodge. Gohan. Piccolo's face turned pale as he rushed to push Gohan away, but unfortunately, he was struck by a punch. Piccolo could no longer hold on, flying away like a cannonball, crashing through countless mountains before falling off the arena. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo eliminated while protecting him, Gohan's heart bled. He thought that once he regained the power of Super Saiyan, he could stand on his own, but in the end he still needed Uncle Piccolo's protection. A wave of guilt surged within him. I declare that the 7th Universe's Piccolo is eliminated, the Grand Priest announced. Another elimination for Universe 7. Well done, Analyza. The Kaishin of Universe 3 said proudly. Piccolo was transported to the audience area, feeling somewhat unwilling, but he said to Gohan, Gohan, listen, don't hold back. If you want to avenge me, then hit him hard. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's expression turned resolute as he looked at the monster and grit his teeth. I will never let you go. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted, and then Gohan unleashed his ultimate attack, sending tremendous power crashing towards the monster. Roar. A massive wave of light surged forth, yet the creature showed no fear. In an instant, it unleashed a powerful punch, shattering Gohan's attack. Simultaneously, it fired a colossal red energy wave directly at Gohan. If struck by such force, even Gohan would not withstand it. At this moment, Vegeta, along with androids 17 and 18, landed beside Gohan. Together, they unleashed their formidable power, neutralizing the creature's assault. Uncle Vegeta, Uncle 17, and 18, thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude, relieved. Be careful, this guy is no simple foe. Vegeta said solemnly, turning to the creature. Let me see what you can do. With that, he transformed and unleashed a terrifying wave of energy towards it. Boom. In an instant, a powerful force erupted. However, the creature suddenly grinned maliciously, and with a casual wave of its hand, it effortlessly deflected Vegeta's attack. Vegeta's expression changed. The others also looked grave. Useless. Anaraza's power far exceeds that of all of you. You are no match for it. The third Supreme Kai suddenly spoke. Swish. The creature lunged towards Vegeta and the others, throwing a punch. Get out of the way. Vegeta shouted, quickly dodging. The others hastily followed. Boom. The ground shook and a massive pit was formed. Roar. Suddenly the creature let out a furious roar, then raised both hands high. A powerful explosion of energy erupted, transforming into countless energy blasts that wreaked havoc on the arena. Everyone could only keep dodging, but some were unable to escape due to their lack of strength. The two Namekians from Universe 6 were also caught in the blast, and their arena was obliterated, sending them plummeting below, instantly eliminating two. Huh, what happened? Why can't you two run away? Kampa exclaimed angrily. I'm sorry, the two replied ashamed. Lord Kampa, our Universe 6 is left with only Hit and Caulifla. Batos suddenly announced. This is bad. Kampa scratched his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. Boom. An energy blast shot out, instantly obliterating one of the energy balls. It was Jiren who had struck with Topo and Dispo beside him. That guy doesn't want to attack us together, does he? Dispo said, a bit annoyed. Jiren remained silent, observing the battlefield with an expressionless face. Boom. What? On the other side, Goku and Caulifla, who were locked in battle, were also affected and quickly dodged. So strong. This power has suddenly reached this level. Goku looked at the creature with a serious expression. Caulifla, slightly displeased, said, What's going on? How dare it attack, even me? She was not afraid of the creature as its power posed no threat to her. However, one wouldn't know who was stronger without a fight. But Son Goku, don't think you can help. You must get past me first. Caulifla showed no interest in the situation on the other side. Goku looked at Caulifla, saying, You are indeed quite a challenge, but I will end this battle quickly. With that, Goku suddenly exploded with energy, 20 times Kaioken. Boom. Immediately Goku's power surged. Now this is more like it. Caulifla excitedly charged at Goku. This is bad. Can Goku maintain the Kaioken for long? Krillin said with concern. Goku's stamina hasn't fully recovered, he probably can't hold out for long. We need to end this quickly. Whis spoke insightfully. Boom. After the massive explosion, the arena was left in ruins. Wow. Impressive. The two Xeno watched with great interest. The members of Universe 7 were scattered, some even buried under piles of rubble. Crack. A figure broke through the dust, struggling to rise. It was Gohan. He had nearly been unable to withstand the indiscriminate attack. Are you alright? Android 17 landed beside Gohan, asking. I'm fine. Gohan looked at the creature with a grave expression. Oniraza, now is the time. Throw them all down. At that moment, the third Supreme, Kai, suddenly spoke. Roar. The creature charged towards Gohan and the others. It's coming. Gohan gritted his teeth, speaking gravely. Swish. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the creature. The rapidly advancing creature did not react in time and was sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Alo. Boom. The creature fell to the ground. Mr. Loya. Gohan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Great. We are saved. Krillin and the others were all overjoyed. Who is Loya? He is a super expert capable of battling Jiren. With him around, there's no need to worry. Beerus visibly relaxed, then took a deep breath. Loya. Defeat him. TCH. What does it matter if he can fight Jiren? Anaraza's power cannot be underestimated. The third Supreme, Kai, scoffed. Loya looked at the creature that was getting back up and said, Interesting. It seems you all dared to jump in so quickly because you have our intel. The creature looked at Loya with no hint of fear. Although it was a fusion of four beings with previous consciousness, it recognized that this individual could fight a powerhouse like Jiren. Yet it felt no fear. Because it was confident that it was stronger. Let me see what you can do. Loya smiled slightly and released a powerful burst of energy. Loya, don't overdo it. You've already exhausted quite a bit of stamina fighting Jiren. Let's team up. Gohan advised, knowing that Loya had also expended significant energy. After all, battling a monster like Jiren for so long would take a toll on one's stamina. However, Loya waved his hand. Let me test its power. With that, he charged at the creature. Swish. Suddenly, the creature's figure vanished. The next moment, it appeared right in front of Loya, a colossal shadow looming over him. The oppressive force was overwhelming. Gohan and the others' expressions changed dramatically. The creature's speed was astonishingly fast. But Loya remained calm, sneering as he suddenly activated the flash time technique, and time abruptly froze. Just as the gods were able to restrain Annalase's movements through time freeze, suddenly, in the next moment, the time prison of time freeze suddenly developed numerous cracks. 5 seconds, but the opponent's strength is not weak. Their immense power is enough to tear apart time. However, Lua did not hesitate. In an instant, he appeared beneath Annalase's chin and then kicked upward with great force, instantly sending Annalasa flying. Annalasa. The third Supreme Kai's expression changed drastically, unable to believe that the opponent could easily injure their strongest warrior. Roar. But soon the monster suddenly steadied itself and let out a roar, charging towards Lua. Lua showed no fear, suddenly unleashing a powerful red energy as he met the charge. The monster's speed was astonishing. Its movements showed no signs of hesitation despite its size, and in no time it delivered a flurry of punches. Lua was not able to evade in time due to his smaller size, so the opponent's attacks missed him. Meanwhile, Lua had already charged in front of the monster, unleashing a barrage of punches that caused the monster to slide backward. The two were not even on the same level. Although both possessed terrifying power, overcoming each other was far from simple. Annalase's massive size made it difficult for Lua to evade. Conversely, while Lua's power was also formidable, Annalase's great size meant it had significant defensive capabilities, making it hard for ordinary attacks to inflict real damage. Bang! 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 Lua did not give up on striking it, while the monster continuously spewed energy blasts at him, unable to successfully hit Lua due to its own movement. Roar! In an instant, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from within Analyza, causing Lua's expression to change. He swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Analyza's power suddenly surged to a whole new level. No way! Its strength is even greater than before. Gohan said incredulously. This monster seems to possess the ability to grow stronger the more it fights. Number 17 stated calmly. That's right. You have forced Analyza to unleash its true power, so let's all go down together. The ultimate victory belongs to my third universe. The third Supreme Kai suddenly burst into laughter. TCH. Annoying fellow. Beerus' expression darkened. I didn't expect Lua to be unable to handle it. Krillin said with a frown. The powers of the two are very close, so it is difficult to determine a winner in their battle. Of course, the disparity in their sizes also complicates their attacks, making it hard to land effective hits. It can only be said that neither is leveraging their advantages well. Whis explained. Is there really no other way? The seventh Supreme Kai said in a deep voice. Of course there is. Power can break everything. When Lua's power surpasses Analyza's, their situation will be easily resolved. Whis said casually. Lua landed on a rock, watching his opponents rise with an expressionless face. In fact, it was impossible for him not to be able to defeat his opponent, but the latter's defense was incredibly formidable. If he truly wanted to outsmart it, he would have to find its weakness. Thinking of this, Lua instinctively looked at Analyza's head. As far as he knew, the opponent's weakness lay in that red crystal. In a normal strength competition, it was number 17 who destroyed that red crystal, allowing the 7th universe to deal with this enemy. With this in mind, Lua's eyes narrowed slightly. He had initially wanted to use this giant to push his limits, but now it seemed he had to act first. Roar! At this moment, Analyza made the first move, unleashing a massive energy wave towards Lua. Lua dodged, swiftly jumping aside. However, as he soared through the air, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, completely enveloping him. Lua was startled and immediately fired an energy blast. Boom! Yet the opponent blocked Lua's attack, and in the next moment its fist struck Lua's body. Ugh! Lua fell crashing into the arena and creating a massive crater. Roar! Analyza roared angrily, and its massive body suddenly plummeted towards Lua's crater, attempting to perform a crushing blow. However, in the next second, a powerful white light surged from the crater, striking Analyza instantly. The latter howled in pain, and then shifted its body, landing not far away. Lua's form slowly rose from the crater, looking at the monster with a glint of sharp light in his eyes. Given his current stamina, it would be very disadvantageous for him to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, he had already exhausted much energy in his battle against Jiren. Now he could only exert about 70% of his peak power. Even so, it was impossible for the opponent to defeat him, but trying to take down the opponent would also be quite difficult. He needed to find a way to exploit the opponent's weakness. With this thought, Lua suddenly erupted with energy, instantly enveloped in a vibrant red aura, his tail coiling around his waist. In the next moment, Lua let out a powerful roar, unleashing a terrifying force. That Saiyan is pushing himself to his limits, Topo said gravely. Jiren looked at Lua, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. This opponent sparked his interest. These two are definitely not to be trifled with. If they could both suffer heavy injuries, that would be perfect, Dispo said with complexity. Indeed, aside from Jiren, no one in the arena could confidently say they could defeat these two monsters. Roar! As Lua erupted with power, the monster did not yield in the slightest, and in an instant a powerful force broke through all barriers, exploding forth directly facing Lua's aura. Both sides pushed their auras to the peak, and in the next moment they simultaneously vanished from sight. Boom! 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 In less than 2 seconds, the entire arena was filled with successive explosions. The battle between Lua and Analyza fell into a stalemate. Lua's objective was simple: to target Analyza's head. However, the opponent was very perceptive and quickly detected Lua's intentions, feeling both shocked and wary. Whoosh! Roar! A blast of ki shot directly towards Analyza's head, but the latter smashed that energy blast to pieces. How could this Saiyan possibly know Analyza's weakness? The third Supreme Kai exclaimed incredulous, then gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Analyza, show him your true power. As soon as the words fell, Analyza suddenly roared, startling Lua, who was about to unleash a powerful move, causing him to retreat. In an instant, Analyza's power was rapidly climbing. Under the continuous enhancement of Analyza's power, everyone wore a serious expression. Even someone as strong as Julian had a concentrated look in his eyes. Clearly, Analyza's power posed a significant threat to him. Lua watched this scene with a grave expression. The opponent's power was surging at an extraordinarily rapid pace, and it was faintly surpassing his current state. This is bad. Gohan also sensed the impending danger and rushed to Lua's side. Number 17, Number 18A, and Vegeta also gathered around them. What should we do now? Number 17 asked. This monster is beyond our control now. Oh, if we don't come up with a plan, none of us can stop him. Gohan said seriously. I have a plan. Lua suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. What plan? Lua looked at Oniraza and said, The monster's weakness lies in the crystal atop its head. If we can shatter that crystal, we can defeat it. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the monster's head. But we don't even have a chance to get close. How can we destroy it? Gohan asked in confusion. This is where I need your help. Lua replied slowly. It seems that only I have the opportunity to approach that monster. Although the chances are slim, it's the only plan we have. Then hurry up and tell us what's the plan. Vegeta, impatient, wanted to cut through Lua's bravado. Lua said, I'm not at my peak form yet. I need your help to break through my limits and achieve full power Super Saiyan 4. What do you mean? Are you saying that the power you displayed before wasn't your strongest form? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. The others also looked troubled. They hadn't expected Lua's transformation to result in such a vast difference in strength. Lua nodded. Exactly. I haven't been able to unleash my true power yet, but if you help me, it should be feasible. How can this be? You've merely advanced to the next stage. How can this happen? Vegeta said with a grim expression. He couldn't accept it. He was unwilling. Why was it that Lua was even stronger than him aside from Kakarot? I know what you're thinking, but this is not the time for nonsense. If our 7th universe is lost, think about Bulma and Trunks. Lua looked at Vegeta coldly. TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly, remaining silent. What Lua didn't say was that if Goku broke through to the true Ultra Instinct, that would be truly impressive. So Lua, how can we help you? Gohan asked. Lua thought for a moment, and then said, the ability for my power to erupt depends on you. You and Vegeta need to lend me your strength to help me break through my limits, so I can seize the opportunity and achieve a breakthrough. But, can't we do it? Number 17 suddenly asked in doubt. Lua shook his head. No, only the Saiyans can, but you still need to assist. You want us to help you hold off that monster, right? Number 18 suddenly interjected. Lua nodded. Exactly. There's no other choice, so we have to do this. Number 18 said defiantly. Time is of the essence. Oh, let's get started. Lua looked at Gohan and Vegeta. As he spoke, he extended his hand, ignoring Vegeta's displeasure, and performed instant transmission, disappearing without a trace. Soon they appeared behind a massive hidden rock. Gohan suddenly asked, should we call Dad? Lua glanced at Gohan and shook his head. No need. His stamina hasn't recovered yet, and Frieza is a formidable opponent. Goku can take this opportunity to break through himself. As for Ultra Instinct, Goku hasn't mastered this state yet, so he needs time to comprehend it. Stop wasting time. Let's get started. Vegeta said irritably. If it weren't for Bulma and Trunks, he wouldn't be wasting time here. All right, let's begin. Lua nodded. In the next moment, he unleashed his aura, instantly radiating the energy of Super Saiyan 4. So powerful. Gohan said with a serious expression. Feeling Lua's power up close, he found it hard to believe. Vegeta also wore an unsatisfied expression, but he didn't say much more. As the proud Prince Vegeta, he would certainly surpass all these guys. Boom. At that moment, Gohan and Vegeta unleashed their own tremendous power while continuously channeling it into Lua's body. Lua's power also began to rise rapidly at that moment. On the other side, Roar. At this point, Oniraza had successfully mutated, achieving a leap in strength. It slowly began to levitate, and a pair of wings sprouted from its back. That monster's power has increased so much. Beerus said incredulously. Hehe, do you see? This is Oniraza's true strength. This survival evolution is no joke. All of you will be crushed by it. The Supreme Kai of the Third Universe said proudly. The two Grand Kais watched, eagerly cheering continuously. Now we can only wait for Lua's power to increase, otherwise winning will be extremely difficult. Krillin said solemnly. But can number 17 and the others really hold off that monster? The Supreme Kai expressed some concern. Trust them, Piccolo said calmly. In the arena, the monster clearly noticed that something was off and sensed Gohan and the others' energy immediately charging in their direction. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly 2 energy blasts struck it, directly causing it to halt. Number 17 said to number 18, how was that? Are you scared? Number 18 snorted. Who would be afraid of it? In that case, let's go. Number 17 smiled slightly, and the two exchanged glances before charging towards Oniraza. The latter was slightly annoyed by their attacks, and let out a furious roar, preparing to eliminate the two siblings as it charged towards them. Swish! Number 17 unleashed a powerful attack towards the monster, but the latter's power had increased too much. The attack had no effect, leaving not a single mark as it continued to charge forward. Number 17 exclaimed it was useless. Quick, get out of the way. Number 18 urged, and the two dodged to the sides. But in the next moment, that monster suddenly disappeared, appearing directly in front of number 18. Oh no! Number 18's face paled. She hadn't expected the opponent's speed to be so terrifying. Boom! The monster's fist came crashing down. Oh! Number 18 was directly struck Hedon, sending her flying towards the edge of the arena. I declare contestant number 18 from the 7th universe is eliminated. With the voice of the High Priest falling, a triumphant voice echoed, Ha! Did you see that? This is the power of Oniraza. Whether it's the 7th universe or the 11th universe, they must bow down. Suddenly the god of the 3rd universe burst into laughter. Damn it! How could you be so careless? Beerus complained. Number 18's expression was somewhat unpleasant as she had been too careless to be eliminated so easily. It's okay, Number 18, you tried your best. Krillin comforted her. Number 18 frowned and replied, it's my fault. In the arena, Number 17 was somewhat lost in thought. He didn't expect his sister to be eliminated. However, soon his gaze turned cold. Swish, 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 boom. Countless energy blasts exploded directly on Analyza. Number 17 continuously unleashed energy blasts to vent his anger. But his attacks not only failed to affect Analyza, they instead drew the opponent's attention. Come on, Number 17 said coldly. In the next moment, the monster appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch. Number 17 did not choose to flee. Instead, he supported himself with his hands, and an energy shield emerged around him. At the same time, Number 17 gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a terrifying energy blast. Boom. Bang. Analyza was struck by the terrifying energy, but he also landed a punch on Number 17's shield. In the next second, the shield shattered, but it did not hit Number 17. Instead, it disrupted his stance. Number 17 began to implement a flanking strategy, distracting the monster to draw its attention towards himself. What he didn't know was that the monster was not lacking in intelligence. While pursuing Number 17, it intentionally forced him towards the direction of Rhea, aiming to disrupt Rhea and the others. Number 17 was certainly aware of this, but he felt helpless. The monster's attacks were extremely powerful. If he took a direct hit, even he, an android, would not be able to withstand it, so he could only dodge in a hurry. Oh no, if it gets close to Rhea and the others, everything will be in vain. Krillin hurriedly said, hold your ground. Beerus shouted. However, the god of the third universe showed no mercy and coldly stated, listen, Analyza, take care of those Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Analyza turned his gaze towards Rhea and the others, and a fierce red light burst forth from his eyes. Immediately, a powerful force shot directly towards Rhea and the others. Oh no. Number 17's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, be careful. The three individuals who were focused on channeling energy also felt an ominous sensation rising within them. Rhea in the middle was about to forcefully cut off the energy to take action. But at that moment, a powerful force suddenly surged from another direction, colliding with Analyza's power and resulting in a massive explosion. The god of the third universe's expression changed. Who is it? The people from the seventh universe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing who had intervened. Ho ho ho, it seems I can't sit back any longer. King Frieza, adorned with his distinctive aura, stood high above looking at Analyza. Roar! Analyza roared angrily at him, and then charged towards him. The king moved agilely, leaping gracefully to dodge, while continuously firing energy blasts, distracting the monster's attention. At the same time, Number 17, who had gained some breathing space, also pursued. The two flanked Analyza, making him spin around in circles. Roar, roar, roar. Analyza was utterly furious. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from its body. Its wings emitted a fierce red glow as it charged towards the king, moving so quickly that even the king was taken aback. In an instant, the monster appeared before the king, delivering a powerful punch that slammed him into the ground. The king let out a scream, and as he saw the monster about to stomp on him, he quickly raised his hand to launch an energy ball. But to Analyza, his attack was completely ineffective. Boom. Number 17 rushed to help, attempting to attract the monster's attention to assist the king. However, the monster completely disregarded Number 17's attack and brought its foot down directly onto the king. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? The king roared in fury. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly soared, and an overwhelming aura forcefully repelled the monster. The golden Frieza made his entrance. The king spread his arms wide, and then he unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks against the monster, showering it with countless energy blasts. However, the effects were not as great as imagined. The monster's power far exceeded theirs. Their strength was simply insufficient to deal with this creature. Boom, boom. At this moment, the monster suddenly became furious, entering a frenzied mode, and recklessly unleashing countless energy blasts towards the two ant-like opponents. To it, Frieza and Number 17 were like ants, crushing them was somewhat difficult. On the other side, Rhea's condition had returned to its peak. With the help of Vegeta and Gohan, his power grew stronger, gradually enveloping him in a mysterious aura. The gods also sensed this unusual aura, and their expressions changed simultaneously. No way, Rhea too. The god of the seventh universe said with a complicated expression. Ho ho ho, it seems so. If he can fully unleash the power of this form, then the difficulty will reach its true essence. Whis smiled slightly. Yossi, if that's the case, then the monster can be dealt with. Beerus' expression brightened. Meanwhile, the gods of the third universe also sensed the impending crisis, looking quite shocked. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The god of the third universe's expression was somewhat grim. Analyza, hurry up and eliminate these guys. No more pointless battles. The monster, entangled with the king and Number 17, suddenly charged towards Rhea's direction. Stop it! Number 17 shouted and charged towards the monster. Frieza also snorted coldly and rushed out. On the other side, Toppo and the others were watching the scene from a distance. Should we ambush Rhea and the others? If so, they won't be able to complete the ritual. Toppo suddenly asked. Jiren glanced at Rya's figure, his expression unchanged. No need. Even if he is strong, I will defeat him. However, that guy should not be underestimated. To be able to contend with you, Jiren, to such an extent, his strength is not inferior to Son Goku. Dispo said solemnly. Jiren remained silent. At that moment, Hit's figure suddenly appeared. Let me play with you guys. Hit from Universe 6. Dispo's eyes narrowed, instinctively stepping forward. Step back. Leave him to me. Jiren suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Dispo silently retreated. Hit looked at Jiren, then said, let me see just how strong your limits are. There are still 15 minutes until the end of the power tournament. Wow. With a loud crash, a figure was forcefully smashed into the mountainside. Is that all you've got, son Wukong? Kaifula said proudly as she looked at the mountainside. Wukong stood up slightly out of breath. His stamina had not yet recovered, preventing him from maintaining his full power for long, which meant even his own King Kai fist was no match for his opponent. I can't keep this up. I need to finish this quickly. Wukong thought to himself, then stood up and looked at Kaifula saying, let's settle this with one final move. Who's afraid? Kaifula replied, arrogantly feeling empowered and unafraid of her opponent. Wukong gathered his energy, unleashing a 20-fold King Kai fist, then brought his hands to his waist to concentrate his power. Come on, let's settle this with one move. Kaifula said excitedly, and then she also unleashed her energy, a powerful aura, overwhelming the surroundings. In the next moment, she concentrated her strength. Kamehameha. Wukong shouted angrily as he fired off the Kamehameha wave. A moment later, a terrifying force shot out directly toward Kaifula. Oh! Kaifula roared defiantly, unleashing a terrifying attack of her own. In an instant, the powerful forces collided. Boom. The collision of two forces sent a powerful wave of energy rippling outward. Wukong is trying to win with one move. Krillin and the others noticed Wukong's state. In his current state, his stamina hasn't fully recovered. If he wants to win, he must defeat his opponent in a short time. Otherwise, he will lose, Master Roshi said slowly. This is a bit forced. Piccolo observed the scene with a hint of worry in his eyes. In the arena, Wukong was outputting energy continuously, and in an instant, a powerful surge of energy poured forth, gaining the upper hand. How could I lose? Ahawk, Kaifula roared, increasing her output. This ends now. I will not lose. Wukong growled, and then forcefully exploded with energy. Whoosh. What a... Suddenly. At a critical moment, Kaifula suddenly appeared behind Wukong, catching him off guard. Even Wukong felt a rush of anxiety. Thud. Ugh. With a cry of pain, Wukong was kicked in the neck and sent flying, crashing to the ground, trembling as he reverted from his ultra-blue form to his normal state. What just happened? This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, as they never expected Wukong, who had the upper hand, would lose in the next second. This can't be possible. No way. Wukong, get up, Krillin shouted. Ha ha ha. Well done, Kaifula. Kampa looked smugly at Beerus as if to say, I won. I can't believe son Wukong was defeated by you. Kaifula said cheerfully. Oh, Wukong. He seems to have passed out. Master Roshi said with a serious expression. Everyone's hearts sank. Kaifula, quickly take son Wukong away. Kampa ordered urgently. Hearing this, Kaifula glanced at son Wukong and said, I'm sorry, uncle, though I wanted to fight you more, I must send you off now. Once you are gone, I will sweep away everyone. As she spoke, she suddenly conjured 6 energy orbs. No. I absolutely cannot lose. Wukong murmured, his brow twitching as he gathered the will to stand up. Oh, I didn't expect you to stand up after taking such a heavy blow. Kaifula exclaimed, though she failed to notice Wukong's oddity. Son Wukong, it's time for you to go. With that, Kaifula suddenly fired 6 energy orbs at him. But a strange scene unfolded. In the next moment, Wukong's body instinctively dodged her attack, causing all of Kaifula's attacks to miss. Boom. Explosions rang out behind Wukong. What? How could this be? Kaifula exclaimed, shocked that she missed her shot. This was impossible. She had aimed directly at son Wukong. Why could he dodge her attacks so easily? She felt she couldn't see Wukong's movements clearly. What just happened? The audience was baffled. In an instant, Wukong dodged all of Kaifula's attacks. Why said with a slight smile. Impossible. How could he dodge? This must be an accident. Kampa said, unable to believe it. However, Beerus remained silent, his face serious, as he observed the scene. Clearly, he had also sensed something was off. Kaifula, feeling unconvinced, decided to launch 6 energy orbs again, saying, I refuse to believe you can dodge again. Then she fired the energy orbs at Wukong once more. Boom, boom, boom. But the same scene occurred. Wukong, with his eyes closed, walked forward slowly, and just as the attacks were about to hit him, he easily dodged them, as if it were a natural response. Boom. Explosions erupted, yet Wukong remained entirely unharmed. This is impossible. Kaifula rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Wukong stopped, then slowly opened his eyes, which had suddenly turned a silvery gray. At the same time, a scorching heat radiated from his body. This can't be. Everyone looked on in disbelief. I didn't expect to see this form again. Wukong transformed again into the state of the ultimate instinct technique. At the moment when Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with Kaifula on the other side, Frieza and Android 17 were entangled with Anaraza, whose power had already surpassed theirs. They found themselves unable to counter the opponent effectively, and could only forcefully hold their ground. Roar! Oniraza was extremely agitated by the two of them, and suddenly the crystal on its head shone brightly. Then a powerful force suddenly coalesced and attacked the two kings. The two of them turned serious this time, but instead of choosing to evade, they unleashed their full power and countered the opponent's attack with their ultimate moves. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided, emanating a powerful pressure. If they chose to evade, they would undoubtedly fall into a passive situation. It was better to meet force with force, as they could last a bit longer this way. However, even with their combined strength, they were suppressed by Oniraza. Their power was being pushed back continuously. Their size and strength were simply not on the same level. This is bad. I can't hold on any longer. Android 17 gritted his teeth. In the next second, the monster exerted force, and suddenly a powerful energy was added to its attack, followed by 17, and the king's energy being directly shattered. At once, without hesitation, the two jumped back. Simultaneously, Android 17 activated a protective shield. Boom! A huge storm swept through the arena. Bang! Oniraza moved towards Rhea, ignoring Frieza and Android 17. Damn! This guy actually dares to disregard me. Frieza's veins bulged, growing somewhat angry. But before he could make a move, a terrifying power suddenly surged into the sky, followed by a flash of red light in the arena. At that moment, everyone ceased their movements and looked toward the source of the red light. That is, the gods looked on in disbelief, their eyes filled with rare shock. It seems it was successful, Weiss said with some satisfaction. What's going on? Frieza and the others also looked over. In the next second, the red light dissipated, and a figure slowly ascended and landed at a high point. He had red hair and red eyelids with his eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, he spoke. You've worked hard. Leave it to me now. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Gohan below were moved, as they felt not a trace of energy from Rhea, yet they breathed a sigh of relief, for it seemed that success was at hand. Vegeta snorted coldly. You all just keep bragging. One day, I will surpass all of you. After saying this, he directly vanished. Rhea, Gohan. As they transferred energy to Rhea, Gohan and Vegeta needed a recovery period. The rest is up to you. I'm counting on you. Gohan looked at Rhea and said, then departed. Rhea slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze suddenly changed to a red hue. At the same time, a mysterious power radiated from his body. This brilliance was very similar to Wukong's ultimate instinct technique, but Rhea's radiance was red. This was the full-powered Super Saiyan God. It could also be said to be the essence of the ultimate instinct technique, and it was the power hidden deep within Rhea's body. Rhea felt that he was still not very familiar with this power, but he knew of its might. It could be said that this was the true ultimate instinct technique. It was also a critical point on his path of enlightenment. He had reached the limit of the ultimate instinct technique. However, Rhea knew that this power was only temporary, as he had not comprehended it through his own strength. He had relied on the combined power of Vegeta and Gohan to barely awaken. If he wanted to master it himself, he needed to become even stronger. But for now, that was enough for him. With that thought, Rhea looked at Oniraza, not far away, his eyes flickering with a strange light. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Oniraza like countless afterimages. So fast. Everyone felt that Rhea's appearance was very eerie. They could hardly react to that speed. Roar! Oniraza sensed danger and attempted to evade, but Rhea's speed was even faster. He calmly threw a punch. His fist seemed so small compared to the monster, but the next second a stunning scene unfolded. After taking Rhea's punch, Oniraza's eyes widened, and it couldn't help but spit out. Ugh! The gigantic body trembled enough to show how much impact it had received. Impossible! How could this happen? The third universe Kaioshin looked on in disbelief, as he had not expected Rhea's transformation to reach such heights. The other gods of destruction also stood up, realizing that Rhea's form overlapped with some divine technique they were familiar with. Finally, have you reached it? Beerus said calmly. Indeed, Weiss affirmed. Oniraza clutched its belly, then let out a furious roar, its aura suddenly erupting again. Following that, its power surged once more. Enduring the excruciating pain, it began to rain down punches toward Rhea with incredible speed. However, even this terrifying speed, which differed from its size, could not land a hit on Rhea. For Rhea's form was like an elusive shadow, evading all of Oniraza's attacks. Suddenly, Rhea flashed and appeared beneath the monster's chin, delivering a kick that sent the creature crashing to the ground. They were just not on the same level. At that moment, the beings of the third universe began to panic, realizing that Oniraza could do nothing against this Saiyan. I must say, this guy is really impressive. Android 17 couldn't help but exclaim. Frieza looked at Rhea's figure, his expression serious, lost in thought. Rhea looked at the fallen monster and calmly said, give it up. Your power cannot contend with mine. Oniraza struggled to stand up, then opened its massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave directly at Rhea. But Rhea had no intention of evading. He extended his hand and fired a red energy blast, instantly dismantling the opponent's energy. Taking advantage of this moment, Oniraza also stood up. A terrifying force suddenly surged from its wings behind it, and then, as if gathering energy, a powerful force coalesced in front of its chest. Rhea looked at his opponent, his expression unchanging, showing no concern. In the state of Super Saiyan God, he was not afraid of Oniraza, let alone now at full power. It could be said that his full-powered Super Saiyan God was the true ultimate instinct technique. Analyza unleashed a thunderous roar. A formidable aura poured forth, and in an instant a colossal orb of energy condensed before him. This power, does this creature intend to annihilate the entire arena? Bike and the others went pale, staring at the scene in disbelief. No, we must go assist. Wufan, as the 7th Universe squad leader, tried to rush forward to help. Fulisai remained impassive at his side. A figure suddenly appeared before him and barred the way. Sorry, you cannot pass. You are Tasipo of the 11th Universe. Wufan said gravely. Indeed, I am Tasipo. Now I will deal with you, justice. Tasipo struck a dramatic pose. Fulisai regarded him with amused interest without speaking. Wufan's expression darkened. You must understand that if that monster runs wild, everyone on the arena will be endangered. Tasipo replied coolly, impossible. Only the weak would be eliminated, the strong do not think that way. You? Wufan ground his teeth and glared. Enough words. Come show me your strength. Tasipo struck, suddenly moving with blinding speed. Wufan could not track his velocity and was caught off guard, flung away helplessly. Tasipo paused, then looked toward Fulisai. You two join me. Ho ho ho. Is that so? Very well, I won't be polite. Fulisai sneered, leapt down, and stood before Tasipo. They exchanged a glance and then vanished in unison. A vast wave of energy swept across the arena. Luya, who had remained still until then, suddenly moved. He roared like a beast, and a terrifying heat burst from him. Dreadful energy swirled around his body, and in the next instant, he thrust out a single hand as a sphere of power coalesced within it. Break! The compressed orb of energy fired forth, colliding with the massive sphere. For a moment, the forces of Luya and Analyza met Hedon. The contest was decided in an instant. Luya's energy shot cut through like a bullet through tofu, unstoppable. It shattered Analyza's attack, and the residual force slammed into Analyza. Analyza had not expected its assault to be so easily overwhelmed. Unprepared, it was struck squarely. Boom! With a howl, a vast plume of smoke swallowed Analyza's form. Impossible! How can this be? The Third Realm King God fell into utter despair. He had never imagined that the survival plan for the Third Universe would be shattered so completely. He could not accept it. Luya glanced into the smoke, then dispersed the released energy. For him, the ultimate enemy would not be this monster, but Jillian, so he needed to conserve his strength. Elsewhere, Jillian and Zeit were locked in fierce combat, but Zeit was being utterly dominated by Jillian. Even if Zeit's timeskip technique had improved, it proved no match for Jillian. No matter which timeline Zeit struck from, Jillian could hit him in the next instant and nullify the attack. The sight unnerved the 6th Universe spectators as Xiangpa was especially desperate, wishing he could personally teach Jillian a lesson. Fool! How can even timeskip be useless? Is Jillian truly that formidable? Xiangpa spat. Zeit's techniques were entirely unraveled by Jillian. Perhaps he needs no prediction of Zeit's moves. A sheer, overwhelming power alone can govern everything, Bardas said with regret. Could my 6th Universe truly be doomed? Xiangpa frantically clawed at his scalp. Lord Xiangpa, we will remember you, Bardas offered a tempting consolation. Xiangpa fell silent. The 6th Universe's situation was indeed dire. Zeit was being pummeled by Jillian. Kaifula could not overcome Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct, and only those two remained for the 6th Universe. If they were eliminated, the 6th Universe would vanish entirely. Damn. Why? How could you see through my timeskip? Zeit was shaken. Earlier, Tasipo from the 11th Universe had countered his timeskip with supersonic attacks, and now Jillian could so effortlessly unravel it as well. Was he truly so weak? Jillian looked at Zeit with cool detachment. Any other techniques? If not, you should step down. Zeit gritted his teeth and unleashed his timeskip, sending Jillian into another dimension. Jillian observed his ephemeral body with a trace of surprise, yet showed no hint of panic. In that other timeline, I will not give you a single chance. Zeit hurled a punch across the void at Jillian. The fierce force barreled toward him with terrifying power. A flicker crossed Jillian's eyes as he raised both hands and absorbed Zeit's full force blow. Hedon. Boom. A muffled crash rang out. Jillian staggered back several steps. His body remained illusory, and some mysterious force bound him. White smoke curled from Jillian's arm. Looking at the scorched limb, he told Zeit, not enough force. Zeit's face went grave. That punch had been his all-out effort. How powerful was this monster? My turn. Jillian suddenly spoke, then flashed before Zeit. In an instant, his body had returned to reality. How is that possible? Zeit was aghast, still wondering how this man had broken through another space-time to return to the real moment. Before he could ponder further, searing pain wiped out his thoughts as Jillian's fist smashed into his abdomen, forcing a violent retch. Zeit was knocked senseless by that blow. He had not expected a single punch to leave him nearly incapacitated. Could this be the same assault Sun Wukong had once endured? Thinking of Wufan's earlier duel with Jillian, Zeit wondered how that man had withstood such devastating strikes. Jillian wasted no time. He kicked Zeit in the face and sent him sailing into the mountain. Suddenly, Zeit roared and charged, radiant purple ki erupting from him as he pushed his power to the limit. He unleashed a punch at Jillian, but Jillian seized its fist outright. What a... Zeit was stunned, and in the next instant, he took another crushing blow from Jillian. Give up. It's useless, Jillian said coolly. Is that so? Zeit bit back the pain and revealed a sinister smile. What? Jillian recoiled in surprise. The next second, he found himself unable to move. What happened? The sudden change startled the god of destruction, the clown. Why can't Jiren move? The 11th god of destruction spoke ominously. In the arena, Hit was gasping for breath, suffering from Jiren's punch. However, looking at Jiren, he said, "Didn't expect this, did you?" Jiren couldn't move, and he could only look at Hit and say, "You sacrificed yourself just to prevent me from moving." Hit nodded. Exactly. This gives me a chance. You're just too dangerous, so I must make some sacrifices to restrain you. As he spoke, he suddenly began to gather energy towards Jiren, compressing the purple energy continuously. Jiren, I will use all my strength to send you down. Determination shone in Hit's eyes. Jiren's body trembled, and then he suddenly began to move slowly. What a... Seeing this, Hit was shocked and quickly reinforced the space with his other hand to strengthen the confinement. However, Jiren began to struggle, as if trying to break free from Hit's restraints. Hit's expression turned grave. He didn't expect Jiren to be strong enough to break free like this. This monster far exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, strands of red energy rose from Jiren's body and his aura became more and more intense, while his movements grew larger. I will not let you succeed. Hit shouted coldly, gritting his teeth as he reinforced the seal on Jiren while hastily gathering energy. However, due to his severe injuries, he found it difficult to concentrate on two things at once. Crack. In the next moment, Jiren was already able to move slowly, walking towards Hit. Although his steps were slow, he was clearly walking. Seeing this, Hit decided not to restrain him any longer. He immediately shouted loudly, then suddenly unleashed a powerful force, starting to gather energy in his palm. It seemed he was preparing to deliver a final blow to Jiren. Jiren, I'm a step ahead of you. After gathering the energy, Hit suddenly shot it towards his opponent. But in the next second, something shocking happened. His attack was suddenly caught by a hand, and that hand belonged to Jiren. I was a step ahead, Jiren said calmly, and with a grip, he instantly shattered Hit's power. No. Impossible. Hit could hardly believe that his full power attack was so easily crushed by his opponent. He had underestimated Jiren's strength. This was bad. Suddenly, Jiren appeared and delivered a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen, causing Hit's eyes to widen and shock. His face contorted in pain. Suddenly, a red light burst from his abdomen, and then Jiren unleashed a shockwave, forming a red energy ball on Hit's belly, sending him flying out of the ring. Hit let out a weak scream as he was pushed out of the arena, followed by a loud explosion, and then his figure appeared in the audience. What a... How could this happen? Kompa stared in disbelief. The strongest warrior of Universe 6 was eliminated just like that. The others from Universe 6 also felt a sense of despair, as they had a premonition that they would be erased. I announced that the contestant Hit from Universe 6 has fallen out of the ring and is considered eliminated. The Grand Priest suddenly spoke. Universe 6. Hit. Erased. The Omni King found Universe 6 and pressed the button for Hit's elimination. Now only Caulifla remains in Universe 6. Although she is a fusion of Kale and Caulifla, if she is eliminated, it means both will be eliminated together. To dare engage with Jiren, the outcome is predictable. The 11th god of destruction said arrogantly. The clown god of destruction also revealed a smile. Next, only Universe 7 and Universe 3 are left. On the other side, Caulifla noticed that she was the only one left in Universe 6, and the pressure increased dramatically. What happened? Why am I the only one left? Caulifla said irritably. At that moment, Goku suddenly appeared in front of her. Let's decide the winner quickly. Caulifla looked at Goku with irritation, then suddenly exploded with anger, charging directly at Goku. However, Caulifla's attack didn't even graze Goku's clothes. The Ultra Instinct technique allows for automatic responses to external stimuli. However, facing a strong opponent like Caulifla, Goku's conscious awareness awakened, and he wanted to control this power, so gradually his evasions weakened significantly. Caulifla's attack sliced through a few strands of Goku's hair. This is promising. Caulifla rejoiced, and then increased her power, launching a fierce assault on Goku. Goku is being suppressed. What's going on? Krillin and the others asked in confusion upon seeing this scene. Goku is trying to master the power of Ultra Instinct, but he doesn't realize that the key to Ultra Instinct is to forget everything and let the body react automatically, and by trying to control it, Goku is only diminishing its power, was explained. Beerus remained silent. Since Hit's elimination, he had fallen into silence. Lord Beerus, are you afraid that Universe 6 will be eliminated? Was suddenly asked. Beerus' body stiffened, then feigned indifference as he replied, Humph. What nonsense. Why would I worry about my opponents? Well, after all, Kompa is Beerus' twin brother, Whis said with a slight smile. Shut up. Whether it's our Universe 7 or Universe 6 that disappears, that's not something we can decide. Beerus' expression turned grim. Whis didn't say much more, knowing that his master had a tough exterior but a soft heart. Tat 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 tat. Caulifla continued to attack Goku, who could only passively dodge. However, Goku realized that trying to control that power was unrealistic. Attempting to impose his consciousness only diminished the power. So he decided not to actively control it anymore. After dodging, he seized the opportunity to disappear and reappear at a higher vantage point. The heat around Goku became boiling again, and the intensity was increasing. Sweat began to bead down his face. Stop dodging. I've had enough of playing around. Oh, let's settle it with one move. Caulifla suddenly smiled, and then unleashed a burst of energy, gathering countless attacks to shoot at Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened, and he began dodging continuously. However, facing Goku's evasions, Caulifla showed no signs of giving up. She was waiting for Goku to reveal a flaw. Meanwhile, Goku also took the initiative to charge at Caulifla, while also beginning to gather energy. Not good. Caulifla noticed the opponent's intention, and her heart raced as she quickly sped up the launch of energy blasts. But Goku dodged them with ease. Even though the opponent anticipated his next move, Goku narrowly avoided capture. Just in time. Came. Hey. You? Oh. Caulifla sensed the danger as Goku's power began to gather, feeling a strong threat. Thinking of this, Caulifla quickly fired several attacks to block Goku's retreat, forcing him into the path she had predicted. In the next moment, she unleashed her ultimate move, and in an instant, terrifying power surged toward Goku. Energy. However, Goku dodged the opponent's attack and arrived right in front of Caulifla, exposing her flaws and opening the door for his attack. Not good. By now, Caulifla couldn't regret it anymore. Kamehameha. Goku shot a Kamehameha directly at Caulifla. Caulifla screamed as she was blasted away by the Kamehameha. During the process, the powerful energy shattered her earrings. In the end, the two separated sisters fell off the arena. I declare all competitors from Universe 6 are eliminated. Universe 6 shall be erased. The Grand Priest slowly ascended, his gaze fixed upon Universe 6. As Kale and Caulifla fell, the warriors of Universe 6 sank into despair. Their universe seemed doomed. No way. We've actually lost, just like that. Tapion scratched his head in disbelief. Damn it. We were so close, yet still couldn't defeat Son Goku. Kale voiced her frustration. Hit gently closed his eyes. The others stood in grim silence. Lord Tapion. Beerus's angelic attendant Vados hesitated, words catching in her throat. Tapion, however, bore it with surprising grace and flashed a wry grin. Well then, looks like I can't be your master any longer, Vados. She bowed her head slightly. Hey, Beerus. Tapion suddenly turned toward the god of destruction as if about to speak. But Beerus kept his head lowered, silent, unresponsive. Tapion held his gaze on Beerus for a long, quiet moment, then smiled again, wide and warm. Farewell, brother. Oh, wink. The Omni King raised his hand and clenched his fist. Instantly, the entire delegation of Universe 6 began to fade, then vanished without a trace. Vados bowed deeply before the empty space where Tapion had stood, a final solemn gesture of reverence. Lord Beerus. Even an angel like Whis was visibly moved. Beerus gritted his teeth, then spoke cold and resolute. Regardless, we will win this tournament of power. Universe 7 must stand victorious in the end. In and after eliminating Kale, Goku glanced at his own hands. Steam rose in shimmering waves from his body. Heat so intense, even he could scarcely endure it. Yet he clenched his jaw and pressed on, until just as he prepared to rush to aid another, his legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees. Damn. Goku cursed inwardly, then realized the truth. His body could no longer contain the searing energy of Ultra Instinct, and his stamina had been utterly spent. In that instant, Goku reverted to his base form. And meanwhile, Analyza, despite its colossal frame, was utterly helpless against Roa's overwhelming assault. Even a being of such immense power stood no chance against Roa operating at full capacity. Roa sensed Goku's victory over Universe 6. Now, only one obstacle remained: defeat this monstrous foe, and the final clash with Universe 11 would begin. Goku's inability to sustain Ultra Instinct stemmed from its nature, not an innate transformation, but a profound state attained through insight. Roa, however, was different. He embodied this state, its meaning, its essence identical to Ultra Instinct itself. Though he could not maintain full power form indefinitely, Roa could ascend to Super God 4, a form whose might rivaled even a nascent imperfect Ultra Instinct. ROAR, and suddenly Analyza lunged forward, its vast wings propelling it at terrifying speed. Yet Roa moved faster. Before Analyza even reached him, Roa had already reappeared behind it, striking with blinding, incalculable speed. Greya! A thunderous, sickening impact echoed across the arena as Analyza shrieked in agony, powerless to resist. Roa's velocity had eclipsed its perception entirely, only its raw strength prevented instantaneous annihilation. Then, Roa vanished in a flash, reappearing instantly before Analyza, driving a devastating knee strike upward. The explosive recoil hurled the behemoth crashing down to the arena floor. Before unlocking full power, even Roa's punches failed to budge his opponent. Now, his might had transcended all prior limits. Though Analyza had grown stronger too, it remained hopelessly outmatched. Roa landed atop a towering platform, gazing down impassively. Crimson heat rippled around him, like spectral echoes of Goku's Ultra Instinct. Analyza, don't engage him, Hedon. Unleash your ultimate technique. Cast him down. The third Kaishin roared. Hearing the command, Analyza staggered upright, then unleashed a guttural roar. A torrent of terrifying energy enveloped it, lifting its massive form skyward. Its arms extended, energy coalescing violently in its palms. Roa's brow furrowed. This attack was no ordinary blow. It clearly aimed to shatter the entire arena. Bevam, Na cataclysmic force surged, swelling into a colossal sphere of raw power. In moments its oppressive aura swept across the battlefield like a storm. Though battered by Roa, Analaz's inherent strength remained formidable. Fully unleashed, its might could likely overwhelm anyone present, except perhaps Jiren or Roa himself. Is that monster trying to shatter the whole stage? Krillin stammered, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. If he succeeds, we're in serious trouble. Piccolo's voice was ice cold. Our only hope now lies with Roa, declared the Kaioshin gravely. Kamehameha. Na low resonant chant rose. Then brilliant white light erupted around Roa, blazing like a newborn star. Now, strike them all down, Analaza. The third Kaioshin bellowed. Greya. With a deafening surge, Analaza launched the energy sphere, hurtling straight toward Roa, engulfing the entire arena in its path. Huh. Roa roared, assumed his stance, and gathered blinding white light into his palms. Then, firing at full power, the Kamehameha erupted forth, a beam whose destructive force dwarfed every technique before it. Krakrakra, two titanic energies collided, locked in fierce, trembling stasis, until abruptly Roa's Kamehameha began to overwhelm the sphere. Roa let out a primal bestial howl, and poured every ounce of his being into the beam. Instantly, Analaza's energy sphere began to fracture, its light dissolving into Roa's radiant torrent. No, impossible. Hold on, Analaza. The third Kaioshin cried out in horror. Analaza's face twisted in anguish, its power once absolute now crumbling before a greater force. Then, a cataclysmic detonation. Amid Analaza's final ear-splitting scream, its colossal form vanished beneath the blinding inferno. SHHHSHHHSHHH. On the spectator stands of Universe, 3-4 silhouettes flickered into view, then faded. Null eliminated. It's over, whispered the third Kaioshin hollowed. I hereby declare all competitors from Universe 3 have been eliminated. Per tournament law, they shall be erased by the Omni King's decree, intoned the Grand Priest. Without hesitation, the two Omni Kings extinguished Universe 3's representatives, and then with a single gesture erased Universe 3 itself. A hush fell across the arena, deep, heavy, reverberant. Now, the tournament of power reaches its climax. Only two universes remain, Universe 7 and Universe 11. The victor shall survive, and claim the Super Dragon Balls as their reward. 10 minutes remain until the final match begins. Give it your all. The Grand Priest offered a serene, knowing smile. In the 7th universe, there are still 6 individuals, while in the 11th universe there are 3. Such an advantage naturally lies with the 7th universe. The number of people is double that of the opponents, and their strength cannot be underestimated, making this battle truly worth watching. Lua jumped down from a high place, and at the same time the red glow surrounding him dissipated. He realized that maintaining the Ultra Instinct at full power was very difficult, any slight misstep could lead to backlash. Of course, it was ultimately because Lua was able to reach full power due to the assistance of Gohan and Vegeta, allowing him to unleash his strongest abilities. Now, however, with Vegeta and Gohan's power completely exhausted, only his own strength remained. If he intended to maintain it further, it would likely harm his body significantly. Suddenly, Goku walked in front of Lua and looked at his stance with a hint of envy. Your power has increased tremendously. Lua smiled slightly. Breaking through one's limits is a talent that a Saiyan should possess. Goku felt somewhat complicated as he tightened his fists. To be honest, I've tried to control that power, but the more I try to control it, the less I can unleash its true strength. Lua nodded. That is natural. The Ultra Instinct should not be controlled by one's body. To unleash its fullest power, one must forget everything and reach a state of selflessness, allowing the body to react automatically. Goku looked puzzled. So Lua, were you able to break through this form because of that? He wasn't foolish and could see that Lua's state closely resembled the Ultra Instinct. Lua nodded. Exactly. The reason I was able to break through to Super Saiyan Red is that I followed this path, aligning my characteristics with the Ultra Instinct. If he hadn't known the secret to the Ultra Instinct, he might still be stuck relying on system rewards. Now it seemed he could comprehend it himself. The system was becoming increasingly useless. System. Enough talk now, only the 11th universe remains. Let's put in the effort and defeat the enemy. Lua suddenly shifted his gaze to Jiren, not far away. The latter was also watching them. Goku was filled with battle intent, declaring, Jiren, no matter what, I must overcome this great mountain you represent. Jiren approached slowly. Then you two should come at me together. Lua and Goku exchanged a knowing glance, and then both erupted with energy, unleashing their powerful strength. Lua was utilizing the Ultra Instinct Stage 4, while Goku was employing Super Saiyan Blue mixed with Kaioken. However, all the gods could clearly see that Lua's strength was evidently superior to Goku's. Jiren observed the two lingering on Lua for a few extra seconds. The reason he hadn't attacked after defeating Hit was that he was studying Lua's fighting style, especially since Lua's power posed a threat to him, particularly at full output, where he sensed danger. Let's go together. Lua shouted, immediately moving into action. In that instant, Goku also charged forward. Jiren did not underestimate them. His figure transformed into a red afterimage as he rushed out. On another front, Vegeta and Android 17 were battling Topo, and while they weren't exactly working together, they were gradually suppressing him. Meanwhile, Dispo was facing off against Frieza and Gohan, with the latter two caught off guard by Dispo's supersonic speed. Even Golden Frieza couldn't catch sight of his opponent. With the advantage in numbers, our 7th universe holds the upper hand, the 7th Kaishin stated slowly. However, Jiren is an unpredictable factor. His power should not be underestimated. As such, the final victor remains somewhat unclear. Wasuten explained slowly. As long as Lua transforms into that previous system form, they can supply energy to Goku and Vegeta, and they should be able to defeat Jiren. Not quite. Leaving aside whether Gohan and the others can defeat their opponents, even if they do when they want do it that way. In this duel, if they can persist, they can use their numerical advantage to win the tournament of power. But if they give their power to Lua, they will truly be at their limit and utterly defenseless. Wu shook his head, slightly disagreeing with Beerus' opinion. The crowd fell silent indeed. Even with double the numbers, their worry only deepened. On the 11th universe's side, the clown god of destruction silently observed the scene, saying nothing. He had absolute confidence in Jiren. Jiren's power would never lose to anyone. In the arena, Lua and Goku teamed up against Jiren. However, as they rarely worked together, they couldn't achieve perfect synchronization. They could only be said to be working together to face their opponent. Yet Jiren was incredibly agile. He easily dodged Goku's attacks while countering effortlessly. In contrast, he had to take Lua's assault seriously after reaching Ultra Instinct stage, for Lua's attributes had seen substantial improvements. His strength was comparable to Goku's Ultra Instinct. Goku charged at Jiren, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, but they were all effortlessly dodged by Jiren. Suddenly, Jiren caught Goku's fist tightly. "What a..." Goku exclaimed in surprise. "I've already seen through your techniques, so this is not your home turf," Jiren calmly stated, and then suddenly appeared close to Goku, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Goku let out a cry of pain as he smashed through countless mountains, ultimately creating a massive crater in the ground. His body convulsed in agony before he reverted to his normal state. It was evident just how immense Jiren's strength was. Jiren looked at Lua. "It's your turn now." Lua looked at Jiren, showing no signs of fear, instead displaying eagerness to engage. In the next moment, he erupted with powerful energy that burst forth from his body. The Saiyans unleashed greater power when pushed to the brink. With a murmur, Lua suddenly charged towards Jiren. Jiren's gaze sharpened, and immediately countless waves of pressure surged towards Lua, manifesting as numerous energy fists formed from the gathered aura. Lua showed no fear, employing his instant transmission to continually evade his instincts, making him highly sensitive to these energies. However, Jiren had also experienced his instant transmission, so deciphering Lua's movement would be all too simple for him. Moreover, with his strength, he could effortlessly predict Lua's actions. Thus, after evading dozens of strikes, an even more precise and dense barrage of punches was already before him. A fierce glint appeared in Lua's eyes, and then he suddenly unleashed a powerful force, striking out with his fist to collide against Jiren's oncoming attack. "I've already seen your techniques, so your power is well within my grasp." Jiren spoke while continuing his assault. Lua had no time to heed his words. He unleashed all the moves at his disposal, and amidst the intense clash, Lua's power continued to grow stronger. This change did not escape Jiren's notice. He felt a hint of confusion, yet in his heart, he began to acknowledge Lua. Suddenly, Jiren's strength surged once more, and his punches became increasingly dense. However, Lua gradually discovered a slight opening in the opponent's attacks. With determination, he thought to himself, dodging Jiren's strikes while closing the distance. How is it possible? He can actually get close under Jiren's assault. What kind of monster is this guy? The 11th god of destruction remarked, his expression darkening. "Trust in Jiren. No one can defeat him," the clown god of destruction said coldly. Suddenly, in that instant, Lua dashed right in front of Jiren, his fist launching fiercely towards him. Bang! Jiren, with an astonished look, took a punch heat in. "What a..." The clown god of destruction immediately stood up. "He hit him," Krillin exclaimed joyfully. The members of Universe 7 also breathed a sigh of relief. Even Jiren found it hard to believe as he looked at Lua. Although the punch did not inflict much damage, he indeed felt pain. "Don't think you're the only one who can see through my techniques. Oh, I have seen through yours too." Lua smiled faintly. Not only did he possess the strongest talent, growing stronger as he fought, but seeing through his opponent's techniques was also remarkably simple. Of course, this depended on the crucial moment. If Jiren's power exceeded his by a significant margin, even with a flaw, he would struggle to overcome his opponent. Jiren's expression suddenly turned cold, and he directly seized Lua's fist, throwing him aside. However, Lua did not fly far, forcefully halting his momentum to unleash a barrage of energy blasts towards Jiren. Jiren observed the incoming attacks, then with one hand he fired off a few blasts that directly shattered Lua's onslaught. Lua smiled faintly, then his form flickered and vanished. Jiren suddenly tilted his head, and in the next moment a fist rushed past his ear. In the following instant, Jiren retaliated with a kick. Lua, appearing behind Jiren, blocked the kick with one hand, forcing him to retreat violently. Before he could steady himself, Jiren had already closed in on him. Lia's heart skipped a beat as Jiren's fists were already upon him. The speed was breathtaking. Lia could only raise his arm to defend. Boom. A scream erupted as Lia was sent crashing down, a cloud of dust rising from the ground. This is bad. The members of Universe 7 changed expressions. Although Lia is indeed formidable, his stamina is starting to wane. Whis sighed. Exhaustion. This is a very fatal weakness. In the arena, Jiren looked down upon the rising dust, and then a surge of immense energy gathered in his hand, aimed at the ground below. Swish. Suddenly an attack shot towards Jiren. He was momentarily stunned, then stopped gathering his power and evaded the strike. Jiren looked towards the attacker, his expression darkening. Son Wukong. Wukong stood at a distance on the ground, chuckling. It's not good to overlook me. Jiren landed on the ground, then with a push of his toes charged straight towards Wukong. Wukong gritted his teeth forcefully, boosting his own strength, transforming once again into Super Saiyan Blue along with Kaioken. In the blink of an eye, Jiren was already before him. A fist surged forward. Wukong found it difficult to evade, crossing his arms to take the hit. Bang. Ugh. Under an immense force, Wukong was sent flying again. Soon after, a powerful force came crashing down, and with an explosion, Wukong's form was engulfed. This is bad. I've overestimated myself. Wukong's stamina couldn't support him in such a fierce battle, nor could he maintain this form, so taking this route would only lead to suppression. As the dust settled, Wukong lay on the ground, having reverted to his normal state, wounded but enduring. Jiren looked at him and then fell silent. Jiren, throw Son Wukong out first. The clown god of destruction suddenly shouted. Son Wukong had comprehended the Ultra Instinct, and with a second transformation, if he could transform again, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them, and this potential factor was highly dangerous and must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Jiren's eyes flickered, and then he walked towards Wukong. Wukong chuckled. He was not despairing, but rather was at peace. Having managed to fight Jiren this far, he had done his best. The opponent's power exceeded his imagination. Without comprehending the Ultra Instinct, he would have been eliminated long ago. His goal was to buy Lia some time to recover a bit of stamina. With this, he could increase Lia's chances of victory. Thinking this, Wukong suddenly struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth as the surrounding rubble trembled with his energy fluctuations, and then countless fragments rose into the air. Umph! Wukong shouted, and immediately his aura erupted once more. A powerful force burst forth as a golden radiance enveloped him. Super Saiyan. Now he could only maintain the form of Super Saiyan. It's useless. Don't waste your efforts. Jiren said, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Wukong. Wukong instinctively threw a punch, but Jiren easily dodged and struck Wukong hard. Ugh! Wukong's eyes widened in shock as his body trembled, and he knelt down. Wukong. Seeing Wukong struck down, everyone wore anxious faces. Wukong must not be eliminated. Hold on. Bai Lucy likewise spoke with urgency. Yet none of them could intervene in the matters on the arena. They could only stand by powerless. It is time to eliminate Son Wukong. The Supreme Kai of the 11th universe said calmly. Just as Julian was about to move, he frowned and turned. Lia, who no one knew when had arrived, was already standing there unharmed. Lia glanced at the fallen Wukong, then looked at Julian. Our duel continues. Earlier, Wukong had bought him a moment of rest, and that short respite had restored some of his stamina. His condition had improved considerably. Julian regarded Lia, then cast another look toward Wukong. Lia frowned, feeling a bad premonition, and in the next instant, he vanished in a blink. At that same moment, Julian raised his foot and kicked directly at Wukong, intent on eliminating him. But in that instant, the space around him suddenly froze. In a flash, Lia appeared before Julian and unleashed a punch. Regrettably, Julian had broken his bonds in a split second and blocked Lia's blow. Lia's eyes hardened. The next heartbeat, he drove a knee forward. Julian could only brace his arm to block, and then his body skidded backward. Lia did not pursue. He turned to Wukong. How are you? Wukong gritted his teeth, then smiled faintly. I can't move for now. Lia frowned and concentrated, preparing to transmit a surge of energy to Wukong. Wukong hastily refused. Don't waste your breath on me. Go handle Julian. You might be the only one who can deal with him. Lia fell silent, then nodded. All right. Rest well, I will hold him. With that, Lia fixed his gaze on the distant Julian and stepped forward. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from his body. Julian stared at him, surprised. Your power keeps increasing. Lia chuckled softly. So you noticed. Julian narrowed his eyes and shuddered. A crimson radiance bloomed around him. Clearly, he intended to show his true skill. Lia watched coolly. You haven't used your full strength, have you? Julian retorted. No need to trouble myself against you. Lia's smile stiffened into steel. Then let us see. With those words, he lunged at Julian. Julian, unwilling to yield, met him in a fierce exchange of blows. Their clash was astonishing. The entire arena bore their marks as volley after volley burst like fireworks. They were evenly matched. Lia and Julian had reached true parity. The sight caused the clown god of destruction and the others to furrow their brows. Elsewhere, Tuapa was locked in combat with Vegeta and No. 17. Their relentless assault was overwhelming him. He was being pressed hard. Just as Flash, Tuapa raised his massive hand, and fired it like a cannon at Vegeta and No. 17. The two dodged and closed in on him. No. 17 took the lead. His barrier could absorb Tuapo's blows, giving Vegeta the opening to dash straight to Tuapo's front. Tuapo was startled and fired an energy sphere. Vegeta snorted, evaded the blast, and struck out with a fierce kick. Tuapo blocked with his giant hand and was driven backward by the force. Vegeta landed and unleashed a princely barrage. Countless energy blasts hammered toward Tuapo. Having lost the initiative, Tuapo could only defend. At that moment, No. 17 leapt and fired a cannon shot downward. A thunderous explosion swallowed Tuapo's silhouette. No. 17 dropped beside Vegeta. The two watched the smoke intently. Humph. I thought he was something special. Turns out he's no more than this, Vegeta said with cold disdain. No. 17 did not belittle him, but warned, do not underestimate him. This one is not to be trifled with. Suddenly a fierce gale slammed into them. Vegeta's expression shifted, ugly and alarmed. The blast dispersed, revealing Tuapo. His upper garment was torn, the emblem of justice on his chest was ravaged. Tuapo's face darkened. He looked at Vegeta and No. 17 and said in a low voice, I intended to mete out justice upon you, but your strength is far greater than I imagined. Humph. So this is your justice. Pathetic and easily broken, Vegeta mocked. If the power of justice cannot defeat you, then I shall cast aside justice and wield the force of destruction to crush you, Tuapo said coldly. What? Vegeta knit his brows, puzzled. Suddenly Tuapo stripped off his jacket and an overwhelming primordial force awoke within him. Vegeta and No. 17 both felt a grave unease. The ground trembled as a violent aura burst from Tuapo's body. This is impossible. The Supreme Kai of the 7th universe cried out in horror. We have underestimated him. Bai Lucy's face turned grave as well. He had not expected such talent to emerge from a fighter of the 11th universe. Weishi watched with keen interest. A rare spectacle. Who would have thought a mere mortal could harbor the power of a god of destruction? The Supreme Kai of the 11th universe joked, Tuapo's destructive power can no longer be concealed. Still, to force him to renounce justice. 7th universe, you are remarkable indeed. The Supreme Kai of the 11th universe spoke with amusement. The clown god of destruction could not laugh. He knew it to be true. Tuapo possessed the god of destruction's power, yet he could not perfectly control it. If that force ran wild, the 11th universe would bear an inescapable burden of responsibility. Oh, quite formidable. The two All-Kings grew excited as they witnessed Tuapo awaken destructive power. He possesses the god of destruction's power. The left All-King exclaimed. Indeed, astonishing. The right All-King echoed, equally stirred. The Grand Priest observed, Tuapo's constitution carries destructive factors. He can comprehend destructive energy, an impressive prospect. If he were to inherit the god of destruction's mantle, he might be a fine choice. But the tournament has reached its climax. Who will ultimately triumph? Impossible. Are you kidding? Vegeta stared at Tuapo, enveloped in destructive energy, incredulous. God of destruction. At that moment the thought struck him. He had not expected this portly man to harbor such power. You should count yourselves fortunate to have driven me to use this force, Tuapo snarled. Forcing me to abandon justice. Your sin deserves the severest of fates. I will show no mercy. Tuapo glared at them and declared coldly that he would take no pity. No. 17 smiled lightly. Pathetic. Always invoking justice to cover your insecurity. Spare me the theatrics, come at us. Under the awakening of the destructive energy of Topo, the situation was instantly reversed. Vegeta and Android 17 found themselves at a disadvantage. The destructive energy was so powerful that even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan blue state could not withstand it, forcing both of them to evade clumsily. The 11th god of destruction spoke lightly. To have made Topo reach this point, you may have lost, but you can hold your heads high. At that moment something caught everyone's attention. With a loud explosion, a figure suddenly appeared in the audience of Universe 10. How could it be? Dispo. How did you get out of the arena? The clown god of destruction looked at Dispo in shock. Dispo looked a bit ashamed and lowered his head, saying, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being able to do it. On the other side, Universe 7 also saw another person. Son Gohan. Eliminated. Upon hearing of Gohan's elimination, the members of Universe 7 began to console each other. It turned out that Dispo's supersonic speed was too difficult for them to counter, so Gohan found an opportunity to forcibly restrain Dispo, allowing Frieza to knock them both out. Now 2 universes had eliminated one person simultaneously. Dispo has been eliminated. If that's the case, then let me take revenge for him. Topo also noticed Dispo's exit, instantly enraging him. With a furious roar, a violent wave of destructive energy surged forth. Such immense power. Android 17 exclaimed, feeling unstable under the overwhelming aura. Vegeta looked at Topo with a cold expression and said lightly, Humph, it's just bluster. You possess destructive energy, yet you are not a god of destruction. You are far inferior. Even so, dealing with you will be more than enough. No sooner had Topo finished speaking than he fiercely unleashed a destructive energy blast at the two. Be careful. Android 17 quickly jumped aside, while Vegeta, refusing to back down, fired an energy blast. However, at the moment of impact, Vegeta's power was completely shattered. Seeing this scene, Vegeta could only evade. The destructive blasts obliterated everything they touched upon, hitting the mountain. Toppo suddenly shifted, charging towards Android 17, as he could be considered the weakest here, so he decided to target him first. Android 17 clearly noticed this, nimbly dodging, while continuously firing numerous energy blasts at Toppo, hindering his advance with long-range attacks. However, Toppo was not so easily deterred. He reached out to the meteor-like energy blast before him and declared destruction. In an instant, a destructive blast shot out, instantly dismantling the opponent's attacks. Simultaneously, Toppo teleported behind Android 17. Before the latter could react, Toppo grabbed him by the back and violently threw him away, crashing through several mountains. Destruction. Toppo then directly fired another destructive energy blast. Just then a blue light surged toward him, and Toppo's eyes narrowed, crossing his arms to shield himself. Bang! With a dull sound, Toppo was sent sliding back. Vegeta looked at Toppo with a cold sneer, saying, "Let me be your opponent." Toppo glanced at Vegeta and replied, "Vegeta, I must admit your power is indeed somewhat interesting, but compared to my strength, you still fall short. Of course, if you could possess Goku's power, then you might have a glimmer of hope. How self-important you are. Do you think your power is strong? Let me tell you, even if Kakarot and the others break through themselves, what of it? I don't care. I will prove that my power surpasses yours." Vegeta's face twisted in fury as he began to gather energy. Hi-ya! Boom. In an instant, Vegeta's aura reached an exceptionally high level. His power began to rise as if undergoing some form of transformation. Vegeta, could it be that he too is about to break through his limits and achieve the Ultra Instinct technique? The audience was stunned. Not necessarily. Although Vegeta has extraordinary talent, mastering Ultra Instinct is not so simple. Even Goku only comprehended it when faced with life and death, so his power's increase does not indicate a trend toward Ultra Instinct. Whis smiled slightly and said, "Toppo, you mustn't let him increase his power. Destroy him now while you have the chance." The clown god of destruction suddenly stood up and shouted. Upon hearing this, Toppo nodded and began to gather energy toward Vegeta, saying, "I will not concern myself with justice, for I have long abandoned it. Therefore fairness will no longer exist. I can only ask you to leave." Destruction. Boom. A destructive blast suddenly surged toward Vegeta. However, Vegeta was still trying to break through himself, and he was not paying much attention, for if he could comprehend it in that instant, it would be a tremendous breakthrough for him. Just as the destructive energy was about to hit Vegeta, Android 17 suddenly appeared in front of him. He then shouted, enveloping himself in powerful light, his hands glowing green as he directly pushed against the destructive blast. "You annoying guy, your power is futile against me," Toppo said coldly. Android 17 grinned, saying, "Whether it's a destructive blast or destructive energy, as long as I'm here, you won't succeed." "Is that so?" Toppo suddenly directed both hands at Android 17, saying, "Then I can only go all out and let the ignorant you witness what destructive energy truly is." After saying this, Toppo gathered his hands to form an even larger destructive energy ball with a diameter of at least 5 meters. Destruction. With a shout, Toppo launched the energy. "This is bad." Android 17's expression changed as the immense destructive energy merged with the blast, instantly becoming terrifyingly powerful. Android 17 kept retreating, already struggling to withstand Toppo's strength. Hold on, Vegeta roared. He was so close to touching the power he sought. Android 17 gritted his teeth. "You're making it sound easy." He suddenly looked at Toppo, determination flashing in his eyes. "In that case, the next part is up to you." After saying this, he suddenly withdrew one hand, transferring energy to Vegeta, and soon a green energy sphere enveloped Vegeta. Vegeta was shocked, as if he sensed something. At that moment, Android 17 let out a furious roar. Instantly, the power within him erupted wildly, forming an energy storm around him. "What?" Toppo had an incredulous expression, clearly not expecting that his destructive energy would be blocked. Boom, boom. The next second, a huge explosion sounded out, and then the figures of Android 17 and Vegeta were engulfed. Under a tremendous explosion, a violent aura swept across the entire arena. The stage was shattered at that moment. Even Tuapa had retreated to a safe distance, watching the scene with a serious expression. As the smoke cleared, only Vegeta's figure remained in the arena. At the same time, he declared, "I announce that Universe 7's number 17 is eliminated." The Grand Minister suddenly spoke, and then with a wave of his hand, a beam of light descended upon the audience of Universe 7. As the light faded, number 17's disheveled form was revealed. He was unable to move, having taken the full brunt of the massive explosion, which even he with infinite energy could not withstand. "Really? Why do we have to force it? As long as we have more people than they do, it would have been enough," Beerus said, somewhat disgruntled. Once number 17 regained his composure, he replied nonchalantly, "It's useless. If we don't break through our opponent, we will lose. Their strength is overwhelming. There's nothing we can do about it." Beerus remained displeased. At that moment, the protective shield surrounding Vegeta suddenly shattered, but at the same time, Vegeta let out a furious roar, and in the next second, a blue light shot up into the sky. "What a..." Tuapa's expression changed to one of seriousness as he sensed that Vegeta's power was undergoing a qualitative transformation. As the blue glow dissipated, Vegeta's form gradually became clear. At that moment his state had reached deep blue. This is all my power. I will use this power to crush your so-called destructive energy. Vegeta looked at Tuapa with arrogance. You're so full of yourself. With a cold snort, Tuapa immediately condensed destructive energy towards Vegeta, creating a single destructive energy orb, and then he split it into countless smaller destructive energy orbs. Destruction, Tuapa called out, and immediately countless destructive energy orbs surged toward Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he began to dodge, successfully evading the destructive energy. At the same time, Vegeta charged in front of Tuapa, unleashing a powerful punch. Tuapa was equally unafraid, and threw a punch as well, causing their fists to collide. A wave of sound erupted. I must say your power has indeed seen significant improvement, Tuapa praised. It's enough to deal with you. After saying this, Vegeta issued a low growl and struck out with another punch. Boom. With a dull thud, Tuapa was sent staggering backward. Vegeta did not give Tuapa a chance to recover, pressing the attack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that kept Tuapa suppressed. Although Tuapa had achieved destructive energy, his strength and speed only increased. They were directly entangled in battle. Super Saiyan Deep Blue, how impressive. Vegeta has pushed past his limits with his own strength. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 remarked with some admiration. Saiyans are a race that only knows how to fight. Their limits are beyond our imagination. Indeed, Piccolo replied coolly. The others agreed, having witnessed too many miracles of Saiyans overcoming adversity along their journey. Only the Saiyans continue to improve. Tat tat tat. Vegeta's movements became faster, and in an instant he delivered a heavy punch that sent Tuapa reeling. Final flash. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate move, striking Tuapa directly. A tremendous explosion erupted and thick smoke obscured the view. However, in the next moment Vegeta's expression changed to one of disbelief. What? Tuapa stood in place, slightly injured but otherwise unharmed. Smoke without injury. Tuapa looked at Vegeta and then said, "You are indeed a worthy opponent, so I will no longer hide my strength." After saying this, a wave of destructive energy suddenly emitted from Tuapa, and then a terrifying energy surged forth. Tuapa's aura was continuously rising. How is this possible? Vegeta's face showed disbelief. He had not expected Tuapa to hide such terrifying power. As Tuapa's power increased, his body began to swell, muscles bulging, radiating a sense of strength. The reason I didn't unleash my full power before was that I couldn't completely control the destructive energy. However, to defeat you I have no choice but to do this. Tuapa snorted coldly. Indeed, if he fully awakened the destructive energy, the backlash would be tremendous, which is why he had always been cautious. However, he could no longer hold back against Vegeta, so he had to unleash all his power from the seal. Yet doing so would have significant repercussions for him. It would lead to severe backlash. TCH. Cold sweat began to slide down Vegeta's face. Tuapa extended his hand towards Vegeta. Let you experience the true destructive energy. Whoosh. A massive destructive energy orb formed rapidly, both in gathering and firing speed. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and he quickly dodged. Whoosh. Instantly the ground beneath him disappeared. Everyone felt a pang of anxiety for Vegeta. Tuapa continuously fired energy blasts at Vegeta while Vegeta kept dodging and simultaneously looked for opportunities to close in on Tuapa. The latter noticed his intentions, but didn't care. As long as he was hit by Tuapa's energy blasts, it would be a devastating attack. Vegeta launched his ultimate move at Tuapa. However, Tuapa's destructive energy easily extinguished the attack. It was utterly ineffective. Useless, you can't possibly be my opponent, Tuapa said arrogantly. Damn it. Vegeta roared and charged straight at Tuapa. His speed reached its peak. Destruction. Tuapa coldly called out, hastily gathering destructive blasts. But the next second Vegeta's fist was already coming at him. At the same time, Tuapa also launched his energy blast. Boom. In that instant, Vegeta's fist, enveloped in golden light, directly shattered Tuapa's energy blast. With one punch, he knocked Tuapa back several meters. What a... Tuapa exclaimed in shock, clearly not expecting Vegeta to possess such power. Since no technique works, then enjoy the fireworks of the explosion with me. As he said this, Vegeta suddenly began to erupt with energy, a powerful force surging forth, and then a golden sphere of light enveloped Vegeta. No way. Is Vegeta planning to self-destruct? Piccolo's expression changed. He recalled how Vegeta had used this technique when battling Majin Buu. But this was a move that would lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, if not executed properly, Vegeta's life would be at stake. Damn it. What kind of terrifying existence is this power? Tuapa felt a bit panicked, but he still shouted angrily. How could I possibly lose to you? Universe 11 is the true victor. After saying this, he suddenly gathered a formidable destructive blast, a massive destructive orb forming that had the power to annihilate countless planets. However, Vegeta completely ignored Tuapa's strength. All his energy had converged into a storm, and a giant sphere appeared in the arena. In an instant, Tuapa launched his destructive blast, colliding with Vegeta's power. In that moment, a terrifying explosion enveloped the entire arena. The entire stage began to shake. Contestants from Universe 7 Vegeta and Universe 11 Topo are disqualified. With the words of the Grand Priest, Vegeta and Topo appeared in their respective spectator seats. Uncle Vegeta, eat a Senzu bean. Gohan quickly handed a Senzu bean to Vegeta's mouth. After consuming it, Vegeta instantly returned to normal. TCH, is this where I stop? Vegeta's expression turned somewhat grim. You did well, now it's up to Jiren and the others. Indeed, Beerus said lightly. To be honest, he had not expected Vegeta to defeat Topo, but Vegeta's desperate attacks had even moved him. The 11th universe fell into silence. Now only Jiren remains. The god of destruction from Universe 11 said slowly. Have faith in Jiren, even 3 against 1 no one can match him. The clown god of destruction said casually. Indeed, Jiren's strength far exceeds mine, they absolutely cannot win against Jiren. Topo observed the situation in the arena and said indifferently. In the arena, Jiren faced off against Jiren and others. It's hard to imagine that only we few are left. Frieza said mockingly. Frieza, now is not the time to play. Jiren hasn't shown his true strength yet, so we cannot let our guard down. Goku said with a serious expression. Are you teaching me how to do things? Frieza replied lightly. Enough, everyone stop arguing, the opponent is preparing to get serious, stay alert. Luoya suddenly said. Hearing this, Frieza and Goku were both startled and quickly looked at Jiren. At this moment, Jiren's condition was indeed a bit unusual. He radiated a red glow and his aura was growing stronger. In the end, it all comes down to me, it can only be this way. Jiren said lightly, and then a powerful heat wave erupted from his body, engulfing the entire broken arena with red energy like flames. Even the spectator seats were not spared. Such powerful energy. Even from this distance, I can feel that heart-pounding heat. It's just like Goku's earlier transformation. Krillin exclaimed. Is this Jiren's true power? Vegeta also wore an expression of disbelief. He realized that no matter how he broke through his limits, he was no match for Jiren. The gap between him and Jiren was simply too great. With this in mind, Vegeta cast a complicated glance at Luoya and the others. At this moment, none of them had reached their peak, which meant they would face Jiren's frenzied onslaught. Damn it. Kakarot, you dare to lose even one match. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Such powerful energy. Goku also broke into a cold sweat. Humph. No one can surpass me. Frieza snorted coldly, and in an instant he erupted with energy, transforming into Golden Frieza. Goku also strained to gather energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Both of them had very little stamina left. Previously, Frieza had expended a tremendous amount of energy fighting Dispo, and Goku, not to mention, had pushed his body to the brink after several intense battles. Only Luoya still had some energy left. Of course, Luoya never considered facing Jiren alone. That would be an incredibly foolish move, and timing was key. With Jiren being so abnormal in his current state, winning against him was simply impossible, so it was better to attack together. Jiren slowly walked forward, his gaze fixed on Luoya and the others, an invisible pressure chilling the atmosphere in the arena. Let's go. Luoya shouted softly, and in the next moment, he took the lead in attacking, charging directly at Jiren. Goku and Frieza followed closely, their momentum overwhelming. Bang bang bang. Luoya's terrifying power struck at Jiren, countless lights bursting forth, destroying everything around. Jiren effortlessly received Luoya's attack, and at the same time, he seized an opportunity from Luoya's fatigue, directly throwing him away. Goku and Frieza followed closely behind, and the two rarely began to cooperate. Their attacks created some difficulty for Jiren, but they were unable to injure him, as all their attacks were completely blocked by Jiren. A powerful hand grasped Frieza's head and slammed him down, causing a shriek as the ground cracked beneath him. Goku seized the chance to attack, but Jiren countered with an elbow strike followed by a punch, sending Goku flying away. Suddenly, Jiren sensed something and turned sharply. He saw Luoya already in position from above, and he roared Kamehameha. Boom. A massive stream of energy surged down, directly crashing towards Jiren. Jiren's gaze sharpened, and he gathered energy in one hand to block Luoya's Kamehameha. Luoya was panting heavily. He knew that if he didn't quickly eliminate Jiren, he might exhaust all his stamina. Suddenly, Luoya increased his output, unleashing an overwhelming energy recklessly. Yet Jiren did not take a single step back. Instead, his strength grew even stronger as he unleashed energy towards Luoya, suppressing the Kamehameha. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from Jiren's back, causing his expression to change. He turned his head to look. Not far away, Frieza extended a hand towards him, gasping heavily. You monster! I, Frieza the Great, will deal with you, Frieza said in a distressed voice. After saying this, he fiercely launched an energy blast at Jiren. However, Jiren easily blocked it with his other hand. I'm here too. On the other side, Goku forcibly erupted with energy, and then he reflected the Kamehameha back at Jiren. Jiren gritted his teeth, becoming somewhat impatient. The next second, he erupted with energy, instantly shattering the attacks from the three. The powerful aura blasted Frieza and Goku away. Luoya gritted his teeth, and then roared, unleashing a surge of strength. He felt even more powerful than before. In the next moment, Luoya charged at Jiren, ignoring the pressure from the opponent, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of him. Jiren's gaze sharpened, and he threw a punch, while Luoya, unwilling to back down, punched back. Boom. The two punches collided, releasing invisible forces that tore apart everything around. The two exchanged glances and the next second began to fight fiercely, their speed so fast that no one could see clearly, leaping and colliding frequently, with powerful waves of energy sweeping across the area. Did you notice? Although Luoya is exhausted, his strength is increasing, and no matter how Jiren attacks, he can block it. That's quite strange, isn't it? Suddenly the god of destruction exclaimed in surprise. Krillin and the others, lacking sufficient strength, could not see their battle, looking utterly bewildered. However, number 17 and the others saw it. It's true, Luoya's strength is continuously increasing, even seemingly limitless. Gohan said somewhat seriously, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Indeed, it's true. Luoya is gradually able to keep up with Jiren's attacks. Number 17 said, with some surprise. Could it be that Luoya can continue to break through, like before, in full power state? Clint asked with anticipation. Suddenly Whis' voice came through. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback and looked at Whis in confusion. Hey Whis, what do you mean by that? Beerus said, somewhat displeased. Whis observed the battle and replied, Luoya's power has indeed increased, but he has forgotten his own advantages. What advantages? Beerus was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Whis smiled slightly and said, as I mentioned before, Luoya's form is itself a manifestation of the ultimate instinct technique. However, he is now blindly using his power without correctly guiding the energy of ultimate instinct. In other words, Luoya's thoughts are too chaotic, which leads to his thoughts not keeping up with his actions, so he cannot respond in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, everyone wore worried expressions. But don't worry, I believe he will realize this issue, was said softly. Meanwhile, Luoya's power was indeed continuously increasing, not only due to his extraordinary talent, but also his mastery of Ultra Instinct. At the same time, when facing Jiren, Luoya skillfully utilized techniques like instant transmission and other moves, causing certain threats even if Jiren could withstand them. Oh. Luoya's power surged violently, and the ferocity of a gorilla exploded within him. His powerful physique continuously amplified his energy. Resisting Jiren's attacks was akin to taking them heat-in with his body. However, as Jiren struck him, Luoya also launched effective attacks against Jiren, resulting in a fierce standoff. However, Jiren's power was also growing stronger. He was gradually unleashing himself. Because his strength was overwhelmingly powerful, he was unsure how much power he needed to release to defeat his opponent. But now facing a formidable opponent excited him, causing him to gradually let loose. Luoya at this moment was like a beast on the loose, gradually breaking free from the control of divine energy, chasing after the primal strength of a Saiyan. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce clash with Jiren, Luoya suddenly roared, 30 times Kaioken. The instant burst of power caught even Jiren off guard, and he was promptly knocked down to the ground by Luoya's punch and kick. Boom. The ground cracked open. Jiren felt a twitch in his eyelids, reacting to the pain. Luoya landed standing tall, looking down at Jiren with a wild power and a cold gaze. Jiren slowly stood up and surveyed his clothes, noticing that the upper portion of his tight outfit was now torn. Looking up at Luoya, Jiren rarely revealed a hint of a smile, saying, very well, Luoya, is it? Your name is worth remembering. Luoya smiled slightly. It seems you are ready to get serious. Jiren nodded and said, in that case, let me show you what true power is. With that, Jiren suddenly shouted, unleashing a terrifying power that turned into a heat wave spreading out. Luoya's eyes narrowed as a massive pressure swept in. Even while using Kaioken, he found it hard to believe the power his opponent possessed. Experiencing this through the screen was a different sensation. After the powerful red heat wave, Jiren's figure emerged, but he appeared even more muscular than before. His shirt torn, the explosive strength turned him into a war god. No way. This is Jiren's true power. Everyone was stunned by this scene, even the gods were in shock. Beerus stared intensely at Jiren and asked Whis, is it really possible for mortals to achieve such feats? Whis also appeared somewhat serious, but replied honestly, isn't Lord Beerus already witnessing it? A mortal surpassing the gods. What a monster. Even someone as strong as Beerus couldn't help but exclaim. They are indeed remarkable individuals, capable of forcing Jiren to showcase his true strength. The destroyer god clown-like said with a hint of complexity. However, this ends here. When Jiren goes all out, no one can match him. The 11th universe, Kai said confidently. Don't underestimate them. The Saiyans of the 7th universe are not simple characters. The angel spoke. Don't worry, Jiren will win. The clown-like destroyer god expressed immense confidence in Jiren. Boom. As rubble flew, Jiren slowly walked towards Luoya, causing the debris to tremble, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire area. Luoya's expression grew serious, and he leaped, landing in front of Jiren. The two locked eyes, ready to strike. Suddenly, boom, a dazzling white light suddenly emanated from afar. Everyone looked on in shock. At this moment, Goku was surrounded by the white light, and a wave of heat began to radiate from him. That's... no way. The 11th universe, Kai suddenly felt something was amiss. I never expected that Goku could reach the state of ultimate instinct. Whis suddenly appeared, pleased, saying, the light faded, revealing Goku, who was emanating heat, his imposing presence intimidating even without anger. Jiren, I will be your opponent. Goku said coldly to Jiren. Luya glanced at Goku, then appeared somewhat dazed, subsequently falling silent. Meanwhile, Frieza also broke free from his constraints, panting heavily as he watched Luya and Goku exceed their limits, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Why couldn't he break through his own limits? Damn it, they've gotten ahead of me again. Frieza, just watch from the sidelines. We'll take care of Jiren, Goku said as he walked towards Jiren while addressing Frieza. Quickly, Goku approached Jiren from behind, flanking him with Luya, the ultimate instinct and Kaioken of Ultra Instinct. Two forces pressed directly against Jiren. However, Jiren's power was not at all inferior to theirs, and the three powers continuously collided. Luya and Goku struck a pose, and in the next moment, they charged at Jiren. Jiren grinned, and suddenly his figure eerily vanished from the spot. But Luya and Goku also disappeared simultaneously. The next moment, three powerful auras engulfed the entire Void Realm. Such overwhelming power. The entire Void Realm trembles beneath their might. A titanic battle erupts among the three. Gods and mortals alike are shaken to their core. Sun Wukong, mastering the Zizai Ji Gong, joins forces with Ultra God Force Luya to confront Jiren. And astonishingly, they stand evenly matched. And even at full power, Jiren proves far more formidable than anyone anticipated. Truly awe-inspiring. Their strength has long since transcended the domain of gods, exclaims the first Kaioshin in astonishment. Indeed, it is breathtaking. But what does martial supremacy matter truly? Their universe remains fundamentally underdeveloped. Ultimately, even such warriors are reduced to fighting merely for survival. The first destroyer remarks coolly. What a magnificent clash we have witnessed. And the seventh universe watches this spectacle with bated breath. Though numerically superior, they know Jiren's might is unparalleled. And time remains, a fleeting volatile commodity where every second may birth unforeseen catastrophe. Have Father and the others truly failed to overcome Jiren, even combined? Gohan murmurs, voice laced with quiet turmoil. Luya's stamina wanes and Kakarot has yet to fully master the Zizai Ji Gong. Neither is truly complete, mere half-attained masters. Against Jiren at his peak, victory is impossible. Vegeta states flatly. Vegeta speaks truthfully. Kakarot indeed has not grasped the true essence of the Zizai Ji Gong, nor can Luya alone sustain his maximum form through sheer will. Should either break through further, especially Kakarot, the outcome would tilt decisively. Yet without that breakthrough, Jiren's relentless power will exhaust them both to collapse. Whis observes suddenly. A pity, Frieza is now utterly incapable of intervening. Had all three joined forces, perhaps hope would still flicker. Master Roshi sighs. Frieza's reserves are nearly spent. May he seize every precious moment granted by Kakarot and Luya's sacrifice. Piccolo remarks calmly. Beerus stands, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the arena, not with fear of death, but with the fierce anticipation of a battle destined to astonish the divine pantheon. Who shall emerge triumphant remains gloriously uncertain. At full output, Jiren meets Luya and Kakarot's dual assault, not with strain, but with effortless dominance, even pressing them back. They blur across the sky, moving at speeds beyond mortal perception, colliding again and again in violent, thunderous bursts. Kamehameha, Kakarot and Luya recoil sharply shoulder to shoulder, then unleash a unified Kamehameha beam straight at Jiren. Jiren erupts with explosive energy. Crimson light flares from both palms as two searing red energy spheres launch forth, striking the Kamehameha Hedon. A cataclysmic detonation engulfs the arena. With a furious roar, Luya and Kakarot vanish, reappearing instantly before Jiren, their afterimages streaking like comet trails across the air. Jiren's gaze sharpens. Then an invisible pressure wave surges outward. Unprepared, both Luya and Kakarot are hurled backward as if struck by a celestial hammer. Dull, sickening thuds echo from their bodies, followed by sharp cries of pain. Jiren throws a punch. But his fist moves faster than thought. Its force colossal, its trajectory inevitable. Even his mere aura inflicts tangible harm upon them. Witnessing their suppression, the onlookers hold their breath. Eyes locked, hearts clenched in tense silence. Below, Frieza grits his teeth, staring upward, his hand trembling not from fear, but from exhaustion and grievous injury. After a strained pause, energy finally coalesces in his palm. He prepares a stealth strike. Bolt of concentrated energy rockets toward Jiren. Yet Jiren sensed it the instant it formed. In a flash, he unleashes a counterburst, shattering Frieza's attack outright. Then in the next breath, a crushing force slams into Frieza's chest. He vomits violently, face contorted in agony, as though punched repeatedly, brutally deep into his gut, before hurtling backward across the arena. But in that brief opening, Luya and Kakarot roar like cornered beasts. Two immense radiant auras, white and crimson, erupt into the heavens, halting Jiren's advance mid-stride. In the next instant, Luya vanishes, reappearing directly before Jiren, unleashing a torrent of rapid-fire blows. Jiren raises his arms to block, but within moments he exploits an opening and delivers a devastating kick, sending Luya flying. Kakarot surges forward in turn, his fists blurring like phantom shadows, each strike real, precise, and devastating. Jiren does not yield an inch. His hands snap forward, Countless punches explode outward in perfect synchronization, nullifying every one of Kakarot's strikes. Then, without warning, he reappears before Kakarot left fist to the gut, right fist to the jaw, and Kakarot rockets away like a meteor. A pained cry tears from his throat as he smashes through a mountainside, finally embedding deep within its rock face. Jiren moves to finish him, when suddenly instinct screams danger. He tilts his head, just as a scarlet bolt shrieks past his ear. Jiren turns, calm, unreadable, toward Frieza, the would-be assailant. Damn you, monster. Don't dare wear that revolting expression. How dare you, this arrogant fool, defy Lord Frieza? Even a being like Jiren cannot diminish my sovereignty. Pride must not falter. Jiren lifts his hand and fires a blazing energy sphere straight at Frieza. Frieza's face pales, but he does not retreat. Instead, he roars, channeling every last reserve, golden light erupting around him as he transforms into Golden Frieza. His palms slam forward, locking onto Jiren's blast. This Lord shall show you. Others can withstand your might, he snarls defiantly. Is that so? Jiren replies, voice serene, then extends his hand once more, gathering power for another devastating shot. Boom. Frieza's features twist in unbearable agony. He simply cannot endure Jiren's crushing force. I refuse to accept this. ARGH. In that final scream, the faint embers of his recovered strength vanish, and his golden form dissolves, reverting to his battered original state. No. The seventh universe cries out in unison. Too late. Searing inferno swallows Frieza whole, then explodes with deafening fury. Where he stood, the arena itself is torn asunder, a jagged crater gaping in its center. Whoosh. Frieza crashes lifelessly into the spectator stands, bloodied, broken, unconscious. Contestant Frieza of Universe 4, eliminated. The Grand Priest declares calmly. Honestly, why couldn't you just wait? Why provoke that monster? Number 17 frowns. Silence. My actions require no counsel from you. Frieza staggers upright, sneering. Humph. Vegeta glances at him, cold, dismissive, then says nothing. Beerus scowls. Another elimination, another blow to the seventh universe's dwindling hopes. Frieza was eliminated. The formidable evil king was kicked out, which undoubtedly surprised everyone. Leah glanced at Frieza, remaining silent. Frieza and number 17 were the last contestants in the power tournament, but now it seems that only he could rely on son Wukong. Wukong landed not far from Jiren, encircling him along with Leah. Jiren glanced at the two, then a smirk appeared on his face. Come on, let me crush you. Don't speak too soon. Leah calmly replied. Then he gathered his energy, and in an instant a powerful force erupted, pressing terrifying pressure directly toward Jiren. Wukong also shouted in anger, unleashing a scorching aura. Jiren's expression tightened, and then he roared, instantly blocking the two's power with a terrifying flame. The three forces rampaged in the arena, and for a moment the entire stage began to shake. These three have started to fight with all their might. Has the final battle finally arrived? The crowd and the gods watched the scene with excitement, curious about whether the ultimate instinct technique was more powerful, or the strength of the Super Saiyan god, or simply Jiren's overwhelming power. Suddenly Leah and Wukong moved, both unleashing terrifying power toward Jiren, firing energy blasts. In an instant Jiren's figure dodged like a phantom, and the next moment he dashed toward Leah with a stomp of his foot. With a single punch, Leah's block was forced back by a tremendous shockwave. Jiren provided no opportunity, raining down punches like a storm. Leah blocked while searching for an opening, but Jiren's strength was many times greater than before, making it somewhat difficult for him to defend. However, Wukong came to the rescue, forcefully separating the clash between Jiren and Leah, and the two resumed their fierce battle. The ultimate instinct technique was indeed powerful, but it was not the complete version, so Wukong was no match for Jiren. After just a few exchanges, he was struck down by several heavy punches and kicked into a mountainside. Before Jiren could relax, he felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His expression hardened, and he turned his head to the side just as a punch suddenly reached out. Everything happened in an instant, and Jiren and Leah exchanged a glance before engaging in countless exchanges the very next moment. The space around them exploded. Leah recoiled violently, then roared, unleashing a furious power that surged to another level. Becoming stronger against strength, Leah charged directly in front of Jiren, executing the Wolf Fang fist, relentlessly attacking Jiren, who easily blocked his assaults. The gap between them was too vast. If it were the complete version of the ultimate instinct technique or the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, there might still be a chance, but in this state it was nothing but a minor annoyance to Jiren. Boom. Jiren seized Leah's arm, and with his other hand, he gathered a powerful energy, then slammed it into Leah's stomach. Leah's face changed dramatically, but there was no time to dodge. Boom. The next moment, a powerful explosion erupted, and a shriek echoed as a figure was sent flying, crashing through numerous mountains before crashing hard to the ground. Leah. The members of Universe 7 all changed their expressions. Well done. If this continues, Universe 7 will be finished. The Clown Destroyer grinned, feeling proud. Jiren is still Jiren, so powerful it makes one tremble. The 11th Kai smiled slightly. Jiren's eyes were indifferent, and suddenly he turned to look. At this moment, Wukong had somehow assumed a stance, his hands gathering an incredibly powerful force stronger than when he defeated Frieza. Time to gather power. Kamehameha. Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Jiren, and in an instant terrifying power surged toward him. Jiren's pupils suddenly widened, and then he raised both hands to block the Kamehameha. However, the next second, he began to retreat. Wukong roared, pouring all his power into the shout, the immense force erupting like a waterfall. However, after a brief adaptation, Jiren did not retreat an inch. The next moment, he let out a low growl, and a flame-like power enveloped him, pushing Wukong's strength away. Wukong's ultimate instinct technique had nearly reached its limit, but it still couldn't defeat Jiren, leaving him somewhat helpless. Came. Huh. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by a powerful force erupting from another direction, and then another force rushed toward Jiren. Jiren's expression darkened as he reached out with one hand to block the energy wave. Boom. The two energy waves were blocked by Jiren's hands, and in that moment, Wukong and Luya seized the opportunity to roar, increasing their output. Under the full power of the two, Jiren indeed showed a hint of strain, but he still did not allow their attacks to harm him. Jiren, don't let us down. Crush them. Toppo suddenly stood up, shouting. Go for it, Wukong. Luya, Krillin, and others cheered them on. Is this situation really coming to an end? Beerus' eyelids twitched. It's not over until it's over. Whis said slowly. Just then, a terrifying power suddenly erupted, and a strong aura enveloped the entire void. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They had never witnessed such power. Jiren's body was suddenly enveloped in flames, and then Jiren's eyes lit up as he let out a low shout, waving both hands upward. Boom. Suddenly, Luya and Wukong's attacks shot directly toward the sky. Boom. A dazzling explosion illuminated the entire arena. Luya and Wukong gasped for breath, stunned by the scene. It was hard to believe that Jiren could be this powerful. Swish, swish, swish. Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Luya, who was still reeling, and before he could react, Jiren's furious attacks landed on him. With a cry of pain, Luya was sent flying far away. Jiren took the opportunity to fire an energy blast, but Wukong suddenly appeared and forcefully deflected it. We must work together, or we cannot defeat him, Wukong said solemnly. Luya remained silent. Let's work together. Outside of this method, defeating Jiren is truly too difficult. Luya looked at Wukong, unsure if the other party could comprehend the true essence of the Ultra Instinct, but under the current circumstances it seemed unlikely. Because of his presence, Wukong was relieved of the pressure of bearing the Soul Hope, and thus could not push his limits. To be precise, if Wukong were to fight Jiren alone, now his combat talent and limits would be forced out, and in that case, he could transform into the true Ultra Instinct. Luya's existence and strength shared some of that pressure, leaving Wukong with a sense of optimism, making it fundamentally impossible for him to transform and reach further limits. If we team up, we probably won't be his match either, Wukong suddenly said solemnly. What do you mean? Luya raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Wukong suddenly looked at him and asked, Luya, the reason you could transform into that form before was because Vegeta and Gohan provided you with their power, right? Luya nodded. That's correct. Wukong replied, in that case I understand. The upcoming battle will be up to you. Moi. Luya was bewildered and confused. Suddenly a surge of white-hot energy enveloped Wukong, and in an instant his power reached its peak. However, it was strange that Wukong's power began to gather towards his palm. What is he trying to do? Everyone and the gods were stunned. Is Wukong separating his own power? How could that be? What is he thinking? Piccolo said with some complexity. Dad seems to want to distribute his power to Luya. What a... Vegeta exclaimed, his expression suddenly turning grim. No way, why would Wukong do this? Probably because Wukong feels that even with both of them teaming up they can't defeat Jiren, so he's going all in. How could this happen? We clearly had the upper hand, yet we've fallen to this level. Beerus said, somewhat annoyed. Whis looked at Wukong in the arena, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It's a pity, he could have tried, but he chose to give up. This isn't right. Jiren, take this chance to eliminate them now. The destroyer of the clowns suddenly frowned, realizing something was wrong, and shouted loudly. Jiren looked at Wukong and noticed his transformation. He was no longer calm and arrogant as before. He understood that this was the only chance to eliminate these two and gain the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly Jiren erupted with terrifying power, and in the next moment flames engulfed him. At the same time, Jiren reached out towards Wukong, instantly condensing a terrifying compressed energy ball. Not good. Luya's expression changed as he sensed the overwhelming power of the opponent. It exceeded his expectations. I won't give you any more chances now, you both are going out together. As Jiren's calm voice fell, he immediately fired an energy blast at the two. Luya charged up and prepared to take Jiren's strike. But just then Wukong suddenly said, from now on the fate of Universe 7 is entrusted to you. Saying this, he pressed the energy sphere in his palm against Luya's back, the energy ball, filled with all the power of Wukong's Ultra Instinct, directly merging into Luya's body. What? Luya was shocked, and then he suddenly realized that the power within him was rapidly escalating. In an instant his injuries healed completely. However, Wukong felt somewhat drained and directly exited the Ultra Instinct state. At this moment Jiren's attack had arrived. Boom. A massive wave of flames completely engulfed the two, and in an instant a terrifying tide surged forth. What happened? The gods looked on in astonishment. Has the winner already been decided? The people from Universe 7 and the contestants from Universe 11 held their breaths, watching the arena with tension. Jiren furrowed his brows. Being cautious, he sensed that something was amiss. Soon the smoke began to clear, but when he saw the scene within, Jiren's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next second a gasp echoed as a figure radiating red-hot energy stood tall within the smoke, completely unharmed, with the exhausted Wukong behind him. At this moment Lua's aura astonished the gods. Full-powered Super Saiyan 4. Is he in that form again? Has Lua broken through his limits? This is quite shocking, Gohan said in surprise. Previously he and Vegeta combined their powers to awaken Lua's inner strength, and now Wukong alone helped Lua achieve this feat again. Damn, victory was right before us yet. The destroyer of the clown had a grim expression. Lua looked at Jiren, his gaze particularly indifferent. In truth, he hadn't expected to fully activate the Super Saiyan 4 again. This form requires an exceptionally strong power to control. However, Wukong's strength was already sufficient, and coupled with the power of the Ultra Instinct, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Full-powered Super Saiyan 4. This is the true full power. I didn't expect you to turn the tables, even in such dire circumstances. Jiren slowly approached while speaking. Lua smiled slightly. I am surprised as well. As he spoke, he suddenly said to Wukong, you should rest for a bit, I'll take care of Jiren. Wukong grinned, I'm counting on you. Lua nodded, and in the next second, he suddenly appeared before Jiren, quietly gazing at him. Jiren stopped and looked at Lua. The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment countless sounds of collision erupted as their auras clashed dramatically. Simultaneously both figures slid backward. Just the clash of their auras caused the surrounding arena to collapse, with countless stones flying, creating an intense scene. Wukong struggled to open his eyes and watched the two in the arena, his expression complex. Suddenly Lua made a serpentine maneuver, appearing before Jiren like a phantom. His movements flowed like water, appearing as if they were slowed down in the eyes of others. But in reality, they were so fast that no one could react. However, Jiren managed to catch it. As Lua struck, he also countered. Boom. The two fists collided, and for a moment powerful energy surged. They began to clash at high speed, evenly matched, though it was apparent that Lua gradually gained the upper hand, growing stronger as his movements and speed rapidly increased. Noticing this change, Jiren's expression turned serious, but he showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Their battle escalated like never before, as if they were unleashing power they had never possessed. Incredible, these two guys have become this powerful. This is impossible. This guy's form wasn't this strong before. The god of destruction from Universe 11's expression changed drastically. This is troublesome. Jiren is not in peak condition and lacks his full strength. The destroyer of the clown said gravely. This is bad. Jiren. Toppo looked at the battle with a complex expression. He knew Jiren did not want to lose. Huh. Boom. A powerful strike sent Jiren crashing to the ground. Lua landed, and the next moment the ground before him suddenly cracked, and a fiery curved blade struck upwards towards him. Lua's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he shifted and dodged. Jiren's form suddenly charged out, and he roared ferociously. A terrifying heatwave swept forth, incinerating everything. A red protective shield appeared before Lua, easily blocking Jiren's pressure. Lua looked at Jiren, then glanced at his own body. He realized his body had undergone a transformation. During the previous battle, Lua attempted to forget all thoughts and reacted purely based on instinct, achieving the highest realm of Ultra Instinct. And this method was indeed very effective. His strength was growing stronger, almost constantly increasing. Jiren stared at Lua, and then suddenly moved, instantly arriving before Lua, launching countless punches towards him. Lua's figure swayed, but each time he successfully dodged Jiren's fists. In an instant, Lua stepped forward and lightly punched out. Boom. Ugh. Jiren's body suddenly stiffened, and he spat out a mouthful of white foam. Lua calmly said, useless, the potential of the Saiyans is far beyond your imagination. Saying this, Lua unleashed an energy blast that sent Jiren flying. Jiren clutched his stomach, gritting his teeth to hold back his cries. Your condition is not at its peak, but the outcome won't change. Just like you said, in this situation no one will consider fairness, because I never was that kind of person. Lua stepped forward and was instantly in front of Jiren. Just as Jiren was about to speak, a wave of pressure sent him flying. Boom. Mountains shattered as Jiren's form embedded into the mountain. The entire mountain was covered in cracks. Jiren. The faces of the destroyer and others changed dramatically. Jiren had given it his all. Good. Just throw Jiren down like that. Beerus suddenly said excitedly. Calm down, Lord Beerus. Whis said helplessly. Lua walked up to Jiren and said, I'm in a hurry, so I won't fight you with the honor of a martial artist. Universe 7 must remain until the end. Saying this, he extended his palm towards Jiren, gathering powerful energy in his palm. You think you can win against me, eh? Jiren's face suddenly twisted in rage. He could never accept losing. Boom. A terrifying power exploded instantly. Lewis' eyes narrowed and he quickly converted the energy aimed at Jiren into a protective shield retreating. Jiren's entire body began to swell, and then terrifying energy violently coalesced around him. Lua, it's time to end this. Jiren shouted angrily. Lewis' expression darkened, then calm. Let's see who is stronger. Came. Haim. Huh. Boom. Huh. Jiren shouted, and a fiery energy wave shot towards Lua. Bring it on. Lua yelled loudly, directly unleashing the Kamehameha. Boom. The two forces collided, and in an instant the entire arena began to disintegrate. Neither side held back. When normal combat couldn't resolve the opponent quickly, they unleashed their maximum power to crush each other. As the arena continued to crumble, the residual power of their clash affected the audience, and even the gods couldn't ignore it. The angels activated their energy shields to block the energy's reach. The two Omni Kings were protected by guards. Everything was fine, and the two little ones were immensely excited waiting for the result. Go, Jiren. Topo and others began cheering for Jiren. This was their last hope. Oh. Jiren growled, gradually gritting his teeth, and he began to unleash energy with reckless abandon. Lua also poured out energy wildly. He knew Jiren's strength was not to be underestimated, but he felt no fear. Jiren, your undefeated myth will be broken by me, Lua. Remember, the one who defeats you is a Saiyan. Lua roared, and suddenly an extreme power exploded around him, a terrifying heat wave covering a vast expanse. With the output fueled by his roar, Lewis' strength surged dramatically. He directly suppressed Jiren's power. Jiren's body continued to retreat, leaving behind a massive trail. What we carry is the hope of the entire universe, as well as the trust of our companions. Wukong's voice suddenly echoed, and he roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The golden light enveloped him, and Wukong's aura surged. Came. Haim. Huh. Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, merging with Lewis' massive Kamehameha, enhancing its power immensely. The fusion of the two powers achieved a qualitative difference. Jiren's power collapsed, and a massive shockwave engulfed his form. Ah! Jiren cried out in despair as he was sent flying towards the edge of the arena with a flash of light. Is it over? Jiren felt somewhat reluctant. He thought his power could surpass everyone, but ended up losing to a Saiyan. The Saiyans, a terrifying warrior race. Swish! Jiren's form suddenly appeared in the audience area. Jiren, are you okay? Topo looked at him with concern. Jiren remained silent, his eyes filled with an unaccepting disappointment. With Jiren's elimination, I declare that the victory of this power tournament belongs to Universe 7. The Grand Priest raised his hands, announcing the result. The people of Universe 7 let out a deep sigh of relief. They were finally free from erasure. Then, according to the rules, Universe 11 will be erased. The Grand Priest suddenly said. The two Omni Kings exchanged glances, then raised their small hands simultaneously to make a grasping motion. Swish! The members of Universe 11 were erased just like that. On the fragments of the arena, Wukong quietly watched this scene, saying nothing. Lua had already returned to his normal state, glancing at Wukong before smiling. Are you feeling empty inside? Wukong did not deny it, nodding. Yes, with so many strong fighters and universes disappearing, it's a bit sentimental. Lua smiled slightly. How about this? You can make the wish with the Super Dragon Balls. Anything will do. Saying this, he turned to leave. Wukong was taken aback. Moments later, the Grand Priest summoned the Super Dragon, and everyone, including all the gods, stood up, including the Omni Kings. Son Goku, according to the rules, you may make a wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. The Grand Priest smiled slightly. Wukong hesitated, glancing at the others from Universe 7, who looked at him with smiles. He then looked at Lua's figure, seeing Lua wave his hand at him. Then suddenly Wukong brightened up, grinning widely. My wish is to restore all the universes. End of Volume 1. P.S. The abrupt ending is a bit bittersweet, but there is no time for more. We'll meet again if fate allows. In fact, I left a cliffhanger. Wukong's wish is to resurrect all the universes, and this all will have a plot later. However, I must enlist now. If I can return, I'll continue writing, but it will be a different book. It would be a pity to abandon this one, so consider it the end of the first volume, restoring the original plot. I am enlisting. After dreaming for 2 years, I finally have the chance to give it a try. Perhaps it's irresponsible to some readers, but I can only say I'm sorry. I must pursue my dreams. After writing for over a month, I have gained so much, and I thank my friends for their support. I hope we can meet again in the book circle in the future, maybe in a week, maybe in 2 years. When I return, I will no longer be the young lad. You don't have to wake up in the early hours to read anymore. Students should focus on their studies, adults should work hard, and everyone should take care of their health. I wish you all a bright future and abundant wealth. See you again. 9:15 Latest news. I enlist the day after tomorrow. See you in 2 years. Volume 2, Extra. In the world of Dragon Ball Z, frequent use of the Dragon Balls by Son Wukong and others has led to the accumulation of a massive amount of evil energy within them. This dark energy has further materialized, giving rise to 7 incredibly powerful evil dragons. After a fierce battle, Son Wukong defeated 5 of the evil dragons. However, he encountered an unprecedented foe, the 1-star dragon. The 3-star dragon, comparable in strength to Super Saiyan 4, was absorbed by it. Even a powerhouse like Super Saiyan 4 cannot stand against the one-star dragon. At this moment during the fierce battle, Sun Wukong had already reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form and was being overwhelmed by the one-star dragon, unable to fight back at all. Hee Sun Wukong, you look quite pathetic right now. The one-star dragon taunted as it held Sun Wukong by the collar. Sun Wukong barely opened his eyes wanting to speak, but at that moment the one-star dragon suddenly exerted its strength, throwing him into the ground, creating a massive pit, where Sun Wukong's body became embedded. The intense pain caused Sun Wukong to scream, his body trembling. Once I take care of you Scions, this universe will be enveloped in my darkness and evil. What a pity, you are a worthy opponent, but now I have decided to kill you. The one-star dragon laughed maniacally, raising its palm towards Sun Wukong, suddenly gathering energy. A dazzling purple energy erupted in the air as a massive energy sphere formed in front of the one-star dragon's palm, exuding a terrifying and evil aura of destruction. This attack is enough to erase the entire Earth. See, cursed. Wukong looked at the one-star dragon with unwillingness. He was now utterly exhausted, his entire body feeling as if it had shattered, and he could hardly move, completely powerless to resist the current one-star dragon. Could it be that the Earth really cannot be saved? Disappear, Sun Wukong, and the Earth. The one-star dragon smirked, ready to unleash the energy blast. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky from which endless darkness and a chilling aura emerged. What is happening? The one-star dragon frowned and looked over. Sun Wukong in the pit also gazed bewilderedly at the sky. In their line of sight, a figure emerged from the crack. It was a young man with short hair wearing a black, tight-fitting battle suit, a look of confusion on his face, and a tail wrapped around his waist. The young man surveyed the scene, pausing briefly on Sun Wukong before finally fixing his gaze on the one-star dragon. Oh, is that the one-star dragon? It seems my final opponent is him. The young man thought. System defeating the one-star dragon should count as completing the mission, right? The young man murmured to himself. A mechanical voice rang in his mind. Yes, host. Given that you have previously defeated Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and Super 17 in the Z timeline, you have completed 4 out of 5 temporal missions. Lua nodded and sighed. I just finished the Tournament of Power, and now I have to rush to this Z timeline. It's truly non-stop. His name is Lua, and he crossed over to the main timeline of Dragon Ball Super over a year ago, awakening as a Saiyan with the help of the Saiyan System. He also gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Having traversed the Dragon Ball world for a year, he has not only adapted to that world, but also rapidly increased his own strength with the system's assistance. He befriended Sun Wukong and others, defeating powerful foes like Golden Frieza, Dark Wukong, Killer Hit, and later replaced Tianjin Han in the Tournament of Power, ultimately defeating the formidable Jiren alongside Sun Wukong and others, leading Universe 7 to victory. With the system's assistance, he has now become an outstanding Saiyan. Over the past year, he has witnessed many masters of this universe, personally experienced the exhilarating scenes of the Dragon Ball world, and has become one of its main characters. After defeating numerous powerful enemies and completing a series of tasks assigned by the system, he has also acquired various Dragon Ball combat skills. Sun Wukong's instant transmission. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. The Kaioken of King Kai. Hits time skip. Zamasu's immortality. The legendary Saiyon's strongest talent. Of course, he can also transform into a Super Saiyan like Sun Wukong and others. Being a Saiyan himself, he has gradually transformed through training Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God. Moreover, Lua with his talent awakened a brand new form that is not inferior to Super Saiyan Blue. After the Tournament of Power ended, Lua immediately began his journey. Well, actually, he was constantly completing the tasks issued by the system. In the main timeline of Dragon Ball Super, after defeating Dark Wukong and Zamasu, the system granted him the ability to traverse time and space, so now he has just arrived in the Dragon Ball Z timeline to complete the system's task. The main task is to defeat 5 villains in the Dragon Ball Z timeline, and he has already taken down 4, meaning the one-star dragon is his 5th opponent. Who are you? The one-star dragon's heavy voice snapped Lua back to reality. He looked at the one-star dragon and smiled. Just a passing Saiyan. A Saiyan. The one-star dragon frowned as he seemed to have never seen this person before. Hearing Lua's words, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Are there other Saiyans on Earth besides them? How could this be possible? As far as he knew, weren't all Saiyans wiped out by Frieza? Lua paid no heed to their confusion, smiling lightly. Now let me be your opponent. Is that so? Do you see him? His name is Sun Wukong, claimed to be the strongest Saiyan on Earth, yet now he has already been defeated by me. The one-star dragon pointed at Sun Wukong, boasting proudly. The strongest Saiyan. Lua's lips curled into a strange smile. In the next instant, his figure suddenly vanished. The one-star dragon was taken aback, and before he could react, he felt a pain on his face as a tremendous force sent him flying. Lua reappeared in the one-star dragon's original position, shaking his hand calmly and saying, the strongest Saiyan. Lua won't back down. Oh, who dares to claim the title of the best? Amazing. Sun Wukong watched Lua in surprise. Even though it was just a brief exchange, he could sense the immense power the other had unleashed in that instant. In the distance, the one-star dragon slowly ascended with light scratches on his face, which were nothing significant to him. He wiped his hand and looked at Lua with some surprise. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. What will surprise you even more comes next. As Lua's laughter faded, he suddenly gathered his energy. With a furious shout, a brilliant golden aura exploded around him, and his hair transformed into a golden hue at that moment. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. He can actually transform. He truly is a Saiyan. Sun Wukong no longer doubted, and was filled with hope upon seeing Lua transform. At the very least, at this critical moment for Earth, someone could stand up to face the one-star dragon. The aura around Lua shone brilliantly, and his power continued to surge. Having gone through various experiences in the main timeline of Dragon Ball Super, his strength had reached a brand new level. Especially after participating in the Tournament of Power and battling against various masters, his own power increased remarkably fast. Interesting, but with this level of power, it's a delusion to think you can defeat me. After a brief shock, the one-star dragon calmed down. Let's see if that's true, Lua replied as he dashed toward the one-star dragon. He was also eager to find out what level of strength this main timeline's one-star dragon had reached. TCH. The one-star dragon snorted coldly and raised his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Swish, swish, swish. Lua continuously flickered, dodging the attacks, while at the same time, he condensed energy in his hands, firing back just in time to collide with the energy aimed at him. Boom. Amidst the smoke, Lua's figure charged towards the one-star dragon, throwing a punch. Unexpectedly, the one-star dragon merely raised his hand to block Lua's attack. Pretty good strength, but not enough. Let me show you what speed really is. The one-star dragon grinned and struck like lightning, aiming for Lua. However, in that instant, Lua's figure mysteriously vanished. The one-star dragon's attack missed. He frowned, looking down. Lua's figure had already appeared on the ground, slowly lowering his finger from his forehead. Instant transmission. How could this be? Sun Wukong, who had struggled to stand, was taken aback. He wondered if he was seeing things. This mysterious Saiyan who suddenly appeared could actually use his technique. Could it be that he has also been to Yardrat? Lua was indeed using instant transmission, but it wasn't because he had been to Yardrat. This skill was granted to him by the system during his battle against Frieza in the Dragon Ball Super main timeline. Stop fooling around. The one-star dragon snorted coldly and charged forward. Boom. Lua suddenly erupted with energy, confronting the one-star dragon. Bang. In the sky, a fierce clash erupted, powerful energy waves ravaging the atmosphere as the two rapidly moving figures exchanged hundreds of blows. Watching the battle from the ground, Sun Wukong frowned. Although the battle was intense, he knew Lua was not a match for the one-star dragon. He needed to restore his strength quickly. Kakarot. At that moment, a shout rang out from afar. Vegeta and the others flew in, rapidly landing beside Wukong. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and everyone, how did you all come here? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his companions. Dad, you can't face such a powerful enemy alone. Oh, how could we just watch? Gohan said with a smile. That's right. Although our strength might not be of much help. Trunks echoed. Vegeta stepped up to Sun Wukong and said flatly, even though you can transform into a Super Saiyan 4, far surpassing us, you probably cannot handle this enemy alone. Sun Wukong did not deny it. You're right, the one-star dragon's strength is too overwhelming. Even Super Saiyan 4 cannot match him. Vegeta did not offer much consolation, but suddenly looked up into the sky. Who is fighting the one-star dragon? I don't know, but it's worth mentioning that he can transform into a Super Saiyan just like us. Sun Wukong said slowly. What a... Everyone was shocked, clearly having difficulty believing Sun Wukong's words. Such incredible power. To also transform into a Super Saiyan, I feel that this person must be much stronger. Gohan's expression was serious as he stared at the battle. It was hard to believe that there were indeed other Saiyans apart from them. Even so, what does it matter? Just being a Super Saiyan is simply not enough to defeat the one-star dragon. Vegeta scoffed. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a figure fell like a meteor, creating a massive pit with the figure embedded within, enveloped in smoke. In the air, the one-star dragon laughed confidently. Is that all there is to it? The others instantly became vigilant. Just then the ground suddenly shook. What a powerful aura. It's that Saiyan's. Everyone looked at the pit in astonishment. Rumbling. From within the pit, an angry roar emerged, and in an instant a terrifying light erupted, causing the original pit to expand several times due to this force. The one-star dragon's expression slightly changed. The aura emitted by that guy was no longer insignificant. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lua's figure slowly rose from the pit. Surprisingly, his hair now reached his waist, crackling with arcs of electricity, and the aura he exuded was exceptionally astonishing. Super Saiyan 3. Upon seeing the form of Luya with his flowing golden hair, smooth brow, and the terrifying aura surrounding him like arcs of electricity, Wukong and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Impossible. How could he transform into a Super Saiyan at the third stage? Kakarot, give me an explanation. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong through clenched teeth. The latter was clearly shocked as well, shaking his head. I don't know either. It was hard to believe that aside from him Sun Wukong, there was someone else who could transform into a third-stage Super Saiyan. Damn, wasn't it said that Super Saiyan 3 was Sun Wukong's unique skill? What is going on? Liu looked at Yixing Long knowing that if he didn't show some real skills he might not be able to take him down. Although the timelines were different, Yixing Long's strength was formidable enough to be considered a top expert even in the main storyline of Dragon Ball Super. His own strength was significant, so he wanted to determine how much effort he needed to exert to defeat his opponent. Let's continue. With a light chuckle, Liu shot directly towards Yixing Long. Soon the two were locked in an intense battle. With Liu's power increasing, Yixing Long also became more serious, and their punches collided with one another fast enough to leave spectators unable to follow the movements. What a formidable opponent. Even I probably can only compete with him by transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong said with fiery eyes. Oomph. Vegeta's gaze was somewhat unfriendly as he stared into the sky. However, this won't do. To defeat a master like Yixing Long, we need to possess even greater strength. Sun Wukong looked at everyone saying, "Guys, I need your help." Sun Gohan was taken aback and then said, "Dad, do you want to boost the power of Super Saiyan 4 to its full capacity?" That's right. Only in this way can we defeat him. The full capacity of Super Saiyan 4 is significantly stronger. The last time he defeated Baby was with that very power. In that case, let's hurry and start while that Saiyan is holding Yixing Long back, Trunks said. Sun Wukong nodded and then looked at Vegeta saying, "Vegeta, are you okay with this?" Quit the chatter. Vegeta snorted coldly, but did not refuse. In this situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. Not knowing what to think, Vegeta murmured, "What is Bulma doing? Why is she taking so long?" In an instant, Vegeta's son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks gathered their energy to the limit, transforming into Super Saiyans and surrounding Sun Wukong to concentrate their power on him. Tat tat tat. Suddenly, Yixing Long and Liu, who were in the midst of combat, stopped and looked towards Sun Wukong and the others. What is that? They are channeling their power to Sun Wukong, Liu said, somewhat surprised. In their gaze, Sun Wukong's smaller form suddenly erupted with a white radiance. Once the light faded, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the speed of his rising aura was astonishing. This is not good. Yixing Long's gaze sharpened, and the next second he completely ignored Liu charging towards Sun Wukong. He was a cautious person and would not allow any accidents to occur. What is going on? I am the main character. Liu sighed, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Yixing Long, in the midst of his charge, was forced to stop as Liu had blocked his path. Liu erupted with energy, and before Yixing Long could react, he unleashed the prince's fighting technique, shooting a meteor-like energy blast at Yixing Long, who could only brace himself to withstand it. Just as Liu was enjoying his attack, Yixing Long, engulfed in energy, suddenly let out a roar, and in the next moment, a black energy barrier appeared to block Liu's assault. Whoosh! In the next second, Yixing Long disappeared. This is bad, Liu thought to himself, but his reaction was a fraction too slow. Bang! Yixing Long's fist struck his abdomen with great force. The immense impact sent him flying, but Yixing Long grabbed his hair, spun around in a 360-degree motion, and hurled Liu into the ground. Die! Yixing Long's face twisted with rage as he extended his hand to coalesce an evil energy blast. Boom! In a massive explosion, Liu's form was entirely engulfed. The battle unfolded in an instant. After eliminating Liu, Yixing Long turned his attention to Sun Wukong and the others, grinning. "Since you want to seek death, I shall oblige." Extending his palm towards them, a terrifying evil energy converged to form a massive energy sphere. Once the energy reached an astonishing level, Yixing Long unleashed it. Not good. Sun Wukong and the others thought to themselves, but at this moment stopping would mean all their previous efforts would be in vain. Just as the energy sphere was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared above them, shouting a command, and directly pressed their palm against the energy blast. Alt! The person roared, purple energy exploding around him, but Yixing Long's energy was overwhelming. Even with all his might, he could not help but be pushed back. Damn it! I can't even block a mere energy blast. How powerful! Is this what Uncle Wukong is fighting against? Ub felt a sense of helplessness. The gap in strength between them was too vast. The newcomer was indeed Ub, who had fused with Fat Bu and possessed strength that was not inferior to Super Saiyan 3. Tisk, where did this annoying guy come from? Yixing Long said irritably, increasing the pressure in his hand. Alt! Ub cried out, gradually unable to withstand it. Just as Ub was about to be engulfed by the energy blast, a figure appeared beside him, pressing his palm against the energy sphere. Instantly, the destructive power within the energy sphere calmed down. Wukong! Uncle! Ub looked at the person beside him in surprise. "Thank you for your hard work, Ub. I'll leave the rest to me." Super Saiyan 4 Wukong smiled. Ub exclaimed, "Did you succeed?" "No." Wukong shook his head, speaking with some regret. "My injuries have healed, and my power has increased, but I'm still quite far from full capacity. However, we can't let you lose your life for nothing." With that, he slowly rose, standing against Yixing Long. Yixing Long laughed. "Are you still trying to struggle?" Super Saiyan 4 Wukong replied. "Until the end, the outcome is still uncertain." Their eyes locked, a strong battle intent surged, and the next moment they clashed directly into combat. Meanwhile, in the smoke-filled pit, Luya lay there gazing at the sky. System Yixing Long's strength is quite impressive. According to the storyline, Yixing Long's power is not inferior to Super Saiyan 4 and even rivals Super Saiyan Blue in Dragon Ball Super. If the host wants to defeat him, stronger power must be unleashed. Stronger power, huh? Luya murmured, then smiled. In that case, let's get serious. System activate all skills. Boom. A massive explosion echoed in the air as Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Yixing Long fought evenly. Whoosh. Wukong used instant transmission, dodging Yixing Long's punch and appearing behind him. Yet Yixing Long seemed to anticipate his appearance and almost simultaneously fired an energy blast. Wukong clearly did not expect this and was caught off guard, letting out a painful cry as he was sent flying. Before he could react, Yixing Long appeared behind him again, delivering an elbow strike that knocked him down while simultaneously condensing an energy blast. Boom. In the explosion, a massive pit formed, and as the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong was on one knee, panting heavily, clearly overpowered. Go help him. Vegeta, seeing the situation turn dire, erupted with energy and charged out, and the others followed suit. Yet their powers were too inferior compared to Yixing Long, and in no time they were sent back. After dealing with Vegeta and the others, Yixing Long clearly didn't want to let Sun Wukong go. He dove down, and Wukong's expression tightened as he gathered energy. Came. Huh. A powerful energy blast shot directly towards Yixing Long. The latter let out a low growl, unleashing a powerful aura. The Kamehameha wave completely engulfed Yixing Long. As it shot towards the sky, it slowly dissipated. Sun Wukong gasped heavily, staring into the air, suddenly narrowing his pupils. How is this possible? In the air, Yixing Long's form appeared, his arms crossed to protect himself, white smoke rising from his arms, but aside from a slight scratch, he showed no signs of injury. He actually withstood his Kamehameha wave. That was a surprise. But my power is beyond your imagination. Yixing Long suddenly laughed. Having absorbed 6 evil dragons, his current strength was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even he found it hard to believe. The peak strength of the evil dragons was indeed invincible. You are truly a monster. Sun Wukong was secretly astonished, realizing he was no longer a match for this guy. You should be running out of energy now. Yixing Long taunted. Sun Wukong's eyes revealed determination. Not yet. Next I will unleash all my power. Kamehameha, 10 times the power. Boom. With a roar, Sun Wukong exploded with energy, raising his power to the maximum. The 10 times Kamehameha was his strongest technique. Of course, he wouldn't use the spirit bomb unless it was absolutely necessary. Oomph. Yixing Long snorted coldly, also starting to gather energy. As both of them raised their powers to a certain limit, an incredible clash of energies erupted. Boom. A colossal explosion ensued, affecting the surroundings for miles. The area was engulfed in a white light, leaving only the sound of debris falling. After an unknown amount of time, the scene cleared. Sun Wukong and Yixing Long maintained their stances, with the former breathing heavily in weakness. In the next moment, Wukong's body softened, and he supported himself on the ground. His aura flashed, reverting to his normal state. He had indeed given it his all, but Yixing Long's strength exceeded his own. Out of moves, Yixing Long grinned maliciously and charged forward. Taking advantage of the moment, he aimed for Wukong's life. Kakarot, Dad. Vegeta and the others were immediately alarmed, but they could not keep up with Yixing Long's speed. Watching Yixing Long dive towards him, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but his energy was completely drained. Just as Yixing Long was feeling triumphant, suddenly a strong light shot in from a distance, catching him off guard and hitting him. However, this attack did not hurt him much. It merely caused him to halt and look towards the source of the attack. Your battle has ignited my interest. Lia's figure slowly rose, now in his normal state. So, I feel it's necessary to respond as the main character. The expression of Yixing Long darkened. It's you again. Let's not waste any more time and get to the main course. After speaking, Lia's expression turned fierce, as if a roar was about to erupt from his mouth, and his aura surged wildly at that moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly Luya roared, and a scorching aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a radiant red light, so piercing that even Yixing Long had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. What is this power? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others were also shocked by this scene, as the sudden surge of strength was extraordinarily powerful in their perception. It was as if a deity had descended. As the red light dissipated, Lia's form became visible to everyone. Red aura, red hair, red pupils. An unprecedented appearance. This left Sun Wukong and the others baffled. Could this be a new form of a Super Saiyan? What is this form? Why can't I sense his aura? Vegeta's expression changed, his face serious. Sun Wukong and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Although they could not sense the true power of their opponent, they could not help but feel an extremely dangerous vibe. Let me introduce myself. This is the Super Saiyan. God Red infused with divine power. Luya said with a hint of a smile. Super Saiyan God Red. The faces of the crowd changed. Yixing Long found it hard to believe. Why did the Saiyans possess so many forms? What kind of race is this? Luya reveled in the astonishment of everyone. This Super Saiyan God Red was a new form he comprehended during his battles with Dark Wukong and Zamasu in the main storyline of Dragon Ball Super. A form unique to Luya. This was not the Super Saiyan God. Of course, this was just one of many skills he possessed. The power of Super Saiyan God Red was in no way weaker than Super Saiyan Blue, but rather exceeded it. You might not understand this form or know how powerful it is, so let me demonstrate a bit. With that, Luya glanced at Yixing Long, and his figure suddenly vanished. The latter's expression changed suddenly, throwing a punch to the side. Bang! Though Yixing Long caught Luya's attack, his hand firmly grasped Yixing Long's elbow. Luya appeared, flashed a wicked smile, and with lightning speed delivered a fierce kick to Yixing Long, who screamed and flew off. What incredible speed! It's several times faster than before with Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong's face turned serious. Luya showed no signs of stopping, vanishing from sight, and appearing behind Yixing Long in the next moment, condensing an energy blast to unleash. Boom! With a bang, Yixing Long's body was blasted into the ground. In the next second, Yixing Long roared, launching himself from the ground, a powerful aura surrounding him, purple light condensing on his fist, and in no time, he was in front of Luya, throwing a punch. He aimed to catch Luya off guard, but Luya was already prepared, bending down to evade Yixing Long's attack, and in the next instant, he struck even faster. A hook punch landed fiercely on Yixing Long's abdomen. Ugh! Yixing Long cried out in pain, unable to suppress a mouthful of white foam, his body trembling from immense pain. Luya turned, delivering another whip kick that sent Yixing Long crashing into the ground, creating a massive pit. Kamehameha! He shouted, launching the Kamehameha at the ground. Another massive explosion erupted. Is this a joke? Sun Wukong and the others were incredulous. This guy not only could instantaneously move, but also knew how to use the Kamehameha. Keep it low-key, it's just basic operations. Luya chuckled, enjoying the act. However, he knew that Yixing Long would not be easily defeated. The opponent simply had not adapted to his Super Saiyan Red combat style, which was why he was caught off guard. As expected, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and in the next second the entire ground began to tremble. With a roar from Yixing Long, a massive surge of energy radiated outward from him, obliterating the ruins in its path. At the same time, an evil force began to envelop the entire earth. Yixing Long's power was increasing at a terrifying speed. Is he finally going all out? Sun Wukong's face grew serious. During their previous battle, Yixing Long hadn't even used his full strength. Now, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Yixing Long was truly ready to showcase his terrifying prowess. The entire atmosphere was filled with mysterious evil mist, and at this moment, almost all humans on Earth experienced a wave of negative emotions. Fearfully gazing at the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surrounded by a powerful aura, Yixing Long slowly rose, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Luya. To think you could make me use my full power, you have every reason to be proud. But you no longer have a chance. Yixing Long said in a deep voice. Luya tilted his head and grinned. You sure talk a lot. Yixing Long gritted his teeth, and in the next moment charged at Luya, moving much faster than before. Luya made no unnecessary movements. When Yixing Long reached him, he suddenly widened his eyes, a mysterious aura appearing instantly. Snap! In that moment, space and time seemed to freeze. Everything was locked in place. How is this possible? Yixing Long's body couldn't keep up, but his consciousness remained filled with shock and confusion. Why is this happening? Why can't I move? Why? Bang! Ugh! When everything returned to normal, Luya's heavy punch had landed on Yixing Long's abdomen, without him even realizing it, the immense force traveling through Yixing Long's body, proving just how terrifying Luya's punch was. No! It's impossible. Why? Why can't I even react? The immense pain made Yixing Long tremble as he spoke. He was extremely confident in his speed. How could the opponent counter him in that instant? Why couldn't he see it? Luya smirked slyly. This move is called Time Flash. You haven't seen it before, so I won't waste more breath on it. Cough, cough. Yixing Long spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face twisted as he prepared to counterattack. But Luya was faster, landing another knee strike that hit Yixing Long hard. Yixing Long coughed up more blood and was sent flying. Getting back up, Yixing Long refused to believe. My power is clearly stronger than yours. How could I not take you down? Come on. Luya's figure trembled, an overwhelming aura exuding. Whoosh. Yixing Long snorted coldly, gathering an energy blast and launching it into the air. Luya vanished, evading the opponent's attack. Yixing Long also disappeared at the same time. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The air exploded consecutively as the two engaged in a rapid-fire battle, exchanging blows, and both began to sustain injuries. On the ground, Vegeta and the others were stunned. Who exactly is he? How can he be this strong? Sun Wufan said seriously. To hold his own against Yixing Long with just one person. Trunks sighed. Why do I feel like we are no longer needed here? In the air, after Luya and Yixing Long exchanged a punch, they suddenly pulled apart, simultaneously unleashing energy waves. Whoosh. Luya instantly vanished, and soon dozens of Luya appeared around Yixing Long. The speed was so fast it left images in the air. Yixing Long snorted coldly, and the protruding angles on his body suddenly gathered white light, which shot out in all directions the next moment. A no-scape attack. In a certain direction, Luya's form was forced to reveal itself, and at that moment an attack came rushing in. Luya quickly gathered his energy, throwing a powerful punch to deflect the energy blast. This level of power is a bit disappointing, Luya said teasingly. While Yixing Long was indeed strong, he was nowhere near the level of Jiren from Universe 11, let alone Jiren, even hit could defeat Yixing Long. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Yixing Long was enraged, suddenly gathering energy. It's useless, you are strong, but I am even stronger. Luya smiled indifferently, and in the next second, he activated Time Flash, causing Yixing Long's body to instantly stiffen. Luya appeared in front of him, his palm already condensed with an energy blast which he slammed into Yixing Long, causing a massive explosion that sent the latter flying crashing through buildings. Boom. As the ruins exploded, Yixing Long suddenly charged in front of Luya, throwing a punch straight at him. But Luya had already anticipated this, using Time Flash to kick him back. His power is continuously increasing during the battle, and he is already suppressing Yixing Long. Vegeta's sharp eyes quickly discerned the situation. Indeed, the strength of the Saiyan bloodline lies in its ability to grow stronger in battle. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. As a warrior race, Saiyans become stronger when facing strong opponents. This is a characteristic of Saiyan combat. No, his increase is on a completely different level. It is not something an ordinary Saiyan can compare to. Vegeta shook his head gravely. Everyone was stunned. They did not know that Luya possessed the strongest talent of the Saiyans. In the arena, Luya's aura was incredibly powerful and was continuously increasing. The system had activated all the skills he possessed. Just the strongest Saiyan talent alone was enough to keep him undefeated. In the ruins, Yixing Long pushed aside the debris, looking up at Luya with a twisted expression of rage on his face. Suddenly, Yixing Long erupted with energy, and in the next moment, he appeared high in the sky looking down at Luya and the others. Luya frowned, sensing what was about to happen. Yixing Long had no way to deal with Luya's ghostly combat style, so engaging him in close combat would likely yield no advantage. If that's the case, then let the earth disappear with you. Yixing Long said with a sinister grin, maximizing his aura, and suddenly the 7 Dragon Balls embedded in his chest floated in front of him. He was about to unleash a big move. Is he planning to blow us all up along with the earth? The crowd was alarmed. With Yixing Long's power, if he unleashed his full strength, the entire earth might vanish from the universe in an instant. Seeing the appearance of the 1-star dragon, Luya scoffed. Is this just a trick? If so, let's bring it to an end. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 1-star dragon, 7 Dragon Balls lit up, and then a continuous surge of power flowed from within him, merging into the Dragon Balls. Behind him, 6 sinister dragon phantoms appeared, all wearing menacing expressions. Rumbling. Luya roared, his whole body radiating with crimson energy. Came. Huh. All the power of the 1-star dragon surged into the 7 Dragon Balls as he bellowed in madness. I originally wanted to conquer this universe, but now the universe has no reason to exist anymore. Destroying the universe. What a joke, you are even weaker than the god of destruction. What can you use to destroy it? With your life? Luya scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, Beerus, still in the god of destruction realm, inexplicably sneezed. Did I catch a cold, eh? Lord Beerus. Whis chuckled beside him. How could that be? I am just a bit tired lately. Beerus rubbed his nose and said weakly. Whis remarked, indeed there have been quite a few matters recently. Lord Beerus should take care of his health. Oomph. Mentioning this made Beerus angry. It's all because of that idiot Goku. Why did he have to resurrect the other 6 universes for no reason? Now trouble keeps coming one after another, and even the Omni King has no time to deal with these trivial matters, leaving it to us as subordinates to handle. Winning the power tournament was already quite difficult, yet that fool Son Goku actually had the brains to use the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect all the universes. All of them. 18 universes. Originally, there were only 12 existing universes, and now there are 18. Even the cosmic dimensions have been greatly affected. Then since that's the case, why not ask them for help? Whis chuckled. Right? Why should we clean up his mess? Beerus suddenly clapped his hands, realizing, let's go. We're heading to Earth. In the arena, both Luya and the 1-star dragon had already amassed tremendous energy. If that power exploded, it might turn the entire Earth to dust in an instant. Die. The 1-star dragon roared, pushing his hands forward as the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a strong purple light, unleashing a torrent of energy downward. Below, Luya also roared, directly unleashing the Kamehameha wave with power exceeding 10 times that of Son Goku. Boom. The two energies collided, directly causing the space to twist intensely at that moment. Gradually, the 1-star dragon's power gained the upper hand. This isn't good. Son Goku exclaimed softly, forcibly transforming into a Super Saiyan with the stamina he had regained, charging towards the 1-star dragon. Vegeta and the others also unleashed their full power to follow. Kamehameha, Galactic Gun, Evil Explosion. They all unleashed their strongest attacks, targeting the 1-star dragon. Seeking death. The 1-star dragon sneered as the evil dragon eyes around him glowed with demonic light, each unleashing their ultimate moves. Rumbling. Under the absolute power suppression, Son Goku and the others were unable to withstand it and fell into the ruins in different directions. It was at this moment that Luya gradually began to push back. Give up resistance, you cannot stop me. Only destruction awaits. The one-star dragon grinned. Hep. Luya sneered, let's clash. Who gave you the courage? 20 times. Kaioken. Oh. With a roar, Luya's power suddenly surged, and under the enhancement of the 20 times Kaioken his muscles bulked up significantly. Boom. The Kamehameha wave also exponentially increased in power, directly suppressing the one-star dragon's attack. No. Impossible. What kind of power is this? The one-star dragon panicked, unable to withstand that absolute power. Ugga. In an instant, the one-star dragon along with the 7 Dragon Balls was engulfed by the energy wave, with the one-star dragon's form gradually fading away. A few seconds later, the one-star dragon completely disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls fell from the sky. Luya retracted his power, extending his hand to draw the 7 Dragon Balls before him. In his gaze, the evil aura within the purple Dragon Balls sublimated, and the Dragon Balls transformed back into their original orange-golden color. Meanwhile, the evil aura on Earth also vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Crack crack. Son Goku and the others crawled out from the ruins, looking up at the sky with confusion. Was the one-star dragon really defeated? The evil aura on Earth has disappeared. That guy one-star dragon has truly been defeated. Son Goku still found it hard to believe. The one-star dragon with such formidable power. At this moment, the Dragon Balls in front of Luya suddenly lit up, and then a beam of light shot into the sky, causing the whole sky to darken. That's the dragon appearing, Trunks exclaimed in shock. But no one summoned it. In the sky, that beam of light transformed into the dragon, its massive head slowly descending, looking at Son Goku and the others. Dragon, why have you appeared? Goku stepped forward and asked. The dragon replied, this appearance is to bid you farewell. Farewell. Everyone was perplexed. Luya watched this scene silently. Yes, the power of the Dragon Balls can no longer be used. If the Dragon Balls are used again, the evil dragons will descend once more, and then Earth will fall into disaster again. The dragon slowly stated. Everyone fell silent. After all, the current state of Earth was caused by themselves. Fortunately, the evil dragons have been defeated, and the fate of Earth, as well as your fates, have been changed otherwise. The dragon paused, giving Son Goku a meaningful look. Dragon, can you grant one last wish? Son Goku suddenly said. The dragon seemed to have anticipated this. You want me to restore Earth to its original state, right? Yes, Goku nodded. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon agreed. All right, I will help you this once. With that, the dragon's eyes shone brightly, and at the same time, various regions on Earth began to slowly restore. I am leaving now. The dragon said, suddenly looking at Luya and nodding at him, then transforming into light, the 7 Dragon Balls shooting upwards. This time, they did not separate into 7 streams of light disappearing into the horizon, but rather the 7 Dragon Balls gathered into a ball of light, flying into the sky. The dragon has departed. It's over, I should leave too. Luya did not linger, and a crack appeared behind him. Wait, what's your name? Son Goku suddenly asked. Luya smiled and replied, I am Luya, a passing Saiyan. Son Goku murmured a few times, and then smiled. We can meet again, right? Who knows, perhaps when you become a time patroller we will have another chance to meet again. Luya smiled mysteriously and then vanished into the crack. He's gone. A time patroller. What is that? Goku was perplexed. But he was indeed strong. Could he surpass him? He could, right? Definitely could. On the other side, on the surface of an unknown planet, Luya appeared, suddenly grinning. You've been following me for so long, come out. He is expected of a Saiyan. A low voice echoed, and then a shadow suddenly appeared behind Luya. The man was dressed in black, his face covered, revealing only a pair of eyes, extremely mysterious. Luya tilted his head and asked, who are you? The man in black chuckled softly. I want to ask you the same, Saiyan. You do not belong to this world. I think I know who you are now. Luya suddenly smiled widely. Oh, how so? The man in black was surprised. Luya replied, is there something else? I am quite busy. Although he could kill this person here, he did not want to do so. Perhaps this guy had a larger force behind him. Since we've met, let's have a match then. The man in black smiled. It's just right for me to see the power of a Saiyan. Suddenly he vanished. Luya reacted at this moment, raising a hand and catching a fist. If it's just this, there's no need for a contest. Luya said lightly. Just testing your level. The man in black chuckled, suddenly kicking out. Luya raised his hand to block the domineering aftershock, forced him back. Boom. The man in black burst forth, enveloped in white light, exuding powerful momentum. Luya squinted slightly. The next moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. The man in black chuckled, already condensing a terrifying amount of energy in his hands. Without wasting words, he struck directly at Luya. Luya did not dare to be careless, directly firing a Kamehameha wave in retaliation. The two attacks exploded, creating a fireball on the surface of the planet. Interesting, no wonder you can defeat the evil dragon. Although I want to fight with all my strength, I have more important matters to attend to. Next time we meet, let's settle the score properly. Oomph. As the black man's laughter faded, his aura had already vanished. Luya silently looked ahead, suddenly smiled, and also disappeared. At first he hadn't thought that someone was tracking him. If it weren't for the system's reminder, he wouldn't have known at all. After opening the Dragon Ball Z time at a certain location on Earth. Swish. A man in black appeared on a tall building. Glancing around as far as the eye could see was endless ruins, as if having experienced some great battle. The man in black opened his palm holding a round ball. As he began to chant a spell, purple light suddenly appeared around him. The main storyline of Dragon Ball Super. Swish. Lua appeared in the sky, and as soon as he appeared the system emitted a series of sounds. Congratulations host for completing the interdimensional task. Rewards are now being issued. Reward 5 billion points of battle power. Reward 1 wish from the Dragon Balls. Reward identity as a time manager. Reward upgraded version of instant transmission. Glancing at the rewards, Lua smiled slightly. These are quite useful. By the way, what does this upgraded version of instant transmission mean? Didn't he already possess instant transmission? Why is there an upgraded version? The system responded, the instant transmission currently owned by the host can only traverse the 7th universe. The upgraded version can break through the barriers between universes, allowing travel between 2 or even multiple universes, of course, provided the host is strong enough. I see. Lua's eyes lit up. Does that mean he can use instant transmission to travel to other universes? At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Given that the host has completed the first phase of tasks, the system will soon undergo an upgrade. Hearing this, Lua was taken aback. Upgrade? Yes, the current version of the system is the basic version and will evolve into an advanced version. The system replied. Lua said excitedly, will there be new features in the advanced version? If upgraded, the system's capabilities will be further enhanced, merging with the powers of the gods and accessing divine realms. The realm of the gods. Lua couldn't help but think of the god of destruction, angels, and supreme, Kai, nodding secretly in his heart. If the upgrade is successful, he would naturally become even more powerful in the future. Then let's begin the upgrade. Beep. System upgrade initiated. Current progress 1. During this system upgrade, the host will not be able to receive system tasks or communicate with the system, and some skills will be temporarily sealed. For the upcoming matters, I wish the host a smooth journey. After saying that, the system fell silent. Lua did not feel much. His current strength had few opponents aside from the god of destruction. Lua used instant transmission and disappeared. Upon arriving at Bulma's house, Lua was surprised to find his friends there along with Beerus and Whis. Hey Lua, you're here. I couldn't find you earlier. The main Goku approached with a smile. Looking for me? Lua replied with a smile. The victory in the tournament of power for our 7th universe relies entirely on you, Bulma said, walking over with a drink, smiling brightly. The win is a collective effort. I just did my part. Lua glanced at her and replied with a smile. One must say this world's Bulma is much more attractive. I specially organized this celebration party, and just in time you're here, and everyone has arrived, Bulma said with a smile. Please come in. Lua nodded. The atmosphere was quite lively. Lua glanced over at Beerus, who was discussing something with Vegeta, noticing that his expression seemed somewhat off. So Lua walked over. Oh, Mr. Lua, you're here, was greeted. Hello, Mr. Whis. Beerus glanced at him and said, the 7th universe's recognition by the Omni King is largely thanks to you, and on behalf of the universe, I express my gratitude. I just did my duty, Lua smiled, and then asked, what are you discussing? Beerus glanced at them and said, do you remember the wish Goku made during the Tournament of Power? Lua pondered for a moment and then nodded. I remember. At that time, Son Goku's wish was to revive the entire universe, which he still had some impression of. Originally, there were only 12 universes, and the primordial universe had 18, but now there are already 18 existing universes, Beerus said slowly. Lua squinted his eyes. He knew this. It was said that the Omni King had erased the other 6 universes for some reason, but he did not expect that these 6 universes were revived with Goku's wish. And now these universes have encountered some disturbances, Beerus said in a deep voice. Disturbances, eh? Lua was puzzled. I didn't plan to tell you much, but since you are a part of the 7th universe and possess considerable strength, I decided to let you know about this matter. Beerus said flatly. Lua became interested. Feel free to share. Vegeta glanced at Lua and then said, since this guy is here, I won't join in on the fun. Bulma just gave birth, and although Whis helped, he still felt it necessary to spend more time with his family. While he wouldn't admit that he wanted to spend more time with his daughter, he had originally refused the invitation to the tournament because of this. After speaking, Vegeta turned to leave. Wait. Beerus said. What? Vegeta replied, somewhat displeased. By the way, Vegeta, have you been a bit inflated lately? Beerus looked at him calmly. Vegeta was startled. What do you mean? Beerus said lightly. As the god of destruction, my job is to destroy. The troubles that have arisen this time are something you cannot escape responsibility for, or do you really think I wouldn't destroy everything? Although we know each other, you need to clarify your interests. Vegeta, if this guy truly wanted to destroy, could they really stop him? They couldn't stop him. Vegeta indeed had some confidence because he had already broken through to a deeper level. That is the deep blue form. Back then, when he faced the pseudo-god of destruction Topo, he was able to defeat him, so in his impression the strength of the god of destruction wasn't that unreachable. However, he was still not confident facing Beerus. The other party was threatening him. You all actually hid these things from me. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly approached. The originally tense atmosphere relaxed. Goku glanced at Vegeta and smiled. I can understand Vegeta like this. When Shishi gave birth to Goten, I was also focused entirely on my family. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his head. Lord Beerus, there should be many experts in the revived universes, right? Son Goku asked, curiously looking at Beerus. Of course, although the 6 universes that were destroyed were rated low by the Omni King and others, it does not mean their strength is weak, Whis said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. The 7th universe's rating was second to last among the existing universes, but they won the tournament of power. Moreover, to my knowledge, among these universes there are incredible beings, masters, not weaker than Jiren. Whis suddenly added, I see I'm suddenly a bit interested in them. Perhaps we will really encounter experts even stronger than Jiren. Son Goku's eyes brightened as he said excitedly. Lua smiled slightly, not interrupting. Although it's indeed troublesome, I've thought about it, and he'll try to deal with it first. If I can't handle it, he'll let you guys step in, is that okay? Beerus suddenly changed his mind and said lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to take action himself, otherwise these troubles would indeed be hard to resolve. Moreover, if he became too lazy, he might be criticized by the Omni King, and that would be counterproductive. He certainly didn't want his identity as the god of destruction to be replaced. No problem. Son Goku didn't refuse either. Alright, the party is about to start in Ms. Bulma has prepared a lot of delicious food today. Whis said. Indeed, Beerus' eyes lit up and his attention shifted to the food. Let's go, or we'll be gone if we're late. After the two gods left, Goku looked at Vegeta and said helplessly, Vegeta, you need to change your temper. Kakarot, mind your own business. Vegeta shot him a threatening glare and turned to leave. That's just his character. Lua smiled slightly. Son Goku felt the same way. He suddenly looked at Lua with some surprise. Lua, you've become stronger again. He could clearly sense the subtle aura emanating from Lua. Lua nodded. During the tournament, interacting with various masters has indeed improved me a lot. So have I. I didn't expect there to be so many experts in other universes, Son Goku said with some emotion. He originally thought that having broken through the boundaries of the gods and reached the Super Saiyan blue form, there should be no opponents aside from the gods. Jiren Topo hit Kefla. None of these warriors from various universes were weak. Especially Jiren, that gray warrior who stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of destruction. Even with the 20x Kaioken stacked onto blue, he couldn't defeat him. If it weren't for Lua's final breakthrough, they might have been erased. Lua, I have an idea, Goku said looking at Lua. Oh, tell me about it, Lua said curiously. Son Goku exclaimed excitedly. Let's hold a martial arts tournament. It would be perfect to use it as an opportunity to further enhance ourselves. During the tournament, he could have broken through his own limits. He felt that barrier, but that feeling was ethereal, elusive, and impossible to grasp. For someone who is obsessed with martial arts, his thirst for power is immense. A martial arts tournament. Just us on Earth? Lua asked, puzzled. To be frank, aside from Son Goku and a few others, there aren't many who can fight on Earth. It feels like child's play. The Martial Arts Conference. Lua knew a bit about it, as far as he remembered. Apart from the Martial Arts Conference, when the Demon Bu appeared, the other conferences were rather uninteresting. Of course, it would indeed be quite interesting to socialize with experts from other universes. However, in the end, Lua still advised against Goku's idea. The universe had just revived not long ago, and as Beerus said, there was chaos occurring among the universes, which meant they would be quite busy for a while. Destruction and revival happen in an instant, but the changes that arise in between are unimaginable. After the party, Beerus and Whis left Earth. The companions also bid farewell in succession. After the power conference, peace returned to Earth once more. Lua did not remain idle either. He used instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's planet. At the power conference, he broke through his limits, successfully transforming into a form beyond Super Saiyan, the red form. During his battle with Jiren, he utilized the ape transformation skill, ultimately evolving into Super Saiyan 4 infused with the power of the gods, which he referred to as Ultra God 4. The birth of Ultra God 4 was the absolute factor that turned the tide for the 7th universe at the power conference. Without it, he would not have been able to defeat that monster Jiren. Ultra God 4 is also a form born from the fusion of the ultimate instinct technique. Unlike Goku, who comprehended it in a dire situation, Lua had prepared for a long time, successfully evolving it through his training by integrating the ultimate instinct state. Of course, he has not truly mastered that power yet. He has a premonition that once he truly controls this power, his strength will ascend to a new level. As for whether to follow the Saiyan evolution route or the divine path, Lua did not have much choice. For him, whichever path was stronger would be the direction he would strive to break through. Lua's appearance on King Kai's planet was also sensed by King Kai, who was quite familiar with him. Although they had little interaction, Lua's deeds had surely been relayed to him. "Oh, it's Lua. What brings you here?" King Kai asked with confusion as he approached Lua. "Hello, King Kai. I apologize for the sudden intrusion." Lua smiled slightly and stated his purpose directly. "I came here to borrow your place for training." "Training?" King Kai was taken aback, then immediately puzzled. "This small place might not be suitable for you. Although the gravity here is stronger than on Earth, it's negligible for you. Only the hyperbolic time chamber would be suitable for you, right?" Lua smiled slightly and replied, "The time chamber is indeed good, but it's not suitable for me. Earth is too fragile. Training there doesn't allow me to unleash my full potential." "Earth?" "I see." King Kai pondered, then looked around. Apart from him, on King Kai's planet the surroundings were very spacious, indeed a good place for training. At least no matter how much chaos he caused, he wouldn't destroy this place. Of course, it would be even better if it were a bit further from King Kai's planet. Thinking of this, King Kai said to Luya, "Alright then, I have no objection to your training here, but you must stay a bit further away. Your strength is too great, this little place cannot bear it." Hearing this, Luya was delighted. "Don't worry, I know my limits." "Thank you, King Kai." King Kai waved his hand. "In comparison, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, our universe might have been turned to ashes." After chatting with King Kai, Luya took root in this place and began his training. Time flew by quickly during the peaceful period, and in the blink of an eye half a year had passed. On Earth, people continued to live in a peaceful environment. At the Turtle House, Krillin and Master Roshi were sunbathing by the sea, enjoying themselves. "Master Goten, what do you think Goku has been busy with lately?" Krillin asked leisurely while sipping lemon water. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses and holding a rather risque book, was savoring it while occasionally letting out some lewd sounds. After a while, he finally replied to Krillin, "It seems that Goku has gone to train with the god of destruction." "Is that so? That guy Goku was still enjoying a peaceful life 2 months ago. True to his nature, I knew he wouldn't give up training." Krillin chuckled. "Yes, Earth, and even the universe has been peaceful for so long. Those guys haven't given up on their training, which is somewhat reassuring. They haven't abandoned the heart of a martial artist." "Oh, not bad, not bad." Goten suddenly saw something stimulating and let out a lewd sound. Krillin twitched his mouth slightly. His teacher was good at everything, just a bit lecherous. However, he was also somewhat dazed. The spirit of a martial artist. It seemed he hadn't trained in a long time. Since the power conference ended, he had returned home to accompany his wife and children, living a mundane life. His job remained as a police officer, maintaining order in the city. However, he felt at ease. After all, his power was far surpassed by Goku and the others. Even if danger arose, it was not up to him to save Earth. He might as well just relax. While the two were enjoying the sunbathing, Krillin's phone rang. "Hello, what's up?" "What? There's been a robbery in the city. And there are unidentified individuals with extreme destructive power." "Alright, I'll head over immediately." Krillin hung up and said to Master Roshi, "Master Roshi, I have to go back. There's something I need to handle." Master Roshi waved his hand. "Go ahead." Krillin nodded, then used the instant transmission technique, shooting directly into the sky. "Oh, it seems the peaceful days are coming to an end." Master Roshi looked up at the sky. The lenses of his sunglasses gleamed with a flash of light. Meanwhile, in a space capsule. "What? Vegeta has also gone to Beerus." A woman with a stunning figure and appearance answered the phone, though her expression was somewhat angry. Bulma's mouth twitched slightly, and it took her a while to calm down. "Let him be. Oh, after all, I can't control him. It's been half a year since I restricted him. He should go train." Since the power conference ended, Vegeta had not trained deeply, spending time at home with his family. As soon as he heard that Goku had gone to Beerus, Vegeta became anxious. After 2 months of restlessness, he could no longer hold back and went to the god of destruction's realm with Whis. Bulma had no choice but to hang up the phone. "This guy, I really can't do anything about him." Bulma sighed, revealing a helpless smile. In fact, she had been quite happy this half year. Vegeta was able to put aside training to spend time with her. She was already very satisfied. Moreover, given her understanding of Vegeta, he had always prioritized training and power. For him to make such a significant concession was truly remarkable. Moreover, after this half year of Vegeta pampering her, she felt very satisfied and couldn't get angry. "Hey, with Goku and Vegeta not on Earth, I just hope nothing happens." Bulma sighed. Meanwhile, as she spoke, in the vast universe, a massive spaceship was traveling at a steady pace towards a certain planet. Inside the spaceship, a dozen warriors were operating various instruments. "My lord, we will arrive at Earth in 2 hours, a subordinate respectfully reported to Frieza, who sat on the floating throne. Frieza sat comfortably on his throne, propping his chin on one hand, while rhythmically tapping the armrest with the other. After a long time, our villainous king reappeared in the audience's view. Notably, the halo of angels above the king's head had vanished, signifying his resurrection. Due to the victory in the power tournament, Frieza as a contestant also played a significant role. After the tournament, Goku requested Whis to revive him as he had previously promised. After being revived, Frieza did not stay on Earth, but left instead. Previously, his subordinates had been completely wiped out, and now he was left alone, so after leaving he began to recruit new forces. Why expand? Of course, to continue his reign of terror. Additionally, the king sought the Dragon Balls. His ambitions were truly grand. Unfortunately, after so long, his army remained very weak, with fewer subordinates than 1/10 of their former number, lacking in talent. Frieza calmly asked, "Is the Dragon Ball radar ready?" "Yes, my lord, it is ready. As soon as we reach Earth, we can quickly locate the Dragon Balls," the subordinate replied. "Moreover, our people have secretly infiltrated Earth and have stolen Bulma's Dragon Ball radar along with the Dragon Balls she has collected. According to our investigation, she has gathered 6 Dragon Balls. As long as we find the last one, we can make a wish to the Eternal Dragon." "Very good," Frieza said with satisfaction. A subordinate, visibly excited, remarked, "My lord, once we find the Dragon Balls, we can revive Lord Lanki and the others, restoring the strength of our universe's strongest army." At that, Frieza paused and glanced coldly at his subordinate, saying, "Who told you I wanted to revive them?" The subordinates were taken aback. Frieza smirked wickedly, Those useless fools can't even deal with a few earthlings. What use are they? It would be a complete waste of a wish. Then my lord, what do we need the Dragon Balls for? Was it to wish for the extermination of the Saiyans? Or to wish for complete dominion over the universe? Or perhaps just to wish for greater strength? Frieza frowned then said, I seek the Dragon Balls primarily to fulfill a dream of mine, something I have longed for. My wishes. He paused for effect, creating an air of mystery. The subordinates' eyes lit up. It was coming the moment when the king's dream of cosmic domination would be realized. Truly the most powerful evil King Frieza was about to grow 5 centimeters taller. The subordinates were left speechless. What did the king just say? Grow 5 centimeters taller. What kind of ridiculous wish was that? My lord, did you mean to say you want to grow 5 centimeters taller? A subordinate gulped, asking uncertainly. Frieza chuckled proudly. Of course that's correct. My wish is to grow 5 centimeters taller. The subordinates exchanged glances, perplexed. Regarding Frieza's odd wish, no one had anticipated it. Simultaneously, the subordinates subconsciously eyed Frieza. Indeed, the king was a bit short. Faced with their scrutiny, Frieza's lips twitched slightly, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. If it weren't for the difficulty in recruiting these subordinates, he would have destroyed them all. But my lord, you only need to maintain your second form, which is quite tall. The subordinate was confused. Frieza answered nonchalantly. I know that, but I want to grow 5 centimeters taller in this state. Why just 5 centimeters? A subordinate asked, puzzled. Frieza replied, 5 centimeters is just right. It won't make people think I've suddenly grown and seem strange. So you all need to help me find the Dragon Balls quickly. Yes. What? The Dragon Balls and radar are missing. In the space capsule, Bulma was taken aback. Yes, Mom. Today we were robbed at home, and by the time we discovered it, both the Dragon Balls and the radar were gone. Trunks nodded. Bulma was furious. She had worked hard to gather 6 Dragon Balls, intending to wish for a younger self, only to find that before she could collect them all, they had disappeared. And they took the radar along with it. Who was bold enough to target her? There are surveillance cameras at home, so we can find out who stole the Dragon Balls. Suddenly remembering, Bulma quickly accessed the surveillance footage. In the footage, several sneaky figures were rummaging through the room, eventually finding the Dragon Balls and radar. Their expressions were filled with joy as they stealthily left. Those are Frieza's subordinates. Everyone recognized the thieves in the footage, shocked. That guy Frieza, he's still not giving up and has started causing trouble again. Bulma said coldly, her face filled with anger. Mom, what should we do now? They stole the Dragon Balls, and we don't know where they are. It's impossible to find them, Trunks said solemnly. Bulma frowned and said, fortunately, I didn't search for the last Dragon Ball, otherwise we would have no hope. Now they have only gathered 6 Dragon Balls, but with the radar in hand, collecting the 7th Dragon Ball is just a matter of time. We must stop them before they succeed. But where is the last Dragon Ball? Trunks, being clever, immediately thought of the problem. If they could find the last Dragon Ball before them, there was still hope. Bulma said, I know where the last Dragon Ball is, but Frieza is not to be underestimated. With Goku and Vegeta not here, there is no one to oppose him. Planet King. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions shook the entire Planet King domain, a terrifying aura enveloping the area. The king observed the distant explosions, sighing. Oh, it has become even more powerful. This force is truly rare. After a long while, the tremors gradually settled. During this period, he had been watching Lua's cultivation, and he had to admit that the latter's strength was indeed increasing rapidly. The current Lua was on an entirely different level compared to before. However, what displeased him was that this guy's training was too noisy, making him constantly anxious, fearing that Lua might accidentally send both him and the entire Planet King to heaven. Swish! A figure appeared before the king. It was Lua. After his training, his strength had visibly increased. Of course, externally his hair had grown quite a bit, and he had stubble, but overall he had become very mature and resolute. Have you finished your training? The king asked, puzzled. Lua smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I have achieved the desired results, and there is no need for further practice. Upon hearing this, the king was delighted, as it meant this guy wouldn't bother him anymore, and he could finally get a good night's sleep. Stretching his neck, Lua said to the king, I apologize for the disturbance during this time, king. The king waved his hand. No worries as long as it's over. By the way, I happen to have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? Lua asked, confused. Not long ago, Bulma contacted me saying you need to return to the space capsule. Something big has happened. The king said slowly. Something big? Lua raised an eyebrow and then nodded. All right, I'll go back and check it out. Let's part ways for now. The king nodded. Go ahead. Waving goodbye to the king, Lua utilized instant transmission and vanished from the spot. The space capsule. Swish. Lua's figure appeared outside. At this moment, he had tidied himself up and regained his handsome appearance. Brother Lua. Sensing Lua's aura, Trunks rushed out from inside. Trunks, long time no see. Lua smiled slightly and said, Where's Bulma? I'm here. Bulma came out right after him. Lua looked at her, asking, I heard from the king that you needed to see me. What is it? Then Bulma recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Lua raised an eyebrow. Frieza is really incorrigible coming back so soon. He was not surprised that Frieza had stolen the Dragon Balls. He was somewhat interested, wondering if he would encounter an extraordinary opponent again this time. It was just right that he had just completed his training and wanted to test how strong he had become. What about Goku and Vegeta? Lua asked. Bulma replied, Goku and Vegeta went to train with Beerus, and they won't be back for a while, so I can only ask you for help. Got it, Lua nodded. He was already used to their absence, seeming like since he had crossed over the main storyline had changed a bit. But that didn't matter, after all he was the main character. Brother Lua, can I go with you? I also want to fight Frieza. Trunks clenched his fist and said firmly. Oh. Lua was taken aback, glancing instinctively at Bulma, who was also looking at him. They exchanged a knowing smile. What's wrong? Don't you believe in my strength? Trunks said, a bit dejected. Lua smiled slightly. You should stay at home. Maybe when you grow up you might have a chance to defeat Frieza. Hearing this, Trunks couldn't help but think of the future version of himself, the great Trunks, pouting his lips and falling silent. Alright, that guy should be looking for the 7th Dragon Ball. I will go meet him now. Lua said to Bulma. Be sure to be careful. Bulma advised. Don't worry. Lua laughed heartily. In space, a small spaceship flew by, headed towards a large cosmic ship. Oh, is this the newcomer you recruited? Frieza examined the two individuals opposite him, inquiring curiously. Standing opposite him were two strong men, one wearing Saiyan battle armor with graying hair and a fierce, cunning gaze, clearly not a good person. The other was a young man with long black hair wearing a leather collar and animal skin, looking rather foolish. Yes, Lord Frieza, these two were discovered on a small planet. Their combat power is quite impressive, so I brought them back. A yellow-skinned old warrior respectfully said. Moreover, this one used to live on planet Vegeta named Paragus, and next to him is his son Broly. His name is Remo, an old warrior who has served in Frieza's army since the time of King Cold, belonging to the non-combatant support troops. During a mission with his comrade Sai to excavate fighters for the revival of Frieza's army, he discovered Paragus and Broly on planet Wampa, and thus brought them back. Oh, a Saiyan, huh? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering something. Suddenly he looked towards Broly's rear and asked, where's his tail? Respected Lord Frieza, I am Paragus, and this is my son Broly. It is an honor to join you, Lord Frieza. Paragus replied respectfully. It's like this, due to certain reasons I had to remove Broly's tail. He had heard of Frieza, the terrifying figure who ruled over their planet Vegeta. Even King Vegeta had to kneel before him. He had a deep-seated grudge against King Vegeta, so he still held respect for Frieza. Of course, he was unaware that the Frieza he respected had personally destroyed planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho. I see, welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor for my legion to have you both join. Frieza laughed heartily. He then looked at Broly, his eyes narrowing slightly. I sense an incredible power from you. Broly, who was not talkative, merely glanced at Frieza, showing no interest. Yes, as expected of Lord Frieza, my son Broly possesses an extraordinary power by nature. If it weren't for my control over him all these years, he would have already destroyed countless planets. Paragus nodded, feeling a bit proud. That's why I had to remove his tail. Oh, is that so? Interesting. Frieza smiled, seemingly lost in thought, then continued. Well, I'm worried about not having any help. After all, my opponents are Goku and Vegeta. I would be at a disadvantage alone. Now that we have Broly, that won't be a problem. What a... Vegeta? Lord Frieza, are you saying that Vegeta is still alive? Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Paragus' eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, not only is Vegeta still alive, but he is currently on Earth living among humans. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, he managed to escape. Frieza chuckled. I see, huh? I didn't expect him to be alive. Why didn't he perish along with planet Vegeta? Paragus snorted coldly, clearly filled with hatred towards Vegeta. Ho ho ho, it seems that the hatred between you two is quite deep. But don't worry, I am going to Earth this time. You will have the chance to kill him personally. Frieza revealed a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Paragus was overjoyed. Really? Of course. With Broly in the mix, it will definitely succeed. Alright, you two can go rest now. We will soon arrive at Earth, so get some rest and prepare for battle. Frieza said. Thank you, Lord Frieza. Paragus said with a smile. Seeing this, Remo said to Paragus, I will take you there. At the same time, he glanced at Sai, their eyes meeting, both feeling somewhat perplexed. Watching the retreating figures, Frieza suddenly dropped his pretentious demeanor, revealing a wicked smile. Broly, huh? What a terrifying power. In a lounge of the spaceship. Looking at Broly, who was devouring his food, Zillai and Lama exchanged curious glances. Broly, did you always eat like this? Zillai couldn't help but ask. Broly bit into a large piece of meat, glanced at her, and nodded. This? The two fell silent again. At that moment, Paragus came over and explained, Broly has been fighting wild beasts since he was young. He is an extremely dangerous existence. Even I had to use special means to control him to prevent him from going wild, which has made it impossible for him to live like a normal person. Control him. Zillai frowned. Paragus took out a button and pointed at Broly's neck. This collar is what I prepared for him. As long as I press this button, an immensely powerful electric current will be generated. No matter how crazed a beast is, a single shock will bring it back to its senses. Upon hearing this, Zillai replied with a complex expression, Isn't that the same as imprisonment? What do you know? If I didn't do this, Broly could kill, even me, his father, in a fit of rage. Paragus showed no signs of guilt, snorting coldly. Even so, this means Broly has no freedom at all, right? Lamo remarked with a sigh. How doesn't he look fine right now? Paragus laughed. The Saiyans are a traditional warrior race whose familial affection exists, but it's limited. Broly was madly consuming meat unfazed by the conversation around him, though what he truly thought remained a mystery. After a while Paragus was called away. Watching him leave, Zilai leaned closer to Broly and asked, "Broly, do you really not want freedom at all as your father said?" Broly glanced at her expressionless and replied, "Father treats me well. Zilai, treating you like a personal pet, harshly training you like a dog. How is that good?" Of course Zilai didn't think Broly was foolish, rather he simply hadn't experienced these matters. His emotional world was exceptionally simple. Despite his towering stature, his mentality might only be that of a youth. "Then do you have no friends?" Lama spoke up. "Friends?" Broly paused in his chewing, looking at Lama in confusion, and then replied somewhat dejectedly, "I have no friends." His only companions were the beasts he grew up with, but under his father's orders those beasts had all died, killed by him, and he had even eaten those so-called friends alongside his father. Aside from his father, he had no friends. Upon hearing this, Zilai's eyes brightened, and she excitedly said, "How about we be your friends? What do you think?" Lama also felt a fondness for this simpleton, agreeing, "Exactly. If you don't mind, Zilai, and I will be your friends." Upon hearing this, Broly's innocent eyes suddenly sparkled, and his spirit lifted significantly. "Friends. That's right. We are friends now, it's settled." Zilai extended her hand, signaling for a handshake with Broly. Broly smiled slightly, and then reached out with his hand, holding meat, saying, "Friends eat meat." Zilai was a bit taken aback, but then took the piece of meat and started eating without hesitation. Seeing her eat, Broly tore off another piece and handed it to Lama. Lama smiled slightly, thanked him, and also began to eat. This is comical. A fool like this just became friends with two useless people. This is my first time seeing such a thing. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out as a burly man approached. "What did you say?" Zilai shot a furious glare at him. "Who are you calling a fool? Who are you calling useless?" "He am talking to you guys," the burly man sneered. "They are all subordinates recruited by Lord Frieza from various places in the universe. Aside from Lord Frieza, they look down on everyone else and have become accustomed to their arrogance. Don't stoop to their level," Lama advised Zilai. "They are going too far," Zilai said angrily. "Shut up. If you talk too much, I'll give you a beating. But you little girl are quite beautiful. Come accompany me for a drink." The burly man laughed coldly. "What did you say?" At this moment, Broly finally swallowed the meat, stood up, and walked in front of the burly man with a dark expression. "Apologize to my friend." "Oh, what a big fellow. Too bad he's a fool. Let me teach you a lesson." The burly man revealed a sinister smile and then swung his fist toward Broly. The burly man had overheard their conversation earlier and thus concluded that this kid was a fool and posed no threat to him. "Broly, be careful," Zilai and Lama instinctively warned him. However, as they thought about it, a bad premonition arose in them, recalling Broly's terrifying power when they first encountered him. He was a being whose battle power couldn't even be detected by a scanner. Smack! Broly did not block the burly man's punch, but allowed it to strike his chest, producing a muffled sound, yet Broly appeared utterly unfazed. How is this possible? The burly man was stunned. This punch could easily flatten a mountain. What kind of body is this? So resilient. Broly looked at the burly man, his eyes revealing ferocity and murderous intent as he reached out and grabbed the man's neck, lifting him up. The burly man struggled frantically, but was unable to break free from Broly's grip. Broly's grip tightened, seemingly intent on killing. "Broly, calm down. Don't kill him," Zilai exclaimed, realizing things were spiraling out of control. Broly's eyes suddenly flashed with green light, his temperament turning violent in an instant. "You?" The burly man's eyes were filled with terror. If this continued, he would die. "Broly, what are you doing? Stop!" At that moment, Paragus returned and happened to see this scene, quickly shouting out. However, Broly had gradually lost his rationality and did not listen to him. Damn it, why did it suddenly turn? Paragus' face turned grim, and he quickly pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button directed at Broly. Zzz. Suddenly, the collar around Broly's neck flashed with electric light, and a terrifying electric current surged into Broly's body, shocking him. The immense pain and numbness caused Broly to scream in agony, instinctively releasing the burly man and tearing at the collar with his hands, but it was of no use. The current was far too powerful for him to endure. Broly. Zilai felt an immense heartache upon witnessing this scene. Zzz. Bang. After a series of shocks, Broly's robust body collapsed to the ground. Broly. Zilai anxiously ran over, angrily confronting Paragus. "You've gone too far." Paragus put the remote control in his pocket and coldly retorted, "If I hadn't stopped him, that man would have been killed. You brought us here, but I advise you not to meddle." Paragus coldly stated, then turned to leave. What he didn't realize was that as he turned, Zilai had stealthily taken the remote control from his waist. Is this device the culprit controlling Broly? In a hidden warehouse, Sai played with the remote control stolen from Paragus. Her curiosity piqued. However, it is truly impressive. With just a single button, it can render such a powerful Broly completely subdued, Remo remarked. Broly gazed at the remote control deep in thought. How do you plan to proceed? Remo looked at Sai. The latter smiled slightly, and said to deal with such a harmful device, it must be destroyed, otherwise Broly will again fall into torment and suffering. Having said that, she clenched her hand and shattered the remote control. Broly's eyes brightened. Thank you. Oh. Sai raised an eyebrow teasingly looking at Broly. So you can say thank you too. Broly's mouth twitched slightly, then he turned his head avoiding Sai's fiery gaze. At that moment Sai looked at the beast's skin wrapped around Broly's waist. Perhaps finding the color of the skin unattractive, she attempted to tug at it. However, Broly swatted Sai's hand away as if startled, his expression turning fierce, but it was only for an instant. Sai gasped. Broly. Remo was also taken aback. Broly looked at the beast's skin, his eyes dimming. This skin belonged to my friend. Back then he had lived alongside beasts, but Paragus had specially sought beasts for him to train against. In an uncontrolled moment Broly had killed his best friend. Sorry. Sai said somewhat apologetically. Broly remained silent, his gaze distant and sorrowful. An hour later, on a certain icy continent. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a massive spaceship slowly descended. The hatch opened and Frieza and his group stepped out. Oh, is this the place? Frieza curiously surveyed the surroundings. Yes, Lord Frieza, our men have secured the 6 Dragon Balls and the Dragon Ball radar. They will soon join us. A subordinate beside him respectfully replied. Well done, Frieza said, satisfied. Meanwhile, Sai and Broly were also observing their surroundings. Although Sai and Remo were Frieza's subordinates, they were not combat personnel, merely logistics, so they generally did not participate in battles. Before long, several figures flew in from a distance, finally landing in front of Frieza and the others. Lord Frieza, we apologize for keeping you waiting. The leading subordinate respectfully stated. Not at all, how are things? Where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza smiled. The subordinate hastily produced the Dragon Balls and the radar, presenting them to Frieza. Like treasures, my lord, they are all here. Those Earthlings were too dangerous, so we barely made it here and did not have time to search for the last Dragon Ball. However, the radar shows that the last Dragon Ball is right here. Frieza extended his hand and the 6 Dragon Balls and the radar immediately flew before him, hovering in midair. His expression brightened with excitement. Indeed, these are the Dragon Balls. Although they cannot compare to the cosmic Super Dragon Balls, they are more than sufficient for granting a small wish. While saying this, he beckoned, and the Dragon Ball radar flew to the subordinate. He instructed, quickly search for the last Dragon Ball. Yes, my lord. The subordinate took the radar and immediately activated its detection. Beep beep, beep beep. Suddenly the subordinate gasped in surprise. He then turned to look around, finally focusing on Frieza. My lord, the radar indicates that the last Dragon Ball is very close to us, right nearby. Oh. Frieza was startled, and the others were overjoyed, hastily searching. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Are you sure? Frieza looked at his subordinate. The latter nodded quickly, and then displayed the radar to everyone. It's right nearby. Just as everyone was puzzled, a lazy voice rang out. Are you looking for this? Hearing this, everyone was startled, and quickly turned to the source of the voice, instantly dumbfounded. On a hilltop, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the icy ground, casually playing with a Dragon Ball. It was none other than Lua. Who is that? Those subordinates shouted, quickly shielding Frieza. Frieza looked at Lua, his eyes narrowing slightly. So it's you. He was not unfamiliar with Lua, as they had fought side by side during the power tournament. Lua stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to arrive so slowly. Waiting for us? Frieza was taken aback, then queried. You knew we were coming? Lua nodded. Your subordinate stole the Dragon Ball, so of course I knew. And since the last Dragon Ball is here, I figured you would come, so I waited for you. Oh, so that's how it is. You're certainly not an ordinary person, but is it just you? Didn't Son Goku and Vegeta come? Frieza chuckled. Lua shook his head. They're busy. They're probably still with the god of destruction. Hearing this, Frieza's pupils contracted. I see. Thank you for sharing this good news. If those two are not here, it will be much easier. With just you alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Lua's lips curled slightly. How do you know if you don't try? By the way, you still look just like I saw you before. Frieza smiled and said, my strength is not something that can be discerned by appearance alone. No. I wasn't talking about your strength. Lua quickly shook his head. As Frieza looked on in confusion, Lua teased Frieza, why are you still so short? In the next moment, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Frieza's face darkened. I can't believe this. This bastard actually targeted his height as soon as he arrived. He even suspected that the other party knew the wish he was going to make. Sharp-tongued. How dare you mock me? So it's you, Lua? You are truly seeking death. Frieza gritted his teeth. Huh. You can't do anything to me. Lua scoffed disdainfully. Frieza was indeed a genius in training. After not seeing him for a while, he could still vaguely sense the substantial increase in his strength. However, that was normal. After all, no one would stand still except for Son Gohan. Frieza's expression changed, and then he suddenly revealed a strange smile. No, you misunderstood. The one who will be fighting you soon is not me, but my new partner. Allow me to introduce someone like you, a Saiyan. Broly, right? I know, Lua said nonchalantly. Everyone. Broly, upon hearing his name called, also looked puzzled. This guy knows me. Sai asked, bewildered. Didn't you see the tail around his waist? Remo pondered. He's also a Saiyan, or perhaps he has met Broly before. That's right, the other party is indeed a Saiyan, and a good friend of Son Goku. Oh no, he should be a close friend of the Saiyans Kakarot and Vegeta. Frieza explained. Upon hearing this, Paragas' expression turned cold. Since he is a friend of Vegeta, then he is an enemy. Broly. Hearing his father's words, Broly stepped forward. Lua watched as Broly emerged, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew all too well that this was a monster, and thus he had to approach with caution. Nevertheless, the Saiyan's instinct for battle ignited every cell in his body with excitement. With a leap, he landed before Frieza and the others. Broly glared at Lua, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. The ideology instilled in him by his father since childhood was that they had been abandoned by the Saiyans, so encountering a Saiyan meant encountering an enemy, and enemies must be killed. This Saiyan before him, he must kill him. Ho ho ho. Incredible and immense beast-like power is awakening. Frieza observed Broly with great interest, somewhat looking forward to him making a move. Paragus proudly declared, "Of course Broly's power is absolutely unmatched, just watch Lord Frieza. Then let us wait and see, but this Saiyan is also quite formidable." Frieza's gaze shifted to Lua as he smiled. "No matter how strong he is, if he meets Broly he will die," Paragus said confidently. He then turned to Broly commanding, "Broly, unleash your beastly nature. Kill this Saiyan." Roar. Upon hearing this, Broly let out a mighty howl, a terrifying aura bursting forth from within him, freezing the surrounding ice and snow in an instant. Lua smiled faintly, assuming a combat stance. "Come on, you monster." Huh. With a tiptoe, Broly lunged at Lua with a momentum like a mountain crashing down. Lua smirked, and in the next moment, he vanished from his spot, instantly appearing before Broly, and as the latter was caught off guard, he kicked him in the stomach. Opt. Broly let out a howl of pain, his body flying back, crashing into one of his subordinates, both of them sent flying together. Broly. Paragus' expression changed drastically. He never expected the Broly he trusted so much would be sent flying with a single blow. Just then Lua suddenly struck, gathering an energy blast and firing it at Frieza and the others. Everyone was startled and hurriedly dodged. Behind them was a spaceship, and if they all fled, the spaceship would surely be destroyed. Reluctantly, Frieza extended a finger, shooting out a red beam that directly nullified Lua's attack. Good reflexes. Lua chuckled lightly, but in the next instant he appeared right before Frieza. Instant transmission. Frieza's expression changed as he was about to make a move, but Lua vanished again, appearing behind him facing away. Damn it. Frieza's brow furrowed. However, Lua had already released an energy blast that struck his spaceship. Boom. With a loud explosion, Frieza's ship was obliterated, leaving only a pile of wreckage. Lua tilted his head, smiling. "Frieza, your ride is gone. You annoying pest." Frieza's expression was somewhat angry as he launched a powerful elbow strike. Lua raised his hand to catch it effortlessly. "What's the matter? Do you want to personally step in to fight me?" Frieza's angry demeanor suddenly calmed, revealing a smirk. "Sorry, but your opponent is not me." After saying this, he suddenly vanished. Lua felt a surge of danger and spun around. Roar. Broly charged at him like a green arrow, instantly appearing before Lua. With a punch aimed at him. Lua's expression hardened as he ducked, narrowly avoiding the punch, and then retaliated with a powerful strike. However, this time Broly was quick to react, grabbing Lua's fist and roaring angrily as he forcefully swung Lua away while unleashing his aura, chasing after him. In midair, Lua showed an excited expression, letting out a fierce shout to burst his aura, propelling himself directly towards Broly. Boom. Bang. Bang. The two exchanged blows, each connecting with force. It must be said that Broly was indeed like a raging bull, his immense strength causing Lua's fists to tingle, so he skillfully dodged Broly's attacks, leveraging his rich combat experience to gain the upper hand. Broly continued to employ a somewhat clumsy fighting style, simple and direct without any technique, making him an easy target for Lua's mockery and suppression. Frieza and the others watched the battle from a safe distance. That Saiyan named Lua is impressive. He can actually overpower Broly. Raymer couldn't help but exclaim. He had witnessed Broly's terrifying power firsthand. Even energy detectors couldn't measure Broly's combat strength, which proved his might. Yet this Saiyan before him showed no signs of faltering. Will Broly be alright? Zillai said worriedly. You underestimate Broly too much. His power is definitely beyond this. Just wait and see. Paragus said with a cold snort. On the other side, Frieza, with his hands behind his back, watched this scene with some surprise. He could see that Broly fought like a novice, lacking even basic combat awareness, yet the power within him was astonishing. It seemed he did not know how to harness it. However, as the fight continued, he noticed that Broly was gradually adapting to the battle, beginning to counterattack, his reaction speed increasing and his control over his strength slowly improving. Indeed a monster. Frieza sighed, and then laughed. Let me enjoy the spectacle of two monkeys fighting. Ugh. In the air, Broly radiated a green glow, landing a punch squarely on Lua. The latter crossed his arms to catch the blow, the immense force sending him flying. Die! Broly roared, then gathered an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it down. Lua's eyes widened as he unleashed his aura, firing an energy wave to counter the attack, resulting in an explosion resembling a mushroom cloud. Boom. The next moment, Broly's figure pierced through the smoke, flying directly in front of Lua, grabbing his face. Lua. Aunt. Broly let out a roar, spinning wildly in place. After a dozen spins, he hurled Lua away. Ugh. Lua exclaimed as he crashed through an ice mountain, embedding himself into another mountain range. Nice job, Broly. Paragus shouted excitedly. Roar. At this moment, Broly's eyes grew increasingly ferocious, like a beast awakened to its primal instincts. His aura surged rapidly, causing the space around him to twist. Within the mountain, Lua struggled free, gazing at Broly with a sigh. Fortunately, I have reached a new height in my cultivation. Otherwise this guy's punches would be hard to take. Only by fighting him personally do I realize how terrifying he is. It seems my training is still far from enough. However, he is now beginning to grasp his power slowly, truly troublesome, but that's what makes it interesting. Murmuring, Lua floated in the air, gazing at Broly, suddenly smiling. Come again. Damn it. Broly's face twisted as he erupted with a fierce aura, transforming into a streak of light charging at Lua. Huh. Lua suddenly shouted angrily, a white light erupting from his body, and in the next moment this light transformed into golden hues, and his hair turned golden. Super Saiyan. A golden aura surged skyward, its dazzling brilliance forcing Broly, who had been charging forward, to halt abruptly, his gaze fixed in bewildered awe upon Luya's transformation. What is that? Paragus and the others stared in utter confusion and profound shock at the overwhelming power now radiating from Luya. That is the Super Saiyan, the Saiyan's unique transformation technique. Upon achieving it, one's strength multiplies exponentially. Frieza's expression hardened instantly. Clearly, he harbored deep disdain for the Super Saiyan. Indeed, had Son Goku not broken through to become a Super Saiyan at the last moment, Frieza would have long since unified the entire universe. To be defeated by such a low-class Saiyan was an unforgivable humiliation. Later, another youth, hailing from the future, also attained the Super Saiyan form, killing him once more in a grotesque, brutal fashion, torn limb from limb. No one loathed the Saiyans more fiercely than Frieza himself. Were it not for his need to exploit Broly's raw power, he would have eliminated him long ago. Super Saiyan. Rem and Tsurai exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Rem, a veteran warrior, had encountered Saiyans before, and had heard the mythic tales of the Super Saiyan. He'd always assumed it existed only in legend, never imagining he'd witness it firsthand. Tsurai, however, was encountering it for the very first time. Yet her shock was fleeting, swiftly replaced by mounting concern for Broly. Could Broly possibly lose to him? Impossible. Paragus snarled, his features contorting with grim certainty. Even a Super Saiyan cannot defeat Broly. His true power runs far deeper. Oh, Frieza arched a brow. When Broly lost control in the past, the sheer magnitude of his unleashed power dwarfed anything a Super Saiyan could muster. Paragus explained. Meanwhile, in the arena, Luya gazed at Broly, momentarily stunned, and flashed a confident grin. This is the Super Saiyan. Please don't mind the spectacle. Broly snapped back to awareness, his expression darkening instantly. A viridian aura flared around his body, and in the next breath, he lunged straight at Luya. Luya merely smiled faintly, then vanished, reappearing directly before Broly in a blur of motion. Broly reacted with lightning speed, launching a devastating hook the instant Luya materialized, but Luya raised a single hand to block it effortlessly. Then, twisting mid-motion, he struck with a blinding elbow, sending Broly hurtling backward with violent force. Luya pressed his advantage, becoming a streak of light as he closed the distance in an instant, and drove a thunderous fist forward. Broly barely recovered in time, crossing his arms to absorb the blow, but the colossal recoil sent him skidding backward once more. Seizing the opening, Luya unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, roaring toward Broly in relentless succession. An explosive cloud of smoke instantly swallowed Broly whole. Yet Luya knew well the unspoken law: where there is smoke, there is no injury. He never expected the assault to land a true blow. His aim was singular: to push Broly into battle, awaken his latent potential, and forge a true confrontation at last. He understood full well the terrifying might Broly would wield once he mastered his own power, and yet he also yearned to test the outermost limits of his own strength. Ceasing his barrage, Luya watched calmly as the smoke began to dissipate. After several silent seconds, Broly emerged, and scathed exactly as anticipated. Merely stung, Broly's face twisted in furious rage, his hair bristling upward as primal fury ignited within him. He was enraged. Luya offered a faint, knowing smile. Well, is this truly all your power has to offer? How disappointingly feeble. Grr. Broly roared, a guttural bestial howl, and then threw his head back, unleashing a torrent of emerald light that pierced the heavens. Oh, his power continues to rise. Frieza observed with genuine delight. Broly was without question a treasure beyond measure. This is disastrous. If he loses control, we're all doomed. Paragus's elation vanished. With power like Broly's, even those present would perish instantly. Not even a Super Saiyan could escape such annihilation. Once before, during an episode of total loss of control, Broly had inadvertently obliterated an entire asteroid, leaving not even dust behind. Frantically, Paragus patted his robes for the remote controller, only to freeze in horror. What? Where is it? Where did it go? His cry drew everyone's attention. What's wrong? Tsurai frowned, turning toward him. Paragus muttered urgently, the remote that controls Broly. It's gone. What do we do now? The remote. Surai and Rem exchanged a glance, uneasy, puzzled. They had already destroyed it. Hey, you still intend to control Broly even now? Surai retorted, voice edged with irritation. What do you know? Paragus snapped at her. Can't you see he's slipping further into madness? When he fully loses himself, he'll slaughter every one of us. At those words, a collective shiver ran through the onlookers, and all eyes turned sharply to Broly. Indeed, his demeanor had grown increasingly volatile. His battle power. Several warriors instinctively activated their scouter devices, only for the instruments to explode violently in their hands the next instant. Impossible. Even the scouters, their faces paled in dread. Surai stared stunned. She had never imagined Broly's uncontrolled state could be so catastrophic. For the first time, she questioned whether destroying the remote had been reckless. Is there any way to stop him? Rem asked gravely. Even if Broly overcame the Super Saiyan, he would surely turn on them next, placing them all in mortal peril. There is no way. If we fail to restrain him, the consequences will be dire. But right now, no one here possesses the strength to subdue him. Paragus spoke with grim finality. He turned urgently toward Frieza. Lord Frieza, Broly is moments from total loss of control. Might you intervene and rein him in? Though he despised the Saiyans, he valued his own life above all else. Frieza, however, ignored him entirely, riveted instead by Broly's spiraling power surge. He murmured to himself, a cruel curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Ho-ho. Is this truly his limit? Or perhaps, if he unravels just a little more, would it not grow even more fascinating? Lord Frieza. Paragus's voice broke through again. Frieza glanced up, then flicked a cold, malevolent gaze toward Paragus. At that very moment, Broly erupted in a feral, ear-splitting roar, his aura swelling to a terrifying crescendo, eclipsing even Luya's. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. Then with a sharp intake of breath, he ascended once more from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan second grade, crackling arcs of golden lightning wreathing his body. Huh! Luya roared in kind, releasing a cataclysmic wave of power that collided head-on with Broly's, sparking a titanic, earth-shattering clash. That Saiyan's power has surged again, seemingly matching Broly's. Surai exclaimed, astonished. That may not even be his true strength, Rem replied, voice heavy with gravity. Before the stunned eyes of all present, the two warriors crashed together, unleashing a shockwave so immense that surrounding glaciers fractured and shattered in its wake. Boom! A streak of light struck directly against a towering ice mountain, shattering it and causing it to collapse. Rumble! In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the fallen ice, enveloped in green light. None other than Broly. Though his power had surged terrifyingly in terms of combat skill and experience, Lua was still superior. Broly charged towards Lua at incredible speed, and Lua did not evade, instead meeting him head-on. Bang! 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 They collided and separated, only to collide again and again. Smack! Lua delivered a fierce kick to Broly's neck. However, it did not send him flying. Moi! Lua was stunned, and before he could react, Broly had already seized his ankle. Broly let out a wild roar, spinning Lua around a few times before throwing him away. What? Lua exclaimed, flung into the air by the tremendous force. At the same time, Broly spread his arms, unleashing countless energy blasts that bombarded Lua, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Amidst the smoke, Lua's figure fell, and Broly's attacks remained ferocious. Even he was struggling to endure. Not only had his opponent's power continuously increased, but he could also keep pace with Lua's rhythm. As Lua was about to land, he executed a backflip, landing firmly on the ground, his clothes somewhat tattered, revealing his robust muscles. Looking up at Broly in the sky, Lua's eyes burned with intensity. Almost there. Seemingly sensing Lua's nonchalance, Broly became irritated and charged at him directly. Lua struck a pose, and in the next moment, he activated Flash Time. In a split-second, time seemed to freeze. Lua instantaneously moved in front of Broly, delivering a powerful punch that struck him hard. He then vanished again, appearing behind him, and a sphere of energy smashed him into the ground. Everything happened in an instant, and by the time the onlookers reacted, Broly was already buried deep in the icy ground. High in the air, Lua took a deep breath. Kamehameha! Explode! With a furious shout, Lua unleashed the Kamehameha towards the ground. Boom! The powerful energy wave struck the ground, resulting in an explosion that unleashed a massive shockwave, forcing Frieza and the others to retreat from its fury. Broly! Paragus called out anxiously. Frieza had appeared behind Paragus, but made no move. After the explosion, a massive crater with a width of 1,000 meters appeared on the ground, filled with a sense of devastation, and arcs of electricity crackled across the surface. Clearly Lua had gone all out. That guy? How could he be so ruthless? Chilai exclaimed angrily, about to rush forward. But Lemmy quickly stopped her. Are you crazy? We can't intervene in this battle. Trust Broly, he won't be defeated so easily. Chilai fell silent, staring intently at the battlefield. Lua had now returned to his normal state, taking a deep breath and looking down, relaxed. This should be able to provoke him further, right? He could sense a terrifying beast-like aura awakening, and the pressure around him was growing stronger. Broly was unharmed, as expected, but his opponent was truly enraged now. Boom. In the next moment, a beam of green light shot into the sky, originally only 2 or 3 meters wide, but with a roar it expanded dozens of times. The entire sky turned green in that moment. Here it comes. Lua and Frieza both wore excited smiles. Amidst that overwhelming aura, a figure slowly ascended, a terrifying pressure making one tremble. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly made his entrance. A massive power converged within Broly, and his figure appeared before everyone. At that moment his face was extremely fierce, his eyes gleaming, white veins bulging, and his muscles had bulked up significantly, his power having surged incomprehensibly. Looking at his opponent, Lua smirked. Next, let the true battle begin, Broly. In this state, even Super Saiyan Blue Goku would not be his match. If Goku and Vegeta were here, Broly would definitely be dominating them. Thus Lua clenched his fists tightly, beginning to elevate his power. Saiyan, kill him. Broly roared like a beast, as if he were a robot programmed only to kill. Killing me? We'll see if you have what it takes. Don't worry, he'll beat you into submission. Oh, only then will your power exist permanently, and at that point there will be no shortage of opponents. Lua laughed, and then he unleashed his energy. Rumble. A fierce red glow shot into the sky, dispelling the green light above, as if piercing a large hole in the heavens. Lua's hair began to change at that moment. Yellow, pure gold, pale red, bright red. In the next instant, a terrifying power erupted from within him, spreading a heat that was fearsome. What is this? The crowd was pushed back by this force, the powerful gust, making it incredibly difficult to even open their eyes. An energy barrier appeared in front of Frieza, blocking this aura. Seeing this form again, Frieza felt a sense of caution. This form had surpassed even Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and was even on par with his golden form. This was also why he was wary of this mysterious Saiyan, and he knew that this guy's power was not limited to this. Recalling the strength displayed at the Tournament of Power, Frieza felt a mix of emotions. I hope Broly can withstand this Saiyan. Otherwise, if he wants to conquer the universe, he still has a long way to go. Not to mention Lua, also Goku, and Vegeta. These two guys weren't pushovers either. One could transform into the so-called Ultra Instinct form, while the other could transform into the Super Saiyan Blue form. Their powers were continuously increasing. Of course, Frieza the Emperor was not worried about this, as he believed that his power would surely surpass everyone. His terrifying talent was something only he knew. It seems I need to add some fuel to the fire. Frieza pondered for a moment before making a decision. In the arena, Lua radiated heat, the crimson light flickering, causing his red hair to sway, representing the fervor within his heart. Super Saiyan Red. It can also be called Super Saiyan, God Red form. Most people would not even sense his aura, as his current form had already touched the realm of the divine. Tilting his neck, Lua looked at Broly and beckoned him with a finger. Come, let's battle for 300 rounds. Damn Saiyan. Broly roared, charging out like an arrow released from a bow. Super Saiyan Red versus legendary Super Saiyan Broly. In the divine realm of destruction. In a lake, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a struggle with no clear winner. Both are fighting in their normal states, deliberately suppressing their powers, yet their moves are particularly crafty. On the edge of the lake, Whis is leisurely enjoying an ice cream while observing the duel with great interest. Boom. Waves of water surge into the sky as the vast lake continues to boil. Vegeta suddenly appears above Sun Wukong, hands clasped together, and strikes down with force. Sun Wukong's expression tightens, and he can only cross his arms to protect himself. The immense force drives him into the water. Vegeta refrains from striking again. In the past, he would have unleashed a barrage of Prince-style attacks, but after all this time he understands that such actions would be futile. After the power tournament, they have both matured significantly, gaining further insights into martial arts. After a brief silence, the lake suddenly erupts as Sun Wukong bursts forth, charging directly at Vegeta. Vegeta, rather than being startled, laughs and meets him head-on. Bang! The two grasp each other's hands, engaging in a contest of strength. In midair, Sun Wukong chuckles. Not bad, Vegeta. After such a long rest, you can still exert such formidable power. Vegeta snorts coldly. Do you think I'm like you? Resting means only resting. While I was resting, I never stopped training. Truly impressive. Sun Wukong grins widely. In the next moment, he yells fiercely, tossing and pushing Vegeta back while unleashing an energy blast. Vegeta tilts his head to dodge the attack, calmly looking at Sun Wukong and saying, "Hey Kakarot, transform." Sun Wukong furrows his brow. Why? Vegeta arrogantly replies, "You can't handle me right now, so you might as well transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Of course, even using Ultra Instinct would be no problem." Sun Wukong feels a bit displeased. You're being too arrogant, Vegeta. Does this guy really think he can defeat him without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta's expression turns inscrutable. I just recently figured some things out. It's an experiment. If successful, I can completely surpass you. What? Sun Wukong asks, surprised. Just as Vegeta is about to speak, Whis' voice comes through. Are you two still fighting? If not, why don't you come down? Hearing this, the two exchange glances, losing the desire to continue, and float towards Whis. Whis finishes the last bite of his ice cream, smiling at the two. It's rare to see you both training so diligently. It truly pleases me. Haha, isn't it? Because we've rested for so long that our bodies feel rusty. Sun Wukong laughs heartily. Well then, what do you say your training is for? The power tournament has already ended and Universe 7 has returned to peace. Continuing to train would be futile, right? Whis asks with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly reveals a hint of excitement. That's true, but initially I plan to rest, however my body just won't allow it. If I don't train for even a day, I can't stand it. Moreover, didn't Lord Beerus say that many troubles have emerged in the universe recently? There will surely be many powerful foes we haven't encountered before, and I don't want to be helpless when facing them later on. I see. Whis nods. Indeed, recently Lord Beerus has been quite busy working with other gods to handle the aftermath of the revived universe. He hasn't returned yet, which is the first time Whis has seen Lord Beerus so diligent. In the past, he wouldn't behave this way. He was too lazy either sleeping or eating. In short, it is a bit unusual for Lord Beerus not to be here. What about you, Vegeta? Why do you insist on training? Whis looks at Vegeta. The latter is momentarily taken aback before replying solemnly. I train partly because I don't want to be surpassed by this guy. This guy, of course, refers to Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression darkens, and another reason is that I want to deal with Frieza. Frieza? Vegeta, are you planning to confront Frieza? Sun Wukong asks, puzzled. Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't agreed to revive that guy, would I have to go this far? Don't you know how dangerous he is? That guy transforming into Golden Frieza is extremely perilous. He's a foe that gives us endless headaches. Heaven knows how much he has improved during his revival. Vegeta grits his teeth. If he comes back again, and we don't deal with him with his ruthless methods, who knows how many evil deeds he will commit. Sun Wukong scratches his head. Reviving him was because I promised him beforehand, and without him it would have been extremely difficult for Universe 7 to achieve victory. It's also about keeping my promise, and Frieza shouldn't come to bother us again, right? Naive. Vegeta sneers. Vegeta's concern isn't without reason. If Frieza is infamous as an evil emperor, and even Lord Beerus doesn't show him much respect. Plus, that guy has a very special talent, so he must have improved a lot during this time. If he really comes back, it will indeed be a bit troublesome for you all. Whis chuckles. How could that be? Sun Wukong feels somewhat complex. In any case, if Frieza truly refuses to repent, I will personally eliminate him. Unless you can break through to achieve Ultra Instinct again, otherwise with your current power, it's probably not enough to deal with Frieza, Whis reminds. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong feels a little headache. Ultra Instinct, I only inadvertently broke through during the power tournament, and now I can't find that feeling anymore. Vegeta's mouth twitches. Whis smiles and says, you were able to break through because you were pushed to your absolute limits. The life and death crisis forced your potential to reach its peak in an instant. This is why you were fortunate enough to reverse the situation in that moment. Moreover, the essence of Ultra Instinct lies in emptying everything, feeling everything instinctively, and letting your body lead the actions. Naturally, your state at that time was not true Ultra Instinct. What do you mean? Are you saying I can get even stronger? Whis nods, of course. Your state at that time can only be said to have touched the threshold of Ultra Instinct. You still had your own thoughts and ideas, which led to conflicts between your instincts and consciousness, preventing you from maximizing your power in all aspects. True Ultra Instinct requires you to learn to let go of your inner fears, confusion, and all thoughts, allowing your body to control itself, seeking breakthroughs from nothing. Since the end of the power conference, I have tried to find that feeling, but I couldn't. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck back then. Sun Wukong said helplessly. Thinking of the power displayed by the Zizai Ji Gong, he felt greatly tempted. So does that mean you can no longer transform into the Zizai Ji Gong? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong. The latter nodded. That's how it is for now. Vegeta chuckled lightly. I thought you had surpassed me, but who knew it was just a coincidence. However, I have already mastered my deep blue form, and your Kaioken is no longer a threat to me. His deep blue form is not weaker than Sun Wukong's Kaioken. He actually cultivating to transform back into the Zizai Ji Gong form isn't that difficult. Whis suddenly spoke. Hearing this, both of them were startled. Really? Whis say? Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight. Whis nodded. Rua previously cultivated as well, and his mastery is far superior to yours, which is why he could easily fuse the power of the gods and transform into a new form. So Rua, that's how it is. He became so strong because he comprehended the Zizai Ji Gong. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he came into contact with the Zizai Ji Gong earlier than you, and while you stumbled upon it by chance, he seemed to understand the essence of the Zizai Ji Gong, leading to incredible cultivation speed. Whis recalled. So it was well hidden. Vegeta snorted coldly, then looked at Whis. So how do we cultivate the Zizai Ji Gong? He also wanted to cultivate. If he could transform into the Zizai Ji Gong form, defeating Frieza would be an absolute breeze. And Jiren too. That arrogant gray-skinned warrior. Whis chuckled. Just listen to me from now on. As a return for the hospitality on Earth, it'll help you a little. However, you must be prepared to endure hardships, especially you, Vegeta. You have no foundation of transforming into the Zizai Ji Gong, so theoretically, you will have to experience the tribulations that Wukong faced. I hope you can hold on. Whis looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was resolute. Don't underestimate me, Vegeta. Whis smiled slightly, and was about to speak, when he suddenly paused, waving his hand as a staff appeared in his hand. Oh dear, Bulma contacted me again. Is there more delicious food? Ugh. Bang. Boom. The ground cracked and countless magma erupted from the depths, vaporizing the surface of the earth. Rua and Broly collided with a punch, the terrifying force creating massive craters in the earth. Broly retreated roaring, his green-golden hair deepening in color enveloped in green light. In the next moment he vanished. Rua felt a sense of caution. The opponent's speed had reached a terrifying level, even he found it hard to react. Super Broly terrifying indeed. In the next moment Rua jumped away, a heavy blow directly demolishing the place where he originally stood. Broly pursued relentlessly while Rua dodged, continuously releasing energy blasts at Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Broly dodged a few shots symbolically, but the energy blast struck him as if merely tickling him. This is so exciting. Rua stood atop a high wall watching Broly charge towards him. Off. Broly rushed in delivering a punch. Rua's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation he sidestepped to evade the punch, simultaneously getting close to Broly. With an elbow strike he sent him reeling, gathering energy in his hands, launching himself forward and striking Broly directly in the face as he reacted. Boom. With a loud explosion, Broly's body flew out, crashing into the mountainside. Rua watched this scene without being complacent, his aura still on the rise, the scorching energy enveloping him, exuding divinity. He was quite confident in the power of his divine red form. Of course, if Broly truly unleashed his transcendent power, it would be different. In his impression, transcendent Broly's strength rivals that of Gogeta after fusion. However, he knew that in a real fight Gogeta could suppress Broly, as the gap between them was simply too vast. He was just unsure if his strongest form, Super Saiyan 4, could compete with Gogeta or Vegeta. His intuition told him otherwise. Those two fused, their power was unfathomable, and he had never seen them lose. Just as he was lost in thought, Broly rose from the mountainside, glaring at Rua with a fierce expression. Rua smiled slightly and was about to strike again. At that moment, a surprised voice called out, "Broly." Upon hearing this, both of them looked over simultaneously. On the distant ground, Frieza appeared in a panicked manner, pointing at a figure lying down. "Not good. Your father. He has been killed." Broly. At this moment, Paragus was already dead, and even Frieza's henchmen lay scattered, clearly having been killed. However, due to the earlier battle between the two, Zilai and Lama had been blown away to another place, so they were still alive. No. No. Suddenly Broly clutched his head with both hands, roaring in madness, as if the death of his father had hit him hard. Rua frowned. This Frieza is truly insidious, willing to sacrifice even his subordinates to achieve his goals. How pathetic. He was not foolish. He naturally understood that all of this was orchestrated by Frieza, aiming to make Broly completely lose control. Frieza wanted to force out Broly's full power. Indeed, the effect had been achieved. Broly's aura surged wildly, rising at a speed that shocked Rua. He's already surpassed the divine red. Ugh, hi. Broly roared, deep green light enveloping his body as he slowly ascended. The earth trembled beneath him, turning to ruins wherever his aura passed, like a hell on earth. Rua's expression grew serious. Here it comes. Die, die, die. Broly waved his hand, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread out, annihilating everything in its path. Rua leaped, dodging Broly's attack, but in the next moment, Broly suddenly appeared behind him. Not good. Rua was startled, but it was too late. Broly struck him with a blast of energy, sending him crashing into the ground, exploding. Frieza saw that his goal had been achieved, smiled wickedly, and flew away. After losing his target, Broly unleashed his power, bombarding the surrounding area. Those corpses were turned to dust, including Paragus. No kin recognized. Uncontrolled, transcendent Broly. P.S. I really appreciate all the readers who continue to support me and remember my book. Haha, 2 years have passed quickly, and soon a new book titled Dragon Ball Super, starting with the choice to read Super Saiyan, will be released in September. Look out for it. By the way, the new book might not be under this account, so those destined to see it will find it. What a terrifying behemoth. Frieza stared at the rampaging Broly from a distance, his expression growing grave. Suddenly, Broly froze mid-motion, then lunged straight toward Frieza. Frieza's face stiffened. Evasion was already impossible. Broly's speed was simply too overwhelming. With no choice, Frieza roared in fury and instantly transformed into Golden Frieza. Just then, Broly slammed headlong into him, fists blazing. Boom. A colossal force hurled Frieza backward, shattering several small mountains along his flight path. Incredible strength. So this is the monster he's been battling. Frieza's gaze locked onto Broly with chilling intensity. Yet Broly had long since lost all reason. Unable to recognize him, and even if he could, he would never relent. Roar! Broly bellowed, and in the next instant charged again. Damn it, then come on. Frieza snarled, baring fangs as golden aura erupted, and he surged forward to meet the assault. Boom. They collided. Frieza staggered back, slightly overpowered. Before he could recover, Broly closed the gap and unleashed a furious barrage, leaving Frieza reeling and disoriented. Aoag! Frieza screamed, then kicked Broly away and gathered crimson energy in his palm, hurling it with devastating force. Boom. Broly chose to take the blast, absorbing the energy sphere without flinching. Then in the next heartbeat, Broly's deafening roar extinguished the lingering shockwaves, and a torrent of emerald light erupted skyward as he launched himself once more at Frieza. Frieza refused to yield. Golden radiance flared around him as he shouted and charged anew. Boom. They clashed again, separated, clashed again, separated, then erupted into relentless, blinding combat. Fists met flesh in a blur, too fast for the eye to follow. Boom. In a fleeting opening, Frieza landed a brutal punch square on Broly's face. Yet Broly merely tilted his head aside. What a... Frieza's expression twisted in shock and deepening dread, just as Broly seized his arm and yanked him downward with crushing force. Aya! Frieza shrieked. Then Broly slammed him into the earth with cataclysmic force, burying him completely beneath the shattered ground. Sputter! Frieza spat blood. Before he could catch his breath, Broly seized his arm again and began pummeling him like a ragdoll, merciless and unrelenting. Frieza seethed inwardly, utterly exasperated by this hulking brute. Of all beings, he's the one who fights like a rabid beast. Even I am outclassed in sheer savagery. After slamming Frieza dozens of times, Broly hurled him skyward, then unleashed a massive green energy blast from his mouth, striking Frieza dead center. Frieza's scream vanished beneath the detonation, his form swallowed whole by searing light. Seconds later, the emerald glare faded, revealing a vast scorched trench stretching across the battlefield. The destructive power was staggering. Elsewhere, Frieza lay half buried in rubble, groaning in agony as pain lanced through his battered frame. Damn, this monster, far stronger than I imagined. Frieza glared across the trench at Broly, a bitter pang of envy tightening his chest. What are these Saiyans truly? How can any species ascend to such terrifying heights? Gritting his teeth, Frieza forced himself upright, determined to confront him once more. Broly watched Frieza rise, surprise flickering briefly in his eyes before being drowned beneath an endless tide of madness. If he wouldn't fall, then he'd be struck down again. Just as Broly prepared to finish Frieza, a searing beam erupted from behind, striking him squarely. Boom. The explosion engulfed Broly entirely. Luria stood atop a distant cliff, arm extended forward, palm glowing faintly. Phew. Truly formidable. Broly lives up to his legend as a legendary Super Saiyan. His might dwarfs even those Saiyans blessed with divine aura. Luria shook his head. It seems I must unveil greater power to overcome you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luria's pupils contracted, and in the next instant he vanished. At the very moment he disappeared, another figure materialized where he'd stood, their fist crashing down upon the cliff, reducing it instantly to dust. It was Broly. Luria now hovered a dozen meters away. Roar! Broly fixed him with a feral glare, then charged again faster than thought. Luria's eyes narrowed. Then in a blink he reappeared directly before Broly. And Broly's body froze, unnaturally, impossibly still. Flash time. Boom. Luria drove a devastating blow into Broly's abdomen, eliciting a guttural cry as Broly rocketed backward. Luria unleashed flash time, repeatedly pressing Broly relentlessly into submission. Yet as time wore on, fatigue crept in. Flash time demanded immense energy, and Broly's raw power remained overwhelming. Luria could land blows, but none carried true lethality. Broly too was terrifyingly adaptive. Though raving mad, each successive strike honed his instincts, until he began anticipating Luria's movements, reacting with instinctive precision. This stalemate could not last. To defeat Broly, only absolute, overwhelming supremacy would suffice. No technique, however refined, could prevail without it. With that resolve crystallizing, Luria let loose a thunderous roar, and his aura exploded skyward, crimson and divine. Super Saiyan God Crimson. Kaioken, 20 times. Luria bellowed, and his power surged to unprecedented heights. Even Broly recoiled, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the force now radiating from his foe. Once his transformation stabilized, Luria locked eyes with Broly. My strength grows, ever onward. Boom. He vanished again, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Boom. Before Broly could react, Luria's kick struck true, launching him violently into the air with bone-shattering force. Pressing his advantage, Luria's assault escalated exponentially, each blow landing with visceral impact, each strike drawing fresh cries of agony from Broly. But Broly too had reached his breaking point. With a low guttural growl, his power erupted anew, so violently that Luria was forced to retreat, evading the surging shockwave. Seizing the opening, Broly reversed momentum, charging Luria heat. Crack, crack, crack. Their battle reignited. Yet now Broly struggled even to gain the upper hand. Frieza watched coldly from afar. Earth. Suddenly, whoosh. A spacecraft descended and figures materialized before its son Goku and his companions. Goku, Vegeta, you're finally back. Bulma burst from the house, rushing toward them.